Xiang Feiyu, at the edge of the Wu River, found himself in a moment of profound introspection while watching the film Transformers. His consciousness transcended the confines of reality, transporting him into an alternate realm inhabited by mechanical life forms. In that instant, unbeknownst to anyone, another soul within him awakened. This entity was formidable, cold-blooded, arrogant, and self-assured, yet deeply attached to home. Upon gazing at his metallic form and reminiscing about past glories, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He recognized that a new era and fresh opportunities were upon him. He would once again strive for dominion not merely over a region of blue star, but over the vast cosmos itself. When one's attention becomes intensely focused, it is astonishing how an entirely unrelated tableau can unfold before one's eyes. As Xiang Feiyu sat before his computer, engrossed in the Transformers film, his mind wandered, conjuring vivid images of blood and fire, ancient battlefields filled with soldiers clashing fiercely. A young warrior, pride etched on his face, wielded a halberd, cleaving through his foes with singular determination. As the target general drew nearer, the scene abruptly morphed, leaving Xiang Feiyu in disbelief. His consciousness intertwined with the cinematic chaos, transforming the warrior into a mechanical form that lunged at him with a vicious blade aimed at his chest. General, be careful. Boss, watch out. A familiar yet strange voice echoed in his mind, prompting Xiang Feiyu to snap to attention. With a swift motion, he seized the attacking robot by its neck, applying a precise grip that ended the creature's advance with a resounding crack. Stunned, he gazed at the lifeless eyes of the robot, unable to comprehend his newfound prowess. His decisive action halted both the approaching enemies and his comrades, leaving them equally bewildered by the unfolding events. The first to regain composure was a robot adorned with numerous long tendrils sprouting from its head. It rushed to Xiang Feiyu's side, exclaiming, "Big brother, are you all right?" Xiang Feiyu stared at the face that was both familiar and foreign, momentarily perplexed. "You are, Crowbar?" "Of course it's me. Did the explosion disorient you? Is your cerebral chip malfunctioning?" The robot, known as Crowbar, expressed concern. As Xiang Feiyu surveyed the chaotic scene, he realized he had become one of the Decepticons from the Transformers universe. How could this be possible? Crowbar assessed their precarious situation and resolutely declared, "Brother, you must escape while I and Short Axe hold them off." At that moment, a fearsome Decepticon, crouched low, roared menacingly at the approaching Autobots. A surge of memories not his own flooded Xiang Feiyu's mind, and his eyes transformed into glowing purple orbs. He brushed aside Crowbar and Short Axe, charging toward the Autobots with renewed vigor. Crowbar watched in astonishment as an Autobot's head soared into the air, disbelief replacing his earlier concern. Short Axe stood agape, slack-jawed, as lubricant spilled from his mouth, utterly stunned by the spectacle. As Xiang Feiyu emerged from the carnage, Crowbar turned to Short Axe, swallowing hard. "Is that it? Is it really over?" Despite facing 7 Autobots, typically manageable for the trio, Xiang Feiyu had dispatched them in an instant, something previously unimaginable. Approaching Crowbar, Xiang Feiyu commanded, "Secure the area. We must return." "Oh." Crowbar quickly complied, nudging Short Axe to follow. "Come on, let's go." Crowbar eagerly collected a severed head, exclaiming, "This counts as a victory. We can trade it for energy weapons and parts." While Crowbar's chatter filled the battlefield, Xiang Feiyu seized the moment to reflect. He had not anticipated that he was the reincarnation of a powerful figure from ancient times, his consciousness inexplicably thrust into this sci-fi world. Yet, he resolved to adapt to his circumstances, prioritizing survival in an age dominated by space battleships and annihilating missiles. As a mere expendable soldier, his chances of enduring this conflict were slim. Indeed, he was but cannon fodder, an expendable clone soldier within the ranks of the Decepticons, a designation that rendered him vulnerable to the Autobots' overwhelming numbers. There were various tiers among the Decepticons, the lowest being the basic mechanical soldiers and clone soldiers, produced in bulk for easy attrition. Then there were the standard Decepticon warriors, equipped with weapons and preferred vehicle forms, followed by elite warriors and commanders, who formed the core of the Decepticon army. Xiang Feiyu, now known as Crankcase, rose to his feet and declared, "Let us continue the hunt." Crowbar scratched his head, suggesting, "Perhaps we should procure some ranged weapons first?" Crankcase glanced at Crowbar, then at the approaching Autobots, and swiftly picked up a substantial metal beam from the rubble, hurling it with precision. The projectile flew like a spear, piercing an Autobot's chest and pinning it against a wall. This," Crowbar chuckled awkwardly, sidestepping before quickly returning to Crankcase's side. "I'm with you, boss." "Advance," Crankcase commanded coldly. As several Autobot soldiers attempted to rescue their fallen comrade, they sensed the overwhelming threat and immediately fled. Crankcase, perceiving their retreat, instinctively leaped forward, his mechanical form shifting and reassembling. When he landed, an unassuming yet robust SUV appeared before him, flanked by two identical vehicles. With engines roaring, the trio surged toward the fleeing Autobots, who, realizing the urgency of their situation, were already too late to transform. One SUV barreled directly into the path of two Autobots, marking the beginning of a fierce confrontation. Energy fluid splattered from the mouth, while mechanical parts carelessly scattered everywhere as if they were worthless. The crankcase morphed in midair, each hand grasping a mechanical cranium, which he crushed mercilessly, resulting in the shattering of two heads. Behind him, a crowbar and a short-handled axe soared through the air, sending adversaries flying. With a swift gliding turn, he confronted the remaining three Autobots, coldly declaring, "Death or capture." Chapter 2. The three brothers, the three of them exchanged fearful glances, each uncertain of whom to choose. Just then, a series of violent explosions erupted in the distance, drawing the crowd's attention toward the source. The blinding flames and billowing smoke intertwined as 6 aircraft pierced through the haze, ascending skyward. The figure known as Crankshaft furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the three captives, questioning the situation. Once again, they exchanged anxious looks, their hesitation palpable, accompanied by a profound sense of dread. Crankshaft's gaze turned icy. He required only one captive. The figures of Wrench and Axe approached the trio with menacing grins, causing the captives to recoil in terror. Escape was no longer an option. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, one of them collapsed to his knees, pleading, "We are unaware of the circumstances. We were merely ordinary civilians from Cybertron. The tasks assigned by the higher-ups are beyond our comprehension. Indeed, we truly do not know," echoed the other two in desperation. With a cold snort, Crankshaft dismissed their pleas, declaring them useless. At his command, the three captives were swiftly dismantled. Crankshaft tossed one of the Autobots' heads to Axe and looked up at the faint glow of the spacecraft's tail flames, uttering coldly, "They may not know, but surely someone does. We shall inquire with others." As the three turned to return to their previous position, they had barely begun to gather their spoils when a wave of information surged into their minds, instructing all warriors in Zone 1573 to provide immediate support to Zone 1987. The order was to be executed without delay. Crankshaft opened a three-dimensional map, observing 6 marked points, 3 already dimmed, 1 nearing the same fate, while a red light remained steady, indicating their location, and another flickered, signaling a call for help. Wrench remarked, "It's the second-tier warriors. These fellows watched us perish, and now they seek our aid in their moment of peril. Should we not disregard them?" Axe chimed in, "Indeed, brother, they merely wish to see us fall, so they can seize our possessions." Crankshaft let out a cold laugh. "Let us see just how desperate these individuals have become." The 3 Decepticons transformed into similarly modified SUVs and set off toward their target. It was then that Xiang Feiyu had the chance to assess the trio's condition. The vehicle's body, composed of various types of panels painted in different colors, was clearly a haphazard assembly. The internal components were equally disjointed, lacking any weapons or advanced equipment, rendering it little more than a moving refuse collector. After a brief journey, they arrived at their destination, which resembled a battle arena, albeit in a state of disrepair due to the ravages of war. Crankshaft and his companions shifted into their humanoid forms and climbed up the uneven terrain. Within the arena lay shattered debris and metal frameworks, while at the center, 4 battered Autobots were besieging 2 Decepticon warriors. Were these the bred Decepticon soldiers? The crankcase gazed at the imposing Decepticon warrior within, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, albeit with a more robust physique and considerable damage. Beside him, the short-handled Axe disdainfully spat, asserting that it was merely due to their status as original warriors that they constantly bullied others and seized their spoils. Original Decepticon? The crankcase pondered the enigmatic process by which Decepticons were bred. An original Decepticon and a clone appeared identical, both being mass-produced entities. Were they not all mere robotic clones? Yet, there was no time for such musings. When he noticed that the reinforcements consisted of his former subordinates, the beleaguered original crankcase momentarily froze, followed by a sinister grin. "You 3 pathetic beings, I command you in the name of the Decepticon leader to ensnare them immediately." Ha ha ha. I shall ensure your valiant efforts are recognized, though. Of course, upon your demise, the accolades and your possessions will become mine. The adversary was candid, yet the three Decepticons found themselves unable to resist. Constrained by the stringent hierarchical limitations implanted by Decepticon scientists, resistance was futile. The pry bar and short-handled axe displayed their reluctance, yet were compelled to provide support. Meanwhile, the original crankcase observed the 6 Autobots with an impassive demeanor, uttering not a word, before leaping from the crumbling eaves, transforming mid-air into a motorcycle, revving to maximum power. The engine's thunderous roar echoing throughout the square. The Autobots wore expressions of gravity, while the original crankcase wore a sly grin. With a sudden burst of energy, the motorcycle, now a whirlwind, approached the 6 Transformers. As the adversaries prepared to retaliate, the motorcycle morphed into a semi-human form, propelling himself skyward with hands planted on the ground. The Autobots understood that a collision would likely result in severe injury or death, prompting them to evade without hesitation. However, while 4 of them succeeded in dodging, the frenzied original crankcase, intoxicated by elation, soon found that the motorcycle was hurtling towards him with alarming proximity, transforming his joy into sheer terror. In that fleeting moment, he and his comrades' heads spun around, turning in an astonishing manner to face the rear. Upon landing, the semi-human form of the motorcycle left 2 headless corpses in its wake, casually discarding their heads at his feet. Addressing the incredulous Autobots, he proclaimed, "Spare your lives." The 4 Autobots, witnessing the brazen slaughter of their comrades, were overtaken by fury and scorn. Such indiscriminate killing was beneath their standards, and they resolved to surround the audacious Decepticon. Yet, the earlier exhilarating spectacle had caused them to forget the 2 lurking foes behind them. This oversight would cost them dearly, as a pair of thunderous impacts struck, severing the already damaged Autobots in half, leaving them to writhe momentarily before falling still. The battlefield's dynamics swiftly shifted to 3 against 2, but the betrayal of their comrades left the remaining 2 Autobots at a loss for what to do next. As the thought of an adversary lingered in their minds, a chilling voice echoed beside them, instilling fear. "You dare to divert your attention while battling me? Huh! You are already dead." No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2 individuals found themselves succumbing to an uncontrollable descent, their eyes gradually dimming. "Clear the battlefield. We shall return," commanded the crankcase. The 2 subordinates began disassembling components to transport the energy source back. 10 minutes later, the crowbar approached, inquiring, "What shall we do with these fellows, boss?" Meanwhile, the short-handled axe, who was hauling a small cart, pointed at the original crankcase and conveyed, "I suggest we annihilate them. Once revived, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance." The crankcase chuckled softly, "Bring them back. I require them to amass resources for us." Upon hearing their leader's words, a glimmer of realization crossed the crowbar's face. "You are absolutely right. This way, we can claim the entirety of their earnings." The short-handled axe nodded in agreement. "I also know the location of their secret warehouse." The crowbar smirked. "When they are revived, they will discover they have been rendered destitute. Just imagining their hatred towards us, knowing they're powerless, sends a thrill through me." Xiang Feiyu remained silent, simply urging, "Let us finish swiftly and depart from this place." Chapter 3. The choice following the mapped route etched in their memories, the 3 Decepticons returned to their base. Upon entering, they were met with several unfriendly gazes. Xiang Feiyu casually tossed a few energy blocks to the guards as he made his way inside, leaving them momentarily stunned. They pondered how the trio, once battered and struggling, could now exhibit such generosity. Yet, this was inconsequential, for the rules had been established, and there was no need to delve into matters that did not concern them. Upon reaching the military exchange hall, the crowbar flung a Transformer's head into the receptacle, inquiring, "How much is this worth?" The machine's soldier within, seemingly lethargic, glanced over but was taken aback upon recognizing the captain-level head before him. Instantly, disbelief washed over him as he began tallying the count. 3 captain-level, 16 grunts, totaling 460 military merits and 10 points. And various materials amounting to 860 points. Where do these points get allocated? The crowbar gestured towards Xiang Feiyu, stating, "To my elder brother." After the tally was completed, the 3 Decepticons departed amidst the envious stares of onlookers and proceeded directly to the maintenance center. The crowbar entered a repair room and emerged a few minutes later, declaring, "Brother, we have agreed on a 30-70 split, but we will cover the maintenance costs." Xiang Feiyu nodded. "No problem. Short-handled axe, lead us to their secret base. If others learn of it, they will surely beat us to it." The short-handled axe nodded affirmatively and sprinted ahead to guide them. Although the base's rank was not high, it was expansive, with numerous areas excavated by soldier leaders, serving as their personal sanctuaries. The fearsome squad also has a presence near an energy conduit, where they occasionally pilfer some energy for sustenance. This is precisely why the original Decepticons seek to eradicate their trio, not far from their location. The short-handled axe violently dismantled a makeshift door, revealing a dimly lit space cluttered with various components and crates. "Wow, energy blocks! How many boxes are there? And brand new parts!" exclaimed the eldest brother. "Look, there's an energy hand cannon. Ha! And a holographic projector too. They certainly know how to indulge themselves." The value of these items and military merit points is substantial, perhaps enough to allow us to upgrade our parts and systems. Xiang Feiyu rummaged through the contents, discovering a plethora of ordinary goods. Let us transport these directly to the repair department for conversion into points. Having so much here is far too precarious. The other two Decepticons concurred, promptly packing everything, including the energy blocks from their small base, and delivering it all to the maintenance area. Upon returning to the repair zone, the trio gazed in awe at the dazzling array of parts, armor, crowbars, and short-handled axes, nearly salivating at the sight. The crowbar stuttered nervously, "Brother, should we not exchange for a new set of equipment?" A mechanical soldier approached, coldly stating, "There's quite a bit to consider, including the points from those fellows. How about I trade you a set of titanium alloy parts and armor?" Upon hearing this, Crowbar's face flushed with indignation. "What a joke! With so many valuable items, you offer us 3 sets of rubbish? I've calculated it. We have enough to exchange for a complete set of pure titanium alloy parts and armor." The mechanical soldier glanced at Crowbar and replied, "Have you not been back for a long time? That was the previous market price. The current value is what it is. Take it or leave it." Before Crowbar could protest further, Xiang Feiyu interjected, "Give each of my brothers a set, and save all the rest for me." Brother you?" Crowbar was perplexed, as decisions were always made by the eldest, leaving him powerless. The mechanical soldier nodded, "Very well. Come along, and I shall also repair your equipment." After some time, the first to finish repairs was seen fiddling with his energy hand cannon, which had been somewhat damaged and, due to its high energy consumption, had been left unrepaired. However, for the 3 of them, it posed no issue, being near the energy conduit. After completing their bodily enhancements, the trio returned to their small quarters. The first to enter was the short-handled axe, who leaped into his little den fashioned from scrap metal and alloys, burrowing around like a beast adjusting its stance in its lair. Crowbar positioned himself at the entrance, maintaining a vigilant watch, while Xiang Feiyu settled deep within, adjacent to the energy conduit, gathering the excess energy to fashion into energy blocks. Loading the repaired energy hand cannon with 3 energy blocks, he aimed at a nearby target and unleashed a barrage of fire. The titanium alloy target merely sustained a slight indentation, revealing the hand cannon's lackluster power. Moreover, the 3 low-level energy blocks can only be utilized for 90 shots. Although it is possible to connect to one's own spark core via conduits, the spark itself can accommodate merely 20 low-level energy blocks. This is precisely why low-level warriors lack energy weapons. They simply cannot afford them, not to mention the energy-intensive transformations that further exacerbate the situation. The next day, Xiang Feiyu arrived at the mission hall with his team, only to be greeted by a familiar figure glaring at him with palpable animosity. The original crankshaft case and his squad had managed to reassemble the unfortunate souls overnight with astonishing speed. Xiang Feiyu, with a cold smirk, chose to ignore him and proceeded to the mission hall to accept the task, leaving without a backward glance, armed with a crowbar and a short-handled axe. In the following days, Xiang Feiyu's terror squad amassed an ever-growing bounty, even returning with the head of an Autobot warrior. As the doors of the mission hall swung open, the crowbar and short-handled axe strutted in, casting aside their spoils. The number of Autobot scraps was dwindling. The mechanical soldier, overseeing the task handover, remarked, "Have you not noticed the incessant launches of satellites and aircraft? They have all fled." Upon this statement, a thought struck the mechanical sentinel. "If you find this place unsuitable, I suggest you venture to the high-level zone where countless Autobots await your slaughter. With that, he handed Xiang Feiyu an electronic map. Upon examining the map, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow at the sight of Iron Fortress. Hearing his words, the crowbar immediately shot a furious glare at the Sentinel. Do you wish for us to walk to our doom? Everyone knows Iron Fortress is akin to a frying pan, where all manner of beings converge. The cannon fodder perish daily in droves. It can only be said that the Autobots and Decepticons are certainly on a temporary truce. Furthermore, that place was home to the elites from both factions, including their respective battle heroes. They were merely a group of cannon fodder. Not only would they be unable to claim any glory, but even the mightiest warriors standing their ground might not be able to withstand their assaults. Boss, do not heed his folly. If we go there, it will be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. The crowbar attempted to protest further, but Xiang Feiyu raised a hand to silence him. Give him the items. We shall take our leave. Upon returning home, Xiang Feiyu gazed at the luminous orb in his hand. This was not merely a lamp. It was an artifact harnessed through the cultivation techniques of his previous life, circulating through his body's conduits and subsequently entering the spark. It transformed into another form of intangible energy, one that he could wield to inflict damage upon his enemies. However, the low-tier energy available here was utterly insufficient for such devouring cultivation. He must leave to seek greener pastures in more advanced realms, he mused. Chapter 4. As the leader, what are you doing here? Who invited you? You're not welcome. Just as Xiang Feiyu pondered his future, the voice of the crowbar echoed, indicating the arrival of unwelcome visitors. There had been previous encounters, all of which had been swiftly dismissed. Moreover, the crowbar had not possessed such a temper before. As the figures outside beheld the silhouette of Xiang Feiyu emerging from the shadows, his eyes emanated an aura of unyielding authority that compelled those nearby to instinctively retreat. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand, tossing the energy cannon to the crowbar, and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" The others, visibly intimidated, were acutely aware that the formidable figure before them had claimed the lives of no fewer than 100 Autobots, not to mention the Decepticon warriors who had perished at his hands. Finally, the previously slain native crankcase stepped forward, stammering, We wish to ally with you, to recognize you as our leader." The others nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. From now on, you shall be our chief, guiding us in the hunt for Autobots." Xiang Feiyu surveyed them, his voice icy as he replied, "I regret to disappoint you all, but we shall not linger here for long. We are bound for Iron Fortress. You would do well to seek out other allies." With that, he turned to leave. However, upon hearing his words, the expressions of the Decepticons before him varied widely. Some were incredulous, others were filled with an eager longing for the metropolis, while some appeared bewildered, and others wore expressions of suppressed glee. In short, the countenances of these dozen or so individuals reflected a tapestry of human emotions. After a moment of hesitation, a determined native Decepticon called out, "Wait, please take us with you." This proclamation left several of the lesser Decepticons momentarily stunned, and even Crowbar and Short Axe were taken aback. Xiang Feiyu halted in his tracks, questioning, "Are you certain?" The native Decepticon replied resolutely, "I have lived here for 600 years, dying, resurrecting, dying again, and reviving in this endless cycle. I have had enough. I yearn for the city of leaders. Perhaps there I can forge a new destiny." Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "There, death is even more common, and often, no one is left to collect your remains." The native Decepticon merely shrugged, indifferent. "I have died enough times for this land. Now, I wish to die for myself." At this, Xiang Feiyu let out a cold laugh and recounted a grim joke. "Have you heard the one about the realm of the dead? The spirit guide Meng Pa, tasked with serving the deceased, one day lamented to her superior, King Yin, about the monotony of her existence on a solitary bridge, beseeching him to grant her a chance for reincarnation. Sympathetic to her plight, King Yin consented. As Meng Pa drank the potion to forget her past, he remarked, 'The blessings you cultivated in your previous life have granted you the position of Meng Pa. In this life, you shall serve in the underworld.' Overjoyed at the prospect of avoiding rebirth and instead holding a position of some authority, the amnesiac Meng Pa readily accepted. After sharing this chilling tale, Xiang Feiyu cast a glance at the assembled group. "Think it over carefully. Tomorrow, if anyone is still willing to accompany me, wait for me at the entrance to the mission hall." The following day, upon arriving at the mission hall, Xiang Feiyu approached the mechanical guard and stated, "I wish to go to Iron Fortress." The mechanical guard, initially anticipating another uneventful day, was taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Xiang Feiyu rapped on the metal table, insisting, "Let's expedite the relocation process. We shall depart today." "Are you sure?" "Very well, give me a moment." "You three brothers are coming along, correct?" The mechanical soldier joyfully inquired, understanding that transporting troops to the main city was indeed a significant achievement, akin to a windfall. Xiang Feiyu turned to gaze at the gang of Decepticons loitering by the entrance. The mechanical guardian's initial excitement swiftly waned upon realizing that these were the primary combatants of the camp. Could he truly take them away? Xiang Feiyu crossed his arms, clarifying, "It is not I who wish to take them. It is they who desire to accompany me." With that, he addressed the Decepticons at the doorway, "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart this afternoon." Upon hearing his words, all the Decepticons eager to follow sprang into action. Despite their own impoverished circumstances, every being shares a similar mindset. Each household possesses its own belongings, and addressing them promptly could yield additional military merits or energy cores. In the afternoon, a convoy of 28 vehicles traversed the ash-laden wilderness. The direction of the howling wind heralded fair weather, and boundless desire fueled their pursuit. Their beloved leader blared heavy metal music from the vehicles, and the others transformed their earlier fear and trepidation into exhilaration. Having completed the relocation procedures, they had no choice but to advance. "Brother, the Iron Fortress is the most perilous battlefield. Are we truly going to venture there? We are born for war. We fight for war. Death is our destiny and our rebirth." At Xiang Feiyu's words, the Decepticons fell into a contemplative silence, the heavy metal music gradually fading. They understood the truth in his statement. The Decepticons were created from incubation chambers to expend their lives on the battlefield. Though the Iron Fortress was a veritable meat grinder, it also produced warriors who emerged victorious. Previously, their hesitation stemmed from fear of death, but with someone to lead them, they transformed into gamblers, ready to become the fortunate ones of the battlefield. Just then, 5 aerial soldiers materialized overhead, accompanied by a communication request. "Please report your identification numbers, or face an attack from the Decepticon Flight Squadron." I instructed the pry bar behind me, "Respond to them." The pry bar promptly transmitted a message. "We are the reinforcements dispatched from Sector F-154 to the Iron Fortress, requesting guidance." Upon receiving this, the aerial soldiers executed a wide arc in the air before transforming and landing. "Ah, reinforcements," one remarked with a chuckle. However, they noted that the surrounding outposts had been sparse in providing support, leading them to believe they had all been overrun by the Autobots. In the presence of these 5 elite aerial mechanical soldiers, the others could not suppress their avarice. If even these seemingly inferior aerial soldiers could achieve elite status near the Iron Fortress, surely they had the potential to do the same. Another mechanical soldier proposed, "Would you be interested in joining our ranks? You will engage in combat below, while we provide you with fire support, and we can split the military merits evenly." The others transformed into humanoid forms, embodying their strongest postures as they regarded the 5 mechanical soldiers. Among them, even the Decepticons sought to curry favor with others, while the crowbar behind them seethed with indignation at these fickle allies. Should we not teach them a lesson, those scoundrels? Xiang Feiyu remained silent, merely shifting gears and continuing forward. A few mechanical soldiers cast a disdainful glance before redirecting their attention to the expendables ahead. Through the rearview mirror, the crowbar noticed that only 9 remained and felt a sense of injustice. How dare they betray us so swiftly after we brought them along? Had I known, I would never have taken them out. The original crankcase accelerated to my side, transmitting a message. Upon opening it, Xiang Feiyu discovered over 3,500 military merits. "Boss, before we set off, I collected 70% of their assets and transferred it all to you." Chapter 5. Mission. Xiang Feiyu observed a Decepticon of the same model as himself, but larger in size. "You're quite impressive. Stay close to me." As for whether he was embezzling or the extent of the other's wealth, Xiang Feiyu did not inquire, as it was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, the Decepticons were inherently warlike and arrogant, selfish to the core. It was inconceivable for this individual to be altruistic unless he were a transformer in disguise. Receiving these military merits, Xiang Feiyu was nearing 10,000, sufficient to acquire a higher tier body. With memories from the Transformers film, New ideas began to form in his mind. As he advanced, distant explosions echoed, and countless aircraft were seen engaging in aerial combat on the horizon. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, many Decepticons faltered. In comparison, their previous base felt like a primitive battle between savages and beasts. Xiang Feiyu transformed and gazed upon the fiery battlefield, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This was his rightful place, his true existence. Newcomers advanced to Zone 3. Even before his arrival, the voice resonated. Without understanding the situation, everyone received a text message, followed by the transformation of an F-4 jet fighter descending. A Decepticon, towering above even the original crankcase, stood before them, pointing toward a distant building. Lightning? Observing this arrogant figure, Xiang Feiyu noted the occasional stuttering motions, indicating a clone body. Yet, this was not his concern. It was better to focus on the unfolding battle ahead. It must be said, the Decepticons, born for war, operated with remarkable efficiency. There was no room for idle chatter. We merely sent out support information, and Lightning promptly registered it, allowing us to plunge into combat. However, such scenarios were likely commonplace, as expendables like us were merely fodder for attrition. The outskirts of this iron fortress seemed to be our ultimate fate. Crossing into the city was an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, the others looked toward me, and Lightning switched to his arm cannon, as if to suggest we would be treated as deserters if we hesitated. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand. "Let us go." The body transformed into a vehicle, speeding toward the battlefield. A group of over a dozen Autobots stood guard around a metallic edifice, surrounded by a multitude of Decepticon warriors accompanied by their minions, launching an assault. Upon entering the fray, Xiang Feiyu observed a flash of lightning dart away and promptly took refuge behind a nearby barrier to assess the situation. The defenders, though few in number, were equipped with superior weaponry. Some could be seen carrying energy packs to provide support. In stark contrast, the attackers faced dire straits, as the Decepticons recklessly charged forward without regard for casualties. The worst fate, however, fell upon their own ranks, for aside from a handful possessing energy weapons, the rest wielded only metallic arm blades, rendering their advance a certain death sentence. Xiang Feiyu addressed the crowbar, instructing it to seek out some energy weapons. Otherwise, they would have no means to retaliate. After a few minutes, the crowbar returned, dejected, having found only a few damaged items and some mid-tier energy blocks. The native crankshaft, clutching a titanium alloy car door, approached with trepidation, exclaiming, "Boss, their firepower is too overwhelming. Our fragile forms cannot withstand even a single shot." Just then, a ruffian, who had just peeked out from behind cover, was abruptly decapitated by a shell, underscoring the perilous nature of their situation. "We cannot delay any longer. If the attacking forces suffer significant losses and retreat, our fate will surely be grim, perhaps even leading to our execution as scapegoats," Xiang Feiyu declared, turning to the crowbar. "I will lead the charge. You all follow closely behind." The native crankshaft shook its head awkwardly. "Boss, we lack your formidable combat prowess. Venturing forth would be tantamount to signing our death warrants." Xiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. "Thus, a change in strategy is imperative." With that, he produced the mid-tier energy blocks previously gathered by the crowbar. Typically stable, these energy blocks could transform into grenades if subjected to external stimuli. The others exchanged glances. They understood the principle, yet the explosive power of such energy blocks was relatively modest and lacked significant lethality. To put it plainly, employing this method felt somewhat wasteful and counterproductive. However, considering their current predicament, armed solely with melee energy weapons, foregoing this option would indeed equate to walking into certain doom. Faced with the choice between death and the waste of energy blocks, even a fool would not make the wrong decision. With this in mind, Xiang Feiyu harnessed the energy within himself to counterbalance that of the energy block, swiftly transforming its hue from blue to red. He then hurled it forth. After 7 seconds of flight, the red energy block detonated. Its power was moderate, yet the crimson smoke enveloped an expansive area. In that instant, he leaped from behind cover, transforming into a motorcycle and charging ahead. He deftly maneuvered around obstacles while evading the various assaults from the Autobots. Even in midair, his vehicle form shifted seamlessly into a humanoid or semi-humanoid shape to evade energy weapon fire. As a Decepticon charged forward, he focused their firepower to eliminate it. The enemies within the building yelled in fury at their comrades. However, despite the barrage of a dozen firearms, they could not fell the agile Decepticon ruffian. With the captivating allure of Xiang Feiyu, the firepower from other directions diminished, allowing the crowbar-wielding allies to charge forward. Although their tactics proved effective, the fellow Decepticons stood in stunned silence, recognizing that these inept comrades were merely marching to their doom. As for providing support, well, that was best left unconsidered. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Decepticon comrades resumed their methodical assault, quickening their pace due to the diminished firepower of the Autobots. Disregarding the low-tier Decepticon scoundrel, their priority was to contain the enemy's advancing forces. An Autobot squad leader, unable to eliminate the adversary, redirected his efforts towards the more formidable Decepticons, dispatching a couple of his comrades to deal with the ruffian. Unimpeded, Xiang Feiyu dashed towards the building, executing a swift maneuver to enter through the entrance. Meanwhile, the reinforcements led by the crowbar did not follow suit, but instead hurled energy block grenades through the windows. The ensuing explosions reverberated loudly. Though the relatively minor blasts caused minimal harm, their insult was profound. The smoke generated obscured the Autobots' vision, and the shockwaves compromised their cover. The scope of the attack expanded, granting the Decepticons outside greater ease in eliminating the Autobots within. At that moment, the Autobots were oblivious to the trouble these inept comrades were causing them. Nor did they realize that the two Autobots dispatched to eliminate the intruders had already met with grim fates, their heads sent tumbling aside like mere playthings. Xiang Feiyu casually discarded the last Autobot corpse, deeming it trash. Glancing at the titanium knife in his hand, he smirked coldly. The hunt was on. At this juncture, he surged forward, swiftly rounding a corner and darting into a room. The occupants, taken aback by his sudden appearance, were momentarily frozen. In that fleeting instant, a flash of cold steel swept through, severing the heads of 3 Autobots. Chapter 6. Lightning after a minute, a familiar head cautiously emerged. It was the anxious crowbar. Xiang Feiyu pulled him up, gathering weapons and preparing for battle. Spotting an intact hand cannon on the ground, the crowbar excitedly picked it up, examining it with delight. It was worth far more than the worthless piece he had been wielding. Armed, he felt emboldened, and as others joined them, they all set forth towards the staircase. Bang! 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 The crowbar unleashed several energy projectiles forward, sending debris flying from the walls. Exhilarating, simply exhilarating. Xiang Feiyu paid little heed to this, opting instead to sprint up the staircase to the 4th floor, where the firepower was most intense and visibility the clearest. As an Autobot emerged from a room, preparing to descend the stairs, a shadow flashed past the corner. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he staggered backward, slowly collapsing. I swiftly caught the hand cannon that nearly slipped from his grasp, aiming at another Autobot who was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, his cannon glowing with blue light. The moment that blue light erupted, the Autobot lost consciousness. Armed with 2 hand cannons, Xiang Feiyu swiftly locked onto his target, ready to unleash a barrage of energy-infused projectiles at any Autobot that dared to show its head. Decepticons attack. Xiang Feiyu's furious roar echoed throughout the building, plunging it into chaos. The Autobots recognized the urgency of the situation and quickly dispatched several formidable warriors to eliminate this intruder. Yet, they could not fathom how such a seemingly insignificant being possessed such formidable combat prowess. One Autobot swung his fist towards Xiang Feiyu's face, a blow that could undoubtedly shatter skulls if it connected. However, the Autobot found himself frozen in disbelief as his target vanished into thin air. In that instant, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a lethal claw burst forth from his back. Following that, the claw retracted, pulling out his spark, a grim reminder of underestimating one's opponent. Xiang Feiyu pushed aside the now-dazed Autobot, his gaze falling upon the remaining, somewhat apprehensive warriors. A mocking smile crept across his lips. You still have time to retreat. Delay further, and none of you will escape. The Autobots exchanged glances, realizing that the battle below was nearing its end. If they did not leave now, they would be trapped and annihilated. They yearned for vengeance for their fallen comrades. But the urgent footsteps ascending from below made it clear that the Decepticons were already on the 2nd floor. If they hesitated any longer, there would be no escape. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind, prompting all team members to retreat immediately. The confronting Autobots exhaled in relief, cautiously backing away, wary of a sudden ambush from Xiang Feiyu. Yet, he made no move to stop them, allowing their escape. As they leapt from the windows, Crowbar and others followed suit. "Boss, are they getting away?" A wicked grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. "Quickly, secure the area and gather anything useful for our retreat." The Decepticons were not merciful. They excelled in exploiting and seizing from their enemies, and even from their own kind. Thus, many Decepticons swiftly consumed their military achievements and spoils rather than hoarding them for future use. Crowbar nodded, leading his team into the room to search. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged with an excited expression, laden with various treasures. "Boss, there's so many good things here, but we can only take these." Xiang Feiyu barely glanced at him. "Let us go." After the other Decepticons eradicated the resistance on the first 3 floors, as they ascended to the 4th, Xiang Feiyu was the last to leap from the building. Upon landing, he transformed into an SUV and sped away. They arrived at a concealed ruin, where Short Axe and 2 others stood guard. The remaining Decepticons, led by the original Crankcase, gazed greedily at the vast bounty before them, prized possessions they had once only dared to dream of. The value of the loot before them could rival the wealth of their entire outpost. The Crowbar exclaimed with excitement. 6 crates of super energy blocks, 12 standard energy hand cannons, 3 crates of explosive grenades, and 4 barrels of motor oil. Damn it, who brought this worthless motor oil? 10 heads of intermediate Autobots and their sparks. Wow, who brought this? A heavy machine cannon, though it only has 90 rounds. Aside from these, Xiang Feiyu glanced at his military achievements. An impressive 7,500 points, and that was merely the reward for exterminating Autobots, not including the accolades for breaching enemy fortifications upon returning to base. The Crowbar looked at Xiang Feiyu and asked, "How shall we divide these?" The others also wore expressions of eager anticipation, well aware that without him, they were nothing. Yet human greed prevailed. Since they had participated, they believed they deserved their share rather than considering what was of no use to them. Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu declared, "Each person shall receive 1 weapon for grenades, 10 energy stones, and a full tank of motor oil. As for the rest, I believe it is unnecessary to distribute." Although some Decepticons were dissatisfied with this arrangement, there was little they could do. They desired the spoils, but even more so, they craved military merit. Nonetheless, these rewards were substantial, especially given the previous base's circumstances. It was impossible to share such a bounty among them all. At that moment, a message arrived. "Where are you?" Xiang Feiyu looked through a gap in the building to see a jet fighter hovering in the sky like lightning. He made his way to the rooftop and waved at the lightning, only to see it dive directly towards the building he occupied. The aircraft then tilted its nose upward and soared into the sky before descending once more, transforming into a 7-meter-tall, giant robot midair. "I never expected you all to survive. And Lightning, I see you too. Your combat prowess is remarkable. The entire assault was thanks to your efforts." As he spoke, he scanned the unassuming figure before him. 3,000 military points have been allocated to you. I recommend you enhance this fragile form. Simultaneously, he scanned the others and distributed rewards, but upon reviewing the results, he was taken aback. 2 members from the Fear team? How peculiar. Currently, Xiang Feiyu's squad comprised 9 Decepticons, including 2 from the Fear team, while the remaining were ordinary Decepticons. However, the other Fear team was clearly stronger than the one led by Xiang Feiyu, yet they could only stand behind him. After distributing the rewards, Lightning paid no heed to the spoils in their hands and instead issued a new coordinate. "This is a stronghold at the perimeter of Iron Fortress. Report there for future maintenance and other tasks." With that, he leaped from the building, transforming mid-air, his thrusters propelling him with immense force, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 7. The provocateur's demise. Xiang Feiyu noted that the coordinates were not far from their current location and called for everyone to proceed to the new gathering point. Upon nearing the destination, they received several identity confirmation messages. After responding, they were directed through 3 passageways. The most recent location resembles a park, and upon arrival, I was taken aback by the vibrant spectacle before me. Previously, the base housed merely around 200 Decepticons and a little over 100 Autobots. Yet here, I could visually estimate there to be over 1,000 Decepticons, not to mention the figures moving amidst the surrounding buildings. Upon entering, I discovered a bustling scene filled with various activities. Some were setting up stalls, others were resting or dancing, while a few shared a barrel of lubricant, and some were engaged in heated brawls. The atmosphere was undeniably lively. The others appeared dazzled by the sights, while Crowbar stood nearby, feeling a twinge of envy and yearning to join in the revelry, although he recognized that attending to his own repairs was of utmost importance. Typically, there are two circumstances necessitating maintenance. One involves injuries sustained in battle, requiring part replacements and a fresh coat of paint, while the other demands sufficient military accolades and materials for upgrades. In either case, one would generally avoid service stations. However, exceptions exist. For instance, a transformer may forego repairs after sustaining damage and instead await natural recovery, or utilize energy to force bodily repairs. Another method involves harnessing advanced and enigmatic energy for uncontrollable repairs, which can restore physical integrity, enhance fusion compatibility, or elevate spark levels. My brother, I believe we should first enhance our bodies, suggested Crowbar, echoing the sentiments of others. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams may arise. They all possessed a considerable amount of military accolades and materials, making it entirely feasible to undergo an upgrade here. Failing to act promptly might result in their wealth being seized by other Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu understood their thoughts and glanced at the signs in the distance. The mission hall to the left and the maintenance department to the right. Let us head to the maintenance department first. In the waiting area of the maintenance department, Xiang Feiyu quietly remained after ushering the 8 of them inside, patiently awaiting their return. This time, he opted not to undergo an upgrade, as the data indicated that the enhancements included titanium alloy armor and other mid-tier Decepticon warrior upgrades. Weapon mounting systems, improved armor defense, increased mobility, enhanced engine output, expanded brain capacity, and a rise in spark energy reserves. Xiang Feiyu discerned that these enhancements held little relevance for him, particularly concerning firearms. Whether upgraded or not, a single shot would still result in the same fate. In his perspective, the benefits of these upgrades seemed to lie primarily in hand-to-hand combat, where a fair exchange of blows could provide an advantage. However, he was not one to engage in one-on-one battles. Moreover, he had specific goals and needed to amass a substantial amount of military accolades, making it unnecessary to squander them in this manner. As the moments of waiting dragged on, with the others engrossed in their enhancements, Xiang Feiyu found himself seated cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the energy emitted from his spark and the transformations it wrought within him. Notably, this energy, akin to inner strength, coursed through the energy pathways, bringing unexpected enhancements to various areas with each passage. As Xiang Feiyu immersed himself in his own world, a surge of energy emanating from his being began to imprint the surroundings. Solid objects, humanoid Decepticons, beast-like Decepticons, many Autobots, and even glimpses of a few sneaky figures scouring the market for hidden treasures. Suddenly, the door swung open, and several construction Decepticons strode in. "Ha ha ha! I personally crushed an Autobot's head," exclaimed one of the smaller construction Decepticons. "Boss is truly formidable. There are few who can crush an Autobot's head in this base. Indeed, the boss is the strongest." Another chimed in. "Absolutely right," boomed the larger construction Decepticon. "This time, I shall switch to a golden shovel and aim to smash Optimus Prime's head in one blow." Just then, one of the smaller Decepticons remarked, "Boss, that little brat looks rather peculiar, just sitting there quietly. Could he be begging?" The construction Decepticon cast a disdainful glance at me and swaggered over. "You little punk, aren't you going to greet me?" Yet his words seemed to resonate with a statue, as I remained utterly unmoved. This provoked the irate Decepticon, who lunged at me, only to find his mechanical hand grasping at nothing. How could he miss when I was so close and utterly still? Feeling humiliated in front of his subordinates, his fury escalated, and he attempted a simultaneous assault with both arms, determined to eliminate the source of his embarrassment. However, just as he made his move, I, resembling a statue, suddenly opened my eyes. My cold, purple-tinged mechanical gaze bore into him, akin to the stare of death itself. In that moment of distraction, I flickered and vanished before him. His mind, filled with violent destruction, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, while his anxious lackey urged, "Boss, look out! Behind you!" Perplexed by the warning, he turned around, only to find that his neck moved with an unusual ease today, and his vision began to dim, creating phantoms in his sight. It appeared as though the little pest that had just vanished now stood behind him. A colossal form crashed down, and I, Xiang Feiyu, stood atop him, effortlessly tossing his severed head in my hand, coldly surveying the dozen or so Decepticon thugs before me. Does anyone have any objections? Oh no. The group of Decepticon thugs, terrified by my brutal display, began to retreat in disarray, stumbling over one another. We have none. He killed the boss, run. Quick, run. The Decepticon thugs, thoroughly frightened, scrambled out in a panic. Just then, a squad of mechanical guards approached, weapons at the ready. Who is causing a disturbance here? What is happening? The mechanical sentinels are bewildered. There were at least a dozen just moments ago, and now only one remains. As for the bodies on the ground, they certainly do not count. This is not a civilized society governed by laws, but rather the dominion of the powerful, the Decepticon base. Without witnesses, one cannot claim there was a battle. Xiang Feiyu descended from the corpse of the besieged Decepticon, tossing the head before the mechanical soldier, requesting, "Please exchange this for military merit." Thank you. Such audacity, such blatant disregard for the law, such unrestrained behavior. Indeed, this is the Decepticon way. No problem. Please wait. I will transfer it to you directly, replied the mechanical sentinel, nodding as he led his companions to remove the bodies from the hall. Chapter 8. Dangerous mission. The hall fell into silence once more. At this very moment, within the Iron Fortress, the Decepticon stronghold, the disheveled yet smiling leader of the aerial Decepticon squad, Starscream, spoke to a slender Decepticon named Soundwave. Our laboratory has been destroyed by the Autobots, and our dear Lord Shockwave is besieged by several Autobots. To allow us to retreat with the data, he chose to hold the line and has yet to return. As you can imagine, gazing at the tearful Starscream, Soundwave remained unconvinced. However, given the current circumstances and the absence of Lord Megatron, he felt he had no authority to interfere with this cunning and treacherous individual. You must understand the consequences of abandoning Lord Shockwave, and more importantly, the grave error of losing the data disk. This is a matter you must resolve on your own. Upon hearing Soundwave's words, Starscream rubbed his hands together in a conciliatory manner. Rest assured, I shall lead a team of elite warriors to the laboratory to retrieve the data. With that, Soundwave ceased his discourse, instead fixating on the large screen before him, attempting to ascertain the precise location of their leader. Behind him, Starscream wore a sly grin, but solemnly commanded his aerial squadron to dispatch a formidable team of Decepticon warriors to the laboratory, determined to retrieve the data disk at all costs. Before a response could be received, the display suddenly illuminated with a set of information. Upon translating the message, Soundwave was astonished to discover it was a communication from their leader, Megatron, instructing them to convene at location SDQ 1579 aboard the flagship, the Nemesis. As a loyal supporter of Megatron, Soundwave immediately turned to Starscream, stating, "Summon the aerial squadron, prepare the combat machines." Starscream hesitated for a moment. Yet in the current Decepticon hierarchy, every word from Megatron was tantamount to a decree. Should he refuse the command, his own aerial squadron would bypass him to follow orders directly. Starscream understood that this command was likely Megatron's way of preventing him from causing any discontent on Cybertron, thus sending Soundwave to accompany him on this mission. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He could only gather his forces for the impending action. On the other side, the 8 advanced Decepticons, filled with excitement, returned before Xiang Feiyu. The short-handed axe waved before him, occasionally flaunting its head. Xiang Feiyu, feeling exasperated, tapped his forehead. For the next few days, he would engage in some hunting tasks to acclimate to the synergy of the machine, and then they would embark on their journey once more. Just as he finished speaking, a communication from Lightning arrived, causing Xiang Feiyu to furrow his brow. "Captain Lightning, what are your orders?" Lightning coldly replied, "Immediately lead your team to Area 1542 to recover the scientist's data chip." "Data chip? Us?" Xiang Feiyu was taken aback, as such highly classified data chips were typically inaccessible to someone of his rank according to standard protocol. Moreover, how could he possibly undertake such a task so soon after his arrival? There was only one explanation. This mission was a conspiracy. As for his connection to it, he could only conclude that he was but a mere pawn in the Decepticon ranks, unfortunate enough to be selected. Lightning continued. I will dispatch a team to assist you. But before he could finish, the line went dead without any context. Xiang Feiyu glanced at his comrades, who shared his bewilderment. It appeared that the information had been sent simultaneously, meaning the task had been cast upon them without further guidance. Not even a commanding officer to lead. They were not fools. They understood that such high-stakes missions were typically reserved for seasoned warriors, and they, being fresh recruits, were mere fodder, incapable of making even a ripple in the face of such a challenge. Each individual had come here hoping to elevate their abilities, and indeed, they had improved, achieving unprecedented strength on their very first day at the subbase. Yet, before they could revel in their newfound power, they were unexpectedly burdened with a life-threatening task. With a grim expression, Crowbar asked, "What should we do next, big brother?" The others turned to Xiang Feiyu. He contemplated silently. Just as the voice of the hall's intercom echoed, Team 3, Crowbar, Short-Handed Axe, please report to the task hall to receive your mission. Team 4, Short-Handed Axe, Crowbar, proceed to the task hall to collect your assignment. Roundball, Screwdriver, Cologne, please gather at the task hall. Listening to the announcement, Crowbar clicked his tongue, pondering the number of individuals involved. Over 100? 200? Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, urging, "Let us go. It's time to depart." Upon arriving at the hall, they were astounded by the sight before them. Goodness, how many people are there? The entire hall was nearly filled with Decepticon warriors of various models, including those rare, mechanized soldiers. Beside them, Cologne pointed to the numbers displayed on the mission panel, 235, 236. Just then, one of the armored Decepticon warriors declared, "I am Mantis Blade, and I will be commanding this mission. Does anyone have any objections?" As he spoke, his mechanical hand transformed, revealing a hand cannon equipped with 2 miniature missiles, conveying a clear message that dissent would not be tolerated. However, one must consider the identity of this battalion. The Decepticons have never feared anyone, as they boldly step forth with a dozen warriors of varying sizes. I refuse to yield. It goes without saying. A multitude of dissenters joined the fray, with energy bolts and fragments flying in every direction, causing a substantial retreat among the Decepticons. Time passed, and eventually the battle concluded, leading a fresh wave of Decepticons back into the fray, only to find the area meticulously cleared by mechanical soldiers. The previous contenders for command, unaware of what resolution had transpired, immediately began to allocate personnel upon the arrival of the others. Without further ado, the distribution was completed, and the expedition commenced. As the convoy advanced, a series of engineering vehicles approached Xiang Feiyu's side. "Boss, let us join you. We pledge our allegiance to you." This individual was familiar to Xiang Feiyu, having previously followed that engineer's gang until they were driven away by Xiang Feiyu's ruthless methods. Yet, surprisingly, they dared to approach again. "If you wish to join me, so be it." Xiang Feiyu was indifferent. With or without them, survival was assured. As for their ultimate fate, he felt no obligation to know. Battle drives us to madness. Madness empowers us. Strength enables us to conquer all. Come fort, Decepticons. Perish, Autobot wretches, with your shattered bodies. Forge the future of the Decepticons. We are the spark that ignites war, the destroyers of construction, the masters of the cosmos. We are the Decepticons. Long live the Decepticons. The metallic resonance intertwined with the roars of the Decepticon warriors, creating a unique fervor. Under the protection of the Air Force, the convoy traveled for a day and night, finally halting at the edge of another city's ruins. All Decepticons transformed into humanoid forms, brandishing hand cannons and lasers to secure and scout the interior of the city. Chapter 9. Division split into 3 groups and advanced toward the target point, commanded a self-appointed Decepticon commander to his subordinates. However, this squad, consisting of more than 20, heeded only Xiang Feiyu's orders. Many glanced at him, but Xiang Feiyu made no objections, simply gesturing in a certain direction. Ruins, endless ruins, where the occasional sight of corpses and the remnants of large machinery could still be discerned. Xiang Feiyu reached down to examine a decayed corpse, pulling out a spark. The head remained but a half, while the shoulder armor faintly displayed the Decepticon emblem. Observing the colossal structures in his own form, one could not help but acknowledge the vast and enigmatic nature of the universe, expanding his perspective. Spread out, remain vigilant for ambush. Although I held overall control of the team, dissenters persisted. One engineer among them incredulously rebutted, "In this eerie silence, Where could the enemy possibly be? Before he could finish his sentence, a gaping hole the size of a door appeared in his chest. The unfortunate soul stared in disbelief at his injury. Yet. Before he could complete his thought, the light in his eyes faded, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiang Feiyu smirked slightly. Enemy attack. Seek cover and retaliate. None are fools. Upon witnessing a comrade struck down in a single blow, they immediately sought refuge behind cover, unleashing a hail of fire toward the direction of the blue light. This ignited a response akin to a lit firecracker, prompting the surrounding Autobots to retaliate. We require reinforcements, an anxious Decepticon engineer exclaimed. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the nearby explosions and the cacophony of gunfire, realizing that the dilemma here could only be resolved by themselves. Crowbar, hatchet, shovel, scythe beast, and blades follow me. The crankcase and hydraulic press will stay here to draw fire. He pivoted to another direction, noting the absence of attacks, and spoke directly. The Decepticons he named complied and departed, while the others continued to engage in battle. After a brief distance, it was peculiar that the other direction remained unscathed. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. Something unusual was afoot. He scrutinized the building that had launched the attack. Charge! Without further delay, he dashed toward the cover. Upon reaching the ground level, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Bodies littered the area, both Autobots and Decepticons, their commonality being the rust that marred their frames, rendering their internal components useless. Strangely, upon reaching the ground floor, they faced no assault. The fire from above continued to rain down on their previous position. Xiang Feiyu, frowning, urged his comrades to investigate the upper levels. The inexperienced group disregarded caution and charged inside, firing energy blasts at the foes outside, seemingly oblivious to the attacks from behind, fixated only on their forward assault. Xiang Feiyu observed these expendable warriors wreaking havoc without participating himself, instead focusing on the sniper position above. He reached out and began his ascent. As he climbed, enemy fire erupted, but upon reaching the rooftop, he beheld the Autobots unleashing their firepower. These Autobots were battered and rusted, their eyes devoid of the spark of life. Yet energy conduits visibly flowed from their frames. The arriving hatchet raised its hand cannon, firing 2 rounds at 2 static Autobots, shattering them instantly. The hatchet then approached the sniper, raising its weapon to the foe's head, but Xiang Feiyu intervened. Wait. As he stepped closer, he noticed a red glowing device pinned beneath the sniper. He gestured for the others to descend and, with careful hands, removed the sniper's finger from the trigger, slowly taking the weapon away. Despite enduring the elements for an indeterminate time, the rifle remained in a state of gleaming brilliance, indicating it was no ordinary firearm. Standing tall before the warrior, he observed that the soldier's finger continued its rhythmic pull on the trigger, leaving him to ponder whether this was a remnant of consciousness from life or merely a habitual reflex. However, this matter is of no concern to me. My focus must now be on the completion of the task at hand. The task is shrouded in an air of mystery, leading Xiang Feiyu to ponder whether it might be a trap. The sound of gunfire ceased as I approached the edge of the building, glancing back at the previous position. After a moment's contemplation, I crouched down to pick up a stone and hurled it towards the lifeless body. In that instant, Xiang Feiyu leaped from several hundred meters above, the descent cushioned by a protrusion. Yet after falling approximately 30 meters, a thunderous explosion erupted from the rooftop, followed by a series of detonations cascading downwards, reducing the entire structure to ruins. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, a figure of modest stature emerged, wielding a formidable firearm. Upon rejoining the group, Xiang Feiyu slung the massive sniper rifle across his back, and the protective armor on his back unfurled, allowing the sniper rifle to disassemble and reorganize itself, ultimately integrating into the armor's interior. Advance, commanded Xiang Feiyu, prompting the group to set forth once more. The crowbar, glancing at the surrounding chaos of war, wondered if the battle was still ongoing, fearing they might be trifling with the situation. Yet such thoughts were irrelevant. The mission held paramount importance. Such events were beyond control. A lamentation of the insignificant. The figure known as Knife murmured, questioning the recent events. How is it that they are all dead? Just as he uttered this, Xiang Feiyu cast a cold glare in his direction, whispering, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, refrain from speaking recklessly. The notion of dead men fighting is a taboo, a topic forbidden in any locale. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's admonition, knife recoiled. While the scythe beast seized the opportunity to approach Xiang Feiyu, wearing a fawning expression. The procession continued, though they faced intermittent ambushes from assassins as they advanced. Suddenly, debris from overhead structures tumbled down. Xiang Feiyu expanded his consciousness, detecting the presence of humanoid entities lurking within the corners of the surrounding ruins. Their fiery essences emitting an extraordinary energy, assassins concealed amidst the wreckage of the buildings. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand to halt the group's advance, simultaneously transmitting a message to the scythe beast, who nodded in acknowledgement before stealthily entering the building's ruins. Once the scythe beast vanished from sight, Xiang Feiyu gestured for the others to proceed, albeit with heightened caution. In a sudden turn, a beam of light shot towards the foremost figure, the shovel, who promptly crouched to shield vital areas behind the makeshift barrier formed by his body. As he retaliated wildly, Xiang Feiyu leaped beside the building, remaining vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings, occasionally launching attacks at certain positions, though with little effect. Meanwhile, others were preoccupied with the assassins that emerged from the ruins or the edifices. The crowbar and crankcase moved closer to Xiang Feiyu. It was imperative to aid these two brothers, raised together in the same cultivation pod. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand to fire a hand cannon, restraining two Autobot foes, allowing the duo to draw nearer. At that moment, a pile of debris erupted beside them, and a slender Autobot sprang forth, brandishing gleaming wrist blades that lunged toward the essence of Xiang Feiyu. Gazing at the inevitable approach of Xiang Feiyu, the Autobot's visage transformed into a grotesque grin. Yet this smile appeared to freeze the very air around him, abruptly solidifying before morphing into a visage of terror. Chapter 10. The door opens as he struggled. His head uncontrollably drooped, and in his final moments, he glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of cold light. With a swift kick, the fallen body was sent sprawling. For these adversaries possessed combat instincts and physical prowess that surpassed the Decepticons. Now they were being overwhelmed, and a single blast sent an Autobot, who had met his demise on the crowbar, hurtling away, while another was dispatched with a swift kick that toppled an opponent wielding a short-handled axe. In that moment, a clear message resonated within his mind, prompting Xiang Feiyu to rally his team to retreat. Upon receiving the order, the Decepticons, unwilling to linger in battle, swiftly transformed into motorcycle forms and fled. The two larger Decepticons at the rear became the Autobots' targets, quickly obliterated, but their demise afforded the remaining Decepticons a chance to escape. The motorcycle forms sped away from the battlefield, racing down the street, yet the pursuing Autobots relentlessly followed. At an intersection, Xiang Feiyu commanded, "Split and run." The others, bewildered by the directive, observed the encroaching Autobots, realizing that advancing forward would surely lead to their capture. The Decepticons divided into two factions, veering left and right. Upon noticing the split, the Autobots immediately followed suit, dividing into two teams as well, leaping into the adjacent buildings to close the distance. However, as they entered the structures, an explosion erupted, sending them crashing back onto the street below, the shockwave violently propelling them outward. Hearing the blast, Xiang Feiyu executed a swift transformation back into his humanoid form and returned, surveying the increasingly chaotic street littered with the mangled bodies of over 20 pursuing Autobots, a cold smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the long-absent scythe beast leapt down from above, obediently taking its place beside Xiang Feiyu. The nearby short-handled axe, feeling its position encroached upon, rudely nudged the creature aside, prompting Scythe Beast to utter a few sounds before reluctantly shifting to another spot. One Autobot attempted to raise its blaster for an attack, but as it lifted its arm, Xiang Feiyu delivered a decisive kick, bending down to seize it by the collar. "You fool!" The Autobot's body, already weakened from the earlier explosion, clung to life, merely surviving in a state of desperation. "My leader will vanquish you." Xiang Feiyu chuckled darkly as he wrenched the Autobot's head from its body. "But you shall not witness it." He discarded the shattered remains aside, clearing the path to advance further. Bang! 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 Under the barrage of energy projectiles, the injured Autobots were all annihilated. The crowbar approached with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, these were all legitimate Autobot warriors. We are destined for fortune." Xiang Feiyu paid him no heed, instead scrutinizing the map in his hands. This desolate city harbored such a multitude of Autobots, Why was that? And what are the previous corpses? Zone 3 requires assistance. Zone 3 requires assistance. Before he could ponder further, a cry for help resonated from the corridor. The crowbar and other Decepticons turned their gazes towards Xiang Feiyu, inquiring what their leader's next course of action would be. With a cold smirk, Xiang Feiyu declared that the mission took precedence, and they should proceed towards their target. The others breathed a sigh of relief. The fierce battle nearby, echoing with the sounds of heavy artillery, suggested that they would soon be in a position to reap the rewards. As they advanced, the path became increasingly treacherous, with the road riddled with enormous craters and surrounded by the scattered remnants of Autobots and Decepticons alike. Some high-grade components had even been abandoned, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict that had transpired there. The crowbar pushed aside the scythe beast and quietly suggested to Xiang Feiyu, his voice audible to Decepticon warriors within a considerable radius, that perhaps they should halt their advance and gather materials instead. After all, this area was rich with elite and even Lord-class synthesis materials. Collecting a portion of them could lead to significant fortune. The others looked at Xiang Feiyu with eager anticipation, for the crowbar's thoughts mirrored their own. Yet, they neglected to consider that without the support of a base or the presence of a medic, even these materials would be rendered useless. They might seek out a neutral faction's base, but the cost there would be exorbitant, leaving them with little to show for their efforts besides fleeting freedom. I shall not impose restrictions upon you, but I have chosen to continue with the mission, Xiang Feiyu asserted, stepping forward. The crowbar, exasperated, shouted back to the group, "Whoever dares to betray our leader shall face my wrath. I will rend your frame asunder and extract your spark." With this threat, any lingering dissent among the others was quelled. As they neared their objective, the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated, some reduced to mere foundations. After another 10 minutes, they encountered a vast pit stretching several thousand meters wide, devoid of any structure. The other Decepticons were taken aback. Was it truly necessary to come here? Were they to excavate the buried remnants? Glancing in other directions, they noted that some battles had ceased while others raged on. Yet, their destination was clear, the communications hub. Xiaoling Tong, Xiang Feiyu called out to a diminutive Decepticon. Upon hearing his name, the small figure, standing at a mere 4 meters tall, hurried over. "Boss, did you call for me?" Xiang Feiyu pointed toward the data terminal adjacent to a crumbling edifice, instructing him to investigate the situation and ascertain the potential location of the data card. Given the current circumstances, if they were to locate these targets, they should prepare for a protracted excavation. With alacrity, Xiaoling Tong dashed into the ruined skyscraper. Although the equipment was damaged, sparks still flew, indicating that the power supply was intact. This underscored the unique information network technology of Cybertron, wherein the core of the planet connected to countless branches leading to various city servers, which in turn linked to homes across the globe. Notably, these servers could sever ties with the core at any moment or suspend individual terminals as required. The protracted conflict on Cybertron has persisted for a considerable duration, and the presence of electricity and a network indicates that this location was once a base for either the Autobots or the Decepticons. The small communicator extracted a wire from its body and connected it to a data line, subsequently deploying a series of data panels from its arm, which engaged in continuous analysis. Astonishingly, this was an Autobot outpost, tasked with conducting anomaly checks on super-energy entities and formulating tactical defense policies. Regrettably, they did not uncover any significant findings. However, they did stumble upon a Decepticon laboratory. Quite intriguingly, this laboratory was strategically chosen, and furthermore, a contingent of Decepticons had arrived to conduct a search. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu interrupted the ongoing investigation, inquiring instead about the laboratory circumstances. The small communicator paused its information query to focus specifically on the laboratory's details, but ultimately shook its head. The Autobots had only learned of this laboratory by chance, and there were no specific records, merely indications that it had been constructed long ago. Yet, this seemed irrelevant to the secret base we were seeking. Xiang Feiyu contemplated, realizing that it was quite possible that the secret military base we were searching for was indeed this very laboratory. At this juncture, he suggested checking for any exits, reasoning that a facility of such antiquity would likely possess numerous entrances and could not have been entirely obliterated by a singular explosion. Chapter 11. The Secret Entrance in Truth. All substantial facilities are fortified against future threats. Unless this planet were to be reduced to dust, the laboratory would undoubtedly endure. After a brief interval, the small communicator began to emit smoke, indicating an overwhelming volume of data within. Just as the communicator was on the brink of combustion, it withdrew its energy conduits and made a discovery. 30 kilometers to the southwest, there existed a concealed door at the edge of a cliff, leading directly to an underground laboratory. Additionally, a crucial revelation was that this laboratory was, in fact, one of the primary research facilities of the Decepticon scientist Soundwave. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow as he was aware of Soundwave's notoriety. Many modern scientific advancements could be attributed to this Decepticon genius. The small communicator's ability to retrieve such information implied that the Autobots had certainly acquired similar knowledge, elucidating their motive for destroying this location. Xiang Feiyu turned to the small communicator, commanding it to lead the way. The communicator promptly transformed into a motorcycle, executing a swift turn as it sped towards the designated data point, the area known as the Sky Well, while its specific purpose remains unclear, had existed long before the city's construction. The Cybertronians had utilized this site as a waste disposal facility or perhaps carved out remarkable regions for witnessing sunrises. Presently, the group found themselves in a refuse dump, arming themselves and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily silent, suggesting the presence of danger. No one was present. There was no threat. The area had not suffered an attack and had been tended to by intelligent robots. As they pushed open the large door, several Decepticons entered in succession. The machines have ceased operation, yet there are no signs of battle. Their retreat was remarkably composed. Xiang Feiyu raised his gaze towards the imposing sign ahead, the Autobot base. No one of the place is so impeccably clean. Only Autobots would ensure that everything salvageable is taken away. Xiaoling jumped beside a wall and swiftly cut through a partition. Nobody anticipated that this would reveal an electronic door lock. Connecting it with a data cable, Xiaoling exclaimed, I can get in. I can unlock it. With deft fingers, Xiaoling inserted a data pin into the surveillance panel, and the display began to flicker with garbled characters. In mere seconds, the door swung open, revealing a straight metallic corridor. Observing the pristine and sparsely adorned passage, Xiang Feiyu felt an unsettling sense of danger. Just as his companion, Crowbar, was about to enter, he halted him, saying, Wait. Something feels off. A brash Decepticon thug, doubting Xiang Feiyu's intuition, raised his arm cannon and fired at the wall. With a resounding bang, the wall remained unscathed. Turning back, he provocatively taunted Xiang Feiyu. See? Nothing happened. You're just a coward. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly at the unexpected intruder, realizing it was a group from their own team that had followed. Noticing Xiang Feiyu's unease, Crowbar whispered, These guys retreated after encountering trouble in their passage and followed us along the safe route we cleared. It seemed Crowbar's eagerness to enter first stemmed from a desire to claim credit. Xiang Feiyu, however, was indifferent, gesturing for the others to proceed. The Decepticon thug scoffed and swaggered inside, followed by a towering engineering Decepticon attempting to collide with Xiang Feiyu, hoping to embarrass him. Little did he know, Xiang Feiyu could sense his malice without even glancing back. Just as the thug was about to make contact, Xiang Feiyu sidestepped effortlessly. The thug paused momentarily, but continued on without hesitation. As 4 or 5 dozen Decepticons entered, Crowbar and the other warriors began to feel impatient and defiant, with a few Decepticons breaking away from the group to venture inside. Just as some warriors could no longer contain their frustration, the already controlled electronic door lock emitted a shrill alarm, and the 2 side doors abruptly closed, trapping the intruding Decepticons within. In a moment of bewilderment, metallic heads emerged from the surrounding walls. To the astonishment of all, each metallic head unleashed serpentine bolts of electricity, which struck the Decepticons, instantly reducing their bodies to powder. The sight startled the remaining members of the group, prompting one Decepticon to curse, Damn it! Electrolytic lightning. Who is this ruthless? Electrolytic lightning, as the name suggests, employs the power of electricity to decompose matter into elemental powder, leaving only remnants behind. The primary issue lies in the fact that the technology for electrolytic lightning is still experimental, requiring substantial scientific expertise and resources. Thus, exterminating these 50 or so Decepticon thugs seems a rather disproportionate cost for the outcome. In a mere span of seconds, a formidable team of over 50 Decepticons was annihilated, an event both awe-inspiring and fearsome. This was particularly true for the fortunate souls who had hesitated to follow, their hearts still gripped by trepidation as they gazed in gratitude upon my imposing silhouette. Yet, such gratitude was fleeting, lasting only moments, for the Decepticons were not creatures inclined toward appreciation. "Brother, what shall we do? Should we take a different path?" The crowbar stammered, his voice quivering at the sight of the brutal scene. Xiang Feiyu remained silent, casting a glance at the captain behind him, whose face mirrored the same dread. The captain felt a pang of embarrassment under the collective gaze of his comrades, yet he was at a loss. He could not afford to lose face in front of these anxious subordinates, and thus he scanned the group with a grim expression, searching for the next unfortunate soul. However, the moment his gaze lingered on any Decepticon, that very Decepticon either averted their eyes or took a step back. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Xiang Feiyu. Although he knew this choice would betray the trust of his comrades, he felt compelled to act. "You, it must be you." His decision relieved many. Yet it posed a challenge for Crowbar and his companions, who were quick to draw their weapons, eager to confront the adversary. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu raised a hand to halt them, not regarding the makeshift captain, but instead focusing intently on the metallic corridor ahead. "Do not act rashly," he cautioned. Crowbar and the short-handled axe approached, discontent etched on their faces. "Brother," Xiang Feiyu waved them off and strode toward the corridor entrance. They attempted to intervene, but it was too late. They could only watch as he advanced. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nothing changed as he reached the midpoint. The others believed this was due to their reduced numbers and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet before they could exhale fully, they witnessed a startling transformation. As Xiang Feiyu took that crucial step, the walls around him shifted and the electroprobes whirled into action. "Brother, be careful," Crowbar shouted in alarm. But before he could finish his warning, a sharp blade suddenly sprang forth from Xiang Feiyu's hand. The dagger glimmered ominously, slicing through the probes with swift precision. With a series of muffled explosions, the probes shattered, revealing the alloy circuitry within. In that instant, the corridor's entrance sealed shut, while the probes at both ends unleashed arcs of electricity, engulfing the entire passageway in a blinding light. Chapter 12. The electric corridor. Everyone assumed that the lightning had obliterated the probes within, pondering how to navigate ahead. But then, a jaw-dropping sight unfolded before them. The previously stationary probe had not disintegrated. As the door reopened, the mechanical entity stepped forward once more. Thus, the cycle of advance and retreat continued. Doors closing, lightning striking, doors opening again, until they reached the other side. Xiang Feiyu turned to Crowbar and stated, "This is a system controlled by power, speed, and reaction. Approach slowly, do not rush." The Crowbar nodded and took a step forward, feeling anxious, yet resolutely placing his trust in his elder brother as he advanced. All around, the others stifled their flames to the utmost, unwilling to disturb this reckless soul, though a flicker of hope lingered among them, wishing for his success, not out of goodwill, but because if he could persevere, so too could they. Step by step, he traversed until he reached the other side. The mechanism did not activate, and the Crowbar exhaled in relief, a sentiment echoed by the other Decepticons. At that moment, the Crowbar hastened to the side of Xiang Feiyu, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Xiang Feiyu regarded the Crowbar, whose genuine concern stood in stark contrast to the frenzy surrounding them. Perhaps the only true bond shared among the three brothers within the tumultuous Decepticon ranks. He raised his hand to reveal his mechanical arm, and the Crowbar's expression turned grave. The alloy dagger he held had shattered, particularly at the tip, as if it had been melted. Upon closer inspection, his wrist joint was severely damaged, with smoke wafting from certain areas, a clear result of intense friction. Without hesitation, the Crowbar retrieved a can of lubricant and sprayed it on, exclaiming, "Brother, if you continue to fight with such fervor, you will need to replace your entire arm." Xiang Feiyu remained silent, observing the approaching short-handled axe and the other team members leading the way forward. The Decepticons trailing behind, sensing safety, redirected their focus ahead. The fleeting sense of camaraderie that had briefly sparked was but a whisper now, extinguished as they passed through the corridor. Notably, the Decepticon who had once appointed himself captain disregarded everything, charging forward with his subordinates, pushing past the Crowbar and others. Frustrated, the Crowbar intended to confront them, but Xiang Feiyu restrained him with a hand and whispered, "Let them scout ahead. There may be dangers lurking." Hearing this, The crowbar's face brightened, and he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Little Ling Tong squeezed through from behind, utilizing his electronic eye to scan the metallic composition of the wrist joint, his expression turning grave. Boss, your mechanical joint can no longer endure the same high-intensity actions as before. I strongly recommend returning for repairs. Otherwise, both arms will need replacement. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, considering it mere chatter. If we could leave now, will we still need to wait for your advice? Let's continue onward, at least to ascertain what lies ahead. The waiting Decepticons, upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, promptly followed suit. To everyone's astonishment, after traversing several kilometers of the underground passage, they found nothing of note. Even the metal doors along the sides were empty. It appeared that the staff had calmly removed all supplies, leaving behind traces of cleaning, as if preparing to return. This sight incited fury among the Decepticons who had hoped to capitalize on the situation, with some angrily using handheld weapons to attack the surrounding bolt holes, seeking to wreak havoc. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the situation, understanding that no rewards awaited them here, and resolved to press onward. At that moment, a cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries erupted ahead. Monsters! Damn it! How did such creatures come to be here? Get away from me, you wretched insects! Hearing the intermittent sounds, Xiang Feiyu quickened his pace, only to witness a towering mechanical warrior clad in armor wreaking havoc. Mechanical insects? Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the presence of such a Decepticon warrior in this place. Indeed, the insectoid mechanical warrior before him was also a member of the Decepticon faction. However, unlike the humanoid mechanical warriors and the ordinary beast-like fighters, their supreme leader was not Megatron, but rather the Insect Queen. As reinforcements arrived, the mechanical insects emitted a series of insectal chirps, abandoning the scattering Decepticon ruffians and charging towards Xiang Feiyu and his companions. Everyone instinctively recoiled, fully aware that they were no match for this elite-level mechanical insect. Xiang Feiyu tilted his head slightly, observing the approaching mechanical insect with a cold smirk. The mechanical insect leaped towards Xiang Feiyu from 5 meters away, but in a mere instant he sidestepped, grasped one of its arms, and with a powerful twist shattered the mechanical limb with a resounding crack. Realizing its seemingly assured strike had failed, the mechanical insect howled in frustration, attempting to rise. At that moment, a formidable foot pressed down on its head, preventing it from lifting up, especially since its energy reserves were depleted, rendering any counterattack impossible. Now, it was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The mechanical insect turned its head, but instead of seeing an enemy's face, it beheld a cannon emanating a crimson glow. Despite its thick armor at such close range, a shot to the head would undoubtedly spell its demise. As despair washed over it and it closed its eyes, the cannon erupted in flames, and a scream pierced the air nearby. Realizing it had not perished, the mechanical insect opened its eyes to see its adversary, whose handheld cannon was aimed ahead, where a Decepticon ruffian lay, sparking and lifeless. The mechanical insect gazed at Xiang Feiyu in disbelief. You didn't kill me? Xiang Feiyu lowered his foot. Why would I kill you? What would I gain from it? The mechanical insect was momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. While killing it could indeed yield precious metallic armor materials, it could not voice this thought, nor did it wish to forfeit the glimmer of hope for survival. The mechanical insect fell silent. Xiang Feiyu retracted his energy cannon and addressed the mechanical insect. Join me. The mechanical insect contemplated refusal, but at that moment, 5 Decepticon ruffians gathered around, their handheld cannons glowing ominously, presenting an unmistakable threat. Comply or face dire consequences. The mechanical insect contemplated for a moment, steeling itself, declaring itself to be the servant of the Insect Queen. Before the words could fully escape its lips, a mechanical leg struck fiercely against its visage. Xiang Feiyu, with a grim tone, admonished, "Do not attempt to deceive me with such base tactics. Your presence here alone indicates that you harbor your own intentions, revealing your betrayal of your queen." Faced with Xiang Feiyu, who appeared diminutive yet possessed the strength to easily fracture its arm, the mechanical insect ultimately resigned, accepting the cruel truth. In the realm of the victors, the hard-shelled would pledge allegiance to him. Hard-shelled? A name that resonates with familiarity. Upon hearing this moniker, Xiang Feiyu reflected, realizing it belonged to the strongest warrior among the mechanical insects depicted in the anime. Chapter 13. The Hard-Shelled joins. Xiang Feiyu gestured with his hand, welcoming the Hard-Shelled into his ranks. The Hard-Shelled, struggling against its constraints, stood with great difficulty and knelt before Xiang Feiyu, proclaiming, "Master, I pledge my loyalty to you." Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of disdain. The Hard-Shelled's allegiance bore little significance, for should their queen appear, a mere utterance would suffice for betrayal. His lack of animosity towards the mechanical insects rendered the Hard-Shelled's small schemes inconsequential. "Rise," he commanded. "Xiaoling Tong, assess his injuries and gather information about this place." He waved his hand, urging the Hard-Shelled to stand. Xiaoling Tong approached, retrieving the Hard-Shelled's arm and commencing repairs on the severed section, sparks flying in the process. The Hard-Shelled, after a moment of silence, spoke, "I'm unaware of the specifics. All I know is that I overheard the Queen discussing plans at the Hive, mentioning this location, which compelled me to sneak over and ascertain the situation. However, I became trapped here until now, with my energy nearly depleted." Xiang Feiyu surveyed the collapsed corridor ahead, deducing they were close to an underground laboratory. "Engineers, commence your work." At Xiang Feiyu's command, the engineering Decepticon transformed into a vehicle shape, beginning to clear the debris from the wreckage. Xiaoling Tong analyzed the explosion's shockwave data while incessantly voicing complaints. Through data network queries, he deduced that the distance to their destination exceeded 100 kilometers, and if another bomb with such destructive capacity detonated, their group could be obliterated to mere fragments. After a considerable time, a significant area of the corridor had been cleared. Xiaoling Tong meticulously scanned each load of debris with a detector, yet no clues materialized, no precious memory chips, not even the remains of a Decepticon or Autobot. The situation in the area grew increasingly dire, as the Decepticon who had become squad leader, lacking any merit thus far, harbored resentment towards the disobedient Xiang Feiyu. In a bid to rally more allies, he attracted other Decepticons wandering in different territories. Xiaoling Tong hopped over, exclaiming, "Boss, the number of people here is escalating. If we're discovered by the Autobots, we may very well be annihilated." The crowbar nodded. "Brother, what little Ling Tong said is indeed correct. There are far too many people here, and the Autobots could discover us at any moment." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. While the Cybertronians possessed an undeniable advantage in individual combat prowess over humans, they also bore significant drawbacks, such as the loudness of their movements, which made them more easily detectable. "Hardshell, are there any alternative routes for entry?" Hardshell shook his arm. "There are, but the big fellows won't fit." Xiang Feiyu tilted his head at Hardshell, realizing that this individual harbored many secrets. It made sense, being part of a mass-produced mechanical insect class. Their strengths would likely be similar. The sudden emergence of an anomaly like Hardshell indicated he had undergone significant experiences. "Let's withdraw our people and proceed through the secret passage." With that, Xiang Feiyu rose and exited the underground construction site. The others were filled with curiosity and confusion. But Xiang Feiyu's subordinates managed to secure a position, which delighted them. In a resting area of the metallic corridor, Hardshell opened a concealed door in the wall, revealing a passage with a diameter of 4 meters. Indeed, this route could only accommodate standard humanoid Decepticon warriors. Engineering troops and other larger Decepticons could not enter. Fortunately for their team, there were only 8 large engineering Decepticons, while the rest could just about manage to squeeze through. "Little Ling Tong, you go ahead and scout." No, 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 boss." Upon hearing this, the diminutive electronic engineer immediately shook his head, unwilling to become cannon fodder. Xiang Feiyu swiftly lifted this engineer, who was 4 heads shorter than himself. "Hurry, we will follow closely behind." Little Ling Tong looked at the expressionless faces around him, while the crowbar and others raised their hand cannons with mischievous intent, leaving him no choice but to comply. After contemplating, Xiang Feiyu issued a final command to the remaining engineering Decepticons: "Go out and dig. Perhaps there are unexpected surprises awaiting us." The passage was winding and narrow, barely allowing Hardshell to crawl through. However, being insectoid, Hardshell could transform and proceed, while the vehicle-type Decepticons had to crawl. Up front, Hardshell crawled forward, emitting a peculiar chirping sound, while Little Ling Tong occasionally raised his hand cannon, aiming at Hardshell's posterior, as if to threaten him should he make any sudden movements. After a day of crawling, with Hardshell showing no signs of stopping, The occasional appearances of titanium alloy plate fractures confirmed they were indeed advancing deeper. Just then, Hardshell suddenly halted, followed by a terrified curse from little Ling Tong. "Damn, are you trying to get us killed?" Before he could finish, his mouth was covered as Hardshell whispered, "Don't speak. Do you really want to die?" Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly. Something was amiss ahead, though it seemed unlikely that Hardshell had turned against them. Pushing past the crowbar, he inquired, "What is going on?" Little Ling Tong replied in a trembling voice, This is a trap. Inside, it's filled with iron-eating worms." "Iron-eating worms?" Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unexpected presence of such insects in this laboratory. Did they not fear the rebellion of these iron-eating bugs? He crawled forward and, as a chilling breeze swept past him, he peered down through the fissure created by the explosion. Indeed, there were numerous iron-eating bugs below, along with several experimental storage tanks. However, due to various reasons, some of the tanks had shattered, scattering the bugs across the floor. Given the room's low temperature, these creatures remained in a dormant state. Yet, the presence of his Decepticons would surely awaken them, leading to a nightmare for Xiang Feiyu and his companions, while transforming into a sumptuous feast for the iron-eating bugs. As for why the hard-shell creature could pass through this area, it was quite simple. It could fly, although its wings produced a sound as they vibrated. It posed no threat to the semi-frozen iron-eating bugs. Xiang Feiyu glanced back at the approaching Decepticons. Their clumsy movements would undoubtedly rouse the creatures. Thus, he needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both sides. He looked at the hard-shelled creature and Xiao Ling Tong, instructing the former to assist Xiao Ling Tong and the scythe beast in reaching the other side, while Xiao Ling Tong would control the door. Xiao Ling Tong cast a fearful glance at both the hard-shelled creature and Xiang Feiyu before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The hard-shelled creature was capable of flying and could carry lightweight items, making the transfer of the petite Xiao Ling Tong and the scythe beast feasible. Although it could also transport Xiang Feiyu, doing so would leave this area leaderless, likely leading to chaos and more severe repercussions. With a flutter of its wings, the hard-shelled creature soared across, carrying the two small beings. Xiao Ling Tong, nervously closing his eyes, clutched tightly to the hard-shelled creature's claws, while the scythe beast remained silent, aware that it could not afford to provoke any of the entities present, be they Xiao Ling Tong, the hard-shelled creature, Xiang Feiyu, or the dormant iron-eating bugs. Once the hard-shelled creature rounded the corner and disappeared through the door, they were safe. Xiang Feiyu connected via voice to Xiao Ling Tong, instructing him to control the door, allowing the hard-shelled creature to transport a tank of iron-eating bugs outside, where they would then shatter the tank. Chapter 14. Iron-eating bugs, all right then, Xiao Ling Tong replied, still shaken. A few minutes later, the hard-shelled creature returned, flying out with a tank of iron-eating bugs. Although large, the tank was not particularly heavy. As the door closed, Xiang Feiyu slowly jumped down through the gap and reached out to poke the head of one of the dormant iron-eating bugs on the ground. These creatures were about the size of a basketball, with their heads comprising 9/10 of their bodies. Curiously, Xiang Feiyu's fingers easily punctured the creature's head. At that moment, data regarding the iron-eating bugs appeared in his mind, revealing their weak cranial structure. Yet, their short limbs and the sharp teeth encircling their mouths were vital components for synthesizing vibranium. Otherwise, they would not have become mechanical assassins or devourers. Just then, one of the nearby iron-eating bugs displayed signs of waking. Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu flicked his hand, sending the creature flying away. At that moment, the grand door swung open, and a hardened shell reached out, effortlessly crushing the approaching iron-eating worm, discarding its remains with a flick of the wrist, maintaining an air of nonchalance. However, before he could revel in his triumph for more than 2 seconds, a swarm of black orbs surged towards him. "What is this? Quick, assist me." A cacophony of sounds echoed as the door slammed shut, yet faintly, one could discern the sounds of palms striking the machine and anguished cries. Minutes later, the door reopened, revealing 3 flamboyantly armored Decepticons, their exoskeletons gnawed upon. Though the iron-eating worms lay dormant, a portion stirred upon being sent flying by Xiang Feiyu, awakening them to a ravenous breakfast of their own. Fortunately, the number of awakened worms was limited, allowing the trio to eliminate them. As Xiang Feiyu prepared to launch another assault, a voice emanated from the short-handled axe behind him, warning, "Brother, be cautious of your flank." In that instant, Xiang Feiyu swiftly thrust his hand sideways, and with a decisive thrust, he turned to see an iron-eating worm attempting a stealthy attack, which he skillfully dispatched with a precise strike to its head. Yet this was far from the end. Dozens of iron-eating worms had awakened, eagerly fixating on Xiang Feiyu. The others, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing their captain was on the verge of being torn apart, and thus began to prepare for a hasty retreat. However, none could have anticipated that Xiang Feiyu would conjure 2 steel rebars, snapped from the wall, which spiraled like butterflies in flight, piercing the oncoming worms before they could breach his defenses. Discarding the steel rods onto the ground, he cast a cold glance at his subordinates, who now bore treacherous intentions. He then proceeded to crush the dormant, iron-eating worms beneath him, beckoning his team to gather the remaining worms and relocate them to a secure chamber for storage, while using crowbars to collect valuable materials from the worm carcasses for future use. A young technician approached, observing the precious storage containers being carried away by the ruffians. "Boss, while these iron-eating worms are perilous, they're also incredibly valuable materials. If we exchange them for military merits, we could strike it rich." Xiang Feiyu was well aware of the technician's intentions. Through system analysis, he understood that the worth of a single iron-eating worm was akin to that of eliminating a civilian militia member. While many might find this prospect appealing, it was important to remember that the appearance of these worms often numbered in thousands. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "I comprehend your thoughts. Yet do not forget that this is the Decepticon experimental base. All specimens and collectibles are meticulously logged. If we attempt to remove them, we could invite considerable trouble, and transporting them could very well result in casualties." The technician understood this all too well. He merely sought to gauge Xiang Feiyu's decision, knowing that should complications arise, it would be Xiang Feiyu who bore the brunt of the consequences, while he, as a mere technician, would escape unscathed. Observing the area nearing completion of its cleanse, Xiang Feiyu inquired, "Have we determined the route ahead?" Little Ling Tong nodded, as a three-dimensional image projected before him, revealing breaking news. A space bridge existed in this vicinity, and the recent explosion was caused by an unknown detonation of the bridge. As he spoke, the holographic display transitioned to a simulation of the explosion and the resulting shockwave. After the visual presentation concluded, Little Ling Tong addressed Xiang Feiyu, stating, "The good news is that the supporting materials utilized here are precious alloys. Although several areas have collapsed, many remain passable. However, the unfortunate news is that if there are indeed data disks nearby, the likelihood of them being vaporized is a staggering 1,000%. Xiang Feiyu shifted his gaze from the hologram to Little Ling Tong, inquiring if this meant the data disks were likely destroyed. Little Ling Tong shrugged, expressing his belief that this was a fabricated mission. Anyone who managed to exit this place must have been aware of the circumstances, unless they had the time to safeguard the data disks. Yet, such a powerful shockwave would inevitably compromise the internal data of the disks, even if they were protected. In essence, Little Ling Tong concluded that the mission was a ruse. If there had been time to secure the data disks, it would have been wiser to simply take them away safely. Xiang Feiyu dismissed the matter, stating, "This ends here. Let's continue our search for the data disks." Little Ling Tong, perplexed, felt he had been quite clear, wondering why the captain did not grasp the situation immediately. "Understood. I will promptly send someone to continue the search. Clear this area. I must say, the materials here are top-notch, as evidenced by the fact that the overwhelming shockwave did not completely obliterate the site." At that moment, a series of gunfire erupted ahead, accompanied by 2 screams. "Transformers! There are transformers here!" Following a barrage of explosions, the corridor fell silent once again. Approaching the scene, Xiang Feiyu discovered a dozen transformer corpses strewn across the ground, most of them long deceased, except for one severely injured individual, barely alive, having been caught in the crossfire. Crouching down to inspect, Xiang Feiyu identified the figure as a warrior-class transformer captain, whose hand cannon had been deformed beyond recognition, with no other valuables in sight. He instructed Little Ling Tong, dismantle them and salvage any useful materials. A warrior-class transformer body possesses numerous valuable components. It would be wasteful to leave them here when we could repurpose them. As this minor incident concluded, the demolition team resumed their work, albeit at a slower pace without the engineering Decepticons. After half a day had passed, the excavation team reported, "Captain, we have encountered a substantial number of transformer warrior corpses and mechanical sentinels. Xiang Feiyu approached to examine the grotesquely deformed mechanical bodies, still adorned with their recognizable insignias. With a grim expression, he remarked, "They met a tragic end." Little Ling Tong jumped over to examine the corpses, inspecting several intact heads, ultimately concluding that they had perished without any sensation, likely killed in an instant by a shockwave. The Autobots had invaded this area, and before their front lines were breached, the Decepticon leader had detonated a concealed, small space bridge within. Xiang Feiyu deduced this simply, yet soon sensed something amiss. Chapter 15. The truth, the terrifying power of the shockwave was something even he, who had not experienced it, could comprehend. A Decepticon armed with such precious technology could scarcely guarantee a safe escape. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow and turned to little Ling Tong, inquiring about the source of this information. Little Ling Tong paused briefly before responding. It was brought back by Commander Red Spider of the flight squad. Upon hearing the name Red Spider, Xiang Feiyu's frown deepened. Red Spider was the foremost rebel among the Decepticons, seemingly existing solely to usurp their regime, perpetually either in rebellion or on the verge of it. The information he had relayed was undoubtedly fabricated, and it was even conceivable that he had lured the Autobots here. More audaciously, he might have detonated the small space bridge to obscure some hidden truth. Hastening their progress, Xiang Feiyu considered the possibility of uncovering secrets unknown to them. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Acting on his command, the team accelerated their efforts. As they excavated, they found that the corpses closer to the space bridge were severely damaged, with some even crystallized. Before long, as a Decepticon from the excavation team dug deeper, he was startled by a sound akin to glass shattering from below. Clearing away the topsoil and debris, a shocking sight emerged before them, a crystallized world. Where there had once been an alloy corridor, now lay a transparent crystalline structure, with certain areas protruding like hedgehogs, forming clusters of crystal. Xiang Feiyu reached out to gently caress the crystal clusters. Henge crystal, a pure energy crystal, was also a vital resource for crafting advanced Decepticon circuitry. Meanwhile, little Ling Tong transformed his mechanical hand into a chainsaw, commencing the segmentation of the crystal clusters while remarking, "Henge crystal is remarkably stable and can be shattered for immediate consumption. The embedded energy will be transmitted directly to the necessary parts of the body through the transistors." Seizing a shard cut by little Ling Tong, Xiang Feiyu tossed it into his mouth, lamenting, "Alas, we cannot seize this place. Otherwise, we would be striking it rich." He gently tapped the crystal, producing a crisp and melodious sound as it clashed with his metallic fingernails. "Indeed, allow the team below to operate freely. Once their needs are met, they shall resume their tasks." Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's command, the eagerly awaiting Decepticons rushed to the crystal clusters, engaging in reckless destruction, as this place would not belong to them in the future. Thus, they cared not for waste. Xiang Feiyu picked up a piece, tossing in his hand, and instructed little Ling Tong, "Record the data here and upload it to the Decepticon system. This merit shall be ours." Upon hearing this, the little spirit immediately switched the chainsaw to manual mode, operating it on the computer that emerged from its chest. It was a brilliant idea, surely. That group would be heartbroken upon witnessing it. The brutal extraction of crystal energy wreaked havoc upon this region, particularly as these resources were non-renewable. However, the advantage of this method lay in the reduced extraction time, while many discreetly hoarded a few for themselves. Most notably, the short-handled axe had transformed into a beast of burden, its back encased in a massive metallic shell brimming with exquisite eternity crystals. As they navigated through the crevices of the crystal cluster, they arrived at the location of the space bridge, which was the central control area of the Decepticon laboratory. The explosion had created a vast space here, surrounded by purple crystal clusters that resembled eternity crystals, yet were likely mutated forms resulting from exposure to unknown energies. The crowbar surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head. "Brother, there is nothing here. It's improbable that any life could survive the epicenter of such a powerful explosion. Nor would any data disks remain intact." Before the crowbar could finish his sentence, Xiang Feiyu interrupted him. Although the crowbar spoke the truth, Xiang Feiyu suddenly recalled that during the explosion of the space bridge on the far side of the moon, Megatron had emerged with only minor armor damage, yet a gaping hole where a dark energy core had once been. His body bore no other signs of damage. This not only indicated the high caliber of Megatron's mech, but also suggested that these ancient beings had contingency plans for survival, particularly the scientists who, knowing the existence of the space bridge and its explosive potential, would have taken precautions. Thus, it was highly plausible that one or more powerful individuals had survived. In other words, this mission, ostensibly to locate precious data disks, was actually a quest to discover any surviving Decepticon scientist in the area. The team dispersed, meticulously searching every corner and crevice for any living Decepticon scientist. The Decepticon thugs preparing to return for their rewards, discontent began to brew among them. However, Xiang Feiyu provided them no opportunity to voice their grievances. He raised his arm cannon and fired at one hapless Decepticon thug who was merely jumping about. The red beam struck the unsuspecting thug's head, causing it to explode as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, shedding numerous eternity crystals from its armor. Lowering his arm cannon, Xiang Feiyu addressed the remaining Decepticons, urging them to get to work if they wished to avoid a similar fate. Upon witnessing the cold, merciless gaze of Xiang Feiyu, the surrounding individuals were reminded that their seemingly unambitious leader was, in fact, ruthless. His eyes, glowing with purple, serpentine lines swept over the area, compelling the Decepticon thugs to bow their heads in submission. Ultimately, one thug, unable to withstand the pressure, promptly turned to begin his task. With the first, the second and third followed suit. All the Decepticons gathered around the crystal clusters, inspecting for any anomalies. The expanse was vast, yet for the Transformers, it was of little significance, especially considering that there was no need to dismantle anything here. Xiang Feiyu lowered his hand cannon and surveyed his surroundings. If his conjecture was correct, that individual should be present in this vicinity. Nothing here, nothing over there either. Reports flooded into Xiang Feiyu's ears as he raised his gaze to scan the area. Xiao Ling Tong ascertained the location of the explosion's epicenter. Xiao Ling Tong scratched his head and pointed to the side, stating that such an explosion of a hyper-energetic entity would create an infrasonic wave circle, which would be relatively less intense than the outer tremors. Before he could finish, a dozen Decepticon thugs dashed towards that direction, convinced that there must be something worthwhile there. Xiang Feiyu smirked disdainfully. Xiao Ling Tong was correct, yet this relatively safe infrasonic circle was not beneficial for everyone, as the pressure of the air would exert a counterforce in the space, inflicting considerable damage as well. Thus, it was improbable that any life could survive at the epicenter. The most likely area for survival lay in the distance furthest from the explosion epicenter. Xiang Feiyu glanced around. It could very well be there. In a rather dim area, the crystallization was not severe, as if obstructed by something. More importantly, the visibility was poor, making many details easily overlooked. However, a Decepticon thug was searching there. Why was there no response? When did this guy become so dedicated? Chapter 16. Mutation. Xiang Feiyu sensed something amiss. Although this individual was moving and seemingly searching for something, his movements appeared somewhat rigid, with his body occasionally trembling. Xiang Feiyu pulled the hand cannon S-bolt and approached that direction. As a mechanical entity, his steps could not be silent. Moreover, the sound of mechanical parts grinding could be heard from several dozen meters away. Yet, when Xiang Feiyu approached, the individual before him remained unresponsive, still rummaging within the crystalline cluster. Xiang Feiyu halted a mere 10 meters away. Have you found anything? Report immediately. His voice was heard by many. Yet the individual in front seemed oblivious, as if he had not heard a thing. At that moment, a sycophantic Decepticon thug transformed and rushed over, delivering a kick while shouting, "Get lost, the boss is talking to you." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw his leg being seized as the other turned swiftly, and an expression of sheer ferocity contorted his face, while a viscous lubricant dripped from his mouth. "Well, what is wrong with you?" he stammered, attempting to retract his leg. But the individual, who had previously appeared to possess similar strength, struck with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful blow that shattered his mechanical leg. This sudden turn of events halted many thugs who had intended to rush forward to vent their frustrations on this individual. Xiao Ling Tong, observing the earlier actions and demeanor, deduced that this creature's power exceeded normal levels by over 80%, its speed surpassed regular capabilities by 60%, and its form was in a state of chaos. This individual had undoubtedly injected some unknown substance, Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to devolve into a frenzied beast. In that moment, the beast before me discarded its mangled leg and charged forward. With a resounding thud, the creature's head erupted, splattering yellow energy fluid in all directions. Xiang Feiyu shook the energy liquid from his hands and addressed the astonished Shaoling, remarking that the mechanism had undergone no significant changes. Shaoling kicked the still, twitching corpse and dipped a finger into the viscous yellow liquid, gazing at the data with astonishment. A synthetic super-energy entity, yet it appears to be an incomplete version of the final experiment. No wonder it has transformed into a beast. Without casting a glance, Xiang Feiyu's gaze remained fixed on the encroaching darkness ahead, where he sensed the presence of living entities. The crowbar moved forward to retrieve an empty syringe vial from the ground, offering it to me. An enhancement potion capable of augmenting certain abilities of the mechanism, reliable and potent. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu wore an expression of skepticism. It was hard to believe anyone would fall for such deceptive claims. This must have been a laboratory sample, crafted in such a manner to entice fools into participating in experimental trials. Yet, it was perplexing as to why such samples were found here, untouched by the devastation of explosions. Nearby, a short-handled axe brought over several intact samples, suggesting that someone had deliberately discarded these synthetic super-energy entities here. Instructing them to collect the synthetic super-energy entities, Xiang Feiyu approached a cluster of crystals before him. These crystals were no longer transparent like glass, but exhibited a deep purplish-black hue, growing darker the deeper one looked, obscuring everything else. However, Xiang Feiyu could sense something struggling within. Shatter and remove all these crystals, he commanded. At the order, the Decepticon thugs sprang into action, shattering the crystals and transporting them away. These tainted, mutated crystals could impart inexplicable changes to the bodies of Cybertronians. Thus none dared to utilize them. United in their efforts, the area was soon cleared of crystals, revealing a vast metallic chamber. Yet, through the partially crystallized sections, it became evident that the interior was devoid of all contents. Although the impact energy had not obliterated the room, it had thoroughly destroyed the medical apparatus within, crystallizing it in the process. The sensation that had earlier stirred within him intensified, though it felt elusive, as if something was just out of reach. Excavate the entire room. The other Decepticons set to work, breaking through the hard ground and surrounding crystallized structures, until an ordinary coffin-like protective shield emerged before them, within which lay a purple, heavy-armored Decepticon warrior, quietly resting. Indeed, it was him. Reaching out to touch the shield, ripples cascaded across its surface. Shaoling approached to examine the situation. Wow, it's my first time checking the body of the esteemed deity in my heart. Energy depletion. I require energy. The crowbar stepped forward, retrieving several mid-level energy blocks from his backpack and presenting them to Shaoling. The mask of the esteemed leader was damaged, and I require a new one. Remove the smallest one, Xiang Feiyu stated indifferently. The crowbar and his companions immediately turned towards a diminutive Decepticon thug. What do you want from me? No, please. The crowbar effortlessly tossed the small thug aside, disdainfully remarking, Why are you making such a fuss? I'm not here to take your life. You'll receive a superior mask once we exit. Little Lingtong took the mask and replaced it on the leader before him, exclaiming, Mission accomplished. No sooner had he spoken than the Decepticon leader beneath him abruptly sat up. With his newly equipped monocle, he surveyed the surroundings, finally locking eyes on Xiang Feiyu. How did you come to be here? According to the operational protocols, the Decepticons should have abandoned this location. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the monocle, his right hand equipped with a super-caliber lightspeed cannon, the very weapon of the Decepticon faction's most vital scientist, Shockwave. He replied directly, in accordance with higher directives. The last surviving individual is to leave behind the precious data disks of the Decepticons at this juncture. We are here to retrieve those disks. Shockwave rose to his feet, stretching his body. This is the epicenter of the explosion. It is impossible for any data disks to remain, and I have not allowed anyone to extract the data from here. With that, he turned and approached the excavated structure, his rapid-fire cannon charging as he blasted a hole through the sturdy wall and entered. Upon observing the majority of the equipment, now crystallized, he stated, I require some of this equipment. Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment. There are still many of our people outside. You could issue a direct command, and I believe they would be eager to assist you. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's suggestion, Shockwave promptly initiated a communication link. Soon, approximately 100 Decepticons outside received his message. With the leader's command, the team divided into two factions. One ventured out to gather supplies, while the other commenced digging, striving to breach our current location. This laboratory? Xiang Feiyu contemplated. It has already been compromised. There's no necessity to remain here. However, these frenzied scientists held a different view. The contaminated crystals were immensely beneficial to me. Thus, the laboratory's location must remain unchanged. An unexpected boon from adversity. As he concluded, Shockwave turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, performing a data analysis. Xiang Feiyu's body is in a preliminary state, with 60% damage and 80% wear on its components. The notion that such an ordinary, expendable being could command Decepticons stronger than himself was utterly astonishing. Chapter 17. Shockwave. According to Decepticon regulations, I shall bestow upon you appropriate rewards and military honors. The surrounding Decepticons erupted in excited cheers. Finally, Shockwave turned his attention to Xiang Feiyu, asking, as the captain, what is it that you desire? Super weapons? Body upgrades? Oh, I only now realize that your eyes are indeed purple, radiating energy like violet circuitry. Truly peculiar. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu felt an overwhelming excitement within. For he had come here with a singular purpose. He yearned for the passage of a month, during which the former Decepticon laboratory would be resurrected, and a multitude of mechanical sentinels and engineers would transform this place into a formidable fortress. The Decepticons who had previously undertaken missions here had all been elevated to elite status, and those accompanying Xiang Feiyu had ascended to become senior Decepticon warriors. Outside the laboratory, the robust and towering figure of a crowbar paced restlessly, pondering why there was still no emergence from within, even after a month. Beside him, a short-handled axe idly lounged on the ground, toying with a spy robot, while a nearby communicator busied itself with tasks unknown. Not far off stood the elite Fearsome Squad, comprising 3 members alongside other Decepticon ruffians who had trailed from distant bases. In addition to them, 3 groups of Decepticon thugs lingered nearby, suggesting that the 100 or so Decepticons present were divided into 6 factions, all awaiting the leader within the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Shockwave was diligently manipulating the data panel, while 6 advanced mechanical sentinels performed modification procedures on a new chassis situated on the operating table. Once the modifications were complete, the chassis was prepared for energy charging. Following the charging process, data simulation analysis commenced. Upon completion, the fusion rate of the chassis was revealed to be a mere 65%, indicating a failure in the modification process. The mechanical sentinels simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shockwave at the operational panel. As a true scientist, he displayed no outward emotion in the face of failure, for scientific experimentation inherently involves uncertainty. However, this marked the 3rd failure, and for an esteemed scientist with extensive experience in chassis modifications, it transcended mere technical issues, suggesting the emergence of new problems in unexplored territories, warranting contemplation and further investigation. Nonetheless, this chassis had lost its research value, Shockwave declared, activating the chassis to conclude the task. One of the mechanical sentinels nodded and promptly initiated the activation process. Chassis activation: 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 99, 100. The chassis fully activated, and the figure began to awaken, signifying the end of the experiment. Upon completing these tasks, the 6 robots lined up and departed. Shockwave descended from the operational platform to stand before the experimental table, expressing regret. I'm afraid your chassis continues to exhibit issues. With a fusion rate of only 65%, I believe I have identified the unknown domain. On the experimental table lay a chassis reaching 8 meters in height, constructed with a modular metallic connection system that rendered it notably robust and weighty. Its visage bore a human-like face, with a pair of mechanical eyes emanating a violet glow, and its formidable set of teeth signified that this entity was indeed a military Cybertronian. The awakened body disconnected itself from the myriad of wires, sitting upright and briefly stretching its arms, feeling the latent power surging within. The creaking sounds emanating from its joints attested to the subpar quality of its materials. However, the military merits accrued had facilitated this body modification, albeit it was ultimately the internal issues that had led to its failure. Initially, I presumed the violet hue of your eyes was a result of some unknown element injection, allowing them to emit a purple blood pattern. Yet, upon dismantling them, I discovered it was a transformation of will, not a manifestation of unknown energy. No matter, as long as the task is accomplished, it suffices. As Xiang Feiyu descended from the experimental platform, a wave of resonance activated the control room, revealing a holographic display before him. Due to the low fusion degree, the transformation would expend considerable energy. Thus, I installed a Lord-level energy core, an advanced data analysis storage chip, and directly mounted 8 needle missiles along with 4 intermediate positioning missiles. The replenishment time was 5 minutes, and interfaces for hand cannons, machine guns, and automatic cannons were all present. At this juncture, the resonance wave fell silent for a moment, feeling a sense of regret towards this familiar Decepticon. Your body is ill-suited for combat. I personally advise against engaging in battle, as the energy consumption of passing vehicles could lead to your immediate shutdown during conflict. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, expressing his understanding. I appreciate your assistance immensely. Resonance Wave shrugged, stating it was well-deserved. By the way, your original name no longer befits you. It is time to adopt a new one. Xiang Feiyu said nothing further, merely nodding as he exited the laboratory. Upon reaching the entrance, he declared, "From this day forth, my name shall be Breakthrough Sky." Breakthrough Sky? A name with ambition. Resonance Wave murmured, watching the departing figure. I look forward to your future, Breakthrough Sky. Upon exiting the laboratory, the trio of the fearsome combat team, who had been nurtured alongside him, saw Xiang Feiyu emerge. The crowbar, initially incredulous, soon rushed over in delight. "Brother, your body is impressive." The short-handled axe also approached, exclaiming, "Brother, you've grown strong and tall." Patting the short-handled axe on the head, Xiang Feiyu acknowledged, "Indeed tall, but strength remains to be seen. The materials of my body are the same as before." To the crowbar, he proclaimed, "From today onward, I shall be known as Breakthrough Sky, and our team shall be the Breakthrough Sky team." The crowbar nodded, "Rest assured, brother, we shall forge our team into the mightiest in the universe." Xiang Feiyu smiled, "Very well. Gather the team. We shall return to the main base. Long live." With a command, the enhanced Decepticon ruffians transformed and sped away. "We are H-Bugs. We are H-Bugs." The music of righteous fervor echoed through the skies, causing the nearby ruins to tremble. Amidst the chaos, a vehicle, twice the size of standard SUV, roared forward. Yet, observing the rapid depletion of energy, a hint of concern arose within. This issue must be addressed. On Cybertron, given that the scientist Shockwave had not proposed any solutions, it was evident that the issues here were insurmountable, necessitating the exploration of alternative paths. Thus, a journey to Earth became imperative. "Earth, I shall return shortly," thought Xiang Feiyu. Upon completing his mission, he proceeded to the maintenance department for repairs on his body and weaponry, as well as to replenish his energy. With the 4th mission accomplished, military accolades were distributed, and he was instructed to check in at Entry 1. Entry 8 required patience, and soldiers were advised to form teams accordingly. In the maintenance department, after 20 minutes of energy replenishment, Xiang Feiyu was surprised to find that his energy had not yet reached full capacity despite having completed his tasks. The surrounding maintenance robots, though astonished, realized that energy consumption was not their concern. After another 10 minutes, the energy meter finally indicated full capacity. Xiang Feiyu dismounted from the charging platform and returned to the mission hall. Chapter 18. Enhanced Combat Squad. Others had been waiting. Having just fortified their bodies and lacking any military merit, they were in dire need of accolades to replenish their reserves. With this thought, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand decisively, signaling the commencement of their next mission. At that very moment, a formidable team known as the Decepticon Squad, with an exceptionally high mission completion rate, made their presence known in the main base's mission hall. The 219th mission was successfully completed, and the handover was accomplished. Congratulations were in order for the team, having earned 500 military merits. Special commendation was given to the captain of the Decepticon Squad for eliminating 100 Autobots, thereby earning the title of 100-Man Slayer. Furthermore, congratulations were extended to the Honorable Decepticon for completing an intermediate task, resulting in the squad's elevation to an intermediate level. The squad now consisted of 45 members, with a total of 264 registered warriors. Previously, over 100 had departed, some had fallen in battle, while others had been poached by rival teams. Ultimately, only those willing to remain were left. Let us return to our base and rest. There will be no missions in the coming days, Xiang Feiyu called to his comrades, acknowledging the need for rest after their prolonged exertions. Moreover, with several high-ranking Autobots defecting from Cybertron, the combat prowess of the local Autobots had significantly deteriorated, leading to a collapse of many Autobot formations, which the Decepticons exploited to their advantage. As Xiang Feiyu passed by an interrogation room in the Decepticon base, his peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar figures. Female Cybertronians? Indeed, on Cybertron, females were a rarity, and upon recognizing these two, especially their distinct forms, he instantly knew who they were. He chose to disregard the male Autobot with a horn beside them. However, the high-ranking female Decepticons within the faction were noteworthy, and it was best to leave them undisturbed. Yet, upon noticing Xiang Feiyu, one of the women, slender and adorned with several spider-like appendages at her waist, suddenly exclaimed, "You?" "Yes," the little ruffian at the door. "Come here." Xiang Feiyu pointed to himself, and upon receiving her nod, he had no choice but to comply. Being summoned for a private interrogation indicated that the Decepticon in question held considerable authority, especially given the formidable presence before him. Observing from a close distance, one cannot help but acknowledge that even in the realm of mechanized beings, the two before me are undoubtedly among the most exquisite in the Transformers universe. Particularly striking is the more flamboyant figure, bound yet exuding an undeniable elegance. At that moment, a sultry female voice whispered in my ear, "What are you gazing at, little one?" Xiang Feiyu offered an awkward smile, replying, "I was contemplating who is more beautiful, you or the Autobot before us." Hearing this, the female Decepticon was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, then who do you deem more beautiful?" Xiang Feiyu glanced again at her, then at the female Autobot, declaring, without a doubt, "It is you. You possess a regal, resplendent, and formidable allure, while the one before us is left with its beauty tinged by melancholy." Akumandabla Sasmin. The female Decepticon chuckled as she climbed onto my towering form, her lips drawing near to Xiang Feiyu's face. "You are quite impressive." With that, she extended her delicate tongue, lightly gliding it across Xiang Feiyu's cheek, leaving a corrosive trace of saliva behind. "I shall remember you. The time has come for you to demonstrate your worth. Kill her." Xiang Feiyu, feeling embarrassed, picked up a light blade and approached the Autobot. The female Autobot struggled, cursing, "Damn Black Widow, one day I will tear you apart." The Decepticon, dubbed Black Widow, chuckled in response, "RC, I look forward to it, though you may not get the chance." I surveyed RC and the nearby unicorn Autobot, circling around them. Then, with a swift motion of the light blade, a piercing scream echoed, "No." As the Autobot was cleaved in two, Xiang Feiyu discarded the blade on the table and walked to the door, stating, "My apologies, madam, but I have no penchant for slaying women. This task is one you must undertake yourself." "How intriguing. I shall remember you, little one." As Xiang Feiyu departed, Black Widow glanced at the bisected Autobot before turning to RC with a smile. "Oh dear RC, your furious gaze excites me. Do you wish to cleave me in two as well? Alas, you shall not have that opportunity." At that moment, RC's countenance transformed into one of fury. "You wish to be split in two? Very well, I shall oblige." With that, the bound RC broke free from her restraints, her hands morphing into dagger-like blades, and she struck fiercely towards the close proximity Black Widow. Startled by RC's sudden liberation, Black Widow's eyes widened in shock as she raised her limbs to defend herself. Had RC not been tortured and injured, her combat prowess would have easily outmatched Black Widow, but the severity of her wounds had compromised her skills. Nonetheless, RC managed to sever one of Black Widow's limbs, and as crimson energy fluid spilled forth, Black Widow's face turned a shade of pale fury. "You seek death," RC retorted disdainfully. "The one who shall die is you." Furious, RC urgently urged the Allspark to mend her wounds and restore her strength. In a moment of desperation, she leaped and lunged at Black Widow, exuding an aura of impending doom. However, Black Widow was not inclined to meet her fate in such a manner. She retreated, creating distance between them, and summoned mechanical minions to obstruct RC while she calmly withdrew. After dispatching the last of the Decepticon sentinels, RC, witnessing the retreating silhouette of Black Widow, bellowed, Black Widow, I shall find you and extract your allspark. With Black Widow's shadow now vanished, and more Decepticon patrols rushing towards her, RC understood that lingering here was not an option. Transforming into a motorcycle, she sped away. At the exit, her fury ignited upon spotting a figure that incited her wrath. She leapt, shifting her form to deliver a lethal blow. Yet, just as her weapon neared her target, a massive hand seized her wrist and hurled her away. As RC soared through the air, she glimpsed her assailant's face, adorned with a smile that seemed to whisper, "We shall meet again." The Decepticon stronghold loomed high above, thousands of meters from the ground. A fall would surely shatter her. Despair washed over her, but then she felt something encasing her arm. Upon closer inspection, it was a metallic apparatus, which she managed to activate, transforming into a rudimentary glider. Securing the glider, she adjusted her trajectory and soared into the distance. Xiang Feiyu observed as his target gradually faded from view, his smile reverting to a stoic demeanor. Just as he prepared to depart, a familiar yet icy voice pierced the air. "You let her go." Without turning, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand. Delicately caressing the chin of a nearby beauty, "She can lead us to Optimus Prime." He pivoted, encircling Black Widow's slender waist with his hands. Lowering her from the wall to the ground, slow play brings the true thrill. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 19. The planned Black Widow glared at Xiang Feiyu's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in vengeful desire. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed her mind, and a sly smile crept upon her lips as her venomous tongue caressed her crimson mouth. "You are right. A slow game is far more enjoyable." With that, she swayed her hips and entered the passageway. In a basement beneath the main stronghold, members of the heaven-shattering team convened. Xiang Feiyu entered through the door. Approaching the communicator, "How goes the intel?" he inquired. The communicator, listening intently, replied, "It's acceptable, though thus far we have only gathered mundane information, nothing of our interest. By the way, shall we report the location of the Autobot secret base?" Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively. "These are mere minor players. They are irrelevant. Our priority is to ascertain the whereabouts of their leader, Optimus Prime. That is of utmost importance. Reporting this information would undoubtedly lead to exposure." At this moment, the grand door swung open once more as a group of newcomers accompanied by Crowbar made their entrance. "Get lost. I demand formidable warriors. The logistics team has the audacity to send me these inferior mechanical sentinels, and they appear utterly indifferent. Were it not for the crankcase pulling me back, I would have surely obliterated them." Beside him, the crankcase coldly interjected, "Should you dare to make a move, I assure you, you would be the first to perish." This crankcase, once akin to Xiang Feiyu's own mechanism, approached him, acknowledging that the recruitment of warriors had indeed been less than successful. The low-grade mechanical sentinels, some of which were cobbled together, exhibited sluggish movements. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the newcomers behind him, noticing that many of their components were not original. However, given the current urgency of the war and the dwindling activities of the Autobots, the engineering department had resorted to subpar practices. "Send them to patrol. Crowbar, see if you can secure a spacecraft. It won't be long before we may need to leave this place," Xiang Feiyu commanded. Upon hearing this, many Decepticons felt a surge of excitement, for the Autobot capital, once a revered sanctuary after countless wars, had now become a desolate ruin, a mere shadow of its former glory. Frankly speaking, the current site was even inferior to the previous small city, which, despite frequent skirmishes, had only seen minor conflicts. Here, the mere activation of equipment could result in a catastrophic explosion, leaving the vicinity devoid of life for miles. The ongoing missions were primarily aimed at amassing sufficient military merit to exchange for energy and parts. However, the Autobots' retreat had rendered the tasks increasingly arduous, with some Decepticons even beginning to vacate the main base, relocating to the surrounding smaller towns. In the underground base, the door was violently thrust open as the Crowbar, an elite crankcase, entered with grim expressions. "Brother, those wretches deserve to be punished. I sought to borrow an aircraft from them, and guess what they said? They referred to us as mere expendable trash, denying us even a single wheel. If we desire an aircraft, they suggested we rummage through the junkyard. This is an affront. We cannot let this pass." The elite crankcase echoed his sentiments, clearly infuriated. Xiang Feiyu fell silent, for within their words lay a pivotal insight. During the early phase of the Cybertron Civil War, the affluent Autobots and Decepticons, besieged by relentless conflict, had no time to repair numerous large aircraft, leading to the abandonment of many aircraft graveyards and covert bases. These sites housed numerous aircraft that were either temporarily non-operational or severely damaged. Should they locate these secret bases and restore the ships, they would not need to rely on the Decepticons' aircraft. Disregarding the ire of the two, he addressed the communicator, locate the nearest aircraft graveyard and the secret Decepticon bases. The communicator nodded, stating that this task was straightforward, as it merely required a search of the Decepticons' internal database, revealing no hidden locations. 3 minutes later, the communicator revealed 3 locations, all of which are the nearest graveyards of Decepticon flying vehicles. This area, due to its proximity to Iron Fortress, had suffered the most devastation. As for the secret base, I regret to inform you that I could not locate it. These sites were utilized solely before the war and are scarcely remembered. I suggest you inquire with Shockwave. The absence of the secret base can largely be attributed to the fact that these facilities have been submerged in the annals of history, with few retaining any recollection of them. Regarding the inquiry with Shockwave, it is not merely a question of whether he has time. During the process of modifying his frame, he has already provided ample assistance, making it unnecessary to trouble him further. This is not a matter of sentimentality, but rather a tacit understanding among individuals of stature. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, the others, including Crowbar, appear bewildered. Brother, are we truly expected to assemble a flying vehicle ourselves? Xiang Feiyu chuckled. The originally rented flying craft was too small, and I was concerned about transporting everyone. Now, with the prospect of self-modification, we can create something as large as we desire. At this juncture, Xiang Feiyu addressed the core teams within the room, stating, "This matter must remain confidential. Should others learn of our endeavor to construct a flying vehicle, they may come to contest it." The others nodded in agreement. As Crowbar and the others departed for the graveyard, the communicator interjected, "We must locate the secret base. Otherwise, our aircraft creation will surely be discovered." "I am aware," Xiang Feiyu replied. "Thus, we must devise a means to find our own secret base." With this, an individual suddenly came to mind. "Leave the matter of the secret base to me. Prepare the ship's specifications and determine the personnel needed." Upon exiting the underground base, Xiang Feiyu swiftly established a connection with an unfamiliar contact. "Hello, madam. I require a secret base." Soon, a stream of information was returned. "Is it you? I would relish the opportunity to dismantle you piece by piece." Xiang Feiyu responded with a smile. "How about we strike a deal? I have no interest in any transaction with you. My sole desire is to avenge my comrades," came the furious retort from the other end. Xiang Feiyu chuckled again. "Do not be so hasty. After all, I did save you, did I not? Are you obscuring my assistance with your anger? What do you truly want?" The voice on the other end paused, momentarily taken aback, and queried with a hint of frustration. "As an esteemed warrior, you must be aware of the location of a Decepticon secret base. Even if I knew, I would not divulge it." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu smirked slightly. "I intend to leave Cybertron, but I require a spacecraft. If you can inform me of its whereabouts, I shall reveal to you a site for executing Autobot captives." The other party fell silent at Xiang Feiyu's words. "I need to consider this." After the communication ended, Xiang Feiyu's smile broadened. "I was worried you would not take the bait." Meanwhile, on the other side, RC sat in her chair with a dark expression, while several high-ranking Autobots silently regarded her. This matter is quite challenging, for it is inconceivable that the Autobots could collaborate with the Decepticons, let alone locate their clandestine base. Nevertheless, the proposition of capturing and the discussion of a spaceship presented by the opposing side is rather intriguing. Thus they find themselves in a state of hesitation. One red-horned Autobot declared, "I believe a trade is feasible. How can we possibly collaborate with the Decepticons? That is simply impossible," retorted an irate Autobot. Chapter 20. The Mechanical Tavern. However, the bull-headed Autobot wore a mischievous grin. "Of course not. We shall first rescue our comrade. Once he repairs the spaceship, we will seize it, and then we can use the vessel to search for our leader." It was an excellent idea, remarkably straightforward, compelling all to acquiesce. The notion of traversing the mountains illuminated the eyes of many Autobots. It was indeed an irrefutable rationale. A smile graced Alcie's face. "I shall respond to him at once. We can assist him. I am eager to witness his expression when he loses both the lady and his troops. It will surely be delightful. On the other side, the communicator expressed concern. We require substantial equipment to repair the spaceship. Yet if the Autobots discover our location, they may very well seize our hard-earned battleship. This apprehension was entirely reasonable. If one were an Autobot, such actions would be expected. With a smirk, Xiang Feiyu simply uttered 8 words, to make a show of the road, while secretly taking the hidden path. Upon hearing this, the communicator felt perplexed. However, as their leader had devised a plan, there was no need for further worry. Soon, a communication was established, and Xiang Feiyu, with a benevolent expression, remarked, "Madam, I am delighted that you have made your choice so swiftly." Alcee, gritting her teeth upon hearing his voice, replied, "I'm only doing this for my comrades and my kin." Xiang Feiyu sighed as he took a seat. "Please, do not be like that. I saved you." Mentioning this incident again irked Alcee. "Do not bring this up. You directly killed my comrade." Xiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly, "That was also to save you, without eliminating one. I could hardly explain myself to Black Widow." "You." The retort left Alcee momentarily speechless, for she found it challenging to counter his statement. "Will you engage in trade or not? If not, I shall withdraw." With a sense of resignation, Xiang Feiyu conceded, all right, you may speak. I shall refrain from mentioning your rescue." Alcee, exasperated, realized that for the sake of achieving her goal, she had to divulge. The Decepticons' secret base is located in the basement of the Sandan building in Zone 3. "Now, tell me, where is the captive? You had better not play tricks, or I shall not spare you." Xiang Feiyu chuckled and gestured towards the communicator. The communicator utilized a miniature computer to analyze the simulated data of the Sandan building in Zone 3. The computer displayed a vast space beneath the building, and the communicator nodded in affirmation. Xiang Feiyu remarked that 80 kilometers from Taibao, in a place known as Huanshan Battle Array, there exists a group of Autobot death row inmates. Perhaps one might discover among them a noble Autobot warrior, though I have said nothing. Upon hanging up the phone, Xiang Feiyu beckoned everyone. "Let us proceed to the Shandan building." The convoy set forth towards the Shandan building. Along the way, a familiar message from Xiling Tong reached him. After the war, the Shandan building had been transformed by wanderers into a mechanical bar, a haven for weary warriors to relax and converse, as well as a hub for various factions to gather intelligence. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the schematic with a resigned sigh. The information I provided was sound, yet these Autobots dare to trouble me. How petty they are. No wonder they are oppressed by our Decepticons. Such a narrow-minded attitude is bound to fail. Xiling Tong scoffed, a multitude of alpacas galloping through his mind. "You think your information is fine? What a joke. Although there are Autobots present, the place is primarily guarded by rebellious Decepticons. Furthermore, there are neutral factions. That location has effectively severed ties with the Decepticons due to unseen machinations, and the Decepticons are ready to abandon it." At the entrance of the Shandan building, a group of gaudily painted ruffians stood playing a Cybertronian sport. Xiang Feiyu changed his demeanor and walked directly towards them, but the ruffians, initially engrossed in their game, quickly intercepted him. "Big guy, what brings you here? This is a members-only establishment, and unfamiliar faces are unwelcome." Without sparing them a glance, Xiang Feiyu pushed one aside and strode towards the grand entrance. At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing 5 muscular Cybertronians who formed a line. "You are not welcome here. Leave." Xiang Feiyu tilted his head to observe these thugs, then turned and walked to the side, pausing to reveal his companion behind him. Casually, he commanded, "Eliminate them." Upon seeing the figure behind him, the 5 thugs instinctively recoiled. Mechanical insect? Before they could fully comprehend their fear, the hard shell lunged forward, swiftly severing one thug's head. The others retreated, fully aware that mechanical insects inherently possess superior combat prowess compared to ordinary elite Decepticons, especially considering this one was significantly larger. As the target retreated, the hard shell emitted a piercing insectoid sound, transforming its mechanical hand into a cannon and indiscriminately firing at the fleeing thugs. Nearby, the petty criminals, terrified, transformed into motorcycles and fled. It was evident that trouble had come knocking. One thug was struck in the back, collapsing to the ground. The others, witnessing this, dared not assist their fallen comrade, and instead sprinted towards the entrance. Though they were but a few strides from safety, it felt as insurmountable as a chasm. Two had fallen, one of whom suffered a grievous blow to the head, while the other was nearing the entrance. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light pierced through the air, penetrating the assailant's body and embedding itself forcefully into a nearby metal pillar. The assailant wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend the attack that had just transpired, feeling no sense of impending danger. As he glanced down at the energy fluid oozing from his wound, he realized his fate was sealed, and with it, the fate of his leader as well. Xiang Feiyu approached, crushing the skull of the crawling assailant beneath his boot, and addressed the stunned Hardshell, stating, "You have much to learn." Hardshell dared not retort, for he understood that even had he been prepared, he would have been unable to evade such a strike. Even soaring through the air would not have spared him. This reminded him of a leader, one who could hurl a spear at a target moving hundreds of meters away. Megatron, the fearsome leader of the Decepticons. As Xiang Feiyu neared, Hardshell instinctively stepped aside. At that moment, a bewildered young thug's eyes lit up, and he promptly leaped to open the door, welcoming Xiang Feiyu as if he were an esteemed guest. The instant the door swung open, the cacophony from within spilled out. Upon entering, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the scene, noting at least 60 or 70 Cybertronians, comprising both Autobots and Decepticons. They exchanged boasts and idle chatter, entirely devoid of the animosity one would expect from mortal enemies. This peculiar atmosphere within the Transformers bar perhaps stemmed from millennia of warfare, compelling them to seek a tranquil and harmonious refuge. Chapter 21. RC The electronic eyes recorded all individuals, and the core processor analyzed the presence of an old acquaintance among them. Xiang Feiyu made his way to a sidebar, where he found a petite, blue-painted female Autobot, RC. Stepping closer, he remarked to RC, who was pouring herself a drink, "Aren't you going to offer a toast to your savior?" RC shot him a glare. "You killed my partner in front of me, and you expect me to buy you a drink? Dream on." Xiang Feiyu leaned against the bar, replying, "I killed him to save you. One life for another. We're even." "You." RC slammed her glass down on the table. "Saving a life does not absolve you from taking one. You cannot offset murder with heroism." Xiang Feiyu tilted his head in contemplation. "Well, I did save you, so you owe me a drink." "You." RC, on the verge of exploding, yet managing to suppress her fury, intrigued Xiang Feiyu. At that moment, she turned to the service robot behind the bar, instructing, "Bring this uncouth murderer a cup of the cheapest, most inferior oil, preferably one that has been used many times before." Hearing RC's words, Xiang Feiyu chuckled awkwardly and turned to the bar robot, saying, "For this beautiful yet fiery lady, please serve the finest energy drink. She requires something exquisite to extinguish the small flames of anger within her." Upon hearing this, RC shot him a skeptical glance. "Do you even have any money? You mass-produced Decepticons are not worthy of possessing currency." Xiang Feiyu casually tossed a crystal-like orb, which the bar's robotic attendant caught with precision, thanking him for his patronage. Soon after, 2 bottles of pale blue energy liquid were delivered. "By the way, I've heard you're notorious for being a partner killer. To be your companion is said to be perilous, though I wonder if there is any truth to it." Upon hearing this, Alcie's initial anger swiftly morphed into sadness. "Say what you will," Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "I believe it is their lack of strength, or perhaps simply their misfortune." Alcie drained her glass of lubricant and replied, "Enough. This is all my fault." Observing the sorrow of this young lady, who had lived for millennia, Xiang Feiyu realized he could no longer provoke her. "All right, you cannot be blamed entirely. It is primarily due to your comrades' incompetence. If you were to partner with me, you would undoubtedly be invincible." After hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, Alcie shot him a glare, leaped off the long bench, and before departing, she said, "Thank you for the treat. I hope next time I can show mercy." Xiang Feiyu shrugged. Just then, the grand doors on the upper level swung open, revealing a formidable Cybertronian with a grim expression. "Are you the one causing us trouble?" Xiang Feiyu toyed with his glass, eyeing the unfriendly figure before him. "Trouble? Do you even think you are worthy?" At that moment, the hard-shelled Decepticons nearby began to converge, and their adversaries stood firm, particularly the ragtag group of vagrants and bounty hunters who approached, threatening us in kind. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiang Feiyu's mouth. "If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." With that, he suddenly hurled 2 piggy banks from behind him, which soared through the air, causing the Decepticons to pale in fear, immediately transforming into vehicles and fleeing. The patrons and bodyguards were left in stunned silence. What was happening? However, at the moment the piggy banks shattered upon hitting the ground, the countenance of all Cybertronians changed dramatically. The insect icon? Run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chaos erupted within the mechanical bar as every guest rushed toward the exit, only to discover that the doors had been barricaded. They attempted to force their way out, but the insect icons granted them no opportunity, soaring toward the densely populated areas. The insect icons descended upon the patrons, voraciously gnawing, and soon several Cybertronians found their joints severed, collapsing to the ground in agony. The remaining patrons, unable to exit, sought refuge elsewhere, plunging the entire bar into disarray. The high-ranking Cybertronian's expression grew grim as he surveyed the pandemonium. Aside for the panicked guests, only Xiang Feiyu remained as an adversary. Yet, realizing he was ill-prepared for confrontation, he opted to retreat, planning to return for vengeance later. He cast a fierce glare at Xiang Feiyu before leading his subordinates to the upper level. Allowing the tiger to return to the mountain would surely spell disaster. Xiang Feiyu understood this principle well. At that moment, a solitary insect icon spotted Xiang Feiyu and flew toward him. However, the delectable feast he had envisioned remained tantalizingly out of reach, as he was abruptly seized by the head and, amidst his astonishment, hurled into the air by Xiang Feiyu. As he spun through the sky and came to a halt, he immediately noticed a swarm of delicacies moving above him. Panic surged within him, for he realized he was ill-equipped to confront these creatures. Without hesitation, he let out a piercing scream, prompting a multitude of iron-eating bugs to respond in kind and charge towards the banquet of treats. The administrator, startled by the buzzing sound, turned to witness a veritable swarm of over 1,000 iron-eating bugs soaring towards them. He bolted forward, bellowing for the doors to be shut immediately. However, before he could finish his command, the subordinates tasked with closing the doors were swiftly subdued by those at the entrance. They sought to prevent the doors from shutting, unwilling to be abandoned as the iron-eating bugs approached. Yet, this concern quickly faded, for in that fleeting moment, the iron-eating bugs had already infiltrated the interior, targeting the fleeing bar administrator. A chilling scream echoed as the administrator found himself besieged by the bugs. In an instant, the bar transformed into a hellscape, with patrons, be they Decepticons, Autobots, vagabonds, or bounty hunters, plunging into the shadow of death. Within 3 to 5 minutes, less than a third of the bar's occupants remained alive and struggling. It was merely a matter of time before they too would succumb. Observing the dire situation, Xiang Feiyu seized a metal rod and charged towards the nearest iron-eating bug. The bug, drawn to this new source of nourishment, approached eagerly, only to find itself met with a brutal blow that shattered its head. The rod sliced through the air, causing its kin to plummet like rain. 1, 2, 3, 4 infuriatingly. He counted each strike as he went. 20 minutes later, the hall was devoid of screams, and the sounds of iron-eating bugs gnawing on metal had ceased. The floor was littered with countless bug carcasses and remnants of fallen Cybertronians. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the area, noting the absence of life. 965 bugs lay defeated. He had tossed 2 jars, each containing 1,000 iron-eating bugs, and with so few remaining in the hall, it was clear the rest had ventured to the command center. Without a moment's pause, Xiang Feiyu ascended the staircase, dismissing the notion of using the elevator. With iron-eating bugs present, there was no guarantee they would remain in one location. If they severed the elevator's steel cables, disaster would ensue. Producing a locator previously designed for his small communicator, he began a methodical sweep of each floor. The device proved effective, especially since the locator had been installed on the iron-eating bugs during their slumber, making them easy to track. Upon reaching the top floor and surveying the disarray of the control room, he could only imagine the grim fate that had befallen those within. Chapter 22. The Power of the Iron-Eating Worm and Escape Exit. Xiang Feiyu came upon the head of the former bar manager, severed and resting on the ground, his eyes still reflecting the terror of his final moments. With disdain, Xiang kicked it aside and activated the communication system, instructing, "You all come in and start clearing the building." Xiaoling used the controller to detonate the remaining iron-eating worms. The door to the secret chamber was ajar, indicating a hasty escape, as they had not the time to close it behind them. This fortuitously spared him the trouble of searching for their hidden cache. Stepping into the chamber, he encountered several mangled corpses, remnants of a gruesome feast, alongside a few lingering iron-eating worms. Upon noticing Xiang's entrance, they abandoned their meal and charged at him, but mere meters away, their bodies suddenly detonated. The muffled sound of explosions echoed throughout the secret chamber, suggesting that the threat had been neutralized. Kicking aside the carcasses, he proceeded down the corridor. Upon reaching the lower level, he discovered an even greater number of bodies and severed limbs of the blasted, iron-eating worms. Here, too, the main door stood wide open, revealing a vast expanse equivalent to 2 football fields, meticulously lined with numerous crates. Xiang activated his communicator, declaring, "Crowbar, ensure no one else enters the secret chamber. Additionally, inform Xiaoling to locate the entrance to the underground city." "I understand, brother," Crowbar promptly replied. Approaching one of the crates, he opened it to find energy cannons, 5 in each box, with over 100 boxes in total. On the opposite side lay an array of standard components. Over 1,000 crates, 50 crates of grenades, 50 of explosive packs, and more than 8,000 energy blocks. He also noted 2 massive 1,000 mm multi-barreled siege cannons and 10 small aerial vehicles. In a corner, he discovered 10 boxes of cosmic currency, the Morning Star coins, each containing 10,000, equivalent to the crystal coins previously used to purchase premium lubricants. It was said that these coins were crafted by the cosmic divine beings using their powers, capable of being absorbed or traded across different species in the universe. In addition to these treasures, there were peculiar meteorites, stone slabs, and various other oddities on display, all of which now seemed to belong to him. Lifting one of the coins, Xiang seated himself cross-legged on the ground. As his consciousness made contact with the coin, he sensed a peculiar, gentle energy coursing within it, guiding him to absorb its power. In that moment, the dormant internal force within him began to circulate through his limbs, enhancing his physical awareness and merging body and mind. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Xiang finally opened his eyes again, he found that 5 boxes of Morning Star coins had been reduced to powder. He felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him, even perceiving an invisible gaseous shield enveloping his body, a protective barrier of sorts, providing an additional layer of defense. At this juncture, the communicator buzzed to life, and Crowbar's voice resonated. "Brother, the supply warehouse downstairs is brimming with resources and currency. We have struck gold. I'll have Xiaoling compile the inventory for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the communicator unexpectedly transmitted information about a warehouse he had discovered. 100,000 ordinary parts, over 3,000 barrels of lubricants of various grades, 13,000 crates of low-grade energy blocks, 300 refurbished second-hand motorcycles, 50 aircraft, 10,000 ordinary hand cannons, 10,000 boxes of weapon components and ammunition, 30,000 titanium alloy combat knives and daggers, and 1 million crystal coins, along with other miscellaneous supplies. This constituted a substantial fortune. Could it be that the individuals here were supplying resources to a certain faction? If so, it was likely that this person had the backing of another family, making it imperative to leave Cybertron swiftly when necessary. Moreover, he had located the entrance to the lower underground levels, though exploration had yet to commence. The communicator added this final note. Xiang Feiyu nodded, instructing, "Have the original crankcase lead the team to collaborate with the main base's maintenance department to acquire at least 100 mechanical soldiers equipped with repair capabilities. Once the spaceship repairs begin, we shall exchange the remaining supplies for the necessary equipment and materials, ensuring the project is completed as swiftly as possible. We may have provoked a powerful underground family, and we must depart before they react." The communicator nodded in agreement, displaying the cleverness characteristic of a Decepticon. Upon noticing a bar in the vicinity, he sensed something was amiss, and, upon observing the supplies, surmised that this was likely a stronghold for an underground force. However, had he seen the movements within the upper secret chamber, he would have realized how misguided his assumptions were. This was merely a transit station for the opposing faction. Closing the communication, he felt the energy coursing through him, evidently a result of the recent absorption that had enabled his 9-tripod dominance technique to break through to the first level, achieving true steel protection. He glanced at the remaining Morning Star coins. They were sufficient for another absorption, allowing him to solidify his second level and enhance his protective chi without issue. Considering the potential adversaries, and to avert any unforeseen complications, Xiang Feiyu settled down once more to absorb the energy from the coins. Time passed, and the morning star coins within the surrounding crates visibly disintegrated into powder, ultimately dissipating into the air. When Xiang Feiyu opened his eyes again, he pushed aside the crate in preparation to stand, only to discover that the wooden board beneath it concealed an ancient sword. The blade was 40 centimeters wide and 3 meters long, adorned with ancient script engravings. Beneath the guard, 2 characters were etched. They resembled ancient Chinese writing predating the Zhou dynasty, yet he was no scholar and could not decipher their meaning. Nevertheless, the inscription's significance was inconsequential. The glint of the blade confirmed its sharpness. He swung it lightly, feeling an intrinsic connection as if the sword were an extension of his arm, effortlessly slicing through the sturdy titanium alloy crate as though it were mere tofu. This sword evoked a sense of familiarity, as if reuniting with a long-lost kin. He sheathed it, allowing it to magnetically attach to his waist, feeling as if he had returned to ancient times, embodying a commander leading countless troops. Returning to the upper level, I beheld a crowbar and short-handled axe station at the entrance. Aside from those peculiar items and those pertinent to the spacecraft, all else was to be gathered for disposal. The crowbar nodded and entered alongside the short-handled axe. Once the area was tidied up, the 3 brothers of the primitive crankcase made their entrance. The eldest, Xiang Feiyu, took his place upon the central metallic chair, signaling the commencement of the task ahead. "You must ensure that no errors occur on your end, for our very lives depend on it," he declared. The primitive crankcase inclined their heads in affirmation. "Rest assured, boss. I shall keep a vigilant watch until completion." After their departure, Xiao Lingtong entered, stating, "Boss, the knife has relayed information. He, along with the scythe beast and other subordinates, has amassed a considerable quantity of the constant realm crystals." He inquired whether we should retreat. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow slightly. "What news from the miners?" Chapter 23. The significance of resources, Xiao Lingtong replied. "The miners from the Decepticon faction are quite displeased with our actions, having already sparked several conflicts. Had it not been for Lord Shockwave's subordinates intervening, our people might have faced annihilation." He added, however, "The current individuals in the laboratory wish to control the production of constant realm crystals, so I believe it prudent to retreat if necessary." Constant realm crystals? Inform the knife that if trouble arises, to concede during the day, but take decisive action at night. We cannot afford to lose the constant realm crystals." Xiang Feiyu retorted with a cold snort. "As a member of the Decepticons, we must eschew any notions of fair competition. Everything is for our own gain. The constant realm crystals are exceedingly valuable. Our ability to mine them stems from Lord Shockwave's tacit approval, and the troubles we face are also sanctioned by him. He is assessing whether we merit such investment. Thus we must withstand all pressures until our departure," Xiang Feiyu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingtong swiftly comprehended the reason behind the numerous skirmishes at the mine. The commander there seemed to be merely observing the spectacle. "Now that we have secured funding, you must expedite the modifications to the spacecraft while ensuring all defensive measures are in place," Xiang Feiyu instructed Xiao Lingtong. Xiao Lingtong nodded. "And what of our descent to the lower levels?" Xiang Feiyu scoffed dismissively. "Do you truly believe the Autobots are benevolent? That area has long since been plundered by them. They took everything of value, leaving behind only large foundational equipment for potential future needs. Any spacecraft must be devised by us." Xiao Lingtong nodded and opened a map. The Black Pine Mountain battlefield marks the turning point of the Cybertronian War, where the Autobots transition from confrontation to defense, while the Decepticons evolve from offense to extermination. The battle raged from the skies to the depths, with numerous warships and aircraft crashing and lying abandoned due to the haste of conflict. Given the severe losses, recovery was deemed impractical. Over time, the Decepticons ceased retrieval efforts, preferring to construct new vessels rather than salvage the old. The Autobots wish to claim what remains. Yet the battlefield is rife with rogue Decepticons, mechanical beasts, and wasteland hunters. Xiang Feiyu rose to his feet. "I know what must be done." In the wilderness, 3 SUVs led a convoy of 20 vehicles racing along the highway, a mere 15 kilometers from the battlefield of Heidong Mountain. However, just a bit further ahead, the trio of SUVs abruptly slammed to a halt, executing a swift turn as they skidded sideways, for a blockade had been set up ahead. A dozen rugged hunters, armed with long-barreled firearms, guarded the area, while a motley group of scavenger Cybertronians queued to enter. Xiang Feiyu approached to inspect the situation and discovered that a toll was being collected. It is undeniable that such individuals exist on every planet, and one must admit that toll collection is indeed a lucrative venture. Thus, he ordered their dismantling. Upon receiving Xiang Feiyu's command, a cadre of elite Decepticons lunged at the band of mountain bandits, resulting in a cacophony of screams as the small-time thugs were swiftly reduced to mere scraps. Xiang Feiyu gestured to two of his subordinates, Shovel and Hydraulic Press, instructing them to remain behind with 8 warriors to oversee the toll collection. Shovel and Hydraulic Press promptly transformed, arming themselves and taking position, while the others resumed their advance. As they progressed, a variety of warships and aircraft, haphazardly embedded in the ground, came into view. Approaching closer revealed a plethora of aerial vehicles, though few were functional and even fewer could be salvaged. Gazing at the colossal wreckage of a battleship, Xiang Feiyu pondered the feasibility of transporting such a massive structure. He turned to Little Communication, who confidently remarked that they only needed to retrieve essential equipment for repairs. The hull and interiors were inconsequential to their needs. The Cybertronians, as mechanical life forms, breathed when air was present and refrained when it was absent. However, in the absence of an energy source, their bodies would corrode. With ample energy, they could self-repair within 5 minutes, provided no critical components were missing. With this revelation, Xiang Feiyu refrained from further discussion and addressed the others, instructing them to commence the task. Little Communication was to announce the search for necessary parts and equipment, while trucks would facilitate transportation and gather at the designated meeting point. They would establish a simple camp here to facilitate management and the collection of components. Relying solely on their small group was hardly sufficient. Before long, the camp began broadcasting a list of required parts and their prices, resembling a mercenary guild posting missions. The remaining tasks were entrusted to his subordinates, as the leader himself ventured out of the camp, seeking to explore the surroundings. The roar of motorcycle engines echoed as they roamed through the ruins, a stark testament to the immense bloodshed of the recent conflict. Even on the periphery, numerous dismantled bodies lay scattered, weathered and eroded over the years. Their identities as Autobots or Decepticons obscured, yet their visages remained grotesque, as if witnessing something far more terrifying in their final moments. Additionally, heaps of refuse littered the area, suggesting that for some time, this site had served as a waste disposal facility for the Decepticons. Along the way, they encountered various Decepticons, Autobots, scavengers, and an assortment of mechanical beasts. Regarding the mechanical beasts, Xiao Lingtong has conveyed some information, revealing that within these wild mechanical creatures resides a type of energy entity known as spirit crystal. The primary function of this spirit crystal is to expand the capacity of the mechanical brain, preventing insufficient data storage due to excessive accumulation. Moreover, the augmentation of the mechanical brain confers an additional remarkable benefit: enhanced agility and quicker reflexes. The motorcycle veered left and right as it surged forward, and at that moment, a figure emerged. My vehicle abruptly shifted and leapt into the air, drawing forth an ancient sword to slice through the air. The shadow was cleaved in two. Upon landing and turning back, I discovered it was a mechanical wolf. Even in its severed state, the mechanical wolf attempted to struggle, but the energy within its body rapidly drained through the wound, weakening it until the light in its eyes extinguished and its body came to a halt. I approached, crouched down, and from the back of my hand, a wrist blade protruded, slicing open the mechanical wolf's body. Near the core, I found a red crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail. This was the spirit crystal. Upon examining it, I noticed its dazzling beauty, reminiscent of a diamond, with glimmers akin to starlight twinkling within. After securing the spirit crystal, I intended to inspect the mechanical wolf's body for any additional materials, but at that moment, I suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from all around. Looking up, I saw the surrounding heaps of garbage teeming with identical mechanical wolves. I felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through me. "Come forth, my blade is eager for battle." These words seemed to provoke the mechanical wolves, which leapt towards me in a fit of rage. Individually, some of these mechanical wolves may have surpassed the strength of ordinary thugs. Yet wolves have always triumphed through numbers and cooperation, a principle that holds true for these mechanical counterparts as well, enhanced by their data connectivity for sharper collaboration. However, this was merely the case for ordinary thugs. As a general who has endured countless battles and conflicts, coupled with a life spent wielding a sword in reckless pursuit of valor, dealing with these mechanical wolves was remarkably effortless. The first mechanical wolf that lunged at me was cleaved in half upon landing, much like its predecessor. Observing this scene, the subsequent mechanical wolves hesitated, as their mechanical eyes could only register a fleeting flash. Yet, as beasts, they could not afford to wait any longer. The hunt was on. Another dozen or so lunged at me. I sidestepped and twisted, my ancient sword elegantly parrying one of their claws, while my wrist flicked to sweep across, decapitating several mechanical wolves in an instant, red energy fluid spraying everywhere. Before I could regain my footing, a gust of wind swept in from behind, marking the full commencement of the wolf pack's hunt. No longer holding back, I drew my hand cannon, firing without a glance to the side. The energy blast sending the mechanical wolf hurtling away, inadvertently crashing into a few others behind it. My body shifted, propelling 3 mechanical wolves away, and as I transformed into human form, I wielded my ancient sword with deadly grace. Whenever encircled, I unleashed my full power to burst through the surrounding ranks, slaughtering mechanical wolves on the periphery. The clash of battle echoed through the air, accompanied by roars and wails, as the cacophony signaled that someone had provoked the wolf pack. No one believed that the adversaries of these wolves could survive, nor did anyone dare to provoke the ire of the mechanical beasts. 10 minutes had elapsed, and my handheld cannon had long since exhausted its energy, its whereabouts now unknown. At present, I found myself gripping the neck of a mechanical wolf. Though it had yet to perish, it bore the marks of my relentless assault, serving as a makeshift shield against its frenzied kin, who relentlessly attacked in their attempts to reach me. Observing the surrounding corpses and the mere dozen of mechanical wolves that remained, a smile crept across my lips. These creatures were remarkably tenacious. Despite suffering the loss of 90% of their number, they still fought valiantly. Just as I prepared to eradicate the last vestiges of their kind, a heart-wrenching howl emanated from the mountaintop, where a wolf king, as formidable as 3 mechanical wolves combined, stood. The pack turned to retreat. I gazed at the wolf king, who was fixated upon me, as if contemplating a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, no armor could withstand the strike of my ancient sword. Regardless of its size, the armor would be cleaved, exposing the vulnerable circuitry within. The Wolf King was no fool. It shot me a vengeful glare from its perch before turning to depart. However, as it glanced back, it caught sight of the mocking smirk gracing my lips. The shape of my mouth seemed to convey, "You have no chance." In that very moment, I unleashed a flash of cold light from my ancient sword. The mechanical Wolf King attempted to evade, but its turning motion hindered its agility, leaving it to witness the encroaching glimmer until it obscured its vision entirely. As the mechanical Wolf King slowly crumpled to the ground, a cruel smile played upon my lips. Did it truly believe it could contend with me? Did it think itself invincible? With that thought, I sprinted towards the refuse mound, sheathing my ancient sword, while I began to utilize my wrist blades to harvest materials from the fallen mechanical wolves. Above, the light began to fade, heralding the descent of the sun. At that moment, a convoy of motorcycles burst onto the battlefield, led by my loyal subordinates, the crowbar and the short axe. Surveying the field strewn with the bodies of mechanical wolves, I reveled in the knowledge that I had single-handedly vanquished so many. The shock within me was profound. Among those who followed were new drifters and other denizens of Cybertron, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the scene, quickly morphing into excitement. They understood what the strength of a faction leader signified: abundant rewards, the ability to traverse with impunity, and the prospect of expansion that would allow them to flourish. "Crowbar, have them transport the bodies back," I commanded. With the arrival of our allies, it was time to make use of their presence. Crowbar scratched his head, questioning the utility of such a task. Without uttering a word, Xiang Feiyu merely smiled. Crowbar, observing his increasingly enigmatic older brother, was at a loss for words and simply waved his hand. "Did you not hear my elder brother's orders? Immediately take the bodies back." Though reluctant, the others had no choice but to obey, transforming and hauling several carcasses back toward our encampment. In the makeshift camp, a considerable number of vagrants and bounty hunters had gathered, primarily lured by the enticing conditions offered by Xiang Feiyu, who had effectively used wealth to recruit them in their quest for machine parts. Xiang Feiyu turned to the little communicator, Inquiring, "Is the machine I requested fully installed?" The little communicator, looking at his superior, was uncertain about the latter's intentions. "It is ready," he replied. As the little communicator seemed poised to say more, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, asking, "Have those mini Autobots you were tasked to find arrived?" The little communicator nodded, confirming their presence, albeit indicating that they were causing chaos in the camp. A sly grin spread across my face. "Indeed, we must install a cage to ensure they work diligently within it." "A cage for installation? What a splendid idea." The little communicator quickly grasped Xiang Feiyu's intention, recognizing the need for control over the unruly Decepticons and the even more erratic mini Autobots. By confining them within a cage on a conveyor belt, they would be compelled to work quietly, lest they risk being severed by the machinery and subsequently disassembled in the next phase. This would certainly be more efficient than attempting to discipline them. The little communicator promptly declared, "I shall take care of it at once." Before long, the camp erupted into chaos, with the deceived mini Autobots being captured and thrown into cages. Despite their struggles, it was futile. Otherwise, they would not be living amidst the refuse. As for weapons, they wielded diminutive firearms, yet dared not brandish them in the presence of the ruthless Decepticons. Standing atop a platform, Xiang Feiyu addressed the tumultuous crowd of robots below. "As members of Cybertron, we must not merely take, in the face of this ravaged world. It is time for us to give back to our home planet." Skeptical murmurs arose from the audience regarding Xiang Feiyu's lofty declarations. However, undeterred by the skepticism stemming from his varied experiences, he continued, "Now, let us take action, beginning with ourselves and from this mountain of refuse. We shall sort through all the waste, recycling the useful materials and burying the useless." A grim expression spread across the faces of all present, including the newly joined vagrants, as thoughts of escape crossed their minds. Yet, they were drawn in by Xiang Feiyu's subsequent words. "Every diligent worker will be replenished with energy at the camp. Moreover, based on contributions, each person will receive 50 crystal coins daily and will have the opportunity for body modifications, upgrades, or even the creation of new bodies for the mini Autobots." All those present found it hard to believe, as it was their first encounter with a gang operating in a junkyard that actually offered compensation. Xiang Feiyu observed the gradual shift in the audience's attitude, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, all wages and energy will be paid daily, so there is no need to fear prolonged deceit. Any deception would only last a day." Chapter 25, First Update. With that, Xiang Feiyu proclaimed, "Let us commence our work." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, leaving the little communicator in a state of bewilderment. This was not what he had envisioned. He wondered if the demands would prove too great for his leader. Xiang Feiyu smiled reassuringly, assuring that profits were guaranteed without loss. A thunderous rumble echoed as the machines roared to life, setting the conveyor belt in motion. The first to arrive was the recently retrieved carcass of a mechanical wolf. As this body traversed the conveyor belt, passing by the enclosure of the minicons, they employed their various tools to disassemble certain components, separating ordinary armor from the parts for further processing. Piece by piece, what remained was merely a skeleton destined for the furnace to be smelted. This meticulous disassembly ensured that no scrap parts were wasted. The selected components were then processed, repaired, and packaged, ready to be sold to the Decepticon repair department or black market traders. One particularly extravagant reward mechanism was in place. For instance, a minicon discovering a spark crystal during disassembly would be rewarded with a staggering 5,000 crystal coins and a 3-day vacation upon submission. Similarly, those who performed exceptionally well also received rewards. However, for those who engaged in deceitful practices or embezzlement, the consequences were dire. The minicons on the conveyor belt would dismantle them into parts as compensation. Observing the bustling camp, the crowbar was filled with excitement. "Brother, you possess a talent for business? A talent for business, you say? Within this body, the crankcase is merely a ruthless thug, while the mighty Xiang Yu is a god of slaughter. It is only Xiang Feiyu, having witnessed extensive infrastructure production back home, who could conceive such an idea. Collecting scrap is indeed lucrative, especially since this vast wealth center is solely managed by us." Xiang Feiyu gazed at the industrious workers with satisfaction. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to the communicator, instructing, "Work 36 hours a day, with only 1 day off each month. We are also preparing for a second and third production line." "Huh? Cybertron is enormous. A week consists of 48 hours. Working 36 hours a day means virtually no rest. This is even more exploitative than the Decepticons. After taking a few steps, Xiang Feiyu turned back to inform them that those who performed well could become foremen or supervisors, while those who faltered would face disassembly in parts. Days passed, and the towering mounds of refuse appeared to dwindle as if devoured by some monstrous beast, slowly becoming shorter and smaller. Although the laborers toiled diligently, they found solace in the fact that at the end of each day, they were rewarded with between 50 to 100 crystal coins, allowing them the option to refrain from work the following day until their accumulated wealth was spent. Only the mini-cons confined within cages lacked any rights. They would toil for several days or even months before being released. Yet, upon witnessing crystal coins towering over their own bodies, they realized the burdens of wealth. Possessing such riches meant immediate danger, as they would be robbed at first sight, with no recourse for assistance. Consequently, they were compelled to store their money within the camp's warehouse and continue their labor. In the camp warehouse, a hook was firmly grasping a mech. Indeed, it was not a Cybertronian, but rather a combat armor crafted from assembled parts, specifically designed for the mini-transformers. Charging tests commenced. Data binding was established, and operational actions began. Upon completion of the charging phase, data was input, and the control system was finalized. However, the synchronization rate of the mech fell short by 30%, indicating poor neuroelectric contact. The synchronization of the weapon systems revealed normal operation of the wrist blades and intelligent target locking, alongside standard firepower output and missile targeting. As the test concluded, the issue of neuroelectric contact persisted. The little communicator, puzzled, inquired, "Boss, what is the purpose of our research? These mini-transformers are merely consumables, and we can have as many as we desire." Beside him, the crowbar chimed in, "Brother, this mech is of little utility. It cannot even transform. However, I've heard that the laboratory possesses finished products. Perhaps we can negotiate a trade for something more advanced." Xiang Feiyu, with a mysterious gesture, replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply focus on completing the tests." The little communicator nodded nonchalantly, understood. The neuroelectric testing and repairs will be completed in 3 days. At that moment, the door swung open, and the hydraulic press entered, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble. The wolf pack has breached our defenses and is here to seize our production line." No sooner had he spoken than gunfire erupted outside. "Quickly inform the boss that the wolf pack is attacking." Xiang Feiyu stepped outside. Witnessing subordinates tumbling from the walls and explosions resonating intermittently. "Open the gates and let them in," he coldly commanded. A horde of transformers adorned with wolf head insignias stormed in, led by a towering 7-meter-tall warwolf. Upon reaching Xiang Feiyu, the creature transformed into a humanoid form. This was the leader of the wolf pack, the warwolf. This being could be deemed a lord-level mechanical wolf, possessing formidable strength and the ability to shift into human form. Word has it that the Lord of the Skies has struck it rich in this refuse heap. Mind if we brothers partake in the spoils? The warwolf sneered at Xiang Feiyu. Tilting his head, Xiang Feiyu replied, "Oh, and how do you propose to divide it, warwolf?" The warwolf extended a clawed finger, declaring, 80-20, you take 1, I take 9. The resentment among Xiang Feiyu's subordinates was palpable, and he responded with a cold smirk. "In that case, why not just give it all to you?" The warwolf glared menacingly at Xiang Feiyu. "I could only wish for that." With that, he assumed a battle stance, ready to engage, while his minions brandished their weapons. Xiang Feiyu, suppressing his smirk, replied coolly, "Very well, this camp is yours." He then turned to the little communicator, instructing, "Pack your things immediately. We shall relocate." The others were taken aback, their minds swirling with questions. Is he truly backing down? Yet many were aware of Xiang Feiyu's ruthless methods, rendering them hesitant to oppose him, perhaps even fearful of defiance. The crowbar, disappointed by the lack of confrontation, lamented, "Brother, are we really just giving it to them?" Xiang Feiyu curled his lip, declaring that they could not consume what lay before them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gun felt somewhat bewildered, asking, "Big brother, what do you mean?" With a cold chuckle, Xiang Feiyu replied, "Do you think no one has coveted these remnants of the battlefield after they have lingered here for so long?" Xiao Lingtong pondered for a moment, expressing disbelief. That shouldn't be the case, right? Yet he felt it was implausible. Xiang Feiyu continued, "Many have indeed set their sights on these ruins. yet all have met with failure due to the absence of a viable means to procure the goods. At this juncture, some began to grasp the situation, for as the war drew to a close, the Decepticons had emerged victorious, rendering it impossible for the Autobots to establish factories here or allow resources to flow into their ranks, while the Autobots lacked the funds for large-scale purchases. Only the Decepticons and black market traders possessed the capacity for bulk acquisitions, yet even the latter had limitations on what they could consume. I continued, relying solely on those black market traders will not suffice to consume the goods here. Hence, the products will ultimately have to be sold to the Decepticons. The Decepticons inherently possess the ability to incite turmoil. They generally cannot establish factories, and even if they did, their own kind would be envious, leading to destruction amid conflict. Unlike us, I confess to you, I have allocated 40% of our resources to Lord Shockwave, who will provide us with considerable convenience, which is the reason for our sustained growth here. The Howling Wolves gang? They lack the requisite strength, and will soon realize that 99% of the parts they produce will go unsold. At this revelation, the subordinates present instantly grasped the unfolding situation, understanding that the recycling facility was not something just anyone could operate. Many who had entertained independent ambitions retracted their thoughts and prepared to continue working with Xiang Feiyu. Xiang Feiyu promptly sent out a location pin, marking a site he had long selected. Originally, he had intended to depart had the Howling Wolves gang not arrived, and he felt no remorse in abandoning the camp. From the outset, he had not planned to remain here long-term, so aside from the warehouse, all other structures, including the walls, were hastily constructed and of inferior quality, which explained why Xiang Feiyu had not fortified them. The new base, upon the arrival of all guards and workers, revealed itself to be eerily reminiscent of the previous camp's conditions, the sole distinction being that it was now filled with heaps of refuse from the nearby garbage mountains. Xiang Feiyu pointed to the location, commanding, "Let us commence work." Every minute wasted equates to tens of thousands of crystal coins. With a single command, the machines whirred back to life as abandoned machinery and various decaying corpses were fed onto the conveyor belt, where the mini-transformers began disassembling the products. After a day of labor, many vagabonds trudged into the tavern, their weary bodies betraying the toll of prolonged exertion. Though the work was not overly strenuous, the monotony of a singular task wore heavily on their spirits, and only energy drinks infused with stimulants could alleviate their mental and physical fatigue. The mini-transformers, who toiled even longer than the workers, faced a more tragic fate. Some, succumbing to mental exhaustion, fell from their cages, only to be dismantled by their fellow companions. In the Mini-Kong group, Xiang Feiyu finally acquired the title of Vampire Kong, a designation that instilled dread among the Mini-Kongs. However, his fate took a dramatic turn when, through diligent work and a stroke of luck in discovering a half-abandoned energy tree, he was rewarded with a towering 7-meter mech equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, including hand cannons, machine guns, missiles, arm blades, and long knives. Consequently, he ascended to the leadership of the Mini-Kongs, freeing him from frontline duties. Meanwhile, the situation for the Wolfpack was far from favorable. Initially, the production process was manageable, as the workers were inexperienced, resulting in a meager output of parts and resources that could be siphoned off by black market dealers. However, as time progressed, proficiency improved, and under the relentless pressure of the Wolfpack, production surged. At this juncture, the black market dealers found themselves unable to absorb the burgeoning supply, although they could engage and barter with the Autobots. Witnessing the accumulation of unsold products led the Wolfpack to believe they were on the verge of a significant breakthrough, only to find their aspirations shattered. Other factions, which had previously contemplated taking advantage of Xiang Feiyu's retreat, now hesitated, realizing that they lacked the vast market that the Decepticons commanded. These factions were consumed by envy and resentment, yet found themselves powerless, as the situation was no longer one that could be resolved through violence. The upper echelons of the Wolfpack convened a meeting, where many expressed regret over their prior investment of the gang's capital, lamenting that they not only could not recover their funds, but had also seen their contributions evaporate. "What now?" growled the war wolf, glaring at his subordinates. What had once appeared to be a promising venture now resembled a deep pit, with components unsellable. Cash flow was stifled, and they were burdened with substantial wages owed to the drifters. One mechanical wolfman suggested, "Should we consider negotiating with that cunning fellow to reclaim our products?" "Yes, indeed, that's a good idea," Others chimed in, recognizing it as their only recourse. As the sales channels were firmly controlled by the opposing side, the war wolf rose, declaring, "Let us go and speak with him." The predicament of the wolf pack did not go unnoticed by other factions, who felt fortunate for their decision to observe rather than act, thereby avoiding losses. Meanwhile, those who had already installed equipment began to ponder how to find buyers to recover their products. However, after a period of contemplation, they ultimately abandoned this pursuit. Realizing that small-scale production could not yield substantial profits, they concluded it was better to revert to their former practices. Consequently, in an effort to mitigate losses, they dismantled their factories and returned to their previous state. The war wolf arrived at Xiang Feiyu's camp, this time opting for negotiation rather than aggression. Xiang Feiyu welcomed them in a makeshift bar hall, remarking, "Gentlemen, the camp has been handed over to you. Why then do you seek to expand?" The war wolf, visibly perturbed, felt as though he had been outmaneuvered, convinced that his adversary was well aware of the challenges he faced in selling his products. "I have come to engage in business with you, presenting an opportunity for prosperity," the wolf warrior declared with arrogance. "I will sell you the product at market price, allowing you to sell it at a premium to the Decepticons, thereby enabling you to amass considerable wealth." Xiang Feiyu regarded his counterpart, then slid a glass of lubricant mixed with super energy blocks across the table towards the wolf warrior. "You may have misconstrued a matter." Xiang Feiyu rose, cradling a large goblet, and continued, "The collection of waste may appear ruthless, yet why was there no participation prior? And why did activities commence upon my arrival?" The wolf warrior, dismissive and with a harsh tone, retorted, "Is it not because you have gained insight into the Decepticons' internal dealings?" Xiang Feiyu smiled, "You are correct. But do you ponder why the Decepticon logistics grant me this opportunity? I am not a high-ranking Decepticon. I hardly believe I possess such influence." Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, all members of the wolf gang were taken aback. What could this imply? Yet, upon reflection, the rationale presented was quite compelling. Although Xiang Feiyu's physique had undergone significant transformation, any astute individual could uncover that he was once a mere pawn in the fearsome battle team, a pawn destined to perish on the battlefield rather than elevate his form to profit from their wealth. Xiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. "It is quite simple. I am acquainted with a prominent figure among the Decepticons, one who can offer me protection." The others suddenly grasped the situation. Hence, it was clear how he managed to penetrate the vast Decepticon market. Observing their amusement, Xiang Feiyu doused them with cold reality. "You believe you have seized the crux of the matter, but do not be naive. Without incentives, why would he extend protection to me? It is not without reason that I surrender 60% of the profits to him, alongside an additional 10% for operational expenses and wages for the workers. In truth, I retain merely 25%. At this juncture, Xiang Feiyu turned his gaze towards the wolf warrior. "You propose that I acquire your products at market value? That would entail utilizing my own funds to enrich you. Do you truly believe that feasible?" Chapter 27. The essence of a merchant. Upon hearing this, all members of the wolf gang recognized the improbability of such an arrangement. However, if this issue remained unresolved, the gang would face ruin. The wolf warrior attempted to argue further, but Xiang Feiyu set down his goblet and stated, "The collection of second-hand components may appear excessively profitable, yet in reality, what is earned is dwarfed by what is given away. Thus, from the moment you assumed control of that factory, your losses were inevitable." The strategist of the wolf gang scoffed, "If you claim not to profit, I observe your production expanding. Do not attempt to deceive us." Xiang Feiyu cast a disinterested glance in his direction. "You are correct. The sale of conventional second-hand components yields little to no profit. The true fortune lies hidden among the refuse, those exquisite items inadvertently discarded, such as spirit crystals, transformation gears, as well as precious gems and materials from advanced weaponry. This constitutes the primary source of profit in waste collection." Upon hearing this, the others comprehended the underlying intricacies. No wonder those mini transformers were caged. They could be conveniently inspected upon mission completion. As he observed a large group of ruffians deep in thought, Xiang Feiyu found it somewhat amusing, akin to the peculiar focus of Zhang Fei embroidering. While Xiang Feiyu spoke some truths, such as the division of profits from a shockwave and providing bonuses to the mechanical guards, he refrained from disclosing that the actual share allocated to the shockwave was a substantial 40%, derived entirely from pure profits. As for the bonuses, though they were consistently awarded, They were negligible, comparable to the workers' wages, which could be dismissed as insignificant. Upon hearing this, the members of the Mad Wolf gang deemed his assertions reasonable, yet the war wolves remained skeptical, recognizing that such a course would inevitably lead to their downfall. Xiang Feiyu resumed his seat, understanding that he could not simply stand by and watch their collapse in this shared territory. I am willing to offer you a 20% increase on the after-sales of your parts and raw materials. What? That's impossible. Wouldn't that mean we earn nothing and even incur losses? A senior member of the Mad Wolf gang slammed the table in frustration. The war wolves shared similar sentiments. Disregarding their objections, Xiang Feiyu continued, I have not finished speaking. I will assist you in acquiring these parts, but you must submit a specified quantity of high-grade machine components every 7 days. I cannot assist you without reason. At this point, they began to grasp that those high-grade components and materials were indeed the crux of the matter, while ordinary parts were merely supplementary. As Xiang Feiyu concluded, he clapped his hands, and a young assistant produced several components, placing them on the table. Do not accuse me of deceiving you. Examine the products we manufacture, and then consider your own. The disparity should illuminate the issue at hand. When the rough men beheld the newly painted, polished, and refined components before them, a pang of embarrassment struck as they recalled the inferior materials in their own camp. Xiang Feiyu rose, stating, in business, the goods you submit must meet standards, otherwise, I shall return them to you. The members of the Mad Wolf gang exchanged glances, with some contemplating clever tricks to bypass quality, realizing that such notions were futile. Xiang Feiyu gestured, Little Ling, please escort the leaders of the Mad Wolf gang for a tour of the workshop. Little Ling nodded, addressing the leaders, please follow me. Accompanied by the multitude from the Mad Wolf gang, they arrived at the assembly line, first encountering a large cutting machine that segmented and sorted substantial waste materials, distributing various grades of sheet metal to distinct departments. Materials requiring no further disassembly directly entered the steel mill for remelting, while those needing dismantling were conveyed via a mini-controlled conveyor, where components were carefully disassembled, with intact parts flowing onto new conveyor belts and defective items directed to the scrap conveyor. Following this, the components underwent cleaning, repair, and polishing. Upon reaching this stage, Little Ling remarked, ahead lies our newly established operation, the assembly workshop, where we manufacture generic parts or other products. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, the weapons assembled here can also be sold on your behalf. We will provide them to you at factory prices, and you may set your own selling prices. After the departure of the Wild Wolf gang, the communicator returned, addressing the leader, I have dispatched the information from this place. I believe we shall soon witness an influx of more factions eager to partake in this grand feast. As the communicator had anticipated, the collaboration between the Sky-Shattering Squad and the Wild Wolf gang had piqued the interest of numerous factions, prompting teams from nearby and even distant regions to send representatives seeking cooperation. For Xiang Feiyu, the more, the merrier. He welcomed all comers. The potential for collapse at the end of this venture was not within Xiang Feiyu's plans, for by that time, he would have long departed from Cybertron. With a plethora of components at their disposal, the Decepticons ramped up their production, deploying cannon fodder to engage in battles across various locales. Even Xiang Feiyu found himself assigned a considerable number of assembled units. While these units appeared indistinguishable from their original counterparts, their performance diverged significantly. For instance, mass-produced mechanical sentinels occasionally suffered a 33-second delay due to issues with video control system transmissions, a fatal flaw. In contrast, these assembled units not only encountered a staggering 59-second delay, but also experienced stuttering movements, rendering them only marginally superior to intelligent robots. Regrettably, the manufacturers of these assembled units were their own, and although the components seemed pristine and flawless, they were still vastly inferior to the organically cultivated original parts produced in proper incubation chambers. Despite the numerous issues, an inexplicable directive from within the Decepticon ranks compelled the logistics team to fervently gather materials for the production of these assembled units. The assembly line grew increasingly efficient, yielding a greater quantity of finished products. Alarmingly, any personnel request for reinforcements would invariably result in assignments of these assembled mechanical sentinels or Decepticon ruffians. Initially, there had been some original units, but now it was exclusively these assembled models, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. The communicator surveyed the 100 newly recruited subordinates before turning to Xiang Feiyu with a furrowed brow. Boss, do we truly need to amass this detritus? It is rather embarrassing. While these scraps may overwhelm Autobot civilians through sheer numbers, they are utterly inadequate against the drifters and mechanical beasts that roam the battlefield ruins. They would fall in droves. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I have already conferred with the higher-ups and provided them with incentives. Yet they seem to have forgotten, offering only this. I am powerless to change it. The cost of producing a mechanical sentinel was $50, while a Decepticon ruffian required $150. However, the creation of an assembled mechanical sentinel cost merely $10, and even as little as $6, while a ruffian could be produced for just $50. Given that the Decepticons had already secured Cybertron and achieved comprehensive victory, assembled units had become the prevailing choice. Cost-effective, labor-saving, material-efficient, and abundant in number. Currently, the camp boasted over 430 warriors, excluding the hired drifters and bounty hunters. Moreover, the registered workforce here exceeded 5,000 individuals. Chapter 28. A fortuitous collaboration. This does not even account for the factions allied with our side. These groups have retained all high-grade products while only selling ordinary parts and materials. Although they do provide a few high-end devices to fill the gaps, their supply remains limited. Ultimately, the price of 20% is exceedingly exorbitant. The Decepticons' relentless surge of troops similarly imposes pressure on the Autobots. While the elite Autobot warriors may not be affected by these mere cannon fodder, the ordinary Autobot militia is suffering. At the Autobot base, many leaders bore expressions of indifference, astonished that such a seemingly insignificant pawn could possess so many strategies and such vast power. What shall we do now? One Autobot inquired. We find ourselves in a precarious situation, with only one opportunity for a surprise attack that must not be squandered. Most crucially, according to our reconnaissance, the spaceship is only 1/3 complete, replied another scientist-class Autobot. We did not anticipate that the Decepticons would alter their policies. However, this presents us with an opportunity to instruct our black market merchants to procure parts and weapons, which would easily arm our forces, RC stated. In truth, they had all previously encountered those assembled goods, which were quite easy to destroy. Suddenly, one Autobot concealed in the shadows spoke up. Perhaps we could create a bit of trouble for them. The others were initially taken aback, but some Autobots displayed displeasure, while others openly exhibited anger. Do not act recklessly. It could jeopardize our grand scheme. Meanwhile, Crowbar hurriedly approached Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, Brother, there has been a significant discovery. Xiang Feiyu's eyes brightened. What is it? Crowbar gestured toward the outside. Come and see for yourself. Understanding the need to evade the watchful eyes of rival factions, Xiang Feiyu followed Crowbar out of the camp, navigating through the heaps of refuse for over an hour before finally stopping beside an aircraft. Transforming into humanoid form, Crowbar remarked, while we were scouting here, we discovered an uncollected Decepticon transport ship, which is still laden with various high-grade supplies. Moreover, brother, the contents within will surely astonish you. Crowbar built suspense, leaving Xiang Feiyu curious about what had so excited him. Upon entering the transport vessel, some equipment was still operational, indicating a substantial amount of resources remained inside. As they approached the control panel to inspect the basic operational data, Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. Aside from areas directly ravaged by artillery, all launchers, boosters, and control systems were intact. Following Crowbar deeper into the ship, they encountered a large door. Upon entering, Xiang Feiyu was astounded by the sight before him. Is this a Ghost Raider fighter jet? Crowbar nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Ghost Raider fighter jet intended for external deployment, with a total of 100 units. The Ghost Raider is an attack-type interstellar aircraft manufactured by the Decepticons for other extraterrestrial forces, originally operable by the Cybertronians as well. Xiang Feiyu's familiarity with this model of aircraft stems from his prior encounters with its predecessor, the Phantom Mirage fighter jet, within the confines of the Shockwave Laboratory. This aircraft, while smaller than the Phantom Predator, serves as a transformation vehicle for the Decepticons. However, it is exclusively suited for those of the Lord class and above, as lower-level Decepticons lack the necessary energy to sustain it. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Xiang Feiyu contemplated sending them to our spacecraft, intending to entrust the matter to Shaoling, who would know how to proceed. This transport vessel held immense significance for the Skybreaker team, particularly due to its pre-existing equipment and intelligent systems. He instructed Hardshell to gather a few individuals to excavate a tunnel here. All items should be transported through this passage, with an emphasis on caution and stability. Furthermore, he directed that traps be set around the surrounding corridors in collaboration with Shortaxe, effectively sealing off all access points, ensuring that future entries would solely utilize the underground route. Nodding in understanding, Hardshell recognized the value of the equipment, tempering his previously jovial demeanor. Upon returning to the camp, he acted as though nothing had transpired, observing the bustling activity around him. A fleeting thought of reluctance to leave Cybertron crossed his mind, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the stark reality that the amalgamation of vast wealth and unequal power would ultimately serve to benefit others. Thus, a journey to Earth to upgrade his physique became imperative. He mentally noted the term spark source, for it possessed the capability to heal injuries, integrate and adjust mechanical components, and enhance both the spark and the core brain. It could be said that as long as there was breath, the spark source could restore him to his former state. On his return journey, Xiang Feiyu pondered many thoughts, but ultimately resolved to adhere to the plan. Indeed, opportunities to profit were plentiful, yet the spark source was singular and must be utilized before its potential faded. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed, prompting Xiang Feiyu to lead his convoy towards the source. Realizing that this procession was headed directly toward their camp. Who are these people? He inquired curiously, as he was not one to venture out often. When he did, it was merely to explore rather than engage in conflict like others. Behind him, Crowbar remarked that these were merely a group of idle ruffians from the vicinity, who shunned factory work in favor of petty thievery. What Crowbar did not disclose was that the discovery of this intact Decepticon transport ship was, in fact, facilitated by these same unsavory characters, who had been swiftly dealt with upon the ship's revelation. "Follow them," commanded Xiang Feiyu, and his companions promptly complied. Merging with the front convoy, it appeared that this area was comprised of numerous small factions, each unaware of the other's circumstances. Thus, the emergence of a new group did not raise any questions. Upon scanning the public pathways, Xiang Feiyu discovered that this gang intended to rob the camp's transport convoy. What perplexed him was the realization that these were merely low-grade components, and recovering them would serve little purpose. It would be far more lucrative to scour the rubbish heaps for higher-quality parts. The Crowbar remarked that it appeared someone had employed them for a task. Xiang Feiyu snorted coldly, instructing the base to enter a state of alert and notifying Luca to assemble the troops for reinforcements. "Charge forth, kill, and seize the opportunity for wealth," bellowed a figure who seemed to be the leader among the bounty hunters in the channel, with many ruffians echoing his fervor. However, as this group of miscreants breached the camp's control zone, their reckless assault led to their demise, courtesy of the landmines encircling the camp. Observing the chaotic scene from the rear, Xiang Feiyu felt no joy as he witnessed the rogues being blown into the air, for he understood that this was a conspiracy. This sudden assault was akin to a key unlocking a door, and soon, more individuals would take the perilous plunge into a lucrative act of robbery. Watching as the number of ruffians dwindled from over 100 to a mere handful of incapacitated ones writhing on the ground, Xiang Feiyu issued a command to commence the cleanup, leaving no target unaccounted for. Chapter 29. Cleanup. His subordinates raised their hand cannons and fired a shot into the heads of the moaning ruffians. Little Lingtong rushed over. "Boss, shouldn't we leave one alive for interrogation?" Xiang Feiyu snorted dismissively. "It is meaningless. The moment they organized themselves, we became targets for all the greedy. Alert the others. It won't be long before more avaricious individuals arrive." After speaking, he advanced, encountering the corpse of a ruffian. Judging by the remains, he appeared to be a civilian Cybertronian. Turning the body over with his foot, he discovered a mark all too familiar: Autobot. Xiang Feiyu scoffed, a fool seeking his own demise. These must have been the enemy's expendable scouts. Otherwise, they could not have been dispatched so easily. Increase the area of landmine deployment and reinforce the fortifications. Since they wish to test the waters, let us accommodate them. We could use a fresh batch of parts. Upon returning to the camp, he directly instructed Little Lingtong to enhance transportation and protection efforts, prioritizing the rarest items for transfer to the base. Watching the transport vehicles depart one by one, he felt no remorse for the ordinary products and materials left behind. Suddenly, the main gate burst open as the hydraulic machine rushed in. Boss, it's bad. A large number of stragglers are attacking our outpost. They are overwhelming us, and we need support. Xiang Feiyu and little Lingtong were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the enemy's swift actions. However, given the circumstances, they would prepare for battle. Little Lingtong, take the vital supplies underground and replace the hard shell for me. Gather the rest. If they seek war, then we shall deliver it. The Decepticons do not fear. Hearing of the impending combat, the troops below instantly grew excited. They had been restless during the monotonous days, and these idle ruffians were on the brink of madness. As the orders were disseminated, alarms blared atop the city walls. Boss, a large number of armed ruffians are charging this way. Should we issue a warning? Xiang Feiyu sneered. No need. Attack immediately, scatter them, and the rest, charge with me. Since they have come, it matters not whether they are good or bad. They shall be slain. The grand gate swung open, revealing an armed SUV equipped with 4 Vulcan cannons that surged forth, spewing forth fiery serpents, accompanied by 2 smaller vehicles of the same model trailing behind. They wreaked havoc upon the thugs before them, sending them sprawling in disarray. In that fateful moment of contact with the enemy, the 3 vehicles transformed simultaneously, lunging at the bewildered ruffians. The thugs, initially confident in their strength, anticipated a defensive stance from their adversaries, but they were taken aback when the enemy charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, one of the vehicles collided with a humanoid warrior, and Xiang Feiyu seized the opponent's head with one hand while raising his cannon to deliver a lethal shot to the neck. The foe's head was severed, yet Xiang Feiyu pressed on, advancing with a swift stride, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the encroaching enemies, marking them for elimination. Sensing the battle spiraling out of control, the hidden commander swiftly dispatched 5 shield-bearing siege warriors in an attempt to subdue Xiang Feiyu and encircle him. However, Xiang Feiyu was not one to yield easily. Gripping 2 weapons, he fired relentlessly as he charged towards a shield warrior. His cannon ran dry. He smashed it against the enemies flanking him and swiftly drew the ancient sword hanging at his waist. The glint of bronze flashed as he decapitated the 5 shield warriors poised to attack, declaring their weakness. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed back into his vehicle form and sped off towards the fray. The overall might of the Skybreaker team was inferior to that of their foes, particularly with numerous makeshift soldiers in their ranks. Had it not been for the assistance of battle-hardened wanderers and bounty hunters, their side would have crumbled long ago. Yet, this disparity was only apparent to ordinary soldiers, for the presence of Xiang Feiyu, a formidable weapon, turned the tide. Wherever he ventured, chaos ensued, leaving a trail of dismembered foes in his wake, as his speed in dispatching enemies was unparalleled. On the battlefield, the roar of engines filled the air, while the fearsome brothers played a wild battle anthem, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a frenzied celebration. Indeed, it was a grotesque revelry, as the 3 identical vehicles rampaged through the enemy ranks, intermittently transforming into humanoid forms to claim heads, only to revert to their vehicular state and continue their relentless assault. A towering 9-meter giant warrior emerged, preparing to speak, but before he could finish his thought, he found an oncoming vehicle looming ever larger before him, obscuring his vision entirely. In the wake of the vehicle, only a headless corpse remained. The vehicle executed a swift maneuver, knocking 6 dazed warriors off their feet before morphing back into human form, tossing the mechanical head it had grasped and delivering a powerful kick to send it soaring. The severed head flew toward 2 approaching vehicles, one of which transformed into a 4-legged beast that leapt and caught the head in its jaws. With a crunch, it devoured the leader's head with a few savage bites. Xiang Feiyu surveyed his surroundings, a slight frown creasing his brow, before activating his communicator. Hardshell, where are you? Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's call, the sluggish Hardshell swiftly soared from the rear, announcing, "Boss, I'm here." Just as he transformed and landed, a massive, Darkfoot struck Hardshell squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling. Xiang Feiyu admonished sharply, "Hardshell, should you dare to slack off again, I shall twist your head off." In the midst of a chaotic battlefield, Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed, his authoritative demeanor instilling fear in many Decepticons and igniting the aspirations of violent rogues and bounty hunters yearning for a formidable leader. As Hardshell rose, he regarded the furious Xiang Feiyu, realizing that the earlier blow was not delivered with lethal intent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand. At this moment, he began to grasp the terrifying nature of his master. Master, I promise never to defy your orders again. This is the first and last time. Xiang Feiyu cast a glance at him and commanded, Go ahead, annihilate these invaders. With a single decree, the trio of vehicles and insectoid units resumed their assault formation. With Hardshell's aerial support, the fearsome squad's efficiency in dispatching foes intensified. Xiang Feiyu wielded his ancient sword in one hand while hurling the severed head of an enemy with the other, declaring, Die, all of you. The sword cleaved through two warriors, and the thrown head collided with an advancing opponent's skull, resulting in a gruesome explosion akin to that of crashing watermelons. The headless corpses staggered forward a few paces before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Rushing to the fallen bodies, Xiang Feiyu kicked one up, using it as a shield. At that moment, a barrage of bullets and artillery rained down, shredding the corpse to pieces. Meanwhile, Hardshell descended before Xiang Feiyu, shielding him with his robust arms, bravely absorbing the enemy's firepower, a testament to Hardshell's formidable strength and resilient armor. Chapter 30. Frenzied combat. As the two forces closed in, three figures surged past Hardshell, crashing into the opposing ranks. Xiang Feiyu swung his ancient sword with devastating precision against the enemies before him, dispatching them as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. The remaining foes were swiftly dealt with by his comrades, wielding crowbars and hatchets. In the meantime, the subordinates, who were initially of modest strength, surged forth, wreaking havoc on the enemy formation, catching everyone by surprise with the unexpected turn of events. The remaining adversaries, sensing impending doom, immediately turned to flee. However, the battle-crazed Decepticons would not let them escape. You scum! They roared. Hand cannons, machine guns, and heavy artillery unleashed their wrath, mercilessly obliterating the exposed enemies, causing them to fall in droves. Xiang Feiyu signaled for his men to cease fire, instructing them to toss the fallen foes onto the conveyor belt for disassembly. Not all of the thugs lay dead. Upon hearing his command, many sprang to life, scrambling to escape. Yet, the assembled forces would not squander the opportunity to thoroughly defeat the drowning rats, capturing them one by one and tossing them onto the conveyor belt, swiftly transforming their bodies through a series of processes into pristine components. Little Ling Tong gazed at the enemies entering the recycling yard, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. He thought to himself, this is the essence of the Decepticons. This is how their formidable reputation is forged. Approaching me, Little Ling Tong announced that the results of the battle had been tallied. Our squad had suffered the loss of 320 warriors, most of whom were makeshift constructs. They crumbled under the enemy's fire. This was an unforeseen circumstance. The enemy's casualties numbered 735, their machinery already dismantled for parts and materials. Xiang Feiyu observed his subordinates busily clearing the battlefield and suddenly remarked, Contact the Decepticon logistics. Inform them that I require 1,000 new warriors. What? Little Ling Tong was momentarily taken aback. The implication was quite clear. Such makeshift constructs were hardly worthy even as cannon fodder. Boss, they're merely... Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Just trust me on this. Rest assured, these individuals hold significant value. Despite Xiang Feiyu's reassurances, Little Ling Tong remained reluctant. The production materials for a mechanical soldier sold to Decepticon Logistics were valued at merely 7, while creating a standard mechanical soldier required far more resources. Extracting these figures from logistics would cost between 20 to 30. This was not just exploitation. It was an outright robbery. As Little Ling Tong departed, the other subordinates continued their tasks, including the factory workers, who resumed their duties in silence. The hydraulic press continued to control several outposts, while Hardshell led a team to excavate underground passages, which would serve as our primary route for resource transportation. The sooner this was completed, the safer we would be. Though we had successfully repelled these enemies, it was certain that the schemers would soon resurface. The specifics of their return were uncertain. Thus, proactive measures were imperative. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu was struck by an idea. He believed it prudent to consult the Decepticon leader, Shockwave. Without delay, he and his two brothers made their way to the Decepticon experimental base. At the Decepticon experimental base, within the crystal harvesting zone, Xiang Feiyu transformed into his humanoid form and reported to Tool. 2 minutes later, Tool arrived with two subordinates, exclaiming, "Boss, you are here." Xiang Feiyu nodded, inquiring, "What is the current status here?" Tool replied, "All is well. Though recently we received orders from Lord Shockwave mandating that 80% of all harvested crystals must be surrendered." "Oh." Xiang Feiyu was taken aback and asked, "Have you complied?" In a hushed tone, Tool responded, "Not entirely, but I have submitted 50%, which is a result of increased extraction efforts. I suspect it won't be long before Lord Shockwave reclaims this area, so I have been tirelessly extracting." Xiang Feiyu smiled, patting Tool's shoulder. "Keep up the good work." Tool nodded. "Let me give you a brief introduction to this place." As I walked, I listened to the introduction provided by the blade regarding the situation of this Henge crystal mining base. The Henge crystal mine consists of 7 caverns, of which we occupy one. The total number of mining workers is 100 mechanical sentinels, all assembled units, capable of extracting and refining 450 crates of Henge crystal daily. Half of this yield is submitted to the laboratory, while the remainder is transported to the mechanical tavern. At this juncture, the blade retrieved a box from his chest plate. Inside lay another form of Henge crystal discovered during the extraction process. Initially, other mine owners sought to acquire this from me, but I declined. These were crystal beads the size of pearls, containing swirling energies within, occasionally glimmering with starlight. The blade continued, stating that after extensive inquiries, he learned that this was purportedly the essence of Henge crystal, known as Henge star crystal, which harbors immense celestial power. Its effects remain unknown, yet the mine owners kept this matter concealed. Xiang Feiyu took one, feeling the gentle and pure celestial energy within. This implied that other mine owners also possessed these Henge star crystals. The blade nodded. I stored it safely in my chest plate, acknowledging that I would address this matter in due course. After the tour, Xiang Feiyu entered the laboratory alone, primarily to consult with the resonance wave about certain inquiries. Following several months of renovations, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. Had he attempted to navigate as he had previously, Xiang Feiyu felt fortunate to have the mechanical sentinels guiding him. He surely would have lost his way alone. Winding through the laboratory, traversing 6 different elevators, he finally arrived at the lowest level. Here stood hundreds of jars, each housing mechanical sentinels, mechanical beasts, mechanical insects, and even Decepticon thugs, alongside other mechanical entities. In the innermost area, Resonance Wave was engaged in a scientific formula experiment at the console. Once the mechanical sentinels departed, I quietly stood by, waiting for this scientific luminary to complete a phase before posing my questions. Hours passed, yet Resonance Wave's experiment continued without conclusion. Xiang Feiyu remained motionless, standing in silence. After even more hours, 4 large red characters appeared on the monitor. Analysis failed. This failure prompted Resonance Wave to finally cease his current task, preparing to adjust the experimental data for the next analysis. As he turned, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xiang Feiyu standing beside him, pointing towards the console, and quickly exclaimed, "I did not expect you to return so soon, my friend." Xiang Feiyu, indifferent, reclined upon the console, allowing this extraordinary scientist to assess his bodily data. Following the external examination, the overall condition of the machine was deemed satisfactory, brimming with energy. The internal assessment revealed a 65% joint wear and a 3% enhancement in energy transmission through the transistors. Chapter 31. Gene Transfer. Your development astonishes me. Such a seemingly flawed specimen has evidently achieved new growth within you. It is beyond my imagination. The shockwave gazed in astonishment at the data of Xiang Feiyu. From the past several millennia, no such anomaly had ever occurred. Although he felt an uncanny familiarity with Xiang Feiyu, akin to that of old friends, he harbored little hope for the enhancement of his physical form. Xiang Feiyu refrained from discussing his own issues, as they were shrouded in numerous secrets that could not be divulged. He descended from the experimental platform and inquired about the application of gene transfer technology. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, Shockwave was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiang Feiyu would possess knowledge of such technology, which was considered confidential even among the Decepticons. As Xiang Feiyu flexed his limbs, he recalled the circumstances surrounding the assembly of the Decepticons. He feigned contemplation, endeavoring to articulate his thoughts. The disadvantages of the assembled Decepticons were substantial. However, if they could be subjected to atomic sequence programming, allowing their various components to be reconfigured. Might not their condition improve? Shockwave, initially taken aback by Xiang Feiyu's proposition, then turned his gaze to the large screen, which had commenced data analysis. When the green text signifying successful results appeared, it was evident that the data analysis had been fruitful. With curiosity, Shockwave regarded Xiang Feiyu and ultimately stated, "Your idea is quite commendable. Based on the data simulation analysis, your concept is indeed feasible. It represents a novel research endeavor. Regarding your gene transfer technology, the Decepticons do possess such capability. Albeit only the leader-class Decepticons are able to execute gene transfers and infections. However, these infected war machines cannot surpass the limitations imposed by higher-tier Decepticons unless the materials utilized are exceptionally advanced." At this juncture, Shockwave retrieved a piece of equipment from a nearby supply box, a reward for providing a technological concept. Xiang Feiyu reclined once more upon the experimental platform, opting not to deactivate his sensory system, and watched as Shockwave utilized surgical apparatus to disassemble components and install new devices. Half an hour later, Shockwave set aside his tools and remarked, "Conducting your surgery is reminiscent of working with a previous acquaintance. Your resilience astounds me, and the procedure is remarkably straightforward." I shifted my body, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. It must be said that Shockwave's expertise is formidable, as he seamlessly integrated such substantial components without incident. The data display showcased the installed component, a flight acceleration system capable of short-range aerial maneuvers and enhanced transformation speed, though it was currently inoperable due to damage. This was a trophy acquired from a prominent figure long ago, albeit this particular equipment required repairs from a more skilled technician. Shockwave explained this with nonchalance. Upon hearing this clarification, Xiang Feiyu wore a bemused expression. Were there any scientists in Cybertron, aside from Shockwave, possessing greater prowess? It seemed that while he was indeed a formidable scientist, he was not the most exceptional physician, particularly with the presence of the esteemed Optimus Prime and Master Ultra Magnus. In conclusion, Shockwave transmitted a segment of technical information to Xiang Feiyu, detailing the modification technology for assembled products, suggesting that he could return and allow his subordinates to undergo self-modification. Unexpectedly, Shockwave has generously bestowed his technology upon himself. However, upon reflection, it is evident that he does not regard himself merely as an ordinary Decepticon ruffian, but rather as a companion. Considering the time, it would be unwise to continue disturbing the technological genius during his experiments, for their time is exceedingly precious. Moreover, after exchanging just a few words, I found myself on the experimental platform twice, and I certainly do not wish to ascend it again. Thus I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Shockwave uttered no further words, but returned to his console to resume his scientific endeavors. However, just as I reached the doorway, Shockwave's voice echoed, "He is my sole friend, and now you may count as one too." Ever since the Decepticon War reached a resounding victory, I have been uncertain whether there is a malfunction in his cerebral processing core, as he has become reluctant to resolve issues through the most direct means. Instead, he seems inclined to engage in schemes that, to my mind, appear exceedingly foolish, spanning years, decades, or even centuries. I hope you can assist him and at least prevent him from suffering a humiliating defeat. Furthermore, to aspire to be a leader, one must transform another leader into prey, a stepping stone to seize their leadership prowess. Seek him out, for many of your targets, be they allies or foes, will present themselves in his vicinity. Xiang Feiyu hesitated momentarily. Within the entire Decepticon ranks, there was only one individual who could be deemed Shockwave's friend, and now that included himself. He was well aware of this friend's identity. It was inappropriate for Xiang Feiyu to comment on matters concerning him, so he simply paused briefly at the entrance before departing. As the door closed, Shockwave halted his actions, glancing back at the exit. "I anticipate your future performance." Stepping outside, Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of regret for being unable to secure truly loyal subordinates. Even if these assembled units were adjusted to their proper forms, their combat efficacy remained woefully inadequate. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed improbable that the Decepticon logistics, despite acquiring the transformative ion adjustment technology, would allocate it for the assembled units. To them, these units were merely cannon fodder, and even after adjustments, they would still be seen as expendable, rendering any modifications unnecessary. Xiang Feiyu returned to the mining field. While other locations required no adjustments, this one needed enhancement, as the crystal mine of Hengjing was of paramount importance. He summoned tools to switch the data, allowing for self-enhancement. As for the potential leakage of technology that seemed inconsequential from the Transformers films, such artificial transformers represented a novel mode of transformation, making the adjustments on the opposing side appear rather trivial. After finalizing the arrangements for the mining area, Xiang Feiyu set off with a crowbar and a short-handled axe, when suddenly a thought struck him. Should he venture to Earth? Bolstering his forces there would be far less convenient than here. With this realization, he promptly contacted his communicator to inform the Decepticon logistics. I wish to requisition 10,000 assembled Decepticon warriors. Ah, this is rather irregular. Chief, your rank does not grant you the authority to command such a number. The communicator responded, astonished, yet swiftly arriving at a conclusion. Xiang Feiyu sent a disdainful emoji to Xiaoling Tong, chastising him for his foolishness in directly gifting them benefits to silence their complaints. Ah, but this amounts to a considerable expense. Xiaoling Tong exclaimed, feeling a tingle of anxiety. You fool, without strength, what does it matter if we possess vast wealth? Ultimately, we remain lambs to the slaughter. Spending money will deter others from targeting us. And these worthless assembled Decepticons and mechanical soldiers serve as the best commodities, Xiang Feiyu elucidated. With this clarification, Xiaoling Tong swiftly grasped the notion that trash remains trash, regardless of quantity. Exchanging substantial wealth for useless debris would ensure that others would not trouble him. Chapter 32. Recruiting soldiers very well. I shall immediately request 10,000 assembled warriors. Xiaoling Tong conceded to the command. Xiang Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, instructing that these warriors be stored aboard the spaceship without activation. For future utility. Upon returning to the camp, they beheld throngs of mechanical soldiers adorned with Decepticon insignias busily transferring supplies from the warehouse. Xiaoling Tong, wearing a despondent expression, gazed at the scene, occasionally reaching out as if to retain a beloved, but ultimately sighed deeply, retracting his hand. Xiang Feiyu approached him, inquiring, what is the matter? Xiaoling Tong lamented, Boss, those greedy, detestable mechanical soldiers are insufferable. They insist on rejecting the opportunity to create new assembled warriors from the surplus ones we have. After much discussion, they agreed to sponsor us with resources equivalent to 8,000 assembled warriors, along with benefits from 2,000, only then willing to grant us the quota for 10,000 assembled warriors. Xiang Feiyu pondered this carefully and remarked, So you're saying we spent the resources for 20,000 assembled warriors to acquire 10,000? Xiaoling Tong nodded, a look of disappointment on his face. Boss, I feel utterly incompetent. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, patting his forehead. Xiaoling Tong, you are a business genius, you know? My expected baseline was 10,000 for 100,000. The astonishment was palpable among Xiaoling Tong and the others. Xiang Feiyu then patted Xiaoling Tong's shoulder, assigning him a new task: acquire more assembled warriors without disrupting the factory's cash flow. There's no limit on quantity. Xiaoling Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Xiang Feiyu affirmed, more genuine than gold. After that, he provided Xiaoling Tong with the technology for transforming elemental recombination, instructing him to optimize the purchased warriors and subsequently store them aboard the spaceship. The camp had been particularly busy in recent days, especially with heavy trucks transporting parts. Eventually, the other side, dissatisfied with the slow pace, dispatched transport ships to pack and carry away all the components. Xiaoling Tong approached me, grinning, Hey boss, we VE received a total of 100,000 assembled warriors, but I now owe them 300,000 in materials. Xiang Feiyu shot him a disapproving glance. I believe in your abilities, but we must maintain integrity. Remember, we cannot acquire more assembled warriors until the exchange is complete. Xiaoling Tong nodded in understanding. In a swift and decisive action, the entire inventory was cleared out, leaving the camp notably desolate. Many were aware that Xiang Feiyu had expended a considerable fortune acquiring a plethora of worthless warriors, rendering him, by all accounts, a pauper, with little of value left to pilfer. The plans continued to unfold, with the underground passage now completed and all materials and equipment from the transport vessels dismantled and removed. Soon, the spaceship would be completed, and they would await the Autobots to seize it. 3 days later, Xiaoling Tong hurried in with the latest news. Boss, the Decepticon Logistics Department intends to curtail their procurement of components. We are to revert to our former state. Xiang Feiyu smiled faintly, surveying the diminished battlefield of Heidong Mountain. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Regrettably, this place would soon revert to its chaotic past. He turned to inform all partners that, based on intelligence received from within the Decepticons, they should reduce production, as they too would be scaling back acquisitions, with a complete cessation of procurement on the horizon, allowing them to brace themselves mentally. Xiaoling Tong regarded Xiang Feiyu with resignation. All right then. Disheartened, he exited, for the tragedy of reverting to the past loomed ominously. The commotion caught the attention of various gang leaders, who could not help but feel a sense of desolation. Had circumstances persisted, they could have constructed their own cities upon the new grounds. However, with the Decepticons halting their acquisitions, income would dwindle, leading only to destruction and ruin. All gangs commenced a reduction in production, ordering substantial quantities of weaponry as a precaution. It was not until 3 months later, after the final batch of components was sold, that the Decepticon Logistics officially announced a complete cessation of material procurement. At that moment, infighting erupted within the Junk Mountain Gang. Conflicts ignited between factions, rivalries among gang leaders, and strife between members and their enslaved workers, transforming the once orderly terrain into a battlefield, marred and pockmarked. Countless corpses lay abandoned in the vicinity. The only sanctuary threatened was the camp of the Shattered Sky Brigade, but it was merely a matter of time before the flames of war encroached upon it. Observing the combat footage transmitted from outside, Xiang Feiyu realized this location was no longer tenable. Xiaoling Tong, prepare for our retreat. Xiaoling Tong nodded, and the plan was swiftly set in motion. In the secret underground base of the mechanical bar, a medium-sized spacecraft was in the process of having its booster system installed. Once completed and the system reloaded, this rudimentary vessel would be capable of ascending into space. Meanwhile, a camera captured the scene through a pinhole above a column in the assembly plant. The data was transmitted to a hidden Autobot base, where an eager ambulance exclaimed, "The ship will be ready shortly. Let us gather our belongings and prepare for action." RC observed the medium-sized spacecraft, sensing something amiss, as he had procured over 100,000 assembled warriors, and this small vessel could hardly accommodate them all. Beside him, Horn Mountain nonchalantly remarked, "Do not dwell too much on this. Perhaps this individual aspires to reign as the sovereign of this garbage mountain. Our current mission is to seize the spacecraft and embark on a quest to locate our leader." The mechanical bar, now closed on the first floor, was swarming with patrolling mechanical sentinels, casting an ominous shadow over the proceedings. The lockdown at the mechanical bar had heightened the sense of peril among the patrons, who huddled outside, anxiously awaiting the unfolding of events. Has the situation at the Autobot base been clarified? Inquired a reconnaissance Autobot. Indeed, it has been established that the primary members of the Skybreaking Squad are absent from the mechanical bar. The entire establishment is on lockdown, and a substantial quantity of supplies is being loaded onto the spacecraft. Our moment has arrived. Excellent, exclaimed the Autobot leader, waving his hand in excitement. Their absence presents us with a splendid opportunity. On the other side, Alcee furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Logically, at such a critical juncture, all members of the Skybreaking Squad should be on guard at the mechanical bar. Why are they absent? It feels as if they have intentionally vacated the premises for our benefit. Horn Mountain chuckled. Why overthink? As long as the spacecraft is genuine and we can safely board and activate it, the vastness of the cosmos will no longer impede us. The ambulance chimed in. Rest assured, I will promptly assess the safety of the spacecraft. Should any issues arise, I shall inform you without delay. Horn Mountain replied, Indeed. Have faith in the ambulance's expertise. Chapter 33. Departure. Alcee found herself resigned to her spot, unable to believe that someone like the Skybreaking Squad would be unaware of the Autobot surveillance within the base. The fact that they had not dismantled it suggested two possibilities. Either they were unafraid, or they intended to lure the Autobots into seizing the spacecraft, with the ulterior motive of annihilating them within its confines. Alcee recalled that when the Skybreaking Squad had initially entered the mechanical bar, they had ruthlessly exterminated all mechanical life forms inside. Such a ruthless individual would harbor no ulterior motives, and she was skeptical of any lack of conspiracy. At that moment, A sagacious Autobot commander spoke. I am Xiang Feiyu. As commander, I hereby issue the following orders. Horn Mountain and Ball Cage. You shall assault the upper levels of the building and retrieve their treasures for the spacecraft. I'll see the ambulance, Ironhide, and others will lead the main force to attack the spacecraft. You must seize it and depart with utmost speed. Meanwhile, I, along with a few other Autobots, will lead the charge to intercept the pursuing Decepticon forces. Understood, replied all the Autobots, standing at attention to accept the command. As dawn broke, the building was ablaze with light, while in the surrounding shadows, mechanical heads emerged, ready to advance. With a single command, the Autobots surged forward en masse, numbering in the hundreds. Charge! Eradicate the Decepticon scum. Energy cannons discharged, obliterating the several mechanical sentinels at the entrance, and in an instant, the Autobots surged into the building. Horn Mountain and Ball Cage led their comrades in a frenzied dash toward the upper levels, only to discover that after breaching 2 defensive lines, the upper floors were completely unguarded. What is going on here? Flying over the mountain, he patted his comrades on the back, disregarding everything, and promptly headed to the secret chamber. Another team, having accessed the hidden entrance, infiltrated the Decepticon base, anticipating a fierce battle. However, upon their arrival, the aerial mechanical sentinels offered no resistance, swiftly transforming into cosmic fighters and soaring out through the exit. Soon, the underground hangar was left with only a row of Autobots, exchanging bewildered glances. Yet, having chosen to mobilize, they acknowledged that their presence had already been compromised. Waiting was no longer an option, and they had to press on. Medic shouted, "What are you standing around for? Immediately take up defensive positions. RC and I will inspect the ship's systems, while Ironhide will transport all the energy blocks to the control room." After completing the exterior inspection of the ship, they noted its rudimentary armor, albeit solidly welded. The power core was functioning normally, with numerous super energy blocks nearby and no explosives detected. The warehouse was in order, stocked with various supplies. Oh my, there were even 20 aircraft. Truly well prepared. However, regarding the rest areas, there were none, only a dozen or so damaged pods. The absence of enemies or explosives within the ship was perplexing. Finally, the busy Autobot medic ceased his actions at the control console. This vessel was flawless and ready for takeoff. How could it be so smooth? At that moment, the voice of flying over the mountain interrupted their thoughts. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that foolish Decepticon crew had already finished moving everything for us. Hurry. Tell me how many treasures the Decepticon scoundrel collected inside. What do you mean? Weren't you supposed to go to the upper levels? One Autobot queried, puzzled. What? The upper levels have been completely cleared. Everything must be on the ship, said Ball Cage. At that moment, another Autobot responded, the ship is fully stocked with various supplies. But there are no treasures as you mentioned. How could this be? Both flying over the mountain and his companion were incredulous. The other Autobots fell silent. They had initially prepared to sacrifice a third of their forces for this assault and depart in a damaged vessel. Yet now they had incurred no losses and acquired a complete ship. This was indeed bizarre. Just then, Medic completed the system reset. Forget everything else. Everyone on board the ship. We're departing. The countdown for the ship's launch commenced. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 1 ignite. The ship ascended, trailing flames as it soared towards the heavens. As they exited the base, 6 fighter jets emerged around them, merely symbolically firing a few energy projectiles before promptly returning. Meanwhile, in the lower levels of the secret base, a new facility awaited. A colossal and menacing vessel, 100 times larger than the previous one, lay anchored on the ground. Its intimidating nature stemmed from the surrounding array of sliding cannons and rapid-fire artillery, along with laser-heavy artillery. On either side of the ship's bow, 2 colossal dark matter annihilation cannons loomed ominously. In addition, since the Cybertronians do not require respiration, ample space and equipment have become available. Coupled with the adhesive systems on their mechanical limbs, they can swiftly support various artillery positions. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a blue single-eyed Decepticon is engaged in a system upgrade, surrounded by elite mechanical sentinels. As the monitor displays completion, Shockwave remarks, "What you are doing is perilous. However, it is indeed a direct method. The programming of this behemoth has been rewritten, and it is now your vessel." Xiang Feiyu's eyes gleamed with gratitude. "Thank you very much, Lord Shockwave." Unfazed by such flattery, Shockwave replied, As I mentioned before, locate him and ensure he does not jeopardize our plans. At this juncture, Shockwave fell silent for a few moments before broaching another subject. Judging by your name, it is evident that you are a Decepticon warrior driven by formidable ambition. However, to incorporate Tyrant into your name, you must confront an inevitable challenge. Either eliminate or inherit the legacy of another leader, absorbing their power to become a true leader. Xiang Feiyu paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication. I understand your meaning. I will contemplate it. Shockwave waved dismissively. I look forward to your future achievements. With that, he departed with his subordinates. Xiang Feiyu watched Shockwave's retreating figure, pondering his words. It was clear that Shockwave would not suggest that he eliminate Megatron. As for Optimus Prime, that seemed improbable. Given their enmity, their battles were not to be interfered with. Thus, aside from those two, there were still two others, the former Autobot leader, Sentinel Prime, and the shadowy Decepticon mastermind, Unicron. Instantly, Xiang Feiyu grasped the implications of Shockwave's words. He turned to the small communicator, adapting to the super battleship. How is it going? Without turning, the communicator continued to work the controls, responding, all systems are functioning perfectly. Our vessel requires a name. Contemplating for a moment and recalling past events, Xiang Feiyu declared, let it be named the Contender. The communicator nodded, acknowledged. The Contender is ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 ignition. The battleship's thrusters ignited, the immense power shattering the surface barriers, smashing through the mechanical bar, and soaring skyward. Not far away, Shockwave observed the ship's ascent and reiterated, I anticipate your performance. Do not disappoint me. The spacecraft breached the gravitational pull of Cybertron and officially entered its voyage. Upon hearing the announcement, all anxious Decepticon warriors sighed in relief, their hearts roaring with triumph. Chapter 34. Normal, as Xiang Feiyu surveyed the data on the large screen. Confirming that everything was operating normally, he too felt a sense of relief, for it was his first departure from the planet, something he could scarcely have imagined before. However, the current challenge lies in pinpointing the target. The small communicator promptly activates the search engine to locate our requirements. It nods affirmatively, assuring that the information will soon be found. A few minutes later, a red dot coordinate materializes on the display, prompting the dispatch of warriors to investigate. After another half hour, a flying mechanical sentinel approaches, bearing a spherical object. Upon opening the sphere, it is revealed to contain a data disk. It becomes clear why even the formidable ambulance could not retrieve any surveillance equipment from the medium-sized spacecraft. It turns out that there was no monitoring device on board at all. Instead, numerous data disks capable of automatic detachment were installed directly within the main control core. These disks would autonomously disengage from the ship during interstellar travel, carrying the coordinates they had locked onto. Once the small communicator received the data information, it promptly entered the command at the console, indicating that the ship would initiate its jump in 3 minutes, urging all personnel to prepare. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiang Feiyu's heart raced with excitement as a hidden thought emerged in his mind. He could finally return home. What significance does it hold to become an emperor or a noble if one cannot reveal their origins or bring about change for their homeland? It is akin to parading in finery under the cover of night. What purpose does it serve? The warship's tail flames flickered, the brilliance enveloping the entire vessel. And as the light elongated and gradually faded, the warship vanished from its position. In another part of the cosmos, 2 spacecraft appeared in this starry expanse, one trailing the other. The leading vessel, equipped with subpar technology, failed to detect the warship behind it, while the warship's radar could easily cover the preceding ship. There was no intersection between the two, yet both shared the same destination, the solar system, Earth. After several jumps, the spacecraft had proven its reliability, and both parties found themselves enveloped in an uncanny tranquility. However, this calmness instilled a sense of danger within Xiang Feiyu. Rising to his feet, he immediately maximized the radar to ascertain the surrounding conditions. The small communicator glanced at Xiang Feiyu, noting his grim expression, and refrained from speaking further. Swiftly proceeding with the task. 3 light years in all directions are normal. 3 light years show no abnormalities. 3 light years are normal. 3 light years show no abnormalities. 3 light years are normal. 3 light years show no abnormalities. 3 light years are normal. 3 light years show no abnormalities. As the 7th minute report commenced, the ship's alarm blared suddenly, startling all aboard the Decepticons. What was happening? The small communicator quickly identified the source of the danger, observing the signal evolve from a small dot to a larger point, and then to 1/5 of the display. A grave expression crossed Xiang Feiyu's face. What is this? The small communicator opened the data analysis interface, and soon, he gasped in astonishment. This was a swarm of cosmic locusts. At that moment, the large screen displayed a live feed, revealing a vast swarm of colossal locusts heading toward them. The cosmic locusts, resembling their terrestrial counterparts, yet significantly larger and darker in hue, possessed the terrifying ability of interstellar flight. Historical records depict these interstellar locusts as voracious consumers, devouring all in their path, including precious metals, leaving behind desolate worlds. These locusts are hermaphroditic, and it doesn't take long for a single one to multiply into a formidable swarm. As Xiang Feiyu perused the information about these cosmic locusts, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to expand his search on the console, revealing that the Autobot ship nearby was preparing to initiate a jump. Damn it! In that instant, Xiaoling understood the gravity of the situation. Fast forward 3 days, aboard the Autobot's mid-sized ship, a sudden data anomaly emerged within the main equipment, leading to the failure of a device. The petite Alxi ventured into the passageway to investigate, only to discover dozens of external spherical objects beneath the equipment, alongside several vacant spaces, all leading to a funnel where the spheres could autonomously drop into and subsequently outside the ship. Alxi was perplexed by the nature of these objects, but sensed a sinister plot and decided to take one of the spheres with her. The well-informed ambulance spot immediately grasped the situation upon seeing it. This is infuriating. The Decepticon had deliberately orchestrated our takeover of this ship, and he was undoubtedly trailing us. With that, he crushed the data disk in his hand. The others shared his concern, asking what they should do. The ambulance bot scoured the console for any directives left by their leaders, eventually identifying a star region. He found it. There was a planet occupied by cosmic locusts, a mere dozen light years away. We will lead them there to engage in battle with the locusts, and at that moment, we shall make our swift escape. As the Autobot ship prepared to jump, Xiang Feiyu glanced at the star map, muttering curses under his breath. They were playing with fire. It dawned on him that the star routes in the vicinity felt oddly familiar, and he even spotted the silhouette of his hometown on the map. Observing the flickering tail flames of the enemy, a smile crept upon his lips. Their assistance was no longer needed. With that, Xiang Feiyu returned to his command position on the bridge. Decepticon warriors, he proclaimed, we are the eternal gods of war, the architects of battle, the masters of cosmic conquest. No being, no life can defy us or resist our might. They shall tremble before our formidable power. Let us engage in battle and annihilate all enemies within the universe. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's war rally, the Decepticons, long anticipating action, erupted in cheers, calling for their annihilation. They redirected the ship towards the cosmic locusts, activating thousands of warriors, illuminating the battleship with all its lights, and priming the weaponry for combat. The warship deployed 10,000 assembled warriors, while all Decepticons sought out nearby artillery. Simultaneously, due to an overload in energy, the entire ship, the Ravager, resembled a colossal light bulb, illuminating the starry expanse. Even from a distance, the Autobot ship could see the Decepticons charging towards the cosmic locusts. Why weren't they fleeing? Had they lost their minds? At this moment, the medic's countenance darkened upon seeing the real-time battleship. This was a sophisticated vessel, and they intended to shield us from the cosmic locusts. How could this be possible? It was simply inconceivable. None of the Autobots could fathom it. The medic sighed, lamenting that it was his failure to think it through. If this battleship accelerated to its full capacity, it would swiftly catch up with us, turning us into a mere shield against the impending locust calamity. The others wore grim expressions, and one remarked that perhaps their navigation or propulsion systems had malfunctioned. He did not even believe in such unreliable reasoning, and the rest fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 35. Cosmic Locusts. Suddenly, Alcee felt a pang of anxiety as she stood to the side. But then an idea struck her. While manipulating the star map on the control panel, her heart sank as she pinpointed their destination. It was not about rescuing us. It was about preventing the cosmic locusts from following, for our destination lay just beyond the horizon. My sister, Elida, once discussed a topic Cosmic locusts do not travel swiftly through the cosmos, yet when their numbers reach a certain threshold, they can initiate a jump. Moreover, their queen can gather residual jump data from the cosmos and follow the data to a new location. Of this, all the Autobots were taken aback. One of the partitions angrily declared that this Decepticon was quite to his liking. Why not return and deal with the cosmic locusts first, then handle these Decepticon scum? Indeed, the partition had a point. Many Autobots stepped forward. Although they disdained the Decepticons' actions, they acknowledged that they were of the same race, suitable only for their own kind's bullying, not for others. The medic's expression darkened further. Why hadn't he informed her? At that moment, Alcee seemed to emerge from her sorrowful shadow, finding something intriguing to engage in, and directly countered the esteemed medic, believing he was aware of it. The medic gazed at the ship's jump data sheet, pondering their course of action, to leave or to stay. If they left and returned, they might find themselves reduced to mere remnants by the cosmic locusts. Remaining would force them to halt the jump, risking an overload and destruction of their jump engine, leading to a confrontation with either the Decepticons or the cosmic locusts. A fight they would have to face head-on. With a mysterious smile, Alcee asserted that there was no need. They would depart with confidence, for he would manage matters here. After saying this, Alcee turned to leave. In the corridor, she recalled what Xiang Feiyu had told her in the mechanical bar about partners. A partner assassin? It was merely a matter of compatibility and a touch of bad luck. If I were your partner, I would be an unstoppable force. Look on the bright side. This is neither your fault nor mine. Allow me to offer this beautiful lady a drink, hoping to quench the flames of her anger and the remnants of sorrow. It is a pleasure to meet you, enchanting lady. I am Breakthrough, a Decepticon warrior. A partner? Very well. If it means you will remain here, then you're now my partner. I shall await you on Earth. At the moment the Autobot spaceship vanished, the main cannon of the Decepticon battleship fired. With a relentless barrage, they shattered their foes. A brilliant explosion illuminated the starry expanse as two colossal projectiles detonated amidst the swarm of locusts. The powerful shockwaves creating a vacuum that swiftly filled once more. Alarmingly, despite the horrific damage inflicted, the locusts pressed forward without a hint of fear. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the radar, awash with crimson blips, and issued a direct command. The battleship was to advance towards the locusts, and the warriors were to fire freely. We shall engage them in close combat. A chorus of Decepticons roared in response, brandishing their hand cannons as they leapt from the ship's cabin, their legs magnetically adhering to the exterior armor, coordinating their fire with the battleship's main cannon. Yet, the sheer number of locusts soon overwhelmed the vessel. Meanwhile, the Autobots emerged from their jump, and a blue celestial body loomed before them. Upon observing the overlapping light points on the display, which signified their arrival at the destination, the Autobots erupted in cheers. Only Arcee remained at the window, gazing into the distance at the flickering lights, her eyes closed in silent hope for her partner's safe return. However, her prayers were met with ill fortune. The distant glimmer soon vanished, and Arcee felt a sudden jolt within her spark, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. What was happening? Was he in trouble? Before she could contemplate further, the ship was rocked by violent tremors, and the alarm blared. The ship is under attack. Evacuate to the escape pods immediately. Responding swiftly, the Autobots aboard the ship hurried towards the nearest escape pods or boarded fighter craft. Arcee, witnessing the ship erupting in sparks, immediately contacted the medic. What is going on? The medic replied urgently, a Decepticon battleship on the satellite of the planet ahead has struck us. Arcee, hurry. We may not have much time. Without hesitation, Arcee sprinted towards the nearest escape pod. As she entered and the hatch sealed behind her, she turned back towards the direction they had come from and shouted, "Partner, see you on Earth." With that, the escape pod was launched into the void. Minutes later, the Autobot ship erupted in an explosion amidst the cosmos, the brilliance fading rapidly. At that very moment, in another corner of the universe, a menacing, colossal battleship broke through the encirclement of cosmic locusts, emerging from the siege. The tail flames of the massive vessel incinerated countless locusts in its wake. What a thrill! The Decepticons aboard the ship erupted in cheers, relishing the exhilarating battle that had been absent for far too long. Xiang Feiyu commanded the reactivation of 20,000 assembled warriors while instructing the perimeter troops to safeguard themselves and remain within the battleship's protective armor. Just then, a voice warned, "Be cautious. The planet ahead has already been overrun by the cosmic locusts. They watched as the planet amassed more locusts, hurtling towards them, evidently intent on once again encircling the battleship. Xiang Feiyu remained unperturbed, for he had already gauged the comparative strengths of both sides during the recent encirclement. Although the cosmic locusts were formidable, they could still succumb to direct hits from hand cannons. The real nuisance lay in the corrosive liquid secreted by the locusts, which they could launch as projectiles. This had resulted in significant erosion of the battleship's outer armor during the earlier assault, but fortunately, not all locusts possessed this ability, and their attack frequency was relatively low. As the cosmic locusts drew nearer, Xiang Feiyu promptly commanded the deployment of 20,000 mechanical sentinels. The rationale behind this decision was that the mechanical sentinels could transform their hands into laser cannons, whereas the Decepticon warriors were often limited to a single firearm, or even none at all. With the reinforcement of 40,000 troops, the chaos resumed. Particularly, some larger locusts, clad in armor, breached the defenses, infiltrating the corridors of the battleship to wreak havoc within. Knife wielders, hydraulic press operators, and prime crankshaft teams each take a squad to eliminate the locusts inside the battleship. Meanwhile, the small communicator, after a thorough data analysis, wore a troubled expression that soon shifted to excitement. "Boss, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear?" Xiang Feiyu strode over and playfully smacked the communicator's head. "Enough with the chatter, just speak." With a grin, the communicator revealed, "We are surrounded by over 2 billion locusts. There is no escape." Xiang Feiyu shot him a glance. "I'm not blind." Next, Chapter 36. The Underworld Stone Planet. The communicator continued. "The planet before us is the Underworld Stone Planet, where the Underworld Stone possesses a hardness 100 times greater than that of battleship armor, and its semi-biological entities are composed of various metals. This means that if we can access this planet, we could engage the cosmic locusts in a ground battle. Unfortunately, our forces are insufficient." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu was struck by an idea. He promptly ordered the activation of an additional 10,000 assembly warriors and directed the battleship toward the Underworld Stone Planet. However, as the communicator attempted to voice an objection, Xiang Feiyu interjected, "Execute the command." He then instructed the hard-shelled officer to organize the repair sentinels to head to the maintenance department, asserting, "I need to utilize the machinery." The battleship once again broke through the encirclement of cosmic locusts, plunging headlong into the vastness of the Underworld Stone Planet. To avert catastrophe, the two massive cannons at the front unleashed a barrage of fire, aiming to carve an entry point into the planet, allowing the battleship to penetrate its surface. As the battleship neared the Underworld Stone, a resounding crash echoed as the two met. The tremendous force of the impact with the Underworld Stone devoured numerous locusts that could not take flight in time and also obliterated a substantial number of external cannons. Once Xiang Feiyu regained his senses from the collision, he promptly instructed, "Communicator, immediately locate a cavern and assist the hard-shelled officer in installing the equipment. The rest prepare for tunnel warfare." All Decepticons sprang into action, including the elite warriors guarding the rear warehouses, who swiftly seized their power systems and transported energy blocks to the central storage. Immediately seal off all passages to prevent the cosmic locusts from breaching, especially from entering the storage room. Zone 3 requires assistance. Zone 6 requires support. Zone 2 has been cleared. At this moment, the blade rushed over, and the leader made a new discovery. With a flourish, he opened his hand, revealing a shimmering gem nestled within. "Magic crystal?" I inquired in astonishment. "Indeed, it is a magic crystal. The cosmic locusts possess them," the tool exclaimed with excitement. "The magic crystal is a source of energy, utilized as a super-energy material and consumed by sorcerers in the magical realm for charging. In summary, it holds significant value." Xiang Feiyu took several magic crystals from the blade's hand, but as soon as the crystals came into his possession, they disintegrated into powder. The blade wore an expression of disbelief, suspecting that he had not found genuine magic crystals. However, Xiang Feiyu understood that this energy had already entered his body, transforming into his own inner strength. A greedy smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips as he commanded, "Leave behind 100,000 assembled warriors. Awaken all the others and let them slay," seizing the magic crystals within the locusts. At this point, Xiang Feiyu could hardly contain his impatience. Although the Dark Stone Star was vast, The collision of the warship had altered part of the terrain, and the cosmic locusts that had ambushed their home became increasingly frenzied. The underground passage proved inconvenient for combat, particularly as the enemy consisted entirely of ranged attackers. After approximately 5 hours, the communicator suddenly connected, stating that the equipment had been installed. Xiang Feiyu nodded and immediately commenced mineral extraction, producing intelligent robots, one for each dispatch, aimed at depleting resources alongside the cosmic locusts. Xiang Feiyu's intentions extended beyond mere resource consumption. He also sought to diminish the enemy's living forces. In the midst of a stalemate, as the Decepticon warriors found themselves besieged by an onslaught of cosmic locusts, a horde of rudimentary robots burst forth behind them. The crude craftsmanship of these robots was evident in their appearance. Lacking a stabilization system, they were equipped with multiple legs but bore no weapons. Only a backpack roughly the size of a human. They surged past the Decepticon front line and charged into the swarm of locusts. Upon contact, the metallic backpacks they carried erupted in a brilliant flash, followed by a resounding explosion that obliterated a dozen locusts, even forcing those within the cavern to stagger back. Yet this self-detonation was not the end. Another similar robot charged forward, detonating once more. 1, 2, 3, many of them. This series of self-explosions thoroughly curtailed the cosmic locust offensive, allowing the Decepticon warriors to assist in clearing the battlefield. Notably, as the communicator analyzed the remains of the cosmic locusts, it discovered that their bodies were treasures. Aside from the magic crystals within, their exoskeletons were composed of a remarkably resilient fiber, which, when transformed into Decepticon machinery, would conserve energy and minimize wear. Upon death, sharp limbs undergo a process of metallization, transforming into excellent materials for crafting cold weapons such as wrist blades. Most astonishingly, the fluids within these beings manifest as an alternate form of super-energy entities, while their use among Decepticon warriors remains untested. Their application in vehicles or self-destructing automatons poses no issue. On the bridge of the Decepticon warship, Xiang Feiyu dispatched a cosmic locust with a swift kick, cleaving the assailant in two with a sidearm. Witnessing the green fluid that gushed forth filled him with a sense of revulsion. Yet, there was no recourse. The warship's landing had dislodged the armor above the bridge, exposing the command center. Although repair drones had commenced dismantling the equipment, they required additional time to complete their task. Nearby, a crowbar wielding a handheld cannon shattered the head of another locust. "Brother, we can't afford to linger here," he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiang Feiyu's shout. "Watch your flank." The crowbar, no fool, heeded the warning and dove in the opposite direction. Above him, two figures collided, sending green fluid cascading through the air as a larger cosmic locust was bisected by the razor-sharp blades. Xiao Tong, observing the data on the monitor, promptly stated, "The analysis is complete. The cosmic locusts are actually divided into two phases. One variant is the ordinary locust, incapable of interstellar flight, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with green magical crystals within. While their bodies can also convert into energy, this is equivalent to merely 1/3 of a secondary super-energy entity. The other variant, capable of soaring beyond planets into the cosmos, is characterized by a bluish-green hue and possesses the ability to excrete corrosive fluids. Among thousands of cosmic locusts, a single giant mutant, serving as their leader, emerges. Furthermore, on the surface, there exists a type capable of harnessing internal energy through its antennae, serving as a long-range combat unit. Other varieties have yet to be discovered. Having vanquished the last of the encroaching locusts, Xiang Feiyu inquired, "What is the situation in the nearby star regions?" Xiao Tong shrugged. "As we suspected, it is all a desolate expanse. It appears this swarm has occupied this territory for quite some time. Aside from our current planet, the resources of the surrounding minor celestial bodies have been entirely consumed." At that moment, a mechanical soldier approached, reporting, "Commander, the ship's diagnostics are complete. The main vessel has sustained 70 external damage. One of the two colossal cannons is damaged, but reparable, while 60 of the 60,000 secondary cannons are inoperable. And there's been a 40 loss of machine guns and autocannons. Although the warship remains operational, we lack sufficient energy. The energy required to power the warship is substantial, especially for its continued operation." Xiang Feiyu declared, "Consolidate the forces. We must seize this planet." His words elicited surprise among the others, as their previous objective had been to accompany the Autobots to Earth. Why the sudden change of plans? Xiang Feiyu had no intention of explaining himself from the outset. He had not intended to bring such a multitude of Decepticon warriors to Earth. His initial strategy was to locate a resource-rich planet for the warship to dock nearby and collect resources, yet he had not anticipated encountering the superplanet, Hades Stone Star. En route to Earth, the Dark Stone is incredibly hard and can be inscribed with runes and circuits, facilitating the construction of protective simulations. Currently, Xiang Feiyu envisions transforming this planet into a military stronghold. As he gazes at the analytical graphics on the large screen, he can almost envision himself possessing a planetary fortress. Chapter 37. Misfortune in the missile launch silos of Earth's American continent. A group of Autobots is busy organizing the exhaust equipment. A red sports car is introducing the local conditions, alongside the recently arrived ambulance and Alki. Upon arriving on Earth, their spacecraft was attacked by the Decepticon fixed artillery, resulting in its disintegration. Some parts drifted into the cosmos, while others landed on Earth. Alki frowned as he looked at the passing mountain. Are you saying our leader Optimus Prime has yet to arrive? The mountain's traveler shrugged helplessly, confirming that their spacecraft encountered a malfunction, making their arrival slower than that of the Autobots. However, he mentioned having gathered some information, stating that once Optimus Prime arrives, they would commence their operations. On the Dark Stone planet, countless cosmic locusts are arriving from nearby star regions to support the battlefield, while numerous self-destructing robots charge towards the swarms of locusts, engaging in a mutual destruction. The objective is to maintain pressure on the ground locusts while preserving their own combatants. The production plan must be intensified. This planet is rich in resources. What? No explosives, exclaimed one. Fools! Utilize the locust blood to manufacture energy bombs, packed with an abundance of alloy nails, blades, and ball bearings. Maximize the destructive force. What are you planning? To construct a base on the planet's surface? Are you seeking death? Well, that idea isn't terrible. I mean, you could build a decoy base to lure the swarms down and then annihilate them all. Initiating new assembly warriors? That's impossible. The assembly warriors have other purposes. You can only deploy these self-destructing robots. If that is insufficient, I can have Xiaoling produce intelligent robots to assist. Commands were dispatched, and all Decepticons began to expand through the caverns left by the locusts, particularly in areas close to the surface, vulnerable to massive locust assaults. Thus, the Decepticons were essentially testing the waters by provoking the locusts into an attack, only to retaliate with an overwhelming number of self-destructing robots. The minerals required to create these self-destructing robots were directly extracted on-site, hollowing out the interior of the Dark Stone planet and allowing for greater production capacity of weaponry. 3 months later, the battle on the Dark Stone planet entered a stalemate phase. Even with the overwhelming number of cosmic locusts, they could not withstand this suicidal combat strategy. Trillions of locusts perished on the Dark Stone planet, leaving half of it hollowed out. The ensuing standoff indicated that the locusts recognized the futility of wasting their forces in such a manner. During these 3 months, Xiang Feiyu's 9-tripod dominance technique reached the second stage of perfection, granting him the strength to bear the weight of a tripod. Originally, his power was already double that of his Decepticon counterparts. Now, it has escalated to 9 times that of his peers, making it effortless for him to shatter an engineering Decepticon. Upon entering the second stage, Xiang Feiyu felt that the issues of movement and transformation caused by the incompatibility of his craft had become increasingly severe. Therefore, it was imperative to hasten his journey to Earth. The battle on the planet Myshixing had reached a stable phase. His presence was of little consequence. Thus, it was time for action. Briefly stating his intentions, he set forth with a crowbar, a short-handled axe, along with a trio of native crankshafts, a bulldozer, a hydraulic press, and a dozen assembled warriors. They headed towards Earth, leaving behind the tools Shaoling Tong, the hard-shelled creatures, the scythe beasts, and the mountain-cleaving blade, to assist the Decepticons in eradicating the remnants of the cosmic locusts on Myshixing. Xiang Feiyu had not taken many companions, as he intended to approach Earth swiftly via a small assault vessel traveling at light speed. He planned to commence his assault from a distance of 1 light-year, crashing decisively into the surface of the planet. While his intentions were commendable, the enraged cosmic locusts would not grant him such an opportunity. As the small assault craft burst forth from the Decepticon warship, it was immediately detected by the cosmic locusts in outer space. These low-intelligence creatures, their minds consumed by magic crystals, mistook the vessel for a significant food source and surged towards it. However, the ship's speed was too great, causing the locusts to lag behind momentarily. Some of the cosmic locusts, unwilling to let their meal escape, coordinated an attack by launching a colossal thunderball directly at the front of the assault craft. The thunderball hurtled towards a vessel at supersonic speed. Brother, the insect's attack is approaching fast. Be careful. Xiang Feiyu understood that waiting was no longer an option. He immediately activated a short-range warp, and the airship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The thunderball detonated just as the brilliance faded, and an electric arc surged through the warp engine, incapacitating all the equipment aboard the modified assault craft, leaving Xiang Feiyu and his companions momentarily stunned. In the vastness of space, the cosmic locusts, enraged by the disappearance of their food, let out furious shrieks. Some attempted to pursue, but a strange sound wave suddenly emanated from the planet's interior, prompting the locusts to return to Maishixing to support local operations. Moments later, the airship breached the spatial barrier, reappearing at the periphery of a blue planet. However, its propulsion system was damaged, emitting black smoke as it drifted towards the planet. Even without a functioning propulsion system, the vessel, resembling an ordinary coffin, maintained a considerable speed due to inertia. Moreover, lacking identification verification, it was illuminated by a beam of light as it neared the atmosphere. Perhaps due to the vessel's rapid pace, the opposing forces were unable to lock on with their heavy artillery in time. Consequently, upon being struck, the craft merely fractured, breaking into several segments as it entered the atmosphere, while the adversaries failed to mount a timely counterattack. Yet, on the foremost display of the assault craft, a message appeared. Fallen Titan notification. You have entered our territory. Immediately report your identification information or face attack. 10-9-8-7 The absence of a response was deemed a provocation, prompting the rapid-fire cannons to open fire. The countdown had not yet concluded when the opposing force, unable to restrain their eagerness, launched an assault. As the disassembled assault craft sliced through the sky, Xiang Feiyu, seated in the control room, abruptly regained consciousness, only to find himself in free fall, the intense friction with the atmosphere generating enough heat to threaten the cockpit. He could not afford to wait within. Destined to be scorched, he swiftly disengaged the safety lock and crawled out of the wreckage. At this altitude, leaping meant certain death, yet remaining was equally fatal. With no alternatives, Xiang Feiyu patted his chest, invoking the blessings of the deities, praying for his survival. As he plummeted 10,000 meters towards the ground, a thought struck him. His craft supposedly possessed a parachute. Without hesitation, he leaped into the void. At 8,000 meters, then 6,000, despair gripped him as the parachute failed to deploy. Damn it, the shockwave hadn't mentioned this flaw. At 5,000 meters, then 3,000, he fervently prayed for divine intervention. At 1,000 meters, the parachute finally opened. A tattered, white canopy unfurled, yanking his body sharply before he crashed into the sandy earth below with a resounding thud. 3 minutes later, Xiang Feiyu emerged slowly from the pit, the damage indicators flashing frantically. 60% structural failure, immediate repairs required. 60% structural failure, immediate repairs required. Chapter 38, Earth in a Daze. Xiang Feiyu was oblivious to the calamity that had transpired. That fall had nearly claimed 80% of his life. Had he not been encased in a mechanical body, his flesh would have been obliterated. However, his current predicament was far from favorable. Glancing around, he observed a vehicle approaching along the cliffside. His scanning vision locked onto the car. In a flash of light, the police vehicle lost control and tumbled off the cliff, while Xiang Feiyu stumbled to the roadside, his mind momentarily paralyzed at the sight of the wrecked patrol car. 70% structural damage, energy conduits compromised, activating protective systems. The craft entered a dormant state. Long live the Decepticons. At that moment, an Autobot ambulance detected the unidentified flying object plummeting from the sky. Observing the separation on the monitor, it signaled that visitors had arrived on this planet, prompting an immediate reconnaissance mission. Meanwhile, Alxi, stationed atop the launch platform, lifted her gaze to the heavens upon hearing the report, witnessing meteors streaking across the night sky. She hurried down to activate the land bridge, exclaiming her intent to investigate. Despite being a woman, Alxi ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess within the team, capable of swift solo maneuvers while remaining vigilant for safety. The land bridge activated, and Alxi eagerly entered as a portal opened near the beach. A blue motorcycle surged forth, transforming into humanoid form upon landing, raising its laser cannon to scan the surroundings. Detecting no immediate threats, it proceeded to the site where the unidentified object had descended. A vast pit lay before them, surrounded by vibrant red energy liquid. Not far off, a charred police car stood as a grim reminder of chaos, while the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air. Scattered across the roadway were remnants of automobile parts, leading an unknowing observer to assume a collision had occurred, with the police vehicle plummeting off the cliff. However, the whereabouts of the Decepticon remained a mystery. RC called for an ambulance, requesting the activation of a land bridge. Soon, the ambulance opened the land bridge, allowing RC to return to the Autobot base. The ambulance observed RC's somber demeanor and inquired about the situation. With a sigh, RC replied, "Only some leaking energon, belonging to the Decepticons. There's also a burnt police car nearby. Several humans likely perished. The highway is strewn with motorcycle fragments, indicative of an accident. Yet the Decepticon remains unfound." The ambulance nodded, suggesting, "You should assist Bulkhead. It seems he has apprehended several Constructicons." RC nodded in agreement. The land bridge activated once more, and upon her arrival on the other side, she noticed several Autobots gathering supplies. Bulkhead was executing several Decepticon Constructicons, declaring, "Since you refuse to speak, you shall meet your end." One gravely injured Constructicon retorted, "My leader will exact vengeance upon you." "Wait." RC attempted to interject, hoping to pose some questions. But she was too late. Bulkhead had already dispatched the foe. Upon seeing RC approach, Bulkhead grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Partner, I've uncovered a bounty of energy cubes, along with some weapons and equipment." RC, less enthused, inquired, "Did you glean any intelligence?" Bulkhead shrugged, "None at all. Our adversaries are exceedingly cautious. All we know is that these cannon fodder were the ones pursuing us. Beyond that, they remain tight-lipped." "How can they know nothing?" RC questioned, incredulous. Bulkhead nodded, kicking a nearby corpse as he continued. "They must have been in stasis when the assault craft struck them. When the craft disintegrated in the air, its protective mechanisms roused them." Understanding his explanation, RC replied, "Understood. I shall investigate elsewhere." "Hey, wait for me, partner." Bulkhead followed closely, asserting, "Let them handle their own affairs. I must protect my comrade." RC sighed, "You ought to focus on safeguarding yourself." Half an hour later, all the Autobots returned to base, reporting only encounters with Constructicons, with the true Decepticons remaining hidden. Bulkhead, however, excitedly declared, "The good news is they've provided us with a significant supply of resources and equipment. They truly are commendable adversaries." The ambulance cautioned, "Let us not grow complacent. They will surely return. Moreover, there are more than just these newly arrived Decepticon Constructicons at play. In the skies above Earth, aboard the Decepticon flagship, Retribution, a dozen Decepticon warriors knelt on one knee before several high-ranking officials. Your captain has been eliminated by the Autobots. You shall now join my ranks. Do you have any objections?" A few Decepticons exchanged glances. They were the likes of Wrecking and others, positioned safely behind the assault vessel, which allowed most of them to survive. With their technology surpassing that of the Autobots, they managed to locate several key assets ahead of time. Yet they found themselves at a loss without Xiang Feiyu. They could only bow their heads and heed the directives of Lord Red Spider. "Very well. You shall descend to repair your bodies. Soon, a task will await you," Red Spider commanded. Several Decepticon warriors departed the command bridge alongside the assembled soldiers. Wrecking, filled with anger, struck the wall forcefully. "Damn it, those wretches on the moon dared to assault us. I shall crush their skulls one day." Beside him, the native Gearbox glanced back and remarked, "Let's not dwell on other matters. First, we must repair our bodies and then seek out the boss on the surface." Though Red Spider declared that Xiang Feiyu was deceased, the native Gearbox knew that such a fate was impossible. The fearsome team, born together, shared a faint connection. Should one member fall, the others would sense it. observing wrecking and short Axe's demeanor. It was evident they believed their leader had not perished. A day later, Red Spider addressed Wrecking and the others once more. The latest intelligence indicates that the spark source we seek resides on this very planet, so you are to find it. Wrecking and his companions nodded, eager to depart from the punishment-class battleship. On the opposite side of Earth, at an American base, a mechanized warrior in humanoid form wreaked havoc, collecting severed heads. Across the desert, at an American high school, a teacher requested a young man to deliver a speech. In pursuit of his dream of owning his first car, the young man began to auction off relics from his great-great-grandfather during his graduation address. Ultimately, through emotional appeal and reasoned argument, the teacher awarded him an A. Thus, his father took him to the used car market to purchase a new vehicle. Just as a portly man was passionately explaining to the young man the merits of choosing a vehicle versus allowing a vehicle to choose him, a flatbed truck arrived, transporting a police Chevrolet SUV. "Boss, I found this wreck. How much will you offer? Is this a modified vehicle? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a hassle to haul it back from the regular station. I suspect the driver fled the scene and abandoned the beloved car by the roadside. $3,000. Are you joking? This is practically a new car, fully modified. I've checked and the wheels are intact." The mechanic shot him a disdainful glance. "Have you even taken it for a test drive?" "Well, that aside, 3,000 won't do. It must be 5,000. The truck driver protested, reluctant. "For 1,005. Deal." As soon as the words left their mouths, a resounding bang echoed, shattering the windows of all surrounding used cars. "My car. You owe me for the glass. That has nothing to do with us." Suddenly, an armed jeep entered the scene, from which several burly men emerged. One of them exclaimed, "Klaus, I truly do not understand you. You would rather spend money on that little wench than buy yourself a new car." The burly man known as Klaus shrugged his shoulders and said, "Please do not malign my dear sweetheart. I adore her and am willing to make sacrifices for her. As for the new car, it lacks a soul, and a soulless vehicle is unworthy of my affection." As he spoke, he wandered through the sea of dilapidated second-hand vehicles, feeling a connection to them. Amongst the heap of worn-out cars, all with shattered glass, stood a black Chevrolet police car that remained intact, while a yellow sports car seemed ill-suited for a man of his stature. "My soul, I have searched for you all day and finally found you," he exclaimed, circling the police car several times before suddenly asking, "How much for this second-hand junk?" Upon hearing his words, his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Yet, Klaus was indeed captivating in his own way. While they had seen Chevrolet police cars before, this particular one was significantly larger than the standard models, boasting rugged rims and wild welding craftsmanship, suggesting that its previous owner must have been an artist in the realm of vehicle modification. 20,000 came the reply. "Are you jesting? A salvage vehicle for 20,000? You haven't even repaired it." Klaus wore an expression of disbelief. "I'll sell it for 10,000. This is my vehicle." The truck driver immediately objected, as no one could resist the allure of a good bargain. "What did you say?" The shop owner attempted to interject, but Klaus's entourage quickly surrounded him. "What, do you intend to force a sale?" The owner, confronted by the muscular men, had no choice but to retreat. Klaus turned to the truck driver. 10,000? Are you serious? This vehicle lacks proper documentation. Did you steal it, or were you the one who caused the accident? The truck driver, feeling cornered, stammered, "I..." Before Klaus could continue, a nearby African-American man could no longer bear the sight. He pulled out $5,000 and said, "We all heard your demands. Here, take an extra 500, and the car is ours." With that, he added, "Klaus, if you continue like this, we will no longer be friends. Listen to your brother. Keep your distance from that little vixen." He then departed with the others. Watching his friends leave, Klaus sighed in resignation. He recalled a time when he didn't obsess over such trivial matters, but since meeting the love of his life, he found himself tightening his belt to support her. Setting the vehicle down, Klaus disregarded any superstition surrounding salvage cars and drove straight home, determined to procure parts for repairs. Upon opening the hood, he was astonished to find a pristine engine and transmission within. "My goodness, I have struck gold," he exclaimed. This was essentially a new vehicle, and after initial estimation, it was worth at least 300 to 500,000 before the accident. Overall, the car appeared to be in good condition. But upon closer inspection, Klaus discovered that certain components of the drive shaft were dislodged and not functioning properly, and there were issues with the brake pads, which could have potentially contributed to the accident. While he was repairing the car in the garage, a man and a woman were engaged in a profound conversation in his bedroom. However, the garage was too enclosed for Klaus to overhear anything. The following day, Klaus returned to the bedroom, greeted the lovely lady within, donned his gear, armed himself, and drove his cherished battle vehicle to his workplace, marking the final moments of his vacation. As for whether there were others in the room, he remained unaware due to his curiosity that kept him awake. In the military control zone of the Hoover Dam, a wildly modified Chevrolet police SUV was parked aside. Klaus jumped out of the vehicle and approached the muscular Kent, a man of African descent, to conduct a quick inspection. Kent gazed at the battle vehicle in astonishment. "Isn't this the one we purchased together that day?" Klaus patted the hood of the car, declaring it to be a true soulmate. Kent rubbed his chin, retorting, "I believe I contributed to its purchase." In response, Klaus tossed Kent a paper bag, say forget about it. Kent chuckled, urging, "Hurry inside. Military training is about to commence." As the battle vehicle progressed down the passage, it unexpectedly revealed an inner sanctum. A squad of assembled special forces was patrolling, and upon recognizing Captain Klaus, they opted not to check and allowed him passage. Upon entering the main gate, Klaus was greeted by a multitude of researchers clad in white, diligently at work, facing a colossal and enigmatic square object. A soldier approached, saying, "Captain, the minister is here for an inspection today. You'd best move your vehicle to the rear, or you'll face repercussions." Klaus thanked him and maneuvered his beloved battle vehicle to the warehouse behind the cube. After securing the handbrake, Klaus inserted the fuel nozzle into the tank and remarked, "Fill her up. We shall conquer this world together." With that, he patted the vehicle and locked the main door. Days later, the tranquility of life was shattered by a group of individuals. Klaus, accompanied by his team, captured a living robot, which was swiftly followed by the arrival of the Decepticon and Autobot armies. The captured entity was none other than Bumblebee, whose presence instilled fear among the staff in the lower levels of the dam, as a massive robot also resided at the dam center. Was this an alien invasion? Just as the newcomers prepared for experimentation, a staff member nervously knocked over a bucket of water, which cascaded into the warehouse and flowed beneath Klaus's vehicle. Meanwhile, in the base's control room, chaos erupted as the Decepticons wreaked havoc on the equipment, freeing their leader Megatron. In the cramped confines of the control room, the personnel became increasingly frantic. When one of the workers accidentally fell from the cube, he severed the line leading to the laboratory, which landed directly in the water on the floor. A peculiar energy surged through the water and directly into the warehouse as the staff attempted to retrieve the fallen line. Suddenly, an immense explosion erupted, followed by countless screams. As a throng of individuals rushed towards their direction, a sense of urgency enveloped the air. "Hurry, retreat. Subject 1 has revived and is on a rampage." At that moment, a torrent of flames erupted in the corridor, incinerating countless souls into mere ashes. Klaus, stricken with terror, bellowed for cover and immediately sought refuge with a few soldiers at the emergency exit. The underground space descended further into chaos, leaving humanity no choice but to ally with the Autobot Bumblebee to secure the cube. Meanwhile, RC and a contingent of Autobot warriors who had been waiting outside charged into the Hoover Dam military base, intent on rescuing Bumblebee. Chapter 40, The Battle. Upon discovering that Bumblebee had forged an alliance with humanity, several Autobots and human special forces ventured inside, aiming to retrieve the cube. However, as they neared the cube, RC suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait!" Everyone halted, casting bewildered glances at RC, who remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the cube. Nearby, Jetfire, upon spotting the cube, grew excited. "Partner, the cube is right here." And the rest know. Before he could finish, RC narrowed her eyes and solemnly warned, "There's danger. Do not approach." Bumblebee, equally perplexed, was at a loss, while the humans were utterly bewildered. Yet, the impending threat revealed itself quickly as the door behind the cube swung open and a modified Chevrolet police vehicle emerged. Upon seeing the vehicle, every Autobot who had endured the latter stages of the Iron Fortress War instinctively braced themselves. Even the less formidable Autobots began to retreat in fear. Kent furrowed his brow and inquired, "Klaus, is that the vehicle you purchased? Why is there someone inside?" Klaus raised his weapon. "Someone? Impossible. Then why is it driving itself?" He glanced at Bumblebee, who seemed to have an epiphany. RC's expression shifted to one of complexity. "It's him." Realizing it was their nemesis, Megatron, Bumblebee instinctively prepared to charge forward, But Jetfire swiftly restrained the impulsive scout. Do not act rashly. Rashness breeds peril. What do you mean? Jetfire retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Jetfire remained vigilant, insisting, I speak of danger. Undeterred, Jetfire dismissed the warning, fixated on the cube, and charged ahead. RC, alarmed, cried out, don't go. Outside the dam. Megatron kicked over Starscream, seething with rage. You incompetent fool. You abandon me here. Starscream pleaded, my master, I have tirelessly searched for you. Megatron dismissed him, his focus solely on the cube within the dam, a prize he was determined to claim as the Decepticons assembled. Meanwhile, the stunt icons, who had been waiting in the city for Megatron's orders, received an abrupt message instructing them to return to Space City for standby. Inside the Hoover Dam, the standoff between the two factions was shattered by Jetfire's reckless charge. The brave Jetfire surged forward, only to be met with equal force, or rather, to be propelled back. Before him, the police vehicle gradually morphed and stood erect, towering above the car's partition. This imposing figure reached out to caress the nearby cube, which in turn infused Xiang Feiyu with energy, rectifying his form. 30 seconds later, Xiang Feiyu turned his gaze towards the fallen Fagua mountain, then glanced at Arsai. My beautiful lady, if this is the caliber of partner you choose, your title as an assassin shall remain forever tarnished. Arsai remained vigilant, eyeing Xiang Feiyu with caution. This matter does not concern you. Leave at once. Xiang Feiyu chuckled softly, flexing his somewhat stiff joints. As you wish, my lady. With that, he transformed and slowly departed, flanked by 2 Hummers and 4 armed SUVs. Watching the 7 vehicles retreat, Arsai and her companions exhaled in relief, while Sam and others were left puzzled. Who is this guy? ISNT he a Decepticon? Arsai observed the fading silhouette. Indeed, he is a Decepticon, but a rather peculiar one. The partition sighed in relief. A deranged Decepticon. We must act swiftly. Our leader has arrived. Xiang Feiyu slowly drove into the frozen warehouse of Megatron, knowing he could not exit yet. For Megatron and Red Spider awaited outside. He had to bide his time, waiting for the Autobots to depart with the cube. Stationed in place, Xiang Feiyu felt the power surging within him, especially as the cube optimized the internal design and mechanical components of his form. Coupled with Soundwave's unique modifications, Xiang Feiyu, also known as the Shattering Sky, was now nearly equivalent to a pseudo-Lord-level Decepticon, though the materials of his body still required enhancement. The 6 newfound subordinates at his side were the result of genetic transfer through the cube's power. Loyal followers formed at this moment. It was then that Xiang Feiyu comprehended Soundwave's explanation of genetic transfer. It involved energy transmission carrying part of one's genetic data. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. It seemed the Autobots had departed. A cold smirk crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips. This was all a conspiracy, and now the operation to extract from the tiger's den had commenced. Upon receiving the command, Xiang Feiyu led his 6 subordinates into action, while several Decepticons stationed in the Aerospace City also began their movements. Engines roared as a few vehicles burst forth from the Khufu Dam, careening recklessly down the highway. Target, Aerospace City, the Shattering Sky combat team was on the offensive. The rallying cry was loud, yet only a handful of small cats truly mobilized. Moreover, their adversaries were either sports cars or aircraft, naturally outpacing Xiang Feiyu and his crew. Meanwhile, in Aerospace City, a battle ensued between the Decepticons and a coalition of Autobots and humans. Despite the Decepticons' numerical superiority, their combat effectiveness was woefully inadequate, as they were predominantly overwhelmed by the combined might of the Autobots and humans. Observing the situation, particularly the scenes of Autobot warriors dispatching Decepticons, figures like Crowbar hesitated to transform into humanoid form, deeming it wiser to remain in hiding. As Xiang Feiyu and his companions converged with the Decepticons, the battle reached an intense climax. Megatron and Optimus Prime were locked in fierce combat, their minds clouded with rage, yet it appeared that Megatron held a slight advantage. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the chaotic battlefield and instructed, Ratchet, take the noisy and disoriented warrior back. Constructicons, follow me. A few Constructicons rallied behind him as he charged towards the heart of the conflict. Block the other Autobots. I shall assist Lord Megatron. While Xiang Feiyu's command seemed reasonable, the reality was that the Constructicons could hardly withstand the onslaught from the Autobots. Moreover, in the final moments of battle, as Xiang Feiyu rushed to aid Megatron. Sam had already inserted the All-Spark into Megatron Spark. Witnessing Megatron fall, the surrounding Decepticons erupted into a frenzy, recklessly charging at their foes, inflicting minimal damage before being vanquished themselves. In the central battlefield, the Decepticon rabble fought valiantly, attempting to reclaim Megatron's fallen form. But they could not endure even a single exchange with Optimus Prime. In the final moments, Xiang Feiyu plunged into the fray, simultaneously firing at Optimus Prime while transforming into his humanoid form. He seized Optimus's arm and executed a shoulder throw, casting him aside. After transforming back, he beckoned to a lone remaining Constructicon, leaving the other Decepticon rabble behind as they fled the battlefield. Subsequent events bore no relevance to Xiang Feiyu, thus requiring no further attention. He distanced himself from the spaceport, retreating into the wilderness. The war had concluded, or perhaps it had merely begun anew. With his back to the smoldering city, Xiang Feiyu spoke to his subordinates. Ratchet and the others gazed at the solitary Constructicon that remained, lamenting the total loss of their forces. Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed, merely smiling, for the leaders of both Autobots and Decepticons were present, rendering a vast army insignificant. Their purpose here was to enhance their individual prowess. However, concern arose from the original Crankcase, who feared that the Decepticons were now leaderless and vulnerable to being dismantled by the Autobots. Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively, stating, "You underestimate the strength of those leaders and the potential of the Decepticon army. Before long, Lord Megatron will rise again." The blade-wielding Decepticon shrugged, indifferent to the fate of their leader, as it seemed distant from his own reality. "What shall we do now? We cannot hide indefinitely. The Autobots will find us sooner or later." Xiang Feiyu's gaze fell upon a menacing warship appearing in the distance. "We need a camp to recuperate and await our opportunity." 3 days later, they arrived at an automotive scrapyard in America, where Ratchet cursed Starscream for harboring a vendetta. As they were preparing to seek out a secret encampment, they were summoned aboard the Decepticon warship, the Punishment. Before they could utter a word, they were subjected to a tirade from Red Spider and subsequently relegated to a refuse dump. This tactic left the likes of Crowbar and others bewildered. They boarded the warship only to be berated? In fact, alongside them were 70 mechanical sentinels and 10 engineering mining vehicles. For beneath this heap of automotive refuse lay a deposit of super energy, or marking their banishment. The original crankshaft box turned to Xiang Feiyu, wondering what their leader would do next. With a sly grin, Xiang Feiyu chose to remain silent, awaiting the moment when those powerful figures could no longer contain themselves. He called to the blade, instructing the mechanical sentinels to methodically extract the super energy ore, while also having some of the sentinels construct an underground bar, which might prove useful. The blade was taken aback, questioning the purpose of establishing a mechanical tavern here, where only Autobots and Decepticons, mostly mechanical sentinels, resided. With a mysterious smile, Xiang Feiyu replied, "To trade in arms and supplies." His words were blunt, causing others to exchange glances, thinking it unnecessary to be so blatant, especially with many mechanical sentinels eavesdropping. Without casting a glance at the sentinels, Xiang Feiyu urged them to get to work. The others dispersed, while he departed from the refuse dump. On board the Punishment warship, Red Spider and Soundwave scrutinized the surveillance footage relaying the conversation, which culminated in the pause at the mention of trading arms and supplies. Red Spider was incensed. This individual dared to brazenly propose selling supplies to the Autobots, showing utter disregard for him. However, upon reflection, this audacity could serve a purpose, providing him with cover while he operated more clandestinely. Soundwave, keep a close watch on this individual. We cannot allow him to betray us. Beneath the city bridge, a scruffy man was drowning his sorrows in alcohol when a modified Chevrolet police SUV approached, sirens blaring. The disheveled man looked up, exclaiming, "You again? Haven't you caused me enough misery?" The headlights flickered twice, and Klaus, my friend, you should realize that since you joined that department, your fate was sealed. Once the secrets within are exposed, you will be abandoned. Thus, it matters little whether I appear or not. In truth, the other party was correct. The moment he laid eyes on that mechanical giant, he understood that if the secrets of the Hoover Dam were revealed, their fate would be dire. As he had anticipated, he and his subordinates were forcibly retired due to their underwhelming performance in battle. Could they truly be blamed? Amidst the chaos of such colossal robotic combat, what would they do? Are you here to mock me? Congratulations, you've succeeded. Klaus took a swig of his drink, lamenting, I've lost my job, my lover, my beloved car, my house, and my savings. Now I can only reside beneath this bridge. Klaus, do not act this way. I have faith in your abilities and the prowess of your comrades. What you require is merely an opportunity, a chance to showcase your talents. Do you recall a day when you told me that we would traverse this world together? Now, I formally extend an invitation for you to join me in conquering this universe. As Xiang Feiyu proclaimed this, he transformed into human form, extending his hand in a gesture of collaboration with Klaus. Despite being in a dormant state during their previous collaboration, Xiang Feiyu was able to record the combat data of Klaus and his fellow warriors using a recording device, a cadre of highly skilled special forces, for they would not be entrusted with such a crucial mission otherwise. However, the exposure of the base, the disappearance of the source of ignition, and the casting of Megatron into the sea rendered the existence of Zone 7 unnecessary. At that moment, a dozen burly men clad in casual attire leapt from the bridge, encircling Klaus protectively. What do you intend to do? The newcomers were none other than Kent and his associates. Upon recognizing the familiar modified police car, they immediately understood the situation. Nonetheless, their unemployment had little to do with Xiang Feiyu, hence they harbored no animosity. Klaus pushed aside the others. Do not deceive me. I have suffered enough. You are mechanical beings, free to roam the cosmos, while I am but a mortal. How can I wage war among the stars? Xiang Feiyu smiled, his violet eyes shimmering, as a virtual screen projected a series of data images. This is the battle armor I have designed for you, equipped with an array of weaponry. The data materialized in images and text for all to see. This armor was a personal auxiliary battle suit, offering minimal protection while allowing combat in a vacuum. Most remarkably, the suit featured a high-defense honeycomb plasma shield capable of directly mitigating enemy attacks. Additionally, various accompanying weapons were displayed alongside, including a magnetic energy rifle, a magnetic energy sniper rifle, an 8x scope, a 3x scope, a grenade launcher, high-explosive grenades, plasma grenades, explosive packs, a wrist controller, a one-handed magnetic energy dagger, and a magnetic universal machine gun. This revelation astounded everyone present, stirring a reaction from Klaus, for every man holds a deep affection for weaponry, and the finest arms serve as a testament to one's strength. Is this real? Klaus inquired. Xiang Feiyu reverted to his motorcycle form, opening the door. You may retrieve it yourself. A few retired soldiers exchanged glances and proceeded to the back seat of the vehicle, where they indeed discovered several boxes. Upon opening them, they found a complete set of armored battle gear, along with a magnetic energy assault rifle and corresponding components. Chapter 42. Development. This left the assembly in stunned silence. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu reversed the vehicle. If you are willing, gather your old comrades. I shall await you at the Clado automobile junkyard. If you choose not to, consider this equipment a memento of our acquaintance. With that, Xiang Feiyu departed, leaving several individuals in a state of bewilderment. Having concluded this matter, Xiang Feiyu arrived at an abandoned cave, where two individuals awaited him with crowbars in hand. Upon observing the presence of merely two individuals wielding crowbars, Xiang Feiyu unfastened his chest armor and extracted two metal fragments, each no larger than a grain of soybean. Place these into the ignition source. They will enhance the agility of your constructs. The crowbar wielders gazed at the diminutive metallic pieces, their hearts ablaze with excitement, for they sensed the prodigious energy contained within these small orbs. These fragments were among the ignition source shards that Xiang Feiyu had procured, though they appeared modest in size. The energy they harbored was beyond imagination. The two Decepticons gratefully accepted the ignition source fragments, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder brother." Without hesitation, they inserted the shards into their chest armor. At that moment, a powerful force, imbued with restorative capabilities, surged from the ignition source, coursing through their limbs and ultimately enveloping their entire being. In certain joint areas, metal armor spikes even sprouted forth. "Ah, I'm growing stronger. Ha ha, I'm growing stronger." They rejoiced. However, this transformation was merely superficial. A deeper evolution would undoubtedly require time. I then stepped out of the cave, resuming my leisurely exploration. A week later, The upper level of the junkyard was completed, designed entirely in accordance with human living standards. Below ground lay a vast expanse, equipped with various facilities, while the surrounding exits led to the mining area. The design and equipment were quite satisfactory, yet the Cybertronians frequenting this place for libations were conspicuously absent. It was an unavoidable circumstance, given the tense atmosphere that prevailed on Earth, compounded by the watchful presence of their leaders. At that moment, a mechanical sentry approached, bearing a cluster of blue crystals. "Commander, this is the sample." Xiang Feiyu, without glancing at it, instructed, "Please report the situation." The mechanical sentry placed the sample on the bar counter, stating, "The mining area is extensive, yet consists primarily of low-quality ore, with energy containing impurities and yielding only 1/3 of the energy of standard crystals." Xiang Feiyu swirled the contents of his glass, a fusion of super-energy substance and lubricant forming an alternative composition. "Are there any side effects?" he inquired nonchalantly. The mechanical sentry replied, "Extended use of our constructs may impose stress on the energy delivery system, leading to issues such as energy circuit short circuits. Typically, such energy mines are abandoned and repurposed into disposable weapon energy blocks." "Oh, I see," Xiang Feiyu mused, realizing that the Red Spider harbored ulterior motives. Previously, he had been assigned to manage these unused energy mines. Even if he embezzled them, they would serve no purpose and could lead to unwanted scrutiny. With a dismissive snort, he addressed the mechanical sentry, "Increase the collection time by 2 hours daily, and ensure all energy blocks are delivered to the punishment." But they may refuse to accept them." The mechanical sentry responded hesitantly. Xiang Feiyu retorted, "Whether they accept them or not is inconsequential. Simply deliver them. If they choose to discard or destroy them, that is their prerogative. Our duty is to work. If they do not come to collect, we shall find an aircraft to deliver them." The mechanical sentry nodded, indifferent to the arrangement, as it would not affect him directly. Gazing at the surveillance camera, the Red Spider's face was contorted with rage. This damn scoundrel. Yet, there was little he could do. It was all part of his orders. The sound wave instructed the logistics team that those coming from mine number 113 could only provide energy extracted from low-grade energy blocks. Just then, the crowbar approached, announcing that their human comrades had arrived. Hearing this, Xiang Feiyu felt a flicker of interest and promptly followed him outside. Upon seeing Klaus and the warriors behind him, he smiled warmly and said, "Welcome. We shall fight side by side once more, and this time, our equipment is more advanced, and our allies are more formidable." More than 150 Special Forces soldiers gazed in awe at the towering 7-meter-high robots surrounding them. They could not deny the truth. These colossal, shape-shifting aliens were indeed stronger allies. Xiang Feiyu turned to Crowbar and said, "Show the soldiers to their resting area. Klaus and Kent, come with me." As Crowbar passed by Kent and the others, he exchanged a fist bump with them, saying, "Follow me." The combat prowess of humanity had already been showcased in Air City. Had they not witnessed the powerful ruckus and the demise of once great figures? Thus, Crowbar naturally did not underestimate them. "Welcome, old friends." Xiang Feiyu led them into the bar. "Come, let's first take a look at the weapons and equipment I have prepared for you." As the concealed door at the back of the bar opened, rows of weapon racks and equipment stands were revealed. Showcasing these was intended to reassure them, proving that he had not deceived them. However, while he could prepare the equipment, their living supplies and necessities would need to be arranged by themselves. Kent chuckled, "Old buddy, most of us have families and jobs. How will the wages be calculated?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged, not directly answering his question, but instead produced the crystal cluster previously displayed by the mechanical sentinels. "This is a super energy crystal, the very source of life for the Cybertron planet. With this, it signifies we possess everything." The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its significance. "We do not comprehend what you mean," they expressed. Xiang Feiyu held the crystal cluster up to the light, revealing its beautiful refracted blue glow. The Decepticons possess spaceships and advanced equipment, enabling them to find better and more abundant energy. In contrast, the Autobots lack the necessary apparatus yet require energy replenishment, which opens up possibilities. "Do you understand?" Klaus furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting we engage in trade with the Autobots?" Xiang Feiyu nodded. "There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Both the Autobots and Decepticons are well aware of this, so we must act accordingly." Klaus nodded in agreement. "You mean we should trade with the Autobots, as they have the support of America, correct?" Kent scratched the back of his head. But how much are we talking about? I'm a bit confused. Xiang Feiyu smiled, presenting two options. One was a buyout, offering a substantial sum to your family, after which you would accompany me to battle in the cosmos. No remuneration, no leave, no compensation for injuries, no weekends. Death would be the ultimate conclusion. However, I would provide a potion to enhance your vitality. The second option involved employing you on this planet, with a salary thrice that of your previous earnings, complete with weekends, holidays, and injury compensation. The choice is yours to ponder. Chapter 43. A request for assistance. After some time, Xiang Feiyu arrived at the training center, observing the Special Forces warriors in their drills. Once training concluded, Klaus approached carrying 2 boxes. Upon opening them, stacks of dollars appeared before everyone. Buddy, you never mentioned those energy blocks belong to low-tier super energy entities. Even the Autobots have no interest in them. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. If they don't want them, they still need to accept them. They are merely stubborn as a dead duck. How should we divide this? Klaus was reluctant to delve into the matter, as he was merely a worker, doing whatever his boss commanded. However, the Autobots did seem a bit finicky. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the money, deciding to distribute it according to wages, ensuring at least a subsistence level before acquiring additional supplies. He couldn't fathom why they were so impoverished yet still picky. Klaus sat nearby. Many brothers were eager to know if he could indeed provide that longevity potion. Longevity, an inescapable fate for humanity. No one desires death. If the secret to a prolonged life could be uncovered, madness would ensue. Xiang Feiyu produced a magic crystal, simultaneously projecting a vivid battle scene where countless locusts, some several meters long, charged towards the Decepticons. The universe is not solitary. It harbors numerous forms of life beyond humanity, including this, the source of energy from the magical realm, the embodiment of power. With it comes magic. With magic comes strength. Klaus nodded. Although he was not well versed in the magical world, he had seen numerous introductions on television. Then it is settled. My brothers are willing to join, and we shall recruit members from across the globe. Xiang Feiyu smiled, a wise choice. At that moment, the door swung open, and a blue motorcycle dashed into the bar, where all present were either Decepticons or members of the human special forces. Don't move. Don't move. The special forces held magnetic energy rifles, far superior to earthly gunpowder weapons. Xiang Feiyu reached out to close the boxes and regarded the motorcycle before him. Stand down. He gestured for a robotic server to bring forth 2 cups of energy liquid. What troubles you, dear? The blue motorcycle suddenly transformed and approached Xiang Feiyu, its demeanor somber. Fei Guoshan has fallen. Xiang Feiyu, unfazed by the news, pushed the energy liquid towards Alxi. I warned you. With your abilities, seeking out someone like Fei Guoshan was a reckless endeavor. He was bound to meet his demise. Such a method of proving your partner's assassination codename is utterly futile. Alxi downed the energy drink before her, remarking, if you cannot offer guidance to a lady, it would be prudent to remain silent. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, suggesting, you ought to seek a more formidable partner, perhaps someone like me, as he flexed his bicep. Alxi wrapped her cup on the table. Are you considering switching allegiances to the Autobots? The question momentarily left her speechless. Let us instead discuss the matter of your debt for the drinks. Alxi shot Xiang Feiyu an incredulous glance. How do you expect to engage with women in this manner? Xiang Feiyu sighed, lamenting that his first customer turned out to be a foe indulging in a free meal. Alxi's expression fell once more. I hope you can assist us in locating the remains of the fallen over the mountains. Xiang Feiyu grimaced. If I encounter that self-important little scoundrel, I would not hesitate to confront him. Alxi's sorrow deepened at this, as she drained her energy drink. I consider you a friend, and I ask that you regard me as one as well. Please help me find him, thank you. With that, she turned and departed. Not far from the base, 2 motorcycles awaited, and upon seeing the blue motorbike return, they sighed in relief. What did he say? Alxi lamented. He refused. The divider remarked that the Decepticons were inherently untrustworthy. Alxi sighed again. He simply dislikes the character of the fallen, it seems. Well, if he is unwilling to assist, we shall have to manage on our own. However, as she spoke, Alxi hesitated for a moment before producing a shard of metal from her mouth. He gave me this. Is this a fragment of the Allspark? The divider exclaimed in astonishment. What purpose did he have in giving you this? Alxi shook her head. I do not know. He placed the fragment in the energy drink. Bumblebee suggested, Let us return and consult with the others. At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and the others gaze at the Allspark fragment before them. During the recent battle of Cybertron, they had succeeded in vanquishing Megatron, yet the Allspark had been damaged, and most of the remaining fragments were forcibly taken by the American authorities. However, a significant portion had been seized by Xiang Feiyu, who now unexpectedly presented a fragment to Alcee, signifying an important meaning. Ratchet observed his brother, medical vehicle, as per the plot necessity. The movie version of Ratchet is replaced by the animated version's brother, medical vehicle, and inquired, "What do you think this implies?" Medical vehicle pondered, "To save someone." Ratchet was taken aback. "You mean?" Optimus Prime, perplexed, asked, "What is happening?" Medical vehicle clarified, "The implication is that we must save someone." Alcee inquired, "Save whom?" The brothers exchanged glances. Jazz. The Battle of Cybertron had been brutal, leaving the bodies of fallen Autobots mangled beyond recognition and beyond salvation among the casualties. Only Jazz remained intact due to his advanced chassis. If given an energy surge from the Allspark fragment, there might be a chance of reviving him. Although Optimus Prime could obtain the fragments of the Allspark from the American authorities to save his comrades, such a leader, who cherishes life, would never allow his subordinates and friends to endure the torment of dying and being reborn repeatedly. Everyone turned their gaze towards Optimus Prime, who felt somewhat troubled. After all, Jazz was not only his adjutant, but also an old friend, a comrade in arms, and a vital pillar of support. Others understood that, irrespective of his relationship with Optimus Prime, in terms of combat prowess, Jazz could rival 20 others, effortlessly navigating challenges and disorientation. His death was merely a misfortune of encountering the frenzied Megatron. With a sigh, Optimus Prime remarked, "This matter is for you to decide. I find myself ill-suited for it." He truly did not know what to say. RC stepped forward, pulling Optimus Prime aside. "The ambulance is activating the land bridge. I will patrol with Optimus," she declared. The ambulance nodded in agreement. Recognizing this as the best course of action, Xiang Feiyu watched RC depart, then turned to inspect where the Retribution ship had previously docked. As he left, he produced a crystal coin, placing it upon the bar counter. The robotic bartender accepted the coin with a polite acknowledgement of gratitude. Observing the ordinary-looking coin, Klaus inquired curiously, "What is that?" "Cybertronian currency. By the way, anyone from your group who comes here for a drink will need to pay," Xiang Feiyu replied with a chuckle. Klaus and Kent exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 44. Missing Parts. Dismantle the newcomer. Xiang Feiyu addressed the gathered crowd below. "From now on, you shall receive your wages monthly, and any drinks you have at the bar will require payment." The Decepticon thugs and guards below were taken aback. However, they struggled to accept this new reality. After all, they had previously been mere cannon fodder, with nothing to their names. As for the likes of Blades and others, they already possessed funds and had paid for drinks in the Cybertronian bar, so this change bore little impact on them. Several resting mechanical guards, upon receiving their crystal coins, dashed into the bar. At that moment, Wrecking Ball returned, announcing, "Brother, I have found a location. It is 80 kilometers from us." Xiang Feiyu beckoned Klaus, instructing him to gather a team and accompany them. 9 vehicles carried 50 individuals, advancing toward the mining site. At the devastated mining area, 6 or 7 damaged mechanical guards were visible, alongside traces of energy fluid and signs of struggle. "This must be the place." Wrecking Ball surveyed the scene below and declared, "This mine is already abandoned." Xiang Feiyu, scooping up a handful of soil, revealed a mischievous grin. "Not necessarily. The primary reason both factions abandoned the mine was that its location had been compromised. Neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots would send personnel here. If, on a future reconnaissance, either side discovered the other mining in this area, it would lead to an unrelenting conflict." Xiang Feiyu pointed to the ground, instructing his team to excavate a tunnel to the waterway 3 kilometers away. "Seal this entrance with earth, and remember, do not let those mechanical guards know." A week later, in the abandoned factory office, a cluster of blue crystals on Xiang Feiyu's desk radiated an enchanting glow, with an energy purity of 85%, a premium quality. Klaus, setting down his glass of red wine, remarked that the response from the Autobots was promising, and he hoped for an increase in supply. Xiang Feiyu shook his head, jesting that it was sufficient to ensure they wouldn't starve. These crystals held significant value. Klaus put down his wine glass, exclaiming that retaining so many super energy entities was a burden. The crowbar chuckled, suggesting that burdens were also worth keeping. Xiang Feiyu handed him some photographs, showcasing a segment of their previous encounter with the locusts, primarily featuring a colossal warship. "Is this ours?" Klaus and the other captains expressed surprise upon viewing the images. Xiang Feiyu nodded, then displayed an image of a gigantic planet, which had been penetrated by a warship. This was a dark star, and he intended to transform it into a cosmic fortress, necessitating an even greater supply. Klaus regarded Xiang Feiyu, acknowledging the magnitude of his ambition. Xiang Feiyu grinned, noting that part of the fortress would serve as a habitat for humanity, urging the young men to strive diligently. At this juncture, Xiang Feiyu suddenly recalled something, asking about the state of their equipment and its adaptability. Before Klaus could respond, Kent interjected, stating that everything was excellent. Many actions previously seen only in films had now been realized, and they were merely awaiting an opportunity to venture into space for practical effects. The crowbar jested, suggesting that they could send Kent to the Dark Star to face the locusts, promising to return with his severed limbs to boast to his mother of his bravery. Kent scoffed at the crowbar, bemused by their mutual penchant for banter. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, declaring that since everything was in order, they would embark on practical missions across the globe in batches in a few days. If the performance proved satisfactory, they would seek an opportunity to send them into space. Klaus nodded, though he mentioned concerns regarding the mining area. Xiang Feiyu reassured him that 6 warriors were monitoring the situation, rendering it a non-issue. As the days passed, the analysis of the battle armor test data had yielded results that fully met expectations. Additionally, the Special Operations Team had amassed a considerable sum in US dollars, enhancing the base's equipment. Even some mercenaries, upon witnessing their gear, sought to join their ranks. One day, after concluding a day's work and preparing to enjoy a drink, a communication arrived. Upon opening it, Xiang Feiyu discovered it was from Red Spider aboard the Retribution, summoning him to report to the flagship. Without second thoughts, Xiang Feiyu complied with the orders, and as the land bridge activated, he transformed into his motorcycle form and departed. On the bridge of the Retribution, Red Spider regarded this individual, who was of similar height and seemed to relish creating trouble for himself. "You call yourself Breaking the Heavens? Quite an arrogant name. Though it matters little. The cargo holds are nearing capacity with the super energy entities delivered to the ship. How do you propose we manage this?" Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. "Well, isn't my task simply to deliver the collected resources? Otherwise, what purpose do you have for sending me to that location?" Red Spider, visibly agitated, responded, "That is not the question I pose. My concern lies with how to dispose of this refuse." Feeling awkward, Xiang Feiyu stammered, I have already selected the finest resources. That mining area was exceedingly barren. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's reply, Red Spider's expression soured. "Enough. I do not wish to debate this matter. In accordance with the orders of the fallen Megatron, you are to locate the remains of Lord Megatron immediately and resurrect him, with the assistance of the scalpel." He produced a fragment of the Allspark, the largest remnant remaining, which was embedded in Megatron's chest. In the rush of the moment, Xiang Feiyu had refrained from taking that particular piece. Unbeknownst to him, it had found its way back into his possession. Nodding, Xiang Feiyu affirmed, "Very well. I shall attend to this matter." He then seized the scalpel from beside him, resting it upon his shoulder. With the command issued, Red Spider waved his hand dismissively, shooing Xiang Feiyu and the others away like bothersome flies. Xiang Feiyu departed with the scalpel, which began to scan his mechanical form. Astonished by its complexity, it remarked, "Your chassis is quite unique." Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu replied, "It was personally modified by Lord Shockwave. Naturally, it differs from the others." "Lord Shockwave? No wonder." Scalpel was taken aback upon hearing that name, as Shockwave was a prominent figure among the Decepticons, on par with Megatron himself. Xiang Feiyu grasped Scalpel firmly, urging, "Let us set forth and complete this mission swiftly, so we may rest." With that, he transformed into a vehicle and sped towards the land bridge. Meanwhile, in the Atlantic Ocean, a cargo ship was navigating towards the eastern continent. Among the containers on board, 7 vehicles were nestled within the corners. After the patrol personnel passed, an unidentified object descended from the sky, emitting a few sparks before concealing itself beside a nearby motorcycle. "Lord Soundwave has transmitted the latest coordinates, right below us." As he spoke, the 7 vehicles instantly began to transform and leapt off the opposite side of the ship, just as the naval fleet detected their presence. At a depth of 20,000 leagues beneath the sea, Scalpel observed the shattered remains of Megatron below, missing vital components. Lord Red Spider commands that the disobedient one be dismantled. No sooner had he uttered this than 6 Decepticons pounced upon Xiang Feiyu. In a sudden burst of action, Xiang Feiyu seized a nearby machine dog preparing to ambush and tore it apart. He then drew forth an ancient sword, severing the arm of a construction Decepticon, and with a swift motion, blasted away its head. Chapter 45. I will dismantle it simultaneously. He charged towards another construction Decepticon. Upon witnessing the demise of a comrade, the construction soldier momentarily froze, only to see Xiang Feiyu rushing towards him. Instinctively, he turned to flee. However, the resistance of the water was too great, and given that the construction soldier's speed paled in comparison to the motorcycles, before he could fully turn, the sword's edge pierced his chest armor. Xiang Feiyu withdrew the ancient sword, swiftly dismembering him in a flurry of strikes. The remaining 4 Decepticons were unaware of the impending assault. Xiang Feiyu raised his laser cannon and unleashed a barrage that shattered the crane's head. With a swift kick, he toppled the bulldozer, then leaped over it to cleave the debris truck in two with a single stroke of his sword. One remaining Decepticon, stricken by fear, began to retreat. However, Xiang Feiyu had no intention of letting him escape. He aimed his cannon and fired 2 shots at him. At the bottom of the sea, only the bulldozer and the scalpel remained. The scalpel was taken aback, unable to fathom how this seemingly inferior crankcase could be so formidable. Dispatching several of his subordinates in mere moments, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the bulldozer, which was trembling as it struggled to stand, then turned his gaze to the scalpel. He seized the fragment of the ignition source from the scalpel's grasp and ordered its immediate disassembly. The mighty Megatron awaits our assistance, he urged. The scalpel nodded mechanically and began to work, while Xiang Feiyu exchanged the ignition source fragment for 4 smaller pieces. As the scalpel signaled its readiness, Xiang Feiyu pressed the ignition source fragment against Megatron's chest. The surrounding components converged, adjusting and assembling into a new Megatron body. The moment Megatron awakened, he soared into the sky, leaving Xiang Feiyu and his companions in disarray beneath the ocean. Before long, a portal of light appeared at the seabed, and the trio stepped through. Upon witnessing the return of Xiang Feiyu and his companions, Soundwave was momentarily stunned. The bulldozer unceremoniously dropped the corpse of the robotic canine onto the ground and stood aside, while Xiang Feiyu maintained a facade of nonchalance. At that moment, the voice of Megatron resonated, commanding, "Soundwave, bring my valiant warriors to the base." The space bridge opened, and Xiang Feiyu dashed into the light. On a distant planet within the cosmos, as Xiang Feiyu emerged from the portal, he beheld Megatron pinning Starscream against the wall. "Even in death, no one shall issue commands," he declared, flinging Starscream to the ground. Xiang Feiyu approached, but made no effort to help Starscream up. Instead, he picked up the small, lifeless Decepticon baby that had fallen to the ground. Externally, the little creature was undeniably adorable, though tragically deceased. He tossed the body aside on his Starscream and leaned against a nearby pillar. This place appeared to be a Cybertronian super battleship. Despite its damaged state, its grandeur was evident, dwarfing 100 standard warships. Most importantly, it housed an energy tree capable of independently nurturing Decepticon warriors. Starscream rose, incredulous. "You survived?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "Those trash were simply too weak." I shall deal with you next time," Starscream retorted before retreating into the ship's interior. Xiang Feiyu scoffed, thinking how self-important Starscream had become. Shortly thereafter, Megatron and Starscream emerged. As they passed by Xiang Feiyu, Megatron remarked, "You performed admirably. I hereby promote you to Centurion, and your body shall be upgraded to warrior class. Work diligently." Xiang Feiyu knelt on one knee, expressing his gratitude for Megatron's favor. The trio traversed the space bridge and returned to the earthbound vessel, where Megatron commanded, "Proceed and report back upon completion. I have tasks for you." After Xiang Feiyu departed, Starscream remarked, "My master, this fellow has issues. He is akin to..." At that moment, Megatron abruptly interrupted, seizing Starscream by the throat. "Do you comprehend? If faced with a choice between Shockwave's creation and you, my preference would unequivocally be Shockwave's creation. Release your grip on Starscream and attend to your own duties. The rest is inconsequential." A day later, all components of Xiang Feiyu's body were replaced with warrior gray materials. Upon awakening, he experienced a familiar resurgence of power. Upon returning to the bridge, Megatron regarded Xiang Feiyu and stated, "Excellent. The reason for your summons is to undertake a specific task. Be aware that within the Decepticons, there are always those who overestimate themselves and attempt to seize power in my absence, particularly this individual beside me." He cast a glance at Starscream. "I require you to investigate whether they are betraying us, especially concerning Starscream's desert base. It is imperative to ensure absolute security." Xiang Feiyu nodded, affirming, "I understand your intent." Near the Egyptian pyramids, Xiang Feiyu emerged from the land bridge and commanded the Decepticon mechanical sentinels behind him, ascertain the locations of all Decepticon bases across Africa, regardless of their allegiance. Having issued his commands, Xiang Feiyu transformed into motorcycle mode and departed, leaving a group of aerial mechanical sentinels exchanging puzzled glances. These sentinels were of the second and third tier, not newly produced, clearly loyal to Megatron. Their dispatch to Xiang Feiyu's side undoubtedly raised suspicions. However, these warriors had not received explicit instructions, merely directives from Soundwave to comply with the new commander's orders. "Commence your actions. Remaining here is unwise. It would be better to scout the nearby Decepticon bases." Meanwhile, upon his formidable return, Megatron's first course of action was to ambush his longtime rival, Optimus Prime. When Xiang Feiyu arrived, he beheld the recently resurrected Blur, whose unfortunate blind assault had once again cost him his life. Noticing the surroundings were devoid of witnesses, he reached down to grasp the fallen body and called out to Soundwave. "Soundwave, I request the activation of the land bridge." The land bridge activated, and Xiang Feiyu dragged Blur's corpse through the portal. Megatron, having successfully struck, gazed at the map before him, though none could perceive the sorrow etched upon his face or the fleeting madness within. "Immediately locate that boy. I must acquire the knowledge within his mind." Xiang Feiyu cast aside Blur's lifeless form, reasoning that since he was aware of something, it would be more prudent to wait at the destination rather than pursue him. Xiang Feiyu's words were direct and practical. Megatron scrutinized Xiang Feiyu and then glanced at the body on the ground. "This matter does not require your involvement. Simply ensure that those traitors within our ranks are thoroughly investigated." Xiang Feiyu saluted and departed. As the grand gates closed, Megatron commanded Soundwave to immediately dispatch agents to lie in ambush near the pyramids of Egypt, intending to catch the Autobots off guard. As he stepped outside, Xiang Feiyu suddenly spotted Scalpel reprimanding several mechanical sentinels. He approached, inquiring, "What are you doing, Lord Scalpel? What business is it of yours?" Scalpel snapped, preparing to flee. In a swift motion, Xiang Feiyu appeared behind the mechanical guards, seizing Scalpel just as he attempted to escape through a ventilation shaft. "Why are you running? Am I truly that fearsome?" Chapter 46. What on earth do you intend to do? Scalpel forced a smile, stammering, I just remembered there are many tasks awaiting me, all assigned by Lord Megatron." "Yes, indeed, all Lord Megatron's tasks." Xiang Feiyu chuckled, about to respond when a voice pierced the air. "You scoundrel, what are you doing here?" It was Tarantulas. Startled, Xiang Feiyu tightened his grip, and with a swift crunch, Scalpel's neck was crushed below the head. Embarrassed, Xiang Feiyu offered a sheepish smile. "Apologies for my lack of control. I shall be more careful next time." He tossed the resentful Scalpel aside to a nearby mechanical guard, commanding, "Fetch our Lord Scalpel a new body." Without a backward glance, he turned to Tarantulas, asking, "What orders do you have, my lord?" "Orders? How could I possibly give you orders? You are currently favored in Lord Megatron's eyes." Tarantulas replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Regarding the review of the internal personnel list, given our relationship, perhaps we could ease the process a bit." Amused by Tarantula's demeanor, Xiang Feiyu remarked, "I must say, Lord Tarantulas, your methods in public are rather brazen. Must you be so ostentatious? If everyone were to emulate you, what chaos would ensue? Were it not for Lord Megatron's esteem, you would have met your demise countless times without the review process. Heed my advice. Admit your fault to Lord Megatron, submit everything, and all shall be well. There is still plenty of time ahead. Everything. You are effectively demanding my life." Tarantulas lamented, his expression darkening. "This is the wealth I have accumulated over thousands of years of servitude." He produced a card, suggesting, "Let's negotiate, shall we? Just pretend you didn't see it." Upon seeing the coordinates displayed, Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "What do you take me for, Lord Tarantulas? Do take care." With that, he promptly departed. Meanwhile, on the bridge, their exchange was broadcast by Soundwave. Watching the retreating figure, Megatron muttered to himself, "Do not let me down." Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu received a call from Klaus. "The informant has revealed that the young boy has obtained the treasure and is on his way home," Klaus informed him. Gazing skyward, Xiang Feiyu whispered, "The energy matrix." Turning to Xiang Feiyu, he instructed, "Coordinates 124158231. Mobilize your guard to seize that mine when the main battlefield erupts. Remember, leave no survivors." Xiang Feiyu then contacted Soundwave, stating, "Lord Soundwave, activate the terrestrial bridge to the destination of the Pharaoh's Pyramid." In less than 10 seconds, a portal of light materialized before Xiang Feiyu. In Egypt, upon receiving the news, Megatron advanced with an army toward the rendezvous point with Optimus Prime. Whether this old friend, whom he had recently dispatched to the afterlife, would be resurrected hinged on this moment. As the battle commenced, despite the Decepticons' preparations, the sheer number of their adversaries, the Autobots and human special forces, led to significant casualties among the Decepticon ranks. Most critically, Megatron found himself forced to retreat under concentrated fire, while Optimus Prime was activated by the Matrix of Leadership. As in the original narrative, although the Matrix revitalized Optimus Prime, it was seized by the Fallen. In a selfless act, Jetfire sacrificed himself, enabling Optimus Prime to evolve into Jetfire Optimus Prime, thereby gaining the ability to fly. Optimus Prime destroyed the energy collector and single-handedly disarmed Megatron of one arm. Yet in turn, Megatron dismantled his flight assistance system. Just as both Optimus Prime and the Fallen were about to collapse, an alarm suddenly blared nearby. Ding ding. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Both the Fallen and Optimus Prime turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a modified police Chevrolet parked not far from them. The Autobots, including RC, grimaced upon recognizing the individual. Jazz, recently revived, attempted to rush forward but was halted by Ratchet, who cautioned, "You've just come back. Don't act impulsively." RC raised her laser cannon, prepared to attack should the newcomer make any sudden moves. Meanwhile, Megatron, observing from within a structure, smiled at the sight of the newcomer, thinking, "Do not let me down." At that moment, Starscream approached, saying, "Lord Megatron, seeing your wounds pains me." Megatron contemptuously kicked Starscream aside, retorting, "If you could share my burdens, there would be less to contend with." As all eyes turned toward him, the motorcycle transformed into a towering humanoid form. Xiang Feiyu tilted his head and innocently inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu's appearance, Optimus Prime paused momentarily, yet felt no fear, having received information from RC that Xiang Feiyu might not be his enemy. Thus, it seemed that Xiang Feiyu was not necessarily an ally of the Fallen either. The Fallen, observing Xiang Feiyu, bore a sinister expression and remarked, "Little one, if you eliminate him, I can grant you greater power, even the dominion of the Decepticons." After uttering these words, a cruel glint flickered in Megatron's eyes. "Do it. Do not let me down," he commanded. Xiang Feiyu, pondering the Fallen's suggestion, tilted his head and replied, "Little one, I have a name." Drawing forth an ancient sword from his waist, he caught the attention of both Optimus Prime and the Fallen, who exchanged glances, eager to free themselves from each other's constraints. Uncertain of the intentions of this unexpected newcomer, the strength of Optimus Prime still pales in comparison to that of the Fallen, as he was directly kicked towards Xiang Feiyu, presumably to observe the latter's choice. To everyone's astonishment, Optimus, flying towards Xiang Feiyu, was not cleaved in two by the ancient sword in Xiang Feiyu's grasp. Instead, he was seized by the shoulder and violently kicked away, crashing harshly against a nearby earthen wall. Although the scene appeared chaotic, the surrounding Autobots breathed a sigh of relief. For at that moment, Optimus was safe. On the opposing side, the insect icon, known as tarantulas, noted Xiang Feiyu's squander opportunity and immediately reported, "My master, this fool has wasted." "Silence," Megatron commanded, seizing Tarantula's head with his only remaining hand. "Only I can bring about the demise of Optimus. You, an elder Decepticon, are less perceptive than a novice. I advise you to stow those futile thoughts, lest I be compelled to eliminate you." Kicking away the engine of Jetfire, he addressed the Fallen, "Do you know? I am not referred to as Little One. I am called the Skybreaker, signifying the breaking of the heavens." The Fallen's expression darkened. "Do you intend to betray the Decepticons?" "Betrayal? No," Xiang Feiyu explained nonchalantly. "In my view, there is only one true master among the Decepticons, and that is Lord Megatron. However, At present, Megatron is gravely injured, struggling for survival. Upon noticing the movement of the Fallen's fingers, Xiang Feiyu smiled. There's no need to rally your subordinates. Before arriving, I had already ensured that your strongholds in Africa were dismantled. What do you truly desire? The Fallen tightened his grip on the Soul Reaper spear. Chapter 47. A desire for your demise. Xiang Feiyu shook his neck. My name is Skybreaker. Lord Shockwave informed me that to forge a promising future and ascend to the ranks of a leader, one must either eliminate or assimilate the leadership power within another leader. Thus, I have chosen you. As he spoke, the ancient sword in his hand emitted a faint azure glow. You seek death, the Fallen realized, understanding that Xiang Feiyu aimed to challenge him. This opportunity must not be missed. He needed to crush the threat before it blossomed. The advancing Fallen lunged towards Xiang Feiyu, who adeptly parried the attack with the ancient sword, subsequently delivering a kick that sent the Fallen flying. Having suffered a counterattack, the Fallen found himself momentarily rattled, especially after the earlier prolonged battle, and the exertion of his special abilities left him somewhat drained. However, he could only endure. The Fallen decided against further close combat. Raising the Soul Reaper spear and aiming it at Xiang Feiyu, a beam of light shot forth with blinding speed towards Xiang Feiyu, who sidestepped the initial strike. Yet, more beams followed, compelling him to dodge left and right, transforming into a motorcycle to evade or deflect with his ancient sword. Seeing that the attack from the Soul Reaper spear was ineffective and that the adversary was closing in, the Fallen unleashed gravitational control, causing the speeding motorcycle to levitate. With a sinister smirk, the Fallen proclaimed, "Die," as he was about to forcefully slam Xiang Feiyu to the ground. He suddenly witnessed Xiang Feiyu seize the engine of heavenly fire from the ground and hurl it violently towards the Fallen Titan. The Fallen Titan deftly dodged the projectile, only to find that Xiang Feiyu had inexplicably closed the distance between them. With a sardonic smile, Xiang Feiyu remarked that it was nothing to worry about. With a resounding thud, he sent the Fallen Titan sprawling. Regaining his composure, the Fallen Titan brandished the soul-subduing spear and lunged at Xiang Feiyu. Xiang Feiyu smirked, questioning whether that was the extent of the Titan's abilities, finding it rather disappointing. A spear is not meant to be wielded in such a manner, he declared. This time, rather than parrying with his ancient sword as before, he effortlessly grasped the soul-subduing spear with one hand and stepped forward, thrusting his ancient sword. The opponent, evidently prepared, vanished just as the ancient sword was about to pierce the core of the Fallen Titan. A cold smile crept on Xiang Feiyu's lips. He had anticipated this move. Without even glancing back, he executed a swift kick, sending the Fallen Titan, who had just materialized behind him, hurtling through the air. With the ancient sword in one hand and the soul-subduing spear in the other, he remarked, "This is no way to wield a spear." As he sheathed his ancient sword, he exhibited a demeanor of triumph, oblivious to the fact that he was the villain, unaware of the fate that befalls those who chatter too much. He brandished the soul-subduing spear, showcasing an intricate display of ancient martial arts. His flamboyant display on the battlefield left many soldiers unable to bear witness, while Alxi covered her eyes in sheer embarrassment. Yet at the center of the battlefield, neither Xiang Feiyu nor the Fallen Titan shared such sentiments. The Titan was intent on delivering a lethal blow to Xiang Feiyu, while Xiang Feiyu awaited the Titan's final gambit. Realizing that his reinforcements would not arrive, the Titan took flight, teleporting away without a second thought. However, Xiang Feiyu had no intention of allowing him to escape. With a powerful burst of energy from his feet, he propelled himself into the air and, through a shift in phase, landed decisively where the Fallen Titan had reappeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down. With a thunderous crash, the Fallen Titan struck the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while Xiang Feiyu executed a graceful landing, questioning why the Titan sought to flee. The Fallen Titan spat blood, pleading for his life, offering more in exchange for his survival. Xiang Feiyu regarded the bothersome old foe and retorted, "I have stated before that the Decepticons can only have one master, and you are surplus to requirements." With that, he tightened his grip on the soul-subduing spear. Upon coming into contact with his inner energy, the spear underwent a remarkable transformation. The metallic shaft restructured and thickened, adorned with dragon motifs, while the spear had split into two crescent blades, resembling an ancient weapon, the furious dragon soul-subduing halberd. Observing the metamorphosis of the weapon, Xiang Feiyu grinned menacingly at its former master, noting, "It seems even your weapon has forsaken you." At that moment, the fallen titan attempted to rise and flee, but the transformed weapon mercilessly pierced its former master's chest. "No, I do not wish to." The fallen titan's protests were cut short as Xiang Feiyu seized its head, declaring, "You and your brethren should be obliterated in the river of time, for this place no longer belongs to you." With a resounding crack, the head of the fallen titan was crushed by Xiang Feiyu's grip. Its shattered form collapsed onto the ground, and at that moment, a peculiar energy emanated from the fallen titan's body, surging directly into Xiang Feiyu. It was the power of leadership, an attack he could not allow him to possess. Optimus Prime immediately recognized the energy emerging from the fallen titan's body. The energy projectile was unleashed, hurtling towards Xiang Feiyu. At this juncture, as Xiang Feiyu absorbed the power of leadership, he found himself unable to move, left to endure the enemy's assault. Having just vanquished the fallen titan, the surrounding Decepticons could offer him no assistance. Were they ordinary Decepticons, they would surely have met their end. However, Xiang Feiyu was unlike the rest. He raised his hand, a strange energy shield enveloping his entire being, deflecting the projectiles and the aftermath of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, a seemingly unscathed Xiang Feiyu stood before Optimus Prime, who no longer hesitated and charged forward, deploying his wrist blades in a vertical strike against him. Left with no option, Xiang Feiyu could only raise his hand in defense. But the sharp blades pierced through the shield formed by his inner energy, slicing into his shoulder and continuing down his arm, shattering it completely. Xiang Feiyu's frail frame could hardly withstand such a blow. Energetic fluid spurted from the wound, and though he furrowed his brow slightly, he realized he must endure this strike. Otherwise, the absorption of the power of leadership would be interrupted. Yet, he could hardly move, left with but one arm. As the second strike loomed, a sudden sense of crisis gripped him. He was being targeted. Without delay, Xiang Feiyu leapt, transforming his form into that of a highly advanced fighter jet, which materialized before the onlookers. Before anyone could react, the jet activated its phase shift, appearing in the sky, while its engines roared to life, expelling a super ion stream from its rear. "Damn it, it's the Phantom Ghost, run!" Upon realizing the threat, all Autobots transformed and fled. Even the Decepticon warriors cursed as they hastily sought refuge from the bombs and projectiles raining down. Cursed be the one responsible for this. The Phantom Ghost, a cosmic fighter jet, was an exceptionally formidable machine. Bluntly put, it possessed tremendous firepower, incredible speed, and the ability to blink out of existence. Chapter 48, Retreat in the Sky. The Phantom Ghost altered its trajectory, unleashing a barrage upon the Autobots below, only to suddenly vanish mid-fire and reappear from another direction. As the Decepticons pursued the Autobots, the sky was suddenly filled with 15 F-22 fighter jets, heralding the return of a familiar danger. Simultaneously, a large contingent of troops surged forward in their vehicles. Aware of the impending doom, Megatron, having transformed early, commanded a retreat. No sooner had he spoken than he soared into the outer atmosphere, followed closely by Starscream and Soundwave. The Expendables trailing behind were left to fend for themselves, on a super battleship that had crash-landed on a distant planet. A final scream echoed as Soundwave obliterated an enemy's head, completing the mission. Starscream, approaching with a hint of envy, remarked, "You are indeed a triple changer. Shockwave is rather generous." Soundwave smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for Starscream's assistance. Starscream pouted, "I helped you, yet you overturned all my bases." Soundwave promptly handed Starscream a map, asserting, "I know nothing." All the actions were orchestrated by those elite mechanical sentinels. Starscream took the map, and, upon examining it, a smile crept across his face. "I knew you wouldn't be ungrateful." Upon returning to the bridge, Megatron occupied the seat once held by the fallen Prime. Noticing Soundwave and Starscream's return, he inquired, "Have you dealt with everything?" Starscream eagerly flattered, "All the minions of the Fallen have been dispatched. As for those scattered across the cosmos, they likely remain unaware. Perhaps we should send out a false message claiming Optimus Prime has defeated the Fallen to keep them at bay." Megatron pondered for a moment, deeming it a clever plan. "You shall handle this matter." Rising from his seat, he continued, "I did not anticipate Shockwave would transform you into a triple changer. It is indeed unexpected. However, it matters little. I am quite satisfied with your actions. From this day forth, You are a centurion. You may return to upgrade your form. Turning to Starscream, he added, haven't you always enjoyed nurturing these little ones? This task is now yours. Starscream chuckled awkwardly. My lord, I would prefer to serve at your side. Please assign this task to this warrior beside me. Megatron regarded Starscream with a cold smirk. Destroy this place. Just as he finished speaking, Starscream approached flatteringly. My lord, our elite warriors are scattered across the universe. We are left with mere fodder, incapable of posing a threat to the Autobots. With a glance at Soundwave, Starscream subtly urged him to speak. Soundwave, left with no choice, stood forth. Starscream is correct. Achieving overwhelming superiority over the Autobots can only be accomplished through overwhelming numbers. The energy trees and trained soldiers here will serve to replenish our forces in the future. Starscream nodded in agreement. My lord, these individuals will justify the resources expended in the early stages of the battle. Megatron surveyed the energy trees laden with fruit and conceded, you are right. Our forces are indeed lacking. Thus, this task is entrusted to you. Clean it up thoroughly. After Megatron finished speaking, he transformed and departed, intent on reporting to the Nemesis to command the Decepticon army in their ambush against the Autobots. The formidable warship remained, with Starscream observing Xiang Feiyu. The warriors cultivated by the Fallen were quite impressive. Now, how should they proceed here? Xiang Feiyu shrugged and asked, what do you suggest? Starscream's eyes glinted as he replied, once this batch of warriors reaches maturity, we shall transplant the Energon trees to the moon. Xiang Feiyu regarded Starscream with some skepticism, noting that there were no Energon entities on the moon. Starscream smirked. True, the moon lacks them, but Earth certainly does. We can transport Energon entities for cultivation. This planet is far too barren. Relying on the residual energy from the warship to rapidly cultivate warriors is utterly futile. Xiang Feiyu was uninterested in these matters. What must I do? He inquired. Starscream produced 3 mechanical seedlings, stating, you merely need to act as if you are unaware. Xiang Feiyu looked at Starscream, but did not take them. Instead, he extended his palm. Starscream, feeling a twinge of sympathy, remarked, you are far too greedy. Xiang Feiyu responded nonchalantly, it is through greed that we can forge a partnership, allowing you to feel secure, is it not? Upon hearing this, Starscream revealed a sly grin. You are correct. May our collaboration be fruitful. The two clasped hands, and at that moment, 2 messages were dispatched. Lord Megatron, Xiang Feiyu is threatening me, demanding 10 Energon trees. Lord Megatron, Starscream has given me 10 Energon seedlings. He intends to transplant the Energon trees to the moon. Not far away, Megatron, upon receiving the messages, wore a malevolent smile. Transport the Energon trees to the Nemesis at once. He commanded. Starscream's expression soured as he received the message. Xiang Feiyu, unfazed, began to work, addressing Starscream with a hint of sarcasm. Let us package and organize the resources here, awaiting the transport ship from the Nemesis. Starscream, seeing no reason to linger, huffed, I will document all the supplies here. Not a single screw shall be missing when you deliver. With that, he took flight, leaving Xiang Feiyu alone to await the transport vessel's arrival. Xiang Feiyu, curling his lip, settled in place to feel the enhancement of his abilities. He had reached the 3rd level of internal power, akin to the resurgence of a tyrant, enabling him to unleash a ferocity that amplified his combat prowess by 80%. However, his warrior-class body limited his overall fighting capacity. Previously, he had relied on divine artifacts to shatter the Fallen's form, while Optimus Prime's failed strike had cost him what appeared to be a robust arm. This battle demonstrated that the body of Megatron, resurrected with ordinary Decepticon parts, was as fragile as his own. Even standard artillery could send him fleeing in disarray. Thus, enhancing his body with superior materials had become an urgent priority. Moreover, it was crucial to have a trustworthy physician to assist in upgrading his form. Without that, he faced considerable trouble. Upon this realization, Xiang Feiyu retrieved 2 items from the armor storage, 3 fragments of the size source, each the size of 3 fingers, and 18 assorted smaller shards, along with a diamond-shaped energy matrix. The destruction of the stellar collector rendered the energy matrix, which served as a key, temporarily useless. However, leaving these items exposed posed a significant danger. Should an overly curious mechanical guardian open those boxes while repairing itself, Xiang Feiyu would be in peril. With this thought, he resolutely grasped both items and pressed them into the ember within his chest. In that moment, a surge of immense energy erupted from the ember, coursing through his limbs and body. The purple energy fluid in Xiang Feiyu's eyes radiated with an even more dazzling brilliance. He steadied himself as the energy relentlessly washed over him, again and again. After several minutes, the fragments of the size source and the energy matrix vanished, and the purple light in his eyes diminished to its original state. Chapter 49, Advancement. A sigh of relief escaped Xiang Feiyu. The advantage of concealing the size source and energy matrix was that they could be reappeared if necessary. With this in mind, he began to slowly gather the fragments and energy matrix once more. At that moment, a Decepticon transport ship appeared in outer space, presumably to collect resources. He retracted both items into his body while simultaneously gathering the 18 tiny fragments from the ground, initiating the process. No sooner had he spoken than over 40 mechanical guardians landed. "Commander, we have been ordered to transport resources here." Xiang Feiyu nodded. "All of this is recorded. Proceed with the transport. Lord Red Spider will conduct an inspection." Several Decepticons nodded and promptly began their tasks. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu remained still, continuing to contemplate the earlier dilemma. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when a mechanical guardian with 3 light screens on its face approached him. "Commander, our task is complete. Do you wish to return with us?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "You may return first. I have some matters to consider." Thus he sat, immersed in thought for what felt like countless days, until a beam of light streaked across the night sky, followed by Red Spider landing before him. "Wow, you truly have been sitting here the entire time? Aren't you afraid of rusting?" Xiang Feiyu smiled. "Sometimes, one requires a tranquil place to ponder. Only by calming oneself can one recognize their identity and purpose." Red Spider detected this subtle provocation and felt a surge of anger, yet ultimately restrained himself. Surveying the surroundings and finding little to collect, he cautioned, "Do not attempt any underhanded actions. I will be watching you." With that, Red Spider departed. Watching Red Spider leave, Xiang Feiyu closed his eyes, channeling his inner power through the transistors, fortifying the shield forming within him. Suddenly, the sky illuminated once more, and Red Spider returned. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu still seated, he snorted in disdain and withdrew. Xiang Feiyu chuckled softly, disregarding everything else, and continued his cultivation. The Red Spider remained skeptical of Xiang Feiyu's contemplative state, visiting intermittently, until the last occasion when he found a layer of dust enveloping the surroundings, including Xiang Feiyu himself. Observing this dismal scenario, the Red Spider shook his head in disappointment, deeming the individual a lost cause. After the Red Spider departed, the vast internal energy within Xiang Feiyu dispersed, accompanied by a formidable consciousness that roamed, coalesced, and expanded throughout the abandoned super battleship. In a corner room, a multitude of discarded items lay in storage, damaged materials, weaponry, components, and machinery, alongside the remnants of numerous failed experiments with the small Decepticons. Additionally, there were energy trees deprived of power and broken transport vessels, painting the picture of a forsaken transport craft base, with an ejection port situated ahead. While these remnants held little value for the affluent Decepticons, they piqued the interest of the newcomer, particularly the energy trees, which had lost most of their branches. The fallen possessed some advanced technology, rendering these inferior products unworthy of his attention. Resolute in his thoughts, Xiang Feiyu flew back to Earth, retrieving some super energy entities before returning to the super battleship. He assembled several robots to load whatever could be salvaged onto the ship, instructing them to pilot the damaged vessel to the Darkstone Star, while he himself carried 3 energy trees back to Earth. Upon his return to the battleship, the Nemesis, Megatron scoffed, acknowledging Xiang Feiyu's return with a disdainful remark. Xiang Feiyu, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, explained that the acquisition and comprehension of leadership power required time. Waving his hand dismissively, Megatron informed him of a newly discovered mining area and commanded Xiang Feiyu to take his team to seize it. Xiang Feiyu nodded, turning to return to the barracks, leading 300 mechanical soldiers into action. Though he held the rank of Centurion, he could not afford to deploy his entire force at once, as the resource-intensive Decepticons could not endure such energy expenditure. Moreover, the Centurion commanded 1,000 troops, and losses among his ranks would not be replenished, necessitating prudent allocation of his forces. Crossing a land bridge, Xiang Feiyu and his team arrived at the new mining zone. Despite being labeled new, it was evident that mining operations had been underway for some time, with 20 mining vehicles stationed nearby. It was clear that the Red Spider intended to offer the mining areas to alleviate Megatron's suspicions. However, such matters were of no concern to Xiang Feiyu. With the site prepared, it was time to commence work. He designated some to guard, others to mine, and sent 30 warriors to the surrounding towns to assess the local situation, particularly regarding the Autobots. With orders given, the mechanical soldiers immediately dispersed. It must be noted that these mechanical soldiers proved far more efficient than the Decepticon thugs, requiring no further instructions as they autonomously assigned themselves tasks. After organizing the assignments, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a fighter jet, flying a distance before landing in American territory and morphing into a police Chevrolet motorcycle. After recklessly running through over 20 red lights and evading pursuit from police for dozens of kilometers, Xiang Feiyu finally returned to the abandoned car factory. With a crowbar and a hatchet in hand, I have returned. Upon receiving my communication, a throng of Decepticons and elite human soldiers surged forth, among them Kent, who excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, your performance in that battle in Egypt was truly remarkable." Another chimed in, "Indeed. And that time you wielded the big gun. Was that a display of Hua martial arts?" "It was absolutely dazzling. Boss, your audacious demeanor on the battlefield was simply legendary. It has made our recruitment efforts significantly smoother. Many have come, especially numerous formidable women." "Precisely. There have been several more women this time." "Boss, who was that hulking fool you dispatched? He seemed to possess a noble status." As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Klaus sighed, "Boss, could you perhaps temper your bravado? Have you not heard that villains perish from their verbosity? Are you not concerned about a potential counterattack?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled, exhilarated by the moment. "Seizing the opportunity to showcase my prowess is simply too tempting. However, I shall refrain from such displays in the future, for I have already obtained what I needed." Indeed, one of the reasons Xiang Feiyu exhibited his skills was to indulge in self-aggrandizement, while another was to provoke the fallen, stimulating his leader's power. During their time on Cybertron, Shockwave had informed him that even if he were to slay a leader, he could not absorb all of their leader's power at once, unless, of course, he directly assimilated it like Optimus Prime. Thus, to absorb more of this power, it was essential to provoke the opponent, igniting their emotions to release more of their leadership energy. In that way, when he ultimately defeated them, he would be able to absorb a greater portion of their power. Furthermore, although Xiang Feiyu had killed the Fallen, the latter had not truly perished. Much like the previous encounters between Optimus and Megatron, death did not equate to finality, as resurrection was possible through other means. This was also part of Xiang Feiyu's mission. Each time the Fallen returned, he would slay him again and again, thereby absorbing all of his leadership energy. Nearby, the crowbar seized 2 Special Forces soldiers and tossed them aside, facilitating his own advancement. "Brother, seeing you unharmed is a relief." The hatchet then grabbed those unfortunate souls once more and flung them further back, echoing, "Indeed, brother, but your presence on the battlefield is nothing short of flawless." Other Decepticons approached to offer their congratulations, having gained a renewed appreciation for their captain's strength. Decepticon warriors revered power, and a leader capable of single-handedly challenging their foes was undoubtedly worthy of their allegiance. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "All right, enough about me. How have you fared with your tasks?" The reason this group of individuals had not made their presence known was that Xiang Feiyu had assigned them covert missions. As the battlefield echoed with the words of Xiang Feiyu, Megatron dispatched him, accompanied by a cadre of elite mechanical sentinels, to scrutinize the private assets of the Red Spider. In truth, this was Megatron's subtle cue for Xiang Feiyu to seize the opportunity to ascertain the precise location of the Fallen's minions. Subsequently, he would unleash the advanced mechanical warriors to obliterate the Fallen's outposts and mining operations scattered across Africa and Europe. Thus, upon acquiring the enemy's coordinates, Xiang Feiyu prudently secured several, coordinating with his subordinates, the Decepticons, and Klaus's special forces to launch an assault on these bases, partly to facilitate their practical combat training. At this juncture, Klaus began recounting the battle in Egypt, detailing their involvement in the encirclement operations. During his narrative, a dilapidated transport vessel unexpectedly opened beside the colossal warship orbiting a remote planet. Countless Decepticon engineers, their eyes aglow with an eerie red light, emerged from within, followed closely by an array of Decepticon warriors, spies, and robots. This was indeed the concealed army of the Fallen. One of the Fallen's leaders surveyed the surroundings and, noting the stillness, glanced at the position of the warship. With a decisive strike, he declared, "Our leader requires rebirth. The engineers must repair this warship. We needed to depart from here swiftly, lest Megatron discovers our presence and puts us in peril." Upon receiving the command, the engineers and repairmen commenced the restoration of the warship, while others scavenged materials from nearby conventional vessels to supplement its restoration. Among them, a formidable fallen warrior, gazing at the flickering shards of consciousness in his hand, growled, "I've always said that Megatron, the ambitious one, is untrustworthy. Our master insisted on utilizing him. And now we face the backlash, forced into a passive stance, retreating from the spotlight. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. And many of the unique devices of the super warships were concealed by this very individual, unbeknownst to Megatron. Now, they merely needed to retrieve and install them directly. Within a few days, the super warship was fully operational and soared into the cosmos. On the bridge, the leader of the fallen warriors fixed his gaze on the direction of Earth, vowing, "I shall return." Fast forward several months, a convoy advanced through the swirling sands, its occupants clad in battle armor that transcended the current era, brandishing magnetically powered rifles inscribed with technological digits. One individual, studying the red dots on a three-dimensional map, announced, "We are nearing our target. According to the training protocol, the Special Forces will infiltrate and execute a surprise attack from the upper valley. This is our first real combat. We must achieve commendable results." "Hoo-ha!" They all shouted in unison, responding with fervor. Just then, the vehicle's loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing, "We are 30 meters from the designated position. We have been detected. The enemy requests identification." Identification transmitted. "We are members of the Decepticon Skybreaker Squad, dispatched by Lord Red Spider to assist in the defense of the mining area." Command acknowledged. "Approach, but do not wander aimlessly. The war will conclude. Vacate immediately thereafter." Command received. As they neared the valley entrance, the vehicle's doors swung open, and the special warriors disembarked, blending into the dunes. As the convoy continued its advance, they approached the enemy outpost. Suddenly, the first police Chevrolet motorcycle spoke up, suggesting that they infiltrate and assess the situation, subsequently seizing control of the equipment room to prevent the enemy from transmitting any distress signals using their heavy machinery. No sooner had he finished speaking than an engineer approached, peering through the vehicle's window. "Go in, but remember, don't wander off or you'll meet your demise." He concluded his warning with a forceful strike against the top of the crowbar vehicle, leaving a dent in it. Yet he endured the discomfort for the sake of the mission. The vehicles pressed on, and, as the onboard radar scanned the valley, a message was dispatched. There were 50 personnel in the valley, 60 workers, with 15 upper-level guards and 20 mid-level guards stationed deeper within the mine. Data collection indicated 40 armed personnel and 30 staff members, with warehouses and a control room already identified, preparations for action underway. At that moment, a fallen Decepticon approached, expressing disdain for Megatron's stinginess, questioning why only a handful of expendable soldiers had been sent for support. 14 vehicles had arrived in total, accompanied by a makeshift warrior, which appeared rather paltry, especially since the fallen Decepticons here were significantly more formidable than Megatron's ragtag fighters, leading to their contempt. Unbeknownst to them, over 80 Special Forces soldiers were converging on their position from outside. The crowbar stood up, resigned, stating, "Now we find ourselves in conflict with the Autobots and humans, and reinforcements are required everywhere. We can only hope the Autobots do not launch a surprise attack here." With that, he waved his hand, instructing everyone to disperse and rest, but to ensure not to damage anything, as they would still need it. The fallen Decepticons, unsuspecting, believed these few individuals posed no significant threat. As the other members scattered and gradually approached their fellow fallen Decepticons, the crowbar made his way to the side of their leader. "Boss, it seems you have ascended to the elite warrior level, have you not?" Upon hearing the compliment, the fallen Decepticon warrior replied, "I am of the elite warrior rank, far superior to the likes of those mere warriors." The crowbar chuckled inwardly, thinking if he were to attain the Lord-level Decepticon status, he would have proclaimed it outright. deeming anything below Lord level as worthless. Nodding, the crowbar concurred. Indeed, you are correct. As he echoed the fallen Decepticon's sentiments, the latter felt a swell of pride. Just as he was about to acknowledge this sycophantic newcomer, he suddenly found the barrel of a hand cannon aimed at his head, the unique energy pulsing ominously. With a blinding flash, he lost consciousness. The crowbar swiftly kicked the headless body to the ground, commanding, "Kill them all, leave no survivors." In that instant, other Decepticons raised their hand cannons, executing close-range fatal shots at nearby staff or guards. Consequently, half of the fallen Decepticons within the mine suffered casualties. Some of the more distant guards, witnessing the crowbar's ferocity, immediately sought refuge behind cover to retaliate, but by then, the crowbar had already seized the control room and began to fortify their position. At that moment, a message was dispatched. Decepticons are attacking. Chapter 51. The Hunt Outside. The sounds of conflict erupted, prompting immediate preparations for support. Suddenly, a series of muffled explosions resonated throughout the valley, each detonation resulting in a fallen degraded Titan, either severely injured or slain outright. The targets struck were critical joints, the head, and vital energy sources. In that instant, the magnetic energy rifles and general-purpose machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, raining bullets upon the adversaries below. Concurrently, some special forces operatives swiftly descended from the mountaintop, clutching their weapons as they rolled down the slope. As they neared the degraded Titans, their magnetic weapons fired incessantly. Targets neutralized. Be wary of the enemies near the minecart. Leave that to us. Keep an eye on those with grenades. We cannot allow them to detonate the supercrystals here. Kent, cease suppressive fire and focus on precise eliminations. Team 3, watch your flanks. Team 4, you are advancing too recklessly. Klaus maintained his composure, aware that the current special operations team comprised not only his previous subordinates, but also many skilled individuals drawn to the fray. For instance, Team 4, previously a group of mercenaries composed of transitioning special forces, fought with wild ferocity and aggression. As they pursued their combat objectives, they broke from a formation and charged towards the caverns. Meanwhile, the leader of Team 4 remarked, "The crowbar team is too small. We must provide them with support." This statement deeply irked Klaus, for the operational plan had been mutually agreed upon. What did this sudden change of heart signify? Klaus noted the opponent's advance, which exposed their flanks, prompting several degraded Titans to attempt a flanking maneuver. Klaus felt exasperated, yet he recognized the truth in their words. "Kent, what are you doing? Have the fire team suppress them. Do not allow them to impede the assault team." Kent chuckled, saying nothing further. As Klaus's staunch ally, he was determined to support his comrade in this critical moment. The magnetic general-purpose machine gun swept across the battlefield, toppling several degraded Titans who attempted to rise, exclaiming, "Leave those mutts to me." This situation was unavoidable. The Titan warriors were few in number, and they could not deploy more special forces. Thus, the crowbar team attracted enemy fire while they advanced from outside. Upon arrival, they discovered an overwhelming accumulation of super energy bodies, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophic detonation. To prevent the annihilation of the Titan squad, they had no choice but to press forward despite the risks. Klaus understood, Ken understood, and the leader of Team 4 understood. The only question was who would take the lead or whether they would wait for Klaus to designate someone. Snipers must keep their sights locked on them. They must not be allowed to throw bombs. Under the cover of heavy fire, Team 4 finally broke into the cavern. Though two of their warriors succumbed to the intense onslaught, some wished to assist, but Team 4's leader, Keynes, coldly commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Continue the mission." Upon receiving the command, the team members swiftly turned and continued their advance. Klaus, observing the two fallen assault team members, realized that as the commanding officer, he had to take decisive action. He ordered a full-scale assault to suppress the enemies within the area, instructing Kent to provide fire support to prevent them from approaching their injured comrades. Kent cursed under his breath, lamenting that if he could use a rocket launcher, he would have already sent them to meet their maker. In truth, the super-energetic entity was a remarkably stable mining zone. However, he was wary of the potential chain reactions triggered by high-variable explosions, unwilling to gamble with lives. The encirclement commenced, with other team members exerting complete control over the movements of the fallen Decepticons. "Hurry, pull those two unfortunate souls out," Klaus urged. Team 3, rush in to support Team 4. Can't provide covering fire. For heaven's sake, shift your ass. Kent roared back, don't rush me. I'm on my way. Despite his frustration, he knew that his machine gun squad was essential for support. With my temper, I'd just blow them to bits, he muttered. But his words were met with indifference, and he was advised to silence himself and act promptly. At that moment, Team 3 seized the opportunity to charge in, enabling a two-pronged attack against the Decepticons within. Klaus fired a precise shot, blinding a Decepticon warrior, and approached to affix a timed explosive to his thigh. The explosion resounded with a violent bang, sending the foe crashing to the ground in agony. An auxiliary shooter nearby immediately aimed and unleashed a volley into the fallen warrior's head, obliterating it beyond recognition. Klaus approached and kicked the hand cannon lying beside the foe, discovering it to be of excellent quality, a remarkable find indeed. Such low-tier warriors wielded weapons typically reserved for elite Decepticons, revealing the opulence of their fallen brethren. 15 minutes later, the battle concluded. Although fraught with peril, they successfully secured the mining zone without significant losses. Klaus commanded the team to commence a thorough search of the battlefield, instructing them to dispose of the Decepticon corpses and gather the weapons, mining vehicles, and other equipment. At that moment, he noticed the leader of the 4th Assault Team, Keynes, approaching. Without hesitation, Klaus strode over and delivered a powerful punch to Keynes' face. The onlooking team members, including Kent, merely observed the spectacle, with Kent remarking, "Oh, Keynes is certainly feeling that." Klaus yanked Keynes to his feet, exclaiming, "You've cost us the lives of 2 of our brothers." Keynes wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "You know it had to be done. Even you would have made the same choice. If we were to proceed, it was imperative to choose the right moment." Klaus glared at him in anger, but ultimately pushed him away, acknowledging the truth in Keynes' words. Even if the 4th Assault Team had not intervened, he would have led them into the fray, although their actions had slightly disrupted Klaus's strategy. He pointed at Keynes' shoulder, stating, "I hope there's not a next time." Behind them, Kent handed Keynes a specially concocted potion, aware that Klaus's wrath could be formidable, as he merely wished to prevent further misfortune for their brothers. Keynes shrugged, "I understand." Klaus observed the crowbar emerge from within, inquiring about their well-being. The crowbar discarded the corpse of the assembled warrior upon the ground, expressing a need for a substantial number of warriors, lest they become overly cautious. The blade nodded, having already contacted the communicator. However, the timing of their arrival remained uncertain. The crowbar suddenly inquired about the other team. Klaus replied directly, noting that their progress was smoother, as they were in a metal mine, devoid of the trepidation that plagued his own team. With 2 super-energy-rich mines, 1 impoverished mine, and 1 alloy mine, the urgency for reinforcements grew palpable. Xiang Feiyu, feeling a tinge of anxiety, remarked that they had procured much of the necessary equipment, save for the mining engineers. Nearby, the primitive crankshaft chimed in, expressing uncertainty as the signal had been lost upon entering the solar system. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, resigning to wait and hoping for no mishaps. In the abandoned automotive factory's mechanical bar, a cadre of laid-back Decepticons leisurely sipped their concoction of energy liquid mixed with premium lubricant, engaging in idle banter. Chapter 52. The Trap. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and 3 figures strode inside. Upon sighting them, all Decepticon warriors and human special forces instinctively rose, their vigilance directed towards the trio, or rather, the 3 Autobots. The foremost, a blue motorcycle named RC, boldly regarded the bartender at the far end, querying whether this was how they welcomed patrons. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, affirming their welcome but advising her to bring coin for drinks. RC, undeterred, advanced, questioning if he intended to ask a lady for payment. Xiang Feiyu awkwardly clarified that he was referring to the 2 behind her. He gestured towards Bumblebee and the Partition, noting their trio as a standard ensemble. Likely due to their strength, unlike RC's previous partner who had met an untimely demise. Xiang Feiyu beckoned, and the bar's robot presented 3 cups of energy liquid, complimentary for ladies, and 3 crystal coins, each for gentlemen. Bumblebee produced 9 coins, asserting their intention not to take advantage of the Decepticons. The robot, unfazed by the jibe, interpreted Bumblebee's action as a tip, expressing gratitude for the gratuity. Xiang Feiyu raised his glass in invitation. "Please, gentlemen and lady." RC downed her drink in one gulp. then requested his assistance with a matter. Xiang Feiyu regarded her knowingly. I suspected you would not approach without a purpose. Speak. With a hint of sorrow, RC revealed that her partner had perished in battle, and she wished for his remains to be located. That bull-headed creature? Xiang Feiyu showed no surprise, reiterating his earlier sentiments regarding the inadequacy of that warrior as her partner. RC sighed, urging him to set aside previous discussions and assist her. Xiang Feiyu shook his head resolutely, explaining that the bull-headed creature was a formidable warrior allied with RC, and such a feat would surely attract the attention of Lord Tarantulas, who would seek to claim credit before Lord Megatron. Upon hearing his refusal, the trio fell silent, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Tarantulas. RC clenched her fingers tightly, her resolve hardening. Tarantulas, you will pay for this. After speaking, she turned and left, leaving Bumblebee and the partition to share an awkward glance. He swiftly consumed the energy liquid on the table, unwilling to waste the high-grade energy drink he had purchased. Upon reaching the door, he encountered a group of minor mech soldiers entering. RC squinted her eyes, questioning their intent to fight. The miners, upon seeing her and glancing at the unmoving Decepticon warriors surrounding them, immediately raised their hands and stepped aside to let RC pass. Despite their imposing stature, they were no match for her in a confrontation. As RC approached the entrance, she received a message from the ambulance, signaling that the flight over the mountains was back online. In her hurried departure, a communication from Megatron arrived, ordering her to head to the Nemesis. Xiang Feiyu acknowledged the command, preparing to depart. Ever since Soundwave learned of Xiang Feiyu's ability to fly, he had ceased to grant him access to the ground bridge, a form of retribution for tearing apart his mechanical dog and tossing its remains back to him. Upon exiting the door, Xiang Feiyu leaped into the air, transforming his body and appearing in the sky. After free-falling for 500 meters, he ignited his thrusters, executing a sharp turn and soaring towards the horizon. Inside the bridge of the Nemesis, only Megatron, Starscream, and now Xiang Feiyu were present. Starscream attempted to dissuade Megatron from his reckless actions. As they were approaching a massive cluster of purple crystals, rumored to be the blood of the legendary Cosmic Emperor. This substance was said to possess immense and chaotic power, capable of controlling legions of mechanical undead. My lord, you cannot integrate it into your precious spark, Starscream protested. Please, Shockwave, speak up and stop Megatron. Sensing Megatron's impending madness, Starscream readied to summon allies, yet Xiang Feiyu remained indifferent to the unfolding events. At that moment, Megatron inserted the Cosmic Emperor's blood, these purple crystals, into his spark. In that instant, Xiang Feiyu felt an insatiable greed arise within him, yearning to absorb the Cosmic Emperor's blood before him. However, Xiang Feiyu understood that such greed was perilous. It likely signified a connection between the Cosmic Emperor's blood and something within his own body, an entity seeking to awaken and coax him into consuming the blood. Yet, Xiang Feiyu was no ordinary individual, especially considering he knew the Cosmic Emperor was on Earth. He would never engage in such a dangerous act. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the madness within him, observing the gradual transformations around him. While Xiang Feiyu pondered these thoughts, Megatron returned to a state of motion, his eyes shifting from red to purple. However, Megatron's purple hue resembled that of a mere bulb, while the purple in Xiang Feiyu's gaze, intertwined with eerie strands, exuded an unsettling presence. I feel the Cosmic Emperor's blood coursing through my veins. My power has increased. I have suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He muttered to himself for quite a while before finally declaring, All right, you may disperse. Why are you still here? Break the sky. Return to the mining site immediately. If the site is ravaged by the Autobots, I will hold you accountable. Xiang Feiyu nodded, and as he passed by Red Spider, he noticed a look of helplessness on her face. He shrugged and departed from the ship, the Judgment. This journey had yielded nothing but a scolding. Upon returning to the Decepticon mining site, he found the construction engineers busily engaged in their tasks. To be honest, his presence here meant he could do little more than observe. The engineers were using laser cutters to carve out the super energy entities, packing them for shipment to the Judgment's logistics, where machines would handle the extraction. The process was not particularly complex, yet it required vigilance against the Autobots' interference and, of course, the possible retribution from the fallen Decepticons. It was rumored that just days prior, the fallen Decepticons had obliterated 3 known mining sites, those which had been seized from their grasp. Because of this, Xiang Feiyu was compelled to bury the 2 mining sites he had acquired. He simply lacked the manpower to manage them. Speaking of the fallen, they had a peculiar fondness for construction engineers and Decepticon warriors, while Megatron preferred a more uniform assembly of mechanical sentinels. However, to be candid, while the mechanical sentinels might lack formidable combat prowess, they could fly, perform labor, and possessed technical knowledge, making them versatile assets. Just as Xiang Feiyu was lost in thought, leaning against a hollow in the cliff, his perception system suddenly detected hostility. An ambush? He lifted his gaze to scan the surroundings, and a flash of light appeared above the cliff. Autobots? No, it must be the fallen Decepticons. At that moment, numerous figures emerged, densely surrounding him. Xiang Feiyu refrained from moving and instead sent a message. Judgment, the mining site is under attack. Damn, these are utterly unreliable. It was evident that the fallen Decepticons had previously jammed the signals in this area, making it impossible to request reinforcement from the Decepticons. He looked at his subordinates, who appeared oblivious to the situation. Xiang Feiyu slapped his forehead. Just as he praised their capability, they faltered. With no other options, he communicated via shortwave. All units, remain vigilant. Enemies are atop the cliff. Chapter 53. Your annihilation. At that very moment, a horde of fallen Decepticon engineers surged down the cliff, accompanied by towering cranes and heavy industrial excavators, leveraging their massive frames to shield the advancing fallen Decepticon warriors. The mixers utilized their shields to block incoming fire while intermittently launching grenades. Xiang Feiyu cursed under his breath. He had initially assumed the enemy would engage in minor skirmishes, but it appeared that a full-scale assault was upon them. With only 300 mixed troops of warriors and miners at his disposal, should they all perish, his rank as a captain would inevitably diminish. What were the repercussions of demotion? Aside from incurring various repair fees, he would be subjected to the directives of other senior Decepticons. He had to retaliate. At the sound of a command, all mechanical sentinels ceased their tasks and began to retaliate against the enemy. While their diminutive laser cannons proved effective against the ordinary fallen Decepticon warriors, they were rendered futile against the colossal engineering troops. With forces dwindling, the engineers retreated into the caverns. With no other option, Xiang Feiyu was compelled to leave the combat mechanical sentinels behind. As he activated the boosters on his feet, a brilliant light enveloped him, transporting him directly in front of a Decepticon crane. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand cannon and fired. With a resounding explosion, the creature's head shattered, its lifeless body collapsing. Without pausing to relish his victory, he swiftly teleported beside another massive engineer. However, the formidable protection surrounding this adversary rendered his hand cannon ineffective. Unwilling to linger, Xiang Feiyu unsheathed his ancient sword. The blade gleamed coldly as it sliced through the Decepticon's body at an angle, cleaving its shield in twain. Upon landing, he seized a shield and hurled it, crushing the skull of a nearby, fallen Decepticon warrior. Yet, more of the fallen Decepticons surged forth to encircle him. With no hesitation, Xiang Feiyu retrieved the Dragon Soul Spear from his chest armor. Initially compact, it began to expand and thicken in his grasp, ultimately transforming into a magnificent weapon. Without allowing the fallen Decepticons the luxury of surprise or fear, he wielded the spear, executing a mesmerizing dance amidst the throng of enemies. The weapon's advantages were exploited to their fullest, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. In less than a minute, all 15 surrounding Decepticons lay in shreds. Without delay, he ascended into the air, charging towards another wave of foes. The spear, now a razor-sharp weapon, proved insurmountable against the enemies before him. A commander-like fallen Decepticon promptly ordered several heavily armored warriors to surround Xiang Feiyu while instructing his subordinates to accelerate their assault on the mining facility. Encircled by these robust adversaries, Xiang Feiyu found himself momentarily trapped. He dispatched one heavy warrior with a powerful kick, then soared upward, thrusting the spear through the chests of 2 warriors. However, he too was ensnared, as other heavily armored warriors seized the opportunity to advance. With a cold smirk, Xiang Feiyu switched to a one-handed grip on his ancient sword and, with a swift motion, severed the heads of several armored warriors simultaneously. Yet at that moment, the enemy surged into the valley, with estimates suggesting an army of over 1,000 warriors, an apparent gathering of the nearby fallen Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu chuckled darkly as he produced a tube from his cloak, pulling the fuse beneath it towards the sky. A cloud-piercing arrow heralded the arrival of an impending storm of soldiers. Mechanical fireworks erupted into the heavens, bursting forth in a dazzling display of sparks. As the sparks flickered, an image of a monstrous beast with bizarre, glowing eyes materialized in the sky. Simultaneously, mechanical sentinels emerged from the sandy outskirts of the valley, shaking off the dust and immediately beginning to clear the enemy firing points. Meanwhile, a squadron of flying mechanical sentinels ascended into the sky before diving down to attack the fallen Decepticons within the valley. All of these maneuvers were orchestrated with impeccable precision. As the aerial support arrived, the engineers within the cave surged forth to suppress the movements of the fallen Decepticons. Realizing they were encircled, the fallen Decepticon felt a twinge of fear, yet escape was no longer an option. The commander of the fallen Decepticons was equally taken aback by the ambush, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, contemplation was futile at this juncture. At that moment, a voice emerged beside him, whispering in his ear with an air of surprise. Just as he turned to look, a sharp pain pierced his chest as an ancient sword penetrated his torso. The peculiar inscriptions along its blade hinted at its extraordinary nature. "Do not be astonished. I anticipated your arrival and prepared a surprise for you. One I trust you shall find delightful," declared Xiang Feiyu, forcefully twisting the ancient sword, leaving a gaping wound in the commander's chest. "Dispose of the body," Xiang Feiyu commanded his subordinates. "Lord Megatron has ordered no survivors." In truth, Xiang Feiyu had long perceived that the main mine would inevitably face an attack by the fallen Decepticons after their onslaught on a nearby mining area. Mere defense was futile. The logical course was to eradicate this troublesome adversary. Thus, he devised a plan. On the surface, he increased the defensive forces by dispatching an additional 200 troops to thwart the assault of the fallen Bruticus, while secretly burying over 800 mechanical sentinels in the surrounding sand. Due to insufficient numbers among his ranks, he borrowed 300 warriors from Soundwave, promising him a share of the precious energon ore, which was crucial. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense, as over 1,100 fallen Decepticon warriors were systematically annihilated here. Escape was impossible, for the yellow sands encircled them, and the mechanized sentinels, capable of transforming into aircraft, easily outpaced any fleeing adversary, kicking aside an empty crate once filled with energon crystals. The corpses were dismantled and discarded into the surrounding sands to hasten their decay. The reinforcements could report their victories while others continued to mine the area. Excess soldiers were dispatched to reclaim the occupied mines, extracting all energon from within the caverns in preparation for transport to the Retribution ship. From a vantage point, Xiang Feiyu orchestrated the operation. At this moment, the Retribution warship hovered above, and Lord Megatron observed the dismembered remains strewn across the sands with great satisfaction. "I relish such outcomes. You must learn to emulate this. Not only should you eliminate foes, but also utterly shred their corpses and cast them aside to showcase our Decepticon might." Once everything was arranged, Xiang Feiyu approached Megatron. "My lord, all nearby fallen Decepticons have been executed, and 3 mining areas have been reclaimed, though the resources extracted have been either transported away or destroyed." Megatron waved dismissively. "We have ample resources. Only by dealing with those who seize our riches can we better plunder what is rightfully ours. Now, go and replenish your forces, while your rewards continue to accumulate based on your military achievements." Xiang Feiyu nodded, and he was not surprised by the absence of rewards. He had acquired the power of the leader of the fallen Transformers, and, without proper control, he could potentially ascend to the true leadership, which would entail distributing the authority of Megatron. However, the reason Megatron chose not to deal with Xiang Feiyu was not merely due to a lack of fear of rebellion, but also because a single absorption of leadership power did not suffice to elevate Xiang Feiyu to the status of a leader. Furthermore, the recent act of exterminating the fallen Transformers did not guarantee their complete demise. Chapter 54. Exile the Universe is magnificent. It has birthed or crafted numerous divine artifacts capable of resurrection, and it is implausible that the fallen Transformers are devoid of such means. Thus, Xiang Feiyu must repeatedly vanquish the resurrected fallen Transformers to absorb the emanating leadership power. Suddenly, Megatron appeared to have an epiphany. He assigned the management of this mining district to Soundwave's personnel, instructing Xiang Feiyu to assist Black Arachnia in overseeing her sector, lest they suffer severe losses from an Autobot ambush. Xiang Feiyu nodded. It was evident that Megatron intended for the two to mutually restrain one another. However, as Xiang Feiyu did not rely on resource interception to gather supplies, he remained unconcerned, although Black Arachnia's expression betrayed her displeasure. Upon leaving Africa, one subordinate expressed discontent, lamenting, "Commander, this is far too biased. What shall we do?" Xiang Feiyu smiled and suggested sending 2 aerial soldiers to scout the area while the others returned to work at the junkyard. At the mechanical bar within the junkyard, Xiang Feiyu resumed his usual spot, savoring his seemingly endless supply of blue elixir. At that moment, a familiar figure burst into the bar. "Huh, miss me? Little telecommunication?" The crowbar, taken aback yet exhilarated by the sight of the familiar visage, greeted her. Little telecommunication laughed. "Indeed, I have arrived. Is everyone else here?" Xiang Feiyu was equally surprised, inquiring what had transpired. Little telecommunication leaped onto the bench, rapped the table, and called for the finest super energy drink, charging it to the leader's account. It was then that other Decepticon warriors who had once emerged from Cybertron entered the mechanical bar. The hydraulic press bellowed. 1 drink of the highest grade super energy for each on the leader's tab. Little telecommunication downed her drink in 1 gulp, exclaiming how refreshing it was. As the conditions on the Deadstone planet had been excessively harsh, necessitating conservation of energy liquid. Noticing the attention of her comrades upon her, she recounted, "After you left, we attempted a forceful assault to eradicate those insects. However, it wasn't long before the insect queen emerged, attempting to rally her progeny for a suicidal charge to either annihilate us or drive us out of the Deadstone planet. Fortunately, our self-destructing robots were inexhaustible, and the locusts finally met their match. Ultimately, in desperation, the insect queen severed her own warrior's limbs, utilizing a fragment of the Deadstone planet, equivalent to 1/4 of its size, to escape the main planet and embark on interstellar travel. As we annihilated the remaining locusts on the planet, the main insect horde had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, we began modifications on the Deadstone planet, and during the initial phase of the transformation, the brothers who remained on Cybertron arrived via transport ship, bearing the orders of Lord Shockwave. The crystalline mines on the planet Cybertron have been reclaimed by Lord Shockwave, and the crystals we harvested have been transported to the planet of Underworld. After some time, we realized that remaining on Underworld could likely lead to energy depletion. Thus, we had no choice but to conserve our resources and rely on a portion of our power to gradually navigate our way here. As our energy reserves dwindled, we were compelled to seal all assembled warriors and travel here aboard a transport ship. In a brief summary, Xiaoling Tong bellowed once more for 2 large cups. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu came to understand the situation, surprised that the insect queen had decisively abandoned their previous position. "How did you evade the combined ion cannon on the moon?" Xiang Feiyu inquired, posing the question that piqued his curiosity the most. Xiaoling Tong chuckled. "It was quite simple. We hoisted the Decepticon flag and followed a nearby Decepticon transport ship into Earth. This implied that you brought a significant number of warriors?" Xiaoling Tong nodded affirmatively, stating 30,000 assembled warriors. Xiang Feiyu's eyes gleamed with hope. It was the lack of manpower that had previously hindered large-scale extraction from the mines. Now that reinforcements had arrived, it was time to take action. He immediately activated 5,000 warriors and instructed their distribution across various mining areas. "Native Crankcase, you shall lead my mechanical warriors in joint training exercises with the human special forces." Xiang Feiyu, feeling a sense of urgency, noted that even this impoverished mine had seen Lord Megatron's forces withdrawn, replaced by his own. Beside him, a tool remarked, "What purpose do we have for these low-level energy entities? Will they be used for the assembled warriors? That would only make them more sluggish." Xiang Feiyu smirked. "Of course not. These energy entities can explode. If we modify them, they could serve as effective explosives, and we have plenty of old parts available here." Meanwhile, Xiaoling Tong downed 3 large cups in quick succession, emphasizing the need to send energy to Underworld. Otherwise, the hard shell may not endure for long before shutting down. Xiang Feiyu nodded, recalling that they had prepared a substantial stockpile of energy and metal materials. But without a spaceship, they were unable to transport them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, they could indeed move the supplies. At this point, Xiang Feiyu suddenly remembered something Xiao Lingtong had mentioned earlier. You said Lord Shockwave reclaimed the crystalline mines, and then you wrote me a letter? Xiao Lingtong nodded, and, noticing no one was paying attention, directly transmitted the information to Xiang Feiyu. Boss, this is encrypted along with this box. Xiang Feiyu examined the box, which was exquisitely crafted with a crystalline slot, presumably for a recognition code. He picked it up and scanned it with his eyes, which were unique compared to others, making it an ideal choice for a password. Once the code was unlocked, the lid of the box sprang open, revealing a peculiar metal plate. At the moment the box opened, the code in Xiang Feiyu's mind was also deciphered. However, at that instant, the bar's environment suddenly trembled. Many of the present Decepticons and human special forces paid no heed to this change, except for Xiang Feiyu, who furrowed his brow slightly. The encrypted message indeed came from Shockwave to Xiang Feiyu, containing but a single piece of information. Secure the train ticket, for here lies material to enhance your mech, which I shall employ for your upgrade. At present, although Xiang Feiyu's mech appears to be of lordly caliber, its actual strength scarcely reaches such a level, merely surpassing that of high rank by a slight margin. Were it not for Xiang Feiyu's exceptional skills, he would have faltered countless times. Moreover, with the recent fluctuations in the scene, another pressing concern arose. The bar's robotic attendant had vanished before his very eyes. Gazing outside, Xiang Feiyu felt an enigmatic force drawing him forth. He rose, approached the entrance, and pushed open the door, only to find the surroundings amiss. The refuse yard had vanished, replaced by an opulent technological ticketing hall of grand stature. A multitude of individuals, numbering from hundreds to mere solitary figures, were presenting their tickets at the gates to board the colossal train ahead. Xiang Feiyu shouted to those behind, urging them to cease their drinking and assemble immediately. Xiao Lingtong leapt to Xiang Feiyu's side, reporting, "We presently have 10 elite warriors, 30 mechanical sentinels, 150 assembled fighters, and 30 special operatives, though their ammunition is rather limited." Xiang Feiyu glanced at Xiao Lingtong, reassuring him, "It's all right. Let us venture forth and take a look." Upon exiting the bar, they encountered several acquaintances. Arsai and Optimus Prime, accompanied by a dozen Autobot warriors, were advancing with the throng. Perhaps Xiang Feiyu's gaze was too fervent, for Arsai turned her head toward him, her surprise evident upon recognizing him. Yet, upon reflecting on his connection to Shockwave, she comprehended the circumstance. Xiang Feiyu led his group to the ticketing area, trailing the Autobots, as he was unaware of the intricacies within and chose to imitate their actions. Observing Xiang Feiyu's entourage following, Arsai approached from the rear of the Autobot line, inquiring, "What is your intent?" Xiang Feiyu surveyed his surroundings, noting, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Arsai, exasperated, rested her forehead in her palm, retorting, "Young man, this method of flirting with ladies is rather outdated. Furthermore, there is no sky to behold here." Xiang Feiyu, undeterred by her teasing, replied, "I merely find the feng shui here agreeable, hence my choice to walk this way." At that moment, Optimus Prime stepped forth, stating, "This is the arena of the brave. You cannot accompany us." Without uttering a word, Xiang Feiyu opened his chest armor, revealing the spark pulsating before the Autobots. "Assist us, and I may lend it to you for a time." Optimus Prime observed the energy matrix flickering within Xiang Feiyu's spark, asserting, "No need." Before he could finish, Arsai tugged at him, suggesting, "Perhaps we could forge a temporary alliance. After all, we cannot deem Breakthrough Sky our absolute adversary." Optimus Prime contemplated for a moment. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiang Feiyu had saved his deputy, Jazz. "You may accompany us, but should those Decepticons behind you harbor any malicious intent, I shall not hesitate to take action against you." At that moment, an announcement echoed through the train, "Dear passengers, please refrain from lingering at the entrances. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Kindly proceed to your designated carriages immediately, as the train will enter travel mode in 15 minutes. As they approached the ticket gate, Alcee whispered, "I didn't expect to see you here." Xiang Feiyu, intrigued, inquired why not. Alcee, astonished, responded, "You mean you don't know how you arrived?" Turning back to glance at the now vanished bar, Xiang Feiyu recounted, "I was at home, enjoying hot pot and singing, when a group of bandits stormed in. Apologies, I digress. I was simply seated at the bar consuming drinks. when my subordinate brought me a secret message from Lord Shockwave regarding the enhancement of my capabilities. And then I found myself here. Alcee, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Your arrival is quite fortuitous. We obtained tickets for Jazz to ensure his safety, prompting the Autobots to mobilize entirely. As for you, it's hard to determine whether your fortune is good or ill. Such a randomly acquired ticket somehow found its way to you. The Destiny Train, a transdimensional locomotive traversing various corners of the universe, carries beings from disparate realms, some drawn by fate, others by chance. Their presence signifies a shift in destiny. Not to mention, do you know why Megatron remains so formidable, surviving multiple attempts on his life? It is because he once acquired a treasure aboard the Destiny Train, which preserves his consciousness, allowing him to resurrect without memory loss. Many powerful beings seek this train to obtain its treasures or enhance their abilities, such as acquiring special metals to fortify their forms." Alcee patiently elucidated the origins of the Destiny ticket when a diminutive Autobot approached Xiang Feiyu. "I hear you're the one who saved me. Regardless of your motives, I must express my gratitude." Xiang Feiyu glanced at the revived Jazz and replied, "I am not a doctor. How could I revive you? Your resurrection is solely due to your own medical team's prowess. Nevertheless, having an ambulance and medical vehicle escort is rather extravagant." Alcee raised an eyebrow. "You could always join the Autobots. We would welcome you with open arms." Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "I have no intention of switching allegiances. Should that change, I will promptly inform you of this unfortunate news." Just then, a group of human cavalry approached, proudly bearing their own banner, accompanied by dwarves riding land beasts and elves astride reindeer. Following Xiang Feiyu's gaze, Alcee was not surprised. This train traverses various planes, bringing selected passengers aboard. Just like that group over there. She gestured toward the bustling humans nearby. "It seems an entire village has been transported here. Those cavalrymen are likely descendants of ancestors who once visited this place and managed to return, leaving behind mere fragments of memory for their kin. In addition to these, there exist various intelligent robots, cosmic locusts, aquatic beings, soft-bodied entities, and even some nefarious monsters." Arcee, increasingly astonished, inquired once more, "Are you truly unaware?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "I too arrived here in a state of confusion. Otherwise, you would see the group behind me." Indeed, although Xiang Feiyu's entourage appeared substantial, many had not even set down their goblets, resembling the villagers teleported from a whole village. At that moment, the overhead announcement echoed, urging everyone to board the train immediately, lest they bear the consequences. The message played thrice, its tone cold and devoid of empathy, and it was now time for the crowd to ascend the train. Train number 76, named Breaking the Sky, number 77, Crowbar, number 78, Short-Handled Axe. Opposite them were Ambulance number 79, Optimus Prime number 80, and Arcee number 81. Others included Little Communication Device number 130, Blade number 140, and Assembled Warrior number 141. As everyone settled into their seats, Xiang Feiyu gazed at the somewhat chaotic carriage, marveling at the capabilities of these powerful beings. The immense carriage was meticulously designed in accordance with the corresponding sizes of its inhabitants, just as Xiang Feiyu was admiring the peculiar creatures within the carriage. The doors closed automatically, and the train gently departed the station. At the moment of departure, the colossal train entered the vast cosmos. Beverages of all sorts were available: peanut drinks, mineral water, beer, white spirits, and wine, along with delicacies such as chicken feet, human hands, and dragon claws. Following the sound, a stunning alien beauty, towering at 2 meters and adorned in a floral, ultra-short cheapao, with shell-like pointed ears and alabaster skin, pushed a cart down the aisle. The surrounding males were captivated, their eyes nearly bulging, some even drooling, while several of the more affluent among them boldly proclaimed, "My dear, I wish to keep you." Their remarks did not provoke disdain from the enchanting alien. Rather, she smiled and replied, "Then you must show your support." After the alluring beauty completed her walk, she returned to the center, showcasing her enticing figure while energetically promoting the wares in her possession. However, upon hearing the product descriptions, the audience's interest in the beauty's dance waned. These were the delicate hands of a human beauty, concocted from various herbs. This was the heart of a blood race, claimed to be consumable. This was the inner essence of a soft-bodied demon fish. And there were the vital fluids of various races, as well as the power cores of the mechanical tribe. It could be said that nearly every race present had parts for sale here. Chapter 56. The Harvest. Xiang Feiyu, seemingly oblivious to the vendor's words, remained fixated on the beauty's dance. Opposite him, Arsai crossed her arms and scoffed. Have you returned to your senses? I fail to comprehend how a mechanical being can appreciate the beauty of flesh and blood. Xiang Feiyu glanced back at Arsai. You do not understand. Arsai retorted with a huff. Indeed, I do not. Xiang Feiyu gestured towards the stunning saleswoman before them. One must not judge solely by the exterior. Many intriguing truths await discovery beneath the surface. Arsai cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Feiyu. Was her bust size? 36. Cough, cough. But let us not digress. That is not what I meant. Xiang Feiyu nearly divulged the number, but swiftly redirected the conversation. Tell me, how do you find her dance? Arsai sighed in response. It's passable, I suppose. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. Incorrect. It's rather mediocre, or even quite poor. The only reason it seems decent is due to her physique elevating her performance rating. Moreover, she likely possesses noble lineage, which naturally draws attention. Noble? How could she possibly be one? Arsai, along with Optimus and others, found it hard to fathom that the one performing such seductive dances could be of noble descent. It was truly unbelievable. How did you discern that? Xiang Feiyu grinned. That's of no concern to you, and even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. I am certain she belongs to a high-ranking noble family. Why would a noble serve as a maid here? Exile? Or perhaps a trial by experience? Haha. He boldly speculated once more. However, Arsai heard something infuriating in his words. My family is noble too, you know. Xiang Feiyu paused. Oh, I truly didn't perceive that. Perhaps centuries of warfare have diluted your noble blood, leaving only the essence of conflict. Arsai felt a surge of irritation at his jest. Yet this was not the time for a quarrel, as the attendant commenced the next action. Lords and ladies, having observed what you ought and ought not to, it is time for you to make your payment. The adage rings true. Those with wealth support the show, while those without support the person. Please, gentlemen, pay up. Her voice retained an alluring feminine charm, albeit with a hint of coldness and bloodlust. Yet, in this place, it was evident that few had the means. Even if they did, payments were not accepted here. The attendant wheeled her cart to one end. I shall begin collecting fees now. After speaking, she advanced towards Xiang Feiyu. Each individual she passed bowed their heads in shame, yet she showed no mercy towards them. The cart's base opened, revealing a row of holes that tore away portions of the passengers' souls, absorbing them into the cart. Those who lost parts of their souls coughed up blood onto the table before them, various hues staining the surface, enhancing the eerie ambience. At that moment, when the exotic beauty approached Xiang Feiyu, Optimus and the others had their souls untouched, not due to the absence of souls in mechanical beings, but because Optimus and Arsai were entirely uninterested. Meanwhile, the ambulance nearby was preoccupied with analyzing data equations, finding no allure in the beauty before them. As for Xiang Feiyu, his gaze remained fixated on the exotic beauty's form. The beauty raised her head to regard the towering mechanical figure of Xiang Feiyu, offering a gentle smile. Have you not yet had your fill, my lord? Xiang Feiyu diverted his gaze, recognizing her beauty akin to jade and her sword-like elegance. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. The exquisite allure and noble demeanor of the beauty were indeed what captivated him. The exotic beauty's face bore a rosy hue, and while the gentleman might gaze upon her as he pleased, she had work to attend to and thus took her leave. However, as she departed, she couldn't help but question whether his soul was sufficient to cover the fare. Xiang Feiyu, with an expression resembling that of a mischievous rogue, casually remarked that there was no need for a soul to be paid. Upon hearing his nonchalant words, the exotic beauty's flushed visage turned cold, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she inquired whether he intended to dine and dash on this train. Xiang Feiyu shook his finger with an air of righteousness, asserting that such an act was inconceivable for a nobleman. Well, a former exemplary youth. Indeed, as a paragon of justice, he would never indulge in such behavior. Beside him, Arsai couldn't suppress a chuckle, quipping that the Decepticons never dined and dashed. Instead, they would simply take everything at once. As their banter unfolded, the exotic beauty's frigid demeanor softened into a smile, albeit tinged with mockery. She remarked that his exposed behavior, while seemingly noble, revealed him to be a rather pathetic aristocrat. For even nobles must pay their dues. Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu mysteriously produced a coin the size of an adult fingernail, one side depicting a steam locomotive, and declared it sufficient for his snacks, stating that change was unnecessary. The train token clattered onto the cart, spinning before coming to rest, the engraved locomotive seeming to animate alongside the expressions of those around. Alcai stood momentarily dumbfounded, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but finding herself silenced. The crowbar and hatchet lowered their heads in embarrassment, feeling that it would have been better to pay nothing at all. Optimus Prime and the ambulance were taken aback, perplexed as to where Xiang Feiyu had procured such currency. Lastly, the exotic beauty's smile faded into an increasingly uncomfortable expression before she huffed, remarking on his cunning skills, declaring that she would remember him. Without waiting for a response, she tossed a bag of seeds and sauntered away with a feline grace. It was only then that Alcai regained her composure, asking where he had acquired the train token. Xiang Feiyu examined the seeds and recounted how, upon boarding, he had spotted a corpse by the tracks with a bag nearby, which he had casually taken. He would never admit to having pilfered it from a nearby staff member. This tactic was something he had learned from his underlings in a past life. As they advised, when in an unfamiliar place, one must possess the local currency, lest one be swindled due to a lack of funds and language barriers. The essence of spending another's money to leave them destitute is indeed the principle of robbing the rich to aid the poor. After the exotic beauty had departed, the ambulance picked up the bag of seeds to scan it, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness, what do I see?" His exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Curiously, Xiang Feiyu inquired about the commotion. The ambulance replied, "The shells of these seeds are crafted from the nails of various intelligent races, both male and female, of differing sizes. The contents remain unidentified, but it seems that consuming them may lead to unforeseen consequences." The individuals introduced over the past 4 weeks were utterly speechless. What kind of merchandise is being sold on this vehicle? No one dares to consume it, for if this fellow were to ingest it, it would spell disaster. Xiang Feiyu observed closely and noted that these sunflower seeds bore numerous intricate patterns, some of which were particularly pronounced, indicating their age. Through the translucent shell, he could faintly discern the crystalline fruit within, occasionally reflecting the dim light. Chapter 57. Nail Seeds. After some contemplation, Xiang Feiyu picked one up to examine it, but found nothing amiss. He then gestured to a nearby assembled warrior, offering the seed with the command to consume it. The warrior, without suspicion, accepted it, preparing to eat. The ambulance attendant attempted to intervene, but Xiang Feiyu restrained them, asserting that experimentation requires a willingness to explore the unknown. Upon hearing this, the ambulance attendant fell silent, recognizing the truth in Xiang Feiyu's words. For scientific advancement, sacrifices must be made, a reality mirrored in both the Decepticons and Autobots. Just as Western medicine has flourished, it is often overlooked that to validate certain medical experiments, Western doctors have treated human subjects like mere guinea pigs, leading to numerous fatalities. Conversely, in Eastern medicine, herbalists have historically tested the efficacy of herbs through personal consumption, giving rise to the legend of Shen tasting 100 herbs. The onlookers watched as the assembled warrior consumed the seed, only to witness his body swell and expand. The external armor revealing intricate patterns that illuminated with energy, growing brighter and more pronounced until they detached like scales from a fish. In a matter of mere seconds, the warrior, now entirely covered in nails, disintegrated into a cascade of shards. However, this was not the end. Strangely, the fallen nails soon sprouted fingers, seeking to attack the surrounding passengers. As the others recoiled in terror, a peculiar smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips. Drawing his ancient sword, he swiftly reversed his grip, his arm moving with the precision of a nail gun, skewering the fingered seeds with lethal efficiency. As the ancient sword made contact with the seeds, the archaic inscriptions and patterns upon it glimmered, as if siphoning the energy from within. The seeds, now drained, fell lifeless to the ground. Observing the dwindling number of seed creatures, the ambulance attendant used tweezers to pick up a severed piece, examining it closely. After analyzing the data, the attendant exchanged a perplexed glance with the others, softly informing Optimus Prime and RC. This is a rare metal known as Uton. Both Optimus Prime and RC who had been astonished by Xiang Feiyu's swift dispatch of the nail creature, now stood in disbelief at the ambulance attendant's revelation. Yotong metal, how could this be? Was that woman from the nether realm? RC could hardly fathom it. The ethereal copper metal is a unique material found only in certain regions, absent from other locales. Tragically, this primordial substance is highly sensitive to energy. Mere contact with it results in its dissolution. However, when fused with other metallic materials, it transforms into a more robust alloy capable of absorbing energy. Despite its remarkable properties, this substance is exceedingly rare even in the netherworld, and its price is relatively low, primarily because other alloys in the universe can achieve similar effects. Additionally, the only race that requires this alloy is the mechanical faction, resulting in its infrequent appearance in the marketplace. Upon vanquishing the final foe, Xiang Feiyu executed a flourish with his sword, sheathing the ancient blade and flicking his wrist, delivering a barrage of strikes that no one could withstand. "What is this? Have you uncovered something new?" he inquired. The paramedic shook his head in response. Just then, an exotic beauty returned, pushing a cart. Upon witnessing the scattered remains of severed nails, all dismembered and strewn about, she expressed surprise, glancing at Xiang Feiyu, who was waving his arm. "I truly underestimated you." Xiang Feiyu smirked, showcasing his mechanical biceps. "I could be even faster and stronger." The exotic beauty rolled her eyes at his jest, pouted her red lips, and gracefully walked away. Although she did not obtain the desired results, the expression on the paramedic's face, which could not lie, indicated that this was indeed a valuable find. He waved his hand, and two human special forces soldiers approached to peel back the nails, collecting the metallic pulp within using a short-handled axe. At that moment, two mysterious figures clad in hooded metallic cloaks approached the crowd. "We will take this metal. Name your price." They had grasped the situation, yet lacked the currency to negotiate, leaving them with no choice but to resort to unorthodox methods. Xiang Feiyu crossed his arms, a grin playing on his lips. "What do you offer in exchange?" Without hesitation, the hooded figure produced a guard pistol and placed it on the table. Unperturbed, the figure extended a hand in a gesture of friendship. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the ordinary guard pistol, deeming it worthless. He scoffed. "This hardly resembles an offer of friendship." The hooded figure refrained from further action, asserting, "We could collaborate in the future." Xiang Feiyu merely shrugged, disregarding them. "I prefer to avoid such friends, self-important and lacking generosity. True friends would never allow their companions to suffer losses. Much like I and." Originally, the figure merely intended to exchange pleasantries, but Xiang Feiyu took the opportunity to elucidate the concept of friendship in depth. "Enough. Hand over the item now." The hooded figure, unable to tolerate any further discourse, revealed their true nature. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "Ah, so your true colors are showing? Your patience is lacking." The hooded figure, feigning indifference, retorted, "What do you propose?" A chilling aura suddenly enveloped the adversaries, as if they were poised to strike. Yet, upon noticing Xiang Feiyu's playful demeanor, devoid of any hint of vigilance, they found this behavior perplexing and troubling. Just as one was about to retreat, Xiang Feiyu swiftly launched two sunflower seeds, which, akin to the petals of a carnivorous plant, flew into the hoods of the two men. A sinister grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face as he unsheathed an ancient sword, forcefully returning the two to their original positions. "You desired this, did you not? I present it to you," he declared. At this moment, the adversaries rose in fury, but the two dispatched by their faction writhed in desperation, their bodies swelling until they erupted, unleashing a multitude of clawed monstrosities that scattered in every direction. These creatures began to infect the nearby life forms. Quickly eliminate them, or the entire carriage will succumb to infection. Everyone rose in alertness, bracing against a potential ambush from the clawed fiends. Observing this chaos, Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, feeling disdain and revulsion towards Xiang Feiyu's actions. Xiang Feiyu turned to Optimus Prime. "Do you believe my actions are misguided? Do you consider his actions justified? Or do you simply deem it inconsequential if two villains perish in battle?" Optimus Prime merely snorted in silence. Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "Such trivial double standards." Meanwhile, the hooded squad descended into utter disarray, brandishing laser weapons to annihilate the clawed beasts. As the brief turmoil subsided, the elite warriors found these creatures easy to dispatch. However, The use of laser weaponry left behind nothing but useless claws, with the precious metals within melting away. Chapter 58. A Path to Destruction. Witnessing this, some individuals were gripped by fear, while others were exhilarated, for this material held immense value. Even a single shard could transform them into wealthy individuals. After a tumultuous 15 minutes, the seating area occupied by the hooded figures was marred with wounds from blades and laser bolts, resulting in the demise of several. Yet the yield of ghostly copper was disappointingly scant, far less than what a nearby squad of armored human warriors had acquired. Anger simmered in the eyes of the adversaries as they glared at Xiang Feiyu, feeling betrayed. Xiang Feiyu stood, confronting the hooded figures. Are you angry? Do you hate me? What purpose does that serve? You delude yourselves into believing you are powerful, free to act as you please. Yet in truth, you are the weak, suffering the greatest harm. This is the law of the cosmic forest. With a disdainful huff, Xiang Feiyu added, if you lack strength, remain quietly in the shadows. Understand that the one who sticks their neck out is the first to be shot. He then delivered a kick to one of the hooded figures, who, in a fit of rage, attempted to retaliate but was restrained by a golden-hooded individual. Xiang Feiyu, unimpressed, returned to his seat. At that moment, a beautiful alien woman emerged, instructing everyone to rise and clean up the mess, disposing of the refuse. Otherwise, if someone were slipped next time, they would be liable for damages. As she passed by the hooded figures and beheld their disheveled state, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, I've claimed your souls. With a wave of her hand, several souls of the fallen hooded figures were drawn into her cherry-red lips. Soon, the litter beneath was vacuumed away by the suction cups under her small cart. As the exotic beauty passed by Xiang Feiyu, she abruptly halted, inquiring, Is there anything else you desire, my lord? Xiang Feiyu gestured towards his armor, which she had inadvertently marred with her touch. Do you have any materials of a higher quality? It is rather embarrassing to have been scratched by such a beautiful and delicate lady. The exotic beauty stifled a giggle, replying, I do possess some, but your purse may not withstand the strain. Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu tossed a bag of magic crystals and another of everlasting pearls onto the table. How about these? While he appeared generous, these were the only items he could offer, and both were scarce, meant to last him longer. Yet, as the saying goes, one must maintain their facade, even in adversity. Upon seeing the contents, the exotic beauty's eyes sparkled. Others may not comprehend that most visitors here were not merely wandering aimlessly. Rather, they came prepared, seeking valuable treasures. However, many were miserly, akin to iron-fisted crows, which left her a mere temporary vendor, to collect the souls of those who frequented this place. Yet, she had not anticipated that before her stood a wealthy patron, albeit one who had inflated his wealth through bravado. This may not suffice, but I can keep an eye out for some second-hand goods, she declared, waving her hand dismissively, causing the 2 bags of crystals to vanish before turning to leave. After a few steps, she suddenly turned back, advising, be cautious of the surrounding walls. Xiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then playfully blew her a kiss, eliciting a peal of laughter from her. Before long, the beauty returned, swaying her hips, and tossed a bag onto the table. Gems from the underworld realm, capable of being infused into armor to enhance its defensive capabilities, along with a slight resistance to energy. Though not as valuable as your offerings, they are still commendable materials. I shall seek out others to balance our exchange. Xiang Feiyu smiled gently, expressing, It is our honor to have a beauty appreciate these trinkets. They are yours, without hesitation. Hearing his words, the beauty's eyes gleamed mischievously as she swiftly gathered the gems, stating, If you wish to please me, then I expect a bit more. Unconcerned with the previous gem's worth, Xiang Feiyu placed another bag on the table, thinking, Since the beauty desires them, what harm is there in gifting? Observing the crystals upon the table, she smirked, Do you intend to woo me? With a demeanor of virtue. Xiang Feiyu responded, It is natural for one to admire beauty. At this moment, the exotic beauty interrupted, her expression peculiar. You have already flattered me with that line. Might you offer a different one? If it were someone else exposed in such a manner, it would undoubtedly lead to a degree of embarrassment. However, who is Xiang Feiyu? He is a person whose body has been cleansed countless times by melamine, as resilient as a city wall, who spoke without a flicker of emotion. The beauty possesses the grace of a fish that sinks and a swan that flies, a visage that could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. At first glance, one is captivated, At second glance, one is entranced. With a final glance, one could be bewitched by an entire kingdom. A mere smile could evoke 100 charms, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces colorless. What does it matter if I present a humble gift? In response to Xiang Feiyu's righteous explanation and sincere demeanor, the exotic beauty doubled over in laughter, flattered yet slightly incredulous. I understand your intent, dear sir, she said, her gaze lingering a moment longer on his mechanical form, particularly on his lower half. I have no qualms about who claims me, but are you certain you still possess that capability? This could be seen as a gentle blow. Yet Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed. Life is eternal, and desires are unceasing. But for our kind, who possess boundless existence, do desires truly hold significance? To love and cherish one another while traversing the cosmos and marveling at its splendor, that is the essence of life. Hearing Xiang Feiyu's lengthy discourse left the exotic beauty in awe. Such earnest nonsense was a novelty to her. Yet, it was undeniably amusing. Very well. I shall await your arrival to wed me in the nether realm. Just ensure you don't perish before then, she quipped, swaying away with the bag he had just given her. As she departed, Arsai scoffed, I didn't realize the Decepticons had installed such romantic lines for you. Have a repair bot's grown, so idle? Xiang Feiyu crossed his arms. Should I sing your praises too? Miss Arsai, you possess the elegance of a fish that sinks and a swan that flies. Stop, stop. Save those words for the little courtesan. I'm a warrior. My mission lies on the battlefield, not parading in a super short Chong Sam. Arsai interjected, clearly embarrassed by his thoughtless flattery. Just as Xiang Feiyu was about to retort, he sensed a flicker of hostility and danger. His previously playful gaze transformed into one of sharp intensity. As he turned to face the threat, he drew his ancient sword. Outside, within the infinite expanse of the starry sky, a dark shadow streaked by. Before he could voice his inquiry, a skull-like visage abruptly appeared at the window. Although surrounded by transformers, it still took him by surprise. What is this? He cursed, and no sooner had he spoken than the ghastly face vanished. Simultaneously, a ripple akin to water waves emerged close to the wall seat, reminiscent of a stone dropping into water. Yet within those ripples, a skull's face grew increasingly distinct and menacing, as if it were about to leap forth and devour its prey. With a cold snort, Xiang Feiyu seized a short-handled axe leaning against the wall and, with a decisive motion, plunged his ancient sword into the watery wave. Chapter 59. The skull-faced bat wings. As the ancient sword struck the water wave, it collided with the ghastly visage, which did not dissolve into nothingness as one might expect. Instead, it emitted a series of piercing cries, and then, as if struck by an unseen force, it vanished from sight. At that very moment, the numbers and names displayed on the electronic screen ahead were refreshed, and beside the name Potentium, the numeral 1 materialized. There was no time to discuss this alteration. As the walls of the carriage began to ripple with water-like waves, and ghastly skull faces emerged, launching frenzied attacks on the passengers pressed against the walls. Those unable to evade were directly seized by the skeletal visages and dragged from the train. Xiang Feiyu brandished his ancient sword and thrust it downward, causing the number to appear on the screen, while simultaneously, other names also displayed the numeral 1. Some passengers' names turned a grim shade of gray, marked by a large cross, unmistakably indicating their demise. As Xiang Feiyu prepared to rise, an announcement echoed through the carriage, urging passengers to return to their seats, as the defense system would activate in 1 minute, and they would be assigned to defend specific areas in groups of 3. Just as the announcement concluded, the skylights above 3 passengers opened, and their seats began to elevate. One individual shouted in confusion, "What is happening?" Another nearby echoed, "It hasn't even been 3 minutes." The ascending passenger was a farmer, seemingly chosen at random, now utterly paralyzed by fear and longing to flee. Suddenly, 2 ghostly hands emerged from the seat, enveloping him tightly. As the seat continued to ascend, the villager struggled fiercely. Just as the seat broke through the roof of the carriage, the ghostly hands vanished, and he sprang to his feet, intent on escape. However, in a flash, a shadow darted past, and the female villager was abruptly severed in 2. Even the half that remained was swiftly whisked away as it toppled forward, leaving only a pool of blood on the seat, a grim testament to a life once lived. With the death of the unfortunate soul, the skylight closed and the seat gently descended. Among the remaining two passengers, one was an alien warrior, while the other was an elven archer, both exuding considerable prowess. As 3 minutes elapsed without any descent, glimpses of the leaping elves and the roaring alien warrior were visible through the skylight. By the time 15 minutes had passed, a severed alien head tumbled down from the skylight, and at that very moment, the warrior's roars ceased and the seat slowly lowered. Xiang Feiyu shook his head in regret, realizing they were mere seconds away from the 15-minute mark. Meanwhile, the elf returned to her seat, her light armor torn asunder, exposing large swathes of pristine white skin, particularly around her breasts, which bore wounds as if straining against the confines of her armor. "Princess, hold on." A priest quickly. A throng of elves rushed over, attempting to offer comfort. However, this elf cautioned, "Return to your seats. Beware the monsters above. They are incredibly swift." Barely had she spoken when 7 seats began to rise, 3 of which belonged to the assembled warriors under Xiang Feiyu's command. The outcome of their ascent was all too predictable. Within 10 seconds, 3 vials of red energy splattered upon the seats, and the 3 seats were attracted. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. If this continued, few of his subordinates would emerge alive. As I glanced at the large screen ahead, the enchanting princess had just claimed the top position with 75 points. Xiang Feiyu felt an unsettling restlessness, pondering what to do next. 3 had perished upon ascent, and now even more skeletal apparitions were assailing the carriage, causing a chaotic uproar within. Such a delay was untenable, just as anxiety swelled within him. His seat shifted once more, not randomly this time, but alongside his 2 companions armed with a pry bar and a short-handled axe. Xiang Feiyu gazed up at the skylight, instructing his comrades to provide suppressive fire from behind. The moment they ascended, a shadow darted past. Xiang Feiyu evaded slightly, yet still felt the impact against the armor on his arm. The armor split in 2. Had he not dodged promptly, his entire arm would have been severed. Meanwhile, in the staff lounge of the carriage, the beauty who had been pushing a cart to sell goods was utilizing a spectral hand to capture the slain skeletal apparitions. At that moment, she observed the scene of Xiang Feiyu's armor shattering. He had been struck almost immediately upon ascent. Such skill seemed unlikely to endure until the end. Feeling a twinge of regret, she shifted her focus back to material collection, deeming it of utmost importance. Just as she intended to redirect her gaze, she noticed another skeletal apparition hurtling towards her. This strike appeared to be fatal. What unfolded next left her utterly astonished. The creature, moving with the speed of light, failed to strike the robotic figure and, after a brief distance, was cleaved in 2, lifeless. The beauty rubbed her eyes, realizing it was no jest. Xiang Feiyu effortlessly evaded the 2 skeletal apparitions, and with the spectral hand in action, it became evident that he had simultaneously dispatched his assailants while dodging their attacks. The 2 wielders of the pry bar emerged, disregarding others and unleashing a barrage of firepower, slaying those skeletal apparitions that had no time to evade. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Demon-faced Batwing, a temporal creature, possesses the ability for short-range translocation. Yet such matters were of no concern to Xiang Feiyu, who now stood atop the carriage, his feet secured by suction cups to the container below, effortlessly swinging his sword with a single hand. The approaching demon-faced Batwing was swiftly sliced in half. Within the carriage, Xiang Feiyu's kill count ascended steadily, akin to the rhythmic ticking of a clock, soon surpassing the former dominance of the enchanting princess. She sighed, initially hopeful for a swift victory, but it seemed this new passenger was far too formidable. 15 minutes later, the duo wielding the pry bar and short-handled axe retreated with minor injuries, while Xiang Feiyu remained aloft, his count still climbing, indicating he was awaiting the next wave of reinforcements. It was crucial to note that there were time constraints on the ascent and descent of seats. Should he remain up there, he would have to wait another 15 minutes. They were astonished, yet Xiang Feiyu continued to dispatch monsters with effortless grace. Now, he was the sole embodiment of audacity aboard the train, with the next wave comprising 3 assembled warriors and 1 Autobot. Xiang Feiyu had no intention of betraying his opponent. Rather, his demeanor suggested that as long as one was honest, he would let them off the hook. The automotive being observed Xiang Feiyu as if he were casually strolling atop a vehicle, and naturally, he dared not provoke trouble, for mere lapse in vigilance could cost him his life to the swarming insects. At that moment, his arrogance incited the monstrous entities from the alternate dimension, doubling their appearance and injecting a spark of excitement into the scene. Among the latest arrivals were Alxi and a hooded figure, but before they could act, Xiang Feiyu swiftly dispatched the latter with his hand cannon. Now, only he and Alxi remained atop the vehicle. Alxi, nimble and formidable, began to coordinate with Xiang Feiyu to eliminate the ghastly bat-winged creatures, especially with Xiang Feiyu's towering frame serving as a shield. Alxi unleashed a barrage of fire, while Xiang Feiyu decimated those who attempted to breach their defenses. Suddenly, 3 more creatures appeared from the flanks. Xiang Feiyu leaned sideways, and Alxi seized his arm, launching herself into the air while firing her hand cannons in rapid succession, obliterating the heads of the 3 assailants. Chapter 60. Cooperation. At that juncture, Xiang Feiyu grasped Alxi's thigh and executed a sweeping motion, dispersing energy projectiles like a fan in all directions, annihilating 7 bat-winged fiends. He then flung Alxi toward the safety of a railing at the rear of the vehicle. Grasping the railing, she executed a spin and soared back towards him. Her hand cannon beam grazed Xiang Feiyu's head, striking 2 monsters. In that fleeting moment, his life was perilously close to being extinguished. Yet Xiang Feiyu retained his faith in her, refusing to budge even slightly. Once more, the 2 stood back to back, skillfully dispatching the incoming creatures, and the kill count within the vehicle continued to rise. The synergy between the pair was remarkable, while those who ascended from the lower levels merely served as bystanders, retreating as time elapsed. It was not until Alxi's energy waned, and she was struck in the back during a maneuver, that she chose to withdraw, leaving Xiang Feiyu to continue the slaughter alone. Yet, he soon found himself feeling a hint of tedium. Noticing that his adversaries had dwindled, he tossed 2 flashbangs to the ground. The dazzling light they emitted was akin to a beacon, attracting more bat-winged fiends, which left Xiang Feiyu somewhat flustered. As the numbers swelled, encircling him, the exotic beauties within the vehicle lamented the fate of the arrogant individual, fearing he had been torn to shreds. However, the encroaching monsters exploded, revealing Xiang Feiyu wielding the Dragon Soul Trident, emanating a chilling brilliance as he cleaved through the horde, dismembering them with ease. In an instant, the air was filled with scattered remains and splattered gray liquid, painting a vivid tableau of a blood-soaked battlefield, where Xiang Feiyu reigned as the god of slaughter. All the bat-winged creatures hesitated to approach until the alarm was lifted, and Xiang Feiyu returned to the vehicle's interior. The display ahead indicated a tally of 1,847 kills, with an alien sniper in second place at 638, and Alxi in third with 345. Alxi, arms crossed, did not take a seat and teasingly remarked, "You nearly tossed me off the train's roof 3 times. Xiang Feiyu sheathed the Dragon Soul Glaive and simply replied, "I can fly." Indeed, Xiang Feiyu possessed the ability to soar, and at an astonishing speed. Even if Alxi ventured beyond the confines of the train, he could effortlessly retrieve her. As I passed by Alxi, I remarked, "Your lackluster companions truly hinder your potential." The smile on Alxi's face instantly turned frigid. "If you cannot engage in conversation, it would be wise to remain silent," she retorted, adopting a villainous demeanor. Xiang Feiyu settled down, acknowledging, "I am, by nature, the antagonist. Moreover, in the presence of a female, all males become, well, political rivals." Ding dong. The announcement of the conclusion of the battle against the Phantom Batwing echoed, and the combat score was tallied. Passenger number 65, Xiang Feiyu, garnered 1,847 points, achieving the first kill, and was rewarded with 2 train discount vouchers. The announcement repeated 3 times. Meanwhile, the Elven Princess, who had returned from the first wave, suddenly stood up, revealing ample springtime exposure, with blue blood seeping from her unhealed wounds, which exuded an alluring yet sinister charm to the surrounding predatory creatures, akin to a bloodied rose. She had initially perceived her performance in the battle as commendable. However, upon seeing the second-place score, discomfort washed over her. She believed that the individuals occupying the second and third positions, as well as those in the top 10, had not demonstrated their true prowess. In terms of precision, she was leagues ahead of the one wielding a firearm, and her agility surpassed that of Alxi. The only reason she had not secured a place among the top contenders was sheer misfortune, while those fortunate ones thrived under the protection of the formidable robotic entity. "I am Belial, the son of the forest, hailing from the Foresea world. Xiang Feiyu extended his hand, lightly touching the other party, breaking the firmament from Cybertron. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Ah, how did you know I'm Belial? She inquired, slightly taken aback. Xiang Feiyu smiled. Your subordinates address you as such. After speaking earnestly, his eyes sparkled as he captured the princess's figure in his mind, deeming it a splendid collectible, and thought to himself, I shall name it the Bandaged Blood Elf. Haha. Upon hearing this, Belial realized that he was indeed paying attention to her, and promptly said, I greatly appreciate your assistance with my followers. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, It's no trouble. We are merely passengers in the same carriage, and should extend a hand to one another. His words were noble, yet they starkly contrasted with his previous act of eliminating the hooded figure over a mere disagreement. Belial refrained from exposing him, adding, Should the opportunity arise, you are welcome to visit the Foresea. Xiang Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the carriage suddenly jolted, causing Princess Belial to lose her balance and tumble onto Xiang Feiyu's lap. Her ample bosom pressed and contorted, inadvertently reopening the wound above, causing blood to spill onto the armor on Xiang Feiyu's leg. Belial felt a wave of embarrassment as her followers rushed over to assist her. At that moment, a look of vigilance appeared on Xiang Feiyu's face. He swiftly lifted the approximately 2-meter-tall Princess Belia and placed her on the armrest, simultaneously preventing the approaching elves from advancing. An unsettling quiet enveloped the air. Noticing the droplets of blood on the armor, Princess Belia felt a flush of embarrassment. However, Xiang Feiyu had no time to ponder this, for a familiar sinister breeze swept through, indicating the presence of a rather unfriendly creature. Many others also sensed something amiss. Optimus Prime on the opposite side remarked, RC, return to your seat. He continued, Something feels off. Everyone be cautious. Suddenly, the train jolted and came to a halt. Xiang Feiyu glanced outside and saw a blue, semi-transparent figure riding a monstrous beast, accompanied by a multitude of blue, translucent beings brandishing weapons. He felt an eerie familiarity with the scene, and after a moment of reflection, his expression shifted dramatically. Close your eyes. Do not look, he urged, as the shadowy beings slipped through. Xiang Feiyu immediately shut his eyes, raising his hand to shield Belia's gaze. Damn it, aren't these creatures only supposed to appear in the east of Earth? How did they end up in the cosmos? Is this cultural diffusion? Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. He issued commands, and the Decepticon warriors obeyed without hesitation. Even Optimus Prime and his companions followed suit, choosing to close their eyes, yet their compliance did not guarantee that others would do the same. Those who did not close their eyes, captivated by the extraordinary sight, stood up and approached the train door. Unbeknownst to them, the door suddenly swung open, and they stepped through, following the procession of the otherworldly beings. Minutes later, there was a loud clank as the door slammed shut. When Xiang Feiyu and the others opened their eyes, they found that the carriage was now only half full. Faced with this situation, they had no time to consider anything else as the train gradually came to a stop. Xiang Feiyu sensed something was off. He had initially thought that the train had stopped when he witnessed the shadowy beings passing through. But in reality, the train had not halted, but rather decelerated. With a loud clatter, steam erupted from beneath the train, signifying their arrival at the station. Xiang Feiyu set Princess Belia down, who, aware of the recent danger, expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you very much. Chapter 61. The ruined Xiang Feiyu shook his head, responding, It was but a small effort. You should hurry. Before he could finish, a familiar, somewhat exhausted voice called out from behind. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our first stop, the ancient ruins. The vehicle will remain here for 3 months. Passengers may form teams to explore the ruins in search of treasures once belonging to the ancient deities. Those who return with relics will earn corresponding points, though you may also choose to keep the treasures for yourselves. Xiang Feiyu observed the alien beauty pushing a cart towards them. Although she retained her striking appearance, an indescribable fatigue was etched upon her face, and her hands bore the marks of striking hard objects. What has happened to her? He wondered, for he had always sensed that this beauty possessed remarkable strength. Otherwise, she could not have maintained her position in this carriage, siphoning the souls of the passengers. The exotic beauty sighed. Merely a glance at the outside world left me feeling slightly dizzy. Do you require assistance? Xiang Feiyu inquired earnestly. The exotic beauty hesitated, but soon replied. If you possess more of those beads, could you kindly share some with me? Xiang Feiyu smiled, promptly retrieving a pouch filled with them. The exotic beauty swiftly reached out to take it, expressing her gratitude. After her thanks, she continued onward but suddenly turned back with a smile, saying, I am called Kailina, the enigmatic fire sorceress. Remember my name. Feel free to visit the enigmatic realm when you have the chance. Xiang Feiyu nodded. However, venturing into other dimensions felt premature. The current task was to extract what was desired from the ruins and retreat unscathed. Arki rose and asked Xiang Feiyu, Are you still accompanying us? Xiang Feiyu shrugged, stating, I am well versed in exploring ruins. There is no need to trouble you. With that, he signaled his subordinates to follow him as they departed. At the entrance of the ruins, a multitude had already gathered. Considering that tens of thousands had boarded the train, entering through this portal was rather cumbersome. Chisel gazed at the classical, sacred, and imposing gate with eager anticipation. Brother, this is truly magnificent. Xiang Feiyu glanced at Chisel, then at the short-handled axe quietly resting nearby, retorting, No need for such astonishment. This is merely the beginning. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Follow me. Xiang Feiyu led the way towards the distance when two voices suddenly called out, Wait for us. He turned to find the elven princess and the attendant Kailina approaching, accompanied by two groups. Would you mind some company? Xiang Feiyu smiled, replying, I will be delighted to travel with such charming ladies. Kailina tugged at Xiang Feiyu's finger, asking, Where to? Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, suggesting, Let us explore a bit while enjoying a delightful outing. With so many people here, it's our turn soon. Kailina pouted. An outing? What is there to enjoy in this barren land? Instead of responding, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a vehicle, opening the door and inviting them in. His subordinates followed suit, morphing into motorcycles or aircraft, standing quietly in place. The two ladies exchanged glances before boarding together. The engine roared to life, and with a swift maneuver, they surged up the steep hillside, accelerating to 220. The mountain paths proved challenging, and the need to dodge obstacles caused even these formidable professionals to sway, creating a rather lively atmosphere inside the vehicle. The elder rogue, no, the tyrant, no, Xiang Feiyu. This old scoundrel recorded the entire escapade, capturing exquisite moments. The convoy sped about recklessly until they reached a position between two mountains, where the motorcycle soared over a slope. In midair, Xiang Feiyu transformed, effortlessly tossing the two ladies, then swiftly grasping their waists, performing a graceful flip and landing steadily. As he placed them down, he declared, Ladies, we have arrived. At that moment, the convoy behind arrived and simultaneously opened their doors. A group of disoriented humanoid beings stumbled out. Beside them, a blade transformed into a human form, shaking off the remnants of its previous upheaval. What a disgrace! How could you vomit so soon? Look at your master. Unflinching and composed, exuding the air of a dignitary. The soldiers, crouched on the ground and continuing to retch, raised their middle fingers in a universal gesture of disdain towards the blade. After a brief pause, Kailina exclaimed with excitement, What a thrill! Let us do it again shortly. Beside her, Belial regarded Kailina with a strange expression, unable to believe that they had nearly revealed their true forms. Xiang Feiyu surveyed their surroundings, declaring, There will be plenty of time for reckless driving. We must commence our work now. Work? What exactly? Here it's only rocks and us. Do you mean? Princess Belial furrowed her brow, feeling she had been overly audacious. Upon hearing her words, her subordinates gathered cautiously, aware that an ambush would spell disaster. Kailina's group also assembled, though she regarded Xiang Feiyu with a teasing glint. Are you hoping for a bit of bravado here? Xiang Feiyu, with a furrowed brow, retorted. What are you insinuating? Am I that type of person? Just as he finished speaking, a motorcycle surged past them. Alcy, why did you come here? Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of annoyance. Alcy stood before the two women. It's not just me. All the Autobots are here. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed, led by none other than the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. Xiang Feiyu slapped his forehead, bewildered. What is going on? I merely suggested we prepare to excavate the ruins. What were you thinking? It was then that they realized the Decepticons were not in a combat stance, merely watching the vigilant group with amusement. At that moment, the opposing group felt a bit awkward. Princess Belial flushed slightly. My apologies, I was too tense. Xiang Feiyu chuckled nonchalantly. Beauty always deserves certain privileges. Everyone, take a break. After addressing them, he waved his hand, and the engineers below promptly transformed and began digging on the spot. The advantage of having Decepticon engineers became evident, as they could commence construction and excavation at any time. Alcee approached, retracting her wrist blades. Have you pinpointed the location? How'd you find it? Princess Belial also inquired curiously. This is quite a distance from the main entrance. Are you certain you can reach it? Xiang Feiyu smirked, thinking to himself that they were rather lacking in intellect despite their impressive physiques. In the past, even immortal Qin Shi Huang constructed the Grand Erfong Palace, which dwarfed this site. Other emperors exceeded that in excess. He merely feared that the train might be too far away. Otherwise, they would have to venture further still. However, Xiang Feiyu certainly could not express it in such a manner. It is a common trait among prominent figures of advanced age to desire increasingly grand and opulent resting places as their lives draw to a close, as if to replicate the splendor they experienced in life. Given that this locale belongs to cosmic-level dignitaries, it is certain that their tombs are equally imposing. Kalina approached, inquiring, "How do you know this is a tomb and not the remnants of a city?" Chapter 62. Excavation. The mountains loomed like sentinels, the paths sharp as blades. A glance at the logs provided by the train revealed that this was indeed the gathering place of the three beasts, akin to submission. The sepulchre of that individual must undoubtedly be here, Xiang Feiyu elucidated. Although his reasoning was somewhat tenuous, those around him remained oblivious. A nearby Caucasian Special Forces soldier retrieved a book, surveying his surroundings. The yin and yang converge here. This is a prime feng shui site, he proclaimed. Xiang Feiyu turned and cast a sidelong glance at the soldier, snatching the novel from his grasp. The title read The Stunning Scam of Tomb Raiding. He hurled it aside, exclaiming, "It explicitly states it's a scam, and this material is only suitable for the eastern realms of Earth. What relevance does it have in the cosmos?" The burly soldier chuckled. "Well, there is one useful point." All eyes turned to him as he continued. "It taught me that in bizarre circumstances, one must not act rashly. Let others scout ahead first and then retreat with valuables." Xiang Feiyu, exasperated, squatted down and earnestly advised, "Look ahead." The lights flickered, casting shadows into a cavern where boxes upon boxes of gold bars and jewels lay, with a colossal diamond the size of a human head situated prominently. "What do you make of this?" The Special Forces soldier salivated, declaring, "No need to ponder. Just take it all." Xiang Feiyu, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "So, you read that book for nothing." With that, he deactivated the projection. As the treasure vanished before their eyes, the soldier's exhilaration froze, and he turned to Xiang Feiyu, pleading, "Chief, can you display it for just a moment longer? It would be a delight to feast my eyes on it. Go watch some short videos from Alpha. You're beyond saving." Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in further banter, and redirected his focus to supervising the excavation. Soon, the engineers unearthed a vast pit, 20 meters in diameter and 30 meters deep. Xiang Feiyu crouched, scooping up a handful of soil and rock, analyzing it with keen eyes, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. He presented the earth to the two women, urging them to smell it. Both were particularly sensitive, and upon receiving the soil, they detected a peculiar odor lurking in the air, a scent reminiscent of decay. Their uncertainty stemmed from the diverse life forms present in the universe. The stench of death varies among species, yet it is universally offensive. An ambulance vehicle approached, collecting the soil for analysis, confirming the presence of an unusual condition caused by the accumulation of corpses. This land had been eroded by the peculiar substances emitted by the deceased, explaining the absence of vegetation. Nearby, an elf could not help but reflect. How many lives must have been taken to create such a vast expanse? A nearby Caucasian nonchalantly remarked that it could also be an animal. He believed, as many Caucasians do, that animals require protection. However, they do not equate to humans and ultimately belong to the realm of sustenance. For instance, while Easterners consume fish, very few partake in shark fin, a delicacy predominantly enjoyed by Westerners, who nonetheless attribute the depletion of shark populations to the Chinese. The same goes for whales and the perfume industry. Yet, the indifference of others does not negate the concern of the spirits who regard nature as an integral part of their world. Upon his utterance, all the spirits cast unfriendly glances in his direction. However, the higher-ups were too preoccupied to contemplate such matters. Their presence here was solely for the treasures within. Thus their nobility was questionable. Although they had unearthed some remains, it was evident they had a considerable distance yet to ascend to the cave's apex. Xiang Feiyu clapped his hands, suggesting it was time to set up camp and rest, while others might forego camping. Princess Belia and Kalina were insistent on sleeping in tents due to their delicate constitutions. Surrounding them were Decepticon warriors and aerial troops patrolling, with the excavated soil and rocks piled at the perimeter to serve as cover, while the leveled area became the focal point for camping. Yet, for the spirits and the netherfolk, there was no need for many to keep watch. Merely 2 formidable sentinels were sufficient to avert unforeseen circumstances. And everyone understood what those circumstances entailed. However, this meant there was a shortage of tents, leading some guards to sleep within their vehicles. Although the confined space of the vehicles was somewhat cramped for the 2-meter-tall warriors, the safety they provided, along with the comforts of air conditioning and music, were advantageous. That night, a Special Forces soldier passed a cigar to a comrade, sensing something was amiss. The nearby comrade nodded, noting the unsettling silence in their earthly experience. Such stillness often indicated an ambush. In this unfamiliar territory, they resolved to exercise caution. After finishing a couple of puffs, he discarded the cigar, sealed his visor, and suggested they head to the watchtower. The 2 mounted motorcycles, wiping the emblem of the Decepticon Legion from the fuel tank, and revved the engines towards the camp. However, after advancing less than 100 meters, a ripple in the air suddenly shattered their skulls, causing the motorcycles to crash and skid a considerable distance before halting. From beneath the ground emerged several grotesque figures resembling symbols, their large, fleshy forms clapping together, occasionally producing more ripples. The grotesque beings approached the 2 corpses, eager to feast. At that moment, the 2 nearby motorcycles trembled, their components reshaping into humanoid robots armed with machine guns, which swiftly obliterated the unsuspecting creatures into mere pulp. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings for further threats, one of them suggested checking for signs of life. If the victims were still breathing, they could be taken back. Another Decepticon warrior approached with a scanner, confirming the presence of life, albeit with ruptured eardrums and eyes, rendering them useless for return. Another vigilant Decepticon pondered, suggesting they take the bodies back. After all, do they not have a priest? Let them take a look if it comes to the worst. We will give them both a swift resolution. 2 Decepticons returned with a passenger, and, as the vehicle entered the camp, the entire army was already on high alert. A priest approached to assess the situation. If there was no hope, he would take care of it. An elven priest stepped forward, casting 2 green orbs without sparing a glance. The orbs entered the bodies of the 2 injured, and soon their wounds healed. The elven priest remarked that their nerves had been traumatized and required rest. With that, he elegantly turned away, leaving the 2 Decepticons to exchange glances before one of them splashed a basin of unknown liquid over the heads of the injured, urging them to get back to work. As Decepticons, there was no such thing as rest. As long as they were alive, even with severed limbs, they would fight until the very last moment. Xiang Feiyu approached and inquired about the situation. A soldier projected the earlier scene, revealing humanoid creatures resembling symbols that had ambushed them. They could hide underground and executed sound wave attacks as people passed by, their bodies almost devoid of armor, easily torn apart by bullets. Xiang Feiyu stroked his chin, noting that this was a void in an alternate dimension, making the appearance of monsters unsurprising. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that these were either guardians of the tomb or parasitic entities. Daoju, take people to protect the ambulance and return to the previous location to collect samples to determine whether these corpses and the creatures underground are the same kind. Chapter 63. Ambushed by monsters. Daoju nodded, waving his hand to dispatch a dozen vehicles. The reason for such a contingent was to involve the people of the Nether Realm and the Elven race. Such matters could not be concealed from them, for they would not want to miss out on any treasures. After several minutes, the convoy returned, and the ambulance transformed back into humanoid form, looking disappointed. We arrived too late. The battlefield has been completely cleared, and we found nothing. A nearby elven figure in a robe commented that there was indeed a scent of blood in the vicinity, along with traces of other creatures moving about. But they seemed capable of burrowing into the ground, quickly vanishing into the wilderness. A strikingly beautiful warrior from the Nether Realm stated that she had tracked the enemy, but lost them by a mound of dirt. We dug into that mound, but found nothing. No corpses, no caves, no clothing. Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. He turned to the Decepticon motorcycle, asking, "Are you certain you saw blood and flesh splattering?" The motorcycle paused momentarily before affirmatively nodding. Consequently, the footage was replayed repeatedly. The video depicted bullets flying through the air, indeed carrying blood and flesh, along with scenes of gray liquid spraying forth. At that moment, the ambulance interjected, "Please send me the video." Once the video reached the ambulance, its powerful analytical capabilities were immediately evident. What appeared to be blood was, in fact, soil. It merely sprayed in a manner reminiscent of blood upon separation. This suggested that in this peculiar place, conventional reasoning should not apply. What everyone had assumed to be blood was actually soil being splattered, sharing similar properties. The specter of another clan paused momentarily, realizing that we had just slain him. "Then I shall return now," he stated. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that since they were already aware of most of the circumstances, further details were unnecessary. However, upon hearing this, the strikingly beautiful pale-skinned maiden-esque complexion turned ashen as she gazed at her mistress, Kailina. With an impassive expression, Kailina approached and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that sent the servant sprawling. "Incompetence!" she exclaimed. Following that, Kailina pursued her, placing a foot upon the servant's head. "You stand before the enemy, yet choose to remain oblivious?" In that moment, Kailina transformed into a ferocious predator, mercilessly striking and kicking the hapless servant, who could only endure in silence, too fearful to utter a cry of distress. Xiang Feiyu sighed as he observed the scene, while several special forces attempted to intervene. He raised a hand to halt them, recognizing that this was a manifestation of feudal and slave dynasties, an affair one could not meddle in. To intervene on behalf of this attendant would not merely invite punishment, but could even endanger her life and implicate her family upon their return. Yet, Kailina seemed increasingly enraged, as if intent on taking the servant's life. Sighing once more, Xiang Feiyu approached and hoisted Kailina onto his shoulder, deeming it a waste of time to continue the beating, as they would soon require someone to scout ahead. She would suffice. He placed her on his shoulder and remarked, "Humph, no one is to offer her any treatment. A waste must remain in its rightful place." Disregarding his words, Xiang Feiyu commanded his subordinates, "Send 2 individuals to tend to her wounds and apply some medicine." His decree prompted the Nether Clan guards nearby to rush forward in opposition, for their master had decreed that no healing was to be administered to this waste. Xiang Feiyu turned to Kailina on his shoulder. "My dear, I am a man. Should I not indulge a bit in my own arrogance?" He understood well the ways of the aristocracy. Direct inquiries or demands for respect could easily lead to discord, so he granted her the choice. If this could not save her, there was little he could do. Such was the code of nobility, a code he had once adhered to himself. Kailina reached out, caressing the armor upon Xiang Feiyu's head. "Ah, that must be granted. Dear sir, your presence stirs feelings within me." They proceeded toward the camp, with Xiang Feiyu jesting. "You won't turn on me and annihilate her entire family in front of everyone, will you?" At this, the wounded individual on the ground trembled involuntarily, prompting Kailina's surprise. "How did you know?" Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "Your antics are merely remnants of games I played with my comrades. They are far too juvenile." He wore a disdainful expression, as if to say she was out of touch. Kailina's eyes glimmered mischievously. "Then what are you playing now?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled, "The 36 stratagems." From afar, Kailina's melodious laughter echoed, while Princess Belia, standing nearby, gazed at Kailina in bewilderment. "Is this truly amusing?" Covering her mouth, Kalia interjected, "Of course. Those individuals are utterly foolish, especially that Zhao Kuo. He truly is the epitome of foolishness." Princess Belia pressed her forehead, exasperated by the foolishness of the big-chested simpleton. Xiang Feiyu's tale, though seemingly humorous, concealed a wealth of insights on military tactics, the intricacies of human psychology, the vulnerabilities of the weak, the control of soldiers, conspiracy, and deceit, as well as the art of assassination. These were invaluable treasures that could be wielded in the forthcoming wars against other races. Kalia reached out towards the starry sky, inquiring whether Feiyu found it beautiful. He nodded emphatically, "Of course." "Why?" she probed, her curiosity piqued. Xiang Feiyu provided an unexpected answer. "Because it is unattainable. The allure of desire lies in what cannot be grasped." Kylea leaned against his thigh, pondering, indeed, just like how I can never attain her love. Love, perhaps? It is, in essence, forever out of reach. Xiang Feiyu reminisced about his past lives, where he was surrounded by family who treated him well, yet human desires are insatiable. Once one acquires something, the yearning for more arises. Do you know that individual? Kylea suddenly sprang to her feet. Xiang Feiyu, still gazing at the twinkling stars, replied, You mean the observer you nearly defeated? You know? She queried, intrigued, for she had revealed nothing of her thoughts. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern her intentions. Princess Belia, seated nearby, also became curious, realizing the significance of the unfolding events. Xiang Feiyu chuckled softly. Your strength should match hers. She refrained from retaliating because she fears us. If you were with your entourage, she would have struck back fiercely, likely attempting to subdue you. Your alliance with us, I suspect, is to keep her in check. Kylea pursed her alluring red lips. How do you know? Xiang Feiyu lowered his gaze. His violet mechanical eyes, marked with intricate designs, scrutinizing her. The initial rejection had transformed into impatience, and previously, there lingered a hint of animosity. A loyal servant would not behave thus. She must be an envoy sent by another party. Can one truly discern such things by mere observation? But why did you spare her? She is my enemy. Kylea questioned, perplexed. Xiang Feiyu smiled gently, because just moments ago, I observed the guards of the spectral clan displaying signs of distress. The ones who had just returned from their watch were furious, as if striving to uphold their master's honor, when in truth, they were protecting an intermediary. Meanwhile, another faction seemed to relish the spectacle, hoping to eliminate her. Chapter 64. The push forward. Xiang Feiyu pointed towards a mine below. Have you ever visited the ruins? Kylea and Princess Belia exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Such perilous locales were far too dangerous for their delicate aristocratic selves. The ruins are fraught with danger, he continued. We require expendable resources to scout ahead. Otherwise, we cannot bear the heavy casualties that may ensue. A cold smile replaced the gentle grin on Xiang Feiyu's face. Who dares to play tricks before me? What audacity! The next day, a small messenger hurried over. Boss, we've reached the palace's summit. What shall we do now? Should we force our way through? Xiang Feiyu transformed into his humanoid form, releasing Kylina and Princess Belia to survey the surroundings. Upon arrival, he observed that the area below had been thoroughly cleared, revealing a meticulously assembled structure of metallic blocks. After inspecting the scene, he descended and pried loose a brick. Upon receiving the command, a mechanical sentinel moved to the center and crouched down. Seeing this, Xiang Feiyu immediately instructed it to retreat. Just as he finished speaking, the mechanical sentinel deftly extracted the metal brick. With a sudden pop, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, a jet of high-pressure gray water erupted from the gap. The torrent engulfed the mechanical sentinel, which instantaneously disintegrated into liquid, leaving no trace behind. Before long, the gray water had spread to the ceiling. Xiang Feiyu swiftly commanded, "Detonate the cover." The demolition expert promptly activated a device, resulting in a gate being blown open, allowing the water to flow out into the plains beyond. After waiting for half an hour, the water finally ceased its flow. Observing the now-corroded metallic seal, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand cannon and fired a shot at the exterior. With a resounding bang, the ceiling was completely breached and the remaining wastewater cascaded downward. Let us proceed, the mission begins. At his command, a contingent of Decepticons descended to expand the entrance while simultaneously installing an elevator and defense systems. Xiang Feiyu turned to Kylina, Princess Belia, and Optimus Prime, asking, who will go first? Finding themselves at a numerical disadvantage, Optimus Prime and Princess Belia decided to team up. Stepping forward, Optimus declared, I will descend with a few elves. Xiang Feiyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the arrangement. The elves, agile and nimble, effortlessly made their way down. As they descended via the steel cables, it wasn't long before Optimus called out, we need support, hurry. From the transmitted visuals, it became evident that a type of crawling monster was attacking Optimus and his group. Although the foes lacked the capability to inflict fatal wounds on Optimus, the elves were not equipped with such formidable armor. Alcee was visibly concerned, stating, we must provide support. Xiang Feiyu nodded, go ahead, Princess Belia, take your team down as well. The engineers will provide you with fire support. Before he could finish his sentence, A shrill alarm blared from the lookout, signaling an incoming wave of monsters. Everyone, take your combat positions. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow and transformed, soaring to the outer sentry post. What he beheld was alarming. An endless tide of the Earth-type monsters previously reported surged toward them. Fire suppression, Princess Belia, Alcee, you must descend immediately. We cannot hold out here for long. With that, he drew his hand cannon and unleashed a barrage at the advancing horde. The cannon's firepower was immense, particularly effective against these unarmored adversaries, yet it proved futile. The area would soon be replenished, as if no attack had ever occurred. At that moment, other Decepticon warriors and human special forces ascended the city walls, unleashing a torrent of firepower akin to countless fiery serpents lashing at Cream, obliterating one wave only for another to surge forth. The aerial units took flight for bombardment, determined to prevent the enemy from advancing en masse. Xiaoling, lead the special forces team down. The firing rate of the magnetic rifles is too sluggish, came the command. Giant cannon, establish a defensive line at the rear. Suppress with artillery. Kalina, what are you doing here? Just standing still? Hurry down to assist Optimus and the others. Your melee skills are of little use up here. Came the urgent directive. Oh no, wait. I can film, Kalina said, slightly startled by the scene unfolding before her. Although she had turned a blind eye to life and had witnessed numerous massacres and decapitations, this grand-scale military confrontation, with corpses piling up in droves, was an unprecedented sight for her. Xiang Feiyu swiftly scooped up Kalina and handed her a crowbar, a short-handled axe, and a knife for protection as they descended. These creatures, akin to zombies, exhibited a reckless disregard for death, sprinting with the swiftness of leopards. Even as large numbers were felled, they were quickly replaced. Artillery, prepare. Fire. A thunderous explosion resonated across the designated area, annihilating swathes of monsters. Xiang Feiyu stowed his hand cannon as the aerial units continued their bombardment, while the others retreated. With a burst of flame from his feet, he propelled himself toward the cave entrance. Passing the artillery position, he called out, "Giant cannon, we're moving." The giant cannon swiftly dismantled and transformed, revealing a towering behemoth 15 meters high. The cannon assembled and charged at a languid pace, necessitating a hasty withdrawal. With the ability to fly, there was no need to descend via the steel cables. However, as they neared the cave's apex, Xiang Feiyu observed utter chaos below. Had it not been for the Autobots and the crowbar holding the line, the Princess Belial's subordinates would have suffered grievous losses. Even so, the Decepticons armed with crowbars and axes bore injuries, a testament to Alcee and the Knight's protection. The elves at the rear were not faring much better. Half of them were wounded. This was not due to a lack of prowess, but rather because the enemy was overwhelming in numbers and charged with reckless abandon, akin to suicidal assaults. Suspended in midair, Xiang Feiyu addressed Kalina. Perched on his shoulder, there is a button at the gap beside you. Press it. Without hesitation, Kalina complied. Instantly, she felt the armor beneath her shifting, and 6 miniature missile darts emerged, launching forth. 12 missiles, 4 from each shoulder, soared into the throngs of monsters, resulting in a cacophony of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, 2 medium missiles were launched, shattering a distant shadow amidst the Decepticon onslaught. At the command, the Decepticons suspended above leaped down, unleashing their hand cannons or heavy machine guns, sending the enemy reeling and clearing a significant portion of the battlefield. As Xiang Feiyu landed, he drew his ancient sword and dispatched 2 leaping creatures, hastening his advance. For the monsters outside would soon catch up. Alcee leaped over, exclaiming, "I still find joy in slaying Decepticons. There are far too many of these pesky little fleas." Xiang Feiyu unleashed a series of precise shots from his hand cannon, clearing the area with remarkable efficiency. "It was the first time I realized you were quite the chatterbox." Alcee snorted softly, urging him to think of a solution quickly, lest his team be the first to fall. Xiang Feiyu observed the engineering soldiers beset by monstrous creatures. These bloodthirsty quadrupeds seemed to be inexhaustible. He proceeded towards the door on the left. The creatures before him stood about 5 feet tall, their limbs uniformly elongated, resembling spider legs with claws. Their mouths stretched to their ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and their tongues forked into 4 prongs, adorned with what appeared to be barbs. Curious, Alcee inquired how he knew to go this way. Xiang Feiyu retorted sharply. What do I know? This is the universe, not Cybertron or Earth. One cannot simply search for knowledge and expect to understand the situation here. In this realm, experience is of little consequence. Our strength allows us to bulldoze through. Chapter 65. Banter. Alexei was taken aback by Xiang Feiyu's brusque words, but soon shrugged, acknowledging their raw honesty. Then why did you choose that direction? Xiang Feiyu sighed. Aside from fighting, can you do anything else? What do you mean? Alexei asked, perplexed. Can one even discern which way to go in this cavern? Instead of answering directly, Xiang Feiyu pointed to a nearby partition, asking, which way do you think we should go? The partition crushed a monster and gestured towards Xiang Feiyu's indicated direction, affirming, that way. Upon hearing this, Alexei felt somewhat embarrassed. Partition. The partition chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit sheepish. Alexei sensed her presence was overlooked and pressed. Why did you choose that way instead of the opposite direction? The partition transformed its hammerback into a giant hand, scratching its head in bashfulness. You know, I used to be a construction worker. Generally, the gates leading outward are grander and more imposing, while those leading inward are often more beautiful and luxurious. Look at that gate over there. Its intricate patterns are abundant, with gems in several places. The other gate is larger and heavier, likely the outer gate. Even without these observations, we can tell that gate is the entrance. Partition. Alexei shouted in embarrassment, calling out its name. The partition recoiled. You made me say it. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, swiftly shifting focus. The partition and the giant cannon cleared a path, while others joined the fray to clear a wave of enemies. Xiang Feiyu sheathed his ancient sword and brandished his weapon to fend off the encroaching monsters. Meanwhile, Kalina, who had been perched on Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, remarked with curiosity, You all are so formidable. If it were us, we would have suffered significant losses by now. Xiang Feiyu scoffed. I'm not impressed by that. If you don't want to fight, that is fine, but please refrain from making sarcastic comments. Kalina pouted, initially intending to cheer them on, but decided it would be best to contribute. She stood up and, from seemingly nowhere, produced a scythe adorned with various precious gems. With a gentle sweep directed at the front, a massive spectral scythe emerged from Xiang Feiyu, forming a fan shape. As all the monster souls were ensnared and drawn into Kalina's cherry-red lips in a state of terror, those soulless monsters collapsed onto the ground, providing an opportunity for Xiang Feiyu to command, all personnel retreat. The Decepticon mechanical soldiers will cover our rear. The others immediately turned, particularly those who were slower to react, who were whisked away by the Decepticon-transformed motorcycles, leaving behind the more agile mechanical sentinels. As long as they could suppress the adversary, the mechanical sentinels could swiftly transform into racing cars for a hasty retreat. Upon reaching the entrance, the Decepticon warriors promptly organized their defenses, launching grenades to delay the monster's advance. Xiang Feiyu approached the grand door and said, Shall we open it? Optimus Prime shook his head. This is a historical site. We must ensure its integrity. Destroying ancient relics is a desecration of history. Xiang Feiyu facepalmed, recalling the presence of this noble figure, Optimus Prime, a paragon of virtue. Resigned, Xiang Feiyu remarked. Even if we don't damage this door, it will inevitably close automatically once we enter, and those behind us will surely wreak havoc. To put it kindly, your actions are superfluous. To put it bluntly, it's akin to pulling down one's trousers to pass gas. Utterly unnecessary. As he spoke, Xiang Feiyu's hands continued to explore the door, but he found no mechanism. He then turned sharply to the nearby sculpture. The transmission shaft creaked, and the door swung open. A shocked Xiao Ling Tong exclaimed, A titanium alloy door? How extravagant! Pondering this, who would go first? Kalina gracefully gestured, let her scout ahead. The injured captain of the guards, accompanied by several kin, stepped toward the door. As they crossed the threshold, the sound of the transmission shaft echoed, once more, creak, creak. There are mechanisms, be alert. I had barely spoken when countless beams of light shot forth from both sides, with two of the slower ones being severed instantly, and several others sustaining injuries. Archie, destroy those firing ports. Bullets and rockets flew chaotically, obliterating the bullet holes on both sides. When the smoke cleared, only 6 members remained of the small squad, signifying heavy losses. Xiang Feiyu suggested, send a few more people over. Without a moment's hesitation, Kalina waved her hand, and several attendants proceeded forward, resolutely entering the corridor. Observing their cautious demeanor, Xiang Feiyu found it amusing and inadvertently pressed a metallic tile on the wall. Immediately, several arrows shot down from above, and as they dodged, metal panels opened below, causing 3 attendants who could not evade in time to plummet and meet a grim fate. Apart from the captain of the guards, the remaining members were swiftly taken out by hidden weapons. One must admit, the captain was quite formidable. Despite being wounded and facing the collective treachery of her companions, she managed to endure. As the corridor's mechanisms lay nearly dismantled, Optimus Prime, it is now your turn to lead. Before he could respond, the partition slammed shut with a resounding clash of fists. Watch and learn. The Autobots surged through the newly opened path, followed closely by the others. Upon witnessing the disheveled condition of the captain of the guards, Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of compassion. He turned to the elven priestess behind him and said, "Bestow upon her a healing spell, for she has demonstrated her competence and loyalty." Having spoken, he chose not to look back at her. The fury in the captain's eyes was unmistakable. To prove her worth and fidelity, she had sacrificed 7 of her closest allies. The situation was spiraling out of control, necessitating contact with the queen. As all entered, 2 engineers promptly sealed the great door. At the very moment the door closed, the surrounding metal plates began to shift, and statues emerged. Suddenly, the eyes of these statues glowed ominously, exuding a malevolent aura. Xiang Feiyu reloaded his hand cannon with an energy clip, on high alert, as these statues could very well be animate. No sooner had he spoken than the statues began to struggle, their layers of earthen skin crumbling away. These monstrous figures, towering 4 to 5 meters tall and wielding elongated weapons, compelled a retreat from some special forces and elves. Noticing the hesitation of their opponents, the stone creatures did not revel in triumph. Although the humans, elves, and the shadowy beings had recoiled, what remained were towering steel giants. Especially one colossal automaton adorned in red and blue, exuding an aura of immense power akin to its master. However, the robotic sentinels offered little respite, raising their hand cannons and unleashing a chaotic barrage upon their foes. The din of gunfire mingled with the anguished cries of the monsters. Within mere seconds, the majority of the creatures lay shattered, the remnants left maimed and broken. The architects of these mechanisms could never have anticipated that the ones to unravel their traps would be these fearless robotic warriors. Meanwhile, Kalina, perched on Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, reached out and snatched a weapon that flew into her grasp. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by its remarkable material. "Look!" she exclaimed. Chapter 66. The corridor with that. She tossed the weapon to another elven princess on her shoulder, who was equally astonished to behold an enchanted golden weapon, truly extravagant. Xiang Feiyu recognized the significance of the golden metal. The skeletal frames of Lord-level Cybertron warriors were composed of refined gold. It was astonishing that these seemingly ordinary gatekeepers wielded such formidable weapons, epitomizing opulence. This realization prompted Xiang Feiyu to reflect on prior events. Perhaps he had overlooked something crucial. Golden weapons, being precious metals, should not be squandered here. He decided to collect them for equitable distribution later. The others voiced no objections, save for the captain of the guards, whose protests were rendered insignificant given her diminished standing and the overwhelming prowess of those present. Once more, the passageway doors were opened, and the group found themselves awestruck by the resplendent scene before them. Crossing the threshold into this new realm, one could truly grasp the insignificance of their own existence. All previous displays of grandeur paled in comparison to the magnificence that lay ahead. Upon entering through the grand entrance, one is immediately struck by the towering edifices adorned with golden edges. Surrounding sculptures, each exceeding 100 meters in height, render one's party akin to mere ants in comparison. Is this a product of metal forging? One extravagant waste of precious gold. Her own saliva trickling down to her shoulders. Princess Belia, standing beside her, felt no different, although they were both esteemed figures in their homeland. The ability to transform valuable gold ingots into sculptures was unparalleled. At that moment, they both contemplated the prospect of absconding with an entire row of golden statues, which would significantly elevate their nation's overall combat capabilities. Xiang Feiyu turned to the towering titan behind him, instructing, "Deploy reconnaissance drones to ascertain the contents of the surrounding structures." Small, flying robots capable of traversing walls were released. Upon entering the rooms, they discovered an absence of inhabitants, save for some mundane household items. However, in one bedroom, they stumbled upon a rare magical core. In the realm of magic, ordinary beasts do not condense any material. Instead, they gather magical energy, which culminates in magic crystals, further refined into magical cores, and ultimately transcending into demigod and divine classifications. The mere existence of a magical core in an otherwise ordinary house was astonishing. Holding the magical core, Princess Belia eagerly inquired, "Should we remain and continue our search?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head vehemently. "What nonsense! If we linger, we risk being pursued and meeting a most ignoble end. Our mission is to advance swiftly, seize the treasures within, conceal them, and then blend into the crowd to escape." Just then, the metallic giant before them stirred, creaking ominously. "Run! It's a trap!" he exclaimed. Mere moments later, a colossal golden fist descended, crushing an engineer who failed to evade in a gruesome instant. With a deafening thud, the giant's strike carried immense force, yet its speed was lacking. Xiang Feiyu aimed his hand cannon at the golden behemoth, firing twice without leaving a mark. He initially considered drawing his ancient sword for a more decisive blow, but reconsidered, reluctantly sheathing it. Such a treasure was too precious to risk losing. "Let us move," he declared, swiftly tossing the two women into the air. As he leaped, he enveloped them within the vehicle's cabin, the engine roaring to life as he maximized its power, propelling them forward. They deftly dodged the descending fists and falling debris while navigating around their comrades. Hearing the cries of his subordinates behind him, Xiang Feiyu realized they were being mercilessly slaughtered. The special forces fared better, accustomed to quick maneuvers, while mechanical soldiers in their vehicles managed to assist them. However, the cumbersome engineering vehicles and alien warriors struggled to maintain composure. He could not afford to flee alone. He needed to divert the giant's attention to facilitate the escape of more warriors. As Xiang Feiyu contemplated this, he observed the approaching Autobot, Alxi, who adeptly caught them. After a brief exchange, the motorcycle soared over a slanted stone slab, seamlessly transforming into a humanoid form, and the two women were once again flung into the air. In that moment, they anticipated the awkwardness of their impending fall. However, just then a motorcycle soared in and caught them, firmly securing the ladies, exclaiming, "We're about to race." After they departed, Xiang Feiyu came to a sudden halt, brandishing the Dragon Soul Trident, charging upwards along the opponent's arm. With a swift motion, he slashed the opponent's arm with the Trident's blade, producing a jarring sound as metal clashed against metal, accompanied by sparks that captivated the attention of two nearby golden giants. With one hand gripping the Dragon Soul Trident, he raced forward, while the other hand wielded a hand cannon, delivering a series of precise shots to the giant's eyes. Though the cannon's power was modest, striking the giant's eyes felt akin to a contemporary colloquialism. The damage was negligible, yet the insult was profound. Angered, the three giants began to thrash wildly, two targeting one, while one struck itself, resulting in their arms becoming entangled, unable to extricate themselves. Subsequently, the three golden giants collapsed, and Xiang Feiyu leaped into the air, his legs propelled by energy streams, swiftly returning to the platform. Following the same strategy, Xiang Feiyu selected another trio of giants, whose sluggishness proved formidable. Together they were at a loss on how to respond. Once more, he toppled the three, creating a vacuum in the spacious corridor, leaving some warriors stranded to recuperate. Xiang Feiyu pressed on, continuing to distract the golden giants, ensuring that his comrades could endure this wave. Otherwise, the loss would be catastrophic, complicating their journey ahead. Xiang Feiyu dodged and weaved, yet more giants combined their efforts to thwart him, nearly causing him to tumble into a deep pit. Amidst this chaos, he spotted a red dot flickering below, and it appeared that each giant had one beneath them. This suggested a potential issue. The giants might be under technological control from below. With this realization, Xiang Feiyu executed a somersault and leaped off the corridor, his body suspended in midair. When he activated his lights, he was startled and instinctively fled. However, just as he turned, several dark shadows emerged from below, ensnaring his mechanical leg and yanking forcefully. Had it not been for the powerful engine of his fighter, he might have been captured. Damn it! Xiang Feiyu found himself in a precarious situation, for even if he severed a few bindings with his weapon, others would swiftly reappear. As he faced the grim prospect of being dragged down, he prepared for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a flicker appeared above him, and a colossal glowing scythe descended, severing the machines below. At that moment of liberation, rather than fleeing immediately, Xiang Feiyu seized the opportunity to address the button below. However, the circumstances proved challenging. He needed a point of leverage to propel himself forward and accelerate, lest he be captured once more. Suddenly, a glimmering light shot forth, revealing a finely crafted elven feather arrow suspended before Xiang Feiyu. This must be the magical arrow of the elven princess. However, there was no time to ponder this. As he forcefully pressed down, unleashing the full power of his propulsion device, propelling himself directly to the red button. With a powerful punch, the mechanical controller in the vicinity reached critical overload, followed by a deafening explosion. Yet, this action seemed to enrage the colossal creature below as countless metallic tendrils extended, attempting to seize Xiang Feiyu, the instigator of chaos. However, Xiang Feiyu did not grant it the opportunity. He activated his refraction skill, causing his form to vanish from the spot, only to reappear at a higher level. Upon glancing back, he noticed that the enormous giant had vanished without a trace. Xiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively patted his chest before landing on the ground, urging himself to move quickly, sensing something was amiss. Just as he finished speaking, a series of furious roars erupted from below, the creature's rage causing even the towering giant beside it to falter. Seizing this moment, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, commanding a swift retreat. Observing that the giant was preoccupied stabilizing its form, the others recognized this as a prime opportunity and began to flee. Some astute individuals even leapt onto the rooftops of nearby vehicles, ensuring their escape. However, they had barely moved a distance when tendrils began to rise, these grotesque appendages, a disturbing amalgamation of flesh and machinery, sought to capture the prey within the corridor. Yet, it seemed as though some divine artifact protected the corridor, preventing the tendrils from breaching its confines, compelling the giant to attack instead. Xiang Feiyu capitalized on this chance, wielding his dragon-slaying halberd to sever the advancing tendrils, further sowing chaos among the giants, who were unable to evade the onslaught. Strangely, the giant's attacks no longer targeted the most agile Xiang Feiyu, but instead became erratic and unfocused, lacking the intensity they had previously displayed. Xiang Feiyu's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him. Upon refracting back down and destroying another controller, the monstrous creature below emitted a pained roar, and Xiang Feiyu understood the situation as he glanced at the pouch in his hand. Determined, he continued to flicker and strike again and again until his energy waned. Ultimately, he had obliterated 9 golden giants, reaching the limits of his capabilities. Meanwhile, the creature below had become exceedingly vigilant in protecting these giants, and with his energy depleted, he could no longer mount an offense. Nevertheless, with 9 fewer giants, the remaining warriors found their passage considerably easier. As he approached the front, he noticed a group of individuals hesitating, seemingly unwilling to proceed. What was the matter? Why did they not move? The crowd parted, revealing a field littered with glistening arrows, as numerous as wheat stalks, embedded in the ground. Among the protrusions lay several members of the Netherworld tribe, sprawled out like hedgehogs, while beyond them, the remains of what appeared to be interstellar tomb raiders were scattered about. The demon-breaking, armor-piercing arrows, high-grade enchanted golden weapons, were unexpectedly found in this location. Beside him, Princess Belia remarked that this arrow was worth 1/10 of a Western dragon's body, and there were many more within. We cannot enter through the main gate. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu wore an expression of helplessness. Setting aside whether entry was feasible, would you not consider replacing your current arrows with these superior broken armor-piercing bolts? It seems rather extravagant to squander such a well-supplied armament. The elves, realizing the truth of his words, acknowledged their previous lack of combat efficacy, primarily due to the arrows they had brought from their homeland. Although those were of fine quality, they were inadequate within the confines of such a formidable palace. Thus, when an opportunity arose to exchange them for high-grade arrows, they were determined to seize it. Observing the deceased attendants, it was evident they were all subordinates of the captain of the guard, who seemed intent on entering through the main gate first. Unfortunately, upon opening the door, they were met with a barrage of traps that struck them directly. Fortunately, the captain had remained behind. Otherwise, even with her formidable prowess and vitality. She would have undoubtedly been rendered akin to a pincushion. After collecting the arrows, Xiang Feiyu surmised that this entrance was likely a superlative trap, necessitating alternative strategies. Perhaps akin to certain games, one could traverse along the walls. Upon consideration, he noticed two broad enclosures below, presumably the quarters of the servants. Cautiously, an elf leapt down, landing steadily and suffering no further attacks. However, when the second elf jumped, a tentacle suddenly surged forth. The vigilant elves above raised their bows in defense. While the elf below was no novice, he executed a backflip to evade the assault. As he landed a short distance inside, the tentacle recoiled immediately. Xiang Feiyu promptly cautioned everyone to take note of his landing position and urged the others to jump. Humans, elves, and specters each leaped across, while the transformers had to edge along the wall, though the structure held firm. As they advanced, they encountered a cluster of diminutive houses, neatly arranged and furnished, likely the abodes of servants. Yet, at some point, a massacre had unfolded here, with numerous attendants clad in matching uniforms slain in the corridors and rooms. The relentless passage of time had caused their souls to decay into charred skeletons, crumbling at the slightest touch. Suddenly, a cacophony of water echoed from behind, as countless tentacles reached upward, accompanied by the sound of many footsteps rushing in. Xiang Feiyu gestured for silence, urging the group to remain still and move quietly. The others understood and retreated into the lower corridor. This lower level was not as grand and spacious as the upper one. Rather, it was a scaled-down version. They carefully avoided items that might create noise and gently closed the main door, ensuring that whatever transpired within would remain unknown. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu crouched to inspect the corpses on the ground. Among them, one body wielding a weapon had a torn garment from which a coin pouch fell. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow slightly. The pouch appeared to be of the same design as the one he had pilfered, or rather found, earlier, and the emblem upon it remained unchanged. As he opened his pocket, he discovered a pouch filled with 50 train coins. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the lifeless body before him, his brow slightly furrowed, and promptly tossed the coins to the ambulance, eager to ascertain the cause of death. Receiving the coins, the ambulance glanced at Optimus Prime, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to join his comrade, the medical vehicle, in examining the remains. The skeletal structure bore no signs of injury, and there were no indications of struggle nearby. It appeared to be a massacre, shrouded in mystery. The medical vehicle nodded, noting the abnormality of the death. Observing the fracture in the skull, it seemed unlikely that it was caused by a blunt force. Rather, it appeared to have been explosively ruptured from within. The ambulance explored the traces nearby and scrutinized the interior of the skull. There were no signs of insects or anything that could have grown inside and caused such an expansion. Could it be? No, it was inconceivable. Who would deliberately fracture their own skull, let alone allow it to shatter? Before the ambulance could voice its thoughts, the medical vehicle swiftly dismissed the idea. There had been a prior case where an individual had employed a peculiar method to fracture their own skull, framing someone who had previously harmed them, a former lover no less. Ultimately, the woman was executed, and years later, this method of suicide and framing was uncovered and analyzed by a person devoid of emotional depth. This individual had forcibly ruptured their skull using extreme temperatures combined with a stimulant, applying a substance containing amino acids to exacerbate the fractures. One can only imagine the agony they endured at that time. Chapter 68. Eruption. Xiang Feiyu examined the fractured skull and recalled the wounds of the two Special Forces soldiers from earlier, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation and bracing himself for combat. At that moment, within the vast chamber, countless monstrous heads resembling symbols surged from all directions. The sounds of gunfire, arrows, and incantations filled the air. Everyone understood that they could not allow these creatures to approach, for the sonic attacks would annihilate all flesh and blood beings. While wielding their weapons, they cursed the wretched beings that had emerged from nowhere. Xiang Feiyu dispatched several with a single shot, barking orders to have the road roller advance and clear a path. Upon receiving the command, the road roller transformed into its vehicle form, shutting down its autonomous consciousness to become a mere machine. A Special Forces soldier promptly engaged the lever and secured the throttle with a rope. Dozens of road rollers surged forward, crashing into the monsters and leaving trails of blood in their wake. The surrounding creatures roared at the convoy of vehicles. But these were merely ordinary machines. Their attacks bore no significance. Among the fleet, one bulldozer was overturned and torn apart by frenzied monsters, while the others collided forcefully against the opposing wall. "Charge forward. Push them back," Xiang Feiyu declared. He had no taste for defense. There was no thrill in hesitation when one could rush forth and slay. Following the rhythm of the charge. Before the enemy could encircle them again, 10 construction vehicles surged forward with renewed vigor, ready to crush their adversaries with sheer force. Consequently, the monsters that had yet to be encircled were once again driven out, leaving behind a trail of blood. At the forefront, Xiang Feiyu wielded the soul-subduing trident of the Mad Dragon, effortlessly mowing through the adversaries as if they were mere fodder. His speed of extermination leaving his companions in sheer astonishment. Some warriors, caught in the fray, could not engage the enemy directly. Instead, they turned their shields to their backs, brandishing their one-handed swords as they charged forward, occasionally claiming a kill. The special forces, unabashed, remained within their vehicles, coordinating crossfire with their mounted machine guns, focusing their firepower on the immediate front. Kalina, perched upon Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, observed the towering figure wreaking havoc and found herself unable to restrain her eagerness. Gripping the armor on his shoulder with one hand while wielding her scythe with the other, she began to reap the souls of the monsters, their bodies lurching forward for a few steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Princess Belia felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing her role as a mere ornament was inadequate. Thus, she hooked her delicate foot onto the shoulder armor and conjured a magical arrow, firing it skyward. One arrow transformed into two, two into four, and as they rained down, a multitude of arrows pinned the monsters in an entire area to the ground. With the assistance of these two, the pressure on Xiang Feiyu significantly diminished, allowing him to utilize his transformation to breach the remaining defenses of the adversaries. Yet, midway through their advance, the monsters, as if sensing an ominous threat, were first gripped by fear, then turned to flee in panic. Xiang Feiyu, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings to ascertain the status of the engineering Decepticons. Several Special Forces soldiers swiftly stowed their weapons and rushed over to activate the engineering motorcycles. 2 minutes later, the motorcycles roared to life, returning with over 20 vehicles. One soldier reported, "Boss, the internal components are intact, but their exteriors have been severely damaged, resembling quails that have been skinned." Quails, Xiang Feiyu sighed, providing them with energy to replenish their strength. Beside him, a small spirit produced some super energy units to recharge the soldiers. Observing them, a peculiar smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's face. Arsai, slightly furrowing her brow, approached Xiang Feiyu. In the midst of the current situation, before she could finish her thought, Xiang Feiyu gestured for silence, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I know what to do." Reflecting on this, Arsai recalled the energy matrix within Xiang Feiyu. If he chose to share some of that energy, it would be sufficient to clear their path. At that moment, the surrounding corpses began to stir, and an eerie chill enveloped everyone, even sending a shiver down the spines of the mechanical beings Optimus and Arsai. These brittle skeletons, armed with various weapons from their lifetimes, gazed vacantly around them. After confirming their surroundings, their eyes, glowing with a bluish hue, greedily fixed upon the living in the center. The souls of the sleepless? These spirits, unable to return home, had remained trapped here, transformed into lost and soulless monsters. The elven princess sighed. These monstrous entities inflict considerable harm upon the living, for their assaults predominantly target the soul, while our own offensive capabilities largely consist of physical attacks, unless one resorts to the use of magical energy. As the monsters gradually encircled them, the elves were struck by the realization that a multitude of their kin were present, their frail frames armed with wooden bows imbued with soul energy, evoking an indescribable sense of sorrow within them. Kalina, however, felt a surge of excitement. These were opportunities for additional gains, a chance to satiate her hunger. Yet, the resisting adversaries posed a challenge she could scarcely manage, necessitating the destruction of their soul armor. As the monstrous figures drew ever closer, an indignant shout erupted from the crowd. In that moment, all engaged in the fray, unleashing energy blasts and arrows that danced through the air. The spectral monsters outside retaliated without hesitation. Kalina declared that they must control these foes. for her Soul Reaper scythe could harvest their souls entirely. Meanwhile, Princess Belial wore a grim expression, insisting that regardless of the circumstances, the souls of the elves must be returned to her. Kalina scoffed at the apparent compassion of this newly acquainted sister, yet, in the interest of preserving their tenuous sisterly bond, she acquiesced. Very well, I shall return the elves to you. Kalina then turned her gaze towards Xiang Feiyu. Previously, she had been able to extract souls due to the constraints imposed by the train, but here, without assistance, she would have to wait until others had incapacitated the enemies. Xiang Feiyu did not respond directly. Instead, he activated the core energy of the spark, allowing super energy to surge throughout his being. His violet eyes shimmered, and the radiant patterns emitted a soft purple light that drifted like tendrils around him. The purple energy coursed through his arms and into the soul calming gun, transforming its previously flickering blue and red lights into a brilliant violet. With a fierce thrust, Xiang Feiyu plunged the soul calming gun into the ground, letting out a primal roar, calm the souls. Through the transmission of energy, the data stream utilized the ground as a circuit board, intricately inscribing rules until it enveloped the entire hall. At that moment, all spectral entities within the room, along with the souls of the recently slain monsters, were immobilized. Xiang Feiyu bellowed now. Kalina was momentarily taken aback by his display of power, but upon seeing that her allies remained unharmed, her trepidation dissipated, replaced by exhilaration as she directed the Soul Reaper scythe forward. The surrounding souls, as if irresistibly drawn, transformed into streams of energy flowing into the scythe. Chapter 69. The slaughter here, the corpses were numerous, and the energy streams grew ever more substantial. Suddenly, Kalina underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming frenzied with bloodlust. Where she had once embodied the allure of a seductive femme fatale, she now resembled a ruthless queen. The immense energy propelled her into a new phase of existence. And even more astonishingly, her form was not the only thing evolving. The scythe, encrusted with gemstones, underwent a magnificent metamorphosis, becoming even more opulent and extravagant. Many have underestimated the number of souls lost within this chamber. As the gems upon the Soul Reaper's scythe illuminated one by one, a gentle essence of soul energy began to emanate from it, enveloping everyone present. Each individual possessed varying degrees of talent, capable of absorbing differing amounts of energy, ultimately leading to Xiang Feiyu and the Soul Requiem gun absorbing the vast residual soul energy. The Soul Reaper's scythe serves as a conduit of life, though Kalina's strength was modest, limiting her absorption even after a second advancement. Xiang Feiyu, with his Tri-Soul fusion and newly attained leadership qualifications, alongside the divine artifact in hand, absorbed nearly all the remaining soul energy in the room. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, during which the data streams forming the technological panel in the chamber gradually retracted, ultimately converging back into his being, leaving no adversaries behind. The clattering sound of countless skeletal remains scattering across the floor roused all the living souls present. Pry Bar gazed at his hands and the altered form of his mechanical body, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, I have advanced! I am now a high-level Decepticon." The hierarchy of Decepticons is chaotic, especially when the mechanical sentinels elevate those of lesser standing. For instance, while Xiang Feiyu ascended to lordship, his physical form remained at a level akin to a mid-tier elite Decepticon. However, his transformation gears and refractor engines were of pseudo-leader caliber. Meanwhile, both Pry Bar and the short-handled axe possessed high-level forms, yet their core components, the spark and brain capacity, were merely of moderate quality. It was not a lack of desire to advance, but rather the mechanical sentinel's reluctance to invest significantly in such expendable units. Many Decepticon ruffians shared a similar fate to Pry Bar and the short-handled axe, with some even being less capable. This time, they all experienced an overall elevation. Should they return to acquire materials for further enhancements, they would emerge as genuine high-level Decepticon warriors. The enhancement of the Decepticons was evident, while the surrounding special forces, elves, and specters also felt their souls fortified. Notably, the fragile human forms exhibited pronounced enhancements, enabling them to temporarily withstand the void of space without protective armor. Xiang Feiyu retracted the Soul Requiem spear, kneeling on one knee as he expelled a stream of energy liquid from his mouth, murmuring to himself, I remain too weak. I cannot sustain such formidable powers bestowed by the artifact. Despite the soul energy's restorative properties, the overwhelming output had burdened his mechanical body. Were it not for the internal energy assisting the flow, his form might have succumbed to complete paralysis. Xiang Feiyu commanded, "The monsters here have been largely eradicated. Seal the doors. We shall take our respite here. I'll see barrier, pry bar, short-handled axe, blade, and jazz. You're to lead 30 Decepticons to meticulously inspect the surroundings and seal every breach. Princess Belial, I am aware you will soon take flight. Take the elves to survey above, searching for any openings. Should you find any, mark them, and install surveillance in discrete locations to monitor these entrances. Kylina, instruct your team to collaborate with the Special Forces for vigilance, while the remaining Decepticon warriors take a moment to recuperate. This will certainly trouble the two esteemed medics. In this battle, the majority of the combat strain has been borne by the Decepticon ruffians. Although casualties have been minimal, the depletion of energy and the multitude of injuries are considerable. Having concluded a statement, Xiang Feiyu promptly found a spot to sit, his hands converging at his dantian, quickly enveloped by a thin layer of gaseous energy shield. The energy flowed seamlessly through his body, merging with his internal force. While it may not mend flesh, it allows tangible energy to flow unobstructedly as formless energy. However, the recent expenditure of energy has left the core fragments and energy matrix within the spark somewhat dimmed. After a brief moment, two motorcycles approached slowly, coming to a halt beside Xiang Feiyu, akin to sentinels in vigil. By this time, Xiang Feiyu had regained consciousness but remained still, contemplating the unavoidable truths ahead. As the battle reached its current state, he too must confront reality, for certain matters had suddenly become apparent. From a distance, the voices of two women reached him, with Kylina handing some soul orbs to the elven princess. This is all I could find. The rest was absorbed before I could gather it. Princess Belia looked upon these orbs with surprise, though she merely stated this for effect, not genuinely believing Kylina would extend her kindness. To her astonishment, the bond of sisterhood had indeed proven effective. Regardless of Kylina's ulterior motives, this goodwill must be acknowledged. Kylina, however, was not so benevolent. All races that have entered the cosmos understand that to slay an elf's corporeal form does not equate to true death. To annihilate them requires the obliteration of their soul. Without such eradication, their spirit would inevitably return to the forest, resurrecting once more. In truth, Kylina had only casually collected a portion of the souls and inscribed cosmic coordinates within them, perhaps to trace their essence in the future, thus securing a contingency for herself. The elven princess was aware that this was not the entirety of what Kylina had gathered, yet she felt gratitude nonetheless. "Thank you, sister." Kylina merely smiled in response. The two women, arm in arm, approached Xiang Feiyu, one whispering, "Is he still unwell?" The other nodded, indicating that he appeared to be in a poor state. The first woman queried again, "Is he truly all right?" The second replied, "Certainly not." Upon hearing their dialogue, a dark line formed across Xiang Feiyu's forehead. Even the desire for a moment's peace was thwarted. He withdrew his energy, opened his eyes, and inquired, "What are you two up to? Speaking in hushed tones? Must it be so loud?" Kylina and her companion stifled their laughter. "When shall we depart?" Xiang Feiyu nodded. "We shall leave at once." Rising to his feet, he called out, "Little Ling, report the situation." Little Ling scampered over, "Boss, thus far our losses have been minimal. We can certainly continue." Xiang Feiyu smacked his forehead. "I was inquiring about the conditions of the roads nearby." Little Ling chuckled. "There are 4 exits, 3 underground tunnels, and 5 skylights. Directly ahead lies the main entrance. Opening it should grant immediate access to the next phase. Moreover, from the sounds emanating from behind, it appears that others have already descended to investigate, and they may soon arrive here." Xiang Feiyu nodded and took flight to survey the various exits. Indeed, as the little communicator had indicated, these were the only available routes, and the grand door before him surely led to the entrances of the main halls. However, proceeding now was unwise, for the initial wave of the main force had already reached overhead, and venturing further would undoubtedly lead to an encounter with them. Chapter 70. Mechanical blood guards. The other paths led to the unknown. It was imperative to find a route that directly reached the destination, plundering the treasures within before executing a safe retreat. In contemplation, Xiang Feiyu suddenly noticed a line of small characters in a corner. After pondering briefly, he drew his handheld cannon and fired at that spot. With a resounding bang, the wall at the corner shattered, revealing a vast aperture. Within the opening, remnants of bones and desiccated traces of water were visible. Xiang Feiyu turned and declared, "This way." A few individuals trailing behind pouted, reluctant to proceed. "As this was a sewage conduit, I shall serve as the pathfinder," Xiang Feiyu declared, indifferent to their reservations. Entering here would enable him to reach the destination first, while those who arrived later would be left with nothing. He leaped into the drain, which was surprisingly spacious. However, wielding long-handled weapons would be impractical in this space. Thus, he drew his ancient sword and forged ahead. The two ladies, noting that Xiang Feiyu disregarded them, had no choice but to don a makeshift gas mask provided by the special forces nearby and took their positions on the shoulder of the towering figure in the third phase. What a miser! Xiang Feiyu advanced rapidly, especially since the conduit led directly onward. Although the passage was somewhat grimy, the absence of flowing liquids like water meant that most of it was essentially desiccated. "Hurry, hurry, keep up!" The individuals behind urged their companions. They had begun to run, yet still struggled to match Xiang Feiyu's pace, particularly the engineering Decepticons, who could only transform into vehicle mode and were hindered by the treacherous terrain. After progressing for several minutes, Xiang Feiyu suddenly spotted another line of small characters to the side. He paused momentarily and casually scratched the characters away with his nail. At that instant, the sound of wings flapping echoed from behind. Without needing to look, Xiang Feiyu already knew who was approaching. Princess Belial had placed Kalina on one shoulder and herself landed on the other. "So petty. Are you angry over this?" Xiang Feiyu reached out to steady Princess Belial, who almost toppled over. The circumstances here were uncertain, making it too perilous to clear a path. Kalina pouted. "Who knows if you were trying to uncover some hidden secret? I saw you scratch away a line of characters earlier. Do you know what they said?" Xiang Feiyu shot Kalina an irritated glance and replied, "Come on, darling." Upon hearing this, Kalina's fair face immediately flushed with color. "What are you doing? There are so many people." At that moment, Alcai, who followed behind, chimed in. What was written above was indeed "Come on, darling." At that moment, Kalina's face flushed even deeper as she exclaimed, "You're pulling my leg." Alcai chuckled, "I assure you, that is not the case." Xiang Feiyu remained silent, yet quickened his pace. Upon recognizing familiar characters, he scratched them out with his fingernail, leaving untouched any inscriptions from other races. "What does this sentence mean?" Kalina inquired. "And this one?" She continued. "Why are you silent?" Noticing Xiang Feiyu's reticence, Kalina turned back and asked, "Can you comprehend this?" Alcai furrowed her brow slightly, acknowledging that she recognized the symbols but did not grasp their meanings. She glanced back at the ambulance and medical vehicle, where the two occupants merely shook their heads. However, the ambulance remarked, "This contains some ancient Cybertronian script, which holds secrets from their explorations." Upon hearing this, Kalina and the elf also listened intently, albeit with some irritation at their predecessors for not leaving behind any secrets. Following the marked indications for a brief period, the group arrived at a vast underground chamber resembling a reservoir. Yet, instead of water, it contained a thick, red viscous liquid, in which a colossal spherical object floated. Surrounding the area were countless skeletons clad in ancient armor, suggesting that a fierce battle had once transpired here, leaving an unclear outcome akin to mutual destruction. Xiang Feiyu displayed little interest in the battleground, his gaze primarily fixated on the walls adorned with peculiar symbols and 8 flags that fluttered without wind. The walls were etched with bizarre characters, and some depicted small humanoid figures. Meanwhile, Kalina and Princess Belia were captivated by the flags, wondering if they were spiritual artifacts. Xiang Feiyu briefly glanced at the inscriptions on the wall before directing all his attention to the 8 flags, particularly lingering on the blue one with a sense of nostalgia. However, instead of approaching the blue flag directly, he knelt before the central banner. Without uttering a word, he emitted a faint wail from his throat. The others stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the unfolding events, while Kalina and her companions were primarily concerned with the 8 flags, legendary artifacts indeed. Before they could voice their intentions regarding the division of these treasures, they witnessed Xiang Feiyu, still kneeling, wielding an ancient sword to sever the black flagpole. Rising to his feet, he steadied the flagpole from falling and forcefully poked the ground, causing the strange symbols on the flag to emit a radiant glow. Indeed, it was a spiritual artifact, The surrounding umbral and elves gazed on with greedy eyes, while Kailina pouted, "We deserve a share too." Xiang Feiyu handed the battle flag to a nearby pride bar, quipping, "This is a navigation marker flag. What would you do with it? Invade Earth?" He then collected the remaining battle flags, declaring, "I intend to take these home, so I cannot share them with you." His words brooked no dissent, for his devotion to the concept of home was profound, impervious to any sacrilege. Kailina wished to express more, yet she was halted by Princess Belia's outstretched hand. "You must enlighten me regarding the situation here," she insisted. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the inscriptions surrounding them before raising his hand cannon and discharging it at the wall, obliterating the recorded information within. This chronicled humanity's quest for the elixir of immortality. They had both triumphed and faltered. Their success lay in the creation of the potion, while their failures stemmed from their inability to escape this place. The nearby Special Forces soldiers' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is there truly an immortality potion here?" Xiang Feiyu nodded, then shook his head. "It existed once, but now it does not, for several groups have ventured here, including both Eastern and Western factions." He turned to the Decepticon warriors behind him. "I require 20 valiant soldiers." As soon as Xiang Feiyu finished speaking, several Decepticon warriors exchanged glances before stepping forward. 10 mechanical guards and 10 Decepticon ruffians. Xiang Feiyu nodded in affirmation as they entered the blood pool. The pool was profound, swiftly submerging them. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu harnessed his internal energy, infusing it with a liquid bearing his genes, directing it into a recess before the central flagpole. The liquid coursed through the intricate arrays, ultimately flowing into the blood pool. Before long, the blood pool began to bubble, the crimson liquid rapidly converging within the bodies of the warriors, who gradually absorbed it. The blood pool transformed, dwindling into a mere water pool. With a collective roar, the 20 warriors emerged from the pool, markedly altered from before. Their bodies now bore a blood-red hue. Their once red eyes shifted to a striking purple, and peculiar spikes sprouted from their forms, rendering them more menacing and formidable. Enveloped in a faint mist of blood. Chapter 71. The strange smile graced Xiang Feiyu's face. These would become his most trusted subordinates, ready to embark on their next journey. Kailina, however, appeared far from pleased. "All the benefits seem to favor you. What about us?" Xiang Feiyu slapped his forehead. "If anyone else uttered such a sentiment, it would be acceptable, but you have previously reaped the most rewards. Why blame me now? I promise. Next time there is something valuable, well, they can choose first." With that, Xiang Feiyu led the way, leaving Kailina seething in frustration as she reluctantly followed. As they ventured forth, the number of skeletons increased, particularly those of peculiar crawling beasts resembling oversized rats. "Rats in the sewer?" one Special Forces soldier inquired. A nearby warrior shook his head. "With so many legs? They look more like centipedes." "Silence. If anyone speaks ill omens, they shall remain behind," Xiang Feiyu threatened. Upon hearing the idle chatter from behind, at this admonition, the group fell silent. However, after advancing a short distance, whispers resurfaced once more. Xiang Feiyu turned to investigate. "Who is it?" No one in the rear acknowledged it. They simply exchanged furtive glances. Xiang Feiyu frowned. What is going on? As they continued onward, the hushed murmurs erupted once again. Xiang Feiyu halted his steps and inquired, "Has anyone heard someone speaking?" Kailina and Princess Belia exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Xiang Feiyu turned to those behind him, asking, "Who spoke?" Silence enveloped the group. He furrowed his brow and pressed on. "Who spoke after we exited the secret chamber?" Once again, no one responded. Could it be mere tinnitus? No, that couldn't be right. Xiang Feiyu activated the recording device, playing back the earlier sounds. When a phrase concerning the sewer rat was uttered, he inquired once more, "Who said that?" Yet, no answer emerged. Kailina surveyed their surroundings, sensing something was amiss. "We must leave quickly," she urged. Without further hesitation, Xiang Feiyu turned and dashed away. However, at that moment, the whispers returned, and he noticed the expressions of those behind him had shifted, indicating they too had heard the eerie sounds. Following the marked path along the wall, they navigated the winding underground passage until they finally spotted a glowing exit. Xiang Feiyu tossed something aside and leaped out. The others followed, locking eyes with a crowd outside. Initially, Xiang Feiyu and Kailina intended to eliminate threats, but as more emerged from the tunnel, caution became paramount. Xiang Feiyu observed that most individuals present were lone wolves. with a few spies from various factions among them. The Grand Hall, despite its opulence, held no real treasures. Unwilling to linger, he transformed into a vehicle and sped toward the exit, aware that the main entrance was likely swarming with adventurers rushing in. Kalina, seated in the vehicle, felt a twinge of regret as she glimpsed precious materials and jewels within the palace, feeling as though a piece of her heart had been severed. As they circumvented the main hall, a surge of adventurers flooded inside. At that precise moment, Xiang Feiyu abruptly slammed on the brakes. "We must return," he declared. Indeed, mingling with the crowd would allow for shared risk should trouble arise. They had not ventured far, and upon turning back, his warriors swiftly joined the fray for the palace's treasures. Xiang Feiyu remained at the entrance, contemplating their next destination. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. This place was a tomb. And if it was a tomb, surely there existed an underground palace and accompanying burial artifacts. With this thought, he scanned his surroundings, eager to locate the entrance. Just then, the main hall shifted slightly. Xiang Feiyu glanced back, initially dismissing it as an illusion, but then realized it was impossible. As a mechanical being, he could not hallucinate. He promptly commanded, "Get out. This palace is not right." As his comrades fled, he shouted, "Quickly, the palace is moving." The vigilant individuals stationed here immediately rushed over. Startled by the mechanisms that had been triggered, they too were frightened by the sudden commotion, and at the slightest hint of danger, they fled. If this were a ruse, seizing the treasures of the adversary would suffice. Just as the crowd frantically retreated, the palace itself began to stir. Firstly, a bandaged figure who had extracted a magical lamp was met with an onslaught of an unidentified liquid spewing from an aperture, causing them to dissolve. More of this liquid began to seep out from various locations. It was at this moment that the monstrous entity stirred. The grand doors of the palace abruptly sealed shut, and the remaining inhabitants within emitted a chorus of anguished wails, followed by the chilling sounds of gnashing teeth and the cracking of bones. Upon witnessing the true form of this creature, the onlookers were gripped by terror, but their eyes instantly flickered with avarice. It was the celestial treasure beast. Slaying it would yield the coveted celestial magic crystals. At this revelation, powerful figures from other realms descended into a frenzy, promptly organizing their subordinates to thwart the creature. Xiang Feiyu, observing the frenzied gaze of Kalina beside him, brandished his ancient sword before her, invoking a resurgence of spirit. Princess Belia, typically composed, expressed her excitement. "Shall we seize it?" The fact that the usually genteel Belia used the term seize underscored the treasure's immense value. Xiang Feiyu shook his head, pondering. "It's just one. How can we four factions divide it?" The two women sighed. Indeed, it was a dilemma. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu turned to Kalina and inquired, "Speaking of which, if the train directs us to seize the treasures, how are we to transport them?" At his question, many faces broke into mischievous smiles, while Kalina's expression turned momentarily frantic, quickly masked by composure. Regarding that, I just recalled, each ticket holder possesses a storage pouch. The ticket allows one to convert wealth into train currency within the carriage, which can then be used to purchase various goods. Xiang Feiyu did not press Kalina further about her earlier omission, but posed another query. "So, regardless of what is absorbed into the carriage, we can only redeem it for train currency?" Kalina nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, unless you carry it on your person, which I would not recommend. There are many powerful individuals on the train. If they notice, you could easily become a target." After imparting this information, Kalina explained the method of utilizing the tickets. Once Xiang Feiyu grasped the process, he led the group toward the resting area at the back. The palace was adorned with monstrous motifs, yet the chambers within were likely devoid of such decor. A brief search of several rooms yielded a considerable bounty, though all that glimmered was mere trash compared to the celestial magic crystals. However, Xiang Feiyu seemed to be in pursuit of something specific. Who could this individual be? He paused before painting. The artwork was of mediocre quality, crafted from some form of leather, and the signature below had become illegible. It bore no semblance to a renowned piece. It likely was a creation of the palace's owner or a portrait painted by an ordinary person of an ancestor. The others, though unsure, sensed an anomaly in the painting. As Xiang Feiyu tugged at the artwork, to his astonishment, a shadowy figure emerged. Indeed, it was a human. Chapter 7. The Heavenly King covers the earth. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the familiar silhouette, which was also observing him. "Who are you?" he inquired. The figure simply struck a pose and proclaimed, "The heavenly king covers the earth." Upon hearing the utterance, it was apparent to all that it was a secret code. Though the others remained oblivious to its significance, their curiosity piqued. Only Xiang Feiyu contemplated for a moment before rising and mimicking a flourish with an imaginary cloak, exclaiming, "The pagoda subdues the river demon." "Why the blush? You seem invigorated," the figure remarked. "What has caused your pallor?" "Cold-resistant wax," the figure responded, retracting their gesture with a sigh. "I never anticipated anyone would arrive here. Ahead lies the entrance to the tomb, but formidable forces reside within. It is prudent to know when to retreat." Having spoken these words, the figure pressed their palm against a painting, igniting it, which revealed a void. The figure reiterated, "Remember, know when to retreat." Xiang Feiyu clasped his hands in salute and leaped into the opening. The others hastily followed, with Erxi curiously inquiring, "This must be coded language." "How did you know?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "It merely requires audio recognition technology. If the audio matches, the door opens. As for how I discern these codes, you should immerse yourself in Eastern martial arts. It will provide you with ample enlightenment." Upon entering, they found themselves in a straight corridor, with sculptures on either side largely in ruins. The hallway was strewn with numerous corpses, presumably victims of traps. In addition to this, a gaping hole had been blasted through the grand door ahead, indicating that their adversaries had grown impatient and resorted to brute force. With a hand cannon, they shattered the remaining portion of the door, and upon entering, everyone was astounded by the spectacle before them. Kalina leaped from Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, exclaiming, "This is mine, all mine." Before them lay a vast expanse filled with precious gemstones, crates of cosmic currency overturned on the ground, and weapons radiating an unusual luster. Surrounding them on various steps were an array of lord-level components, organs from diverse races, and invaluable vials and reagents. Are these the burial treasures of the master of this ruin? With these, I can recruit a formidable army and vanquish that wretched creature. With these, the naval power of Linhai can ascend to new heights. With these, I can become a lord. Are these the Cybertronian formulas? Everyone was consumed by frenzy, except for two individuals, Xiang Feiyu and the Pillar Brother of Universal Peace. The Pillar Brother was briefly entranced, while Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed, entirely aware that these treasures could not be taken away. Kalina had previously declared that all treasures here were to be surrendered to the train, and whatever one could carry was negligible. Essentially, they were laboring for the train without recompense. As Xiang Feiyu walked, he surveyed the scene. A space the size of 3 football fields, adorned with an array of exquisite treasures. Although he recognized few, the brilliance emanating from them suggested that they were indeed valuable artifacts. As Xiang Feiyu advanced forward, he beheld a skeletal figure seated upon the resplendent golden throne at the heart of the chamber, garbed in attire reminiscent of the ethereal specter outside. He offered a faint smile, aware that despite the hints provided, the treasure surrounding him would likely ensnare many, tempting them to linger, perhaps even to meet their demise amidst the opulent bounty. Crouching down, he sifted through the pile of riches, the melodious clinking of gems and treasures resonating within him, as if they beckoned, imploring him to seize them before they vanished forever. Yet, amidst this symphony of delightful sounds, an unsettling clatter of bones echoed ominously. As he separated the treasures, a grim sight emerged below, a heap of stark white bones. He resumed his excavation, layer upon layer revealing a juxtaposition of treasures and skeletal remains. With a sigh, he contemplated the essence of desire. Having spoken to himself, Xiang Feiyu rose and continued onward, soon arriving at a jade pillar where a cluster of ancient, armored skeletons huddled together. The multicolored armor dazzled the eye, yet conveyed a somber narrative. Standing before these remains, he lowered his head like a child, arms wrapped around his legs, sitting in silent contemplation. Day after day passed. All who traversed this path would seize what they deemed valuable, discarding items when their arms overflowed. For treasures were abundant here. There was no fear of losing the substantial for the trivial. As time languidly drifted by, Xiang Feiyu found himself nearly buried beneath the spoils amassed by others. "Do you recognize these humans?" A voice inquired beside him. It was not Kalina. As he raised his gaze, he was surprised to see the nobleman, who had previously exchanged but a few words with him. The nobleman cradled a multitude of components, remnants from leader tier and pseudo-leader tier warriors, ready to be installed without the need for a medic. Scanning the parts with his keen eye, Xiang Feiyu noted their exceptional quality. Remarkably, they required no mechanic for installation, allowing for direct disassembly and replacement. "Thank you," he expressed, accepting the components. He extracted one part, an analyzer designed to enhance combat data processing, to be affixed at the nape. The injector, capable of accelerating energy output by 70% while conserving an equivalent amount, was positioned beneath the breastplate. The kinetic converter promised a 30% increase in power transfer, to be placed on the spinal wing. The transformation gear, which allowed for original simulated morphing while having energy expenditure, was designated for the left side of the abdomen and required a pilot. The transformation stabilizer, enhancing morphing speed and reducing consumption, also necessitated a pilot. Lastly, the drive shaft, boasting 15 times the hardness of existing materials with minimal wear, was prepared for replacement. Jazz picked up the discarded component from the ground and was immediately taken aback by the alarming data before him. The drive shaft was 55% damaged, severely worn, and deemed beyond repair. The fuel injector was 40% broken and also considered irreparable. You are on the verge of ascending to the rank of leader, yet your chassis is merely that of a mid-tier warrior. What is the Decepticon leadership doing? Jazz gazed incredulously at the composed Xiang Feiyu. Xiang Feiyu, however, was unfazed. In truth, each faction requires only a single leader. The emergence of multiple leaders often leads to chaos, as exemplified by Cybertron itself. With a sigh, Jazz acknowledged the blunt yet profound truth in Xiang Feiyu's words. Long ago, before the rise of the Decepticons, Cybertron was governed by the Elder Council and of various prominent families. Despite persistent conflicts, the overall atmosphere remained peaceful until Megatron instigated the war for the annihilation of worlds, overthrowing the Council and ravaging Cybertron, forcing the Autobots to seek refuge elsewhere in search of redemption. "I believe you require my assistance," a new voice interjected. It was Ratchet, who had brought along a plethora of components. As a fervent aficionado of science and technology, he found wealth inconsequential. Knowledge held paramount importance. Chapter 73. Modifications. Having upgraded the other Autobots' bodies, he now found himself in need of a test subject and chose Xiang Feiyu, the relatively benevolent leader of the Decepticon squad. Observing the avaricious glances exchanged between Ratchet and Medical Officer, Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing these two might dismantle him for experimental purposes. "Place him atop those assembled crates," Medical Officer commanded. "You shall install the transformation gears while I handle the sensory core." Ratchet interjected, "No, I believe we can collaborate as we did in the past." Medical Officer firmly rejected the notion, asserting that he had grown weary of the era of joint rescues and felt they could operate independently. "Look at this scanning data," he marveled. "The design of this chassis is remarkably advanced. I am certain it was not crafted by the mass-produced medics of the Decepticons." Beside him, Ratchet scoffed at the data, retorting, "That is obvious. His chassis was designed by the Decepticon scientist Shockwave and must have undergone extensive adjustments. Otherwise, such illogical component designs would not exist." Medical Officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was engineered as a triple changer. This technology possesses significant research value. Ratchet opened Xiang Feiyu's chest plate, revealing a gleaming spark within. Look, the spark fragment and energy matrix are engaging in energy supplementation. Truly remarkable. Jazz, witnessing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I say, esteemed doctors, you ought to silence." Both Ratchet and Medical Officer retorted in unison, pushing Jazz back. Without sparing him a glance, Medical Officer threatened, "If you utter another word, I shall dismantle you for a thorough examination." Upon his utterance, the ambulance promptly transmitted a compressed file to the medical vehicle, having thoroughly analyzed Jazz's chassis. Deeming it unnecessary to expend further time on him, this was all the data. Hearing the ambulance's words, Jazz turned away with an expression of utter desolation. Remaining any longer would render him completely redundant. Most of her mechanical components were severely worn. How had he managed to retain such formidable combat prowess? The medical vehicle observed some critical locations of the drive shafts with a sense of curiosity. The ambulance shook its head, pondering that this was a novel subject. However, such instances were likely rare, and I personally surmise that the reason may lie in his acquisition of some peculiar combat techniques. Well then, the installation of the transformation gears is complete. What shall we proceed with next? The cerebral capacity expansion technology. Upon completing one task, The ambulance escalated the difficulty of its medical technology. To my astonishment, her cerebral capacity was merely at an intermediate level. This Decepticon scientist exhibited remarkable laziness. At that moment, the medical vehicle also completed its procedure. For the Decepticons, anything deemed useless did not require replacement, and any minor discrepancies could be compensated for by quantity. With that, it picked up the next component. 2 days later, Xiang Feiyu's chassis had been thoroughly examined by 2 Autobot medical personnel, with several components replaced by more advanced ones. While merging the armor, the medical vehicle suddenly sent a message to the ambulance. Should we install a locator and a remote control bomb? The ambulance pondered briefly, deeming it unnecessary. We would still require his leadership to guide us out, and most crucially, even if installed, the energy from the Allspark fragments would assimilate the bomb and locator, rendering the installation futile. Awakening Xiang Feiyu, the ambulance declared, the modifications are complete. You merely need to don a new armor, and you shall become a veritable pseudo-leader class Decepticon warrior. No need for thanks. As it spoke, it produced the energy matrix previously extracted from the Allspark, offering it as a reward. Xiang Feiyu did not voice any objections, for it was utterly unnecessary. His subordinates lacked competent medics, and advancing his chassis to leader class was not feasible. Setting aside the fact that Decepticon medics could not assist him, he had also injured the surgical blade of the Decepticon medical master. Moreover, ascending to leader class necessitated vast knowledge and masterful medical expertise. Gathering these precious components and materials would require considerable time and wealth, let alone hiring a master to perform the component replacement surgery. Xiang Feiyu rose to stretch his limbs, acutely aware of a newfound lightness in his body. Coupled with the master's craftsmanship, the overall transmission of his chassis exceeded 300 times that of before. With his strength amplified several-fold, he could now sense that a single punch could obliterate the skull of another warrior. Thus, regarding the retrieval of the energy matrix, Xiang Feiyu remained indifferent. As long as he possessed the Allspark fragments, a ceaseless supply of energy would coalesce. With a sweeping gesture, 20 crimson warriors manifested around him. And Xiang Feiyu stated, "Tally these remains. It is of no concern now." Originally, Xiang Feiyu contemplated bringing the remains of these individuals back to his hometown for a proper burial. However, after much deliberation, he concluded that transporting them might lead to their abandonment in some forsaken corner should danger arise. Thus, it seemed more fitting for them to remain amidst the treasures, experiencing a lifetime of opulence. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached, casting a glance at Xiang Feiyu and the other Autobots, urging him to attend to his companions. Xiang Feiyu stepped away from the pile of jewels and into the corridor, where he observed his subordinate Decepticons rummaging through various high-grade mechanical parts and weaponry, while the human special forces searched for gemstones and unfamiliar artifacts. The elves and the specters sought treasures and artifacts within the bounty as well. Their quests differed, yet they shared a commonality. All appeared gaunt, with an unmistakable fervor and bloodshot eyes, a testament to their prolonged state of excitement and sleeplessness. Even Kalina and Princess Belia, 2 worldly figures, were not faring much better. With a sigh, Xiang Feiyu understood their desires. He too cherished wealth and beauty. However, if he could not bring these treasures home for his compatriots to admire and envy, what value did they hold? Thus, he remained indifferent to the riches around him. He sighed again, addressing the medic and ambulance. He requested them to assess the potions and, if feasible, to administer them to the warriors. With that, he began to gather the treasures scattered on the ground. Optimus Prime sighed as well, aware of the inevitable outcome of collecting the treasures. However, they had no choice. They could not carry a single coin back, for once they returned to the train, any excess belongings would swiftly be confiscated. Now that Xiang Feiyu had commenced his actions, Optimus Prime no longer lingered. He approached Kalina and the princess, questioning whether they had not yet gathered enough of the riches they had possessed for so long. It was time to collect the treasures here and depart. Xiang Feiyu, amidst the pleading gazes of the 2 women, began to collect the surrounding treasures. Seeing this, they no longer hesitated. With a determined resolve, they stowed their precious artifacts into their vehicles. Watching the rising train currency, their hearts bled. Xiang Feiyu swiftly gathered the treasures and relics from the ground, disregarding those who attempted to obstruct him, tossing them aside with ease. Those who dared to provoke him were met with a swift kick, while those wielding weapons faltered at the sight of Xiang Feiyu's violet eyes, retreating involuntarily. Chapter 74. Chaos. Everyone, consolidate your ranks. Those who do not return within 3 minutes shall perish. Xiang Feiyu's thunderous command radiated authority, snapping all those intoxicated by treasure back to reality. Many continued to struggle, until Xiang Feiyu raised his arm cannon and fired upon a specter still grappling for a jade screen. The specter was obliterated by the force of the blast, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, silencing the crowd in an instant. As one special forces soldier returned to the captain's side, the other factions began to regroup. Even the tumultuous Decepticons rallied back around Xiang Feiyu. His fierce gaze swept across all present, demanding that any unmanageable items be relinquished immediately. Optimus Prime approached and stated, "The items you cannot equip are of no use to you. Ultimately, they will be confiscated upon your return to the vehicle. Moreover, even within the confines of the vehicle, you cannot guarantee that they will not be seized. Furthermore, carrying excessive belongings will hinder your combat effectiveness, and in the end, you may perish outside without gaining anything." Optimus spoke with sincerity, yet the darker aspects of human nature prevailed. Once something was grasped, relinquishing it seemed implausible. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. "I merely ask that you relinquish the excess you carry. Do not compel me to take action." As he raised his arm cannon, his subordinate, a Decepticon, was the first to comply, promptly shedding their burdens. Xiang Feiyu then scrutinized the other factions. The Autobots were few in number, yet abundant in technical prowess, wielding predominantly small, exquisite items that did not impede their movement. In stark contrast, the humans, elves, and the nether race exhibited a greater avarice, driven by the allure of the abundant treasures surrounding them. The elves, who were not innately greedy, succumbed first to the pressure, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of valuable items. They placed their belongings down and stepped aside. Ultimately, 2 groups remained. One of the nether race had already been slain, while the others, encircled and gripped by fear, surrendered their possessions upon the approach of their leader. As for the humans, they represented the most avaricious race in the most civilized society of the universe. Even when surrounded, they clung to their treasures, despite possessing the least valuable items. Xiang Feiyu turned to their leader. "Will you defy my orders?" The leader, gritting his teeth, was about to respond when a beam of light struck him, resulting in an explosion. This prompted the surrounding humans to discard their belongings in alarm and retreat. Xiang Feiyu collected the items, declaring, "This is the first and last time. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He then turned, beginning to speak, when a gust of malevolence assailed him from behind. A cold smile crept across his lips. This time he did not evade, but allowed the attacks from behind and either side to strike him, gradually turning to confront his assailants. Among them were humans, elves, nether beings, Decepticons, and even a couple of Autobots. With a chilling grin, Xiang Feiyu brandished the Dragon Soul Spear, pointing it forward. "I have been waiting for you." In that instant, all attackers and bystanders were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Bullets and arrows were halted by an energy shield, causing no harm. Xiang Feiyu bellowed, "Kill!" The battlefield erupted into chaos as the 5 factions clashed. Humans fought humans, Decepticons battled against the elves and other races, while Decepticons engaged with Autobots and other beings. Amidst the fray, Xiang Feiyu searched for his targets, focusing intently, yet none were the ones he sought. At that moment, the weapon rushed towards Xiang Feiyu. "Boss, think of a way quickly, or the entire team will collapse." The phrase echoed in Xiang Feiyu's mind, but he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. His gaze fixed on the weapon merely 5 meters away. A piercing sound pierced the air as the weapon plunged into his body. The weapon gazed at Xiang Feiyu in disbelief, then glanced down at the ancient sword embedded in its chest. "Boss, you have lost your mind?" Xiang Feiyu offered no response. Instead, he forcefully twisted the ancient sword lodged within the weapon. "Wouldn't it be better to lie down obediently? Why the incessant chatter?" The weapon cried out in agony, reaching out to grasp Xiang Feiyu, who denied it the opportunity by delivering a swift kick, sending it flying. As he advanced, he wielded the dragon's soul spear with one hand, cleaving the weapon in 2 with a decisive blow. The remains of the weapon fell to the ground, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Xiang Feiyu, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, observed several subordinates approaching him, but the stunning execution had frightened them into retreat. He resumed his search for a target on the battlefield, and at that moment, he spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar petite figure. "It's you." With a burst from his leg boosters, he propelled himself towards the formidable blue figure, closing the distance to 15 meters before swinging the dragon's soul spear in a diagonal strike. The clash of weapons resonated as Xiang Feiyu's lethal strike was thwarted by the arm blades of the Pillar Brother. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" A cold smirk graced Xiang Feiyu's lips as he deftly maneuvered the war spear, forcing Pillar Brother to retreat repeatedly. "Wake up! We are not enemies." Pillar Brother found it hard to believe that Xiang Feiyu had truly lost his sanity, especially since they were temporary allies in this context. Thus, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, attempting to reason with Xiang Feiyu while fending off his attacks. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu changed tactics, executing a spinning kick that sent Pillar Brother flying. Meanwhile, his body lunged forward, aiming the dragon's soul spear directly at Pillar Brother's face. "No!" shouted two doctors observing the fight, warning that a direct hit would spell disaster for Pillar Brother. However, Pillar Brother was no mere thug. He swiftly tilted his head to evade the strike. The sound of metal scraping echoed, but it was not the noise of Xiang Feiyu's weapon against Pillar Brother's armor. Instead, it emanated from behind Pillar Brother, as Xiang Feiyu's weapon lodged itself into the wall behind him. Though his weapon failed to strike Pillar Brother, the latter bore a pained expression, blue energy liquid spilling from his mouth as he glanced back to see Arsai's dual blades embedded in his back. Had it not been for evading Xiang Feiyu's spear, one of Arsai's blades would have pierced his core. Arsai, what are you doing?" Pillar Brother roared, seizing a war spear beside him and flipping his body to expose Arsai behind him. In that moment, the medical personnel displayed faces of horror. "Arsai, what are you doing?" However, as reinforcements arrived, Xiang Feiyu did not cease his movements. When Brother Zhuzi grasped the war spear, Xiang Feiyu swiftly executed a side kick, sending Alxi flying. Following this, he prepared to eliminate her, but an unforeseen event transpired. Alxi's escape route led directly to the entrance, where a familiar figure abruptly emerged, one that mirrored the fleeing Alxi. "Be careful!" Both Xiang Feiyu and Brother Zhuzi shouted in unison. Chapter 75. The genuine and the faux Alxi. The newly arrived Alxi was evidently startled by the sudden appearance of her duplicate, and soon they collided, tumbling to the ground. Observing the two identical Alxis rising to their feet, Xiang Feiyu scratched his head in exasperation. "A case of the fake son, Wukong? This is quite awkward." He turned to Brother Zhuzi. "What is your take on this, my friend?" Brother Zhuzi tossed the war spear to Xiang Feiyu. "I misjudged you." Xiang Feiyu caught the spear, shrugged. "Now the pressing issue is this." He pointed at the two Alxis, while the ambulance, treating Optimus Prime, displayed a cold smirk. "Let them separate, extinguish the flames, and allow me to discern the truth with a medical vehicle." Upon hearing the ambulance's words, the two Alxis exchanged wary glances, then executed a backflip to create distance. "All right." With that, they both collapsed on the ground, their eyes gradually losing their luster. The ambulance and medical vehicle approached to examine their mechanical data. Minutes passed as the battle in the treasure chamber neared its conclusion, yet the expressions of the ambulance and medical vehicle grew increasingly grim. Identical? How is this possible? The repaired Optimus Prime also felt astonished. How could such beings exist in this world? Their bodily injuries and replaced parts were indistinguishable. With his expertise being questioned, the ambulance, already in a sour mood, impatiently remarked, "My old friend, you may doubt my combat abilities, but you cannot question our medical expertise." Brother Zhuzi felt awkward, "My friend, I do not doubt you. I merely find it hard to believe that such identical beings exist in this world." The medical vehicle, upon examining the other body, expressed astonishment. "I have never encountered such a situation. The two bodies are exactly alike, even down to their scars." The ambulance retracted the detection equipment. "What now? We cannot simply carry both of them away. Although Alxi already has two twin sisters, I'm certain she does not wish for another." The ambulance made a jest that was not entirely humorous. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment, awakened them, and asked them some prior questions to discern the truth. The two doctors exchanged glances and proceeded to activate both Alxis. They were not apprehensive of any resistance from the two. After all, Brother Zhuzi and Xiang Feiyu, both combat enthusiasts, were present, and the two Alxis posed little threat. Once the two were conscious, they immediately declared, Have you determined who is the imposter? I'm the real one. The ambulance, standing nearby, teased, excellent, splendidly synchronized, and their expressions are identical. I cannot discern who is genuine. Perhaps you two should simply become sisters. Be silent. I already have two troublesome sisters, and I do not require another. One of them scoffed in unison with the other. What shall we do now? Ambulance said helplessly. Optimus Prime pondered. Where did we first meet? The two Alces exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, at the Iron Fortress Library. Where I want to read. Ambulance inquired. What day was our last battle against the Decepticons? Alce thought for a moment. The Iron Fortress perimeter defense battle, where I sustained an injury to my arm. Medical vehicle shook his head. This method of questioning won't suffice. Let us separate them for answers. The partition and iron sheet each restrained one Alce, allowing for inquiries to commence. Medical vehicle posed a question to one and then to the other. Yet both provided identical responses, causing a dilemma among the onlookers. The two Alces turned their gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, who grinned and said, I have a plan. What sort of plan? They queried in unison once more. Xiang Feiyu whispered a few words to Optimus Prime, who frowned slightly. This may not be wise. What harm could it bring? The true Alce will certainly prevail, Xiang Feiyu insisted. After contemplating, Optimus Prime conceded, very well, ambulance, give them each a distinct paint job. This, very well then. Ambulance, with no alternative, applied an unchangeable coating to both Alces. Xiang Feiyu brandished the Dragon Soul Spear, performing a martial arts maneuver with it before striking a pose. Let us split into teams, one to partner with me, and the other with Optimus Prime. We shall engage in a fierce battle, where fate decides our outcomes. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Autobots expressed concern, while the Decepticon warriors roared with excitement. Kill her. Eliminate her. Optimus Prime activated his wrist blades, contemplating the team distribution. Xiang Feiyu scrutinized the opposition and pointed at one Alce, declaring, You shall be on my team. At this moment, Alce approached Xiang Feiyu, teasingly asking, Are you certain you want to team up with me? Xiang Feiyu thumped his chest. I trust in my abilities. Optimus Prime regarded the Alce who had come to his side. Let us commence. With that, the four of them brandished their weapons and charged at one another. Xiang Feiyu, wielding a long weapon, struck downwards at Optimus Prime, opting to use the spear as a cudgel rather than employing the blade. Optimus Prime parried with his wrist blades. Simultaneously, Alce engaged in combat with her counterpart. Optimus Prime's strength and combat experience allowed for a vigorous exchange, while Xiang Feiyu's long weapon and unique combat techniques provided a formidable challenge. Following a third forceful collision that sent them both staggering back, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a motorcycle, abandoning his assault on Optimus Prime to pursue Alce. Alce, not lacking in wit, morphed into a motorcycle to flee, while her ally Alce seized the opportunity to leap forward, wielding her blade. In that critical moment, Optimus Prime dashed forward, forcefully kicking the airborne Alce aside. The soaring Alce returned to Xiang Feiyu's side, where he extended his spear, and Alce grasped it, performing a spin before soaring back into action. At that moment, the opposing Alce leaped onto Optimus Prime's shoulder, directly colliding with the adversary. Xiang Feiyu made a swift dash, separating the two, and delivered a powerful kick towards Alce while simultaneously sweeping his battle spear. Alce managed to grasp the spear and, utilizing the momentum, charged towards the supporting Optimus Prime. The latter, unyielding, raised his hand to block Alce's attack, while simultaneously shielding himself against Xiang Feiyu's flying kick. Seizing the opportunity, the opponent's Alce climbed up Optimus Prime's thigh onto Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, attempting a lethal strike. A faint smile graced Xiang Feiyu's lips as he deftly parried with his spear, his body twisting to fling the opposing Alce away. Optimus Prime sought to counterattack, but another Alce leaped in to obstruct him. Without hesitation, Optimus transformed and charged at this Alce, colliding not only with her, but also with Xiang Feiyu's airborne ally Alce. Xiang Feiyu launched a punch, simultaneously pressing down to counter the impact on Optimus Prime, while Alce seized the moment to leap from Xiang Feiyu's waist, intercepting the opponent's sneak attack. A grin appeared on Xiang Feiyu's face. How about that? Is it still lacking? The truck-formed Optimus Prime retorted. This isn't up to you to decide. With that, he transformed and kicked Xiang Feiyu aside, brandishing his wrist blades for a final blow. Xiang Feiyu took advantage of the force, falling to the ground and executing a roll, drawing out an ancient sword to deliver a decisive strike against the pursuing Optimus. Just as the sword was about to make contact with Optimus Prime's chest plate, Xiang Feiyu's body suddenly froze, as if immobilized. Chapter 76. Partner Assassin's Optimus Prime's wrist blade pierced into Xiang Feiyu's side. As Optimus prepared to deliver a fatal blow, an arrow flew in from a distance, embedding itself in Optimus Prime's chest plate. Realizing the opportunity to eliminate Xiang Feiyu was lost, he retreated in frustration. Enraged by the elven princess Belia's ambush, the Autobots swiftly intercepted her. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu regained his mobility, yet Optimus did not squander the chance. As Xiang Feiyu rose, he leaped again, intent on slaying his opponent. Meanwhile, Alcee from Xiang Feiyu's side jumped in to control Optimus Prime, attempting to slow his assault. However, while she managed to hinder Optimus, she could not stop the opposing Alcee, who dashed past Optimus's waist, her wrist blades angled to cleave Xiang Feiyu's head. In a critical instant, a colossal mechanical foot struck the fleeing Alcee with tremendous force, sending her crashing against the wall. Before she could utter another word, a stream of blue energy fluid spewed from her mouth. Furrowing his brow, Optimus remarked, "Your intentions are too clear. You have exposed yourself." At that moment, a cold smirk appeared on Alcee's face, as the Alcee beside Optimus attempted to rush forward, only to be blocked by him. "Reveal your true form, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Seeing no opportunity, Alcee's form gradually morphed, giving rise to a creature resembling a gooey monstrosity before the onlookers. "The Mudbath clan, I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities." Optimus Prime let out a cold scoff, raising his arm cannon and unleashing a relentless barrage upon the heap of sludge, only ceasing once the Mudbath clan member was vanquished. It was then that the weaponry and other Decepticons or fairies, slain by Xiang Feiyu, transformed into viscous mud. Xiang Feiyu expelled a crimson energy liquid, expressing a desire for immediate medical attention. Two medical masters, visibly distressed, approached Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, "How could this be? Our medical technology should not allow for a malfunction exceeding 5 seconds. What nonsense is this? The modifications we implemented could not possibly cause such a breakdown," retorted the ambulance, firmly refusing to accept blame for the medical mishap. The ambulance, furrowing its brow, began to assess Xiang Feiyu's system, puzzled this shouldn't be happening. "Our medical technology is flawless, yet his breakdown seems genuine. Clearly, something has gone awry." Beep, 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 buzz. Upon scanning the card data, the ambulance's expression turned grim. "Damn it. After performing the surgery, you failed to integrate the spark fragment?" Xiang Feiyu offered an awkward smile. "When would I have had the time?" Meanwhile, a group of Decepticons, led by the weaponry, entered the now empty treasure chamber. "Boss, there are intruders outside. We must leave quickly." Xiang Feiyu exchanged a resigned glance with Arcee and chuckled softly. "All right. Please assist me with the repairs, then we shall depart." Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. The ambulance commenced repairs on Xiang Feiyu, who had been pierced by Optimus Prime, while the medical vehicle interjected with an explanation, "Our installation is impeccable. However, prior to this, Jazz had provided him with some self-install components. These parts inherently possess a 1 in 10,000 chance of irreversible incompatibility, a minuscule probability that our fortunate individual encountered." The ambulance retracted its welding gun, lamenting, "This is also our fault. We should have completely disassembled him for reinstallation to avoid any issues. We assumed he would integrate the spark fragment to eliminate the hidden complications we left behind." Xiang Feiyu stood, asserting, "There is illness within the body. Neglecting treatment may lead to dire consequences. Trust in the physician is the most fundamental respect for their profession." He activated the energy of the spark fragment within him to heal his wounds and reconstruct his mechanical parts, recognizing that this was not the time to squander. Outside the palace, a group of aliens, aided by large machines, loaded various antique materials from within the palace, managing to score a small profit. Other races witnessing this scene displayed sarcastic smirks, deeming them a bunch of uncultured simpletons. Some entered the chamber, observing that most items had been cleared away, and proceeded in different directions. At this moment, Xiang Feiyu and his companions emerged from the hidden door, noting the absence of others, and promptly signaled for a retreat. After a significant haul, the palace, aside from the main burial chamber, had little else to offer. What will you do next? In an open area, the Decepticon vehicles halted, and Xiang Feiyu transformed into his humanoid form, gazing at the others. Optimus Prime and Kalina fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain of their choices. Arcee wrapped her arms around herself, inquiring about their intentions. Xiang Feiyu smiled lightly, stating that the primary tomb chamber was fraught with danger, rendering it unfit for the entire team to venture forth. He proposed to allocate their previous gains here, allowing his subordinates to wait for him outside. Others pondered for a moment. The objectives could be discussed later, but the immediate priority was the distribution of wealth. Should they return to the train and Xiang Feiyu have a change of heart, there would be nowhere to lament their losses. Xiang Feiyu produced a ticket, displaying a series of numbers that even exceeded the display's limit. The others had their shares, though none compared to Xiang Feiyu's. Suddenly, Kalina inquired about their personal belongings. His subordinates not only had exchanged their weapons, but also concealed several small items on their persons. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, stating that he was only responsible for the distribution of the ticket's contents. He was unwilling to linger over trivial matters and promptly released the numbers from the ticket. As I have contributed the most, I propose we divide it evenly among the 4 parties, without quibbling over who receives more or less. Optimus Prime and Princess Belial had no objections. One party was smaller in numbers, while the other had relatively lesser combat prowess. The only one slightly dissatisfied was Kalina, but given her recent promotion and the 3-to-1 ratio, she had no grounds to dissent. After speaking, the 4 mounts merged and then separated back into 4 cards. Xiang Feiyu pocketed the cards, indicating that it was now up to everyone to make their choices, hoping they would return to the train punctually. With a wave of his hand, 10 Blood Guardians stepped forward, wielding crowbars, and led the others away to the ground base to await his return. The crowbar nodded and immediately turned to depart, as they could not drag the others along, burdened as they were with treasures and parts from the train. Everyone split ways, and Xiang Feiyu re-entered the secret chamber. Though the external riches were plentiful, the true treasures lay among the burial items, the so-called artifacts. Gripping the soul-subduing spear tightly, he declared, "Those who block my path shall perish, be they man or deity." With this fervent proclamation, he commanded the mechanical Blood Guardians behind him to raise the battle flag. The mechanical Blood Guardians swiftly unfurled an ancient battle flag within the chamber, its surface emanating a peculiar glow as if guiding the way ahead. Xiang Feiyu gestured forward, commanding the Decepticons to advance. The 11 warriors proceeded rapidly, only to discover a multitude of corpses and disfigured statues ahead after traversing a short distance. Chapter 77. Solo Operations. Xiang Feiyu approached to inspect. The corpses were fresh, indicating recent deaths, suggesting that others had entered through different entrances. Moving a bit further, he heard a cacophony of shouts. Upon investigation, he found a large group engaged in combat with a crawling monster. At the forefront stood a crystalline platform, occupied by warriors clad in crystal armor, behind which cascaded an energy waterfall, beneath which lay the colossal corpse of a giant, towering 7 to 8 meters high. "Master, shall we fly over and take a look?" inquired a bloodguard. Xiang Feiyu observed that many winged beings were present, yet they remained grounded, eliminating the crawling monsters. He could hardly believe they had never attempted to soar into the air. The absence of flight suggested the presence of traps. "No need. Let us assess the situation first." At that moment, a creature launched an assault towards him. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand cannon and swiftly obliterated the opponent's head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he dispatched 2 ambushers. He secured a corner, quietly slaying monsters while attentively surveying the circumstances around him. In truth, there were those who wished to take flight. However, midway, they would be attacked by the cliff-dwelling crystal warriors. The spears they hurled could easily pierce even the finest golden shields, let alone venture closer to the center. To reach the central position, one could only traverse a few narrow suspension bridges, which were the sole safe passage for Below's enemies. Yet, these bridges were constricted, making it exceedingly difficult to evade the crystal-armored warriors' onslaught. Just moments ago, a team had charged halfway across a bridge, only to be targeted and annihilated by the crystal-armored warriors ahead, their bodies subsequently dismembered by the crawling creatures. "We must find a way across. That waterfall is the water of life," a voice cried out, igniting a frenzy among the beings. The water of life was a miraculous treasure, capable of resurrecting the fallen, prolonging life, healing injuries and deformities and enhancing one's bloodline power. Even if one did not seek it for themselves, it could be bestowed upon others, a true act of kindness. Xiang Feiyu squinted ahead, his mechanical eye locking onto the opposing side, where most were captivated by a luminous orb floating above a giant's chest. Its energy readings were off the charts, undoubtedly a precious artifact. The pressing question remained: how to rush forward and retrieve the item before making a hasty return. Despite the apparent ineptitude of this group, should someone manage to bring back the treasure, they would risk their lives to seize it. Such is human nature. At that moment, several hooded figures emerged, having dismembered a dozen reckless comrades to form 6 makeshift launchers. They affixed the remnants of their fallen allies onto these contraptions, which flew through the air like missiles, directly bombarding the crystal-armored warriors and sending them reeling. Other factions employed various tactics to assault the crystal warriors from different angles. In that instant, several teams surged onto the suspension bridge, shouting, "Charge forth! Victory awaits us!" However, it was unclear what transpired in other directions. The hooded figures on Xiang Feiyu's side could not breach the defenses and were halted at 2/3 of the bridge. Just as they seemed on the verge of retreating, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a vehicle, barreling forward, his front-mounted cannon unleashing a relentless barrage upon the nearby crystal warriors. "Make way!" Xiang Feiyu charged ahead, colliding with unsuspecting passengers, some of whom were knocked off the bridge, only to be impaled by the spears hurled by the monsters below. He was met with a torrent of curses from the crowd, yet more individuals seized the opportunity to rush onto the suspension bridge. As Xiang Feiyu approached the 2/3 mark of his breakthrough, a slender figure, adorned with a mask and scaled attire, wielding 2 curved blades, bellowed from behind. "Beware of the psychic storm." No sooner had she spoken than a formidable energy tempest surged across the suspension bridge, nearly casting Xiang Feiyu into the abyss below. Grasping the railing with one hand, he deflected a soaring spear with his ancient sword. It was a critical moment. Should the psychic storm persist, he would undoubtedly be swept away. It became evident why the bridge was so pristine. The previous bodies had been blown away. With determination, Xiang Feiyu leapt onto the suspension bridge, securing himself against any potential assaults from below. However, he found himself tethered to a cumbersome burden, the very figure who had issued the warning. Xiang Feiyu had little time to dwell on this. Had it not been for a caution, his fury might have been unleashed. While contemplating a solution, his peripheral vision caught a peculiar sight, igniting a spark of inspiration. "You come here," he commanded, and the mechanical blood guards, brandishing battle banners, began to advance. Intriguingly, as the banner encountered the psychic storm, it automatically formed a protective shield, safeguarding the standard-bearer from the onslaught of energy. Yet, as they traversed the bridge, Xiang Feiyu felt the forward momentum becoming increasingly laborious. Without the push from the blood guard behind him, he might have been swept away. I can hardly hold on," exclaimed the alien, clinging to the shield on his thigh, terror evident in her voice. The energy storm was fierce. If no remedy was found, she would surely be torn apart by the bridge's railing. Everyone covets treasure, yet none wish for death before claiming it. Xiang Feiyu sheathed his war spear and seized the alien. However, the moment he grasped her, she fainted, for the storm drained not only energy, but also the very essence of the living. The railing creaked ominously under the strain, and at that moment, the blood guard finally delivered the battle banner to Xiang Feiyu. Once inside the protective barrier, the energy storm ceased to intrude, allowing him to toss the alien to the blood guard behind him. Grasping the banner firmly, he charged forward against the tempest, declaring, "No one shall impede my advance. Those who stand in my way shall perish." With a fierce roar, he brandished the banner and surged across the suspension bridge, just as the energy storm subsided. With one hand raised high, holding the banner, and the other wielding the frenzied dragon soul spear, Xiang Feiyu unleashed devastation upon the ranks of crystalline armored warriors. In the central square, the psychic storm did not cease entirely. Rather, it erupted at intervals, unseen from the outside. After vanquishing one crystalline warrior, Xiang Feiyu leapt into the air, thrusting his legs into a jet of ionic propulsion, crashing into the enemy ahead and toppling a multitude of crystalline warriors. The warriors trailing behind took advantage of the situation to expand the scope of battle, simultaneously providing an opportunity for the alien passengers in the rear. However, fighting with one hand, wielding a spear, proved to be less than effective. Xiang Feiyu thrust the battle flag forcefully into the ground, conjuring an energy shield that established a stable spatial zone. With his other hand freed, he seized the frenzied dragon's soul spear, ruthlessly claiming the heads of the crystal-armored warriors within the safety zone. Even as waves of fearless assailants surged forth, they barely had time to struggle before their heads were severed by the spear's ethereal strikes. At that moment, a larger and more formidable crystal-armored warrior approached Xiang Feiyu, brandishing a crystal battle knife and roaring fiercely. Xiang Feiyu merely cast a glance at the giant, whose armor was still slick with the blood of many slain foes. With disdain, he swiftly moved to confront the behemoth, declaring, "You shall perish." The arrogant giant scarcely had the chance to relish the thrill of combat before Xiang Feiyu dismembered him. With a powerful kick, Xiang Feiyu sent the giant's head flying, muttering useless. In that instant, no more crystal-armored warriors stood in his way. Surrounding him was a chaotic battlefield. It was now time for him to seize the treasures and make his escape. Just then, the alien passenger in the Bloodguard's grasp suddenly regained consciousness, vanishing from sight only to reappear before the energy waterfall. Xiang Feiyu reached out to halt her. A flash? A female assassin? No. The alien female assassin turned back to smile at him, before reaching for the luminous orb atop a corpse. The moment her strength made contact with the orb, an overwhelming energy storm erupted from it, propelling her through the air. Xiang Feiyu swiftly sidestepped and caught her, teasingly remarking, "I wanted to warn you. There might be a trap there, so be cautious." He poked at the assassin's delicate form, chuckling, "Now this should be a true daze." With a swift motion, he tossed the female assassin to the mechanical bloodguard behind him and ascended the platform step by step. Upon surveying the high platform, he noted not only the conspicuous beads, the water of life, and a scepter, but also an array of peculiar and extraordinary items surrounding the corpses. However, Xiang Feiyu hesitated to claim any, as the fate of the female assassin had made the risks all too clear. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and produced a train ticket, directing it toward the treasures on the platform to absorb their essence. This action startled the surrounding passengers, who immediately abandoned their opponents to unleash their most potent ranged attacks upon him. In that moment, Xiang Feiyu found himself with no avenue for escape. To absorb the treasures here, he would have to endure the onslaught and face obliteration. Yet, Xiang Feiyu was no reckless, avarice-driven individual, willing to sacrifice his life for mere treasures. He promptly withdrew the battle flag from his grasp, while his other hand reached through the water of life toward the orb on the corpse. Just as his fingers brushed against the orb, a tremendous shockwave of energy erupted from it, sending Xiang Feiyu hurtling backwards, accompanied by a barrage of various attacks from all around. The shockwave was immense, and in an instant, Xiang Feiyu found himself at the edge of the platform, on the verge of plummeting into the abyss. Just as he was about to fall, he activated the refraction skill within his body. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished from midair and reappeared at the entrance of the outer perimeter, planting his war spear firmly into the ground. He clutched his chest and let out a gasp, expelling a significant amount of crimson energy liquid. As the reverberating energy was released from his system, Xiang Feiyu felt a bit of relief. Raising his gaze towards the fallen comrades and the lifeless body above, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Let's depart." Thus, Xiang Feiyu led 10 blood guards out of the underground palace. As they moved outward, one of the blood guards suddenly inquired, "Master, what about that orb?" Xiang Feiyu promptly gestured for him to be silent, asserting that the orb did not belong to him. The blood guards exchanged glances. Yet Xiang Feiyu chose not to elaborate further. At the very moment he was about to seize the orb, a voice had roared within his mind, declaring, "It does not belong to you." The internal injury he had suffered was, in fact, a result of that voice's assault, which elucidated why he refrained from contending for the orb. Another engineering bloodguard, filled with ire, exclaimed, "Should we not use missiles to obliterate him?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head, deeming it futile. "That individual is far too formidable. His mere words wounded me. Anyone under his protection would remain unscathed. We must retreat." Upon exiting the side hall, Xiang Feiyu checked on the status of the crowbar and the others, only to find them busy in a nearby side hall. Transforming into a motorcycle, he swiftly arrived at the destination, only to discover that Karina and Princess Belia were directing the Decepticons in transporting the antiques and jade artifacts with an air of taking everything without leaving a trace. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu's return, Crowbar dropped the box he was holding and rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Xiang Feiyu transformed back and took a few steps forward, appearing unscathed, yet the energy liquid at the corner of his mouth betrayed his injuries. RC, crossing her arms, teased, "What this? Have you been beaten again?" Xiang Feiyu self-deprecatingly replied, "Not only was I beaten, but I was also looked down upon." The others approached, eager to learn of the outcomes. Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "No need to look. The treasures within are guarded by powerful wills, rendering them impossible to acquire. I simply converted the tickets inside for points." Hearing this, the others felt a tinge of disappointment. Crowbar, however, was unfazed, pointing at the heaps of collected items nearby. "Brother, this is all we gathered, waiting for you to claim it." Xiang Feiyu nodded, recognizing that it must have been Karina's idea. Otherwise, with her limited personnel, it would be impossible to amass such spoils so swiftly. Taking out the ticket to collect the items, Karina remarked, "There's more over there." Xiang Feiyu glanced at the palace across the way, where individuals were already probing. He shook his head. "No, we shall leave directly." With that, he signaled the Decepticons to transform back into motorcycles and depart from the location. Karina stamped her foot, declaring, "You can't leave us behind. Follow me." The entrance to the underground lay just above, excavated by the Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu concealed himself atop the city wall, observing the wandering creepers outside. Beside him, Keelina nonchalantly remarked, "Aren't we supposed to head back? Why not just charge out?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head, expressing his unease. "I have a feeling these creatures are not what they seem. Perhaps they harbor unexpected treasures." Upon hearing this, the others scrutinized the bare-skinned beings, yet could discern nothing of value concealed upon them. Turning to those behind him, Xiang Feiyu pointed at two elves and instructed, "You two, procure a tongue from one of them, regardless of its condition, but do so quietly." The elves nodded, quickly bringing forth an unconscious creeper. After scanning it, Xiang Feiyu confirmed that it bore nothing of interest inside or out. He prodded its body with a finger, noticing the veins bulging beneath the skin, faintly tinted red. Could this be? He pondered, glancing at Keelina. "I believe I understand the situation now. It's merely a matter of whether you are willing to partake." Keelina stepped back cautiously, questioning, "Why must it be me?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged, explaining, "The Decepticons and Autobots are too large for delicate tasks. Only you and the elves possess the finesse required." "Oh, and what exactly would that entail?" Keelina inquired, intrigued. Xiang Feiyu did not shy away from the topic. "Have you ever heard of blood pearls?" Upon his words, excitement flickered across Keelina's face, while disgust marred the expressions of the elves and Autobots. "Yes, we are aware of them," they replied. "Blood pearls, or blood spirit orbs, are formed from spiritual blood and can be utilized for rapid recovery, honing magical skills, and restoring skin luster, among other effects. My team will handle the capture, while yours will manage the extraction. We shall split the final product equally," Xiang Feiyu proposed. Keelina, curiosity piqued, asked, "How do you know all this?" Pointing above, Xiang Feiyu explained, "The flying soldiers have observed that when these creepers perish, they coalesce into a type of earth spirit orb, which has a fleeting existence of merely a minute before dissipating." Earth spirit orbs? This revelation astonished both Keelina and Belia. "Let us proceed," Belia declared, initially hesitant due to the gruesomeness but swayed by Xiang Feiyu's words, reflecting the adage that fortune favors the bold. Alcee, watching Optimus Prime, noted that these orbs held little value for the Autobots and Decepticons, being more beneficial to living beings. Furthermore, the act of blood extraction was excessively gruesome, and Optimus would likely disapprove. As anticipated, Optimus Prime stated, "We shall ascend and eliminate those Earth creatures. The Autobots will not engage in this endeavor." He then addressed Alcee and Jazz, instructing, "You two remain here to assist." They nodded, aware that Optimus's request was more a directive to monitor Xiang Feiyu and his group. Optimus Prime led his team to scale the entrance, and at that moment, Xiang Feiyu commanded, "Action." At a commanding signal, the Titan Tiger lunged forth to capture the crawling beast, subsequently dragging it to the city walls where the specters bound it and commenced the bloodletting. Observing a Titan Tiger grasping a crawling beast by its leg, a specter plunged a dagger into its neck, crimson blood cascading into a vessel. coalescing into a blood-red orb as it flowed through a funnel. Astonishingly, it was indeed a success. Kalina picked up the orb, her face a mask of avarice. What was she waiting for? It was time to act. Columns were erected, the Titan tigers seized creatures, while the specters and elves facilitated the blood extraction. Initially, the elven princess felt a sense of discomfort, but as she beheld the numerous blood orbs, notions of elegance and justice were cast aside. Mirroring Marx's treatise on capital, when profit is adequate, capital becomes audacious. A mere 10% profit incites widespread usage, 20% invigorates activity, 50% provokes daring ventures. 100% leads to utter disregard for law, and 300% breeds fearlessness of crime, even the peril of execution. Should turmoil and strife yield profit, they shall be encouraged, as evidenced by smuggling and the slave trade. Xiang Feiyu observed the warriors springing into action, reassured by their diligence. At that moment, a blood guardian approached him, inquiring about the fate of the assassin. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Feiyu retrieved a vial of life water from a slot in his chest armor. Having touched the luminous orb, he had acquired a fair amount of this substance, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. The life water flowed into the assassin's delicate mouth, swiftly filling her with a peculiar energy. However, as this force mended her body, Xiang Feiyu sensed that some vital essence within her was dissipating. 2 minutes later, the restoration concluded, and the assassin awakened. Where am I? She murmured, surveying her surroundings. Who are you? Who am I? Xiang Feiyu rose, reassured that she was not foolish, merely possibly amnesiac. He addressed her. Who I am is irrelevant. You may explore your identity freely. You are liberated. With that, he turned his attention back to monitoring the progress of the blood or production. At that juncture, a specter approached him. My lord, may I have a word? The visitor was none other than the captain of Kalina's guard, the luckless spy who had narrowly escaped demise. She had been relatively quiet lately, especially after Kalina's newfound wealth had spared her, yet here she was again. The captain stated, Your Excellency, my mistress surpasses Kalina in beauty 100-fold. If you permit, I would gladly introduce you to her. Should you fulfill my mistress's commands, you may become one of her favored servants, an unparalleled honor. Before she could finish her sentence, a colossal mechanical hand seized her, and Xiang Feiyu, his expression darkened, retorted, I have no interest in worthless trash. With that, he raised his hand cannon and fired at the upper half of the captain's body. A powerful energy projectile obliterated her upper body. Xiang Feiyu discarded her lower half to the crawling creature beneath the city wall and coldly remarked, a path to self-destruction. Behind him, Kalina approached with a scythe in hand, stating, I thought you would acquiesce to her. Without even glancing at her, Xiang Feiyu replied, If you are of that ilk, our relationship ends here. Ha ha ha, such machismo. I might consider you exclusively, but you must demonstrate your worth and possess certain capabilities. I look forward to your proposal in the Netherrealm, Kalina retorted, her hand gliding over Xiang Feiyu's armor before she strode ahead. A month later, everyone gathered before the train, observing numerous individuals devoid of combat prowess, engaged in cleaning both inside and outside the vehicle. Xiang Feiyu inquired, What is this? Kalina succinctly explained, The train does not harbor idlers. If one cannot embark on quests to seize treasures, they must toil for their keep. Otherwise, they will be abandoned here. Xiang Feiyu nodded, choosing not to voice any further thoughts as he returned to his seat. At that moment, an announcement echoed. Passengers possessing tickets are required to purchase the next phase of tickets for themselves and their teams. Failure to do so will result in being classified as illegal intruders, and such individuals will be sold into slavery. As Xiang Feiyu prepared to rise and procure his ticket, he noticed Kalina approaching with a cart, stating, I have already bought tickets for you and your subordinates. She then placed a vial of blue liquid before him, adding, A gift for you, the enchanting love. Xiang Feiyu chuckled softly. Data analysis confirmed the authenticity of the beverage, yet he felt hesitant to partake. As all passengers boarded, the train began its slow departure. Upon glancing around, he noted that the interior was no longer as congested. Many seats had been reclaimed, with some passengers jubilant over their newfound treasures, while others mourned lost comrades or loved ones. Xiang Feiyu chose not to dwell on these matters, instead gazing out the window at the infinite starry expanse streaking by. A beeping sound interrupted the silence. Attention all passengers. please be advised that the latest spoils results have been announced. Rank 1, number 63, is the heaven piercing with points awarded to Princess Belia. Rank 2 is the jester, and rank 3 is Casa. Seeing his score elevate to second place, Princess Belia felt a surge of elation, occasionally stealing glances at Xiang Feiyu, reassured of her prior decision. Chapter 80, The Destination Brother, look. The crowbar pointed towards the large screen, displaying the 15th-ranked female assassin, the one you saved. Xiang Feiyu merely cast a fleeting glance, not allowing himself to dwell on such thoughts. His primary concern was where the next stop would be. Though the ruins appeared straightforward, certain areas were undeniably peculiar, and he was reluctant to engage with those enigmas. At that moment, the large screen displayed another message: Demon Assault Battlefield, Unknown Nebula, Invasion of Mechanized Beasts into Parallel Dimensions. All passengers were urged to utilize their available resources to defend against or repel the mechanized onslaught. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the screen's succinct introduction, lost in contemplation. What troubles you? A familiar voice broke the silence after an indeterminate span of time. Xiang Feiyu looked up to see the speaker, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret for the people he had missed over the years. Regrettably, he now inhabited a mechanical body. Though stronger, it was a bittersweet transformation. It's nothing, just reminiscing about an event from the past. Xiang Feiyu replied dismissively. At that moment, Kailina, across from him, inquired curiously, "Why have you been preoccupied with this for several days?" "Several days?" Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. Beside him, the crowbar chimed in, "Indeed, I was concerned for your well-being." Xiang Feiyu paused and glanced at the medic. The medic shrugged. "This is beyond my control. Your malfunction arises from the inherent flaws in your mass-produced model. Such defects are imprinted within the core, and even the source cannot rectify them." Xiang Feiyu raised his hand and slowly turned it, observing the seamless movements, and understood the medic's words. Every gain has its loss, he mused, acknowledging that the mass production of such mechanical warriors would inevitably entail issues. It was akin to humanity's creation of clones, always preoccupied with the potential rebellion of these clones and the subsequent strategies for their eradication. The destination has arrived. Please disembark promptly to complete your defense or return to your original world if you fail. All individuals in this realm will join the defending forces. Your points can be exchanged for currency, equipment, and subordinates. Mission objective: eliminate the temporal rift. Mission identity: cosmic mercenary. Enemy identity: intelligent mechanical legions corrupted by unknown energy. Ally identity: the Adran race, a technologically advanced human faction, comprising ordinary individuals approximately 6 feet tall and towering behemoths reaching heights of 6 meters. Unknown dark energy: an ancient force that has corrupted intelligent mechanical societies, can only invade intelligent machines in their respective dimensions. As Xiang Feiyu read the introduction, he turned to observe the hooded figures, finding their appearance somewhat familiar, perhaps originating from the same place. The items available for purchase on the points unlocking panel were likely derived from ruins or other prior locations, such as the crystal armor worn by those warriors, spears with piercing effects, greatswords, and unique firearms. Another interface displayed local recruitment options, allowing one individual to be enlisted from the quartermaster for 10 points. Xiang Feiyu contemplated his points with incredulity, pondering whether he could purchase an entire planet. Just then, the train came to a halt, and upon disembarking, the group discovered they were at the rear of the battlefield, with a distant sound of booming artillery echoing nearby. From this, one can discern that this is a mindless, reckless charge. One wave of individuals rushes forth, falls, and then another wave follows suit, offering themselves up as sacrifices. As the bodies accumulate, they're incinerated with firebombs, and the cycle of sending more to their demise continues. Xiang Feiyu could only remark that such tactics could only be devised by individuals with the intellect of a gluttonous fool, before he could thoroughly assess the situation. A young man clad in an extravagant tailcoat, adorned with numerous gleaming medals upon his chest, approached. He welcomed the valiant warriors, proclaiming that with their participation, victory over the invaders would soon be theirs, and they would share in the joy of triumph. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an awkward silence descended. All present merely glanced at him before returning to their own affairs. Xiang Feiyu observed quietly, awaiting further discourse from the gentleman in the tailcoat. Seeing no one responding, The gentleman cleared his throat and stated that the president awaited them at the command center to discuss the forthcoming battle. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to make their way towards the command center. It was not far from their location, appearing from the outside like a mountain, but upon entering, one was struck by the opulence within, particularly the 12 transparent crystal columns that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors under the illumination. Yet, as they advanced into the grand hall, their spirits dampened at the sight of an enormous grotesque creature occupying the space. Its head was diminutive and covered in folds, while its belly sagged to the ground, forming a round shape. Had it not been for its lavish attire, one might have mistaken it for a mound of excrement the size of a truck. Surrounding this abomination were several beautiful human women diligently cleaning its fat and ridding it of fleas, a sight that was truly disheartening. As the leaders of all factions entered through the grand doors, the creature, president, greeted them with a welcome, stating that Ada Star was under siege by foreign invaders and beseeching divine assistance. He proclaimed that the gods had indicated that they were the saviors of the Ada people. After a brief pause, he added that the next steps would depend on them. With great effort, he raised his hand to signal that they could leave. However, disappointment lingered among the others. Was this it? No tasks assigned, no personnel allocated. Were they to charge forth and become fodder for the enemy? One of the non-human representatives stepped forward, demanding that some personnel be allocated for their aid, insisting that they would not be mere cannon fodder. Another echoed, questioning how they were being regarded, asserting their noble status. A cacophony ensued, with voices rising in discord throughout the hall, until the president bellowed for silence, declaring that each would receive 5,000 subordinates, which could be replenished through military achievements. Without such achievements, they would have to fend for themselves. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their deliberations and immediately left the command center. Those who had come here were predominantly nobles, well-educated and confident in their abilities to become champions of war. Xiang Feiyu exited the command center and approached the quartermaster, inquiring about the available military units. The quartermaster was rather straightforward, presenting two options, one for the conscripted soldiers, primarily ordinary individuals who would undergo a brief 7-day training, donning individual laser weapons and fully enclosed military attire. The other option involved the wild beasts, which could only be recruited if one held a rank of general. Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment. General? The quartermaster nodded, affirming that indeed, one could earn a single military merit for eliminating a mechanical soldier, and 10 merits could be exchanged for a conscripted soldier. A portion of military merit could also be utilized to elevate one's rank. Each rank allowed for a different number of conscripts, starting with an initial allowance of 5,000 recruits, which would triple with each promotion. Xiang Feiyu acknowledged this, understanding the implications, and promptly informed his subordinates. Xiao Lingtong, please tally the numbers below. Xiao Lingtong replied directly, we have 100 Decepticon warriors and 30 human special forces. Xiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure. Addressing the quartermaster, I require 650,000 soldiers. Chapter 81. The final battle, excuse me? You intend to requisition 650,000? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what the daily rations for these soldiers would amount to? The quartermaster assumed Xiang Feiyu was akin to others who would merely request a few thousand, underestimating the logistics involved, as the biological resources for these troops would likewise necessitate military merit for procurement. Xiang Feiyu scoffed dismissively. 650,000 ration bars. Stop dawdling. Time is of the essence. We must finish this and return home for dinner. With that, he instructed his companion, you, lead the others to receive the soldiers. At the camp, the 650,000 were already assembled, standing silently in the square, gazing ahead like automatons, devoid of any semblance of life. Xiang Feiyu turned to his companion. Are these individuals fit for duty? His companion nodded. They are fine, though it seems they may have undergone some form of brainwashing, which account for their current stupor. At that moment, other passengers who were aware of Xiang Feiyu's requisitioning of all troop types gathered to observe, bemused by what they perceived as folly. They believed that warfare was not a game to be played lightly. It required a gradual, multifaceted approach, along with their sagacious command. Yet, Xiang Feiyu's unorthodox method of overwhelming force seemed nothing short of absurd. Xiang Feiyu nodded, surveying the soldiers below, and commanded, raise the battle flags. With that order, the banners, emanating an extraordinary power, appeared before all the soldiers, forcibly reigniting the extinguished desires within their hearts. Warriors, this conflict has persisted for 35 years. You have bid farewell to your fathers, mothers, and other elders, leaving only you, your children, and your siblings behind. Soon, you shall face a death devoid of meaning, followed by the same fate for your unfortunate children, brothers, and sisters. As Xiang Feiyu uttered these words with such stark honesty, the soldiers trembled in anguish, their hearts bleeding, helplessly weeping. War does not conclude due to your helplessness, nor will it cease because of your fears, and it certainly will not end because of your cowardice. To bring this war to an end, there exists but one course of action, a notion that resides in the hearts of all, to eradicate every adversary that seeks to obstruct your path to peace. This endeavor demands sacrifice of life, of everything one holds dear, and of all that one can offer, to carve a passage toward a radiant future. Observing the warriors below, stirred by fervent emotions, Xiang Feiyu bellowed, "I shall lead the charge. Together we shall witness the forthcoming light. Do you dare?" The echoes of his challenge reverberated in their minds, akin to a bronze bell resounding within, instilling a fierce spirit bolstered by the ancient battle standards that possessed a will of their own, rekindling the desires that lay dormant within them. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the silent assembly before him. Are you truly awaiting the moment of death? Do you not yearn to strive for the light that future generations may see? Have you become mere cowards, devoid of voice? With this, he drew breath once more, his soul-subduing halberd angled toward the heavens as he thundered, "Do you dare?" At that moment, one individual raised their weapon and shouted with all their might, "I dare." The ripple of defiance spread through the ranks as Xiang Feiyu remained silent, his gaze cold upon the warriors below. Some, unable to withstand the weight of his challenge, cried out with bloodshot eyes, "I dare! Idare! I dare!" Each utterance crashed against the gathered warriors and mercenaries like relentless waves. With a sweeping gesture, Xiang Feiyu quelled the rising tide of shouts, a sinister smile creeping across his face, enhanced by the fearsome visage of his mechanical countenance. "Let's depart." With a command, he led the charge toward the battlefield. In that moment, a skirmish had concluded. Incendiary projectiles soared overhead, transforming the field into an inferno. Piles of corpses, consumed by the flames, disintegrated like foam, leaving behind mere fragments of metal and white bone. Inhaling the acrid scent of charred air, Xiang Feiyu instructed his companion, "Contact the artillery. I require a barrage of firepower. Should they fail to meet my expectations, I shall unleash every missile upon their stronghold upon my return." To his surprise, the response did not come from his companion, but from the diminutive figure Shaoling. Eagerly accepting the order, Shaoling dashed toward the rear, declaring, "I shall attend to it immediately." Minutes later, a swarm of mutated mechanical sentinels appeared on the battlefield. As they drew nearer, the artillery, perhaps daunted by Xiang Feiyu's threat, unleashed a torrent of fire, with shells exploding perilously close to him. Xiang Feiyu remained motionless, as did his comrades. After 5 minutes of bombardment, noticing the dwindling number of shells, Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly and communicated with Shaoling, "Do not cease the artillery. Extend the firepower immediately." A minute later, the cannons resumed their onslaught, the fire rapidly stretching into the distance, embodying a tactical maneuver of great significance. The artillery commander's astonishment was palpable. Who would have thought that artillery could be wielded in such a manner? In the command center, an officer was briefing President Xu on the relentless bombardment, which caused tremors throughout the area, inciting the president's ire. Yet, he found himself powerless against the formidable mercenaries. Biding his time to devise a strategy against the obstinate outsiders once this episode concluded. However, they would no longer have the opportunity to experiment. Xiang Feiyu observed the extending artillery fire and waved his hand, initiating the offensive of the Decepticons. Upon receiving the command, the long line of Decepticons advanced, their handheld cannons raised, intermittently unleashing laser fire to eliminate the remaining foes. As the formation progressed several kilometers, Xiang Feiyu roared, "All soldiers, charge with me." At his command, the troops transitioned from marching pace to a brisk walk, then accelerated to a run, surging forward. At the forefront, Xiang Feiyu did not hesitate, wielding his war spear to cleave the obstructing mechanical soldiers in half. With a strong leader at the helm, the morale of the troops soared, and they engaged the enemy with the ferocity of a hot knife slicing through butter, often bypassing the remnants of the opposing forces to follow their general into the fray. By the time the artillery fire ceased, the troops had surged over 10 kilometers, confronting hundreds of colossal robots awaiting them. Many soldiers, anticipating their charge into the enemy's stronghold, readied their explosive devices for a final stand. Yet, Xiang Feiyu denied them that opportunity. Suddenly, a layer of plasma shielding enveloped all Decepticons present, enabling them to withstand the thermal weaponry of the giant enemy robots. As the Decepticons clashed with the enemy's machines, many conscripted soldiers seized the chance to affix explosives to the giant robots, detonating them. A cheer erupted as hundreds of colossal robots fell, instilling a glimmer of hope within the hearts of the conscripts. However, this hope proved fleeting. Chapter 82. The mountain peak ahead suddenly split apart, revealing rows of malevolent robots poised to activate, instilling despair in the ranks of conscripted soldiers. They turned to the colossal mechanized general who had previously led them to miraculous victories, hoping he could perform another miracle. Observing the descending robots, Xiang Feiyu displayed no signs of trepidation, only a cold smile. "I've been waiting for you." As rows of robots descended and advanced towards them, Xiang Feiyu commanded, "Hercules, unite." At his words, over 70 engineering Decepticons began to recombine, producing a cacophony of mechanical sounds. The mighty crawling mechanical beasts known as Hercules emerged, advancing while voraciously consuming the mechanical soldiers and giant robots, grinding them to pieces within their gaping maws. Witnessing this spectacle, all present stood in stunned silence, quickly followed by elation. However, they were unprepared for the true eruption that followed. Xiang Feiyu leapt into the air, his humanoid form transforming into a ghostly phantom fighter jet, ascending into the skies with his squadron to commence a bombardment. Upon witnessing the overwhelming advantage held by their side, the summoned soldiers erupted with boundless enthusiasm, skillfully executing flanking maneuvers to thoroughly disorient the enemy. Some even volunteered to perish alongside their foes to bring an end to the conflict. As Xiang Feiyu gazed at the vast rift in space-time before him, a flicker of helplessness washed over him. He glanced back at his own perspective and then at the colossal train in the distance, suddenly recalling the significance of the accumulated points. To conclude the war and return home, this thought dispelled his hesitation, prompting him to convert all his points for a final settlement of space-time. The points dwindled rapidly, and, simultaneously, the space-time rift began to shrink. As the rift diminished, it eventually reduced to a mere pinhole before halting. Xiang Feiyu contemplated the minute opening, sensing that the solution was not so straightforward. A crucial element was evidently missing to seal the rift. Analyzing the data extracted from the rift and the points he had invested, it became clear that even an exhaustive investment of his points would prove futile. Closing this opening required a peculiar key, one that was elusive in nature. He pondered the shape of this key, an object that should not exist. Could it be? Turning to glance back towards the train, he then vanished from his location. The battle on the field remained fiercely contested. Many mercenaries observed as Xiang Feiyu committed substantial military resources, penetrating the enemy's stronghold. Anxious to claim some military merit for themselves, they quickly dispatched troops to join the assault. Frustration abounded as they cursed Xiang Feiyu for denying them the opportunity to advance, as he boldly struck at the heart of the enemy. The consequence of his audacity would be a low final score for all, including himself. However, the situation spiraled beyond their control, as numerous summoned soldiers began to spontaneously join the attacking forces, eager to vanquish the enemy once and for all. As the rift continued to contract, the space-time train that had brought Xiang Feiyu and his compatriots began to fade, ultimately disappearing. Yet, this disappearance garnered little attention, as everyone was preoccupied with collecting summoned soldiers from the supply officer to deploy them to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the command center, a corpulent figure listened to music, rhythmically tapping his corpulence with one hand, while several beautiful attendants tended to his skin. Suddenly, the rotund man opened his eyes, his piercing gaze betraying the demeanor of one who seemed on the verge of collapse. However, this intensity quickly dissipated, reverting to his lethargic appearance. As he closed his eyes again, he gestured for those around him to exit. Once alone, he reopened his formidable gaze, uttering, "If you've come, then show yourself." As he spoke, the colossal beasts guarding him raised their weapons, vigilant against their surroundings. At that moment, the space before them flickered and trembled, revealing the silhouette of a gigantic machine. Initially taken aback by the sight of the imposing robot, the corpulent man quickly recovered and jested. "I didn't expect you to be so formidable, breaching the lair of the malevolently Yifeng with less than 1,000,000 scraps. But do you know, with a single blow, you vanquished the malevolent machines, striking a blow to all the mercenaries, leaving them in utter ruin." Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "Who truly cares? Once this battle concludes, we shall each return to our own homes, seeking our respective families. Their grievances against me are of no consequence." The rotund figure observed Xiang Feiyu with curiosity. "And what of you? If this continues, you will gain nothing for yourself." Xiang Feiyu caressed the blade of the ancient sword in his hand. "Does it truly matter? It is merely a tedious game, a clash directed by a legion of mindless individuals. Do you believe this is something worth reminiscing? Or do you consider that this foolish conflict could yield any commendable rewards?" The disdain in Xiang Feiyu's words rendered the rotund man speechless. He had not anticipated encountering someone so indifferent to the rewards of dominion. Having spoken, Xiang Feiyu pointed his war spear at the rotund figure, declaring that the war has already squandered too many planetary resources, and it is high time to bring it to an end. The rotund man, upon hearing this, snapped out of his stupor. "Are you jesting? These individuals were not easy to gather. If you truly defeat them, what shall I do?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu could not help but furrow his brow. He had never envisioned this would be the catalyst for such a revelation. "Do you not fear that I might expose all your deeds to the world?" The rotund man wore a look of disdain. "How could I allow you to leave alive?" Xiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of amusement. "Are you unaware of the existence of live broadcasting equipment in this world?" He then projected several images for the rotund man, depicting his own arrogant and grotesque visage. The anger of soldiers gazing skyward, and some individuals even removing their helmets, turning towards a command center with images of artillery and the civilian training camps in the background. The rotund man's complexion soured upon viewing these. "What are you attempting to achieve with this?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "There is nothing to gain. It is simply a matter of my disdain for you." Disdain. No one exhibited greater arrogance than Xiang Feiyu at that moment. It was for those 4 words that he renounced all rewards, forsaking those of others, and abruptly overturned the game. The rotund man furrowed his brow, but soon erupted into a fit of laughter. "Even if the common folk outside were aware, what of it? I am the sovereign of this world, the divine envoy linked to the heavens. Without me, those peasants you wish to save are doomed." His words struck like thunder, instilling terror and helplessness in all, the summoned soldiers, the civilians, and even the monstrous war beasts. In that instant, only Xiang Feiyu gazed at the rotund man with a foolish grin, declaring, "You are foolish, adorably so. However, witnessing your grotesque form, I cannot help but shatter your delusions." Xiang Feiyu crossed his arms. "Do you truly believe you are someone of significance? A deity? Or perhaps the offspring of a deity? Neither. You are merely a fortunate piece of detritus. You truly mistake yourself for something of worth." Chapter 83. Return to speak frankly regarding your position. The heavens bestow it upon whomever they choose. You are but a commoner, easily cast aside at any moment. You are merely a commoner. This statement struck the fragile heart of the corpulent man deeply. "I am but a commoner." Xiang Feiyu observed the disheveled figure of the corpulent man, a cold smirk gracing his lips, as if to say, "You dare to challenge me with mere words?" The corpulent man's expression suddenly morphed, recalling long-forgotten nostalgic memories, only to be swiftly supplanted by a ravenous desire. With a grotesque visage, the corpulent man glared at Xiang Feiyu, declaring, "I shall not relinquish my rights, nor shall I allow you to prosper. I will drag you down with me, and from your despair, I shall be reborn." Xiang Feiyu regarded this man, whose body was inflating like a balloon, with a semblance of indifference. "You intend to harness the malevolent energy within you to self-destruct in an attempt to take me with you, and then resurrect using that same dark energy?" I must shake my head. You have no opportunity left. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, the wall behind the corpulent man suddenly crumbled, revealing a towering red behemoth that loomed ominously behind him. In one swift motion, it pinned the corpulent man to the ground. The corpulent man struggled, yet he was utterly powerless against the Titan's immense strength. leaving him with no choice but to continue channeling energy for his self-detonation. At that moment, he felt something pierce his body from behind, and the malevolent aura within him began to seep out through the wound. In sheer terror, the corpulent man cried out no. It was too late. The behemoth activated its absorption ability, drawing forth the evil energy that erupted from the corpulent man's skin, expelling it from his body. As the corpulent man shrank before him, Xiang Feiyu chuckled, "How foolish you are. Engaging in such lengthy discourse was merely to buy time for my allies to deliver a fatal blow." At that moment, a masked foreign assassin appeared on Xiang Feiyu's shoulder. Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "You think you can stand as a president? In my homeland, even a low-ranking general could easily wipe you out." He waved his hand, sending the assassin into a dimensional rift to seal that small opening. 10 crimson aircraft hoisted the behemoth, carrying the corpulent man toward the battlefield. No one anticipated that behind the corpulent man lay a resplendent golden throne, upon which sat a headless skeleton. Xiang Feiyu approached the skeleton, reaching out to remove a jeweled necklace adorning its chest, which he handed to the assassin on his shoulder, remarking, "This person must have possessed considerable status." With that, he raised his hand and fired a shot at the skeleton on the throne. Strangely, the throne seemed impervious to harm, as the energy blast merely shattered the bones upon it. Xiang Feiyu then sat down upon the throne, declaring, "It is all over. I can now await my return home." At that moment, the once loyal beast that had served the corpulent man knelt before Xiang Feiyu on one knee, beseeching, "Master, please take us in." Xiang Feiyu gazed with curiosity at the colossal beast beneath him. The Ida race was renowned for its strikingly handsome individuals, with unattractive members virtually non-existent. Yet, amidst this genetically perfected lineage, there emerged a grotesque aberration, the Ida giant beast before him. Towering at 5 meters, these fearsome creatures seemed utterly disconnected from the Ida people. Xiang Feiyu wrapped his hand thoughtfully. "Do you wish to accompany me?" The 7-meter-tall leader of the Ida giant beasts nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the Ida giants revere the strong, and you are the embodiment of strength in our hearts. I, Ida Long, pledge our loyalty to you." Rising to his feet, Xiang Feiyu opened his chest plate and retrieved a miniature crystal armor, no larger than a button. "I accept your loyalty." The diminutive armor descended upon Ida Long, seamlessly embedding itself into his form, transforming into a magnificent suit of crystal armor. At that moment, Xiao Lingtong entered, accompanied by others. "Boss, the spatial rift has been sealed. What shall we do next?" As Xiao Lingtong approached, Xiang Feiyu casually replied, "It is time to test your loyalty. Eliminate them." Upon hearing his command, the Ida giants unleashed their energy blades, attacking the nearby Predacons. These Predacons had not anticipated such treachery, especially from the presidential guards who had betrayed their kin. Xiao Lingtong's expression shifted from shock to terror. "Boss, you." A sharp blade pierced through his chest. Xiang Feiyu had somehow appeared before him. "You have revealed yourself." With that, he kicked Xiao Lingtong aside. "From the moment you entered the bar, your true intentions were laid bare. The Dark Stone Star is of paramount importance to me, and you could not have left the warship to meet me without a hidden agenda." As Xiang Feiyu approached, he leveled an ancient sword at Xiao Lingtong. "Let me ensure your demise is clear." Observing the crimson energy fluid seeping from Xiao Lingtong's wound gradually turning transparent gray, confirmed Xiang Feiyu's suspicions. Suddenly, the mutated Xiao Lingtong erupted into laughter. "Haven't you heard that villains often perish from excessive chatter?" With that, he lunged forward, transforming his small hand cannon into a peculiar spike aimed at Xiang Feiyu. Yet, before the spike could reach him, Xiang Feiyu effortlessly kicked Xiao Lingtong away. "I was toying with you, fool." Xiao Lingtong's face twisted in indignation, realizing Xiang Feiyu had no intention of sparing him. He opted for self-detonation, but before his demise. He snarled viciously, "Even in death, my comrades will avenge me." "Huh, they're lurking right beside you." "Ha ha ha." However, Xiang Feiyu denied him the chance, swiftly severing his head. As he watched Xiao Lingtong's body begin to morph into an unfamiliar creature, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, uncertain of the origins of this monstrosity. He picked up a transparent shard from the ground, sensing its potential as a treasure, and pocketed it. In that instant, Xiang Feiyu's form began to shimmer and gradually fade from existence. In a derelict transport ship within the Milky Way, the figure of Xiang Feiyu gradually materialized. He furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. The vessel had been ravaged, Yet some systems remained operational. Suddenly, the space within the warship flickered once more, and several Decepticon figures emerged around him. "Big brother, how do we end up here?" the wrecking crew asked, glancing about in confusion. Xiang Feiyu observed those around him, individuals he had earlier shared drinks with at the bar. There were over 70 Decepticon warriors and more than 20 human special forces. Yet the Hercules engineering troops were conspicuously absent, presumably depleted on the battlefield. Due to technical limitations, the Hercules could not disengage from their combined form until their energy was entirely expended, after which they would disband on their own. The Blood Guard Hercules could, however, separate at will, but the energy consumption from a single fusion was an exhausting 80%, a feat not easily borne by the average individual. Xiang Feiyu instructed several mechanical sentinels to assess the status of the ship. Though their combat prowess was lacking, their technical skills were unparalleled. Soon, data from the transport ship emerged, and the mechanical sentinels hesitated before voicing their doubts. "Master, you might want to take a look at this." As Xiang Feiyu approached to inspect the findings, he too furrowed his brow. The spacecraft was intact, brimming with energy, yet the navigational logs were absent, as if it had been carelessly discarded. Further examination revealed that the cargo hold contained no other items, merely a series of individual cryogenic pods. Within lay the conscripts he had previously led, alongside the colossal Eta beasts loyal to him. The green numerals indicated a staggering count of 355, suggesting 350,000 conscripts and 50,000 Eta beasts. Xiang Feiyu was somewhat speechless. It was unexpected to receive such a boon. However, he had departed without any points remaining, rendering him possibly the only passenger in history to hold both the highest and lowest points simultaneously during a journey. Nonetheless, he had acquired a wealth of valuable items, including 10,000 crystal battle armors, which he had claimed entirely, as well as 9 golden giants unearthed from the abyss and a considerable stock of blood spirit and earth spirit orbs, all stored in the warehouse. Without further deliberation, Xiang Feiyu promptly activated the ship, setting a course for the Darkstone Star. In the outer cosmos of the Darkstone Star, this once colossal terrestrial planet now resembled a gnawed bone, with only half of it remaining suspended in space. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback by the sight, realizing that some of the words spoken by the counterfeit communicator held a grain of truth. Upon contacting the genuine communicator of the Darkstone Star, it erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, you finally came to see us. Please take us away. This planet has nothing left." Through their exchanges, it became clear, just as the imposter communicator had claimed, that the cosmic Locust Queen, unable to withstand the depletion caused by self-destructing robots, chose to sever the Darkstone Star, taking a third of it with her from this star region. Only a multitude of expendable insects remained on the planet, restraining the Decepticon warriors. Little did the adversaries know that the Decepticons, hampered by energy issues, were also unable to pursue them. After some deliberation, Little Ling Tong and the others decided to transform the planet into a fortress. With the loss of the control of the Insect Queen, the local insect population gradually fell under Little Ling Tong's command, now serving as laborers and slaves for the planet's transformation, thereby alleviating the shortage of workers. Xiang Feiyu commented on Little Ling Tong's impressive management skills. Little Ling Tong, feeling a bit shy, replied that he was merely striving to fulfill the task entrusted to him by his superior. Xiang Feiyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Little Ling Tong expressed a hint of embarrassment, confessing that he had exhausted many resources, leaving fewer than 50,000 assembled warriors. Xiang Feiyu had no objections. Assembled warriors were, after all, expendable, and under the current circumstances, being able to hold the position was commendable. "I need to return to Cybertron. When I come back, I will take you all to Earth." Upon hearing this, Little Ling Tong, Hardshell, Shovel, and the other seasoned warriors became excited, for a lack of combat opportunities was unsuitable for the Decepticon survival. Xiang Feiyu commanded the preparation of concentrated food and oxygen supplies, and to gradually awaken the Ido warriors to assist in the planet's transformation, assuring them he would return to lead them away. 3 days later, armed with a crowbar and a short-handled axe, Xiang Feiyu journeyed toward Cybertron. At the Decepticon laboratory near Iron Fortress on Cybertron, several advanced mechanical sentinels were busily engaged at the experiment table. Nearby, a colossal Decepticon scientist observed a transparent object within a containment field. contemplating whether he could cut it open. Minutes later, Shockwave lifted a third of the transparent fragments, marveling at their brilliance. He approached the experiment table, affixing the fragment to his refraction engine. To his astonishment, as he installed the transparent fragment onto the engine, it began to decompose within the containment field, merging anew with the shards inside the refraction engine. Shockwave was astounded at the restoration capability, which was indeed remarkable. At that moment, a mechanical sentinel reported, "My lord, the armor installation is complete, requesting further instructions." After careful consideration, Shockwave commanded the installation to proceed. Upon the final armor piece's installation, the experiment concluded. Shockwave instructed, "Clean the experiment table. We shall commence the next experiment in 10 minutes." The experiments continued for an indeterminate number of cycles, until Shockwave merely scraped some powder from the crystal, a negligible amount that would not compromise its integrity and would be discarded during the merging process. Observing the powder on the instruments, Shockwave sensed that a new subject had emerged. At that moment, he declared, "Install the protective plates. The experiment is concluded." In the laboratory's rest area, Shockwave handed a cup of super energy substance to the warrior before him, stating, "Your growth astonishes me. Despite the technological blockade imposed on the Decepticons, you have somehow elevated your internal mechanisms to the Lord level." Awakened moments ago, Xiang Feiyu accepted the energy liquid, attributing it to your influence. "My influence?" the curious Shockwave inquired. Xiang Feiyu recounted the details of acquiring the ticket, particularly the incident involving the ambulance and medical vehicle that replaced parts for him, revealing everything without reservation. For these scientists, technology surpassed enmity and factionalism. Shockwave nodded, expressing familiarity with the legendary train, rumored to have been boarded by Lord Megatron on multiple occasions. "Your ability to board it speaks to your prowess. However, what surprised me most was the crystal fragment you brought. If I am not mistaken, it should be the fabled core of the Star Soul. A sight I behold for the first time." Xiang Feiyu, unfamiliar with such matters, was focused on how to proceed. "I have eliminated the fallen Decepticon. What are your suggestions for the next step?" "The fallen Decepticon? Naturally, we must pursue him relentlessly until we absorb his leadership power entirely," Shockwave remarked nonchalantly. It seemed that Shockwave had long harbored discontent towards the Overlord above him. For him, the Decepticons represented a new wave of fervor, while the fallen Decepticon, an elder, deserved to join his brethren in the afterlife of Cybertron's soul. Suddenly, Shockwave recalled something and asked, "How is Lord Megatron faring in his battle against the Autobots?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged, finding it difficult to convey, "Truthfully, I have no desire to involve myself in the tale of his rivalry with Optimus Prime." Shockwave chuckled softly, acknowledging the irony of their situation. Once the closest of comrades, now the ultimate adversaries. Simply put, neither could let go of the other, nor the exhilarating battles of their past. Xiang Feiyu smiled, downing the energy liquid in his hand. "I must take my leave now. Consider the remainder a gift from me." Shockwave similarly finished his drink, expressing anticipation for your return. Exiting the laboratory, the eager Crowbar and Short Axe approached. "Brother, you have finally emerged." Xiang Feiyu realized he had spent an entire month inside. Anyone outside would fear the worst. Crowbar discreetly handed the fragment of the Allspark to Xiang Feiyu, who absorbed it into his own spark. This way, the pure energy of the Allspark would gradually amend the traces of modification, enhancing Xiang Feiyu's new form. "Let us proceed to the sand embar." Closing his chest plate, Xiang Feiyu signaled for the two to transform into their vehicle forms and head to their destination. Chapter 85. The world has changed at the sand embar. 3 weary Decepticons entered the main hall, drawing the attention of many patrons. However, upon realizing they were unfamiliar faces, the crowd dismissed them. In a corner, a Decepticon cloaked in tattered garb observed the trio, initially astonished, then breaking into a sinister grin, murmuring to himself, "He has returned. He has returned." Xiang Feiyu approached the bar, tossing a bag of crystal coins onto the counter. 3 glasses of the finest energy liquid, please, and let the remaining patrons enjoy a drink on me." Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, many were taken aback by the extravagance of this unfamiliar figure, quickly breaking into mischievous smiles. "Very well, generous guest," the bar's robotic server replied. Soon, the bar's robotic server presented a bottle of new energy drink, advising to savor it slowly. Xiang Feiyu examined the beverage, deeming it of mediocre quality, hardly worthy of being classified as premium. It was indeed a case of unscrupulous commerce. Xiang Feiyu chose not to indulge, instead directing his gaze towards the robotic server and inquired about the change in personnel, noting that it wasn't the same one from a few months prior. The robot chuckled, mentioning that its predecessor had been dispatched to the recycling facility, and the new proprietor was now in control. Curiosity piqued, Xiang Feiyu asked about this new owner, to which the robot hesitated, correcting itself to say it should be referred to as the old owner, as the previous one could be considered the new owner. You are referring to the group that was consumed by the iron-eating worms, aren't you? I've heard tales of their misfortunes, Xiang Feiyu remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's disparagement of the current owner, the robotic server immediately gestured for silence, cautioning that the present owner had a notoriously foul temper, and should he overhear, he might discard Xiang Feiyu into the refuse. With a smile, Xiang Feiyu refrained from further comments. He settled into his seat, observing the patrons around him, when suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in a corner. Upon noticing Xiang Feiyu, the figure promptly stood and made his way outside. After a brief pause, Xiang Feiyu addressed his companions, indicating it was time to depart. As they ventured forth, Xiang Feiyu soon discerned a limping silhouette ahead, and he chose to follow at a measured pace, as if the figure were deliberately enticing them, moving neither hastily nor slowly, ensuring they wouldn't lose track. After a journey of several minutes, the hooded robot arrived at a slum and halted. Glancing back at Xiang Feiyu, it proceeded deeper into the squalor. Ultimately, they arrived at a dilapidated junkyard clearing, where the figure stood quietly in the center. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu approach, he exclaimed with excitement, "I knew you would return." Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surrounding wilderness hunters and inquired, "Lord Warwolf, what has transpired?" The disfigured form across from him removed a battered metal plate from his head, revealing a familiar visage. It was Warwolf, the former leader of the Mad Wolf gang. However, he now bore the marks of hardship. One eye had been gouged out, one leg was broken, and his body was rusted and worn, a mere shadow of its former self. Warwolf took a few steps forward, attributing his plight to Xiang Feiyu's actions. Me? Xiang Feiyu was taken aback, recalling that during his tenure, the Mad Wolf gang had thrived, so why the blame? Warwolf offered a rueful smile, suggesting that perhaps it was also a consequence of their own greed. Xiang Feiyu remained perplexed. Warwolf gestured for them to follow him into a room, explaining, "You seized control of Shandan Bar, turned it into a flourishing enterprise, and then simply departed. However, are you aware that after your departure, the original owner of the Shandan Bar returned? He suffered significant losses, and unable to locate you, he took direct action against everyone who had any contact with you. All wealth, all weaponry, everything was reclaimed. We, the leaders, were left severely injured, and many prominent figures were killed by their subordinates after sustaining injuries. If it were not for a few loyal brothers protecting me, I would have met the same fate." Despite having survived, the original owner of the Shandan Bar declared that no gang leader could possess wealth exceeding 300. Those who did would face annihilation. At this point, a sinister expression crossed Zhang Lang's face. "I knew you would return, so I waited at the Shandan Bar for you to exact vengeance on them." Upon hearing this brief account, Xiang Feiyu immediately grasped the situation and understood why Zhang Lang was so frantically amassing wealth. It was due to their previous catastrophic losses. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "How do you know I will aid you in your revenge? I may merely have returned for a visit." San Lung glint. "I am well aware of your nature, an unscrupulous merchant, ruthless, cunning, and a formidable titan. If you were merely amiable, the internal elites of the Titans would not extend their assistance to you." Xiang Feiyu smiled and took a seat. "Since that is the case, you must have been preparing for some time. What news do you have?" The gleam in Zhang Lang's solitary eye brightened as a map materialized before them. "It was said that during their last encounter, they lost many treasures to you, and thus this time, they would not store their spoils in the secret chamber of the Shandan Bar, but would instead transport them to a clandestine stronghold situated within a fake mountain 10 kilometers away." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu rose, preparing to leave. At that moment, Zhang Lang let out a chilling chuckle. "Wait, I have another significant secret to share." Xiang Feiyu turned back. "What is it?" Zhang Lang stood, declaring, "This secret is worth a fortune. I will tell you, but you must agree to share 20% of the spoils with me." "Ah, you are quite unready," Xiang Feiyu remarked, intrigued by the portion offered, as this fellow would typically demand 80%. "Due elaborati." Zhang Lang continued. On the 18th of each month, their family transports a batch of supplies to the secret base for transfer, departing on the 20th. If you strike during this interval, you will acquire unimaginable resources. Hearing this, Xiang Feiyu paused momentarily. I shall accept this information, but you will only receive 5%. With that, Xiang Feiyu turned and departed. After Xiang Feiyu left, a werewolf approached. Brother, his manner of eating is quite unsightly. Should we? Before he could finish, a smaller werewolf smiled and interjected, No, his eating habits are perfectly normal. The previous werewolf asked, What do you mean? The diminutive werewolf exchanged glances with Zhang Lang and concluded, In the end, we might only receive 1%. Let's remain hopeful. The other brothers were equally puzzled, wondering why the shares were diminishing while the elder brother and the second brother appeared pleased. However, a clever brother suddenly realized that the less they obtained, the more they could genuinely acquire. The 20% was too much for the wolf gang to consume. Upon leaving the slums, the crowbar felt somewhat troubled. Brother, where do we go now? Xiang Feiyu glanced around and replied, A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. After determining their location, Xiang Feiyu approached a mountain of refuse. Noticing that they were not being followed, he deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the debris. Inside, he descended through a hole. To everyone's surprise, there lay an artificially excavated passageway beneath. The tunnel branched out in various directions, and, utilizing some concealed markings above, Xiang Feiyu guided his 2 brothers downward until they reached a metallic door, where they halted. Xiang Feiyu stepped forward, and after an electronic scan, the door slowly opened. Chapter 86. Annihilate him. Beyond the door was an expansive space with countless assembly lines operating below. Some warriors clad in rudimentary exosuits patrol the area, while many metallic warriors diligently toiled within numerous cages on the assembly line. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu, the many metallic warriors erupted with excitement. Boss, you have returned. Especially the strongest supervisor, who, wielding a loudspeaker, bellowed, The big boss is here to inspect the subsidiary. From today, we shall have a 3-day holiday to celebrate. A holiday. Long live the boss. The boss is formidable. The boss is pure manliness. At that moment, a mini metallic warrior appeared from an upper level and rushed towards Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, Master, you have finally returned. Xiang Feiyu nodded. Little one, how have things fared on your end? The mini metallic warrior, affectionately known as Little One, was the first to receive a combat exosuit as a reward. According to your orders, after your departure, I brought my team here and have not contacted the outside world. Yet, I have heard through grapevines that many are searching for me, hence I dare not venture outside. Xiang Feiyu nodded. Your caution has saved your life. Not to mention others, even the Wolfgang's werewolf has suffered a broken leg and had an eye gouged out. Hearing this, Little One felt a twinge of fear. Xiang Feiyu chose not to dwell on this matter and instead inquired, Are the materials ready? Little One nodded. The materials for 300,000 assembled warriors are prepared and ready for your use at any moment. Xiang Feiyu replied, Crowbar, apply for 500 assembled warriors. And remember to bring back some gifts. Crowbar nodded and followed a mini metallic warrior out. Little One then transmitted the latest data to Xiang Feiyu, stating that it required the boss's review. Xiang Feiyu glanced over the information. While he had received a multitude of components, many of them were inferior, and there were certain issues with installation. 3 days later, at the periphery of the secret base provided by Warwolf, Xiang Feiyu beheld the tranquil base with a sly grin. To challenge me? You're not worthy. Having said that, he hoisted 2 cans of gifts and made his way towards a ventilation shaft of the secret base. Within the confines of the base, a contingent of soldiers stood vigilant at their designated position when, suddenly, they were startled by a cacophony of metallic clinks and the grating sound of metal against metal above them. One Cybertronian warrior turned to his comrade and inquired, Did you hear that noise? His fellow soldier strained to listen, discerning that the sound resembled stones striking a metal pipe, likely the result of inept construction work leading to shoddy architecture. Reassured by his companion's explanation, the Cybertronian warrior felt a measure of relief, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Just as he was about to pose further inquiries regarding the equipment, a ventilation shaft overhead suddenly plummeted down. To their astonishment, the ventilation duct was teeming with ravenous iron bugs. As their surprise swiftly morphed into terror, the iron bugs lunged toward them. A patrol soldier, upon spotting the swarm of insects descending, turned pale with fear. Just as he prepared to flee, the mechanical creatures enveloped him and his squadron. Outside the base, a crowbar and a hatchet, both exhilarated and terrified, pried open canisters and poured the iron bugs inside. The crowbar cautiously emptied one canister, glancing around nervously. Brother, those bugs won't escape, will they? This concern was shared by the 500 newly assembled warriors behind them, who, despite their trepidation, dare not voice their fears nor flee, as Xiang Feiyu stood resolutely among them. Xiang Feiyu remained silent, awaiting the moment when the interior would be cleared of any threat. Suddenly, he received a text message confirming their status, which brought a smile to his face. "Open the door," he commanded. The crowbar and hatchet hesitated momentarily, but then steeled themselves to push the heavy door open. Beyond the threshold lay a grim scene, a dozen corpses, grotesquely ravaged by the iron bugs. The overhead lights flickered erratically, likely due to the iron bug sabotage of the electrical system, resulting in unstable energy transmission. Xiang Feiyu approached a nearby control panel and input a series of commands, swiftly revealing the entire schematics of the base. He led his team toward the command room. Inside the command room, the officers were in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom how the engineering corps had constructed the base atop the layer of the iron bugs. At that moment, one engineer spoke up. "Commander, I feel as though I have witnessed this scene before." The furious commander fixed a steely gaze upon the engineer. "Are you attempting to evade responsibility now?" The engineer, taken aback, stammered, "No, Commander, that's not my intent. I meant to say, I've seen this scenario before. During the ambush at the Shandian building, the enemy used iron bugs to annihilate everyone there." As the commander recalled the unsettling incident, a sense of dread washed over him. Just then, the alarm in the command room blared ominously. The engineer, after verifying the information, exclaimed in horror, "Commander, we have an incursion into our central system, at the main entrance." The scene shifts to the entrance, where three imposing members of the fearsome combat team, accompanied by hundreds of assembled warriors, enter the secret base. The commander, upon spotting the imposing Decepticon and glancing at the image on a once broadcasted wanted poster, is stricken with dread. Cursed be it, a significant cache of supplies remains untransported. He immediately contacts his family for assistance. Understood. The communications officer promptly disseminates the message. At that moment, the lights suddenly extinguish, plunging the command room into darkness. The commander activates the light on his shoulder, cursing the iron-eating bugs and the invaders. "Prepare for battle," he commands. Just as he finishes speaking, a clattering sound of falling objects echoes from the ventilation ducts. Subsequently, the vents burst open, and countless iron-eating bugs swarm into the Grand Hall. A look of terror spreads across every Cybertronian face in the command room. Suddenly, the lights flicker back on, leaving the staff bewildered. What has happened? No one is repairing the power. At this juncture, the door swings open, and Xiang Feiyu strides in with his entourage. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu, the commander grits his teeth and exclaims, "You wretched scoundrel! You dare challenge the Bolina family? They will not let you escape. You recognize me?" "Yes, you can gather insights about me from the logistics department," Xiang Feiyu replies, initially taken aback, but soon displaying a smirk. "Your pathetic family? I've already taken down the fallen Autobot. Don't presume you're any match for us." "The fallen Autobot?" The commander's expression shifts dramatically. It dawns on him the magnitude of the adversary they have provoked. "So, it was you who slayed Lord Fallen Autobot. You are indeed doomed." Xiang Feiyu snorts dismissively. "I presume you have sent out a distress signal to your family. Now that you have, survival is no longer necessary." Chapter 87. Stalemate. The opposing commander sneers. Witnessing the iron-eating bugs not only advancing towards them, but also towards the entrance where Xiang Feiyu stands. "If we are to perish, let us meet our fate together." Barely finishing his words, the iron-eating bugs within striking distance reveal their fangs, their terrifying forms fixed on Xiang Feiyu, poised to initiate their feast once more. However, as they gaze upon him, Xiang Feiyu emanates a chilling aura from his purple mechanical eyes, directing a fierce glare at the iron-eating bugs nearby. Instantly, the monsters, previously ready to consume everything, fall silent, lowering their heads, adopting a demeanor of submissive obedience. Xiang Feiyu then directs his attention to another group of iron-eating bugs, which similarly fall silent, transforming into docile creatures. It appears these bugs can share cognitive information, having witnessed their kin being vanquished by Xiang Feiyu. The surviving iron-eating bugs conveyed this brutal scene to their nearby counterparts. Though devoid of intelligence, these creatures are not foolish. Naturally, they would refrain from provoking a stronger opponent. With a cold huff, Xiang Feiyu commands, "Close the door and unleash the hounds." The grand door slowly closed, revealing the sharp fangs of those obedient little creatures on the wall once more. A scream pierced the air, "No, please." As Xiang Feiyu reiterated, "Crowbar. Go to the logistics department and recruit 10,000 warriors. Meanwhile, secure the nearby strongholds. Little one, take your team and seal off all the passages in Zone 13. Remember, we must not allow that group from Decepticon Logistics to dismantle anything. Hatchet, shortly, you and your men will place the piggy bank at the entrance, allowing the well-fed scrap worms to enter and hibernate." Little one nodded, "Rest assured, boss." Crowbar also nodded, though Hatchet felt a twinge of grievance. Those creatures were not easy to deal with. Xiang Feiyu patted his head, "Do not fear, for I am here." After Crowbar departed, Little one inquired, "Boss, the scrap worms have damaged the wiring here. Can those energy cannons still be used?" Xiang Feiyu responded with assurance, "When mechanical bodies are present, the scrap worms will not harm the cold, metallic machines. However, repairs will certainly be necessary." Observing the scene, Xiang Feiyu inhaled sharply, but soon wore a peculiar smile. "These are my scrap worms. Little one, relocate all these little fellows into the energy boxes for safekeeping." Little one nodded, "Boss, my workers cannot control these creatures." Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with that. I will take them away." Moments later, the guards at the entrance rushed back. "Master, numerous Cybertron warriors have surrounded us completely." Xiang Feiyu smirked coldly. "Do not panic. The crisis is not as dire as it seems." Outside the base, the newly appointed head of the Bellina family was furious. Resources had been seized twice, both times by the same individual, and this time they were prepared. Despite having over 1,000 warriors equipped for defense, they fell in less than 20 minutes. "These worthless fools, if they are still alive, I shall have them torn to shreds." The new head immediately commanded, "Inform them to surrender at once, or when I capture them, I will whip them 1,000 times with an electric lash." To those inside, the announcement echoed, "You are surrounded. Come out and surrender immediately, or we will storm in and annihilate you completely." As a message was repeated for a third time, a sniper round struck the deputy's head, exploding it. "If you wish to come, then attack. I will be waiting for you inside the base," Xiang Feiyu declared through a loudspeaker before retreating into the passage. It was not that he wished to avoid a decisive battle in the plains. Rather, with his mere 5,000 men, they stood no chance against the enemy. Thus, it was wiser to engage in guerrilla tactics within the passage. Even sporadic fire could take out a few unfortunate souls. Xiang Feiyu instructed his subordinates, "Engage in layered defensive tactics and reclaim lost ground at appropriate moments. Little one, there must be secret passage entrances here. Seal off all useless passages and plant explosives, ensuring that anyone who approaches meets their end." The fierce contest for the gate has reached a fever pitch, with several strongholds having fallen into enemy hands. Numerous artillery pieces have been destroyed, yet this is of little consequence. The base is replete with such weaponry. It is evident that the abundance of artillery within the base is a resource the Bellina family has stockpiled for trade with other alien factions. Rather than allowing them to be taken away by the shockwave, it is far more prudent to expend them here. As Xiang Feiyu pondered the dilemma before him, he recognized that while he commanded a substantial number of soldiers and an ample supply of weaponry, including the formidable Iron Devourer, he must still consider the enemy. A cornered dog may leap in desperation, leading to mutual destruction that would yield no benefit. Contemplating this, Xiang Feiyu inquired, "Little one, do you have any news from the Decepticon base?" Little one shook his head, responding that there was none, but a scout near the Bellina family had just lost signal. The loss of signal prompted Xiang Feiyu to contemplate two scenarios. Either the scout had been captured, or the shockwave had made its move, severing the Bellina family's means of communication with the outside world, a task that would be child's play for a scientist. As for the possibility of capture, Xiang Feiyu was skeptical, for his subordinate was not truly a scout. He merely kept an occasional watch on the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Feiyu stated, "If the Decepticon Legion cannot provide timely support, then, little one, you must gather your soldiers along with the assembled warriors acquired through resources for an external offensive." Little one fell silent, expressing Boss, I must clarify that my subordinates, even with additional assembled warriors, cannot contend with the Belina family's guards outside. They are far too fragile. Xiang Feiyu, with a casual demeanor, replied, I understand, but if the Decepticon Legion cannot rescue us, we must have forces ready to assist our retreat. Little One nodded. Shall we ensure the supplies here? If we cannot withstand the assault, we must destroy this place immediately. After some consideration, Xiang Feiyu agreed. That could be a viable plan, but the timing devices must not be too conspicuous to avoid being exploited by the enemy. As he ended the communication, the ceiling above suddenly shifted, prompting Xiang Feiyu to rise, stretch his mechanical neck, and draw forth the rampant dragon soul spear. I await your arrival, he declared. With a crash, not only did the ceiling descend, but 3 figures emerged from within. Xiang Feiyu scoffed at their juvenile tactics, and with a flourish of his spear, he obliterated them before they could reach the ground. He glanced upward at the remaining few, who watched in terror as their companions were reduced to fragments. With such speed in his assault, even if they attempted to hurl grenades down, they would meet the same fate, exploding into a display of fireworks. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. Why not come down? I am quite hospitable. Upon hearing his words, the assassins in the passage seethed internally, cursing Xiang Feiyu. Is this hospitality? To slice guests into pieces? Yet, they remained silent, fearing that this harbinger of death might suddenly turn his wrath upon them. Chapter 88. Bloodshed. Observing the still motionless assassins, Xiang Feiyu smiled. You choose not to descend? Then by all means, stay up there. As Xiang Feiyu concluded his words, he stepped back, at which point several assembled warriors maneuvered a cannon into position and unleashed a barrage of fire, the twin-barreled cannon roaring as it decimated the assassins within the passage, the shockwave propelling them out of the hole. Exiting the command room, Xiang summoned a soldier to install a timed explosive device, instructing that should the warriors inside falter, there would be no need to hesitate. The area should be obliterated immediately. Upon receiving such a violent assignment, the assembled soldier eagerly pledged to fulfill the task. However, as Xiang reached the end of the corridor, a thunderous explosion echoed behind him. The command room had been detonated. Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words, dismayed by the abysmal combat prowess of the assembled warriors, realizing that they had merely completed the placement of the explosives within that brief period. Without the surveillance system, he was left with no option but to wait. In less than an hour, the entire base reverberated with the thunderous sounds of cannons. The enemy had breached the premises, yet every entry point was barricaded by cannon fire, making further advancement nearly impossible. Meanwhile, outside, the head of the Belina family erupted in fury upon receiving reports. For his soldiers were forced to dismantle 4 to 5 cannons at each intersection, these brand new weapons being products intended for sale. The adversary, utilizing the expendable assembled warriors as fodder alongside their own armaments, had turned the tide against them, a scenario that would frustrate anyone. Observing the extensive casualties, one elder proposed the possibility of negotiation. No, the family head retorted vehemently, asserting that should they concede, it would only invite further oppression. At that moment, the elder who had suggested negotiations elaborated, proposing that they could indeed parley, offering a portion of the spoils to the opposing leader. Of course, once he emerged, they could dispatch their forces to annihilate him, thereby securing an absolute advantage. This suggestion sparked interest among others present. It seemed a certainty that the individual inside would meet his demise, and a mutually beneficial resolution would dissuade a direct confrontation. As long as he emerged, they could manipulate him at will. The family head, upon hearing this counsel, allowed a sly smile to creep across his face, recognizing the merit in the proposal. Let us send representatives to negotiate. Minutes later, a member of the Belina family approached, declaring, I wish to negotiate with your leader. Negotiate? Xiang Feiyu paused, momentarily taken aback, before a sarcastic smile crept upon his lips. Very well, let us converse. The negotiator swaggered before Xiang, proclaiming, the head of the family commands your immediate surrender. Or else, once we breach your defenses, you shall be tethered to a sports car and dragged to your demise. At the threat, a look of fear washed over Xiang's face, and he instinctively recoiled, stammering, You cannot do this. We can perish together. The terror in his expression gradually transformed into a resolute defiance, yet the fear lingering in his eyes did not escape the notice of his adversaries. Perish together? You may die, but the net will not break. Surrender now, and we shall grant you a swift end. They taunted, their arrogance unabated. Xiang Feiyu found himself in a predicament. This simply cannot do. I must ensure the safety of both myself and my subordinates. Is there anything else? No, that is all. The fact that you remain alive is a testament to the Bolena family's mercy towards you. The negotiator grew increasingly arrogant. After a moment of silence, Xiang Feiyu replied, I require some time to deliberate. Grant me an hour to converse with my brethren. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to concede a portion of the passageway. An hour is unacceptable. You shall have but half an hour. The other party snorted dismissively. Xiang Feiyu, feeling helpless, replied, Please hold on for a moment. Exiting the negotiation room, his previously obsequious and fearful demeanor transformed into cold indifference. Casting a scornful glance at the negotiator within, he muttered, There are always such foolish imbeciles everywhere. At that juncture, the crowbar approached him, inquiring, What shall we do next, brother? A cold smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips. We shall cede 1/3 of the passageway, allowing them to believe that the negotiations are progressing. He stole another glance at the opposing party, then settled into a state of anticipation. In less than half an hour, Xiang Feiyu rushed back into the negotiation room, appearing flustered. My apologies, our opinions have yet to align. Please grant us a little more time. Witnessing Xiang Feiyu's disheveled appearance, the negotiator's imagination conjured images of a brawl among his party over their differing views. Very well, but you must expedite the process. The family will not afford you much time. Another half hour passed, and Xiang Feiyu limped into the room. I apologize, their opinions remain at odds. Even if I were to eliminate one, there would still be dissent regarding surrender. You must decide whether to allow the family to continue their assault or permit me to probe their sentiments once more. The negotiator, relishing in Xiang Feiyu's dismal state, reveled in the incompetence of the family, finding their inability to handle such matters laughable compared to his own capabilities. Feigning contemplation, the negotiator mused, I can wait another half hour, but you must withdraw the troops from the main passageway. Xiang Feiyu shook his head, stating, I can withdraw my men from the forefront. But the intersection is impossible. That is the territory of other leaders' forces. With that, Xiang Feiyu resignedly took a seat, sipping an energy drink, and lamented, My lord, I am powerless. Upon hearing this, the negotiator's face lit up with delight. If that is the case, a single charge could breach the blockade and penetrate the base's inner sanctum. Very well, but you would do well to devise a plan, should you eliminate the other leaders. I could speak favorably of you before the family head. Perhaps the head may show you mercy. At this, Xiang Feiyu, previously dejected, immediately perked up. Then it is settled. With that, he swiftly departed, dragging his injured leg behind him. The waiting time felt prolonged, approaching 50 minutes. The crowbar, brimming with confidence, proclaimed in warfare, One does not harm envoys. Your brainwashing efforts have failed, and my elder brother's memory backup has been restored. He will not surrender. You. The negotiator seethed with anger. Fuming, the negotiator recognized the threat posed by the opposing artillery aimed at him, understanding the gravity of his words. At the very least, they had seized 2/3 of the passageway. You will come to regret this. With that, he turned to leave. The moment he stepped outside the door, both sides immediately opened fire. The final 2/3 of the area transformed into a veritable meat grinder, particularly for the offensive side, where they were mercilessly torn apart by the dual-barreled cannons, their bodies fragmented and parts scattered. The defensive side fared little better, as the fragile assembly warriors suffered grievous injuries from energy projectiles, with some even being obliterated entirely. The tug-of-war between both factions escalated to a fever pitch, with some assembly warriors resorting to charging forward with explosive packs in a desperate attempt to thwart the enemy. There was no concern about the breach of the passageway, for surrounding it were rows of dual-barreled cannons, ready to unleash fire upon any sign of movement, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 89. Sniping. The battle raged on for another half hour, the enemy unable to bear the mounting casualties, prompting them to send forth a negotiator in a bid to persuade Xiang Feiyu to surrender. However, after over 4 hours, a cunning smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's face, signaling the success of his strategy. At that moment, he received a text message. Proceed as planned. Rising, he approached the passageway, stating, I must meet your seemingly astute master to make my choice. The negotiator paused momentarily, then smiled. As long as Xiang Feiyu led his men outside. He could devise a plan to encircle and annihilate them once and for all. After concluding their discussions, Xiang Feiyu followed the negotiator out of the base. Outside, thousands of Cybertron warriors stood vigilantly, their eyes fixed on Xiang Feiyu and his companions. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Gan trembled. "Brother, there are thousands of them, while we have fewer than 2,000 assembly warriors." Xiang Feiyu raised a calming hand. "Do not panic, I have a plan." Reassured, he stepped forward. "Our situation requires a resolution." The patriarch of the Bolena family scoffed. "Return tenfold the resources you squandered last time, and then I shall torment you for 100 years before I release you." Xiang Feiyu smirked. "Such a delightful fantasy, yet you must possess the strength to back it." The disdain on the opponent's face was evident. "Previously, within the base, I could not act. Now that you are outside, you dare to boast? We have surrounded you now. If not to recover some losses, I would have eradicated you long ago." Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "You are gravely mistaken, utterly wrong." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the Bolena warriors had closed in, realizing they were completely encircled. "It is not you who have surrounded us, but rather we who have encircled you." "What? Ha ha! This fellow has lost his mind." They jeered. Yet indeed, he had encircled them, encompassing all of Cybertron. "Indeed, you have surrounded Cybertron." They laughed uproariously. Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu raised his mechanical hand to applaud them. However, with the applause, the ground behind the Bolena family warriors began to swell, and as the mounds burst open, assembly warriors emerged, appearing behind the Bolena ranks. "Now it is I who have encircled you." This maneuver startled the opposition, yet upon seeing the assemblage of Decepticon warriors, they felt a modicum of relief, for these mere trash could easily be vanquished by 500 Bolena clan warriors. However, the countenance of the Bolena clan leader darkened. "With such a paltry force, you are merely courting death." Xiang Feiyu scoffed, proclaiming, "Is this all you have? There is much more." As if to validate his words, numerous aircraft soared from all directions, while the ground was violently breached by a massive Earthbreaker worm. Following closely were throngs of Decepticon warriors, siege engines, and mechanical sentinels. Soon, the Decepticons completely enveloped the Bolena clan's line, and atop the Earthbreaker worm appeared a formidable purple armored warrior, Shockwave. The Bolena clan warriors gazed upon this spectacle with trepidation, while their leader's expression darkened. "Shockwave, do you wish to wage war against the Bolena clan?" he inquired grimly. Shockwave replied coldly, "According to Decepticon regulations, no clan or individual is permitted to supply Cybertronian military or civilian resources to other races in the universe under any circumstances." Continuing, Shockwave fixed his gaze on the Bolena clan leader. "Your clan has violated the Decepticon edict. I must now take you into custody for examination." The leader's face grew even grimmer as he contemplated a retort, but before he could utter a word, the crack of a gunshot rang out behind him. "Bang! No, my lord!" exclaimed the warriors of the Bolena clan in shock, for the gunshot had obliterated their unprepared leader's head, the explosion reminiscent of a mechanical watermelon bursting. And then, silence fell. A headless mechanical body crumpled to the ground. The battlefield was shrouded in a deathly stillness, which was abruptly shattered by the shooter. Xiang Feiyu stowed away his sniper rifle and bellowed, "The Bolena clan has betrayed Cybertron and threatened the esteemed Decepticon scientist, Shockwave. Such transgressions are unforgivable. All Decepticons advance." With the command given, Xiang Feiyu surged forward. As the enemy prepared to strike, he activated his aircraft's refraction skill, vanishing from sight only to reappear within the Bolena clan's ranks. His spear whirled in a frenzy, dismembering any foes within reach. In that moment, the Decepticon assembly under Xiang Feiyu's control launched their assault. Though their combat prowess was not remarkable and their frames frail, the presence of Xiang Feiyu, the harbinger of death, bolstered their spirits immensely. While a single assembled warrior might falter against a native Cybertronian, a dozen or 20 could surely overwhelm one. If a Cybertronian warrior was struck by 3 energy blasts, their defeat was all but assured. Xiang Feiyu kicked one enemy to the ground and deftly parried another's blade with his spear, swiftly reversing his grip to sever the opponent's head from their body. At that moment, a dozen heavily armored warriors surged forth to encircle him. Xiang Feiyu flickered and appeared behind one of the armored soldiers, thrusting his wrist backward as the metallic shaft of his war spear pierced the opponent's chest. With a swift motion, He extracted the spear and leaped into the air, activating the jets beneath him to unleash a torrent of ion streams upon the collapsing warrior, the fierce recoil propelling Xiang Feiyu backward. As he wielded his spear, rows of Balena family warriors fell before him, succumbing to his relentless assault. In a whirlwind of movement, an indeterminate number of enemies met their demise. The sheer ferocity of his onslaught instilling dread in many adversaries while simultaneously bolstering the morale of his own troops. The Decepticon warriors growing ever more fearless in the face of battle. Just as Xiang Feiyu carved through the enemy ranks, Shockwave, who had been observing from the periphery, raised a hand to signal the Decepticons to advance. With a single command, the eager Decepticon soldiers charged into the fray, sending the already terrified foes into a greater panic. The entry of Shockwave's pet into the battlefield caused the enemy's formation to disintegrate completely. Xiang Feiyu discarded the severed head of an enemy and commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no survivors." His order plunged those who had contemplated surrender into utter despair, yet their resistance proved futile against the overwhelming numbers and strength of their foes. Some enemies, left with no choice, attempted to organize a collective breakout, but they were relentlessly pursued by the Decepticons. As the battle reached dusk and gradually subsided, the Decepticons executed the wounded, regardless of whether they were foes or allies, delivering fatal shots to anyone unable to rise. Xiang Feiyu kicked aside the corpse of Mechanical Beast and approached Shockwave. "Thank you, my Lord Shockwave, for your timely assistance." Chapter 90. Reinforcements. Shockwave surveyed the slowly calming battlefield. There is no need for gratitude. Anyone who betrays the Decepticons or Cybertron will be eradicated. You have also earned commendation this time. However, the Balena family is not as simple as it appears. Although we have annihilated their ground forces and dispatched troops to cleanse surrounding strongholds, even capturing their family estate, their naval fleet is not located near Cybertron. They may act out of desperation at any moment, so you must remain vigilant. I understand, and I appreciate your warning, Lord Shockwave. Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed, as he typically did not stray far from Megatron, the Decepticon leader. If he were to be attacked by rebels, Megatron would undoubtedly intervene. Shockwave nodded. "I will dispatch personnel to assess our gains. As per our agreement, I shall transfer 35% of the spoils of this conflict to you." With that, Shockwave turned and departed. Once Shockwave and his entourage had left, Xiang Feiyu commanded the battlefield to be cleared, while instructing Little Dot to notify all factions near the Heidong Mountain battlefield that they would resume mechanical operations the following day to collect various resources. Half a month later, at the Heidong Mountain Parts Reclamation Facility on Cybertron, Little Dot stood atop a table, reporting to Xiang Feiyu on the current status. "Boss, as per our agreement, Lord Shockwave has delivered the spoils and equivalent products. The resources are abundant, yet they primarily consist of commonly used weaponry, accessories, and assembled warrior prototypes, along with conventional aircraft and self-owned artillery, while the energy stones are exceedingly scarce. The portion of resources we concealed within the base remains untouched, with most supplies left behind by the search teams. In adherence to regulations, we have duly compensated the Wolf Pack with half of our earnings." Xiang Feiyu nodded and inquired about the collection of parts. Little Dot chuckled, stating that this battle has solidified our standing in Heidong Mountain, prompting many gangs to express their willingness to collaborate with us, while we have also gained partial control over territories belonging to the Balena family. Now, no one dares to defy us here. Xiang Feiyu shot him a glance of disapproval, admonishing him not to indulge in frivolities, reminding him that everything must adhere to the established order. Those who disrupt it should not blame him for dismantling their endeavors. Little Dot, with a grin, assured him that he would keep a watchful eye on them. From this moment forth, the battlefield of Heidong Mountain re-entered a phase of glory. Mountains of refuse and heaps of corpses vanished as they were excavated, transforming into level ground, giving rise to high-rise buildings, while the area of Heidong Mountain-esque battlefield diminished daily. The recycling station produced a plethora of parts, which were then dispatched to the Decepticon logistics, yielding more resources, components, and even assembled warriors. The latest report indicated that Shockwave has prepared 5 fleets for Lord Megatron to be handed over upon your return to Earth. Additionally, we noted that the acquisition of assembled warriors has reached 500,000. Hence, we require new transport ships, preferably accompanied by a convoy. Upon hearing this update, Xiang Feiyu scoffed slightly, acknowledging that while transport ships are feasible, battleships would not be forthcoming from Shockwave. We could only assemble a few damaged vessels. As days passed, the number of assembled warriors surged to 1 million, and we now possessed 15 transport ships, alongside 5 cruisers and 1 Titan-class battleship. The Titan-class battleship boasts 68 main cannons, 299 secondary guns, and 3,436 various caliber autocannons, in addition to an array of torpedoes, missiles, and other weaponry. However, this battleship only has 7 main cannons, 15 secondary guns, while the autocannons are manageable. Xiang Feiyu could equip them with new ones. The radar system was utterly destroyed. The bridge was reduced to half, and while the power and warp systems are reparable, the armor sustained 80% damage. Despite the severe losses, upon beholding this ancient warship, Xiang Feiyu was astounded. How could such a formidable battleship exist here? Little examined the archaic data aboard the battleship, revealing that it was a remnant of ancient warfare. A relic from a time when Cybertron's technology was advancing rapidly. This Elder-class battleship had become unsuitable for restoration and was thus discarded. Elder-class? Xiang Feiyu echoed the term, recalling tales of the Cybertronian Civil War, during which many military and civilian technologies were obliterated. War serves as a catalyst for new technologies. Yet it is also the harbinger of destruction for the old era, leaving one to ponder the righteousness of either side. Little assumed the demeanor of a critic, to which Xiang Feiyu cast a disdainful glance, urging him to continue searching for any other nearby treasures. If only we had our own resources, we would not need to purchase finished warships from the logistics department. Although these completed vessels boast commendable performance, their exorbitant prices render them unattainable for us. Little sighed, lamenting our position as mere raw material producers, a circumstance we cannot escape unless we uncover ancient technologies. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiang Feiyu regarding Earth. There are numerous relics and treasures left behind by the elders of Cybertron, perhaps containing the very technologies he seeks. Recently, we have scaled back the production of assembled warrior components, prioritizing the procurement of various materials, while dispatching search teams to investigate if any other ships or transport vessels have crashed nearby. Little nodded, expressing the hope that we might acquire the production technology for mechanical sentinels. However, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Such technology is beyond our reach. Shockwave will never grant it to us unless we can develop it ourselves. Months passed, and one day, Little approached Xiang Feiyu with a troubled expression. "Boss, I bring bad news." Intrigued, Xiang Feiyu inquired about the nature of the misfortune. "The latest order from Lord Shockwave demands that you immediately set sail to deliver the prepared Decepticon fleet to Earth. Additionally, the logistics department has ceased the purchase of assembled warrior components." This announcement struck Xiang Feiyu like a thunderclap. The logistics department's refusal to procure the assembled warrior parts render the production bases of the various factions in Black Pine Mountain redundant. Do we still require materials? He posed a crucial question. "Yes, but the allocation is being reduced," replied Little. "It seems Lord Shockwave has discovered a new warrior form, rendering the obsolete assembled warriors unnecessary." Xiang Feiyu nodded, instructing the factions to ramp up production of various components during this period, while ensuring that the production of warship materials continues unabated. Little puzzled asked what for. Xiang Feiyu smirked. "We will soon have a use for them." In truth, he held little regard for the assembled warrior technology, deeming it weak in both strength and combat capability. Turning to the mechanical warrior beside him, he commanded, "Send a message to Lord Shockwave. In a month and a half, we shall proceed to Earth." A month and a half later, a vast armada set forth, with Earth as its destination. Chapter 91, The Return. This fleet comprised over 2,000 vessels of various classes, including warships and transport ships. Xiang Feiyu sat aboard the flagship, the Adjuster-class battleship, marveling at the array of advanced instruments and formidable artillery systems. Envy welled within him as he recognized his own lack of technology, territory, and strength. The fleet set forth, with the 1st Fleet's Explorer Division advancing 10 light years ahead as the vanguard. The 5th Fleet served as a formidable support, while the 2nd Fleet divided into smaller groups, dispersing in various directions. The 3rd Fleet would merge with the remaining main forces of the 1st Fleet to form a heavy strike legion, prepared to annihilate any enemies that dared to appear. The journey was fraught with tension yet devoid of peril, as the fleet swiftly reached the outskirts of the solar system. They are 1 battleship, 10 strike cruisers, and 100 assorted combat vessels safeguarded 50 large transport ships en route to Pluto. Upon rendezvousing with the garrison forces at Pluto, the fleet effectively bolstered its manpower and resources significantly. In light of various existing challenges, the infusion of personnel promptly resolved many issues. Simultaneously, some warships and transport vessels nearing disrepair were dismantled for materials to address Pluto's resource shortages, while also providing essential living supplies for the inhabitants of the Ada. This task was entrusted to 20 mechanical blood guards, who, alongside other Decepticon warriors, boarded a transport ship bound for Earth. This development brought immense joy to the likes of Xiaoling Tong and the original Crankshaft crew. Beyond Earth, the Cybertronian fleet, after a brief sojourn, dispersed from a solar system to engage in their designated battles. Meanwhile, within the wreckage of the Retribution battleship in the East African desert, Xiang Feiyu knelt on one knee before the imposing Decepticon leader, Lord Megatron, exclaiming, "I have returned." The sight of the damaged frame stirred an inexplicable sorrow within him. Clad in a tattered cloak, Megatron regarded Xiang Feiyu with a mixture of sadness and incredulity. "You still remember to return? You still acknowledge me as the leader of the Decepticons?" With narrowed eyes, he discerned that Xiang's frame had ascended to the rank of a lord. Otherwise, the captains of the Decepticon vessels would not have obediently followed his commands during their journey from Cybertron. Turning away, Megatron inquired, "Now, tell me what transpired." Xiang Feiyu responded, "While at the mine, one of my subordinates brought news of Lord Shockwave. A train ticket." "Shockwave? He survived? How is that possible?" Red Alert interjected, disbelief evident in his tone. Yet Megatron dismissed the information and pressed further. "Is this subordinate genuine?" Xiang Feiyu nodded, affirming yes. "After disembarking from a train, I returned to Cybertron to inquire about Lord Shockwave. He denied the information, and as I was preparing to return, he mentioned he had matters to attend to and instructed me to bring back the fleet we had prepared." Indeed, the fleet had arrived swifter than before, and the number of warriors aboard the battleships exceeded previous counts, which struck Xiang as peculiar. Megatron turned back, commanding Rise. "You have performed commendably in this matter. Now, tell me what you have brought back." As Xiang Feiyu stood, he refrained from directly answering Megatron's question. Instead, he turned to reveal a towering humanoid beast, standing 5 meters tall. In that moment, the colossal figure stepped forward, kneeling before Megatron. "Your Majesty, the Ada beast offers its loyalty to you." Megatron gazed upon the towering figure before him, a colossal being with bulging muscles standing 5 meters tall, and he felt a sense of surprise. "A synthetic beast?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head, proclaiming it was not so, but rather a manifestation of the genetic traits of the human race from another world. Megatron remained silent, merely gesturing to the mechanical sentinels beside him. The sentinels raised their arm cannons and unleashed a barrage upon the monstrous creature. The formidable energy pierced the skin of the Ida beast, yet it only managed to break through the surface. Enraged by the assault, the Ida beast retaliated, charging forth and delivering a powerful punch that shattered the armor of the mechanical sentinel, crushing its spark. The sentinel, stripped of energy, collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the demise of his subordinate, Megatron displayed no anger, but rather a look of intrigue. "This warrior is impressive. How many are there?" he inquired. 10,000. Xiang Feiyu replied. Megatron nodded in approval, saying, "Excellent. I shall accept them. Let them join my elite guard. Soundwave, design combat mechs and necessary vehicles for them." Soundwave said nothing, stepping forward to commence testing the physical data of the Ida beast. Meanwhile, Megatron turned to Xiang Feiyu and asked, "Is there more?" Xiang Feiyu waved his hand again, and 2 mechanical sentinels entered, carrying a box. "I encountered this on Ida Star. It can withstand energy cannon fire. I believe the Retribution is indeed lacking in such an asset, hence I brought it back." Upon opening the box, a resplendent throne emerged before them. The reaction from the nearby Black Arachnia was palpable. Her expression soured as she cursed inwardly, wondering if this wretched newcomer intended to usurp her position of favor. Megatron, observing the throne, or rather, the metal from which it was crafted, bore a wicked smile. "I'm fond of both your gifts. Now, return to your post and continue your work." "Ah, and your subordinate has been promoted to Centurion." Xiang Feiyu bowed respectfully, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, He and his companions returned to the automotive junkyard. Stretching his limbs, Xiang Feiyu relished the long-awaited feeling of returning home. "I thought you wouldn't return." A familiar voice chimed from nearby. Without glancing over, Xiang Feiyu settled onto the bar stool and ordered a drink for each of his friends in the corner. Afterward, he began to drink alone. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoling and the others entered the bar. "Boss, we have advanced." Xiang Feiyu smiled, raising his glass in acknowledgement. However, he noticed the troubled expressions on their faces. "What has transpired?" he asked. Xiaoling sighed. The original sound shaft and hydraulic press have been commandeered by Black Arachnia to execute tasks. "They have betrayed us." Xiang Feiyu handed Xiaoling a glass of energy liquid, advising, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Do not take it too harshly." He glanced at the others who had followed in, inquiring, "What about the tools and crowbars?" Xiaoling replied, "They went to assess the recent conditions of the mining area. I truly do not understand what there is to evaluate in those few mines." Xiang Feiyu consumed the energy liquid in one swift motion, declaring, "This is work that must be fulfilled. By the way, I will grant you a few days off. Enjoy yourselves." After Xiang Feiyu finished speaking, he made his way to a corner of the bar. "You all arrived rather early." RC removed her hood. "We need some super energy units. I'll exchange this." What RC produced was indeed the Earth Spirit Pearl. Xiang Feiyu glanced at it and remarked, "There is nothing of a higher grade. What about a lower tier?" "The basic energy liquid can harm the body. You know that better than I do," RC replied, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "You shouldn't be lacking in super energy units lately. Seeking me out at this time suggests you're looking to recharge your ship. To be frank, with the Decepticon warships controlling outer space, if you take your ship out, you surely won't return safely. Thus, the grade of the energy unit is rather inconsequential." Upon hearing this, RC frowned, but then a thought struck her. She poured a portion of the Earth Spirit Pearls from the bag on the table. "Transaction complete. Remember to deliver the energy blocks to the abandoned warehouse 3 kilometers away." With that, RC departed with Jazz and the partition. Xiang Feiyu raised the energy liquid in his hand, hoping they would return safely. After they left, a small communicator approached. "Are the Autobots up to something again?" Xiang Feiyu gestured for silence. Meanwhile, the Autobots, having obtained the basic energy units, boarded their vehicle to head towards the moon. In the African base, Megatron observed Soundwave reporting the situation. The Autobots had set off. The mission could commence. A maniacal laughter spread across Megatron's face. "Let begin. I command all Decepticons to act according to plan." At that moment, Xiang Feiyu received a message and immediately dispatched someone to those coordinates to prepare the energy pillars. He smiled and called over the small communicator. "There is something I can't do myself. I need you to retrieve an item for me." The small communicator nodded. "Boss, what will you be doing?" Xiang Feiyu revealed a mysterious smile. "I'm off to seek our own technology." In the eastern part of the Earth, a heavily modified motorcycle raced down the highway. Should any vehicle manage to catch up, they would discover that this motorcycle was devoid of a driver. Is this a homecoming of sorts? Yet everything has changed. It mused. What am I here for? To return in glory? But do I truly now return in glory? Regardless, the transformation is indeed immense. To be honest, seeing their descendants thrive is a source of contentment. Content. Perhaps it is time for me to return. After this self-reflection, the driverless motorcycle leapt into the air, transforming into a highly futuristic aircraft, its rear thrusters igniting as it soared into the sky. Above American soil, a fighter jet sped through the air when suddenly a message arrived. Breaking news. The original Fear Team trio was annihilated by Autobots Ironhide and Ratchet while pursuing the Autobots. Before Xiang Feiyu could respond, another message appeared. Autobot Ironhide has been killed by the former Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. Xiang Feiyu couldn't help but comment, indeed. The world is ever unpredictable. Soon, another message emerged. Unicron had activated the space bridge, allowing a multitude of Autobots to enter Earth. It was demanded that Optimus Prime and his subordinates be exiled from the planet. Hearing this, Xiang Feiyu smirked. The plan was set into motion. Xiao Ling Tong. Calculate the positions of the energy pillars controlled by the Autobots, then cross via the land bridge. If necessary, eliminate their control over the energy pillars. Shortly, Xiao Ling Tong responded, acknowledging the task. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu's visual feed illuminated, revealing the voice of the formidable Breaker of the Sky. "I have a mission for you. Eliminate them as the Autobots depart in their spacecraft." Xiang Feiyu promptly replied, "Received, Breaker of the Sky." I shall execute the command immediately. He altered his course towards the rocket launch site. At that moment, a spacecraft was slowly ascending at the launch site. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, a sci-fi fighter jet unleashed 4 medium-range missiles at the spacecraft. All 4 missiles struck their target simultaneously, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, scattering debris everywhere. Even if life existed within, survival was impossible. Xiang Feiyu swiftly ascended, reporting to Lord Megatron, "The rocket has been destroyed. I am commencing my return. Soon." The voice of Megatron echoed back, "Well done. While I yearn to personally eliminate Optimus Prime, I must forego this tempting notion for the sake of Cybertron." Xiang Feiyu paused before responding, "Lord Megatron, though I wish not to disappoint you, I must voice my suspicion. Optimus Prime is likely not aboard." "He is not." "Splendid. But how could that be? Nonetheless, this bodes well. I can deal with him myself." Megatron promptly ended the communication. Xiang Feiyu redirected towards the battlefield, where chaos reigned over Washington, D.C. Autobots, Decepticons, Autobot defectors, humans, human traitors, and armed civilians were locked in fierce conflict. Xiang Feiyu hovered above, observing the turmoil below when a strange voice pierced the air. "All Decepticons, activate the energy pillars." I can't see. Is anyone there? Help!" The voice of Starscream rang out. Xiang Feiyu swiftly descended, spotting Starscream entangled with Sam, flailing about. Xiang Feiyu landed and delivered a powerful punch to Starscream's head, momentarily stunning him. He then deployed his wrist blades to sever the ropes before soaring back into the sky. Just as he ascended, he heard Unicron's command, "Activate the energy pillars." In the air, Xiang Feiyu muttered curses under his breath. This fool. The battle below has already turned against the Decepticons. Yet he remains deluded, truly seeking death. After venting his frustration, he addressed Starscream. "I'm off to assist Lord Megatron. Take care of yourself." With that, he abandoned Starscream, confident that the latter could swiftly recover using his Energon. Upon reaching the main battlefield, Xiang Feiyu witnessed Megatron poised to strike Unicron when a one-armed Optimus Prime stealthily approached. Plunging his battle axe into Megatron's chest, Xiang Feiyu unleashed a barrage from his engine cannon, forcing Optimus Prime, who was poised for the final strike, to retreat. Transforming as he descended, he grasped Megatron firmly. "Brother Prime, you handle your affairs. I shall escort my leader away." With one arm incapacitated, Optimus could no longer rely on his firepower to bring the two down, resorting instead to a rifle on the ground, aiming it at his former mentor. Bang! Meanwhile, Sam was rendered unconscious, and the malevolent antagonist prepared to deliver the coup de grace when, unexpectedly, his body turned crimson, expanded, and with a resounding explosion, a petite figure shimmered in the aftermath, snatching the control pillar and departing. Xiang Feiyu promptly commanded, "All Decepticons, heed my call. Retrieve the activated energy pillars at once." The Autobots have fulfilled their mission. In that instant, the Decepticons began firing upon the treacherous Autobots nearby. Long live the Decepticons! Long live Megatron! Upon landing with Megatron, Soundwave requested, "Initiate the land bridge." As the land bridge activated, Xiang Feiyu assisted Megatron into its embrace. In the bridge of the Nemesis, the injured Starscream hastily approached Megatron, exclaiming, "My master, your condition is dire." "Silence, Starscream," Megatron retorted, pushing Xiang Feiyu aside and extracting the axe embedded in his chest before seating himself upon the golden throne provided by Xiang Feiyu. "Our forces are limited. The Decepticons shall enter a full defensive phase. Soundwave, expedite the construction of the combiner armor." At that moment, the land bridge opened once more, as a pair of Decepticons escorted several activated energy pillars inside. Shortly thereafter, another door opened, revealing returning Decepticon warriors bearing additional energy pillars. A smile graced Megatron's face as he turned to Xiang Feiyu, saying, "You have performed admirably this time. I have other matters to attend to. You shall oversee affairs here." Chapter 93. The Meat Ticket? Xiang Feiyu bowed respectfully. "As you wish, Lord Megatron." Soundwave deposited the energy pillars into the power furnace, accelerating self-repair. A day later, observing the towering information transfer, Xiang Feiyu entered the bridge to find the battle-scarred Megatron intently gazing at the dark energy entity before him. "Our forces are insufficient. We require a significant number of warriors to crush the Autobot ranks." Xiang Feiyu refrained from responding, as it remained unclear whether he was addressing others or engaging in soliloquy. Report, Lord Megatron. The Nemesis has been repaired and is ready for ascent. Our warriors have returned with 340 energy pillars, but the control pillar has not been located. Our forces can no longer exert pressure on the global Autobot presence. Thus, I propose we consolidate our troops and defend key resource points. Megatron, without sparing a glance, replied, I understand. You made a part. At the entrance, he encountered the newly repaired Starscream, reflecting on how fortunate it was not to be constrained by a super-strong armored body. For instance, Starscream, who had initially suffered severe injuries, could swiftly recover with adequate materials and energy. However, Megatron is different. His body material is exceedingly rare. Thus, it cannot be readily replaced and can only be repaired by a diminutive repair bot the size of a fingernail, leaving uncertainty regarding when the entire body will be restored. As for utilizing another Decepticon-esque body as before, it is indeed feasible, yet the defense would be woefully inadequate, rendering it less than beneficial. Starscream gazed at Xiang Feiyu with evident dissatisfaction, exclaiming, You certainly move swiftly. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, I don't wish to. Yet Starscream held a different opinion. Just as he was about to make a few jibes, Megatron interjected, announcing that Breakthrough had officially been promoted to the rank of Major, and that all mining areas in New Texas would now fall under Starscream's command, succeeding Breakthrough's responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu shrugged once more and promptly departed. At the auto bar, Xiao Lingtong quietly reported the current situation. We have acquired a main control column, 193 energy columns, and a warrior who has brought them here. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Xiang Feiyu was astounded. This is the dissolution cannon of the Skybreaker. The Skybreaker, an ancient noble of the Cybertronian race and the former leader of the Autobots, wielded artifacts of immense power, including the famed sword of ship-slaying, the Cosmic Rust Cannon, and the Celestial Shield. Now, the Cosmic Rust Cannon, also known as the Thermal Melt Hand Cannon, lay before him, filling Xiang Feiyu with exhilaration. He remarked, Well done. Xiaoling Tong continued. Optimus Prime and Megatron united to eliminate the Skybreaker. However, not all of the former Leader S subordinates have joined the Decepticons or Autobots. A significant portion has become drifters and bounty hunters, some of whom I have recruited. Among them, the leader is Blitzwing, who currently resides in the bar. Xiang Feiyu regarded Xiao Ling Tong, understanding the rationale behind his recruitment of these early Autobot warriors. It was to bolster their combat effectiveness. No matter how many assembled warriors they had, their combat prowess remained unchanged. Xiang Feiyu stated, Let us collaborate for now. If it proves unsuitable, we shall eliminate them. Furthermore, he instructed, recently, remind the subordinates to behave. I don't want any trouble. Megatron, still haunted by the previous defeat, was wholly engrossed in the dark energy entity. Should this situation provoke the opposition, he could easily become a test subject. 3 months later, at the entrance of the Earth Technology Company, KSI, a professional woman of the Chinese descent emerged with her entourage. Mr. Joshua, I am quite intrigued by our potential collaboration, though I have some reservations regarding investment shares. I need to return to my country to confer with my board of directors for a final deliberation. The owner of KSI nodded, expressing anticipation for favorable news. Subsequently, Joshua courteously opened the vehicle door before him, only to pause in surprise. Ms. Su unexpectedly exhibited a rather wild side. The representative of the Chinese technology firm, Su Yueming, smiled awkwardly and replied, I apologize for any discomfort caused. Afterward, she stepped into the modified police SUV before her, while the driver nodded at Su Yueming and activated the vehicle, with 6 others following closely behind for protection. After departing from KSI Company, Su Yueming, intrigued, inquired about the vehicle and the driver, Mr. Klaus. Klaus replied, This is a modified battle car I purchased years ago from secondhand car market. It's wild, crazy, and imposing. I thought, since I'm back, why rent a car when I can drive this? Su Yueming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the car's captivating appeal. Yet she remarked that it was not particularly suited for commercial use. Curiosity piqued, Su Yueming gazed at Klaus, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar, yet unfamiliar emblem on the steering wheel. Decepticon? She uttered the name, yet Klaus did not respond to her speculation. Instead, he continued, Wherever I take this car, it draws attention. One day, it might transform into an 8-meter-tall giant and say to me, Klaus, I'm truly unfortunate, and by that, I mean unfortunate in a rather dismal way, not in the attractive sense. I trust you understand. Klaus's words became somewhat incoherent, as Sui Wiming had already perused some of his files, including his romantic history. However, as a successful woman, Sui Wiming immediately began to counsel him, asserting, "It's not your fault. It's his poor judgment." Suddenly, she was taken aback by an unexpected male voice interjecting. "Who is speaking?" It was not her voice that had uttered those words. Klaus, unfazed, continued, "Later, this car became my boss, or rather, my partner." By this time, they had reached the outskirts, and Klaus parked the car at the roadside. "My boss wishes to speak with you. Rest assured, she means you no harm." After reassuring Sui Wiming, Klaus exited the vehicle. Feeling a twinge of fear, she called out, "Where are you going? Don't leave me alone." Klaus pointed behind him. "My boss is right behind you. Everyone is here. You can discuss your matters, and I shall return once you're finished." With that, the car windows automatically closed. "Hello, Miss Sui Wiming. I'm a Decepticon commander, Skyfire. Of course, you may also refer to me by my Chinese name, Xiang Feiyu, a name known only to you. Keep it confidential." Sui Wiming was taken aback, surprised by the revelation of a Chinese name. Her initial apprehension began to subside slightly. "Indeed, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Recently, I even raced on your country's highways," Xiang Feiyu remarked. "Gatering had composure, Sui Wiming inwidit. What is it that you seek from me, sir?" Xiang Feiyu opened the glove compartment, saying, "Please take a look at this document." Upon examining the file, Sui Wiming was astonished. "You are still my investor?" Xiang Feiyu nodded. "I hold great admiration for your strategic vision, Miss Sui Wiming, which is why I sent Klaus to invest and protect you in the process." Upon hearing that it was a business matter, Sui Wiming's assertive demeanor emerged. "What do you wish for me to do?" Chapter 94. The Deal. After a moment of silence, Xiang Feiyu stated, "I am deeply interested in KSI Company's artificial intelligence technology and consider it essential. I hope Miss Sui Wiming can assist me." Upon hearing this, Sui Wiming smiled gently. Setting the contract aside, it was insufficient. Xiang Feiyu reiterated, "There is a box in the passenger seat." Sui Wiming reached out, retrieving the box, and upon opening it, discovered a vial of serum. "What is this?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "A gift that women can never refuse, or rather, the more beautiful the woman, the less likely she is to decline." Hearing this, Sui Wiming furrowed her brows slightly. She did not wish to be beholden to anyone. "What exactly is it?" Xiang Feiyu explained, "It is a synthetic serum that grants eternal youth for 500 years. Once used, your visage and skin will remain as they were at the age of 24 or 25 until death." Sui Wiming was astounded. "This cannot be real, can it?" Xiang Feiyu adjusted the steering wheel, transforming it into a serpentine blade. "Should I resort to force, I believe you would find it difficult to refuse me. Hence I am sincere in my desire to collaborate." Sui Wiming nodded, observing the blade revert back to the steering wheel. "I will consider it." Xiang Feiyu flashed the headlights twice. "You should hurry. The entity controlled by KSI, known as Jing Potion, possesses a dual personality and will fully rebel once the technology is completed." Sui Wiming froze upon hearing this. "Are you suggesting we cannot control Jing Potion?" Xiang Feiyu replied, "Neither the ancient malevolent being, the fallen titan, nor the previous leader of the Autobots, the celestial adversary, are easily vanquished. Their demise merely heralds the anticipation of rebirth, and you have afforded them that opportunity." Sui Wiming nodded. "The technology indeed progressed too smoothly. I will contemplate this upon my return." Xiang Feiyu said nothing further, but directly started the motorcycle. At a 5-star hotel, a wild motorcycle came to a halt, and as Sui Wiming dismounted, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, extraterrestrial sir. This has been an unforgettable joyride." The driver, Klaus, remarked, "Madam, my task is complete. The newly assigned bodyguards are elite fighters seasoned in extraterrestrial combat. They will ensure your safety." On the highway, Klaus, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, "I did not anticipate you would be taken away. It was an unforeseen event, but the silver lining is that I have returned with a gift." Xiang Feiyu responded. However, Klaus did not exhibit surprise or enthusiasm. He understood the implications of the eternal youth serum. Immortality? To become a monster? No thanks, my friend. I am but a human, and I wish to remain human. At this, Klaus felt a tinge of melancholy. An opportunity for transcendence lay before him. Yet he could not accept it. Xiang Feiyu teased, "You, a Westerner, are rather particular. Very well, I shall keep the serum for you." At the hotel, upon returning to her room, Su Yuiming inquired of her secretary. Has any information from KSI come through? The secretary shook her head. None, though rumors abound that their technology has encountered issues, rendering them unable to control Jingpotion S form. Su Yuiming pondered. It seemed she must indeed contemplate the next step. At the abandoned car park bar, it was now teeming with patrons. More Cybertronians frequented this establishment to enjoy a drink during their leisure time. In order to acquire the consumable crystal coins, they are compelled to undertake various tasks, such as escorting, mining, assassinating, plundering, and even selling information. The Decepticon warriors then launch assaults based on this intelligence, obliterating foes such as the fallen Decepticons, the rebellious Autobots, and hostile bounty hunters. Within a cavern, Xiang Feiyu vanquishes the last of the fallen Decepticons and surveys the battlefield. Xiao Lingtong approaches, informing him that during this period, they have seized control of 17 mines, 12 of which were commandeered by the Reprisal, leaving them with 8 super-energy mines and 15 metal mines under their dominion. Xiang Feiyu nods and inquires about the situation with the Reprisal. Xiao Lingtong expresses concern that Lord Megatron appears to have discovered a method to control the dark super-energy, albeit through extreme measures. Currently, Megatron seems to be taking desperate risks. However, this does not pertain to Xiang Feiyu. His primary focus is on managing the mining operations and intensifying resource collection. Hurry back! Lord Megatron has gone mad. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu receives a communication from Tarantulas. Sensing something amiss, he requests Soundwave to activate the land bridge. In less than 2 seconds, a portal of light materializes before him, transporting him to the flagship of the Reprisal. Upon arrival, he finds only a shaken Tarantulas on the bridge. What has transpired, Tarantulas? He asks. Tarantulas indicates a large mass of dark super-energy at the center, explaining that Lord Megatron has plunged the dark super-energy into his spark, utilizing its formidable malevolent power to mend his damaged form before venturing out alone. As Tarantulas speaks, a sense of unease washes over him. Why are you consistently absent from the Reprisal and frequently venturing outside? Xiang Feiyu offers an awkward smile. I am but a mere centurion, without orders. I cannot traverse to and from the Reprisal. Shortly thereafter, a buoyant Megatron strides in, exclaiming, "Ha! Optimus Prime and his little entourage are in for a challenge this time." The others salute, addressing him as Lord Megatron. Megatron waves dismissively, commanding Soundwave to immediately align the space bridge toward Cybertron. I shall hurl the dark super-energy onto Cybertron. Soon, my indomitable army will aid us in conquering the entire universe. Xiang Feiyu and Tarantulas exchange glances, contemplating the potential folly of this plan. Megatron then fixes his gaze on Xiang Feiyu, instructing, "What are you doing here? Intensify the hunt for the traitorous Decepticons. We cannot allow them to regain their strength, or we shall face dire consequences." Xiang Feiyu bows and promptly departs the warship. On the outskirts of Texas, as Xiang Feiyu drives along the highway, a message suddenly arrives. Bringing a smile to his face, he has finally taken the first step. He turns the vehicle around and halts by the roadside where he had previously been. Shortly thereafter, a string of sports cars approaches, and after Joshua and Su Yuiming alight from their vehicles, they join Xiang Feiyu on his motorcycle. "Greetings, my partners have delivered astonishing news," he states. At that moment, the motorcycle's dashboard flickers. "Are you referring to your new motorcycle, the Skybreaker, or something else?" Joshua beamed with excitement, pondering the wonders of those miraculous potions, elixirs of immortality and simple remedies for cancer and other perplexing ailments. Xiang Feiyu, after a moment of contemplation, regretfully replied, "I'm sorry. My friend, the universe is vast, yet I've been unsuccessful in establishing contact with the United Star City. The potions I currently possess originate from an ancient relic, and they're all I have." Instead of feeling disheartened, Joshua rubbed his hands together eagerly. "You, the Decepticon technology," Xiang Feiyu interjected, "while I am affiliated with the Decepticons, I am not like them. Furthermore, birth, aging, illness, and death are experiences every sentient race must endure. If you forcibly alter the genes, the only outcome will be catastrophic, a world plunged into chaos, akin to a bioweapon crisis." Chapter 95. Explosive Combat. Ah, how blunt you are. Joshua leaned back. "I can offer our advanced particle technology for a fair exchange of other technologies." After a moment's thought, Xiang Feiyu opened the glove compartment, revealing 5 vials of potions. This is the maximum I can offer, and these are products that have shown no adverse effects after use by my subordinates. As he spoke, the rearview mirror projected a series of images, scenes of human special forces engaged in combat, showcasing some rare recovery potions. Wow, Joshua exclaimed, lifting the 5 vials and placing a USB drive on the steering wheel. A delightful collaboration. From the back seat, Su Yuiming poked her head forward. What about mine, sir? Without a word, Xiang Feiyu retrieved another vial and declared, a fruitful partnership. As the two exited the vehicle, Joshua excitedly remarked, even if our robotic technology fails, we can swiftly pivot to pharmaceutical production. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a colossal robot, his violet eyes fixating on Joshua and Su Yuiming, startling Joshua and prompting the bodyguards to raise their weapons in alarm. Xiang Feiyu cautioned, know your own limitations. Taking too great a leap can lead to dire consequences. With that, he sprinted away, transforming into a motorcycle and vanishing down the road in a blur. A classic warning indeed, Joshua muttered to himself. In a valley in Texas, a massive Cybertronian transport ship awaited, and Xiang Feiyu stepped inside. Within, only an intelligence system resided. No Decepticons were present. As he surveyed the rows of assembled Decepticon warriors, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. Soon, his grand army would emerge. Xiang Feiyu linked the data disk, which contained all necessary information. He would not fully rely on Joshua's technology, as he possessed the highest Cybertronian technology supported by the Shockwave. The two technologies fused, and analysis revealed successful integration at 20%, 50%, and ultimately 100%. The transformation particle fusion technology has been initiated, and data analysis has proven successful. There are 10 levels of options. The first level is the militia grade, with a 1-to-1 exchange rate. The second level is the junior soldier grade, at a 1-to-10 exchange rate. The third level is the intermediate soldier grade, at a 1-to-50 exchange rate. The fourth level is the advanced soldier grade, at a 1-to-100 exchange rate. The fifth level is the warrior grade, at a 1-to-500 exchange rate. And the sixth level is the elite warrior grade, at a 1-to-1000 exchange rate. Xiang Feiyu understood that the required level of artificial soldiers would determine the amount of assembly soldier materials consumed. There are only 300,000 finished soldiers aboard the spacecraft, along with 500,000 materials lacking cores and sparks. Seeing these numbers, Xiang Feiyu felt disheartened. He had initially believed that bringing a few million assembly soldiers would suffice, but the synthesis yielded far fewer than expected. To fuse 100 elite warriors, 2,000 advanced soldiers, and 50,000 junior soldiers, orders were issued. Before him, rows of assembly soldiers transformed into ion streams, merging into a single soldier. These diverse soldiers unified in form, with a trio of Viper, Scorpion, and Hornet taking on a sports car shape, while the Heavy Fist, Iron Fist, and Uppercut brothers assumed the form of armored vehicles. The rolling wheel morphed into a cargo truck, while the folding wing transformed into an F-16, and the propeller into an Apache helicopter. Although a few rare bodies remained, they were largely considered ordinary cannon fodder. Standing on the transmission platform, Xiang Feiyu grasped the controller, channeling energy through the spark source fragments that activated the unique Decepticon genes, directly transferring them into the artificial titan before him. In that moment, all the artificial titans transformed into ion streams, coalescing into new bodies from another location. At that instant, they knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Master." The Decepticon titans report for duty. Xiang Feiyu extended his hand, urging rise. He then looked upon the artificial titan warriors and promptly headed to the energy chamber for replenishment, as a task awaited him. In reality, Xiang Feiyu was merely igniting their sparks. Otherwise, if all energy were consumed, the spark source fragments would not withstand the strain. In the metropolis of Huaxia, the Autobots and the Decepticons led by him were engaged in battle. The outnumbered Autobots faced relentless defeat, and without the support of local military forces, they might have been obliterated. Just as confusion reigned, a sci-fi fighter jet transformed into humanoid form, landing atop a skyscraper. Raising a battle spear high, he shouted, "Decepticons, advance!" At that moment, a wave of artificial titans surged from another direction, breaching the melee between the Autobots and their adversaries' titans, leaving the Autobots bewildered. "It is Pote Tianxiong. He has come to purge the remnants of the fallen titans," Arxie remarked. Standing atop the building, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the battlefield below and leapt down, transforming midair. The fighter unleashed a barrage, sweeping across the entire area. Irrespective of whether they were human, Autobots, or even his own kind, all fell within the range of his assault. I am Po Tianxiong, the formidable Decepticon warrior. In the midst of the battlefield, Xiang Feiyu descended, transforming and wielding the soul-subduing spear of the Mad Dragon, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Fallen Optimus, come forth. Do you not yearn to reclaim the leader's power within me? This is a splendid opportunity. Such chances may not present themselves again. Xiang Feiyu wielded his battle spear, sweeping through and severing several foes before drawing his ancient sword to dispatch a number of nearby artificial titans attempting to launch a surprise attack. Perish, you scoundrels! As Xiang Feiyu wreaked havoc, the destruction he caused was equally astonishing. Arsai remarked, "Drift, ascend into the sky, and assist in locating the elusive Jing Patian. Otherwise, the entire city shall be laid waste." "Why must it be me?" Drift retorted, "His subordinates can all fly." He grimaced at the thought of becoming a target for the enemy. Arsai sighed, exclaiming, "His minions are nothing but a bunch of mindless fools. Pointing them in the direction of Jing Patian would be a futile endeavor." At that moment, Optimus Prime, perched atop a Tyrannosaurus Rex, added, "Drift, go forth. The sooner you locate them, the sooner we can conclude this battle." Upon hearing his leader's command, Drift transformed and soared into the skies, maneuvering with utmost caution. A battle raged not only on the ground, but also in the air, where two factions of artificial titans clashed fiercely. Missiles careened haphazardly, striking the surrounding buildings. After traversing 4 blocks, Drift spotted a familiar figure in a park. "Found him. Coordinates confirmed. Hurry." Upon receiving this news, Arsai promptly relayed the information to Xiang Feiyu. Instantly, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a ghostly phantom aircraft, incinerating 2 would-be assailants with his exhaust flame before soaring upwards. He veered midair, charging towards a target not far off. "Don't run. Aren't you going to reclaim your weapon?" Xiang Feiyu exclaimed, unleashing a barrage from his thermal hand cannon. Although Jing Patian eluded most of the shots, his bodyguards fell one by one, their forms rusting away like corroded metal. As Xiang Feiyu neared the ground, he lifted his nose, transforming his body to collide forcefully with Jing Patian. The two shattered through 4 towering edifices before Xiang Feiyu kicked him away. "Hand over the leader's power, so I may absorb it." Chapter 96. Farewell. With that, Xiang Feiyu delivered a punch to the freshly risen Jing Potion's head. Not one to be outwitted, Jing Patian swiftly leveraged the force to propel himself into the air and transformed into a motorcycle to escape. Yet, he could not flee far before Xiang Feiyu, also transformed into a motorcycle, pursued him. As they closed in, Xiang Feiyu leaped, transforming midair to tackle Jing Patian into a nearby shop and then burst forth from the other side. Xiang Feiyu sprang up, seizing his hand cannon to fire repeatedly. But Jing Patian deftly evaded. As they neared each other, Jing Patian unleashed wrist blades and lunged at Xiang Feiyu's arm, while charging forward in a bid to break through. Xiang Feiyu retracted his hand cannon, drawing his ancient sword to slash at the fallen Titan's arm, sparking a cascade of fiery sparks. One must concede, his armor is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu forcefully kicked aside Jing Patian, retracting his ancient sword and brandishing his war spear, striking downward toward his adversary. In a confrontation with the leader, Xiang Feiyu preferred to wield the spear. Jing Patian raised both hands to block the spear, yet his body involuntarily sank. "You treacherous dog! I will not spare you," he spat. Xiang Feiyu responded with a cold smirk. "This time, you have no chance." The two engaged fiercely, their weapons clashing and sparks flying, while nearby structures suffered collateral damage. After a prolonged battle, Jing Patian began to feel fear and contemplated retreat. However, Xiang Feiyu was equally strained, primarily due to the formidable resilience of Jing Potion's armor. A direct hit to the chest's ember seam was essential, but at this moment, Jing Potion's chest bore not an ember, but a devouring magic hole. Yet, Jing Patian, disinclined to continue the fight, unwittingly provided Xiang Feiyu with an opportunity. If Xiang Feiyu could endure just a bit longer, Jing Patian would surely falter, his energy waning. Sensing the tide turning, Jing Patian seized the moment, aided by 2 of his subordinates, and attempted to flee. This maneuver granted Xiang Feiyu a chance. He spun his body and, after dispatching the two artificial titans, hurled the spear with great force. Feeling a sinister wind at his back, Jing Patian swiftly evaded, but as he did, a gunshot rang out behind him, followed by an explosion that shattered his shoulder armor, severing an arm. A torrent of greenish, blood-like energy gushed forth, and Jing Patian cried out in agony. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu charged forward with his ancient sword, aiming a lethal strike at the downed Jing Patian, who instinctively rolled away to escape the fatal blow, preparing to transform and flee. However, Xiang Feiyu denied him that opportunity, producing a thermal melt cannon and firing at the sluggish Jing Patian bang. The dissolving cannon struck Jing Patian's armor, shattering only a fragment. It was evident that a leader-class body was indeed formidable. Xiang Feiyu continued to fire, sending parts of Jing Patian's form scattering, ultimately rendering him incapable of transformation, forced to lie on the ground, groaning. Xiang Feiyu approached, surveying the damaged Jing Patian. You truly have aged. If you had fought with all your might, your sturdy armor might have meant my demise instead. With that, he aimed at the central hole in Jing Patian's chest and fired once more, the projectile's dissolving energy beginning to consume him from within. Xiang Feiyu then targeted his neck, exclaiming, "This is for Ironhide." In an instant, Jing Patian's form disintegrated entirely, an unusual energy emanating from the remnants, which Xiang Feiyu absorbed. At that moment, a cold smile graced Xiang Feiyu's lips as he declared, "Annihilate them. Leave no survivors." Deprived of their leader's support, the artificial titans, infused with the genes of the fallen titans and the skyward adversaries, scattered like leaves from a toppled tree. Despite the relentless pursuit of the remaining artificial titans under Xiang Feiyu's command, several thousand managed to escape. Observing the lack of further gains, Xiang Feiyu summoned his subordinates and promptly withdrew. Optimus Prime and the Autobots surveyed the ravaged city with expressions of helplessness. On the other side, the employees of KSI Company wore expressions of dismay, for the consequences of recent events foretold the imminent liquidation of the firm, a bankruptcy etched in stone. Yet their boss exhibited not a shred of concern, instead fixating on the bank clerk seated in the lobby, awaiting repayment. "Soon, you shall willingly lend me money once more." Nearby, Su Yueming adjusted her rimless glasses, determined that failure could not be an option this time. Should they falter again, KSI would be irrevocably relegated to the status of refuse. Observing the increasingly youthful and beautiful Su Yueming, Joshua burst into laughter, reassuring her, "Fear not. For my true expertise lies in the realm of medicine." After uttering a statement met with skepticism, Joshua inquired about the status of the share buyback. Su Yueming produced a document, revealing that KSI's shares have been discarded into the proverbial trash, with most board members relinquishing their stakes. The remaining shares were either forgotten by their holders or regarded with indifference. Joshua nodded, asking, "When will our guests arrive?" Su Yueming shook her head, uncertain. "It's hard to say. The battle in the eastern metropolis has just concluded, and their current stance remains unclear." Below, the creditors grew restless, and even the security personnel found it challenging to maintain order. "It's nearly time," Su Yueming declared. Joshua stood, "Then let us proceed." The two made their way to the lobby, where Su Yueming addressed the gathering. "Esteemed guests, in 3 minutes, we will convene a shareholders' meeting in the top-floor conference room, and you are all welcome to attend." 3 minutes later, all the journalists, bankers, and creditors were seated in the back, while only Joshua and Su Yueming occupied the director's seats. Noticing the absence of attendees, a reporter suddenly asked, "Mr. President, would you mind if we broadcast live?" Su Yueming rose, a smile gracing her face as she replied, "Not at all. We would be more than pleased to receive the support of the media free of charge." Continuing, Su Yueming stated, "KSI has encountered a grave incident, resulting in significant losses for various sectors of society. On behalf of KSI, I extend our sincerest apologies. Furthermore, as decided by our senior management, we will acquire all shares from the public at market value. Currently, Mr. Joshua holds 70% of the shares, while Ms. Su Yueming possesses 23%, leaving 7% for the general public." As Su Yueming concluded, the crowd erupted in confusion. What does this mean? She did not leave them in suspense, promptly revealing, "Just yesterday, following the conclusion of the battle in the eastern metropolis, my friend Mr. Klaus decided to inject $300 billion into KSI, assuming the honorary presidency." "What? Is this man insane? Impossible. The audience felt bewildered. Was this not a futile endeavor? Then, to everyone's astonishment, Joshua stood and declared, in light of the current circumstances, KSI has resolved to sell a portion of its technological assets to the East to compensate for the metropolis's losses and personnel reparations, with the remaining subsidies to be arranged by the metropolis's leadership. Have they reached an agreement? Is this a jest? How could the United States possibly consent to such a notion? Observing their astonishment, a wild smile crept across Joshua's face. Additionally, there is a significant announcement to relay to friends across the globe who are following KSI Company. According to the executive decision, KSI Pharmaceuticals has officially been established. The initial phase of human trials for the medication has proven successful, with Ms. Su Yueming's skin rejuvenated to that of a 24-year-old, and certified by official medical institutions in 32 countries. What? This is madness. The avaricious capitalists. Chapter 97, additional chapter, upon the dissemination of this information. Coupled with close-up footage of Su Yueming, all were left speechless. However, as they scrambled to acquire shares in KSI, it was already too late. Besides the shares held by Joshua and Su Yueming, the remainder was in the hands of Su Yueming's bodyguards, who were the first to receive news of Klaus's investment. In the underground parking lot of KSI, a modified police motorcycle housed 4 individuals. The virtual driver spoke. "Klaus, my friend, I respect your choice." Klaus bowed his head in silence, while the black man, Kent, remarked, "I always knew you were this kind of person, but I respect your choice nonetheless." Another person behind them attempted to speak, but faltered, ultimately shrugging, "I'm about to get promoted. Shouldn't I be happy?" Kent, standing beside him, shot him a middle finger, and Klaus declared, "I love her. I cannot live without her, especially now that she carries my child." The person seated behind shrugged. "Are you certain that child is yours?" Kent did mention that woman is quite promiscuous. Kent cursed, "You're merely a sycophant. You'll end up in ruin." Klaus held his head. "I'm sorry, but I cannot just walk away." The two behind him still wished to speak, but the motorcycle's projected driver raised a hand to halt them. "I said I respect your choice, just as I once chose you. I have never regretted it, and I hope you will not either." At this, the passenger side compartment opened, and he presented a vial. "This medication is for you. If you choose to utilize it, do so. If not, you may pass it to Joshua. Of course, the Skyward team will always welcome your return." As the passenger door opened, Klaus stepped out of the motorcycle, glanced back at his 2 friends, waved, and proceeded directly into the elevator. 3 hours later, KSI Company announced a formal restructuring of its shares, with a new technological pharmaceutical entity poised to unveil itself to the world. Xiang Feiyu drove along the highway, pulling the two along. Kent sighed. "I knew this day would come." Just as Xiang Feiyu was about to respond, he received a message. Frowning slightly, he replied, "Are you certain?" The response came, "Optimus Prime is severely injured. We require more advanced materials." Xiang Feiyu sighed. "I'll see. I do not know who advised you, but you're playing with fire. This could very well lead to his corruption." Alcee found herself in a state of resignation, with both esteemed medical masters voicing their opinions. She felt powerless. Perhaps these 2 medical luminaries could eradicate the pollution. An ambulance and a medical vehicle? Xiang Feiyu sensed that something was amiss. It was highly likely that some sort of will was manipulating them, or perhaps influencing everyone, much like the current scenario with Megatron. "I must seek an audience with Lord Megatron." Standing at the threshold, Xiang Feiyu gazed upon Megatron, whose mind was consumed by dark energies. "Are you implying that Optimus Prime has been gravely injured by bounty hunters?" Xiang Feiyu nodded. According to the information provided by the Autobots, Optimus Prime had suffered a complete severance of his right arm, a wound to his left chest, and his spark had been pierced, among other injuries. Megatron, rare in his attentiveness, turned his gaze. His previous injuries had healed with the aid of dark energies, and his eyes, shimmering with a violet hue, fixed upon Xiang Feiyu. "Optimus Prime shall perish at my hand alone, and I have prepared a grand gift. He cannot simply die without my intervention. Go deliver that body to him. My offering must not go unreceived." With a dismissive gesture, Megatron commanded Xiang Feiyu to depart, instructing Soundwave to ready the space bridge, anticipating the return of his old comrade to present the gift. As Xiang Feiyu exited, he could only shrug in response to the glowering red spider, who grasped his arm. "You cannot hand them over. This is an opportunity. There are tasks Lord Megatron prefers not to undertake, and thus it falls upon us, his servants, to fulfill them." Xiang Feiyu offered a resigned smile. "Commander Red Spider, do you truly believe that Optimus Prime would perish so easily? He is surrounded by two eminent physicians." How can this be? Then why the rumors? Is this a conspiracy?" Red Spider pondered, ultimately realizing the inconsistency. Cybertronians do not simply die of old age. As long as there is energy, as long as there are physicians, and as long as one is not yet deceased, revival is possible. The notion that Optimus Prime was on the brink of death was untenable unless he was already gone, which seemed implausible. With a frown etched upon her face, Red Spider questioned, what could possibly be the truth? Xiang Feiyu glanced at her, then gestured toward Megatron within the command bridge, followed by a pointed indication upwards. Before turning to leave, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Texas, several motorcycles were parked within. Shortly thereafter, three tall figures cautiously entered, relieved to find no ambush waiting. The diminutive Alcee walked alongside the motorcycles and struck the lid of one with her fist. "Get up." The impacted motorcycle's alarm flickered twice before its body began to transform, reassembling into a towering 8-meter-tall robot, as did the other motorcycles behind it. "I have prepared everything for you," Xiang Feiyu stated. "However, I would advise against this course of action. It is far too perilous." He was referring to the assembly of Optimus Prime's shattered remains. Should he become tainted by the lingering malevolent thoughts of the Fallen and Unicron, it would pose a tremendous threat to Cybertron. Alcee felt a sense of helplessness. These were circumstances beyond her control. The repercussions of Megatron's reliance on ordinary components were well understood by all, and if the Autobots were to follow suit, their collapse would be swift. Moreover, this strategy also served to eliminate the threats posed by the Decepticons and the Fallen. Indeed, should Starsaber's body be merged with Optimus Prime, the prospect of the Decepticons and the Fallen resurrecting using their once mighty forms would be rendered utterly impossible. Xiang Feiyu smirked, indifferent to the matter. However, in the realm of commerce, such a body would not be given freely, for I had intended to keep it for myself until I had grown stronger. Alcee sighed. "What is it that you desire?" A mischievous grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. "The enclosed spacecraft and the energy matrix. That is out of the question," Alcee retorted firmly. Xiang Feiyu leaned against the wall, asserting, "This is not your decision to make. Do not forget that the energy matrix was originally exchanged for me. It now rightfully returns to its owner." The energy matrix functioned as a vast storage facility capable of both outputting and inputting energy, and it was one of a kind. As for Starsaber's body, it too bore a legacy. Though not unique, it was certainly not something easily acquired, especially since it contained a portion of the leader's power from the Unicron. Nearby, Ratchet interjected, "We will make the swap." Xiang Feiyu regarded Ratchet, sensing an uncanny familiarity. A dark energy being? Yes. He recalled the time he and Optimus had encountered and slain a group of fallen warriors while investigating Megatron. These energies must have originated from that encounter. Chapter 98. A transaction impeded. Xiang Feiyu accepted the energy matrix and addressed Ratchet. "Take care." With that, he gestured, casting aside a crowbar and a short-handled axe, along with a damaged body, onto the ground. After scanning the body with his technical expertise, Ratchet's face illuminated with a triumphant smile. The body was intact, and the partition could be taken back. Alcee departed, stating, "The enclosed spacecraft lies 30 kilometers away in the wilderness. The treasures within remain unprocessed, so it falls to you to resolve this matter." Xiang Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, he arrived at the crash site of the spacecraft, a small vessel the size of 40 basketball courts. Despite its diminutive stature as an exploratory craft, the technology housed within was exponentially more advanced than that of Xiang Feiyu's own ship. Upon entering, he grasped the meaning of the phrase, "Though the sparrow is small, it possesses all vital organs." Weaponry, laboratories, energy converters, power furnaces, weapon production workshops, cages, navigational logs, melting furnaces, training areas, and more. The Autobots had brought this vessel down from the heavens, but lacked the manpower to clear it, merely assigning sentries outside to prevent the enclosed alien artifacts from escaping. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, summoning a multitude of Constructicons to his side to clear out the survivors. Those who refused to surrender would be promptly exterminated, while the alien artifacts would be dealt with in space. Upon receiving the command, the Constructicons surged into the ship. Xiang Feiyu made his way directly to the bridge, where he examined the specific data on the control panel. This exploration vessel, dubbed the Confinement, boasted a crew of 354 warrior pilots, all resembling the Cybertronians known as the Ginyu Force. Additionally, it housed 1,253 enslaved workers, primarily consisting of minicon and sentient robots, along with a plethora of extraterrestrial collectibles. Gazing upon these grotesque and repulsive creatures, Xiang Feiyu could not help but critique the peculiar tastes of confinement. Truly, one would expect a more conventional inclination than that of the Black Widow, who would simply eliminate them and soak their remains in disinfectant. Far away, the Black Widow sneezed, pondering who might be thinking of her. "I shall sever your head and add it to my collection," she mused. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu selected the hideous, drooling, oozing monstrosities and instructed the Decepticon to dispose of them. As he assessed the upcoming spatial coordinates, he frowned slightly upon discovering that confinement was engaged in human trafficking. The monitor displayed a warehouse densely packed with the bodies of Cybertronians and Ginyu Force members. Indeed, they were alive, merely in a state of dormancy. 1,365 Cybertronians and 2,300 Ginyu Force members. Xiang Feiyu smirked coldly, disregarding the Ginyu Force. The mere diversity among the 1,000-plus Cybertronian forms indicated that confinement had been collecting for quite some time. Awaken them and gauge their willingness to join the Decepticons. "Those who refuse shall be eliminated," he commanded. Just as he uttered the words eliminate, he sensed two hostile gazes approaching from either side. He halted his actions, narrowing his eyes as he assumed a combat stance. At that moment, shadows flickered behind him and lunged forward. Xiang Feiyu pivoted, swinging his ancient sword, and a flash of cold light cleaved the two figures into four. The fallen bodies writhed on the ground, a copious amount of green liquid spilling forth. Data analysis commenced, revealing the identity of the assailants as Ginyu Canines, a unique flesh-metal hybrid from Ginyu Star, characterized by a modicum of intelligence and loyalty, often trained as hunting dogs. The genetic seed stored in the genetic repository numbered a staggering 135,060. Xiang Feiyu was greatly pleased with this data and was poised to instruct his subordinates to dismantle the vessel and transfer the equipment to his transport ship. Suddenly, a message arrived from the crowbar. "Big brother, hurry here. We have a tough adversary." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, wondering how trouble could arise in such a situation. He abandoned further examination of the inventory, deducing that it had likely been emptied by the Autobots long ago. Descending to the lower deck, he found that it served not only as confinement's collection room, but also as a slave-holding area. The warehouse door swung open to reveal numerous Cybertronians and Ginyu Force members seated or standing, fixated on the center of the room. In the middle lay several slaves and Decepticon warriors, groaning on the ground, while at the heart of the chaos, the deadly Scorponok was engaged in combat with a heavily armored warrior adorned in red and black. The Venom Spike is an elite Decepticon engineered by Xiang Feiyu, and to be candid, its prowess surpasses that of the wrench and the short-handled axe, both of which possess fragments of the Allspark. It stands as one of Xiang Feiyu's meticulously cultivated artificial titans. At this moment, it is the agility of Venom Spike that allows it to remain undefeated. However, if this situation persists, defeat is inevitable. From Xiang Feiyu's perspective, the battle between the two has devolved into a mere exchange of brute force, lacking any semblance of technique. Yet, despite this, Venom Spike finds itself at a disadvantage, and during a transformation sequence, the opponent seizes the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow that sends Venom Spike flying. Xiang Feiyu activates his refractive ability, appearing behind Venom Spike, catching it and setting it aside before advancing towards the heavily armored warrior in the center. With arms crossed, Xiang Feiyu declares, "Defeat me, and you may leave. Fail, and you shall join my team." The adversary casts a disdainful glance at Xiang Feiyu, scoffing, "With you? I could take on 10. Xiang Feiyu smirks, "If you could truly face 10, you would not be captured and sold off." The armored warrior, incensed by Xiang Feiyu's taunt, charges forward with a furious intent, exclaiming, "You seek death." Yet, to Xiang Feiyu, this attack resembles a brutish bull, strong in appearance but ultimately feeble against a true master. Xiang Feiyu swiftly grasps the opponent's shoulder, leveraging their momentum to execute a shoulder throw, creating a significant crater upon impact. The surrounding slaves instinctively recoil, squinting at the display of force. Though they are not the ones thrown, they can empathize with the pain inflicted. However, the assault does not conclude there. Xiang Feiyu, with renewed vigor, lifts the still-dazed armored warrior and slams it down once more with a resounding crash. Following this, the armored warrior is spun around above Xiang Feiyu's head, crashing down repeatedly in a sequence of 9 strikes, resulting in a spout of energy fluid from the opponent's mouth. As Xiang Feiyu lifts the warrior into the air again, he suddenly releases it, leaping upwards to deliver a knee strike that propels the opponent away. In midair, he crosses his fingers above, delivering a devastating blow. With 2 thunderous impacts, the armored warrior crashes violently to the ground. Xiang Feiyu lands gracefully, smiling at his opponent. "So, will you continue?" Struggling on the ground, the armored warrior forces itself to rise, transforming into a Cybertronian military vehicle, revving its engines and charging at Xiang Feiyu. With a steely gaze, Xiang Feiyu braces against the vehicle's bumper, summoning all his strength, commanding, "Stop." Fortunately, their proximity prevents the armored vehicle from gaining speed. Utilizing his inner power, Xiang Feiyu performs a feat of strength akin to lifting a heavy weight, hoisting the vehicle overhead before crashing it down with a resounding thud. The armored warrior's vehicle form reverts back to its humanoid shape, and as it attempts to transform yet again, it fails due to the damage sustained. Collapsing to the ground in a straight line, Xiang Feiyu strides forward, placing his foot upon the warrior's shoulder, inquiring, "Do you yield?" The opponent glances at Xiang Feiyu and concedes, "I yield." Xiang Feiyu turned to the others, asking, "What about you?" The other slaves instinctively recoiled, and when retreat was no longer an option, they exchanged glances and knelt on one knee, declaring, "We are willing to join." With a wave of his hand, Xiang Feiyu allowed them to select their vehicle forms, subsequently leading them to the mining area to stretch their mechanical bodies. "Follow me," said the crowbar. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the heavy armored warrior still sprawled on the ground and extended his hand. After a brief adjustment, the warrior grasped Xiang Feiyu's hand and stood up, stating, "You have triumphed. From now on, you are the leader." Observing the simple-minded warrior, Xiang Feiyu noted that the mech's defenses should have reached the level of a junior lord. However, it appeared that, for some reason, its power was limited to that of an elite warrior. "What seems to be the issue? Is there something wrong with your body?" Not long after standing, the warrior plopped back down onto the ground. "I'm called Obstacle, a somewhat unsuccessful triple change warrior. To put it another way, I can currently only transform into a vehicle, though my firepower is formidable." Upon hearing this, Obstacle transmitted his information to Xiang Feiyu. The latter was taken aback by the data. The name Obstacle, a pseudo-triple change warrior, with vehicle forms including a Cybertronian armed helicopter and a military motorcycle. The motorcycle form was equipped with a machine gun and a grenade launcher, along with a micro-missile launch nest. The helicopter form, in its damaged state, featured a missile launch nest on the left arm and a Gatling gun, with a heavy laser cannon. In humanoid form, propellers served as broad blades on his back, and both arms could switch between missile launch nests and machine gun configurations, affiliated with the Decepticon Skyquake team. Upon reviewing this data, Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly. As a fellow failed triple change warrior, he found a sense of familiarity in Obstacle's information. "What brings this about?" Obstacle sighed, explaining that ever since the Decepticon scientist Shockwave successfully created triple change warriors, other factions have begun their own experiments, the vast majority of which ended in failure. "I consider myself fortunate to have retained my rationality and preserved my terrestrial form. Aside from rapid energy depletion, I suffer no significant issues. Unfortunately, those less fortunate have succumbed to self-destruction, madness, or various experimental accidents, leading to bizarre outcomes." Xiang Feiyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I possess a method to aid you in becoming a genuine triple change warrior, but I require your loyalty in return." "Truly?" Obstacle stood up in shock, immediately dropping to one knee. "Oh, my great master, Obstacle is willing to become your servant, to carve a path through thorns for you, fighting to the last breath." At that moment, Xiang Feiyu acquired some clandestine mechanical data regarding Obstacle's body, finally comprehending how Megatron controlled his Decepticon subordinates. He then summoned the waiting trio of the Venom brothers, Viper, Wasp, and Scorpion, into the chamber, simultaneously opening his chest plate to retrieve 4 fragments of the Allspark. Placing them within the ignition source, he proclaimed, "You shall evolve into new forms." The 4 newly inducted Decepticons gazed greedily at the Allspark fragments before them. Though they were unaware of their true nature, they understood that acquiring them would lead to their ascension. Xiang Feiyu handed the all-spark fragments to the four and then exited the cockpit. Outside the ship, they had unknowingly been piloted by the mechanical sentinels to the vicinity of the transport vessel, where engineers had already commenced dismantling the entire spacecraft. Xiang Feiyu returned to his seat at the bar, a favored retreat during breaks. Despite the cacophony within the room, the din instilled in him a profound awareness of his own existence. An hour later, four towering Decepticon warriors approached him. "Boss, we have returned." Their excitement was palpable. Gesturing for them to sit and enjoy a drink, the first to come forward was Barricade, the leader of the trio, whose form had remained unchanged as a sleek, formidable prowler supercar. However, his fighting spirit and prowess had only intensified. The second, Scorponok, had transformed his shape from a vehicle into a conceptual armed helicopter, enhancing his capabilities for controlling fixed fire support. The third, Waspinator, had evolved into 8J20, becoming a formidable long-range strike target. As they settled in, Barricade proudly displayed his muscles. The might of the Transformers was evident in their forms. Barricade's vehicle mode resembled a Predator tank, while his Apache form showcased a more compact arrangement of components. The two straight-edge battle blades he wielded were an impressive 6 meters long, nearly matching his own height. Barricade excitedly recounted, "Even after the upgrade, I still couldn't execute the transformation. However, I experimented with the local mode and, to my astonishment, succeeded. Now I understand that my limitations stem not from technique, but from energy output. The Cybertronian form consumes too much energy." Listening to Barricade's animated chatter, Xiang Feiyu refrained from interrupting. He understood the exhilaration that came with newfound strength. Noticing Barricade growing parched from his rapid speech, Xiang Feiyu offered him a glass of energy liquid. "Since your advancement is complete, you can take charge of the 1,000-plus soldiers for now. Once you familiarize yourself with the local situation, I will assign you further tasks." Barricade nodded eagerly. "Thank you, boss." In the ensuing days of tranquility, Xiang Feiyu seized the opportunity to travel to the asteroid belt, transforming all assembled warriors into Constructicons, significantly elevating their combat capabilities. He also instructed the transport ship linked to Cybertron to relay messages to the Little One, urging him to continue acquiring assembled warriors. Unexpectedly, as Xiang Feiyu journeyed back from outer space, he witnessed a brilliant burst of light in the distance. Fearing an extraterrestrial assault on Earth, he hastened his return. However, as he neared Earth, he received an alarming message. All Decepticons were ordered to gather immediately aboard the Punishment. The voice was unmistakably that of Starscream. Puzzled by his newfound assertiveness, Xiang Feiyu quickly surmised the situation. Rather than heading directly to Earth, he veered towards the far side of the moon. At that moment, he spotted an F-22 fighter jet exiting Earth and heading in his direction. This aircraft, not designed for space travel, could only belong to Starscream. After waiting in space for a while, Xiang Feiyu noticed that Starscream was trailed by a drone, an unmistakable sign of Soundwave's espionage. Soundwave had always harbored doubts about Starscream, or rather, about everyone except Megatron. However, this has ceased to be of any significance. The explosion of the space bridge marked the demise of Megatron and his army of death. Overwhelmed by the blow, Megatron's consciousness succumbed to self-imposed isolation, a fate that was beyond alteration. Xiang Feiyu sighed and promptly returned to the Nemesis. Chapter 100. Doubt before long, Starscream returned, bearing news of Megatron's supposed demise. Yet, this revelation was swiftly debunked, as it turned out that Megatron had merely fallen into a coma. Starscream, having achieved his desire, addressed the Decepticon officers below him, asserting that in the absence of Lord Megatron, our righteous organization requires a leader. Thus, the illustrious Starscream graciously accepted the burden of this responsibility. Xiang Feiyu interjected, "Do you truly believe you are capable, Starscream? Indeed, if Lord Megatron could not succeed, how could you?" "Precisely. Spare us your deception. We are not fools." In response to the mockery from below, Starscream felt a surge of indignation, but managed to suppress his anger. "Very well, I shall assume the role of acting leader, for it has always been my duty to manage in Lord Megatron's absence." With no objections raised, Starscream declared, "Previously commanded to assemble, you breakaway, have audaciously disregarded the Commander-S orders. Henceforth, you and your subordinates are relieved of your ranks, and I will appoint new personnel to the mining operations." Xiang Feiyu was taken aback by this unexpected information. Observing the gleeful expressions of his comrades, he realized that his position as a sergeant was no longer tenable. He shrugged and turned to leave. At that moment, Soundwave issued commands, and the mechanical soldiers along with the Decepticon ruffians returned to the Nemesis or the nearby Decepticon base to await further orders. Xiang Feiyu found himself back at the automotive factory bar. As the saying goes, one is unburdened without an official title. Moreover, with the mechanical bar now operational, many Decepticons had grown accustomed to unwinding here after missions. Starscream summoned these Decepticons, knowing that their presence at the Nemesis or the Decepticon subbase would attract even more to this locale. Devoid of currency, they would inevitably devise means to procure refreshments, perhaps by employing certain tactics to sell off surplus energy resources. Consequently, the mechanical bar not only thrived but also became increasingly vibrant, with boisterous Decepticon warriors frequently causing a ruckus. To better accommodate the Decepticons, the bar expanded to include a fighting arena where clashes were taking place, and the surrounding human special forces and Decepticon warriors cheered on. The cunning Teletron, one scurried about collecting bets, clearly poised to reap a handsome profit. Amidst the chaos, the previously silent Stunwave remarked, "Will you simply allow Starscream to usurp your authority?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged again, acknowledging Starscream's truth. In the absence of Lord Megatron, the internal affairs of the Decepticons indeed fell under his purview. Soundwave's support of him indicated that Lord Megatron's arrangements were surely made for a reason. For this devoted follower of Megatron, Xiang Feiyu felt the need to tread carefully with his words, especially since Lord Megatron was merely in a state of unconsciousness. Once he awakens, I shall surely restore him to his rightful position. At that moment, the ruckus on the stage was abruptly silenced as a single punch sent the noisy instigator tumbling to the ground, followed by a furious roar directed at the audience. It was a disgrace for a veteran Decepticon to be toppled by a newcomer, leaving many Decepticons disillusioned with the match, while the more vocal spectators erupted in a frenzied tirade of curses, as this bout had led to the ruin of many Decepticons, even those who were already impoverished. Shaking his dazed head, the instigator regained his footing and acknowledged, "Newcomer, your prowess is quite commendable." With that, he descended from the ring, and Xiang Feiyu offered a canister of energon to the recently seated instigator, giving him a thumbs up. The instigator caught the energon and downed it in one gulp, demanding another round. After finishing the second drink, he pounded the table and remarked to Xiang Feiyu and the dazed one, "I can't recall the last time I sat in a bar and drank to my heart's content." The dazed one nodded in agreement. Indeed, since the onset of the Cybertronian Civil War, we have not had a moment of peace to rest. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, suggesting that it was best not to dwell on long-past topics. At that moment, the eager communicator approached, exclaiming, "Boss, my two esteemed brothers, we have successfully reaped a bounty of 3,400 crystal coins. Instigator, please take note." As he turned, a bag slipped from his hands, landing in the instigator's grasp. Weighing the bag in his hands, the instigator chuckled, "Well, today is certainly my day." Xiang Feiyu and the dazed one raised their glasses in unison, proclaiming, "All for the Decepticons." As influential figures and high-ranking Decepticon warriors, it was vital to shout their battle cry with each toast. As Xiang Feiyu engaged in conversation with the two on the stage, the exhausted instigator was kicked down by the formidable Scorponok, who was basking in his victory when a yellow-painted warrior leaped onto the platform, asking, "Hey, how are you holding up?" Turning back, Xiang Feiyu's lips curled into a mischievous grin. It was Bumblebee. Below, RC, Ironhide, Jazz, and a dozen other Autobots cheered for Bumblebee. "Autobot scum," the instigator grumbled, ready to descend and silence them. The dazed one reached out to restrain him. "Lord Red Alert has called for a ceasefire among the troops. He has significant decisions to make." Xiang Feiyu observed the Autobots with a resigned click of his tongue. "Even if our entire crew were to confront them, we might not be able to take down a single high-ranking Autobot officer, so let us simply enjoy our drinks in peace." The dazed one nodded in agreement, stating that it was unnecessary and that any matters could be addressed once Lord Megatron returned. At this point, the dazed one added, "There is an important matter I believe we can collaborate on." Intrigued, Xiang Feiyu asked, "Do tell." The dazed one gestured toward the instigator, explaining that his subordinates had discovered a rich deposit of energon in the Great Divide, suggesting that they partner in its extraction. Xiang Feiyu paused in surprise. "Is there truly such good fortune? Please elaborate." The dazed one projected a series of images, revealing a police vehicle entering the Great Divide, where several warriors promptly allowed passage upon seeing the arrival. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the police car, jesting, "Isn't that the barricade master who never participates in team battles?" However, upon noticing the beacons on the Cybertronian warriors behind, he furrowed his brow. A fallen Decepticon? Is Barricade a traitor? Beside him, Dizziness remarked, "No. One might say he is a double agent. Moreover, he was originally a member of the fallen Autobots Guard." Xiang Feiyu felt a tinge of disappointment. Regardless of the situation with Barricade, the mining area was already under the watchful gaze of Red Spider. Even if they managed to seize it, it would ultimately be reclaimed by Red Spider, rendering their efforts somewhat futile. At that moment, Dizziness and Noisy exchanged glances, with Noisy suggesting, "What if there is another hidden mine 3 kilometers further?" What? Xiang Feiyu could hardly believe it. A hidden mine is akin to a mining area that has been split into 2 parts by some force, neither of which is connected, yet not too distant from each other. Noisy chuckled. "Do you think we discovered this fallen Decepticon mine by mere chance? We were tracking Barricade, that traitor." Dizziness added, "Everyone knows about your animosity towards the fallen Decepticons. Once we capture the mining area, we will immediately report the situation, and Red Spider will reclaim it, while we will become the proprietors of that mine." Xiang Feiyu pondered, "But what if we cannot handle it?" Dizziness smirked mysteriously. "That is why we need certain Autobots to assist us." A smile crept onto Xiang Feiyu's face. "All right." With Xiang Feiyu's affirmation, Dizziness and Noisy departed with several subordinates. Chapter 101. The trap 2. At this moment, little Lingtong approached, cautioning, "This may be a trap." Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "Regardless of what it is, we must proceed, for we have no choice." Currently, Xiang Feiyu was in a precarious position. Within the rigid hierarchy of the Decepticons, anyone could command him. However, since he possessed his own influence, many Decepticons were wise enough not to provoke him. Yet, those who would not refrain included Red Spider, Soundwave, Noisy, and Dizziness, among other Decepticon elites. Furthermore, the opposition was collaborating with him rather than seeking his demise. He could not afford to be ungrateful. Little Lingtong scrutinized the intelligence provided by Dizziness, exclaiming, "This information is exceedingly detailed." The report indicated that the mine housed a total of 465 miners and 870 Guardian warriors, including a Lord-level high-ranking Decepticon overseer, with 130 mining vehicles and a set of refining weaponry. Studying the meticulous list, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Little Lingtong observed, "Aside from the excessive detail, there's nothing wrong. We only need to dispatch 500 men to annihilate them." Xiang Feiyu countered, "No, this is not right. Such a meager enemy does not warrant luring the Autobots into action. There must be a hidden issue." Little Lingtong scratched his head. "Where could the problem lie? The accuracy of the information? Dizziness has no reason to deceive us, right? Or is it the source of the information?" Xiang Feiyu immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "Precisely, it is the source of the information. Who could provide such detailed intelligence? The Decepticons? Soundwave? Impossible. Our own reconnaissance? Unlikely. A master spy? Even less so. Then who?" Xiao Lingtong pondered several names, all of which were dismissed. Upon hearing Xiao Lingtong enumerate them, Xiang Feiyu's eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you recall the phrase uttered by Xianyun?" he inquired. Xiao Lingtong, intrigued, asked who. "Roadblock." Xiang Feiyu responded. "That double agent?" Xiao Lingtong felt that was somewhat exaggerated. How could that be? He is a double agent, yet he navigates this so effortlessly? Xiang Feiyu smirked. "It is highly likely. With the fallen Decepticons suppressed on Earth, it is the perfect moment to strike a drowning dog. Moreover, with vested interests at play, it is entirely plausible that Roadblock sold the information to Xianyun. Who knows what ulterior motives might be at play in this impending war?" Xiao Lingtong expressed his concern. "What should we do?" Xiang Feiyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "If they wish to fight, then we shall engage them." Together, they conspired about deploying forces. Upon their return to their secret base, Xianyun and his companions found an American police car stationed prominently in the hall. As several Decepticons entered, Xianyun's face bore a bemused smile. He dared not refuse. Counting the crystal coins in the bag, 10, 20. Indeed, he currently lacked the authority to decline. 35, 40. Should he refuse, it would be tantamount to challenging the Decepticon Legion's authority. 38, 72. How many was that again? 2 prominent Decepticons exchanged glances, but Roadblock interjected. This kid has ties with Shockwave, so we must tread carefully. Xian chuckled. We are partners. What is there to fear? At the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu found Xiao Ling Tong's arrangements increasingly unreliable. Given the clarity of the situation, the ultimate conflict would be between them and the Autobots. They might very well resort to desperate measures and obliterate this place. Xiang Feiyu felt the task becoming more formidable, for if he and his team engaged the enemy, the unstable energy fluctuations would undoubtedly attract the Autobots' attention. As the Autobots sought to eliminate the fallen Decepticons, they would not relinquish this rich source or the stockpiles of minerals and various equipment within the cave. Uncertain of where the problem originated, he resolved to prepare for battle, acknowledging that refusal was not an option. With that in mind, Xiang Feiyu declared, prepare 3,000 warriors, along with Klaus and Keynes' forces. Xiao Ling Tong paused. Are we bringing those humans along? Xiang Feiyu nodded. Yes, I have a feeling something is amiss with this mission. Our physiology differs from that of humans. What poses a threat to us may not necessarily be so for them. Taking them along might yield unexpected results. Xiao Ling Tong nodded in agreement. At the summit of the Great Rift, after the patrol had departed, 2 concealed stones abruptly opened. Xiao Ling Tong chuckled. These human technologies are rather impressive. Xiang Feiyu remained silent, gazing down at the entrance, where a multitude of engineers were bustling in and out. Crates of harvested energy cores were stacked in the plaza, surrounded by numerous fallen Decepticon warriors standing guard. So many energy cores, Xiao Ling Tong remarked, drooling slightly. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow slightly. With so much out here, what lies within the cave? At this, Xiao Ling Tong was momentarily taken aback and uttered 2 words, more. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surrounding yellow sands, sensing a conspiracy at play. Shall we retreat? Xiao Ling Tong, not lacking in intelligence, recognized his own limitations in combat prowess. A cold smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's face. No, we prepare to attack. Retreat? What? Attack? Oh, very well. Xiao Ling Tong, momentarily flustered, swiftly contacted the troops, issuing the command to advance. At the sound of his order, the artificial titans concealed within the sands erupted from their hiding places, wielding hand cannons to unleash their fire upon the enemy ahead. Simultaneously, several sports cars surged forward at full throttle into the chasm, their bodies transforming into particle form as they leaped before the foes, sharp wrist blades piercing through chests, followed by explosive shots that obliterated their targets, before the bodies morphed once more, streaming into the mine. A chaotic melee ensued outside. Xiang Feiyu commanded Keynes, move out. Assault the mine. Leave the snipers behind to eliminate those mid-level warriors. Having spoken, he leaped from the chasm, transforming into an aircraft mid-fall, flames erupting from the engines as he dove into the cave entrance. Armed with a dizzying terrain map, he navigated the interior, firing relentlessly to dismantle the advancing fallen Decepticons, poised to assist their brethren outside. At a right-angle turn, Xiang Feiyu reverted to his humanoid form, wielding the dragon's soul spear with ferocity, cleaving through the oncoming adversaries. The battle escalated intensely from the outset, with explosions and energy blasts sending ripples of power that reached both the Autobot base and the Decepticon warship. Aboard the Reprisal, the Red Spider grinned malevolently as he watched the combat unfold on the display. Let them fight, let them perish. It would be utterly sublime. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, lacking the advanced equipment of the Decepticons, they could only detect the anomalous signals emanating from the area. It seems the Decepticons are engaged in battle with someone, Ambulin remarked. Yet our Autobot mining site remains unscathed. Could it be? Optimus Prime furrowed his brow slightly. We cannot entrust the fate of our potential kin to the Decepticons. Ambulin activated the ground bridge. Ambulin nodded and opened the ground bridge, cautioning, exercise safety. A beam of light emerged from the depths of the cave as Optimus Prime and his team charged forth, only to discover the fallen Decepticons retreating. In that moment, they opened fire upon the exposed foes, forcing the Decepticons within to contend with threats on 2 fronts. Chapter 102. The pit. The battle footage from within the cave was swiftly divided and transmitted to 2 locations. One segment reached the likes of Xianyun and others. Upon witnessing the Autobots joining the fray, eagerly dispatched their forces to attack the outer fallen Decepticons, combining efforts with Xiang Feiyu's artificial titans to support those within the mine. The other transmission arrived at a shadowy underground base, where a darkened room revealed a pair of crimson mechanical eyes fixated on the unfolding battle. In a chilling tone, the voice intoned, "All are gathered. Let them meet their demise." He pressed a button nearby, only to find the entire screen distorted, leaving him bewildered. Was his secret weapon truly this formidable? Meanwhile, the battle within the canyon escalated into a fierce confrontation, with corpses strewn across the cave and chaos reigning with explosions and stray bullets. Yet, unexpectedly, it was not the fallen Decepticons, besieged by 3 factions, nor the outnumbered Autobots that collapsed first, but rather the army of artificial transformers led by Xiang Feiyu. For reasons unknown, amidst the fray, his artificial transformers suffered the heaviest attrition. By the end, apart from those accompanying Xiang Feiyu and the ones coordinating with human special forces, the rest of his troops were entirely obliterated. Even the 6 war vehicles that had followed Xiang Feiyu out of the Khufu Dam did not make it inside. Their sparks, awakened alongside Xiang Feiyu's dormant body, perished while he remained conscious. However, the fate of the Decepticons was sealed, and Xiang Feiyu remained unfazed. Now, in the urgent heat of battle, Xiang Feiyu's subordinates were pressed into corners by the frenzied fallen Decepticons. A small communicator, having just dispatched a towering foe, leaped to Xiang Feiyu's side. "Boss, it's a trap. We are completely surrounded." Amidst the chaos, they obstructed the launch of rocket artillery while shielding the Dreadwing brothers from enemy fire. "Boss, Dreadwing is injured. A wall collapsed upon our entry, and a horde of fallen Decepticons caught them off guard. The Decepticon forces that entered with us have now blocked the exit, leaving us no way to retreat." At this moment, the situation became clear. Only their side was under fire, with even the Autobots inadvertently striking at them. Yet, an inexplicable madness gleamed in Xiang Feiyu's eyes. "It is not they who have surrounded us. We are the ones encircled." The small communicator, feeling despondent, replied, "But we cannot escape." Xiang Feiyu retorted with a cold snort. "One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Inform everyone to defend with all their might. Our allies will need time to arrive." Haha. Minutes later, Keynes suddenly flung his earpiece to the ground and instructed his subordinates, "Tell the boss, the plan begins." One of the Special Forces soldiers rushed to Xiang Feiyu's side and whispered some information to him, prompting a wicked smile to spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. "They have arrived." At that very moment, the Decepticons outside the mine found themselves under attack, suffering significant losses as they suppressed the mine's exit, forcing them to retreat inside to minimize their exposure. The newcomers were the forces of a former leader with a vendetta against the Decepticons. Upon learning of an impending attack on the fallen Decepticons mining area, they had prepared a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada. Inside the mine, Xiang Feiyu remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside, particularly since communication was hampered by the inability to transmit signals, relying solely on shouts. He inquired, "Has Hardshell not yet prepared?" The small communicator chuckled awkwardly. "Hardshell has had a stroke of bad luck. He was shot down shortly after entering due to concentrated fire. Completing the task may take some time." Xiang Feiyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, just as he was about to voice his complaints, the sound of fluttering wings and the thunderous rumble of mining carts drew closer. Within the mine, 7 mining carts forged ahead, while Hardshell flew in from around the corner, simultaneously engaging the obstructing Decepticons. "Boss, I've arrived," he declared, invigorating Xiang Feiyu. "Well done, Hardshell." As Hardshell approached Xiang Feiyu, he reported, "Boss, I've secured 11 carts. The rest I've destroyed." Xiang Feiyu nodded, immediately setting to work. The mining vehicles operated swiftly, creating a large opening behind them. Meanwhile, on the reprisal, Red Spider watched the video feed vanish, her anger mounting. "What on earth is happening? Why can't we locate this place?" She fumed, exasperated with the bewildering situation. Soundwave, manning the control panel, shook his head at Red Spider. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she processed his words. Someone is utilizing a large-scale information isolation device. Pacing back and forth on the bridge, Red Spider decided to take the warship to investigate the situation. Outside the mine, the rebellious Autobots were overpowering the Decepticons, and they surged into the mine, engaging their adversaries in fierce combat. After the opposing forces entered, a multitude of artificial titans suddenly emerged from the sandy ground nearby. Leading the charge, A figure known as Wrecking Bar blocked the exit, preparing to transport the external energon bodies for burial. However, after tunneling several dozen meters into the mine, a mining cart inadvertently breached a section of the tunnel wall, leading them to discover another storeroom filled with mining supplies. Upon entering, Xiang Feiyu was greeted by a sight that left everyone salivating: an abundance of weapons, energon ore, and equipment components. "This is incredible," he exclaimed. "Inspect every item," he commanded. "Such a vast quantity of goods seems implausible." Xiaoling Tong chuckled. "If we manage to take all this, we'll be rich." At that moment, other units rushed in. Upon witnessing the trove before them, they all dropped their weapons, exclaiming, "It's like striking a jackpot. If we distribute these, we'll all be wealthy." However, not all Cybertronians shared this sentiment, particularly the commander present, who was astonished by the situation, for according to previous plans, this area had been sealed off. How could this be? Thus, the vengeful gaze of the Decepticon fell upon Xiang Feiyu, and he immediately headed toward a marked corner. It was this very hostile glance that alerted Xiang Feiyu. His acute perception instantly detected the malice, prompting him to follow the path of the figure. Yet, after traversing several isolation zones without sighting the enemy, he approached the final barrier, contemplating whether to take a peek from there. As he crossed over to the supplies, peering through the long corridor toward the opposite side, he spotted a Decepticon operating something in the corner. Although the details were unclear, Xiang Feiyu recognized a symbol he had seen in Soundwave's laboratory. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, activating his refractive abilities to return to his team. "Run. It's cosmic rust." The cosmic rust gas, a toxic substance crafted by the Decepticons in their fervent pursuit of victory, possesses the dreadful ability to corrode the cerebral chips of Cybertronians while hastening the rusting of their corpses. Furthermore, this noxious gas can be transmitted through energy fluids. Upon hearing this, the others had no time to ponder treasures, swiftly turning to flee. Just as they pivoted, an explosion reverberated from a corner of the warehouse. Xiang Feiyu realized there was no time to lose. He seized the small communicator and executed a refraction maneuver, transforming into a fighter jet as he soared outward. Chapter 103. The antidote. The Constructicons behind him clamored to escape, and while the fewer individuals on this side managed it with relative ease, the situation at the main entrance was chaotic. Initially unaware of the circumstances, upon witnessing Xiang Feiyu's group fleeing like headless flies and hearing the term cosmic rust, many were spurred into a hasty retreat. Yet, with so many present, some resorted to firing their blasters at the slower-moving allies or enemies before them. Xiang Feiyu soon reached the mouth of the mine, tossing the communicator to the crowbar, instructing, "Seal the exit. Do not allow any foes to escape." At that moment, Barricade, wielding his stinger, emerged alongside his comrades, exclaiming, "Boss, we must hurry. The potency of this rust gas is immense. Those behind us who fell victim have perished instantly." With no other choice but to abandon their grand scheme, Xiang Feiyu did not linger and initiated his retreat. Suddenly, the Retribution battleship appeared in the sky, with the Red Spider standing majestically on the deck, surveying the panicked escape of Xiang Feiyu and his companions. A slight smirk graced his lips as he relished their disarray, declaring, "In the name of the Decepticon commander, I command you to return and fight." With a wave of his hand, several airborne soldiers followed suit, performing a graceful leap to descend and eliminate the Autobots. However, before his elegant dive could reach its culmination, Xiang Feiyu bellowed, "Run! There is cosmic rust below." Without hesitation, he transformed and dashed away. Terrified by Xiang Feiyu's warning, the Red Spider had no time to transform, crashing face first into the protruding armor of the Retribution. Yet, there was no moment to lament his pain as he immediately shouted to Soundwave above, prompting Soundwave to turn and retreat. As the Retribution battleship prepared to engage its jump capabilities, a multitude of mechanical warriors surged forth from the mine's entrance, comprising Decepticons, Autobots, fallen Decepticons, and traitorous Autobots. Upon returning to the Skyfall base, Xiang Feiyu slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Our forces have suffered grievous losses." From this engagement, only over 40 of the 2,000 troops used as bait managed to escape, and among the 6 original Decepticons who had accompanied him, several had perished. Fortunately, the crowbar and the short-handled axe had been stationed on the perimeter, where they too might have met a dire fate within. Barricade stood beside him with his head lowered, his debut ending in complete annihilation. The three brothers of the Stinger, nearby, bore expressions of helplessness, tinged with lingering fear, having narrowly escaped death. Observing that Xiang Feiyu had ceased his curses, the crowbar remarked from a distance, though the losses among the troops that entered were severe, our main force has successfully retrieved a considerable amount of super-energy entities from the mine's entrance. Xiang Feiyu sighed, acknowledging that this could only be considered a break-even situation, yet lamenting the lost opportunity to vanquish the fallen Decepticons. What of Keynes and the others? He inquired. The communicator replied, they are unharmed, though their equipment is damaged and requires replenishment. However, they are undoubtedly carrying the virus, so we can only airdrop supplies for their return, followed by a thorough disinfection near Dubai. Xiang Feiyu felt a deep sense of regret. This operation had been meticulously planned to ensnare the enemy completely. Yet now his vanguard had been entirely consumed, while the adversary had only expended half of their resources. The crowbar, eyeing the footage brought back by the venomous Stinger, drooled at the prospect of reaping the rewards alone. If this can be achieved, he mused, it would indeed be a lucrative venture. His words sparked an idea in the communicator's mind. Contact the defense forces of the Ming Stone Star, he instructed. Have them relay to Lord Shockwave that I have discovered an Autobot strike cruiser afflicted by cosmic rust and wish to procure the antidote. Huh. The communicator was taken aback, but replied, understood. Half a month later, Keynes returned to the mechanical bar clad in athletic wear, accompanied by a battalion of soldiers. Boss, we are back, he announced. Xiang Feiyu met him with a fist bump. Welcome back. I apologize for your hardships. Keynes snapped his fingers, and the bar's robotic server promptly delivered whiskey. As an old saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare, especially since we haven't truly lost. Xiang Feiyu sighed again. The remains of the soldiers have been recovered, I presume? Keynes nodded. They have all been returned to their homeland. However, what shall we do about the construct icons in the mines? They have rusted into a heap by the time we left. Xiang Feiyu shook his head. I will resolve that matter. You all have a half-month vacation to recuperate. Noticing Keynes' stunned expression, he added with a smile, rest assured, it will be a paid leave. Upon hearing this, the nearby soldiers raised their glasses in a toast. To the boss, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand. Enjoy yourselves. Half a month later, a mechanical blood guard soared through the distant cosmos and descended upon Earth. Xiang Feiyu was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the blood guard's arrival. Uncertain of the reason behind it. What has occurred? He asked. The blood guard replied, Master, Lord Shockwave has sent me with a formula for the cosmic rust. He demands the submission of 75 tons of super energy matter, 5,000 Earth Spirit Pearls, 1,000 Blood Spirit Pearls, along with various other resources. Xiang Feiyu had not anticipated such a hefty request from Shockwave, yet understanding the mention of the strike cruiser eased his mind. The Decepticons would not offer assistance without a motive. Nodding, he responded, no problem. Once we resolve the supply issues there, we will deliver it to him immediately. After the blood guard departed, Keynes and the other human special forces returned to the base, where Xiang Feiyu was immersed in crafting a counter-formula for the cosmic rust. Keynes approached him, placing a set of photographs before him, and mysteriously remarked, Boss, my men discovered this during their leave. Xiang Feiyu sifted through the photographs, which were captured amidst deserts, mountains, and even the depths of the ocean. They all shared a common trait, rust. He pointed to the dilapidated ship surrounded by mountains, the Autobots' deep-sea strike cruiser, a Decepticon transport vessel, and what appeared to be a Decepticon warship. As for this one, I truly cannot discern what it is. Xiang Feiyu recalled that the strike cruiser in the mountains must be the one that injured Optimus Prime. He inquired of Xiaoling, what is the status? We urgently need these resources. Xiaoling's head was smoking. Boss, it will be ready shortly. 3 nights later, at the entrance of the Great Rift Valley, a mechanical sentry wandered about with a testing device, occasionally glancing at the data above. After a few minutes, he reported, the data is normal. A smile spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. Has the transport ship arrived? Yes, Xiaoling replied. Load it immediately. Let the obstruction take the miners, and then hurry away. Xiang Feiyu became quite busy, first transporting the supplies from this location, and then going to dismantle and transport the warship discovered in Cairns. This task would take some time. However, it did not require his direct involvement, merely someone to keep watch. Recently, he had heard that the outside world was perilous, with numerous Autobots and Decepticons being hunted. Xiang Feiyu remained vigilant about this matter, although it seemed the enemy had quieted down recently. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu received a message. It was from Red Spider. The Autobots were currently engaged in battles everywhere, and they were short-staffed. You need to retrieve the fallen Autobot stasis pod from the Arctic. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly, wondering why this individual suddenly remembered him. However, being affiliated with the Decepticons meant he had to heed their commands, so he could only gather his team to investigate. In the Arctic, Xiang Feiyu looked at the precise location provided by Red Spider before leaping down the icy cliff. The obstruction beside him shivered, stating, "I'm nearly frozen stiff. Aren't you all cold?" "Cold, yes," replied only he and the crowbar, while Xiang Feiyu and the brother Scorponok remained unaffected. As the snowflakes danced towards them, they naturally diverted around the four, yet the howling wind obscured their visibility. The obstruction, almost lifted by the wind, exchanged an awkward smile with the three brothers, dismissing the comment. Xiang Feiyu remained silent, fixated on the marked point. Where could it be? At that moment, the keen-eyed short axe pointed toward a massive ice block nearby. The group rushed over to investigate. The crowbar furrowed his brow. "Brother, this stasis pod looks oddly familiar." Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment. It resembled the stasis pods they had used upon their arrival. This stasis pod, unlike those of the Decepticons and Autobots, was pieced together from various materials, with the metallic exterior plates displaying an array of colors. The crowbar brushed away the snowflakes atop it, leaning in to examine closely. To his astonishment, he was startled to discover it was a dormant chamber housing the iron-eating worms. Xiang Feiyu stood momentarily stunned before approaching the crowbar's position for a closer inspection. The number 66 was inscribed on it. The digit 6 written in Chinese characters by Xiang Feiyu himself as a form of identification. The selection of this auspicious number was intended to safeguard them in space, ensuring the creatures remained undisturbed. Indeed, after being struck by the Decepticon space cannon, they had presumed their demise, only to find themselves fortuitously landed here. A stroke of luck indeed. The crowbar recalled the harrowing scene at the Shandan building and timidly inquired, "What shall we do with these? Should we send them to the Vengeance?" Xiang Feiyu found himself in a quandary. These were formidable weapons, controllable by him, and to dispatch them all to the Vengeance would be a gross waste. Moreover, if these entities were sent there and mishandled, the entire ship could be consumed. If the fortunate Red Spider survived, he would undoubtedly shift the blame on his Xiang Feiyu, a scenario fraught with peril. While they deliberated, the vigilant Wasp returned overhead, reporting, "Boss, someone is approaching." Xiang Feiyu smirked, having anticipated this development. The Wasp continued, "A group of 8 Autobots led by Bumblebee is advancing, while the other team remains unknown." After some contemplation, Xiang Feiyu instructed, "Obstruct their advance, Wasp. I shall await the others to discern their identities." Wasp nodded affirmatively. "Understood, boss." The crowbar expressed concern. "The environment here is precarious. Should we not leave a stinger behind, or summon the blade for support?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "I merely wish to ascertain who they are and their purpose here." Once the others departed, their footprints were swiftly obscured by the storm, while Xiang Feiyu chose a quiet spot to stand, allowing the snow to envelop him. Approximately half an hour later, a convoy of various vehicles arrived, transforming into Cybertronians. Upon seeing the leader, Xiang Feiyu immediately recognized the fallen Decepticons. The lead figure was the very scoundrel responsible for activating the rust explosion device, igniting a deep-seated resentment within Xiang Feiyu, who now envisioned their downfall. A burly engineer exclaimed, "Is this the reinforcements the general spoke of, sent from outer space?" The leader scrutinized the capsule, confirming it to be the one, and commanded, "Take him back. We cannot allow the last escapee to evade us again. This time, we shall strike decisively." Swiftly, they began loading the capsule onto their vehicle. A cold smirk crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips as he thought, "Indeed, the King of Hell ensures you perish by the 3rd watch, leaving none to linger until the 5th. After dispatching a message to the crowbar and his subordinates, he transformed and soared into the sky, trailing the fallen Decepticons. However, as they departed the icy expanse, the adversaries activated a light portal, whisking them away. In the air, Xiang Feiyu muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, it's a land bridge." Xiang Feiyu immediately commanded everyone to return to the base and instructed Xiaolingtong to prepare a flying force of 2,000. Suspended in the air, He quietly observed the ground below. Aside from leaving a few traces, the enemy had left nothing behind, underscoring the terror of the land bridge. Although the numbers of his battalion were sufficient, their technological prowess was lacking, as they faced various constraints in many areas. 3 hours passed, when suddenly a signal indicating the presence of an extraordinary energy entity emerged from a location deep within the Canadian forest. Under normal circumstances, if such a phenomenon existed, it would likely be due to a mining operation by a resource company. However, the urgency of the situation left no time for such considerations. Should this be an enemy presence, it could spell trouble. Xiang Feiyu promptly commanded all flying warriors to heed the call and head to the coordinates of the retribution. The radar monitor suddenly received a set of signal markers. The Red Spider would not let this opportunity slip by and immediately dispatched several hundred warriors to investigate. Dispatching hundreds was unavoidable, as previous battles had been four-way skirmishes, and sending fewer would surely lead to their demise. Little did he anticipate that sending more would result in a similar fate at the hands of the adversary. On his end, the land bridge activated, and the Autobots did likewise, with Optimus Prime leading the charge. RC jested, "You truly disappoint me. Gapboard, you allowed the Decepticon thugs to stall you?" Gapboard replied helplessly, "They are not mere thugs, but the trusted minions of that scoundrel, immensely powerful. Moreover, if we eliminate them, how will we enjoy a drink at the bar after each mission? I find myself yearning for a drink after every task." Bumblebee chimed in supportively. RC patted the hefty leg of Gapboard, teasing, "Your little treasure trove must be dwindling." Gapboard awkwardly chuckled, while Bumblebee hung his head in agreement. As they traversed the land bridge to their destination, they were met with an ajar gate and scattered debris on the ground. What had they encountered? Gapboard remarked, "This scene seems eerily familiar. Let me think." RC raised her arm cannon. "There's danger ahead. I believe I have seen this scenario before." As they proceeded further, they soon spotted a Decepticon mechanical soldier approaching them slowly. "It's a Tigertron. Stay alert," Optimus Prime commanded. However, the mechanical sentinel did not initiate an attack upon seeing the Autobots. Instead, it slowly raised its hand, seemingly trying to convey something. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its intentions. At that moment, RC's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "Run! It's a Shatterbug!" "A Shatterbug? What the?" Gapboard cursed before instantly transforming and retreating. Now I understand why this seemed familiar. It was in the Cybertron Sandman building, a scene just like this infested with Shatterbugs. Just then, the mechanical soldier collapsed, revealing a multitude of Shatterbugs gnawing at its back. Witnessing this, even the slowest to react turned on their heels and transformed to flee. Optimus Prime's expression grew grave as he ordered, "Autobots, retreat." Chapter 105. How all Autobots retreated, yet the Insecticons soared into the air, pursuing more delectable prey. As RC and Bumblebee reached the entrance, they immediately pushed the door, signaling for the barrier to close. However, just as the door was on the verge of shutting, the Insecticons had already approached. In the sky, a vast array of fighter jets advanced towards their target. Their delay was due to the sudden realization halfway that they should bring some personnel along, for any unforeseen circumstances could necessitate their assistance in exterminating the Insecticons. Upon landing, the severely damaged entrance revealed hundreds of Insecticons crushed into metallic pancakes beneath their feet. Xiang Feiyu picked one up for inspection before tossing it to Canes. The Insecticon, one of the locusts of the Cybertronian planet, posed a threat to all mechanical life forms. Individually weak, they typically appeared in swarms. Canes gazed at the basketball-sized mechanical creature with its terrifying array of sharp teeth and questioned, "Are you certain we can withstand them?" Xiang Feiyu nodded, "Of course. They do not consume humans, only machinery." He paused to add, "At least not until your mechanical sentinels have been entirely devoured." With that, Xiang Feiyu signaled for the door to be opened. However, as the door creaked ajar, they were immediately taken aback by the sight before them. A dense swarm of Insecticons filled half the corridor, their gaping maws eagerly fixated upon them. As the door swung wide, the creatures lunged forward, swiftly inundating the base's entrance with flurries of Insecticons. Some Autobots, sensing the danger, attempted to transform and flee, but the Insecticons were equally swift, seizing a transformed Autobot and launching into a frenzied feeding frenzy. As the Autobot ascended into the air, it plummeted back down in no time. "Damn it! There's so many. Canes, help me, shouted Ji, desperately calling for aid. Canes immediately rallied his comrades to strike at the insects clinging to Ji, while others produced fire extinguishers to cool the swarming horde. The entire secret base courtyard devolved into chaos, yet amidst the turmoil, Xiang Feiyu wielded 2 iron rods with remarkable speed. The air whistled as the rods sliced through, and countless insect icons met their demise, their heads crushed to the ground. Several insect icons, having feasted upon Ji, scuttled behind Xiang Feiyu, who, aided by the humans around him, swiftly rid himself of the remaining pests. There are just too many. Ji grimaced. Xiang Feiyu, without a glance, continued to meticulously eliminate the insect icons that soared towards them, calmly stating, "Stay composed," with the human soldiers assisting. "They will not be able to harm you. Your disarray stems from your frantic attempts to flee. Canes and the others cannot assist you under such circumstances." Ji nodded. Yet upon witnessing the swarm of insect icons above, he could not help but retreat. Though the advice was sound, few could maintain such calmness in practice. Eventually, as the corpses of insect icons piled like small hills at Xiang Feiyu's feet, the creatures finally recoiled, abandoning their pursuit of the tantalizing feast to disperse towards other targets. However, Xiang Feiyu did not afford them the opportunity to act. He immediately unleashed his commanding presence. With a powerful flow of inner energy, a formidable aura of lethality swept across the entire area. Xiang Feiyu let out a cold snort, and both the iron-eating worm in the air and those gnawing at the artificial transformers raised their heads in unison, then flew directly to the entrance, perching on the wall as if transformed into docile pets. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Feiyu confined them within a refrigerated chamber. Canes and his companions began to cool the iron-eating worms with fire extinguishers while simultaneously packing the frozen creatures into boxes for transport to the cold storage. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu led the more capable warriors into the secret lair of the fallen Decepticons. Inside, the damage inflicted by the iron-eating worms was substantial. Thus, the lighting was virtually non-existent, and the floor was littered only with metal debris. As they ventured deeper, a sense of foreboding gripped Xiang Feiyu. Initially, he had planned to employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, intending to seize control of the base. However, he had underestimated the iron-eating worms, which even the Autobots feared, recognizing now that they were indeed terrifying. It was evident that the place had been stripped bare. With a furious punch, Xiang Feiyu struck the wall, cursing his ill fortune for not consulting the almanac before venturing out. It seemed he was destined to encounter misfortune. He turned back and ordered, "Dig 3 feet down. Let's see if there are any hidden bunkers." The Autobots began to excavate the floor, walls, and ceiling. But such blind digging was unlikely to yield results. To everyone's astonishment, within 5 meters of digging, a metallic wall emerged before one of the Autobots. "Boss, over here." Xiang Feiyu's eyes lit up as he stepped back to assess the wall before instructing it to be cut open. Several mechanical sentinels advanced to perform the task, sparks flying in abundance. After a mere 10 minutes, a circular hole with a diameter of 1 meter was cut through. Xiang Feiyu seized the small communicator and thrust it inside to ascertain the situation. "No, no," cried the small communicator in a state of panic as Xiang Feiyu pushed it in. With the flick of a switch, the vehicle lights illuminated, casting a beam of light through the darkness. The small communicator timidly scanned the surroundings, discovering an absence of any threats. Just as it voiced its thoughts, Canes tossed a silver baton into the opening, signaling several Special Forces soldiers to follow. This time, they had come unarmed except for a symbolic handgun. Their firepower was undoubtedly insufficient. Xiang Feiyu glanced back. The majority were towering figures, save for the quietly diligent Scyther, whom he pointed out. Scyther, realizing this was an opportunity to shine, immediately crawled inside. With 2 Cybertronian warriors having passed through, Canes led his team into the opening. After a brief interval, Canes returned with a report of no danger. Xiang Feiyu nodded and proceeded to make the opening larger. Another half-hour elapsed, during which a 3-meter-thick metal wall was carved into a 15-meter-high aperture. As Xiang Feiyu and the others entered, the small communicator reappeared. "Boss, you should see for yourself." It then snapped its fingers, illuminating the entire hidden chamber with lights. Xiang Feiyu stood before the massive machine, utterly astounded. "What is this?" he inquired. "Xilingtong," with a tone of resignation, replied, "It is the core of the stellar extractor, an intact stellar extractor core. These individuals disassembled the stellar extractor from Egypt and transported it here." Xiang Feiyu comprehended Xialing Tong's words. The stellar extractor core was indeed intact. Thus, if he could properly set up the surrounding metal framework along with his auxiliary devices and the energy matrix he possessed, he could covertly siphon solar energy to create a new source of fire. The annihilation of Earth would rest within his hands. Turning to the side, he gazed in the direction of his long-cherished hometown. In that fleeting moment, he made a resolute decision, declaring firmly, "Xialing Tong, arrange for the transport ship to convey this behemoth to the Darkstone Star. My fortress requires this super cannon." Xialing Tong felt incredulous, exclaiming, "But this is our opportunity to seize the source of fire." Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "Xialing Tong, do not let the immediate benefits cloud your judgment. Even if we extract solar energy into a source of fire, what then? We shall become the saviors of Cybertron." Xialing Tong responded promptly, "Indeed, we will be the saviors of Cybertron." Xiang Feiyu knelt and patted Xialing Tong's shoulder, saying, "You are correct. We will become saviors. However, it will not be us but others. When the time comes, whether it be Megatron, Starscream, or other factions of Cybertron, they will not allow us to survive, including Optimus Prime." He mentioned the leader of the Autobots last, fully assured that Optimus would seek to obliterate them in the name of justice. Upon hearing this, the others grasped the reality of the situation. Fundamentally, their strength was inadequate, making them vulnerable to anyone who wished to crush them. No one had previously vied for the source of fire because its location remained unknown. Should Xiang Feiyu acquire it, all factions of Cybertron would converge to contest it. Xialing Tong lowered his head in resignation. "Very well, I shall send it to the Darkstone Star." The opportunity to resurrect Cybertron had vanished so simply, leaving no soul unscathed by sorrow. The Constructicons, unperturbed by such matters, began disassembling the machine, while others surveyed the surrounding items, most of which were energy bodies, with a few intact framework parts and equipment. Xiang Feiyu nodded, finding it acceptable. At least their efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu received a message. In the audio, Starscream's furious voice bellowed, "Break the sky immediately. Report to the ship at once." Xiang Feiyu shrugged awkwardly and instructed the crowbar. "Once you have cleared this place, return to the base immediately. The ship shall head straight to the Darkstone Star." After organizing this, Xiang Feiyu ascended into the air. Curiously, he noticed that the ship, Judgment, had suddenly come to a halt in midair. Upon approaching, he discovered that it had indeed crash-landed, with numerous repair personnel busy transporting equipment, evidently engaged in urgent repairs. As Xiang Feiyu landed, he beheld the heavily scarred Red Spider and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "My Lord Red Spider, what has transpired?" Enraged, Red Spider approached Xiang Feiyu and retorted, "How dare you ask? The Retribution vessel was attacked by the Autobots while you frolicked outside." Embarrassed, Xiang Feiyu shrugged his shoulders, responding, "My lord, you seem to forget that I have been stripped of my command and reduced to a mere soldier. Without a summons, I cannot return to the warship. Do you think I am unaware?" Red Spider, fuming, struck Xiang Feiyu with a punch. Though weakened from his injuries, the blow lacked its full force. "Is there truly no regard for me, your Decepticon leader?" Xiang Feiyu glanced aside, muttering, temporarily, "You scoundrel." Red Spider pointed towards the chamber on the deck, declaring, "In my capacity as the temporary leader of the Decepticons, I command you to remain here from this day forth, prohibited from disembarking and within 5 meters of this chamber." Xiang Feiyu shrugged again, thinking it wasn't so bad to have an office after all. He then made his way into the chamber. Red Spider glared at Xiang Feiyu, then turned to the industrious mechanical sentinels, letting out a weary sigh. His recent string of misfortunes had resulted in significant losses, leaving him with nothing to show for it. Although Xiang Feiyu had lost his position, he still commanded a considerable number of Constructicons, subtly hinting at the emergence of another faction within the Decepticons. While this did not equate to a division of power, it nonetheless left Red Spider feeling unsettled. Unbothered, Xiang Feiyu entered the chamber, which spanned over 20 meters and contained a row of basic communication devices. Above, a dual-barreled cannon loomed, surrounded by boxes filled with energy cubes. The space felt somewhat cramped for the 8-meter-tall Xiang Feiyu alongside the equipment. Yet in typical circumstances, it was manageable. This chamber had originally been designated for assisting the bridge in monitoring aerial conditions, although it now primarily relied on multi-function radar scans, rendering visual observation infrequent. 3 days later, the Retribution vessel launched. While certain areas still required repairs, the crew was finally free from the threat of terrestrial adversaries. Xiang Feiyu found himself completely at leisure, spending his time in the chamber before retreating to the deck at the front of the warship, where he would watch the aerial soldiers conduct takeoffs and landings, occasionally catching sight of returning warriors laden with spoils. On the bridge of the Retribution, Red Spider furrowed his brow as he listened to the report from the mechanical sentinels. Recently, the Autobots and those traitors have been fiercely competing for our signal sources. Our elite warriors are insufficient, leaving many battlefields in a state of passivity. Red Spider observed the diminishing signal sources on the control panel and called out, "Where's the doctor I summoned, Soundwave?" Before Soundwave could respond, the large door swung open, and a red Cybertronian entered, saying, "Commander Red Spider, are you looking for me?" "Indeed, my doctor, welcome. It brings me joy that you could arrive so swiftly," Red Spider exclaimed, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he approached the newcomer. The red Decepticon, known as Knockout, remarked, "I heard someone is in need of medical attention, so here I am. However, Commander Starscream, I must confess, I am more adept at dismantling things. If you catch my drift." Starscream waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Ever since Surgical Scalpel was frightened away, I have no choice but to rely on you." In the medical bay, Knockout gazed at the gaping hole in Megatron's chest and said, "I can only do my best. You understand this is not my forte. Of course, I would recommend contacting Surgical Scalpel. Since he has come to Earth, it would be far more convenient." "Surgical Scalpel?" Starscream chuckled wickedly the last time he visited Earth. "One of our warriors taught him a lesson he won't soon forget. I dare say he will carry that shadow for the next 10,000 years. Knockout managed an awkward smile. Clang, clang, clang. A voice rang out, tapping on the glass. "Hey there, buddy, you have quite the vantage point." Xiang Feiyu turned to the entrance, where a familiar figure appeared. Upon seeing her face, he waved his hand dismissively, continuing to admire the beauty of the sky. The figure outside did not hesitate. She merely greeted Xiang Feiyu. Moments later, explosions and sounds of combat erupted from within the Nemesis warship. Xiang Feiyu merely scoffed, continuing to gaze at the heavens. Just 2 days later, the same voice returned to greet him. "Buddy, to be honest, I didn't want to come, but given the recent occurrences, I had no choice but to check on your old haunts." Xiang Feiyu regarded RC at the doorway with a sense of resignation. Though Megatron was arrogant and engaged in a tumultuous rivalry with Optimus Prime, at least the Decepticons maintained a formidable offensive posture under any circumstances. However, since Starscream took command, despite advantages in energy, metal resources, and information analysis, the losses aboard the warship have been substantial, and both sides emerged battered. Even the weakest of Autobot traitors could easily overpower his dispatch forces. Xiang Feiyu replied calmly, "When you return, please convey to Optimus Prime that I wish to negotiate a transaction with him. RC, dash to the lift. I will relay your message." Once more, the warship reverberated with the sounds of explosions and combat, followed by several Autobots leaping from the vessel. Xiang Feiyu remained still, quietly observing the sky, embodying an air of indifference. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure at the threshold. You truly know how to pick a spot. Chapter 107. The extraterrestrial visitor Xiang Feiyu turned to see Megatron and immediately stood, taking a few steps forward before kneeling on one knee. "Welcome back, Lord Megatron." Megatron surveyed the scene inside, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Is this how you occupy yourself aboard my warship? Idle and unproductive?" Xiang Feiyu offered an awkward grin. "Commander Starscream instructed me to guard this area and forbade me from moving an inch." Straightening himself, Megatron commanded, "You will come forth at once. I shall restore your rank to that of commander, and then you will attend to your duties." Xiang Feiyu bowed his head, "As you wish." 3 hours later, at the entrance of the medical room, Xiang Feiyu, with his arms crossed, addressed the cold-eyed commander of the Red Spider. "Do you require my assistance?" The Red Spider brusquely dismissed him, limping away. "I am perfectly fine." Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "Lord Megatron has instructed me to inform you of an upcoming promotion meeting that necessitates your presence." The Red Spider halted, his body trembling with indignation. "I need to go to the infirmary. I have no time for your promotions." With a faint smile, Xiang Feiyu replied, "Very well then." On the bridge, Megatron indeed intended to award medals to several recently commendable Decepticon warriors and enhance their mechanisms. However, Xiang Feiyu was notably absent from this list, as he was regarded as an established commander, and with his recent dismissal and lack of achievements, he was naturally excluded. After the meeting concluded, Xiang Feiyu was reassigned to guard several mining districts, and with a new task at hand, he promptly set off. First, he arrived at logistics to recruit 1,000 subordinates, subsequently dividing them among his designated mining areas, before returning to the mechanical bar. Upon his return to the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu inquired of others, "Have there been any unusual occurrences lately?" The crowbar shook his head. "Everything is going quite well. We recently engaged in a skirmish with the fallen Decepticons and traitorous Autobots, emerging victorious." Nearby, the little communicator chimed in. "The stellar extractor has been transported, along with the recently gathered metals and energon. The transport ship will return in approximately 3 days. However, boss, are you truly not considering it?" Xiang Feiyu resolutely shook his head in refusal. "To be honest, it simply isn't worth it." With that, Xiang Feiyu clapped his hands. "All right, let's venture out tonight." In the evening, at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts, two factions were tensely confronting each other. The Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, gazed at the energy matrix that Xiang Feiyu presented. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled resignedly. "I have acquired the stellar extractor. Possessing the energy matrix is perilous." Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's expression grew grave as he produced a golden sphere. "This is an energy collector. While it pales in comparison to the stellar extractor, it remains an exceptional treasure." Xiang Feiyu accepted the item and relinquished the energy matrix in return, completing the exchange. "I shall take my leave now," under the watchful eyes of many. After the exchange with Optimus Prime, Xiang Feiyu departed with his entourage. Back at the base, Xiang Feiyu examined the metallic sphere in his hand. During the exchange, Optimus Prime had already briefed him on its usage. However, holding it seemed somewhat beneath its worth. Perhaps sensing Xiang Feiyu's sentiments, the collector began to undergo modular contraction, reminiscent of Bumblebee's prior experience with the Allspark, albeit on a smaller scale. After several moments, the original Allspark shrank into a small spherical form. Yet, this was not the end. The transformed energy collector melted away, absorbed by Xiang Feiyu's left hand, manifesting intricate patterns and runes upon the back of his hand. Gazing at the ancient Cybertronian inscriptions on his arm, Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Setting aside his perplexity for the moment, he seized a cup of energy liquid before him. To his astonishment, as he grasped the cup, the runes on the back of his hand shimmered, and the liquid within transformed into a flowing blue energy that was absorbed by his mechanical hand. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, but soon a clever idea struck him. Fixing his gaze on a nearby cup of energy liquid in front of a small communicator, he activated the energy collector switch in his control chip. A stream of white energy surged toward the communicator's cup, and upon contact with the energy liquid, 3 streams of blue energy surged back towards Xiang Feiyu. The once ample cup of energy was swiftly depleted, leaving it empty. Unaware of the situation, the small communicator picked up the empty cup, ready to take a sip, only to find it utterly devoid of liquid. Understanding dawned on Xiang Feiyu as he regarded his mechanical hand with a mischievous grin. Just as he was reveling in his success, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, relaying coordinates of an alien spacecraft entering Earth. Immediate action was required. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiang Feiyu resumed his role as commander, alleviating the need for arduous travel. Soon, a door appeared, and he beckoned his subordinates to enter the land bridge. Before them lay a wide chasm, 30 meters across. Carved by a high-speed object, the vegetation and animals within charred to a crisp. Xiang Feiyu gestured forward, urging the team to investigate. As their gaze fell upon the scene, they beheld a warship split in two, engulfed in flames, with anguished cries emanating from within. When they arrived, a significant amount of energy liquid was leaking from the vessel. The small communicator shouted a warning, urging them not to approach, lest it explode. Observing the situation, Xiang Feiyu extended his hand, causing the leaking energy to convert into streams that flowed into his palm. In no time, the energy liquid aboard the ship was entirely collected by the energy collector in his grasp. Amidst the astonishment of his companions, he waved his hand, signaling them to advance. 2 minutes later, a synthetic warrior returned with a report, stating that it was a civilian transport ship bound for a new star domain. Observing the injured Cybertronians being brought out, Xiang Feiyu felt an unsettling disquiet. Small communicator, investigate the ship systems, he instructed. Moments later, the small communicator returned. Paladin Grave. Boss, this is a slave transport vessel. However, the slaves mounted a rebellion, forcing the ship to crash land. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, dismissing the matter. That is of no concern to us. Confirm their identities and send them aboard the Retribution. At that moment, a portal opened and Autobots, including Optimus Prime, emerged, intent on securing the captives. Xiang Feiyu chuckled to himself, pondering their intentions, when he suddenly exclaimed, Decepticons are launching an attack. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired a shot, while a battalion of soldiers unleashed suppressive fire upon the Autobots, with the remaining faction retreating with several hundred captives. Xiang Feiyu promptly contacted Soundwave. Lord Soundwave, I request the activation of the land bridge. Soon, the land bridge was activated, and a group of captives was ushered onto it. Observing their departure, Xiang Feiyu signaled his subordinates to retreat. However, the Autobots, unwilling to relent, sought to pursue them. With a smile gracing his face, Xiang Feiyu remarked, the spaceship harbors a considerable amount of supplies and critically injured personnel. Should you fail to intervene, their fate is sealed. Moreover, other factions are nearing. If you don't seize your share swiftly, you may find yourselves bereft of even your undergarments. Upon hearing this, the other Autobots were halted by their comrades. Such a large transport vessel undoubtedly contained abundant cargo, and Xiang Feiyu's decision not to take it indicated that their focus remained on rescuing the injured. Chapter 108. The mission upon returning to the Avenger. Megatron surveyed the group of slaves with satisfaction. Welcome to the Decepticon family, he declared. Soundwave, proceed with their genomic extraction. We have our new warrior model. With a wave of his hand, the destinies of these genetic models were sealed. Yet surely, it was preferable to a life of servitude. However, this mission had left Xiang Feiyu overwhelmed with tasks. Coordinates were given for a ship bound for the desert, and each sortie necessitated a confrontation, particularly against the fallen Decepticons, where battles were often to the death. Sometimes, they would even face ambushes from other factions. Nevertheless, Xiang Feiyu's achievements were commendable, unlike others whose missions often resulted in chaos. Inciting Megatron's murderous ire, a new mission emerged, compelling Xiang Feiyu to once again receive orders from Megatron. Embarrassed, he replied, Lord Megatron, my subordinates have already perished once. To engage in battle again, I would need to draw miners from the workforce, thereby leaving the mines understaffed. Perhaps we should consult other commanders? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Megatron's gaze bored down on Xiang Feiyu threateningly. Do you not have ample Constructicons? Let them be dispatched. Xiang Feiyu forced a smile. The Constructicons were indeed needed to contend with the fallen subordinates, and manpower was critically low. In truth, after previous setbacks, his forces had diminished significantly, prompting him to lead entirely with mechanical sentinels. After some contemplation, Megatron ordered, procure 20,000 warriors from logistics, and then carry out the mission. Xiang Feiyu bowed, as you wish. With the acquisition of 20,000 warriors, Xiang Feiyu effectively commanded 25,000 Decepticon mechanical sentinels and 15,000 Constructicons. However, aside from their mining duties, the Constructicons had to be vigilant against the Fallen's ambushes, leaving only 3,000 operable troops. This time, the adversary was an Autobot ship. Yet, upon Xiang Feiyu's arrival, the Autobots had already concealed themselves, waiting for the opportune moment. The current state of affairs on Earth was intricate. Even though the Autobots had arrived first, they could not relocate all their resources and personnel, just as Xiang Feiyu had surmised. In under 10 minutes, a shell struck one of the Autobots, scattering his components. Xiang Feiyu chuckled coldly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. There would be no further waiting for opportunities. Caught off guard, the Autobots could only retreat while engaging in battle, lamenting the supplies and spacecraft they had been unable to relocate. After completing their raid, the traitorous Autobots emerged, surveying the vessels and the abundant materials strewn across the ground, instructing their companions to transport everything. Not far away, Xiang Feiyu overheard everything distinctly and promptly commanded the mechanical sentinels behind him to assemble a force of 5,000. He intended to annihilate this faction of Autobots entirely. The opposing faction moved swiftly, gathering useful items and departing immediately, unaware that a group of yellow sparrows trailed behind them. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that the Autobots' base was not far from their location, explaining their rapid arrival. The gates of the base swung open, and one by one, the smiling, traitorous Autobots entered. However, just as the last few warriors were about to cross the threshold, 6 medium-range missiles, trailing flames, sped toward the entrance. At that moment, alarms blared, warning of an enemy attack, and signaling the closure of the gates. A few warriors were momentarily stunned, but, upon witnessing the gates slowly closing, understood the urgency to enter. Otherwise, they faced certain doom regardless of what lay behind them. Just as they attempted to flee, the missiles breached their defenses, detonating at the entrance. The explosion sent warriors tumbling, while the steel gates buckled under the blast, with only one leaf able to close due to the damaged mechanism. Xiang Feiyu soared to the entrance and unleashed a volley of 12 piercing missiles, turning the defending warriors into a cloud of dust and chaos. As they struggled to regain their footing, beams of light erupted from the opposing side, striking the defenders and swiftly dissolving their metallic armor into heaps of debris. The relentless beams surged forth, forcing the defensive troops to retreat. At that moment, the mechanical sentinels known as the Predacons arrived at the gate. Some warriors assisted Xiang Feiyu in the assault, while others forcibly reopened the opposite gate, allowing even more warriors to enter. With the lines stabilized, Xiang Feiyu issued a command kill. At the order, heavily armored warriors brandishing dual blades charged toward the enemy, providing covering fire for their comrades. Their charge also sowed confusion among the adversaries. "Watch your flanks, Viper. Assist them," Xiang Feiyu urged. The Viper, positioned behind, activated its high-vi visor, transforming into a stream of ion energy, swiftly reaching the obstructing warrior and dispatching a treacherous Autobots traitor preparing for a sneak attack. After launching a few attacks with his hand cannon, Xiang Feiyu extended his hand, enveloping an enemy in a radiant white glow. At that moment, the movements of the elite warrior slowed dramatically as energy began to coalesce around him, forming an ion stream that flowed into Xiang Feiyu's grasp. Observing the weapon, a smile of excitement spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. He gestured to the warriors behind him, urging them to advance into the enemy ranks. Kill. Countless streams of ion energy surged forward. In this ion state, the damage from many energy weapons was rendered negligible, if not entirely ineffective. Thus, this group of warriors penetrated directly into the enemy's ranks, their wrist blades plunging into the chests of their foes as they unleashed fire from their hand cannons, shattering the very essence of their adversaries. They inflicted substantial casualties and chaos upon the opposing camp. However, they too suffered grievous losses amidst the enemy's relentless assault. Only a few, possessing formidable strength and quick reflexes, managed to eliminate 2 foes before transforming into streams of ionized energy, darting to another battlefield. At this moment, Xiang Feiyu charged into the fray, wielding the fierce dragon, soul-subduing halberd with grandiose swings, conjuring a tempest of blood and carnage within the passage. Particularly in the midst of numerous adversaries, the sharp halberd became a harbinger of madness. He surged forth, dismantling their defensive formation and obstructing their retreat. Commanding his forces, Poison Sting, accompanied by the artificial diamond, plunge into the fray. Mechanical sentinels transform into aircraft and engage the enemy. Xiang Feiyu declared, intent on a decisive breakthrough. With his command issued, the obstruction ceased its frenzied charge, while the Poison Sting triad, alongside the artificial diamond, transformed into streams of ionized energy to infiltrate the enemy base. The reluctantly obedient mechanical sentinels also morphed into fighter jets, attacking while advancing inward. Yet, just as the entire force was on the verge of breaching the main entrance, an enemy unit emerged from behind, swiftly annihilating the few remaining mechanical sentinels. It was the fallen Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu turned to witness the fallen Decepticons ambushing his defensive troops from behind. Rather than expressing anger or frustration, he instructed the obstruction to lead a defense at the rear, intensifying their offensive against the enemy. The obstruction nodded, but the other warriors beside him were gripped by panic. "Boss, we are surrounded." However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding bang echoed as his body disintegrated. Xiang Feiyu proclaimed, "Those who defy orders shall perish." The remaining mechanical sentinels instinctively retreated, while Xiang Feiyu, undeterred, resolutely pressed on to expand their victories. Chapter 109. Who encircles whom in the underground surveillance room of the bar? A mechanical sentinel reported to the communicator, "Sir, we have new intelligence. The commander's location is being obscured by an unknown signal." The communicator smiled knowingly, issuing orders for all units in the mining area to assemble and notifying the mechanical sentinel troops that all aerial warriors were to converge on the target site. It was time to close the net. As the main force gathered, a multitude of hidden warriors also mobilized at the target point. The communicator leaped off the long bench, ready to depart when a sudden thought struck him. He grabbed the canisters on his back, resolving that if circumstances turned dire, he would unleash his hidden trump card. Within the secret base, the presence of the artificial diamond, akin to a phantom assassin, swiftly disrupted the enemy's defensive formation. Xiang Feiyu led his main force into the enemy's base hall. Yet before long, the obstruction came hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground. Upon inspection, Xiang Feiyu noted that the obstruction had been struck in the chest by a grenade. Though the damage was minimal, the shockwave caught him off guard. Xiang Feiyu quickly raised his arms, firing 2 cannons to eliminate the enemies attempting to capitalize on the chaos. Simultaneously, his body spun, moving like a windmill within the hall, as all foes who failed to evade were reduced to mere fragments. However, this strategy could only contend with low-level warriors. When a shell struck the war spear, Xiang Feiyu's body was hurled into the air by the shockwave. Gazing at the formidable warrior who had attacked him, an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Curse be it. A hero-level warrior. Moreover, it was not just 1 but 3. The 2 Autobots before him and the fallen Decepticon that had repelled his allies behind him were likely of the same caliber. A mere Lord-level trash had inflicted such significant losses upon us. How infuriating. One of the traitorous hero-class Autobots remarked. Another Autobot responded, "Let us eliminate him first." However, Xiang Feiyu had no time to entertain their idle chatter. In a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage from his hand cannon, wounding the mid to high-level Decepticons surrounding him, thereby alleviating the pressure on his subordinates. "Damn it, stop him." The 2 Autobot leaders recognized Xiang Feiyu's intentions and charged forward. Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu immediately commanded his mechanical soldiers to intercept them, even resorting to sheer numbers. He deftly maneuvered, darting to the sides to create distance from the 2 traitorous hero-class Autobots, not to flee, but to swiftly eliminate the lower-tier enemies with his combat skills. Observing his subordinates being killed or injured, only to be finished off by nearby Decepticons, the 2 leaders seethed with anger, yet they found themselves unable to capture Xiang Feiyu. Finally, one leader said to the other, "You go eliminate the other Decepticons. I will pursue him." The other leader reluctantly agreed, "All right." However, once they split up, they realized that their speed could not match Xiang Feiyu's. The enemies tasked with dispatching the minor foes were bogged down by several Constructicons, further hampering their efforts. In a fit of rage, one leader shouted, "This is futile. We must flank him." Yet, their flanking strategy quickly unraveled, as Xiang Feiyu effortlessly teleported to the opposite corner just as they were about to corner him, resuming his rapid dispatching of minor foes. Xiang Feiyu would occasionally glance back, casting a provocative gaze at the 2 leaders. As he watched his subordinates fall one by one, one leader fumed, "Are you going to just watch?" It was this exclamation that stirred a sense of impending danger within Xiang Feiyu's spark. Dismissing these thoughts, he swiftly sidestepped. As the mechanical face turned to the side, a bullet grazed Xiang Feiyu's face. A curse, it was an Autobot sniper. Xiang Feiyu vividly recalled that terrifying sniper he had encountered amidst the ruins while searching for Shockwave. At that moment, he hesitated no longer. He refracted his body to a shooting dead angle. Just as his silhouette vanished, a bullet pierced through the afterimage left behind. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly, sensing the sniper's position, and then produced a grenade, tossing it with a farewell. "See you later, everyone." The grenade soared through the air, spinning several times before detonating with a resounding blast. A series of explosions erupted, not from an ordinary grenade, but from a metallic seed grenade discovered aboard a prison ship. This unique grenade not only possessed greater power than a conventional one, but also transformed its targets into Cybertronian metal, converting each individual into a metallic pillar. Notably, this seed grenade technology remained unsolved even by the Decepticons. It typically required a trade with the creator or ancient malevolent forces, accessible only to elite bounty hunters like the leader of the prison ship. With these barriers in place, the outcome of the ensuing hunt became uncertain for Xiang Feiyu. Flames erupted, causing all nearby warriors, be they foes or allies, to abandon their combat and flee in panic. At that moment, a figure darted past and collided forcefully with a fleeing commander. "You Shutia provoked me," Xiang Feiyu said coldly. The impacted adversary stumbled, but quickly regained composure, attempting to grasp Xiang Feiyu. However, Xiang Feiyu reacted with swiftness, evading the grip and executing a somersault while drawing his hand cannon to unleash a barrage of attacks. As the opponent dodged, he scoffed, "Do you really think you can kill me with that?" Xiang Feiyu rose and, without a glance back, turned to leave. Ignored, the heroic warrior felt a surge of irritation. Xiang Feiyu paused, glancing sideways, and declared, "You are already dead." "Dead? Huh?" The warrior laughed, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing the energy liquid spill forth. Suddenly weakened, he looked down at his chest, where the hilt of an ancient sword plunged deep into his spark. Xiang Feiyu, channeling his inner power, extracted the ancient sword from the opponent's chest. At that moment, another hero finally reacted, charging furiously at Xiang Feiyu. Yet, Xiang Feiyu had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation, especially with a sniper lurking in the shadows. Once again, Xiang Feiyu sprinted to evade his pursuer, while simultaneously switching his armor configuration. A sniper rifle materialized in his hands. Sensing the bullets whizzing around him, he determined a direction and raised the sniper rifle, firing a shot. A single shot to the soul? Such thoughts were fanciful, especially since Xiang Feiyu had no knowledge of the enemy's precise location. Remarkably, after that shot, his pursuer ceased all attempts to attack. Though puzzled, Xiang Feiyu knew he could not afford to slow down. A formidable adversary was still on his tail. The assailant, however, had descended into madness, ignoring attacks from other directions and barreling through anything in his path, whether Autobot or Decepticon, smashing them aside or splitting them in two. If this continued, Xiang Feiyu would soon be caught. Just then, the sniper fired another bullet, but this time the target was not Xiang Feiyu, but rather the pursuing Autobot hero. Caught off guard by the shot, the hero quickly regained his composure. "What are you doing? We hired you." At this moment, a disguised mechanical warrior rose from the upper level of the hall. Xiang Feiyu, surprised at the sight of this Cybertronian, exclaimed, "Is it you? No, that cannot be, for he has perished." Chapter 110. Is it him? The opponent, upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you know my brother, or rather, did you slay him?" Xiang Feiyu, with a grim expression, replied, "Considering the time I have spent in the incubation chamber, it has not exceeded 5 years. Are you certain your brother met his demise within that span? Ah, you possess his weapon. You must know of his whereabouts." The adversary pondered this, realizing that prior to his arrival, he had indeed conducted some research on Xiang Feiyu, a figure who had risen to prominence in less than 4 years, which he found astonishing. However, his brother had been missing for thousands of years. It was inconceivable that this individual could have slain him. "Do you know where he is?" Xiang Feiyu waved the sniper rifle in his hand. "Of course, he is still buried by me. Is he there?" The sniper inquired, excitement evident in his tone. A mischievous smile spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. "You must be a bounty hunter. I propose a deal. Assist me in eliminating him, and I shall reveal the location of your brother's remains, along with this sniper rifle. You should pair with this one, correct? Kill him, and the rifle is yours. Do not trust him. The Decepticons are untrustworthy." Upon hearing this, the opponent appeared conflicted, his expression darkening, reflecting the apprehension of a traitorous Autobot hero. Xiang Feiyu slung the rifle over his shoulder. "Since you have traveled such a distance to kill me, you must have investigated my background. I may lack many things, but I am steadfast in my loyalty and integrity." The sniper had indeed looked into Xiang Feiyu's character. He shared a disdain for the weak, akin to Megatron. Yet he would not kill innocents without cause. Moreover, he had gained respect and credibility on the battlefield of Black Pine Mountain. At that moment, a shriek echoed from the entrance as an obstruction was hurled towards Xiang Feiyu. He caught it effortlessly and set it down. The obstruction, battered and bruised, bore visible damage to its internal components. "Boss, I am powerless," it lamented. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, summoning his surviving subordinates to gather around him. "Ah, it appears you have all arrived." The fallen Decepticon leader sneered. "You are surrounded, yet you remain arrogant?" Xiang Feiyu retorted with a cold laugh. "Fool, you ambushed me, causing me considerable loss. Do you think I would not learn from this experience?" He sheathed his sniper rifle and drew forth the Soul Reaver. "In fact, it is I who have encircled you." With that declaration, he swung his halberd and commanded, "Kill." At his order, the remaining warriors surged forward, following Xiang Feiyu into battle. Meanwhile, the opposing side prepared to charge at Xiang Feiyu, intent on joining forces to vanquish him. However, to their dismay, just as Xiang Feiyu was about to engage, he flickered and reappeared behind them, his halberd sweeping through the air, cleaving 6 fallen Decepticons asunder. Simultaneously, the artificial Autobot surged forth like an ion stream to aid Xiang Feiyu in dispatching the throngs of adversaries. The remaining ordinary Decepticons halted their steps, lifting the lifeless body from the ground to assume a defensive stance. This counterattack caught their adversaries off guard. As the two felt a pang of frustration and turned to pursue Xiang Feiyu, a sudden gunshot rang out, shattering the head of the fallen Decepticon leader. At this moment, the sniper remarked, "Your mission is accomplished. I shall seek you out for payment post-battle." Xiang Feiyu raised his war spear, signaling his readiness, and rejoined the fray. With only one hero remaining on the opposing side, the threat was minimal, though the multiplying minions surrounding them required vigilance. Xiang Feiyu swung his war spear with a sardonic smile, addressing his foes. "Are you surprised? Isn't it unexpected? In the blink of an eye, it has become a 2-on-1 situation. I find this existence rather theatrical." With that, he effortlessly sliced through the air, decapitating 2 fallen Decepticons. The traitorous Autobot before him felt a deep sense of despair. Although he was stronger than Xiang Feiyu and believed he could eliminate him in a one-on-one confrontation, he recognized Xiang Feiyu's cunning, even with their numerical advantage. Witnessing the ease with which his opponent dispatched minions filled him with a sense of helplessness. "I challenge you to a duel one-on-one," he shouted at Xiang Feiyu, venting his anger. Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "Am I a fool? Engaging in a one-on-one duel with you, who is nearly a corpse?" The adversary erupted in maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. I know your ambitions extend beyond this. Everyone is aware of it. However, you must understand that to become a hero, or even a leader, one must endure trials to demonstrate the courage of the strong." Xiang Feiyu regarded the deranged figure before him with amusement. "Ah, how can I refuse?" "Indeed, you cannot refuse. Come, let us duel and prove your strength." The opponent intoned gravely, adopting a demeanor that signaled he had already deemed Xiang Feiyu an enemy. Xiang Feiyu discarded his hand cannon and war spear, drawing the ancient sword from his waist. "Then let it be so. Allow me to use you as a stepping stone on my path to leadership." Seeing his opponent's boldness, the hero did not hold back, raising his hand cannon to unleash a barrage of attacks. "Fool, do you think I'm oblivious to your schemes?" Xiang Feiyu retreated, evading the onslaught. "You've seen through me. Wouldn't it be easier to send you down directly?" As he spoke, he changed direction, charging toward his adversary. "You desire a one-on-one duel. I grant you that chance." Upon reaching his opponent, Xiang Feiyu swung his ancient sword, its sharp blade gleaming coldly as it sliced across the chest armor of his foe. Simultaneously, he swung his other hand backward, pivoting with the sword to deliver a diagonal cut, declaring die. The adversary was no slouch, either, dodging twice in quick succession while retaliating with a punch aimed at Xiang Feiyu's face. After 2 failed attacks, Xiang Feiyu swiftly supported himself with one hand on the ground, evading to the side while executing a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's lower body. Thus, the 2 warriors engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. While the unfortunate minor characters seeking a share of the spoils were invariably the ones to suffer. As the Autobot grew increasingly anxious, Xiang Feiyu became ever more exhilarated. The adversary, unable to eliminate him immediately, found the prospect of doing so subsequently virtually impossible. "Huh, is your mindless assault truly what the celestial enemies entrusted to you? What utter trash! Your demise seems inevitable. What does immense strength signify if you cannot touch me, while I can effortlessly dispatch you? Look around. Your subordinates and reinforcements are swiftly dwindling, while my forces have encircled this location. Are you not filled with dread? Your gaze is rife with turmoil. Do you regret thinking you could vanquish me, yet now falter in your attempts to obliterate this base, fearing you cannot extinguish my life? In reality, it is not your inability to kill me that concerns you, but rather your desire to survive. Your former bravery has vanished, you coward. As he attacked, Xiang Feiyu taunted the treacherous Autobot with his words. The already unstable foe roared in fury. Shut up. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xiang Feiyu retreated to a safe distance, stating, then go ahead and detonate the bombs within the base. I shall merely watch. The contempt forced upon the Autobot hero morphed his expression into one of utter dismay, his eyes betraying a madness. With gritted teeth, he bellowed all Autobots, retreat. Chapter 111. The flame of oblivion. With that, he transformed into a sports car and sped towards the exit. A wicked smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips as he gestured with his hand in the shape of a gun, uttering a single word, bang. Once he had finished his gesture, he transformed and pursued the fleeing traitor, simultaneously commanding that not a single enemy escape the base. Outside the base, the traitorous Autobot had burst through the encirclement, racing across the wilderness, while an alien fighter jet relentlessly pursued him overhead. Yet, due to excessive speed and the dense surrounding forests, it was unable to acquire a lock on its target. However, the chase had not gone unnoticed by other factions. Just as the Autobot attempted to leap from a dirt slope to transform and attack Xiang Feiyu from behind, another large warplane emerged from the flank, colliding directly with the traitorous Autobot and transporting him onto the deck of the Decepticon warship, Nemesis. Xiang Feiyu adjusted his trajectory and in a swift dash, landed on the Nemesis deck, kneeling on one knee before Lord Megatron. Megatron stood with 1 foot upon the head of the fleeing Autobot traitor, yanking off his head and tossing it aside. Is this the gift you have brought me? I am most pleased. Should you manage to return with the head of that Autobot girl, I shall consider promoting your position. With that, he shifted his thigh from atop the corpse and kicked it aside, summoning a few mechanical soldiers to remove the body. Xiang Feiyu offered an awkward smile. I will do my utmost. Alcee, however, was no mere facade of a hero, while Xiang Feiyu might, at times, triumph over her. Slaying her proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Having completed his previous task, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a fighter jet and soared towards the clandestine base. By this time, the base's battle squad had concluded their operations, and the remaining warriors were engaged in the laborious efforts of collecting resources and disposing of the remains. This was a significant undertaking, requiring the removal of resources from the site and the dismantling of the fallen Decepticon bodies. The bodies of the traitorous Autobots were to be disassembled for particle conversion and reclamation. However, the fallen Decepticons could not be salvaged due to their status as clones, harboring the insidious genes of their corrupted creators, which posed a risk of espionage. The traitorous Autobots' secret base, aside from a few advanced tools, held limited resources, primarily because they had not operated on this planet previously, resulting in scant accumulation. Observing the near completion of the cleanup, Xiang Feiyu instructed the Shirtiao worm to consume all corpses on the ground and subsequently detonate the area, ensuring that the enemy would not regain control. Little Lingtong approached, reporting, Boss, we have eradicated over 16,000 enemies, including 8,300 fallen Decepticons and over 8,000 captured Cybertronian slaves, among whom are 2 hero-class warriors, as well as various other supplies. Xiang Feiyu assessed the gathered materials, recognizing that while they were plentiful, they consisted mainly of ordinary items. He insisted on meticulously screening the captured slaves, emphasizing that it was better to err on the side of caution. Once verified, they would be sent to his subordinate, who would selectively recruit warriors from among them. Having concluded this, he seized the corpse of the fallen Decepticon leader and transported it to the judgment. Such a warrior, possessing leader genes, was beyond his handling, but he was certain that Megatron would manage it adeptly. The sight of 2 hero-class corpses in a single day astonished even Soundwave, who had previously held a disdain for Xiang Feiyu. Upon receiving the body, Megatron paused, intrigued, and remarked, Another? Excellent. We can assemble a formidable Decepticon hero from this. This is quite commendable, far superior to those who merely scheme without accomplishing anything of worth. Megatron continued, casting a glance at the side where Starscream stood. It seems you have incurred significant losses this time. Xiang Feiyu nodded, acknowledging that the death toll had exceeded 10,000. While they had eliminated more than 16,000 enemies and destroyed an Autobot base, observing the fallen bodies, Megatron deemed the 1-to-2 casualty ratio acceptable for a secret base under the protection of a hero. Very well, however, I cannot reinforce your ranks at this moment. After some time, I shall promote you to commander, granting you command over 50,000 combat soldiers. Xiang Feiyu saluted and departed from a judgment. Yet, no sooner had he ascended into the sky than Soundwave transmitted another coordinate. Xiang Feiyu glanced at it and shook his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, I wonder what is going on lately. Why are there so many extraterrestrial visitors to Earth? Upon arriving at the destination, he discovered that, aside from geological damage left by fallen celestial objects, nothing remained. He promptly relayed the information back to Soundwave and returned to his bar. Within the bar, his attention was drawn not to the battling Decepticon warriors in the center ring, but rather to a Cybertronian warrior adorned in vibrant red paint seated at the bar. Xiang Feiyu approached, observing the warrior standing at approximately 9 meters tall, his body comprised of tightly integrated components that exuded a unique aura of leadership and intimidation. Slung across his back was a sniper rifle akin to the one in Xiang Feiyu's grasp, alongside a soul-reaping scythe. Who are you? Inquired the Cybertronian warrior, his crimson armor gleaming. I am Flame of the Inferno, a free warrior. Xiang Feiyu smiled, clasping the warrior's hand. I am Skybreaker, a Decepticon warrior. Flame of the Inferno withdrew his hand. You promised to inform me about my brother. At that moment, a message was transmitted to Xiang Feiyu, revealing the name Flame of the Inferno, a triple changer, a free mercenary, an S-class bounty hunter, and a master of disguise. His vehicle forms included an armed helicopter and a 6-wheeled pickup truck, with his weaponry transforming into a flamethrower and a fusion cannon, while the helicopter's missile launchers housed laser cannons. His melee weapon was a scythe, and the helicopter's rotor could be detached and used as a boomerang. Hawkeye, an Autobot sniper, was deceased, a brother to the bounty hunter Flame of the Inferno, armed with the Death's Eye sniper rifle. Xiang Feiyu, upon reviewing the intelligence provided by Soundwave, was astonished to discover that Flame of the Inferno was also an S-class bounty hunter, much like the imprisoned one. This indicated that he likely possessed his own spaceship and minions, as well as the crucial interstellar coordinates. Without further ado, Xiang Feiyu placed the sniper rifle from his back upon the table. Your brother's remains can be found amidst the ruins at coordinates 1254. I have erected a marker nearby. You should be able to see it. Additionally, our laboratory lies in close proximity, so exercise caution. Flame of the Inferno regarded Xiang Feiyu with curiosity. This gun is quite precious. You are simply relinquishing it? Xiang Feiyu shrugged, adhering to his promise. After retrieving the sniper rifle, he tapped the table and tossed a bag of crystal coins to the bar robot. Charge my friend's expenses to my account. He then turned to Flame of the Inferno, stating, I have other matters to attend to. Feel free to drink here. With that, Xiang Feiyu proceeded to the secluded chamber at the back, which housed a substantial collection of mid to low-grade super energy sources, previously unwanted and left unmined. The finer treasures had been dispatched to other secret bases or transported to the planet of Darkstone. His reason for visiting was a sudden thought. With the energy collector now at his disposal, these inferior products could potentially be absorbed and refined, prompting his investigation. Chapter 112. Bounty Hunter Xiang Feiyu sighed, lamenting his insufficient energy reserves. Otherwise, he would not be inclined to toil in such a thankless mining site. Resolving this, he summoned a mechanical sentinel to remove the empty containers, intending to reorganize the resource reserves within the warehouse. As he prepared to exit, he received an urgent message. Upon reading it, he smacked his forehead in disbelief. Goodness, why are there so many extraterrestrial visitors? Could it be that Earth is hosting a grand banquet? Helpless. Upon receiving orders, Xiang Feiyu had no choice but to embark on his assignment. Arriving at the designated location, he gazed upon a small spacecraft engulfed in flames. Another private vessel? Little did he know, upon arrival, he discovered that many Cybertronians were indeed affluent individuals. Upon landing, Xiang Feiyu extended his hand, a surge of energy being drawn into it. As a result of the absence of super energy to fuel the flames, the fire gradually extinguished. The hard shell, merely an onlooker, sensed a peculiar aroma in the air, the breath of the queen. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly. Black Widow? No sooner had he uttered these words than the others, dazed, raised their weapons to aim at him. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu felt a sudden heaviness in his body, a chilling terror creeping into his throat. "Are you calling for me?" Without hesitation, he grasped the slender waist of the enchanting figure behind him, lifting her effortlessly to stand before him. Observing her injured spider leg, he chided, "You're wounded, yet you still find time to roam about?" Black Widow glanced at her severed limb. "It will grow back soon enough. But I didn't expect to find you here." Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "Not only am I here, but also Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, along with our esteemed ally, and, oh, the lovely RC, with whom you share a tumultuous relationship." He turned to survey the utterly wrecked spaceship, remarking, "You truly have a knack for picking the most unfortunate planets." In response to Xiang Feiyu's teasing, Black Widow crossed her arms, her figure more voluptuous than RC's. "I hadn't intended to come, but upon hearing the Decepticon broadcast that you had slain the Fallen, I felt compelled to see you." Xiang Feiyu scoffed dismissively. "Just a decrepit old relic. Had it not been for the leadership power he possessed, I wouldn't have bothered." Raising her sensuous crimson lips, Black Widow retorted, "Oh, so you're feeling bold, are you? Let me inform you. The Fallen's minions have boasted that if you dare to leave Earth, they will turn you to dust. Furthermore, I've heard you and Shockwave annihilated the Bolina family, and their fleet left in space has become a band of space pirates, recently declaring their intent to unite against you." Xiang Feiyu wore an expression of boredom and inquired of Black Widow, "And who am I?" Taken aback, Black Widow replied, "A mere Decepticon pawn?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged indeed. With that, he turned to walk away. Black Widow, initially perplexed, soon grasped the implication of his words, "A band of useless fools." As he continued toward the exit, Xiang Feiyu queried, "Your spaceship is wrecked. What are your plans now? Will you seek a place to repair it? Or—" Black Widow chuckled, "Since I'm here, I must pay a visit to our great Lord Megatron. Perhaps he'll be in a generous mood and grant me a private spacecraft." Xiang Feiyu merely scoffed. At the tavern, Xiang Feiyu tossed a crystal coin, declaring, "Let us treat our beautiful guest from afar to a grand cup of the finest energy liquid." The bar robot, catching the coin, replied, "That will require 6 crystal coins." "Thank you." Xiang Feiyu offered an awkward smile before producing 6 crystal coins. "Just bring me an ordinary drink." Seated beside him, Black Widow gazed at the azure liquid energy before them. "You indulge in this pastime?" Xiang Feiyu raised his glass in a toast. "On leisurely days, I enjoy a cup. It's far more intriguing than endless battles, and it truly reflects a sense of artistry." The Black Widow lifted her glass and gave it a gentle shake, surprised to find that even a mere pawn like you could possess such charm. "However, how do you intend to deal with those individuals?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "I have no plans to leave Earth in the near future. Here, we have the leaders of the 2 major factions of Cybertron, and I doubt they would dare to approach. Megatron is quite proud. Anyone bold enough to disturb him is courting death." The Black Widow remained unconvinced, stating, "I heard that your enterprises on Cybertron are quite substantial. If you choose to remain, those desperate enough will undoubtedly target your interests." Upon this remark, a glimmer of realization sparked in the Black Widow's eyes, suddenly recognizing that you were indeed a wealthy figure among the Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu shot her a sidelong glance. "You better hold on tight to this affluent individual. Otherwise, once I eradicate the Fallen and the Bolina family's fleet, you may find yourself gazing up at a formidable giant, and when that time comes, I might not even acknowledge your flattery." The Black Widow, sipping elegantly from her energy drink, nearly choked in laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are something else. You've made me laugh to tears. Even Megatron wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner." With that, she stood gracefully and turned, saying, "I shall await the day you compel me to grovel." Xiang Feiyu cast a glance at her departing figure, remarking, "I've already informed Soundwave of your arrival. It would be prudent for you to pay a visit to the Vengeance." The Black Widow said nothing, merely waved her hand as she walked away. 2 days later, with no tasks at hand, Xiang Feiyu made a special trip to the mining area to assess the situation. Although the mines had seen little oversight, it was still necessary to visit. This particular area was relatively safe, as the Autobots were not inclined to create trouble, and the Fallen-esque Decepticons had yet to openly clash with Megatron. "Are there any abnormalities?" Xiang Feiyu inquired of a mechanical sentry. The sentry shook its head. "None. But there's been an increase in the number of humans in the vicinity over the past few days." "Oh." Xiang Feiyu paused, quickly understanding the implications. It seemed they could no longer wait. No sooner had he spoken than a bullet whizzed towards him. In this moment of peril, Xiang Feiyu tilted his head just enough to evade the attack, simultaneously transforming his form into that of a fighter jet, soaring into the sky. Damn it! They actually came here to wait for me. The soldier he had been conversing with lay lifeless on the ground, his head shattered, sparks emitting from his chest, clearly deceased. It appeared to be an armor-piercing round. They had indeed come prepared. Especially troubling was the fact that the assailant was not merely a sniper. A dozen soldiers had all fallen simultaneously, while more combat-clad humans rushed towards the entrance, providing mutual cover while suppressing the mechanical sentinels inside. Xiang Feiyu wasted no time, launching precision-guided missiles at the exposed snipers, while 6 medium-range missiles were directly fired into the densely packed crowd. The missiles detonated, resulting in numerous casualties. However, it was evident that these aggressors, capable of overpowering the mechanical sentinels, were not ordinary soldiers. Some were even equipped with high-frequency stun guns. Floating in midair, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. Were they? As soon as he finished speaking, the radar model immediately flashed a red alert. Xiang Feiyu did not remain stationary. He swiftly refracted to another location, losing track of the target. The tracking missile, devoid of its target, went completely haywire, uncertain of where it ultimately ended up. Xiang Feiyu was genuinely taken aback. This group had indeed brought portable missiles. Chapter 113. Under attack below, the mechanical sentinels were thoroughly suppressed within the cavern. At the entrance, aside from a few captured mechanical sentinels, this group began to plant explosives. Xiang Feiyu could not simply stand by. He launched 3 missiles into the air, all of which were intercepted by the enemy. This situation was untenable. Xiang Feiyu directly contacted the sound wave, requesting the activation of the land bridge, as his A2 mining area was under human assault. However, after half a minute of silence, with no response, he muttered a curse under his breath and commanded the remaining warriors inside the mine to hold their positions and not to emerge. Simultaneously, Xiang Feiyu reached out to Joshua, informing him that his mining site was under attack and requesting assistance in identifying the perpetrator. Joshua soon replied, candidly stating that he could not disclose that information, as he was now a respectable businessman. However, out of respect for their previous collaboration, he revealed that the exiled Mufeng battle team from America was particularly active. Recently, they had attempted to barter for his artificial Titan technology using previous agreements, but he had declined. At this point, Joshua seemed to recall something and added, "To safeguard the secret, I provided them with $8 million, simultaneously informing them that the artificial Titan technology was sold to you." After saying this, Joshua abruptly hung up. With no other recourse, Xiang Feiyu contacted Keynes, inquiring about his current activities. "What are you doing?" "The A2 mining area is under attack." Keynes' voice crackled through the earpiece. "Boss, I'm recruiting all over the world. Didn't you say you wanted to expand the special forces to 2,000 men?" He continued, "A2 independent mining area? They certainly know how to pick their battleground. Even if aircraft were dispatched, the enemy would undoubtedly retreat." Xiang Feiyu felt a sense of helplessness. The enemy had clearly calculated their advantage, knowing that he alone in the sky could not oversee the situation entirely. Coupled with those portable missiles and electric guns, he found himself at a loss. Most critically, the adversary was well-trained, acutely aware of their actions, executing their strategies without hesitation and departing swiftly after the engagement. Approximately 10 minutes later, Keynes and Kent entered, announcing, "Boss, we're back." Xiang Feiyu inquired, "Did you gather any information?" Keynes nodded and then shook his head. "We have some leads, but we'll need to wait for further news." Kent also remarked that the current news indicates that rival factions within the mercenary world are competing with us for recruits. Additionally, according to intelligence provided by our informant, the Twilight Squad has partnered with a secret benefactor following their expulsion, seemingly planning something significant. Xiang Feiyu, filled with ire, asserted that he did not care what grand plans they had. If they provoked him, he would ensure their complete downfall. At this point, Xiang Feiyu turned to Keynes and inquired about the number of personnel in the Special Forces. "Over 1,800, Keynes replied. "But recruitment in the Middle East has become increasingly difficult. We need to explore alternative methods." Keynes sighed, explaining that not only were these mysterious individuals competing for recruits, but the necessity of vetting each newcomer made rapid recruitment unfeasible. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow and suggested, "Why not directly approach headhunters? Surely, They possess records of retired soldiers from various nations. Keynes and Kent paused, taken aback by this suggestion. That would require substantial funds, and with our current aggressive expansion, we lack the resources to purchase the records from the headhunters. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Xiang Feiyu declared, "Come with me. I have a place in mind." Kent's face lit up with excitement. "Are we going to rob a bank?" Xiang Feiyu shot him a disdainful glance. "We are the righteous Decepticons. How can we engage in such petty criminality?" Kent shrugged in resignation. "Well, our Decepticon name has become quite notorious on Earth, hasn't it?" The group donned their gear and followed Xiang Feiyu as they soared into the skies. Near Jasper, a yellow Camaro sports car sped along the highway when a red and black Pagani suddenly matched its speed. At that moment, his radar indicated that a dozen Decepticons were surrounding him. The yellow-painted Autobot was none other than Bumblebee, who promptly transformed into his humanoid form. As he came to a halt, towering Decepticon warriors descended from the sky, encircling Bumblebee completely. Recognizing Xiang Feiyu and the others, Bumblebee raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I yield. You must treat your captives with honor." Simultaneously, he sent a message to the base. "Base, I am under attack by the Decepticon Skybreaker squad. Immediate assistance required." Before he could finish, Xiang Feiyu delivered a swift punch that rendered Bumblebee unconscious, taking him away. After their departure, a portal opened, and Optimus Prime, along with RC and other Autobots, emerged, cautiously surveying their surroundings for any threats before assessing the situation. RC noted the yellow paint splattered on the ground. Realizing Bumblebee had been captured, "Optimus," she said with a frown, "we haven't had any recent conflicts. Why would they take Bumblebee?" RC, frustrated, declared, "I will investigate at the mechanic bar. Wait for my report." Jazz and Sideswipe chimed in. "We should accompany you for support." The three Autobots swiftly made their way to the mechanic bar. Upon entering, RC approached the bar where Crowbar and Shorty Axe were drinking. "Where's your leader?" she inquired. Spotting RC and her companions, Shorty Axe exclaimed excitedly, "The boss lady has arrived. Bartender, bring me 3 of the finest energy drinks. Charge it to my brother's tab." RC took a sip from the glass and inquired, "Pray tell, where has your elder brother gone?" Crowbar awkwardly chuckled, "Head sister, I truly do not know. He just left with those flying soldiers, and since neither of us can fly, I wasn't taken along." RC narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Crowbar. "Surely you must have some inkling." Crowbar scratched his head. "Honestly, I have no idea. If we were to engage in combat with you, my brother and I would have fled long ago. Otherwise, why would we still be here?" Irritated, RC seized a weapon from the partition and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. "I am aware you are searching for this firearm. If you provide me with valuable information, it shall be yours." Upon seeing the gun before him, Crowbar's mouth watered. It was none other than the infamous rifle wielded by Megatron. As he reached out to grasp it, RC swiftly swatted his hand away. "Speak. Tell me where he is, and this weapon will be yours." With a resigned scratch of his head, Crowbar confessed, "I genuinely do not know. But would sharing other information suffice?" RC nodded, urging him to continue. Crowbar glanced at the rifle, swallowed hard, and revealed, "Yesterday my brother's controlled A2 mining area was attacked." The partition slammed an empty glass against the table, declaring, "That was not our doing. We haven't been active in days, and our hands are itching." Chapter 114, Forgotten Memories. Crowbar, feeling a twinge of frustration, responded, "I know it wasn't you. It was a group of humans, likely those who assaulted the medical vehicle. And you, Partition, finish your drink. No excuses. Waitstaff, bring Partition another round." The exposed Partition chuckled sheepishly. RC regarded Crowbar. "This Bumblebee is of no consequence." Crowbar admitted, "I know, but that is all I have." RC shifted the rifle closer to herself. "This information is hardly worth the price." Crowbar, feeling somewhat defeated, pondered deeply and suddenly brightened. "Our human special forces are desperately recruiting. However, I'm out of funds." Simultaneously, within the audio-sharing Autobot base, many were taken aback. "Bumblebee is valuable, but to be honest, his worth is less than my drifting skills," one of the twins remarked. "Yes, he is only slightly more expensive than us," another chimed in. Yet upon hearing this, the other twin, unwilling to entertain the notion, threw a punch, exclaiming, "Nonsense! How could he possibly surpass us? He must be hiding some secret stash." With that, the 2 Autobots, painted differently yet identical in form, began a brawl. Nevertheless, this conversation piqued Optimus Prime's interest. It seemed Bumblebee harbored unknown secrets within his memory. Ratchet interjected. A secret he may not even remember himself. Meanwhile, back at the bar, upon hearing Crowbar's words, RC appeared far less anxious than before. She effortlessly lifted the rifle and declared, "Your information does not merit this weapon. Let us collaborate next time. Partition, we are leaving." The Crowbar hesitated momentarily before reluctantly stating, "Waiter, bring me 2 more cups of super energy and charge it to my older brother." Once the 3 Autobots departed, the Crowbar promptly contacted Xiang Feiyu, saying, "Brother, they have arrived, and they are armed with rifles. I have relayed the information as instructed. All right, I will remain vigilant." On the other side, the prepared Xiang Feiyu observed Bumblebee awakening slowly. "Are you all right?" Bumblebee, ready to resist, noticed several burly men encircling him and, rather shamefully, raised his hands. Xiang Feiyu gestured for the others to disperse, saying, "My friend, we bear no animosity. I summoned you to propose a collaboration, a partnership solely with you, Bumblebee." Bumblebee's eyes darted. "Collaboration? Is this coercion? Our leader forbids us from collaborating with the Decepticons." Hearing this, Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "Then how about a partnership between my Skybreaker team and the Cybertronian Bumblebee?" As he spoke, Xiang Feiyu produced the dissolution cannon of the Dominator and placed it on the table. Bumblebee, lacking in courage, conceded, "That should be acceptable, but I demand 50% of the profits." Xiang Feiyu, aghast, replied, "That is out of the question. The maximum I can offer is 10%. Given the resources I have invested, 45%, no less. You summon me, which means I am the sole keeper of this secret," Bumblebee replied shrewdly. Ultimately, the two settled on a profit-sharing agreement of 70-30. However, due to the somewhat crude methods employed in inviting the esteemed technical consultant Bumblebee, a compensation of 20 crates of super energy, 40 crates of various metals, 10,000 crystal coins, and a 1-year 80% discount membership to the mechanical bar was also required. Staring at the extensive list of stipulations, Xiang Feiyu was exasperated. This detestable vampire, Bumblebee. After finalizing the transaction and disabling the signal jamming device, Bumblebee, clutching the super energy before him, joyfully contacted the Autobot headquarters. Meanwhile, Autobot Ratchet noticed Bumblebee's signal reappearing on the display. Simultaneously, he received a communication from Bumblebee, prompting Ratchet to activate the ground bridge. "I have acquired a considerable amount of spoils." As the ground bridge opened, Optimus Prime and the others rushed out to assess the situation. They found Bumblebee surrounded by abundant resources. "Bumblebee, are you unharmed?" RC leaped forward, expressing her concern. "Are you all right? The Skybreaker didn't harm you, did it?" Bumblebee shrugged. "I'm fine. He mistook someone and thus provided so many resources as compensation." Gazing at the mountain of resources before him, RC could hardly believe he was so generous. Bumblebee handed a crate of energy to the divider, remarking, "Who knows? Perhaps he suffered a head injury." With that, he stepped into the ground bridge. The others exchanged glances. At the Autobot base, after undergoing a thorough examination by Ratchet, it was determined that Bumblebee had sustained a severe blow to the back of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness. Aside from that, there were no other injuries or signs, nor were there any trackers or small devices present. "Don't say such things. Our base has 2 medical masters. This issue cannot possibly go undetected." The medical vehicle remarked upon its return that it had inspected the supplies and found them untouched by the adversary. The ultra-energy cores were of exceptional quality, a rarity for our base in recent times. The statement reflected the Autobots' increasing numbers and insufficient energy, with most relying on intermediate energy cores. The medic sighed for his companion. The celestial being wielded an energy collector, thus rendering him unburdened by the need to store low to mid-tier energy. Before him, Optimus Prime interjected, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. While the celestial being could safeguard the energy matrix, he was unable to simultaneously protect both the matrix and the stellar extractor. This predicament prompted him to consider a trade with us, aiming to separate the two entirely. On the following day, Bumblebee sat in the lounge, lost in thought, his friends quickly noticing his distress. RC, seated beside him, inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something you wish to share?" Bumblebee gestured helplessly. "How does one retrieve those memories buried deep within? Forgotten memories?" RC asked, intrigued. "What do you seek them for?" Then, incredulously, she questioned, Did the celestial being strike a deal with you to recover experiences from your past? Bumblebee hastily waved his hands in denial. Yet he appeared to RC as a younger sibling grappling with maturity. RC grasped Bumblebee's hand, asserting, "We are family. We can face the dangers of the future together. Acting alone may lead to harm. We cannot afford to lose you." Bumblebee fell silent, ultimately confessing, "Our energy reserves are dwindling. I merely wish to contribute what I can to our home." The celestial being promised me a 30% reward upon completion of the task, which could be exchanged for numerous ultra-energy cores, parts, and equipment. RC was taken aback. "What did you say? What does he desire? Why was I unaware of this?" Bumblebee sighed, recalling the latter stages of the Cybertron Civil War when he first departed his homeland to establish a forward base. He had once fought alongside the warriors here to save the world, but that memory had been lost due to a devastating attack from the Decepticons, and the celestial being sought to recover those lost recollections. RC, astonished, exclaimed, "What does he intend to extract from your mind? Weapons of mass destruction?" Upon uttering this, she immediately sensed the gravity of her words, while Bumblebee looked at her with innocent confusion. RC offered an awkward smile. "I apologize. I was a bit anxious." Chapter 115. Memories and Truth. If weapons of mass destruction were indeed present, Bumblebee, not being foolish, would never consent. The foundation of their collaboration rested on mutual non-harm. RC pondered, "I believe we should discuss this with everyone." Bumblebee reached out to stop her, saying, "No, I hope to surprise everyone. Each warrior possesses a profound sense of pride and the courage to sacrifice for their family, and Bumblebee was no exception." RC contemplated speaking further, but chose silence. For she too once yearned to contribute to Optimus Prime and to this great family. RC advised, "Please exercise caution and inform us of any dangers." The following day, Bumblebee, accompanied by his partner Raph, made their way to the Autobot base. Suddenly, Raph inquired, "Bumblebee, what has been troubling you lately? You seem preoccupied." Bumblebee paused in silence. Although Raph was merely a child, he was a rare prodigy, renowned as a computer hacker during elementary school. "I wish to reminisce about certain experiences from my past, yet they have all but faded from my memory," Bumblebee confessed. Raph adjusted his glasses and asked, "Are you trying to recall a specific event or a particular detail?" Bumblebee appeared taken aback. "Is there a difference?" Raph closed his notebook. "Indeed, there is a distinction. Recalling every detail of an event can be quite challenging. But if it's a singular aspect of that event, it should be much easier to locate." Raph's words sparked a realization in Bumblebee. Yes, he need not remember everything. It sufficed to focus on the significant moments, such as the raid, the assault on Lin Bai, the defeat of the malevolent leader, the moments in the secret chamber, and so forth. The patterns in that chamber, the enigmatic symbols, those were the key. With this thought, Bumblebee excitedly pressed the accelerator, startling Raph in the process. Bumblebee slowed down. "I'm not in a hurry." Setting Raph down, Bumblebee dashed out of the base, while RC remarked, "He is still just a child." That night, outside a memorial museum in Lin Bai, a yellow sports car, a red sports car, 3 police motorcycles, and a uniquely styled motorcycle were parked. One of the police motorcycles suddenly spoke. "Bumblebee, are you certain this is the right place?" Bumblebee blinked his headlights affirmatively. "I am certain. I have seen those peculiar symbols here." The largest police motorcycle responded, "Then let us proceed." With that, the doors opened, and 2 to 3 individuals emerged from each vehicle. Bumblebee and Teletron, 1, you'll follow me inside. Canes, once inside, activate visual sharing. I want to assess the situation within. Xiang Feiyu, being too large, could not enter the museum, and even Bumblebee's warning barely sufficed. Primarily, it was essential for Bumblebee to trace the path they had taken before. This World War II museum had once served as a crucial base for the party's elite. Bumblebee had participated in brutal offensives and defenses here during the arrival of the Allies, where loyalists to the malevolent leader fought to protect the secrets of this place until the very end. Inside, they encountered not only gun emplacements but also labyrinthine passages. The Allied forces had suffered significant casualties in their attempts to conquer this location, and to prevent visitors from getting lost, the museum had sealed many pathways. 3 minutes later, a voice crackled through the earpiece. "Boss, the guards have been neutralized. Initiate video, sharing, and move out." Xiang Feiyu commanded. As the video activated, the camera focused on several unconscious white security personnel. The scene shifted as special forces began to unlock a set of iron gates, entering a sealed passage. Upon entering, they found the environment even more intense, with walls resembling a hornet's nest, sending shivers down anyone's spine. The little communicator arrived at a corner marked by a breach, its scanning device assessing the surroundings. The damage, inflicted by a laser cannon, was evidently the work of Bumblebee. The towering Bumblebee nodded in affirmation, gesturing to the side where another substantial hole marred the wall, seemingly indicating that this was also his doing. Following Bumblebee's lead, they navigated the underground passage, making several turns before finally halting before a wall. Keynes and the little communicator exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the presence of a mere wall. Without hesitation, Bumblebee raised his arm cannon. However, at that moment, Xiang Feiyu intervened through the earpiece, instructing, "Wait, Keynes, go to the left and count down the 5th row from the top, then the 8th brick from the left, and press it." Heeding the command, Keynes approached and pressed the indicated brick. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly ordinary red brick wall yielded to Keynes's touch, triggering a mechanism that opened a door before them. As the door creaked open, the stale air wafted out, setting off alarms on the battle armor of all the special forces, warning them of corrosive gas ahead and instructing them to close their direct air valves. Once the valves were secured, 2 soldiers ventured inside. However, within the 20-some square meter room, chaos reigned, with files strewn all over and the remnants of a dozen corpses and some battered weapon racks littering the floor. Kane surveyed the desk and the corner safe, while one proceeded to unlock the safe and the others dispersed to search for pertinent documents. Through the real-time imagery provided by the Special Forces, Xiang Feiyu examined the room's layout, copying the map and noting the booklet on the left side, the one illustrated with wood. As the search continued, one successfully opened the safe, revealing a stack of documents that elicited a smirk. If these were released at the time, they would surely have caused a global sensation. He could not resist pocketing a Ruger pistol from within. However, Xiang Feiyu remarked, "Don't forget to take the copper ring that was used as a footrest for the safe." Just as he finished speaking, several vehicles appeared beside them, causing Xiang Feiyu to feel a twinge of embarrassment as he found himself encircled. "Should I call for more people?" he inquired. Optimus Prime replied, "We are not here to fight you. Our sole purpose is to protect our families." Resigned, Xiang Feiyu acknowledged, "We should withdraw. Remember to erase any traces." 10 minutes later, a group emerged, laden with various packages, among them the little communicator, who chattered incessantly. "I never expected that fallen Decepticons would be involved in that war." One Special Forces member organized the collected materials, noting that many of the documents and technologies were remarkably forward-thinking for their time, though some now seemed outdated. A pity indeed. Xiang Feiyu flashed the headlights of his vehicle, urging them to focus. The little communicator nodded, stating, "Among these documents are many ancient inscriptions left by the fallen Decepticons, even older than the writings of the Primes. I doubt anyone could decipher them now." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent, for that was not the inquiry he had posed. "Keynes, what have you discovered on your end?" Keynes glanced towards Unit 1, who responded, "Many of these are secret from that era. However, we have not located the information we seek aside from this." Unit 1 placed a document atop the rearview mirror. "I am well versed in numerous languages, yet this one eludes my comprehension." Chapter 116. The treasure. Xiang Feiyu scrutinized the document with a slight frown. It contained cryptic phrases from an ancient sect of Huaxia, akin to specialized jargon. Unit 1, intrigued, inquired, "Do you recognize it?" Xiang Feiyu shook his head. "I do not." Those scholars from that time, to elevate the stature of their school of thought, recorded vital information using esoteric language. Frustratingly, these terms are layered in encryption, requiring astrological alignment for translation, differing meanings emerging with the changing heavens. With that, Xiang Feiyu started the vehicle. "We shall return first." At that moment, Bumblebee tapped the roof of Xiang Feiyu's car, asserting, "I have provided information. You must honor your word." Xiang Feiyu blinked the headlights twice, reassuring, "Rest assured. Once I decipher it, I will call upon you." Meanwhile, Alsai interjected, "Not just you, but all of us. We shall go together." Xiang Feiyu remained silent, aware that regardless of the number of participants, only a 30% chance of success existed. After Xiang Feiyu departed, a mischievous smile crept across Alsai's lips, contemplating the moment when the decision would no longer rest with the Decepticon. In the mechanical bar's secret chamber, Xiang Feiyu examined the documents while instructing the communicator to analyze the precise astrological positions from that timeline. Given his robotic nature, deciphering the celestial significance would be impossible with a human brain. More variables, more possibilities. He gazed at the remaining 3 coordinates. Were these the potentials? Kane scrutinized the coordinates Xiang Feiyu provided and eliminated one. This one belongs to a secret vault in Lanfen that has already been unearthed, resulting in the emergence of over 20 billionaires from that treasure hunt. Even if we go, we would only find their leftovers. Keynes then regarded the remaining 2 coordinates. One was situated in a mountainous region at the border of Germany and Italy, which he deemed unlikely. The great demon, despite his admiration for the lesser demon, held a disdain for the Italian demon. The last coordinate pointed to an island, now submerged due to rising global sea levels. Xiang Feiyu turned back to the cryptic information in his hand and the symbols it bore, pondering how it did not suggest any operations in water. However, given that one of these coordinates had already led to the discovery of over 20 billionaires, if another were indeed authentic, it was highly probable that all 3 coordinates held truth. With this thought, Xiang Feiyu messaged Bumblebee, instructing him to head to the Alps. In the Alps, at a strategically perilous location in the center, several Cybertronians and special soldiers clad in combat armor lingered. Amidst the endless mountains, the question arose, how would they search? The communicator shrugged, expressing uncertainty. The ambulance nearby suggested, should we consider employing a large device for reconnaissance? RC, standing beside, wore an expression that clearly conveyed her disapproval, fearing it would attract the Decepticon's attention. Meanwhile, Bumblebee, lagging at the rear, felt a deep sense of frustration, pondering why it was so arduous to bring back some spoil for the team. However, his family was genuinely concerned for his safety. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, concluding that the source of their troubles must be in proximity, and urged everyone to disperse and search. 10 minutes later, the special forces returned empty-handed, reporting no findings or anomalies. Various responses echoed around, yet all confirmed the absence of anything unusual. Xiang Feiyu gazed at the flat terrain and suddenly posed an intriguing thought. This very expanse is the most significant anomaly. Upon hearing this, the ambulance elevated itself to gain a clearer view of Xiang Feiyu and the others, realizing that the area was a perfectly level stretch capable of accommodating a transport aircraft's landing. If a plane were to arrive here, there would undoubtedly be a command post. Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively. Forget the command post. Keynes, take your team and search again. Remember, if you encounter a fork, opt for the paths you deem to be dead ends. Keynes, slightly perplexed by the mention of dead ends, understood that he could not defy his superior's orders. As the group split up once more, another 10 minutes passed before teams returned, again reporting nothing. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. Everyone's back already? Keynes glanced at his subordinates and the assigned route map, puzzled. He contacted the 3rd team, but received no response. One squad was still unaccounted for. A smile crept onto Xiang Feiyu's face. Let us move out. Following the documented route, they arrived at a fork in the path. One direction led onward, while the other veered into the mountains, only to vanish after 20 meters. Bumblebee advanced ahead, but was promptly halted by Xiang Feiyu, who directed, this way. Bumblebee, somewhat perplexed by the alternative path, decided to heed the command. After proceeding over 20 meters, he froze momentarily at the end, but quickly raised his weapon, vigilantly aiming at the flank. Who is there? Seeing this, RC dashed over, instantly entering a battle-ready stance upon reaching Bumblebee's side. Who is there? The others stood bewildered, as the direction they were both targeting revealed nothing. What was happening? As they rushed over to assess the situation, RC cautiously moved forward and soon vanished from sight. When the others arrived at Bumblebee's location, they discovered it was an angle of refraction. As the name suggests, it involved a line making a corner. From other directions, the bend appeared as an endpoint, but only at the angle could a hidden path be discerned. Before them lay a road strewn with corpses, clad in attire that indicated they were the Dark Lord's elite guard and some laborers, all inexplicably perished at the intersection. Among them, 3 armored special forces soldiers lay amidst the bones, unconscious. Xiang Feiyu turned to Keynes, stating, don your helmets. There may be a problem inside. 2 fully armed medics approached to assess the situation, only to find that the individual had fainted. Another person produced a device to measure the surrounding environment, revealing a high concentration of hallucinogenic gas in the area. They carried the unconscious person outside, while a Special Forces soldier picked up a submachine gun from the ground, removed the magazine, and observed that it was fully loaded. They must have succumbed to the gas and perished. The rest examined both the interior and exterior. The outside appeared to be a natural formation, while the interior was an artificially excavated passageway, supported by steel scaffolding, becoming increasingly spacious as they ventured further in. Truly a grand endeavor. What a sight! A line of the most advanced jet fighters from World War II stood before them, gazing at the orderly rows of combat aircraft and nearby ammunition crates. All the Special Forces soldiers were astonished. Had the malevolent demon hollowed out this mountainous region? Inside were even more warehouses filled with military vehicles, Tiger tanks, motorcycles, and even bicycles, along with munitions depots. What struck them as eerie was the absence of hallucinogenic gas and any signs of battle. Yet the number of skeletal remains on the ground was no less than outside. Keynes immediately ordered, form teams of 3 and search. Xiang Feiyu fiddled with the propeller of one of the aircraft, realizing they had stumbled upon a secret base, intended to reopen this armory for a resurgence. However, the pace of change in technology had rendered these weapons obsolete. At that moment, a Special Forces member rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, come take a look." Chapter 117. Here, thanks to the little flower I gifted myself. Following the Special Forces team, they arrived at a secret warehouse, its grand doors already ajar. Upon entering, they were surprised to discover yet another special aircraft inside. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, recognizing the prototype of the American B-2 bomber. What was so strange about it? It was outdated. A Special Forces member opened a crate on the ground, causing Xiang Feiyu to frown slightly. Super energy bodies? Damn! Xiang Feiyu approached the prototype's power system, opening it up to inspect. To his astonishment, it did not utilize fuel, but relied on a super energy centrifugal machine for kinetic energy. Such an aircraft would undoubtedly exceed the speed of fuel-powered engines and possess superior endurance. The pressing question remained, where did this technology originate? Reflecting on the previous documents found, it was evident that it had to be supported by the fallen Decepticons. Otherwise, such a finely crafted centrifugal machine would be impossible to produce. At that moment, a transformer approached. The ambulance scanned the machinery above, frowning slightly as it recognized the ancient Cybertronian technology, design principles used prior to the Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. What did this mean? Was it not the fallen Decepticons? Then who imparted this technology to them? The ambulance employed a scanner to analyze the machinery, while Optimus Prime remarked to Xiang Feiyu, although we have waged war against your Decepticons for many years, it cannot be said that Cybertron exists solely because of us. There are numerous ancient clans, pioneers, explorers, colonizers, and even the legendary malevolent foes. Even we Cybertronians are not solitary in the universe. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu immediately pondered a question. Did this imply the existence of a Cybertronian relic here? The ambulance, resembling a scanner, suggested that this was most likely the case. After speaking, he turned to Optimus Prime, stating that he believed it prudent to summon additional reinforcements. No sooner had he finished speaking than a portal opened beside them, revealing a towering figure emerging from the land bridge, my closest companion. I had not anticipated our reunion under such circumstances. Unicron? RC immediately entered a combat stance, while Optimus Prime squinted, preparing for battle. Unicron, what are your intentions? Unicron surveyed the warriors on both sides, his fierce demeanor softening slightly. Do not be alarmed. I come in peace to explore. We can collaborate in uncovering this relic. Optimus Prime frowned, recognizing the complexity of the situation. A confrontation would undoubtedly lead to casualties on both sides. Can you assure us that you will not attack? A cold smirk appeared on Unicron's lips. I give you my word. RC interjected. That is unacceptable. We must limit the number of individuals permitted to enter. Unicron pondered for a moment and then agreed. Very well. Each team may send 10 members. Soon, both sides had assembled their numbers. However, Xiang Feiyu found himself caught in the middle. Without any discussion, he dispatched over 30 warriors and 40 special operatives. Based on the numbers, we shall proceed, declared Unicron. Soundwave. Locate the entrance. Soundwave unleashed his abilities, swiftly gathering information before leading the group toward a specific passage. Minutes later, a massive metal hydraulic door came into view. The boisterous group advanced, forcibly breaking the pressure axis to pry the door open once more. Inside, lay an artificially carved opening. Not particularly large, but sufficient for two individuals to pass through. As several engineers worked to widen the opening, Unicron prepared to enter when Xiang Feiyu raised a hand to stop him. Lord Unicron, it is better if the scouts proceed first. With a gesture toward the rear, Xiang Feiyu signaled to the special forces. 20 elite soldiers, weapons raised, entered the passage. All clear, came the response from the special forces, allowing the rest to follow. As RC lagged behind Xiang Feiyu, she muttered angrily, "This is all you're doing." Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You cannot blame me. Had you not arrived, this would have been solely between Bumblebee and myself." RC cast a disdainful glance at Xiang Feiyu. "We do not trust you." Instead of reacting with anger, Xiang Feiyu retorted, "You are absolutely right." With that, he joined the advancing group. As Xiang Feiyu had predicted, had Bumblebee and they arrived, they would have shared the spoils. However, with the Autobots' main force now present, it was clear that someone would inevitably attempt to breach prior agreements in pursuit of the technology hidden within this relic, potentially leading to Xiang Feiyu and his subordinates being driven away, or worse, eliminated. These factors were beyond Xiang Feiyu's control. Thus he had summoned Unicron, aware that while he might end up with nothing, at least his life would remain intact. "Be cautious ahead. Danger lurks," warned the special operative. As the crowd arrived at the location of the Special Operations team, they found themselves in a realm markedly different from the outside world. The walls were adorned with an array of intricate metallic murals, and directly ahead lay a vast plaza. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as if they had traversed into another dimension. In front of the murals stood towering mechanical sculptures, all of which were damaged, with some reduced to mere mechanical legs. Scattered across the ground were an abundance of skeletal remains and shattered firearms, alongside deep gashes carved into the earth as if by a colossal blade. One of the Special Operations members gazed at the broken submachine guns and the 98K rifle, remarking on the numerous lives lost in this place. Kane, observing the mechanical sculptures, quickly grasped the situation, having previously encountered remnants of train wreckage. He deduced, "These mechanical sculptures are responsible for the deaths here, though I am uncertain how they were triggered." Before he could elaborate, another soldier interjected, "Look at those indentations on the walls." Indeed, behind the mechanical sculptures were numerous display stands showcasing various parts and bizarre weaponry, though some had been destroyed, leaving their exhibits missing. Xiang Feiyu approached an empty display stand, which bore inscriptions in Cybertronian script that he could not decipher, save for a symbol resembling the centrifuge from the prototype outside. Meanwhile, Megatron picked up an exhibit, but just then, one of the nearby mechanical sculptures sprang to life, brandishing a weapon aimed at him. As the blow was about to land, Megatron effortlessly countered, cleaving the attacking sculpture in half. Xiang Feiyu, witnessing the speed of that attack, felt a sense of astonishment, realizing he might not have been able to evade such a strike himself. This attack acted as a signal, rousing all nearby mechanical sculptures to life, who then commenced their assault on all intruders. Xiang Feiyu narrowly dodged an attack from one sculpture and commanded Kane, "Seek out the gold. We have others to handle this situation. Engaging in this battle is not our priority. Finding the gold is paramount." Following the order, Kane slipped into the interior amidst the chaos, while a cadre of colossal Cybertronian warriors began to eliminate the mechanical sculptures. However, amidst the fervent clash, 4 individuals remained uninvolved: Soundwave and Decepticon Knockout, alongside Autobot Ratchet and Medical Officer. Their task was to discern whether the items on the display stands were outdated. For after tens of thousands of years, some technology had surpassed what were once considered rare artifacts. Meanwhile, other technologies might be salvaged for use, development, or integration with contemporary advancements, thus necessitating the expertise of specialists for accurate identification. Chapter 118. Ruins. Yet, this was of little concern to Xiang Feiyu, as he lacked the relevant personnel in this field. As for the communicator, he could only be deemed a temporary technician, and in this ancient Cybertronian ruin, he felt utterly insignificant, realizing he was incapable of deciphering the advanced technologies before him. Frustration welled within him, yet he found himself powerless, left to grapple with his anxious thoughts. What is truly heart-wrenching is the sight of these sculptures, mere lambs awaiting slaughter before the might of the Decepticons and Autobots. However, the likes of his subordinates, such as Crowbar, Scatter, and Disarray, being relentlessly pursued by the sculptures. Only the hardened mechanical insects and the battle-hardened insect icons can withstand such onslaughts. It has now become apparent why he brought so many with him. They are utterly indifferent, akin to the fallen human warriors strewn about the ground. Incapable of even breaching the threshold of combat, Xiang Feiyu, evading attacks with dexterity, gazes upon his subordinate's plight with a sense of helplessness. He orders the insect icons to remain while the others retreat. Outside the warehouse lies a cache of energon crystal ores. It would be prudent to find a place to bury them, to be excavated later, as it is impossible to transport them now, given that the area is undoubtedly swarming with Decepticon soldiers. Truth be told, this secret base is quite commendable. Once both factions have vacated, he could lay claim to this location. As for the possibility of being discovered and pursued by the Autobots, there is little cause for concern, as they had previously refrained from engaging when they learned of the mechanical bar. Dodging an assault from mechanical sculpture, Xiang Feiyu swiftly yanked off its damaged mechanical arm. The loss of balance caused the sculpture to tumble, and he seized the opportunity to stomp down forcefully on its neck. With a resounding crunch, the sculpture's head was crushed, and the crimson light in its eyes gradually faded. Turning his attention to another mechanical sculpture, he noted that his adversary was Alcee, whose formidable combat prowess was hampered only by her size. Minutes passed, and with the formidable presence of Megatron and Optimus Prime, the mechanical sculptures were swiftly annihilated. Xiang Feiyu inadvertently observed the seamless coordination between the two, a bond not typical of ordinary comrades. Megatron sheathed his arm blade and continued forward. Unlike the relics left by ancient sages or the tombs of Earth's past, this space served as an entrance leading into a grand hall. In its center lay the mechanical sarcophagus of the sage, surrounded by treasures and knowledge he had amassed, with sentinels and intricate designs adorning the periphery. The sage's relics mirrored this, featuring a vast platform encircled by an abyss, within which towered colossal robots. The abundance of artifacts here was astonishing. Megatron surveyed the exhibits, each pedestal showcasing various items, though Xiang Feiyu found himself unfamiliar with their significance. Optimus Prime was momentarily taken aback by the treasures and technologies bequeathed by the sage. Even though two-thirds of the technology had become obsolete, the remaining portion still constituted a substantial wealth of knowledge. Megatron declared that they would split the spoils evenly. To this, Optimus Prime replied, albeit noticing a sinister smile playing at the corners of Megatron's lips. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Before he could finish, Xiang Feiyu advanced, the tension palpable. "Let's not forget my share, and moreover, I believe we should first deal with the remaining warriors below." Megatron cast a glance at Xiang Feiyu and declared, "Let us commence. Each shall claim their own territory. Whoever occupies it shall own it." With that, he surged forward. Below lay a multitude of colossal robotic stasis chambers, presumably the guardians of this ancient sage, tasked with ensuring their master remains undisturbed. The lowest rank among them was at least that of advanced warriors, numbering in the hundreds. Alcee, who had approached Xiang Feiyu, remarked casually, as though engaged in self-reflection. Xiang Feiyu smiled. Now a lord, possessing the essence of the mechanized core, he found dispatching these advanced warriors exhilarating, provided he stayed cautious of the higher-ranking foes. As anticipated, upon Megatron's entrance into a designated area, the stasis chambers ahead erupted with flashing alarms, awakening the warriors within. Strangely, some chambers remained dormant, being ensnared and receding into the floor as the automated panels sealed shut. Xiang Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the phenomenon, but time was of the essence, as the warriors from the awakened chambers were now emerging. Ducking an energy attack, Xiang Feiyu retreated a few paces, sensing an underlying unease. He surveyed the uneven mechanical walls adorned with numerous murals. Ascending into the air, he scanned the surroundings. Finding no anomalies, the metallic walls appeared intact. Curiously, he pushed against one, pondering unexpected outcomes, only to find himself leaning forward, a dark cannon muzzle aimed directly at his head. Xiang Feiyu's expression turned vacant as he beheld the flickering cannon before him. Instinctively, he turned his head aside, and with a thunderous bang, an energy projectile narrowly missed his forehead. Retracting his hand, he shouted, "Do not approach the central area. The walls are lined with energy cannons." Raising his dissolving cannon, he targeted a protruding energy cannon and fired. The powerful rusting feature of the dissolving projectile instantly corroded the cannon upon contact. Yet the energy blast was released at the last moment. With no time to spare, Xiang Feiyu unleashed a barrage from his handheld cannon, shattering the exposed cannons and retreating. There were simply too many. The mechanisms shifted with alarming speed, and within mere seconds, cannons surrounded them, unleashing a relentless assault. Megatron and the others found themselves unable to advance towards the now-closed main gate. The energy cannons around them glowed ominously, poised to unleash a synchronized barrage to eliminate the intruders. In a moment of crisis, the glowing cannon muzzles, akin to a sneeze, expelled energy projectiles that dissipated within 2 meters. As the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, those bracing for an onslaught from the surrounding energy cannons looked bewildered, questioning the abrupt cessation. Could these cannons, akin to humans, be impotent? However, there was no time for contemplation. Upon witnessing the threat of firepower vanish, they immediately engaged the advanced warriors present. Despite their limited numbers, all but Xiang Feiyu were of heroic caliber or above, and soon the adversaries were vanquished. Everyone remained on high alert, wary of the densely packed artillery surrounding them, apprehensive that an unforeseen situation might prompt the rapid-fire cannons to spring into action again. At that moment, a Special Forces soldier emerged from a corner, exhaling in relief upon observing the halted gunfire. He greeted his comrades and informed Xiang Feiyu, "Boss, this is the control room. Everything we need is here." Xiang Feiyu stepped inside a spacious control room filled with an array of equipment. Nearby stood numerous energy containment boxes, while a robust conduit lay, damaged, not far away. In one corner, a pile of wooden crates caught his attention. Several were opened, revealing an abundance of gold bars inside. Adjacent to them were boxes of various colors, all containing exquisite jewels and priceless adornments. Upon inspecting the gold, Xiao Lingtong estimated there to be over 1,500 tons. However, some of the poorly crafted gold bars would require reprocessing, bringing the total down to approximately 1,300 tons. Adding in the diamonds and other treasures nearby, the haul was indeed substantial. Meanwhile, Soundwave and Ratchet began to decipher the control systems, ensuring that the artillery would not reactivate while their team organized the supplies. Moreover, the control system housed valuable technologies that could be collected. In the eyes of researchers, any technology was worth pursuing, be it from the Decepticons or the Autobots. After half an hour, Soundwave and Ratchet exited, satisfied with their technological acquisitions. Shortly thereafter, several mechanical sentinels entered, dismantling the equipment within the control room and transporting it away, leaving no spare energy containment unit behind. Xiang Feiyu and his team of elite soldiers exchanged glances, relieved that the adversaries had no interest in the gold and jewels. Yet, a heavy feeling weighed on Xiang Feiyu. Technology was priceless, a realm in which he felt inadequate. The energy units held value, but their distribution was beyond his control. As he observed the bustling activity around him, the scene blurred, and he remained motionless like a statue. It seemed imperative to cultivate his own technical advisor, he pondered. As he stepped out of the control room, outside, chaos reigned. All exhibits had been stripped bare, and the surrounding storage areas were undoubtedly emptied as well. Even the remains of the ancient ancestors had been taken by the Autobots for repatriation to Cybertron, a final return to their roots. The central control platform had been breached, with dormant warriors slain and removed, leaving no stone unturned. It appeared that there was little left to exploit here. However, the silver lining was that this location could serve as a secret base. Just then, explosions and gunfire erupted outside. Xiang Feiyu's subordinates attempted to venture out, but he halted them, insisting, "Stay put, it's perilous out there." After a few minutes, as the sounds of battle diminished, Xiang Feiyu stealthily exited the passageway. Spotting Megatron observing his minions as they transported supplies, evidently having seized a considerable amount from the Autobots. The methods employed by Megatron were well known to Xiang Feiyu, which was precisely why he chose not to venture out. His old adversaries, the Autobots, were equally astute. Thus, they prioritized the evacuation of crucial resources at a strategic moment. In the final hour, they launched a counterattack against the Decepticons, sacrificing some supplies in the process, yet managing to eliminate a significant number of Decepticon warriors. As they transported their belongings into the land bridge, the Decepticons left Xiang Feiyu amidst a sea of corpses and discarded machinery. Megatron, Gazing at Xiang Feiyu proclaimed, "You have accomplished a great feat this time. I hereby appoint you as a low-level commander of the Decepticons, leading 50,000 warriors." Without awaiting a response, he strode directly into the land bridge. Xiang Feiyu opened his mouth to speak, only to close it in resignation, proceeding to transport the bodies inside. He also notified the aerial troops to bring over the shredder bugs to clean the area, declaring this place as their new base from that day forth. First, they dismantled the turrets from the walls and transported them away, then excavated and modified certain areas, allowing the shredder bugs to devour the excess metal. The shredder bugs, upon seeing Xiang Feiyu, transformed into obedient creatures, none daring to show their teeth. After the cleanup, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the barren base, feeling a pang of desolation. He commanded the Constructicons to renovate and secure the premises. Looking around, the Constructicon leader, Scorponok, remarked, "Boss, we urgently require a land bridge." Xiang Feiyu sighed, acknowledging the truth in Scorponok's words. Currently, the factions possessing land bridges included the Autobots, the Decepticon Punisher, and the hidden remnants of the fallen Decepticons on Earth. The Autobots had no traitors, and the remaining minor factions were inferior to Xiang Feiyu himself. Outside, Soundwave and several prominent families held land bridges, yet they would not share their technology, resulting in a technical blockade that was insurmountable. Furrowing his brow, Xiang Feiyu concluded that the only option was to seize one. For now, we must wait and see who suffers misfortune. We shall take advantage of it. Ultimately, he restructured the entire secret base into 5 distinct zones: the central area, storage zone, maintenance zone, training area, and human activity zone. Beneath these, there lay a concealed storage room, serving as a hidden chamber. Having completed this, Xiang Feiyu returned to the bar, where a substantial influx of funds allowed for the swift recruitment of personnel. Even standard battle armor was fully accounted for, now awaiting the opportunity to confront those who had attacked him. Meanwhile, the troops promised by Megatron arrived, a formidable force of 50,000. Along with the remnants of previous forces and several mining areas allocated to Xiang Feiyu, ensuring his self-sufficiency. However, it left Xiang Feiyu speechless that the Punisher had supplied him exclusively with Autobot cars among the mechanical soldiers, with not a single aerial warrior in sight. This situation posed a significant problem, as when the time for battle arose, the Autobot cars would struggle to rapidly engage in combat, and the notion of activating a land bridge with such expendable troops was utterly inconceivable. The small communicator observed the neatly arranged miniature energy cannons, pondering their utility. What purpose do these serve? Their range is too limited for installation on the battleship's cannons. They are of no use at all. Xiang Feiyu reached out to caress the energy cannon installed in the power chamber of the Darkstone Star. With the arrangements in order, he returned to the secluded room of the mechanical bar, where a final marker awaited him. The notorious demon had once swept through Europe, undoubtedly seizing far more gold than this. Thus, if this target point proved accurate, it was reasonable to expect a similar abundance of gold here. Without hesitation, Xiang transformed into a warplane and departed from America, arriving at the Indian Ocean. After circling a few times, he descended upon a small island. Upon surveying the area, he discovered a rather ordinary helipad and a one-way deep-water port. Surrounding the site were several makeshift structures, long neglected and now in ruins, alongside abandoned military vehicles and other remnants of transport. Not far off, he noticed a partially excavated cave, devoid of anything but a few pieces of equipment, and some skeletal remains nearby, suggesting that the site had been abandoned before completion. Undeterred, Xiang scoured the area multiple times, even venturing into the sea for exploration, yet found nothing of value. It appeared that when the demon met its downfall, the transport ships destined for this base may have encountered disaster or absconded with the gold, causing the workers to flee. Resigned, Xiang concluded that the previous gold should suffice, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. However, just as he prepared to leave, the sound of a motorboat's engine caught his attention. Frowning slightly, he wondered about the situation. Concealing himself, he observed several armed individuals approach the site, and to his astonishment, he recognized one among them, a familiar face, though he had never truly known them. The soldier clad in combat gear bore an uncanny resemblance to the assailants from his last encounter. Chapter 120. Have we found it? Is this the island you mentioned? It has a port, but there seems to be little inside, the Special Forces soldier remarked. A nearby black-armed man nodded submissively, stating that they had already scoured the area and found traces of previous inhabitants, but no one had been there for many years, assuring complete safety. The soldier acknowledged this, affirming that as long as the investigation posed no issues, money would not be a concern. With that, they departed once more. A cold smile crept across Xiang's lips as he thought, "I've found you." He took to the skies, monitoring the Special Forces soldiers' exit. The soldier returned to a vessel, nodding at a man in a suit before walking away. The suited man handed over a stack of cash, warning, "Mind your words, or I won't hesitate to silence you." The armed men, having received what they desired, nodded and left. The suited man coldly summoned several subordinates, and once gathered, he ordered their annihilation. The Special Forces soldier nodded and led his team away. Above their ship, a futuristic warplane hovered silently, following them toward the base. However, as they entered the port of the small island, the tarp covering the ship was drawn back, revealing a shocking sight to Xiang. Damn it, this group of lunatics. Upon assessing the situation, Xiang Feiyu made his way towards the bar. Upon arrival at the establishment, he commanded the assembly of all personnel and special operations team members in preparation for battle. While rallying his troops, he proceeded to a secure chamber to project the detected topography of the island. This group had taken control of an island, seemingly having established their operations there for quite some time. Most alarming was the sight of a colossal robot, approximately 100 meters in height, indicating that they were constructing giant mechs. The special operations team leaders, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback by the audacity of these individuals. However, upon reflection, it became clear that the lack of technology for Earth to engage in interstellar colonization lay in energy and propulsion systems. With the advent of super-energy entities and Decepticon technology, these challenges could be surmounted, making the creation of large mechs merely a matter of time. Yet, Xiang Feiyu sensed a problem. The current state of Earth could not withstand the tumult caused by multiple interstellar factions. This was also the reason why the Autobots, despite their collaboration with the American government, were reluctant to engage in exchanges of interstellar technology, essentially a technological blockade. This blockade was evident when, during the recent attempt to seize relic technology, both the Decepticons and Autobots chose to disregard Xiang Feiyu, further illustrating the nature of this technological embargo. Similarly, Xiang Feiyu's reluctance for this group to pursue the research of giant mechs stemmed from the same concern. As the team gathered, it became imperative to devise a plan. Regardless of the circumstances, his ground forces were excessively numerous. Kane suggested procuring several cargo ships, as their battle armors could operate in the sea, enabling a surprise attack directly from the water. Kent also noted that the captured footage indicated the island was heavily fortified with anti-aircraft weapons, making an aquatic approach the optimal choice. After contemplating the options, Xiang Feiyu concurred. They would acquire 30 large transport vessels and position them accordingly, while he would ensure aerial support from the skies. The assembled team stood at attention, placing their fists over their hearts in acknowledgement. Xiang Feiyu declared their objective, to incapacitate the enemy thoroughly, ensuring they understood the consequences of their actions. A week later, a fleet of 30 large transport ships arrived near an island in the Indian Ocean. Under the cover of night, the vessels continued their course towards Africa, their cargo containers opening to release numerous warriors clad in special operations armor, alongside a multitude of Decepticons who leapt from the transport ships. In no time, these warriors encircled the entire island, simultaneously converging towards it. Meanwhile, the island's radar operators, having observed the ships depart, relaxed their vigilance. Once the alarms ceased, they retreated to the lounge, where a Caucasian woman awaited him, with whom he had been flirting for several days. Minutes later, the room erupted with passionate shouts, while the radar displayed countless red dots converging towards the base. Xiang Feiyu, observing from above, noted that the enemy had yet to respond, allowing his previously anxious spirit to ease slightly. At this location, casualties could be halved if they could directly land on the shallows. As the distance diminished, one soldier emerged from the sea surface, confirming that this surprise assault had breached the enemy's inner perimeter. The warrior surveyed his surroundings and, finding no issues, waved towards the sea. Shortly after, a squad of 12 emerged on the beach. The leading warrior signaled the presence of mines ahead and, utilizing a testing device, skillfully avoided the marked positions, entering the rainforest. Within the island's interior, a high watchtower, two individuals were dozing off when a shadow darted past, swiftly followed by their heads being severed. A minute later, the tower was seized by two Special Forces members. This scenario unfolded throughout the island, gradually encroaching upon the enemy's territory. However, a sudden turn of events occurred after the outer guard post was secured, as a Decepticon warrior inadvertently triggered a mine, blowing off his mechanical foot and setting off alarms throughout the base. A swarm of elite soldiers, fully equipped, rushed from their barracks. But as they approached the vicinity of the watchtower, they were caught off guard by the onslaught of firepower unleashed by the Special Forces. Yet, for these seasoned warriors who had long inhabited this area, their combat training prompted an immediate defensive response. Rockets rained down upon the tower, and those Special Forces members who could not evade were engulfed in flames from the explosions, witnessing the destruction of the elevated fire point. As enemies perished in the inferno and were left shattered, a sense of vengeance swelled within them. However, just as they readied to charge forward, horrific scenes unfolded before their eyes. From the flames below the tower rose monstrous figures, fully ablaze, wielding electromagnetic rifles, and they began to unleash precise shots at the rising foes. The stunned, armed militants quickly retreated to cover, bewildered at the sight of these creatures who seemed impervious to fire and injury. How could such foes exist? Damn, their armor is impressive. The Special Forces, led by Xiang Feiyu, continued to encroach upon the enemy's living space. At that moment, trucks emerged from the base, some equipped with heavy machine guns, others with howitzers, and some even bearing rocket launchers, evidently preparing for a barrage of firepower to withstand the onslaught. However, as they readied for their attack, Decepticon warriors broke through the jungle barriers behind the Special Forces, launching a barrage of shells and missiles at the enemy, catching them completely off guard. In that instant, they finally recognized their adversaries, but it was too late. With the firepower support of the Decepticons, the Special Forces surged from their cover, launching a comprehensive assault on the enemy. Realizing the futility of their situation, the enemy promptly turned to flee. They were mercenaries, not fanatics willing to fight to the death. Yet, they were not without military strength. At that moment, the base's warehouse doors swung open, unleashing various aircraft and helicopters into the sky, preparing to retaliate. Chapter 121, Total Annihilation. Just as they took off, Xiang Feiyu commanded the aerial squadron to engage. A fleet of fighter jets, hovering at 30,000 feet, descended to intertwine with the enemy aircraft, preventing them from targeting the infantry. Simultaneously, the surplus aircraft launched attacks against the enemy helicopters and their air defense systems. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiang Feiyu commanded the venomous bees, scorpions, and armored beasts to soar towards the heart of the enemy's stronghold, unleashing a devastating assault upon the surrounding structures and fire points. Those who wished to survive surrendered immediately. After all, why sacrifice one's name for a mere pittance? While deftly evading attacks and occasionally retaliating to dismantle significant firepower, Xiang Feiyu engaged in verbal persuasion with the mercenaries around him. Given the sheer number of people present, it was implausible that they were all hardened killers. Most were merely mercenaries motivated by monetary gain. Faced with the threat of death, they would undoubtedly weigh their risks and rewards. Just as Xiang Feiyu articulated, his words, combined with the chaos of 3,000 aircraft clashing above and the formidable presence of the Titan warriors surrounding them, prompted many to reconsider their resolve. With this shift in mindset, numerous combatants ceased their fire and the resistance weakened. Xiang Feiyu ordered an immediate occupation of the outer battlefield, signaling Canes to disrupt communications and prevent any rash actions. Kent, instruct the surrendering individuals to disarm and proceed towards the beach. We cannot allow them to jeopardize our objectives. Seizing a frightened soldier, Xiang Feiyu demanded, "Tell me, where is the entrance to the underground base?" Now immediately, the captured soldier, panicked and stammering, pointed toward the large gate atop a hill. "Over there, that is the restricted area." With a swift motion, Xiang Feiyu cast him aside and transformed, soaring towards the cave. "Venomous bees, scorpions, come here." 2 missiles were launched, causing the gate to crumple under the impact, yet it stubbornly remained standing. Upon landing, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the gate, which towered several times its height. It appeared not to be forged, but rather a protective panel cut from ancient ruins or the wreckage of a spacecraft. Such resources were indeed lavishly spent by these individuals. Raising his dissolution cannon, Xiang Feiyu unleashed a relentless barrage upon the hinges of the gate, quickly causing the metal to corrode and disintegrate. With a forceful shove, the gate collapsed, unleashing piercing screams from below, indicating that numerous defending soldiers had been crushed beneath it. As the gate swung open, a torrent of missiles and shells erupted from the cavern. Xiang Feiyu, with astute foresight, did not foolishly engage head-on, but instead dropped to the ground, swiftly refracting to the side of the cave. The reason for avoiding direct refraction was simple. He had been intimidated by the multitude of incoming munitions and opted for the most prudent course of action by taking cover. After evading a barrage of attacks, Xiang Feiyu promptly tossed a seed grenade into the cave, resulting in a series of explosions. Peeking cautiously, he observed that all enemies and vehicles had transformed back into Cybertronian metal. Surveying the situation within, a smile spread across his face. Such seed grenades proved invaluable in certain scenarios. Regrettably, the lack of production techniques meant that, without advancement, all soldiers could not be equipped with such grenades. Post-battle, the metals here could potentially be recycled into synthetic diamond materials. Seeing no adversaries, Xiang Feiyu beckoned the others to enter the passage. He reached out and shattered a sculpted warrior, exclaiming "Bravo!" At the innermost part lies a colossal circular platform, seemingly excavated by this group, which has housed the giants below. Xiang Feiyu promptly commanded the unland Decepticons to remain vigilant for any potential escapees from the depths of the sea. Xiao infiltrate the enemy's communication system immediately and incapacitate it entirely. Canes, utilize your rocket backpack and fly over for support. There are certain passages we cannot access, and only you can clear them. As directives were issued one after another, Xiang Feiyu awaited a response from Xiao. At that moment, Canes, accompanied by dozens of warriors, soared over. "Boss, we have arrived." Xiang Feiyu nodded, urging them to be patient until they received the information. 3 minutes later, Xiao was adjusting a computer in a nearby building. "Boss, it's ready." No sooner had he spoken than the platform beneath Xiang Feiyu began to descend, entering a state of alert. As the platform shifted, Xiao reported his findings. This base is truly vast. Part of it even extends into the ocean. Additionally, there are 3 nuclear warheads stored below. I've secured control here, but Canes must send personnel to manage it to prevent manual activation. There are 8 colossal mechs present, albeit in their primitive forms, quite unappealing and immobile. The latest models were yet to be tested, as we arrived too swiftly for them to conduct any experimental operations. Moreover, much of their data points toward an even more crucial piece of information, a relic. Xiang Feiyu's gaze sharpened. A relic was a site even the Autobots and Decepticons had abandoned in their relentless pursuit. This revelation was indeed explosive. They must intercept them and ensure they do not escape. Just then, the display on the descending lift flickered with static, revealing a familiar figure. "So it is you. I didn't expect you to seek me out so tearfully." Xiang Feiyu smirked, "Such is fate. It seems I inadvertently found you." The figure responded, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Silas, the Terminator of Aliens. Consider this base a gift to you, a compensation for my prior attack on your mining site." As he spoke, he hoisted a box and boarded a rather futuristic fighter jet. The camera panned out to reveal over 30 jets of the same model, clearly intended to create confusion as he made his escape amidst the chaos. Xiang Feiyu frowned, cursing, "Damn it, he's getting away." Watching the aircraft depart the island, he struck a metal pillar beside him with a powerful fist. Upon reaching the lowest level, he was immediately assaulted by a band of armed militants, some even charging with explosive packages. These appear to be Silas's true loyalists. After dispatching them, he found himself surrounded by various military vehicles, helicopters, and fighter jets. Even colossal robots left behind, albeit damaged. Xiang Feiyu cursed again, such disgraceful waste. Soon, other Decepticons arrived to provide support, and Xiang Feiyu swiftly ordered them to split up and search, eliminating the remaining resistance. Minutes later, Canes returned with a group of individuals, among whom was a disheveled figure in a lab coat, whose eyes were affixed to the power armor worn by Canes and his companions. What ingenuity! This design, this defense, this form, it's simply brilliant. "May I study it?" asked Xiang Feiyu, glancing at the individual. "What's the situation?" Canes shrugged. Aside from a few warriors captured, the rest were eliminated. As for the spoils, he gestured dismissively. Just these few people and several $1 million in cash. Nothing more. At this point, Keynes recalled something. The mechanical sentinels that were captured have been found, though they have been dismembered. In Chapter 122, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, and a toxic wasp approached. Boss, he commanded, bring the iron-eating worms over to clear this area and then detonate it. Xiang Feiyu believed he was quite adept at managing resources. It was too wasteful to leave so many discarded parts buried in the mountains. Better to let the iron-eating worms consume them. Recent discoveries had revealed that once satiated, the worms would produce offspring after a gestation period, with the remaining matter transformed into a type of magical crystal through their digestive systems, a unique material. Most significantly, the teeth of the cultivated iron-eating worms, when slain, were composed of exceptionally hard, Lord-level material. Currently, only Xiang Feiyu's Skybreaker team had the capacity for large-scale cultivation. Having organized everything, he turned to the remaining individuals in lab coats. Clean them up. Upon hearing they were to be killed, many displayed fear. The leader rushed forward, pleading, "Don't kill us. We can work for you. We can create more powerful mechas. Yes. Spare us." Observing that Xiang Feiyu had not continued with the threat, the leader searcher added, "I see you are recruiting numerous human warriors. You must also need human scientists to assist in developing suitable technologies and investment projects. We can help with that." Xiang Feiyu suddenly conceived a thought. Indeed, that could be beneficial. Little Lingtong, send them to learn about the advanced technology of our Cybertron planet. Then release them. Little Lingtong nodded and escorted them away. As for the surrendering warriors outside, Xiang Feiyu chose not to execute them, but instead granted each $500, allowing them to board transport ships back to the mainland. The rationale behind this generosity was clear. It would serve as a means for them to promote themselves, facilitating Keynes's recruitment efforts. Following this incident, Xiang Feiyu planned to expand his ranks to 5,000, ensuring that every mining area would be adequately staffed. Once the area was cleared, Xiang Feiyu activated the detonator, and the entire island sank into the sea. Keynes approached Xiang Feiyu, inquiring about the fate of Celis. Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "Leave him be. He has learned his lesson and should know to temper his ambitions. Besides, he may prove useful." Keynes suddenly asked, "Boss, I'm a bit puzzled. If we are recruiting, why not train them ourselves?" Although the individuals gathered were all elite, their consumption was substantial, and at times, the process of acclimatization proved to be rather challenging. Xiang Feiyu comprehended this notion well, yet he refrained from mentioning one critical point: the limitations inherent in his training methods, contrasting with the adaptability of recruitment, which could be substituted when necessary. However, with the inclusion of the Inuit, this issue became moot. One could train a cohort and assess their effectiveness. Incidentally, I will have Xiaoling bring a contingent over. Remember, these individuals must not leave the training base. Should they exhibit any extreme behavior, you are authorized to eliminate them. Keynes was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu intended to sit down and enjoy a drink. At that moment, a delightful little dog approached him. After washing his face, he picked it up, only to be astonished to discover that it was a mechanical hunting dog. Remarkably, they had succeeded in its development. Xiang Feiyu poured the energy liquid from his glass onto the table, and the little dog immediately began to greedily lick it up. Once it had devoured the liquid on the table, it stared wide-eyed at Xiang Feiyu, full of anticipation. He then summoned the bar's robot to fetch a broken cup, into which he poured the remaining energy liquid. The little creature promptly lay down and eagerly drank from the cup. Just then, 3 more dogs appeared, completely filling the cup. Feeling the urge to explore downstairs, Xiang Feiyu stood up to leave. However, the bar robot, who had not departed, reached out to stop him, saying, "Boss, it would be prudent for you to settle the expenses from the past few days. They have exceeded the limit." Xiang Feiyu paused, realizing that settling bills was a matter he had established for everyone, and thus he too must adhere to it. He took out a bag and tossed it onto the bar, saying, "No need for change. Consider it a balance for my previous deposit." Yet, the bar robot picked up the bag, weighed it, and remarked, "Boss, this is insufficient." Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and returned to the bar, asking, "Show me the bill." The bar robot handed him an electronic screen, and upon reviewing it, Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. It was filled with a multitude of consumption records. Most of it was from his own invitations to Alxi and others, with some charges made under his name for other patrons, including a portion for Xiaoling. The total came to over 10,000 crystal coins, leaving Xiang Feiyu feeling quite vexed. "Please hold on. I'll retrieve some more, he said. This bag contained merely a few hundred crystal coins, which was indeed inadequate compared to the total amount due. Though he was the owner, he had to abide by the rules. Soon, Xiang Feiyu returned with a bag of crystal coins, declaring, "Here you go. There should be 50,000 in there. The remaining amount will be from my deposit. However, henceforth, the expenses for Qiaogun, the short-handled axe, the hardshell, Shaoling, and any obstacles must not be charged to me under any circumstances." The bar robot nodded in understanding and complied. Just as Xiang Feiyu departed, a group entered comprising Qiaogun, Canes, and others. Qiaogun shouted at the bar robot, "Bring me a glass of the finest energy liquid to be charged to my brother's account." The others chimed in, "We just completed a mission. The boss is treating us." At that moment, the bar's robot doused them with a bucket of cold water. According to the new regulations, Sir Crowbar and his companions were no longer permitted to cover the boss's expenses. Should they wish to indulge in liquor, they would have to bear the cost themselves. The group looked utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such an order could have been issued by their elder brother. Before he could finish his thought, the bar robot projected the recent events onto the screen. Upon witnessing the staggering sum of over 13,000 crystal coins, they exchanged incredulous glances, then uniformly retrieved crystal coins and dollars from their backpacks. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu arrived at the underground chamber, observing mechanical hounds scouring the floor for food. Some of the larger and more astute ones had already climbed atop their companions' bodies to escape outside. Xiang Feiyu took out some super energy cores and called out, "Come here, my little treasures, it's time to eat." In no time, the straying pups returned as if lured by an irresistible aroma. Upon counting, he found there were exactly 80, no more, no less. These creatures, once nurtured, might serve other purposes or could be sent to the Darkstone planet to deal with the cosmic locusts. While pondering these matters, Xiang Feiyu suddenly received a remote communication. Assuming it was Shockwave reaching out to him, he answered without hesitation, only to be met with a rather perplexing projection of a familiar figure. "Do I know you?" he inquired. The Cybertronian on the other end traced a line across his face, revealing a familiar visage. "It's me, Blazing Inferno. I merely disguised myself in another form. By the way, I found the location you mentioned and have brought my brother back to our homeland." Xiang Feiyu, intrigued, asked, "Did you expend a fortune on this communication, just for that?" Blazing Inferno replied, "I have reached the Milky Way and intend to explore other worlds. If you require anything while I remain in the galaxy, feel free to contact me, though it will necessitate payment in star coins." Chapter 123, Killing the Red Spider? Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu suddenly pondered a question. Could you arrange for a land bridge to be brought over, along with an expert-level Cybertronian child? Taken aback, Blazing Inferno chuckled awkwardly before responding. "To address your second inquiry, you may choose either a clean mechanical soldier or a mini Autobot, or you can forcibly cultivate an expert yourself. For specific technical guidance, consult Shockwave, the Decepticon scientist. As for your first question, I can keep an eye out, but such a thing is notoriously difficult to locate. Even if found, acquiring it would be akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger. Hence the price would not be low." Xiang Feiyu nodded, "No problem. The land bridge will easily find buyers. Should you procure it, you may consult me first. If my price doesn't suffice, you may seek others." The two continued discussing the recent conflicts on Cybertron before terminating the communication, and Xiang Feiyu exited the chamber. In the mechanical bar, a striking figure approached him furiously, slamming a fist down on the table before him. "How could you conspire with the Autobots behind my back? This is utterly outrageous." Listening to the voice, Xiang Feiyu immediately recognized the visitor without even turning to look. He addressed the bar's robot directly, instructing it to serve a high-purity super energy drink to the esteemed lady, in hopes of extinguishing the flickering flames of her anger. Shortly thereafter, the bar robot delivered a glass of energy liquid to the Black Widow, who graciously accepted it. At this moment, Xiang Feiyu turned his head, reflecting on the notion that there are neither eternal enemies nor everlasting interests. Everything hinges on one's own value and strength. There's no eternal enemy, only perpetual interests. Quite a profound statement you've made. Have you been hurt? The Black Widow mused, savoring the super energy drink while contemplating Xiang Feiyu's words. He offered a wry smile, acknowledging, "Not just me, my friend. Waitstaff, please serve a high-purity energy drink to our equally wounded scout and my companion." The bar robot promptly delivered a drink to Bumblebee, who had inconspicuously taken a seat beside Xiang Feiyu, along with the nearby Jazz. Bumblebee, with a hint of frustration, downed his drink in one gulp. All I wanted was to provide my family with the resources I could offer, but Xiang Feiyu patted Bumblebee's shoulder, saying that's what family is about. Not just ordinary comrades. Sometimes their actions can be exasperating, yet that is their way of showing they care. Who else would bother about their well-being? Before Bumblebee could respond, Xiang Feiyu waved to summon the bar robot again, ordering another drink. Fear not, there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. This target is indeed monumental. And to be honest, I fear Optimus Prime might resort to eliminating witnesses. Optimus isn't that kind of person, Bumblebee immediately countered. Yet, Xiang Feiyu retorted, I understand. But I cannot entrust my fate to Optimus. Let's not forget that we are adversaries. With that, he clinked his glass against Bumblebee's, then against Jazz's. There will be another time. Hearing this, Bumblebee lowered his head in resignation. In my memories, there exists only this secret base. I may be of no use. Xiang Feiyu smirked mysteriously, not necessarily. At this moment, the previously silent Black Widow grasped the situation. What began as a personal collaboration between Xiang Feiyu and Bumblebee had transformed into a strategic contest involving their respective factions due to the participation of Optimus and others. Count me in for the collaboration, the Black Widow said with a seductive tone. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Bumblebee quickly downed his drink and disregarded Jazz as he left. Infuriated, the Black Widow contemplated confronting the two, but Xiang Feiyu intercepted her with a hand, saying, "Stay calm. Haste makes waste." Retracting her gaze, the Black Widow inquired, "I say, affluent one, could you assist me in acquiring a spaceship?" Xiang Feiyu shot her a glance. "On what grounds? Will you pay for it?" The Black Widow cast a flirtatious glance at Xiang Feiyu. Discussing money would only tarnish our relationship. Not mentioning money, then? Very well. Xiang Feiyu straightened his posture. If you allow me to input my genetic code into your being, I shall gift you a strike cruiser. Genetic code? Are you suggesting I bear a child? What a joke. My lineage is that of the Zerg royalty. The Black Widow listened, her expression a portrait of shock. Although they both belonged to the Cybertronian race, she was a member of the Zerg royal lineage within the beast category, while Xiang Feiyu was classified as a mere cannon fodder among the humanoids of the human lineage. Despite possessing a modicum of mutated beast characteristics due to the short-handled axe within him, he was fundamentally categorized as human. Thus, the offspring of their union would be considered a low-level mutant beast of the Zerg type, which left the Black Widow feeling astounded. Xiang Feiyu swirled his drink nonchalantly, remarking, "I cannot care less." The Black Widow, incensed, crushed the glass in her hand, feeling deeply offended. "Ikare," she retorted, rising from her seat. "You possess quite the audacity. Even Megatron would not dare make such a request of me." Xiang Feiyu, arms crossed, gazed at the Black Widow. Is it so wrong for a male to court a beautiful and noble female? The Black Widow's lips curled into a sinister smile as she replied, "Do you know the origin of my name? The mates of our kind's females ultimately find themselves within our bellies." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, "Come on, common darling." As he watched the Black Widow vanish through the bar's entrance, he withdrew his arms and resumed sipping his drink. In the monotony of life, it was quite entertaining to occasionally tease the Black Widow or his partner, the assassin Arsai. At that moment, the door swung open, and the raucous pair, Clamor and Dizziness, who had been absent since the last incident, strolled in. "What brings you two here?" Clamor plopped down at the bar, while Dizziness remarked, "You seem quite relaxed. Ever since your promotion to commander, you haven't graced the meeting room with your presence." Xiang Feiyu shrugged, awkwardly gesturing with his hands. "There have been too many matters lately, and since my demotion, I've lost the habit of attending meetings." Dizziness lifted his glass and took a sip. "A lot has transpired recently. First, that fool had one of his eyes forcibly removed by humans, and parts of him have been severed. Thankfully, he has a doctor in charge, even if that doctor is more adept at disassembly." Clamor interjected, "That idiot is the epitome of foolishness." In the face of Megatron's disappointment, he still dared to clash with the Autobots, destroying the magnetic gloves. Moreover, the Black Widow carelessly discarded the Red Spider aboard a Decepticon's derelict transport ship. Along with the targeting rod, our Decepticon operations have become a chaotic mess. Suddenly, Dizziness spoke mysteriously. "Latest news. Megatron intends to eliminate his lieutenant." "Huh. That is the finest news I have heard this century." Xiang Feiyu regarded Dizziness as if he were a simpleton. Dizziness, bewildered, stammered, "Did I say something wrong?" Chapter 124. Energy storage tank Xiang Feiyu tapped his empty glass against the table, and as the bar's robotic server filled it with energon, he said, "You're mistaken. Megatron will not kill the Red Spider, at least not for now." His visit to the mine was merely a reprimand. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, both dizziness and clamor wore expressions of disbelief. How can that be? Everyone is talking about it, and there's video evidence. Xiang Feiyu sighed, pondering the role of the Red Spider within the Decepticons. Xian provided a candid response, noting that aside from Shockwave, the Red Spider was likely the second in command. Xiang Feiyu nodded in agreement, confirming that the Red Spider indeed held a position of authority within the Decepticons, managing internal affairs in the absence of Lord Megatron. Yet, he bore another significant title. Curious, the two inquired what it was. A smirk graced Xiang Feiyu's lips as he replied, "The punching bag." "Well, I suppose that role is uniquely suited to our esteemed Red Spider," Xian remarked diplomatically. Xiang Feiyu continued, "Megatron has never felt the need to warn or explain himself to traitors. He executes them on the spot. Have you ever seen him take someone aside for interrogation?" Indeed, both of them acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. Megatron dealt with traitors, or those who opposed him, with lethal finality, offering no chance for repentance. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, choosing silence thereafter. Xian and Chao now began to grasp the implications. In truth, only the Red Spider had survived such unforgivable transgressions. Just as they prepared to ask further questions, an urgent message arrived. "Why are you not on the flagship preparing for battle? Come immediately to assist." The three exchanged startled glances before promptly nodding in affirmation and setting off. At that moment, a land bridge materialized, and they rushed aboard with their guard. Crossing the bridge, they arrived at the battlefield, a vast valley where Megatron's Decepticons clashed violently with the Autobots led by Optimus Prime. Xiang Feiyu scanned the scene, uncertain of how to engage in the fray, while his subordinates and Xian plunged into the chaos without hesitation. Thus, Xiang Feiyu stood alone, bewildered by the cause of the conflict. At that moment, an Autobot charged towards him, aiming to strike the dazed enemy. However, before the attack could land, a hand seized the Autobot by the neck, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him aside. Xiang Feiyu noticed a canister rolling on the ground and immediately recognized its significance. Dashing toward it, "This is mine," he exclaimed. "Oh no!" Seeing Xiang Feiyu's approach, RC sprinted toward the canister, launching herself to deliver a powerful kick that thwarted Xiang Feiyu's attempt to seize it. "Don't think you can succeed, Tiger," RC warned, keeping a wary eye on him. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deadlock, engaged in a struggle at the barricade, managed to grab the canister and swiftly departed via the land bridge. Xiang Feiyu paused in disbelief at the unfolding situation, ultimately resigned to command his subordinates. "You all stay back." It was an unavoidable decision. Among the mechanical sentinels present, only Xiang Feiyu had brought the Autobot soldiers, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Abandoning the array of sports cars, Xiang Feiyu followed into the land bridge. Yet the current situation felt amiss, for the previously pulsating storage tank, shimmering in azure light, stood ajar and unresponsive. The others appeared utterly bewildered. The embarrassment was palpable as the lifeless tank was returned, with the mighty Megatron insisting, "I have not interacted with this vessel." However, upon acquiring it, a red light penetrated the mind of the partition. Hearing this, Megatron instantly grasped the implications. During Cybertron's golden age, there was no distinction between Decepticons and Autobots. His primary defense was against extraterrestrial beings, namely humans. That diminutive pest had inadvertently triggered the storage tank, causing it to perceive a threat and release its energy. At this juncture, Megatron commanded, "Retrieve the partition's head for me." A throng departed, leaving Xiang Feiyu and Soundwave standing on the bridge. Xiang Feiyu awkwardly shrugged and then turned to exit. The doors sealed shut, only to reopen swiftly as Xiang Feiyu pointed to the nearby guards, requesting 2 warriors for assistance. 3 hours later, Megatron erupted in fury upon the bridge. "You wretched fools. You have botched this matter yet again, squandering my limited supply of energon." The others fell silent, fearful of incurring Megatron's wrath. Just then, the land bridge unexpectedly activated, and a figure entered, accompanied by 2 mechanical sentinels. "Are you planning rebellion?" Knockout inquired, frowning slightly. "This is hardly an opportune moment." Xiang Feiyu casually tossed the 2 mechanical sentinels at Soundwave's feet, proclaiming, the contents of their minds may pique Lord Megatron's interest. Soundwave, unperturbed, extended 4 tendrils from his back to control the 2 mechanical guardians, while a data cable connected to their minds. Soon, a series of datasets appeared on the bridge's display. Megatron's expression softened as he observed the data, pondering the sudden decline of energon on Earth, coupled with the dwindling yield from mines. At this rate, our warship would be relegated to a mere terrestrial fortress exposed to the world. You have performed admirably this time, at least better than those 2 imbeciles who consistently disappoint me, Megatron acknowledged. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, though his companion, Deadlock, remained disgruntled, while Knockout was captivated by the formula before him. Artificially synthesized energon. We shall not lack for energy now, though it will require time and a plethora of test subjects. Very well, return your posts. Let me not find any of you absent during meetings again, Megatron warned, casting a glance at Xiang Feiyu, who could hardly argue, having missed a meeting himself. Upon returning to the mechanical bar, Crowbar hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother, trouble is brewing." Curiously, Xiang Feiyu asked, "What is it?" The tool, responsible for the mining sector, entered with distress, stating, "There are issues in the mines. All energon deposits are rapidly diminishing. Low-grade deposits are unattainable, and the once-rich mines have turned barren." After delivering the command, an image was projected. A miner, previously engaged in extracting rich ore, encountered a cluster of impoverished minerals during his excavation. At that moment, Megatron's orders were issued. Everyone in the mining area, along with all wandering Decepticon warriors, was to retreat to coordinates 111-333. Those who disobeyed were to be deemed traitors and dealt with accordingly. Xiang Feiyu, exasperated, raised his hands in resignation. This information was broadcast to all, mandating a complete withdrawal of the Decepticons. Observing his subordinates, including the human special forces, Xiang Feiyu recognized that defying this command was simply out of the question. Chapter 125. The path to well. Xiang Feiyu instructed Canes to close the gates of the Alps base, allowing the ironworms to guard the entrance. The bar was to be shut, and the hunting hounds released, after which personnel were to board Decepticon vehicles en route to their destination. A week later, in a valley basin in America, Decepticon warriors and their minions from around the globe converged at this location. Crowbar and others walked alongside Xiang Feiyu, while a communicator chimed in, "Boss, here are the current statistics for our sky-piercing team." Xiang Feiyu glanced at the report. Over 3,000 Constructicons, 200 mechanical dogs, 5,000 special forces, 2,000 Inuit warriors, and 2,000 native Cybertronians. Including himself, there were 30 elite warriors, with Xiang Feiyu, Crowbar, Short Axe, Obstacle, Venom, Stinger, Scorpion, and Blade categorized as Lord level, though most were merely junior lords. The other mechanical sentinels had already been recalled and were no longer under the command of those below. Blade surveyed the throng of warriors, marveling, there must be hundreds of thousands. Xiang Feiyu chuckled coldly, "Hundreds of thousands? Do not forget, we have a Decepticon flagship looming above." Perched on Xiang Feiyu's shoulder, Kane surveyed the surroundings, focusing on a group of humans, those serving the Decepticons for profit. Xiang Feiyu merely cast a glance. There was nothing peculiar about it. Life demands sacrifices for its continuance, and choices, whether good or bad, will always be made. At that moment, the colossal Decepticon warship overhead suddenly opened, and hundreds of armored Ida beasts leaped down, while several hundred more glided through the air on hoverboards, maintaining vigilance. The final arrival was none other than the Decepticon leader, Megatron. Beholding the multitude of Decepticon warriors below, Megatron felt a swell of pride, yet his expression soon turned grave. "It is splendid to witness the vast scale of our Decepticon solar system legion. It will not be long before we dominate the entire universe." A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below. Satisfied, Megatron waved his hand and continued, "Yet there are always those who betray the great Decepticon legion. Bring them forth." Soon, dozens of Decepticon warriors, shackled with electronic handcuffs, were brought forth. Megatron gazed upon this group with a furious countenance and proclaimed, "I bestowed upon you power. Yet what have you done? You have sold arms to our enemies from other worlds, betrayed the Decepticons by leaking our intelligence to rival factions, and expanded your ranks while contributing nothing of value to our cause. You are all deserving of death." With a swift motion, he signaled to the mechanical guards, who raised their blasters and executed several traitors attempting to resist. After dispatching them, they kicked the lifeless bodies aside, which were quickly torn apart by the Decepticon soldiers below. Megatron declared, effective immediately, the military arrangements of the Decepticons within the solar system shall undergo a complete reallocation. All commanders are to return to their bases and await new assignments. Furthermore, every member bearing the Decepticon insignia, including those of other races serving us, must have the Decepticon emblem re-etched upon them. Additionally, all existing Decepticon mechanical soldiers and clone warriors will undergo a classification and upgrade process, preparing for their new allocations. Upon hearing of the impending upgrades, all lower-ranking Decepticons erupted in exuberant cheers, chanting, "Long live the Decepticons! Long live Lord Megatron!" The fervor of their voices surged like crashing waves, and a satisfied smile spread across Megatron's face. Thus, the commanders could remain aboard the punishment or return to their bases for reassignments, while the other soldiers awaited their enhancements. Xiang Feiyu, exasperated, raised his hands in resignation. What purpose would it serve for him to return alone as a solitary commander? He intended to observe how Megatron would elevate the capabilities of these expendable troops. After exchanging farewells with the others, he directed the higher-ranking warriors to begin establishing the Decepticon positioning beacons before returning to their base. He himself entered the punishment, eager to witness how the soldiers would be fortified. Upon arrival, he was met with a grim reality. The enhancements were not a comprehensive upgrade, but rather a stratification of the mechanical soldier's visor lenses into tiers 1, 2, and 3, corresponding to their respective levels. The so-called enhancement for the warriors merely involved equipping them with superior armor, augmenting the power of their energy blasters and missiles, and employing a novel super-energy substance for direct enhancement. This initial form of enhancement could potentially double their combat effectiveness, but once the super-energy substance was integrated into their forms, the combat effectiveness would stabilize between 30 to 50%. Xiang Feiyu could hardly believe the capabilities of this synthesized super-energy substance. However, when he discreetly attempted to collect samples with his energy collector, the system indicated that it was an invalid target. It appeared that this synthesized super-energy substance retained critical flaws post-modification. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the lower-tier mechanical soldiers and Decepticon thugs. Xiang Feiyu contacted the Decepticon Scorponok, issuing a command that prohibited high-ranking warriors from utilizing the synthesized super-energy substance. The modification technology advanced rapidly, while the human armor's enhancement process remained unchanged, with the energy sources now permitting the use of the synthesized super-energy substance. As Xiang Feiyu gazed at the hundreds of synthetic energy units laid out before Kane's, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dismay. Was this an attempt to capture everything at once? Nevertheless, those matters could wait. His current concern was how to modify these synthetic energy units. If left unchecked, they would become as addictive as those beverages. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Since synthetic energy units could enhance combat prowess, why not transform them into stimulants? However, another crucial piece of information was awakened in the depths of his memory: land bridges. Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu summoned his team and departed from the punishment battleship. Under the cover of night, they arrived at the wreckage of a Decepticon warship in the wilderness. Xiang Feiyu observed a straight opening before him, presumably left by the Black Widow. After ensuring there was no immediate danger below, he instructed Hardshell, take Little Ling Tong, and scyther down. Blade, you and a few constructs will remain on guard outside. Remember, do not expose yourselves unless absolutely necessary. Blade nodded in agreement. Once Little Ling Tong and the others descended, they found no enemies lurking and whispered, "Boss, it's clear." Upon reaching the bottom, Xiang Feiyu revealed his true intention: pair up and search for the land bridges. They must be here. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's resolute assertion, his comrades initially stood in shock, followed by excitement. Really? Xiang Feiyu nodded, cautioning them not to activate any equipment, as it could attract the Autobots' attention. The others nodded and began meticulously searching the transport ship. Many items remained unregistered. Thus, Red Spider had not conducted a thorough search upon her initial arrival, assuming the transport vessel's crash left nothing of value. In truth, while some ordinary supplies were indeed destroyed upon impact, certain special items had been fortified and protected. For example, there were the previously discovered locking rods, the cloning laboratory, and the warehouse where the land bridges were stored. 1, 2, 3, 4 complete land bridges. We are in luck. A smile spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. Fortune had smiled upon them without much effort. However, a concern arose. How do we transport these colossal structures? With a mysterious smile, Xiang Feiyu proposed. We should assemble them and transport them away. The last group can be buried right here. This was indeed a clever idea, as it would avoid drawing the attention of both Autobots and Decepticons. Although it sounded simple, executing it proved to be quite a hassle. Thus, Xiang Feiyu returned to the punishment battleship first, bringing along the human special forces and constructs marked for completion to the mechanical bar. 3 months later, as the final group departed from the abandoned Decepticon transport ship, a smile graced Xiang Feiyu's face as he beheld the 4 land bridges before him. One set would be buried on site, another installed in the underground of the mechanical bar, while the remaining 2 would be transported to the Darkstone Star. As soon as Xiang Feiyu finished speaking, the statistician, Xiao Lingtong, awkwardly smiled. I suggest we install a set here and forget about the Darkstone Star. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. Why? Xiao Lingtong handed him the bill, revealing that this time he had consumed 1/3 of their stock of super energy bodies, which they could not afford. Upon seeing the statement, Xiang Feiyu nearly spat blood in frustration, realizing, in his calmer moment, that he was merely a junior commander and not a powerful overlord. Ultimately, he had no choice but to forsake the idea of urgently sending support globally, opting instead for a steady drive or flight to the destination. Eventually, Keynes returned with news that was neither good nor bad. Boss, we sent back 300 low-level warriors from our artificial titans, but the rest remain aboard the Retribution battleship. Xiang Feiyu was momentarily stunned. How could this be? Such technologies, like sound waves or strikes, could be easily countered. Why would they need my people? Keynes shrugged, indicating ignorance, then continued, for 1,000 special forces were left behind. I instructed Kent to command them aboard the Retribution. However, if they update their equipment, we might occasionally lose contact with them. Xiang Feiyu slapped his forehead, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Fortunately, he had not allowed the native Cybertron warriors and Inuit to be sent. With this in mind, he felt helpless, as he still did not comprehend what Megatron was scheming, especially since he had previously integrated teams and ultimately returned the warriors. For now, he decided to let Kent proceed with caution and instructed him to contact the Ida beasts if any issues arose, as those creatures were also on their side. Xiao Lingtong, arrange for transport ships to deliver some warriors to us. We are clearly shorthanded. Noticing the quiet bar with just a few of them, Xiao Lingtong hesitated. Boss, wouldn't it be ill-advised to dispatch troops at this time? Xiang Feiyu, feeling resigned, replied, It doesn't matter. I have a foreboding sense that something is about to happen. So we must prepare. Turning to Keynes, he added, I have approved your special forces training plan. You may dilute a portion of the serum for use, targeting a total of 10,000 personnel, reserving 3,000, with the remainder sent to the Darkstone Star. Following this, the team began preparations. A week later, all the warriors who could return had done so. However, there was little for them to do, as all super energy bodies in the mining areas had dissipated during this time. The prospect of mining for super energy bodies now relied on locating new sites, but given the current circumstances, that was merely a fleeting thought. This is why Megatron's recall of the warriors faced no objections from the commanders. Either they dared not voice dissent, or their opinions were futile, as they lacked personal super energy minds to sustain their forces. Moreover, according to messages relayed from the Darkstone Star, not only was Earth devoid of resources, but Cybertron itself seemed to be experiencing a depletion of various mineral deposits. It appeared that the entire universe, or rather the entire galaxy, was affected. Races reliant on super energy bodies for survival had plunged in a crisis. Fortunately, the Decepticons have acquired the invaluable synthetic energy core, which, coupled with the previously obtained relic technology enhancements, can now be utilized in their constructs. As for the residual side effects, Megatron remains indifferent. In a mechanical tavern, Xiang Feiyu rapped the table and ordered a glass of energy fluid. At that moment, the bar's robotics server chimed in, stating that the current stock of energy cores was limited, resulting in a doubled price. Would the patron care to sample a newly formulated concoction, which was both cost-effective and possessed unique effects, with satisfied customers singing its praises? Xiang Feiyu felt a wave of annoyance. The rogue was capitalizing on the scarcity of energy cores, offering patron synthetic variants instead. While these synthetic cores indeed provided a temporary boost in combat prowess, their drawbacks were glaring, particularly the uncontrollable nature they imparted. Furthermore, the nearby Decepticon aerial squad had delivered over 1,000 boxes of synthetic energy cores, leaving Xiang Feiyu bewildered. Did these cores not incur cost? It seemed absurd to receive such a bulk shipment, with another 1,000 purportedly on the way. Furrowing his brow, Xiang Feiyu declined, expressing a preference for the authentic essence. The bar's robotic server, with its eyes whirring, candidly confessed that the funds Xiang Feiyu had deposited had been exhausted, leaving him unable to afford the energy cores. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiang Feiyu recognized that the price of energy cores had been steadily rising, and the bar's operations were no exception. With no other choice, he pushed his glass forward and requested a serving of premium lubricant. The robotic server complied, presenting a glass of high-grade lubricant, complete with 2 straws. Xiang Feiyu couldn't help but feel bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Yet, given the peculiar circumstances, even the typically reckless Decepticon warriors had begun to tighten their belts, uncertain of how long this energy core shortage would persist. In the absence of energy drinks, lubricant would suffice. After all, it was not alcohol or solitude they sought, but rather an experience. Curious about the tavern's recent sales performance, Xiang Feiyu inquired. The robotic server relayed a set of figures indicating that, contrary to expectations, the tavern's revenue had not only remained stable, but had actually increased over the past week. Particularly, there were many patrons, like Xiang Feiyu, indulging in lubricant with stocks nearly depleted. Even the synthetic energy cores had been consumed by a third. It seemed that an influx of idle patrons had inadvertently benefited the tavern. The robotic server remarked that an increasing number of Cybertronians had embraced synthetic energy cores, especially the Inuit, who were indifferent to the quality as long as it contained energy. Xiang Feiyu nodded, pondering the prospect of transporting synthetic energy cores to other locations for sale, potentially reaping significant profits. Just then, a notification flashed. A Decepticon commander meeting requested immediate attendance. Xiang Feiyu downed the lubricant in one gulp and responded, acknowledging the summons and preparing to depart without delay. On the deck of the Reprisal, when Xiang Feiyu arrived, the number of soldiers had significantly dwindled. Some dispatched Decepticon commanders had begun leading their subordinates back to their bases. Although mining operations had ceased, it was imperative to maintain the defensive perimeter. Losing ground would spell serious trouble. Chapter 127, The Netherstone Fortress. Upon entering the interior, one could occasionally spot members of the Special Operations Team and the Ida Behemoth on patrol. The newly designed sonic battle armor they wore was quite enticing to Xiang Feiyu. However, it was said that its performance had only improved by 30%, while the materials and energy consumption had escalated 8-fold. Such equipment was suited solely for the elite guard and was unnecessary for those who could not afford it. On the bridge, a group of commanders observed the furious Megatron in the center. Can anyone explain what is happening? Xiang Feiyu pondered, somewhat perplexed. However, upon seeing the moving metal sphere on the display, he quickly grasped the situation. A planetary-class fortress was advancing towards Earth, clearly poised for confrontation. It was well known that Earth had long been designated as part of the Cybertronian sphere of influence. Thus, this development suggested a faction was intent on challenging that long-standing delineation. You lot, aren't you all so capable? Why the silence? Megatron's roar caused many commander-level warriors to involuntarily step back, while the petite Black Widow, standing at the front, also found herself retreating a step. Yet, before she could fully withdraw, a towering figure blocked her path, powerful hands pressing down on her shoulders, rendering her immobile. As she turned to express her fury, she encountered a face that ignited her ire, grinning back at her. She felt an urge to slap him. But given the high-stakes nature of the Decepticon summit, she restrained herself. At that moment, the ship's alarm blared, prompting Megatron to furrow his brow. What is happening with the sonic waves? The sonic display adjusted to reveal a massive space fleet trailing behind the planetary fortress. Communications were promptly established, and a Cybertronian warrior appeared before the assembly. Decepticon leader Megatron, I give you 3 days to surrender the wretched scoundrel responsible for the death of our patriarch, or the Belina family shall declare war upon you. As he finished speaking, Megatron raised his hand and fired a shot at the display, demonstrating that the local pests needed a reminder of the Decepticon's might. He cast a glance at Xiang Feiyu before addressing the other commanders. I require someone to hold back that fleet, allowing us to focus on the fortress ahead. The individuals below exchanged uncertain glances. They were unwilling to undertake such a perilous mission. Moreover, given the Decepticons' formidable strength, they could easily maneuver against any adversaries that threatened Earth and the Moon. Noticing the lack of volunteers, Megatron's expression darkened. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu stepped forward. "Lord Megatron, I am willing to go." As Xiang Feiyu stepped forward, the others were momentarily taken aback, and Black Widow was particularly bewildered. How had he moved from behind her to stand in front so swiftly? Despite the perilous situation, she instinctively tugged at Xiang Feiyu's sleeve, signaling him not to stand out. However, it was too late to turn back. Megatron, pleased, remarked that the Decepticons needed a courageous warrior like him, asking what support he required. Xiang Feiyu paused for a moment and inquired if he could employ any means necessary to eliminate the adversary. Megatron nodded affirmatively, expressing his eagerness to see him return unscathed to receive accolades. Xiang Feiyu agreed, relieved that someone had taken on the most challenging task. Now, they needed to address the issue of the fortress. Decepticon suggested that they should first lure the Autobots into the fray. If necessary, they could collaborate with the inhabitants of the planetary fortress to launch an offensive against the Autobots, as ambushing and assimilating their foes was their forte. This was also the reason behind the rapid expansion of the Decepticons. He proposed direct negotiations. Before long, the meeting concluded, and Xiang Feiyu walked alongside Black Widow through the battleship's corridor, expressing his disdain for being surrounded by a throng of mindless males. Xiang pondered that it must feel rather solitary to be the only woman in a conference room, suggesting she could invite her sisters to join the Decepticons. Much like the RC triplets, thus alleviating her solitude. Black Widow shot him a disapproving glance, stating that she had no sisters. Upon departing from the Nemesis, Xiang Feiyu convened a meeting with his subordinates, merely to issue simple appointments, as some individuals needed to remain behind to safeguard the location. However, with their current manpower insufficient, he could only bring the insect icons and barricade, along with the remaining supplies from the base, aboard a transport vessel bound for the planet of Darkstone. Yet, in the vastness of space, they were intercepted by the Nemesis. A Level 3 mechanical guardian approached, stating that Megatron had dispatched them with resources and troops to support him. Upon reviewing the inventory, Xiang Feiyu was taken aback, not due to its complexity or scarcity, but rather its sheer bluntness. 100,000 crates of synthetic superenergy, 100,000 mechanical soldiers, including several elite warriors. It appeared that Megatron was wary of Xiang Feiyu absconding, thus assigning protectors to both safeguard and monitor him. Xiang Feiyu nodded, instructing them to board the transport vessel and follow him into space. In the Darkstone region, adjacent to the Milky Way and merely 4 million light-years from Cybertron, a crucial passage to Earth, the planet had undergone significant transformation. Over 40 warships of various types were anchored nearby, particularly a colossal battleship exceeding a kilometer in length, its menacing array of artillery evoking terror. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the 20 Blood Guards present and inquired about the situation. The Blood Guard captain stepped forth, reporting that the planetary fortress had undergone preliminary modifications. Aside from 2 superplanetary main cannons, it boasted 30 massive laser cannons, with the coverage area of its artillery and machine guns reaching 75%. In addition, we possess an entire colossal battleship, 7 battlecruisers, 15 strike cruisers, 25 destroyers, and 30 frigates. Furthermore, within the fortress, there lie 2 battered battleships and 6 aircraft carriers currently undergoing deconstruction. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of dismantling them. The Blood Guardian replied, "We have an air force and supply ships. We do not require these." Xiang Feiyu stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting, "Let us retain them. Did we not acquire a large number of aircraft previously? We can have the Aiders and the special forces accompanying me conduct training for space fighters." The Blood Guardian reported again, stating that the total human population within the fortress, including the Aiders, is approximately 500,000, with 1,000 Inuit, 2,000 native Cybertronians, 200 mechanical canines, 1 million assembled warriors, 300,000 artificial titans, and 8 million cosmic locust slaves. Additionally, there are nearly 20 million assembled warrior bodies stored in the storeroom. While the numbers may seem substantial, they represent merely the minimum required for the planetary fortress to function effectively. A further reduction in personnel would necessitate the cessation of certain functions or artillery operations of the fortress. Xiang Feiyu inquired, Is the energy supply sufficient? The Blood Guardian nodded affirmatively, explaining, of course. In addition to what has been transported from Earth, we have received shipments from Cybertron, coupled with the energy liquid produced by these interstellar locusts, which is adequate for basic operations. Xiang Feiyu acknowledged this, stating, with the impending war, I authorize you to utilize the stored energy columns, but remember to use them sparingly. Each column represents the culmination of the technology developed to counter the celestial enemies. Using one means one less. The Blood Guardian replied, understood. Chapter 128. The enemy upon receiving the arrangements. Xiang Feiyu immediately led his team to the storeroom. Densely packed with artificial titans and assembled warriors, all primed and awaiting activation. The enemy's elite warriors are numerous, and with 2 fleets comprising over 1,000 vessels of various types, despite our battleships, we cannot withstand their overwhelming numbers. Thus, I plan to use the interstellar fortress as bait, luring them inside for close-quarters combat. The Blood Guardian pondered. While we have an abundance of ordinary warriors, they would merely be fodder against elite foes. Moreover, should the enemy become enraged after a failed landing operation, they may bombard the fortress with their fleet cannons, leaving us defenseless. Xiang Feiyu scoffed coldly, asserting, with over 1,000 warships, our current strength is insufficient. Thus, I have devised a clever strategy to ensure our victory. A cruel smile spread across his face as he spoke. Simultaneously, a mechanical sentinel entered, carrying a synthetic super-energy core. Where should we place these, Commander? Xiang Feiyu surveyed the cores, instructing, let us test their utility. If they prove ineffective, allocate them to the cannon fodder. Moments later, an artificial titan approached, reporting, Master, tests confirm that the cosmic locust can consume the synthetic super-energy cores. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. This matter is no longer of significance. Our current task is to prepare for war. At that very moment, squads of artificial titans were awakened, proceeding to their designated positions, while the Darkstone Fortress began to mobilize. Only 2 days had passed since the arrival of the Shadowstone Star, when a formidable fleet emerged on the horizon. Upon sighting the solitary planetary fortress, their eyes gleamed with avarice. No faction could resist the allure of such a bastion. Not only did the planetary fortress possess a complete ecological system, formidable firepower, and mobility, but it was also a rare find to locate a planet with a resilient core capable of withstanding heavy artillery. Now, with a nearly completed planetary fortress within reach, both the Belina family and the commander of the fallen Decepticons wore expressions of determined ambition. After detecting no hidden fleets in the vicinity, over 1,400 warships swiftly encircled the planetary fortress, and a clash of battle loomed imminent. Yet, the 2 coalition commanders still harbored fantasies of seizing this precious planet without shedding blood. However, upon establishing communication, they were taken aback by the revelation. It's you? With a smile gracing his face, Xiang Feiyu remarked, surprised, aren't you? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. What a delightful twist of fate. You seek death. I will personally capture you and torment you for 10,000 years to honor the spirits of my Belina family, he declared, abruptly severing the communication and issuing the command to attack. Meanwhile, the leader of the fallen Decepticons regarded Xiang Feiyu with an expression of indifference, sinking into deep contemplation. The planetary fortress was a necessity, and capturing the target was imperative. He could not allow his adversary to perish prematurely. If Xiang Feiyu were to die too soon, the leader's power within him might dissipate into the cosmos, leading the fallen Optimus to undoubtedly torment him for a millennium to atone for his failure. Thus, the assault was initiated. With little to discuss, they resolved to strike, dispatching landing troops to eliminate the target before addressing the Belina fleet and returning for their rewards. At that moment, both sides unleashed a barrage of artillery fire upon one another, eschewing any tactical maneuvers, without dismantling a portion of the artillery. Deploying landing craft for a boarding operation would remain unfeasible. The 2 factions exchanged fire for 3 days, and after the destruction of more than half of the smaller warships, the area near the power core was obliterated, allowing the coalition to commence a forcible landing. Although numerous artificial transformers engaged the landing crafts in fierce combat, many enemies successfully disembarked, leading to a brutal melee. Yet, the majority of Xiang Feiyu's forces consisted of expendable warriors, unable to contend with the low-tier Cybertronian militia. The surface artillery of the Shadowstone fortress quickly fell. More adversaries landed from all directions, advancing into the depths of the planet. Upon descending to the lower levels, the morale of the coalition surged, only to be swiftly dampened by a wave of resistance. The myriad of interconnected corridors allowed for rapid enemy reinforcements, resulting in casualties among the coalition soldiers. Helpless, the landing troops had no choice but to request reinforcements. Although the enemy's ambushes were vexing, they were remarkably easy to eliminate. Here, even an ordinary Cybertronian warrior could become a harbinger of death. Under the leadership of Xiang Feiyu, the three brothers of the poisonous thorn roamed the battlefield, sniping enemies while deftly redirecting their focus of attack, ensuring there was no immediate opportunity for a retreat via the land bridge. The Earth Report-class battleship, Soundwave, was relaying the status of the front lines when a long-range communication abruptly interrupted the update. Following this, a sly smile crept across Megatron's face. Are you suggesting that the scouts at the front have reported the existence of a planet-class fortress, which is already 40% complete and capable of movement? The individuals below were left in a state of bewilderment. The colossal planetary fortress loomed before them. But it was not merely a construction at 40% completion. It was a fully operational entity capable of interstellar jumps. Where had he acquired the technology and personnel for such an endeavor? Soundwave responded, mentioning that it had been said he received support from the scientist, Shockwave, leading them to believe it was indeed true. Shockwave? What would he be plotting? Megatron murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend Shockwave's intentions. As for a rebellion, that was out of the question. He had faith that Shockwave would not betray him. Upon hearing that Shockwave was providing support, those present quickly deduced whom Megatron referred to. The former cannon fodder transformed into a triple-changing warrior. However, disbelief soon washed over their faces. How could it be possible for him to possess a planetary fortress? The world was spiraling into madness. Had he gone missing? Surely he hadn't been captured by those wretched foes. Megatron inquired of Soundwave. Soundwave shook his head. The conflict in that sector of space was fierce, and the specifics remained unknown, with the scouts ceasing communication. Suddenly, the individual who frequently shared drinks with Xiang Feiyu, known as Dizziness, recalled Xiang Feiyu's cunning nature. Lord Megatron, that scoundrel is exceedingly sly. If he dares to confront the enemy fleet directly, he must possess his own means. Megatron gazed out at the fearsome silhouette of the planetary fortress that had revealed itself, a greedy expression overtaking his features. What do you suppose will happen if we seize this planetary fortress? It is a supermassive entity, larger than Earth itself. Otherwise, it would not extend its menacing tendrils, yearning to engulf our planet. The others recognized their leader's insatiable appetite, yet soon smiles broke across their faces. This was an opportunity for the Decepticons to expand their might, as well as for themselves to bolster their power. Thus, support was imperative. Megatron promptly issued commands. Soundwave. Redirect our external forces. We require a new space base. All units, prepare to retaliate. As for me, I shall pay a visit to this self-proclaimed savior, this madman. Chapter 129, Catastrophe Quintessa, once the ruler of the planet Cybertron, rose to power amid the conflict for the matrix of leadership, ensnaring the fallen during the ensuing power vacuum. She became the architect of the energy depletion that plagued Cybertron, enslaving both Autobots and Decepticons for her own purposes. Her vehicle was none other than the massive, stellar fortress before them, the Devourer. In this narrative, Quintessa, originally a member of the Quintessence, has been reimagined as an independent force to suit the storyline's needs. With the invasion of external foes, humanity and the Autobots have united to resist Quintessa's onslaught. Although under Megatron's command, the Decepticons allied with Quintessa's forces, they inadvertently hindered the Autobots during their combat efforts. In a subsequent confrontation, Megatron suffered the loss of an arm, forcefully expelled by Optimus Prime, leaving his fate uncertain. The three factions engaged in a fierce struggle for the key to the exploratory vessel, the Staff, even breaching the command center of the Devourer. However, they were swiftly expelled by Quintessa's unique abilities, alongside her multitude of mechanical minions and Decepticon thugs. Seizing the opportunity, humanity reclaimed the Staff and imposed absolute suppression on Quintessa, leading to a protracted stalemate. Inside the planetary fortress of the Devourer, Soundwave refrained from joining the battle or remaining aboard the Vengeance. Instead, He concealed himself among the Decepticon thugs as they infiltrated the Devourer, following the main force to modify programming within its confines. Such a vast fortress could not be subdued by mere programming viruses. Thus, he and two others conducted critical alterations in strategic locations, preparing for subsequent actions. Meanwhile, bolstered by the support of the Guardian Knights, the Autobots became increasingly formidable, overpowering Quintessa's faction. Had it not been for Megatron's reinforcements, they would have been overwhelmed. Quintessa, incensed, found herself isolated, her once promised coalition disintegrating mid-journey. Following another assault from the Autobots, Quintessa was expelled from the fortress, yet their triumph was short-lived as the Decepticons rallied, pushing them back. The Soul Eater then retracted its tendrils and retreated into space for repairs, while Quintessa vanished without a trace. Though the human coalition ultimately triumphed over Quintessa and the Decepticons, the ominous presence of the colossal planetary fortress lingering in space remained a threat. The battle also caused tectonic shifts on Earth, revealing long-buried ancient secrets. Nonetheless, the human and Autobot alliance gained from this conflict, acquiring ancient Cybertronian warships adrift in the ocean, providing them with weapons to counter the Decepticons. In another battlefield, silence reigned, as Megatron dispatched squadrons of aerial scouts into the area, all of whom mysteriously disappeared. This left Megatron astonished, unable to comprehend how Xiang Feiyu had transformed the region into a ghostly domain. Unable to gather intelligence, Megatron had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Feiyu was equally perplexed, never anticipating that his own design would ensnare him. Indeed, he too had become trapped, shocked by the terrifying fusion of the virus and the Iron Eater. This predicament traces back to his audacity in engaging in a decisive battle, armed with two potent weapons, the Cosmic Rust virus and the Iron Eater. However, the movement of the iron-eating insects is limited, rendering them incapable of covering the entire starry sky. Thus, Xiang Feiyu conceived a plan to utilize fighter jets to disperse Cosmic Rust disease across this star domain, preventing the enemy from fleeing and subsequently releasing the infected iron-eating insects among them. The plan seemed flawless. The Cosmic Rust disease and the iron-eating insects successfully incapacitated the enemy's entire fleet. Yet, what Xiang Feiyu did not anticipate was that the abundant sustenance and the terrifying virus would directly cause the iron-eating insects to mutate, or rather, evolve. Initially, these creatures were manageable, but as time progressed, their minds succumbed to decay, rendering them oblivious to all but metal, which they relentlessly corroded. The decayed and ravaged bodies of the iron-eating insects became increasingly malevolent, capable of reducing any metal target to scrap within 3 minutes of contact, and even emitting cosmic rust gases that spread infection among metals. Moreover, the second and third generations of iron-eating insects grew to the size of small humans, targeting all movable objects except for metal, including humans. The only silver lining was that these creatures, weakened by cosmic rust disease, were fragile. A mere wooden stick could shatter them into pieces. However, this came at the cost of the land being irrevocably tainted. The enemy's fleet fell in an instant, and the infected iron-eating insects swarmed around the Mystic Stone Fortress like a dark cloud. With no alternatives, Xiang Feiyu ordered Ida to guard the perimeter while the others retreated to the warehouse area, which housed millions of assembled warriors and uninstalled stellar collectors. In the makeshift command center, Xiang Feiyu turned to Blood Guardian and inquired about the antidote's progress. The Blood Guardian struggled to maintain his flame, hastening his calculations. Yet he was neither a scientist nor a physician. His abilities were limited, especially in deciphering the current crisis. At that moment, Poison Sting entered, wearing a mask. "Boss, the situation is clear. Our basic antidote can only neutralize the cosmic rust disease in the air, but it cannot overcome the mutated rust disease within the iron-eating insects." Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, insisting that they must sustain their operational space. Otherwise, they would be trapped in their own demise. Poison Scorpion then asked, "Is there no other way?" The Blood Guardian shook his head, stating that only Lord Shockwave or Lord Megatron could potentially devise a solution. Relying solely on themselves was futile. Suddenly, Poison Sting recalled something and uncertainly said, "Boss, I just discovered a large creature among the swarm of iron-eating insects, roughly human-sized. Although its body is incomplete, it did not charge recklessly. Instead, it stood back and observed, almost like the leader of the iron-eating insects. Xiang Feiyu frowned slightly upon hearing this. The attacks of the iron-eating insects were erratic, leading him to doubt the existence of a commander. Furthermore, given the current strength of the iron-eating insects, they did not require leadership. They could easily overwhelm Xiang Feiyu and his group through sheer attrition. Xiang Feiyu sensed something amiss and immediately followed Poison's sting to the location where he had spotted the anomaly. However, aside from the battling humans and a few Decepticon warriors employing physical weaponry, there was no sign of anything unusual. However, upon arriving here, Xiang Feiyu felt an unusual aura in the air that inexplicably attracted him. He could not recall having experienced such a sensation before. As he turned to leave, a fleeting glance revealed a gaze fixed upon him. Without hesitation, he refracted toward the source of that gaze, preparing to launch an attack, only for the target to suddenly vanish before him. Fearful of remaining in one spot, Xiang Feiyu swiftly refracted back to his original position, whereupon several human epidemic prevention warriors emerged, using spray devices to eliminate the virus from his body. As he emerged from the haze, his expression darkened as he glanced back at the spot he had just occupied, a sense of imminent danger washing over him. Chapter 130. Survival. Though he had never encountered the large iron-eating worm, he had seen the crystals and star core fragments embedded within its shattered head. Xiang Feiyu could not comprehend why this creature seemed intent on targeting him, as he had not committed any heinous acts deserving of wrath. Previously, it had assumed the form of a small spirit, rallying a great number of subordinates, and now it had morphed into the shape of an iron-eating worm. Such transformations exhibited a peculiar nature of life. Regardless, he found himself ensnared, though he was not resigned to merely await death. His ability to refract continuously could facilitate his escape, albeit at the potential cost of his subordinates' lives. Thus, Xiang Feiyu waited, harboring hope for a miracle. What perplexed Xiang Feiyu was that ever since he discovered the creature with the star core in its head, the mutated iron-eating worm had gone berserk, launching frenzied assaults across various fronts. Consequently, he was compelled to deploy more assembly warriors into battle. As for the creation of artificial titans, he had abandoned that notion. While their combat prowess had indeed increased, their effectiveness against the iron-eating worm was negligible. Moreover, forcibly altering the artificial titans required an immense expenditure of energy from the fire source, a burden he could not bear. If the situation became untenable, Xiang Feiyu would have no choice but to forcibly absorb the energy columns stored here, relinquishing the resources and precious components he had amassed over time. 10 days passed, and Poison Spike returned, injured and weary. Boss, the front lines cannot hold much longer. Xiang Feiyu sighed, lamenting the disintegration of the planetary fortress he had painstakingly assembled, wondering when it might once again become operational. Rising to his feet, he patted Poison Spike on the shoulder and instructed Adar to head to the safe zone, signaling their intent to break through. Soon, the assembly warriors became decoys, allowing Adar to retreat from the front lines, while Xiang Feiyu and the others remained in the expansive hall. Armed with an ancient sword, he prepared for a final rallying speech, when unexpectedly, a figure entered, one he never anticipated. Wherever this being tread, the mutated iron-eating worms fell lifeless to the ground. Lord Megatron, you have come, Xiang Feiyu exclaimed, gazing at the familiar yet surprising figure before him. The ruthlessness of Megatron is well known to all, and Xiang Feiyu has always believed that since Shockwave, far away on Cybertron, was willing to squander precious time conducting experiments, and the Autobot Sir RC commandeered an Autobot ship to rescue him, it was implausible for Megatron to arrive. Yet this surprise, this unforeseen event, indeed materialized. Megatron crushed the mutated insect icon in his grasp, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Relishing the thought of Xiang Feiyu's current dismay, his hard-earned resources swiftly reverted to a state of pre-liberation. Xiang Feiyu exchanged glances with the other artificial transformers, kneeling on one knee, addressing Megatron with reverence. Megatron waved his hand dismissively, stating that he had merely come to observe how Xiang had managed to delay this fleet. He remarked, "Your methods are ruthless, yet your intellect is lacking. Did you truly believe that with your limited knowledge you could manipulate a technological virus? Even when I collaborated with Shockwave, we dared not release cosmic rust on a large scale, fearing loss of control and mutation." Xiang Feiyu awkwardly smiled, acknowledging, "I understand your meaning, Lord Megatron. Megatron, with a knowing grin, prompted him to elaborate on his interpretation. Xiang contemplated, realizing that one should think twice before acting, avoiding uncontrollable situations. Just as he spoke, he was propelled backward, crashing into a dozen assembled warriors. Megatron, with a scowl, questioned, "Have you truly acted?" Rising from the ground, Xiang looked at Megatron, feeling a sense of resignation, knowing this figure likely sought retribution. To Xiang's surprise, Megatron turned away, coldly advising him not to place himself in perilous circumstances in the future. As he departed, Megatron instructed, "Clean this area thoroughly and document a portion of the detailed research data and samples of the insect icon mutations to be uploaded to Soundwave. This warrants investigation. I must return to the Nemesis for an important meeting." With that final statement, he transformed into his jet form and soared from the planetary fortress. Xiang approached the spot where Megatron had stood, retrieving the corpse of the mutated insect icon from the ground and tossing it to the Blood Guard, commanding them to analyze the data before commencing the cleanup of all nearby insect icons and viruses. Armed with the antidote provided by Megatron, everyone swiftly mobilized to cleanse the entire planet and to replan certain locations. Although the insect icons had not lingered long in outer space, they wrought extensive devastation within the fortress. The outer armor and inner metallic supports were nearly consumed, and the cosmos sought materials for repairs. The interior, while relatively intact, bore the scars of the Insecticon's rampage. 3 days later, an exit passage was cleared. The Blood Guard surveyed the surrounding warships, which were in a horrific state, with shattered bodies and debris strewn about. Some essential equipment lay in ruins, though the engine systems remained intact, albeit infested with countless mutated insect icon larvae, which were thriving on the battleship's power core. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the remaining 100,000 warriors and over 300,000 Eldar, resigned to the slow process of clearing the area. He ordered the captured warships to be towed away, seeking ways to repair them. Despite the advanced technology aboard, they could still operate with standard control equipment, albeit requiring an increased supply of Cybertronian materials. 3 days later, Duja returned with his 2 brothers. "Boss, I've gathered the information. There are still 150,000 assembled warriors, 100,000 construct icons, 350,000 Eldar, 3,000 native Cybertronian warriors and Inuit, with most of the equipment severely damaged. However, we have discovered something interesting," Duja said, producing a silver metallic sphere and handing it to Xiang Feiyu. Xiang Feiyu's electronic eye scanned the object, revealing it to be an unknown metal. Duja explained, "This is likely a rare metal produced within the bodies of mutated iron-eating worms. It is hard, yet possesses excellent malleability after shaping, achieving an A-grade quality, making it an excellent choice for crafting high-end materials. All things considered, we Haven T come away empty-handed." Moreover, they had acquired 1,300 warships of various models, including 9 new battleships, 30 battlecruisers, 130 strike cruisers, over 300 destroyers, and more than 200 frigates. Though most were beyond repair, they still profited significantly. Xiang Feiyu stroked his chin, reflecting on the near-total annihilation of the Bolina family fleet. The fallen Constructicon fleet must have also suffered substantial losses. He decided to find a suitable transport ship to fill with this metal, leaving everything else in the hands of the Blood Guardians as they returned to Earth. After another day of transfers, Xiang Feiyu instructed, "Transport the Darkstone back to its original location. Repair as many warships as possible here, and dismantle those that cannot be repaired for materials to construct a planetary fortress." After the Blood Guardians nodded in acknowledgement, Xiang Feiyu departed the Star region aboard the transport ship, returning to Earth. On the bridge of the Retribution, Xiang Feiyu and Duja knelt before the imposing figure of Megatron. Beside them a box containing samples of the mutated iron-eating worms. Chapter 131. Megatron regarded the metallic fragment in his hand with a hint of amusement. Rustholt, a synthetically produced metal only secreted by mutated iron-eating worms. During the Cybertronian Civil War, we unleashed this virus while contending for colonies against the Autobots in outer space. However, not every planet with mutated iron-eating worms produces this substance. It seems your fortress harbors some enigmatic elements. Megatron then turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, inquiring, "Have your troops perished completely?" Xiang Feiyu understood he was referring to the over 50,000 mechanical sentinels under his command, all of whom had perished outside. This was a failure on his part as a commander, compounded by the heavy losses incurred. While it appeared that the losses were substantial, he did possess resources that could be consumed by the iron-eating worms, and the warships required repairs. Megatron tossed the rust gold back at him, declaring, "Your command position remains intact, but reinforcements are suspended until you prove your worth again." Xiang Feiyu nodded, comprehending the situation. Megatron surveyed his subordinates below, recognizing that the super-energy entities on Earth had vanished entirely. "I surmise this must be linked to the alignment of the 47 celestial bodies. The ancient prophecy is likely on the verge of realization. I must locate more dark super-energy entities to awaken my legion of the dead." Knockout, ever the sycophant, chimed in, "Indeed, the dark super-energy entities await your command within the cosmos." Silence. Megatron barked, glaring at Knockout. "Your flattery pales in comparison to that of Starscream." Turning to Xiang Feiyu, Megatron inquired, "What is your perspective?" Xiang Feiyu approached the control panel and, after a brief search, noted that many believe the emergence of these anomalies was a consequence of the Scepter's power struggle. Soon, the imagery was projected into the air via sound waves, showcasing various transformations captured by humanity across the globe post-battle: metallic tendrils, protruding spikes, and ancient ruins, with the most significant being a map illustrating the movement of tectonic plates. Lord Megatron, let us consider an alternative angle. What if these anomalies would have manifested regardless of the Scepter's conflict? Xiang Feiyu posited, casting a glance at Megatron. The latter's expression sharpened. Before he could elaborate, the sound waves began to trace the timestamps of these photos, eventually revealing one dated a day prior to the war. Many had attributed the phenomenon to the gravitational influence of the planetary fortress approaching Earth, yet it now appeared prudent to approach this information with skepticism. What does this imply? Megatron queried, as Xiang Feiyu shifted the display to the map. It became increasingly evident that the cataclysmic battle was centered on Earth, raising the possibility that the vanishing super-energy entities had been absorbed by some force within the planet's core, or perhaps these entities were merely secretions of that very force. Akin to oil. Megatron pondered this thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that the super-energy entities have not vanished, but instead transformed into another form? What form would that be? Xiang Feiyu gestured toward the dark super-energy entities encased in their isolation chamber. For instance, the dark super-energy entities. At this, Knockout was the first to voice dissent. How could that be? The super-energy entities here are byproducts of the Cybertronian Civil War, not the product of Earth's self-transformation. That defies scientific understanding. Xiang Feiyu shrugged. Did you inscribe your name on the super-energy waste you cast into space? How can you prove it? Knockout fell silent, as this was widely accepted. Xiang Feiyu continued. It is well known that dark super-energy entities are crystallizations of the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. How did the Cybertronian super-energy entities come into existence? Native minerals? Spare me the deception. They most likely originated from the blood of the primordial celestial. Black Widow, intrigued, interjected, "What does this indicate?" As she pondered, her expression shifted to one of concern. It cannot be true, can it? The cunning Megatron immediately comprehended the situation, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Feiyu observed Megatron's movements falter as the Decepticon emblem on his chest began to pulse rhythmically, emanating a violet-blue glow. However, this effect was fleeting. Megatron gazed at the map displayed on the large screen, declaring, "I can feel it, the blood of the Cosmic Emperor is calling to me." With that, he transformed and soared into the air. Watching Megatron's erratic behavior, Xiang Feiyu felt a twinge of anxiety, questioning whether something was amiss. Black Widow, however, chuckled. "I doubt it." She turned to Xiang Feiyu, inquiring, "If the blood of the Cosmic Emperor truly exists here, what do you propose we do?" Xiang Feiyu glanced at the glass chamber containing the Cosmic Emperor's blood, then turned to leave, stating, "We must eliminate him, seize his blood, or imprison him and extract his essence." As the door closed behind him, Xiang Feiyu cast a sideways glance at the nearby dead fire, whose own sanity seemed questionable. "Why did I even say also?" he mused. Striding down the battleship's corridor, Xiang Feiyu wore a grave expression, for he had just felt within himself a surge of greed and desire swelling uncontrollably. He yearned to consume vast quantities of dark energy, recognizing its potential to amplify his power. Upon reaching the flight deck, he leaped into the air, his craft transforming mid-flight. tail flames igniting as the Phantom spacecraft morphed into a beam of light, vanishing into the sky. In the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu resumed his previous seat, sipping energy lubricant, mindful of a need to conserve resources and avoid waste. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble beneath him, and a warning flashed in his mind. An earthquake of magnitude 8 was occurring across the continent, with dormant and active volcanoes erupting. In an instant, chaos enveloped the world. At that moment, the Decepticon public channel broadcast an urgent message, instructing all Decepticons to converge on the nearby volcanic region to collect dark energy and transport it to designated locations for retrieval. The announcements continued to roll out incessantly, prompting Xiang Feiyu to take action, mobilizing all but the garrison troops. Disregarding orders at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death, as Megatron was on the brink of madness with excitement. The acquisition of such abundant dark energy would allow his undead army to conquer the entire universe. Concurrently, dark energy erupted worldwide, spewing forth and splattering across the globe, awakening buried Cybertronian corpses from the earth, transforming them into mindless, frenzied, undead mechanical legions. Even more terrifying, nearby mechanical devices and abandoned vehicles, contaminated by dark energy, spontaneously activated, their blue-violet headlights flickering as they morphed into humanoid forms and began advancing toward the towns. Just as Xiang Feiyu and his companions had not ventured far, they were intercepted by a horde of undead, who paid no heed to whether the Decepticons were allies, lunging forward with their broken claws aimed at the living. Chapter 132. Detection. Xiang Feiyu wielded the soul-subduing spear, effortlessly cleaving through the mindless corpses that charged at him. In a mere moment, he had severed a vast expanse of cadavers. His slaughtering was as simple as slicing vegetables. However, his subordinates were not so fortunate. Although the undead were easily dispatched, the splattering dark energy liquid from their bodies released waves of energy that weakened the living warriors. Those unfortunate enough to be doused by the liquid would find their combat effectiveness diminished by 30%. Yet, despite their ease of extermination, the sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming, as even a headset infected by dark energy would transform into a corpse. "Brother, we are far too weakened. If this continues, we won't be able to move," reported Xiao Gun, especially anxious as he himself bore several splashes of dark energy liquid. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. "You all retreat and cleanse your bodies. I will hold the rear." Xiao Gun wished to voice his concerns, but, upon seeing his brother's vigorous demeanor, held his tongue. "Very well, brother, please be cautious. If it becomes untenable, withdraw immediately, and I will call in air support." After several minutes, having vanquished the horde of undead, Xiang Feiyu prepared to depart when a thought struck him. He wished to experiment with absorbing the dark energy. This notion burgeoned wildly in his mind, and the light in his eyes flickered as his hand instinctively reached forward. Streams of purple-blue light emanated from the corpses. In the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu consumed cup after cup of the dark energy offered by the bar's robotic server, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of discontent, a discontent that felt uncontrollable. The allure of that deathly energy drew him in, but at the last moment, he halted his absorption of the dark energy and fled back to the base in haste. At that moment, the broadcast of the Decepticon commander activated, instructing all commanders to return to the warship with the collected dark energy. Xiang Feiyu felt empty-handed. Yet there was little he could do. With his forces insufficient, returning from the onslaught of the undead was already a considerable feat on the bridge of the retribution. Black Widow observed Megatron, who radiated a faint purple-blue glow. "My lord, the warship's hold is filled with dark energy, and our soldiers are becoming increasingly weakened by this force. Coupled with the threat of the undead army below, our expeditionary forces have suffered heavy losses. I recommend an immediate retreat." Unmoved, Megatron replied, "But I am growing ever more powerful. I eagerly anticipate my meeting with the Cosmic Emperor." Just then, Xiang Feiyu entered, prompting a broad smile from Megatron, who addressed him. "What do you think I should do regarding my relationship with the Cosmic Emperor?" Xiang Feiyu replied coldly, "There are two options. Eliminate him and absorb his power for yourself, or imprison him and extract his dark energy for your own use." Beside them, Deadfire paused, perplexed. "What is the difference?" "I see none." Xiang Feiyu glanced at the dark energy within the containment field. "There is indeed a distinction. One is brutal exploitation, while the other is a sustainable extraction. Megatron was momentarily taken aback before a cold smile crept across his lips. Black Widow, you will command here in my absence. The Black Widow gazed at the departing silhouette of Megatron, a smirk gracing her lips. As you wish, my lord. Once Megatron had left, Knockout approached, observing, You don't seem well. Would you like me to conduct a full examination? As he spoke, Knockout's hand transformed into a circuit form, exuding an air of confidence as if he could alleviate all ailments, propelling you directly to the pinnacle of Cybertronian existence. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. I merely discovered that these dark energy entities possess consciousness. Otherwise, recklessly absorbing them could subject me to their internal will. Well, I appreciate your two suggestions, but I don't believe we possess the capability to slay the Emperor of the Universe, Knockout replied, retracting his chainsaw and crossing his arms. Xiang Feiyu regarded the dark energy entity before him, uncertain whether he was responding to Knockout or addressing the formidable presence within the dark energy entity. There is nothing that cannot be slain. The question lies in whether the one who can kill it is willing to do so. The others paused momentarily, sensing the profound philosophy in his words. Xiang Feiyu then turned to Soundwave, stating, I wish to exchange my military merits and position for a blank Lord-class Sparkwave shell. Soundwave remained silent for a moment, glancing at the Black Widow. After some contemplation, she replied, Lord Megatron has just stated that the command here now belongs to me. Your request is approved, but it also signifies that you will forfeit all your previous military accomplishments. You must consider this carefully. Xiang Feiyu responded resolutely, I confirm. He then turned to Knockout, smiling as he said, Did you not wish to dismantle my body? Here lies your opportunity. With that, Xiang Feiyu exited the bridge, making his way to the medical department. Knockout paused momentarily, but soon a playful smile spread across his face. I can hardly wait. The Sparkwave shell serves as a protective metallic artifact, safeguarding one spark from external harm. Its primary function, however, is to shield against harmful waves in space. For instance, the energy emitted by the dark energy entities weakens nearby warriors, predominantly affecting ordinary warriors. Those above the Lord level, in addition to their robust physiques, can equip spark shells, enhancing their resistance in areas with higher concentrations of dark energy. Naturally, prior to his arrival, Xiang Feiyu had deposited all his valuable possessions onto the pry bar, ensuring that Knockout would not discover anything amiss. In a laboratory, Xiang Feiyu's spark had extinguished, and he lay upon the examination table, surrounded by several Decepticon heroes. Knockout reached for the ancient sword at Xiang Feiyu's waist, extracting it for a closer look. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, an ancient weapon, a rather rare model. It must be a collector's item from some notable individual. He then opened Xiang Feiyu's chest armor, retrieving a metal rod, a compact version of the Fallen's artifact. The Soul Requiem Gun. An artifact indeed. This weapon transforms into the Soul Spear of the Mad Dragon when in Xiang Feiyu's possession, but retains its identity as the Soul Requiem Gun in the hands of the Fallen, remaining unchanged in the hands of others. After setting aside the Soul Gun, he opened his gauntlet and retrieved a hand cannon, an exquisite artifact known as the rusted hand cannon of the celestial enemy. Let me see what else is here, he mused, discovering a shattered fragment of the fire source, nearly melted away and rendered useless. Observing the minuscule piece through a microscope, he remarked, It appears there is nothing else. Though this is indeed quite a lot. He then scanned the mechanical body of Xiang Feiyu and began dismantling his chest armor. With ease akin to a routine meal, he proceeded to install the fire source shell he had acquired from Soundwave, primarily to assess the condition of Xiang Feiyu's body. The rapid enhancement of Xiang Feiyu's physique was astonishing, achieving in mere years what had taken other Decepticons millennia of effort, a truly remarkable feat upon completing his task. He delved into the main subject, examining the tri-change mechanism of Xiang Feiyu. The fusion was remarkably seamless, employing techniques reminiscent of Soundwave's methodology. In Chapter 133, The Illiterate Combat Master, he assessed the fire source, finding its operation to be exceptionally smooth. Comparing his fire source to that of an ordinary Decepticon, it was akin to the distinction between a grotesque figure and a human fitness instructor. Furthermore, possessing a fragment of the fire source was entirely normal. Upon re-examining the brain, both Knockout and the prominent figures surrounding him were astonished to discover that the core of Xiang Feiyu's brain was remarkably ordinary, only slightly superior to that of a typical Decepticon. This was an inconceivable situation for a commander of a Lord-level Decepticon. To illustrate, the Decepticon thugs were mindless war maniacs, while Xiang Feiyu's cerebral core was a mere increment better in mindlessness. The immediate consequence of this was his ability to store knowledge without the capacity for research or expansion. This explained his bewilderment before the advanced technology he encountered in the ruins. Akin to an illiterate, Knockout found this revelation astonishing and conducted further examinations on Xiang Feiyu's body, convinced that he must possess a second, more active brain. Otherwise, his combat skills would not be so formidable, despite multiple checks yielding no desired results. Even when he removed Xiang Feiyu's fire source for testing, he could not discern any differences. Unable to ascertain the cause, Knockout proceeded with the next test, exploring why the eyes of other Decepticons were red, while Xiang Feiyu's had been purple since his arrival on Earth, emanating tendrils of light. However, after extensive testing, no conclusions emerged. Even after detaching Xiang Feiyu's fire source and brain chip and installing them in the experimental platform, the eyes remained red. Conversely, when his fire source and brain chip were placed on the experimental apparatus, it transformed to a vibrant purple. The most perplexing finding was that when the fire source and brain chip were installed separately on the experimental machine, the activated eyes remained red. This indicated that for Xiang Feiyu's eyes to emit the ethereal purple light, both the fire source and brain core were essential. For an extended period, I wrestled with these two perplexing questions, ultimately resigning myself to defeat. After conducting a thorough inspection of the mecha, I promptly initiated its activation. As the machine powered on, I gradually regained consciousness and opened the chest plate to survey the pulsating core within, nodding in satisfaction. I paid no heed to the observers examining my mech, for such scrutiny was to be expected. After reassembling my weaponry and completing all necessary preparations, I replenished my energy at the maintenance department before returning to the mechanical bar to retrieve my belongings. In the secluded chamber, I meticulously returned the shards of the core to my ignition source, facilitating a harmonious fusion of its power with my ignition and the pulsating shell. The energy from the core fragments surged forth, illuminating the interior of the chest plate with a resplendent glow. Upon completing this task, I placed the star core fragment into the ignition, and to my astonishment, as it made contact, the star core shimmered brilliantly. Its outer shell morphed into a fluid state, weaving intricate patterns along the threads that adorned the pulsating shell, rendering it increasingly exquisite. Observing the star core fragment diminish in size, I felt a pang of regret, for this treasure was as invaluable as the ignition source itself. Shutting the chest plate, I returned to the bar counter and summoned a robotic bartender for a glass of lubricating fluid, while my gaze lingered on two Decepticon warriors clashing in the arena. At that moment, a message arrived, momentarily startling me, yet I swiftly set off toward my destination. Upon arrival, I beheld the colossal remains of a stone giant, over 100 meters tall, lying in ruin. Standing before were Megatron and his longtime rival, Optimus Prime, among others. Megatron, without turning to face Prime, declared, "We shall send 2 of our own, while you dispatch 4. We will infiltrate the core of the Universe Emperor and seal him away." This proposition stirred Optimus Prime. If the 47 planets aligned in a chain formation, the Universe Emperor would awaken, leading to the extinction of humanity on Earth. In that case, Megatron's plan, which aimed to lull the Universe Emperor back to slumber, seemed more favorable. Alcee, however, outright dismissed the idea. First and foremost, you cannot be trusted. Moreover, how do we locate the core of the Universe Emperor, and how do we seal him? With her inquiry, the room fell silent. The first to speak was uncharacteristically quiet, for it was evident that Megatron could not be relied upon. Furthermore, his proposed method would undoubtedly lead him to the core's location. The pressing question now became how to seal the Universe Emperor, ensuring he would rest peacefully once more. In contemplation, Optimus Prime suddenly proposed, "Perhaps the power of the Apostles can seal him." The power of the Apostles? Are you referring to the energy gem? At the Autobot base, Ratchet wore an expression of disbelief. The energy gem was a true ultimate treasure of Cybertron, containing the collective wisdom of generations of Cybertronian apostles and divine entities. It should only be utilized in the direst of circumstances. Optimus Prime nodded, acknowledging that sometimes one must take risks. "Optimus," RC suddenly spoke, but her subsequent words faltered, leaving her to sigh and lower her head. "I shall reserve my opinion. The ambulance and others chimed in. We too shall withhold our opinions. Optimus nodded. Then it is settled. Ambulance, open the land bridge. The ambulance appeared reluctant, yet felt compelled to unconditionally support his old comrade. As the land bridge opened, Xiang Feiyu stepped onto it first, waiting inside until Megatron entered. Optimus addressed Megatron. I concur with your decision. However, this does not grant you the license to betray our collective expectations. Should you do so, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Megatron surveyed the base, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Optimus, you know me. If the benefits are insufficient, I shall not engage in futile endeavors. Optimus cast a wary glance at Megatron. We require time to prepare. Remain here. Should you exhibit any treachery, we will act without hesitation. While Optimus spoke, Xiang Feiyu maintained an air of indifference, approaching the experiment table to observe the ambulance conducting equipment tests. RC leapt over to Xiang Feiyu, inquiring, Are you attempting to probe our Autobot secrets? Without glancing her way, he sent over his latest mechanical data. Upon reviewing it, RC chuckled awkwardly. Fine, you may look, but no photographs. With that, she walked away. The ambulance stood bewildered, questioning the situation. Why aren't you watching him closely? What if, before the ambulance could finish, RC forwarded the information to him? Upon reading, the ambulance was taken aback. My heavens! Optimus, curious, asked, What is it? The ambulance looked at Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, A combat master-level illiterate. Optimus, along with the entire Autobot base, was rendered speechless. Chapter 134. Dangerous Battle. Xiang Feiyu approached the ambulance, observing its diligent work at the experiment table, remaining silent. Once finished, he produced a canister of synthetic super energy. Could you assist me in analyzing this? There's compensation. The ambulance inspected the synthetic super energy, noting its side effects and inherent complexities. This is unsolvable. Xiang Feiyu shook his head. I am aware. Hence, I seek to utilize its formula to create some stimulating synthetic energy akin to human adrenaline. The ambulance pondered for a moment. This could be worth a shot, but it will require time. Xiang Feiyu nodded and continued to discuss his ideas with the ambulance. After a brief silence, the ambulance finally said, I shall consider it. At that moment, RC approached. Have you finished? My combat master awaits you. Xiang Feiyu turned to the ambulance, saying, I look forward to your response. As he prepared to leave, the ambulance called out, Wait. Xiang Feiyu, puzzled, turned back just as the ambulance retrieved a rapid-fire hand cannon and tossed it to him. Don't die in there. Xiang Feiyu grasped the hand cannon and waved his hand. Megatron, at the control panel, pressed a few buttons, causing a coordinate to materialize, and he addressed the others. Let us depart. All team members transformed into their travel forms and entered the land bridge. Upon crossing the terrain, they reached their destination, the Earth's core, the very heart of the Cosmic Emperor's spark. The area was filled with honeycomb-like, angular nests connected by bridges, seemingly left as passageways for terrestrial beings, beneath which lay an inky abyss. Xiang Feiyu and his companions found themselves atop one such passage. Exercise caution. We must proceed carefully, cautioned a panel that jumped out, eager to assert itself. However, Megatron swiftly countered, Prepare for battle. He is already aware of our arrival. No sooner had he spoken than the honeycombs around them unfurled, and a swarm of ordinary, soft-bodied mechanical moths surged toward them. Megatron attuned himself to the fluctuations of the energy source, pointing towards a large door to the side. This way, everyone charge. He dashed ahead. Xiang Feiyu, undeterred by deliberation, brandished two hand cannons and unleashed a barrage at the fluttering mechanical moths above. Bang! 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 The others ran while firing, and the mechanical moths fell like dumplings into the abyss below. After covering some distance, RC noticed Xiang Feiyu had not followed. Hurry up! She shouted. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand cannon at them and glanced back. Countless ordinary, soft-bodied mechanical crawlers scuttled swiftly down the passage toward him. Xiang Feiyu stowed his hand cannon and brandished the dragon's soul spear, exuding an aura of invincibility. Come fort! At that moment, Megatron was obstructed by the mechanical moths ahead. Ignore him. Clear the bugs quickly, or there will be more. In the forefront, Megatron and Optimus Prime fought in perfect synergy, devastating their foes while occasionally providing support for Bumblebee and others. This seamless collaboration astonished the other Autobots, who could hardly fathom how the two, like seasoned dancers, executed their movements without need for communication or thought, anticipating each other's needs effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu wielded the war spear with a fierce grace, launching both airborne and terrestrial mechanical foes into the air or dispatching them entirely, causing them to plummet down the corridor. Observing the exaggerated display of combat prowess on either side, Arsai and her companions felt a sense of being overly protected. However, despite Xiang Feiyu's significant kills, he was gradually overwhelmed by the terrifying numbers of the opposing forces, while Optimus Prime and Megatron pressed forward rapidly. Yet, the sheer volume of adversaries proved too much. Even with allies covering their backs, the airborne foes nearly brought the three Autobots to the brink of defeat. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu suddenly transformed into fighter jet form. Utilizing the tail flames, he swiftly cleared a vast expanse of pursuing enemies behind him. Subsequently, he released all the missiles at once, which soared and exploded in the air, some detonating in other passages and others bursting overhead, right above Alxi and her companions, even reaching the heads of Megatron and Optimus Prime, obliterating the mechanical moths and granting them greater opportunity. Seizing the moment, Xiang Feiyu ascended, unleashing a torrent of firepower from the sky. However, the space available was limited for a cosmic-grade aircraft, and with an increasing number of mechanical moths, he was soon ensnared by some reckless foes, transforming into a rolling ball and plummeting downward. No, Alxi shouted in despair. It was too late for Xiang Feiyu, who had already begun his descent. The barrier observed the unfathomable abyss below, his heart racing with trepidation. The thought of a gruesome demise was chilling. Bumblebee remarked this was a mistake. Yet their sentiments did not necessarily reflect the leader's thoughts. At that moment, buoyed by Xiang Feiyu's support, Optimus Prime and Megatron surged forward with extraordinary vigor. Reaching an intricately inscribed door adorned with ancient Cybertronian runes just as the final wave of enemies was about to appear. Megatron gazed at the archaic symbols, feeling an undeniable connection. He was certain that something awaited within. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu, entangled by the mechanical moths, gradually formed a massive sphere, unable to fly and plummeting straight down. As he fell, the mechanical sphere crashed violently against the overhead beams, shattering parts of it before continuing its descent. Bang! 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 Uncertain of how long he had been falling, Xiang Feiyu finally expelled the last mechanical moth, his body plunging into a substance resembling water. There, he unfurled and gradually, the tumult of battle and vigilance faded from his mind, leaving only tranquility. The solutions surrounding him, as if animated, converged toward his being, while the inner power within him activated automatically, forcefully enhancing Xiang Feiyu's form, spark, and soul with immense strength. In an instant, Xiang Feiyu's body trembled slightly, and his aura exuded a newfound authority. At that moment, his internal martial arts technique, the 9-tripod Overlord body skill, ascended. He had now broken through to the 5th tier, reaching the mid-tier of the dominance of the world, a stage he had once attained as the foremost warrior of Huaxia. Now, with the ability to traverse the cosmos, his cultivated powers would ascend even further. Retracting his overwhelming presence, Xiang Feiyu allowed himself to drift within the liquid. As energy within continued to converge into his body, fortifying his weaponry, enhancing his form, and even repairing fragments of his spark. In that moment, Xiang Feiyu's Cybertronian form ascended to hero level, his armor brimming with formidable energy, rendering him more resilient and fearsome than ever. Xiang Feiyu slowly opened his eyes. Although he floated in an unknown liquid, he could still sense the energy within him coalescing from this very substance. Notably, the fragment of the fire seed had evidently doubled in size, emanating an extraordinarily formidable energy. In this tranquil moment, Xiang Feiyu patiently awaited his opportunity, knowing that it was a rare chance to elevate the essence of all that resided within him. As time elapsed, the low-grade divine rust-melting hand cannon in his grasp ascended to a medium-grade divine weapon, enhancing both its energy storage for attacks and its rapid-fire capability. Similarly, the soul-suppressing gun began to transform. Originally a top-tier artifact, it no longer required further evolution in form. Instead, the intricate mechanical patterns on the gun barrel became more elaborate, with certain sections inscribed with ancient Cybertronian runes. The energy collector in his hand formed characters that directed the energy flow throughout his mechanical body, permeating into his limbs and other subtle areas. The most significant transformation occurred with the ancient sword at Xiang Feiyu's waist. This extraordinarily sharp mechanical sword, composed of an unknown material, disassembled into metal plates within the enigmatic liquid, only to reconstitute into a new, larger great sword. This blade was longer and broader than its predecessor, rendering it impossible to be sheathed at his waist. It could now only be carried on his back. After an indeterminate passage of time, Xiang Feiyu's mechanical form underwent a shift as his eyes abruptly opened. Struggling momentarily in the liquid, he then swam upwards towards the surface. Moments latte. A nearly 10-meter-tall mechanical giant erupted from the solution, surveying its surroundings. The walls nearby bore no signs of the hive, and the precise state of affairs above was indiscernible. Floating upon the surface were numerous corpses of mechanical moths, devoid of any signs of life, suggesting they had perished beyond recovery. This indicated that the liquid held no effect on them whatsoever. Contemplating this, Xiang Feiyu activated his communicator and instructed the crowbar to initiate the land bridge, summoning the poisonous stinger and the constructed titans to enter. Within 5 seconds, a portal appeared beside Xiang Feiyu, and the crowbar emerged, only to inadvertently plunge into the mysterious liquid as he exited. The other constructed titans followed suit, but Xiang Feiyu observed that some lower-tier constructs instantly dissolved into particles upon entering the liquid. Frowning slightly, he soon found solace in the realization that this liquid was only suitable for high-ranking warriors of Cybertron. Ordinary fighters could not withstand such overwhelming power. He commanded his subordinates to retrieve the enigmatic liquid in metal barrels. Thus, the land bridge remained open, and his subordinates, one by one, queued to extract the energy liquid from the area. 5 minutes passed, and the first to emerge was the little communicator, exclaiming, "Wow, advancement is so simple." Afterward, glancing at the device on his wrist with a slight frown, he remarked, "Boss, we cannot continue like this. Our energy reserves will be entirely depleted." Xiang Feiyu emerged from the enigmatic liquid, his warriors having undergone significant enhancements. Unlike Xiang Feiyu, who possessed fragments of the fire seed within his being coupled with an indomitable will, their advancements were comparatively modest. The other Decepticon warriors, being mere mass-produced models, were further limited by the subpar materials used in their upgrades. For instance, the most formidable among them, the Lord-level Decepticon, could only attain the pinnacle of Lord level after enhancement, with aspirations of reaching hero level remaining an unattainable dream. Yet, this limitation did not dishearten him. As a mere experimental subject, he had accepted his fate of forever being confined to the Lord level, barring any extraordinary opportunities. Conversely, the advantage of lower-tier warriors lay in their ability to ascend across ranks. Some mid-tier fighters could advance to the peak of the high tier without undergoing disassembly. High-tier warriors could evolve into elite high-tier, while elite high-tier warriors could transform into elite high-tier champions. Warriors like Knife, Little Telecom, and Hardshell, who had consistently accompanied Xiang Feiyu's journey, had all risen to the Lord level. Notably, the trio known as the Crowbar, Short-Handled Axe, and Poison Sting, who received specialized training from Xiang Feiyu, ascended directly to the pinnacle of Lord level, matching the prowess of the Lord level Decepticon. With their unique training, they had now become capable of defeating the Tri-Transformation Warrior. As Xiang Feiyu hesitated, the water level of the liquid began to recede, revealing the mechanical remains of moths within. With a swift gesture, he summoned the remnants of the fallen corpses back to him before soaring into the sky. The only remnants of his previous location were the scattered mechanical carcasses and a damaged grand doorway. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a barrage of laser projectiles. "What on earth are you doing?" he exclaimed in frustration. "Damn Decepticons!" Alcee cried out in fury. Xiang Feiyu, exasperated, retorted, "What does your struggle matter to me?" With that, he kicked a few mechanical moth corpses off the platform and leapt down. The weight of his body accelerated his descent, and, at a certain altitude, he transformed, shooting upwards into the clouds. "Break the sky, call for the terrestrial bridge," he commanded. Soon, the terrestrial bridge opened above him, and he flew directly into it. "Damn Decepticons! I will annihilate you all!" Alcee shouted in her rage as she continued to unleash her fury against the remaining mechanical moths, left with no choice as the luminous gate closed behind her. On board the Retribution battleship, Xiang Feiyu materialized on the platform. where Megatron was elaborating on his personal experiences in processing and the heinous crimes committed by the Autobots, particularly the demonic ambulance. Xiang Feiyu shrugged and took a seat nearby, observing the Black Widow, who bore some scratches. Has she failed? He mused. The Black Widow glanced at him, sensing a change in his demeanor, although she deemed it inconsequential. Perhaps the previous defeat had wrought unforeseen effects upon him. At present, she was consumed by the desire to extract Soundwave's fire seed and avenge her grievances. Noticing she was indifferent to him, Xiang Feiyu simply shrugged and returned his attention to the performance on stage. Soon, the Decepticons vacated the bridge, and Xiang Feiyu made his way to the storage room, addressing several staff members. "Fill it up for me." At that moment, a mechanical sentry glanced at Xiang Feiyu and replied, "Captain Breakthrough, or rather, I apologize, Commander Breakthrough, due to your demotion. You are no longer authorized to utilize the battleship's super-energy core, unless you are willing to employ a synthetic super-energy core." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. "Could you make an exception? You know I will soon reclaim my position as commander." After conferring briefly, the mechanical sentries nodded. "Very well, but if any issues arise, Commander Breakthrough will need to explain." Xiang Feiyu patted them on the shoulder. "Rest assured, you know my credibility. At least among the Decepticons, I am known for my integrity." A few minutes later, Xiang Feiyu removed the delivery tubing from his body and tossed 2 pieces of rust gold to them. "Don't mention my visit to anyone." Upon seeing the precious rust gold, the mechanical sentries were filled with excitement. They had always known Xiang Feiyu to be a generous commander. Although battles against him often resulted in total annihilation, he consistently brought gifts for these technicians upon returning from missions. This was why, despite his demotion, the technicians still referred to him as commander, as they anticipated his swift return to power. After exchanging greetings, Xiang Feiyu exited the storage room, only to encounter a familiar figure. He approached and threw an arm around the individual's shoulders, startling them. Who is it? Chapter 136. An energy block slipped from the individual's grasp, and as they prepared to confront their assailant, relief washed over them upon recognizing Xiang Feiyu. "You scare me half to death." Xiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this Commander Red Spider?" "Oh, wait, you're no longer a commander." Red Spider narrowed his eyes. "Are you also demoted?" Xiang Feiyu smirked. "A demotion still makes one a centurion, unlike you, who is now wanted." Red Spider chose to ignore Xiang Feiyu, this fortunate fellow, and simply picked up the energy block to leave. Xiang Feiyu shrugged and headed in another direction. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of gunfire echoed from behind, prompting Xiang Feiyu to shrug once more before departing to vengeance. His current mission was to recuperate. That night, in an abandoned warehouse, a police motorcycle was parked inside when the main door swung open, allowing a blue medical vehicle to enter. The police motorcycle flashed its lights twice, an unexpected yet anticipated gesture. At that moment, the medical vehicle transformed into humanoid form. It seems the Autobots no longer require my services." The police motorcycle transformed into a humanoid as well, explaining that the Autobots no longer needed 2 medical experts, and thus, he chose to invite the medical vehicle to join his team. The medical vehicle hesitated, noting that the Autobots' ranks had changed significantly, especially with Optimus Prime and Megatron involved. "Well, let's not dwell on that. Just to clarify, I will join your team, but not the Decepticons." Xiang Feiyu nodded, welcoming the new member to the Breaking Sky Squad, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall serve as the chief medical scientist of our team." The medical officer, grasping Xiang Feiyu's hand in gratitude, responded, "Thank you, but I hope you have prepared my laboratory." A smile illuminated Xiang Feiyu's face as he assured, "Of course." He then activated the communicator, announcing the opening of the land bridge. Soon, the land bridge was unveiled, and Xiang Feiyu gestured for the medical officer to enter, who was astonished to discover that Xiang Feiyu possessed his very own land bridge. As they traversed the bridge and entered a concealed chamber, the medical officer was taken aback. "What is this?" Xiang Feiyu, crossing his arms, replied, "This is a hidden chamber within the Alps ruins, specifically excavated to serve as a laboratory." He gestured toward the various equipment scattered around, giving the medical officer a brief tour of the facility. "Here, you will find complete maintenance tools for the Decepticons, the land bridge, a control room, and various other apparatuses. All materials and precious rare items are stored in the warehouse, along with some miscellaneous items that you will need to organize yourself." Pointing to an entire row of Constructicons and native Cybertronians, he added, "These two groups will assist you. Feel free to arrange them as you see fit." The medical officer expressed satisfaction, inquiring, "What will my task entail?" "I hope you have new projects in mind." Xiang Feiyu nodded, suggesting the synthesis of super-energy extraction hormone technology as an initial task to familiarize the medical officer with the environment, followed by the cultivation of engineers adept in body modification techniques. With a wave, he dismissed his subordinates, then opened a password-protected warehouse, stating, "This is our secret repository, housing some peculiar treasures." At that moment, Xiang Feiyu picked up an Earth Spirit Pearl, declaring, "The next phase involved developing attribute-infused ignition sources, enabling our warriors to harness elemental powers." The medical officer, taken aback, exclaimed, "This requires human experimentation." Seemingly unfazed, Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "I merely propose the subject. Whether to conduct human trials is your decision." He produced some strange energy liquid, explaining, "This was extracted from the Earth's core. You must investigate its nature and potential applications." The medical officer gazed at the liquid, pondering, "Is this the essence of the Cosmic Emperor?" Xiang Feiyu offered no further comment, instead walking towards the exit. "The individuals here are warriors unprocessed by the Decepticons, so how you manage them is entirely up to you. The rest of you depart." With that, Xiang Feiyu left the secret base, feeling a sense of relief at having completed the research task. He was finally spared from exposing himself to the greater dangers posed by the Decepticons. Although he himself was a Decepticon, he knew that revealing his prized discoveries could incite envy and lead to theft by jealous comrades. With these thoughts in mind, Xiang Feiyu returned to the bar to arrange other affairs, silently protesting the destruction of several Decepticon bases by the enraged Autobots during this time. Yet, he realized this was futile, as he was merely a centurion without any subordinates. In addition, the uncontrollable army of mechanical corpses roams the land. While their numbers no longer multiply indefinitely as before, they remain considerable. Moreover, these cadaverous legions reject the leadership of Megatron, prompting all factions on Earth, including the Decepticons and the fallen Decepticons, to cleanse their territories of the undead. Xiang Feiyu, residing on the outskirts of the city, is spared from the volcanic outpourings of dark energy bodies, which are relatively few in number. After a fortnight of recuperation, Xiang Feiyu abruptly returns to the secret base, where the medical vehicle delivers astonishing news. "Is what you said true?" he inquires. The medical vehicle nods, revealing that according to the equipment's readings, with the slumber of the Cosmic Emperor, the dark energy bodies are dwindling, and now the normal energy mineral deposits are reviving on Earth. Xiang Feiyu ponders deeply. Can our equipment detect the energy mineral zones? The medical vehicle shakes its head. Our apparatus can only cover areas near the ruins. There's a poor mine nearby, but beyond that, we cannot extend our reach. The medical vehicle then produces a device, stating, "This is the energy signal analyzer I created. It can detect mineral zones within 100 meters. This means you must approach to conduct the survey." Additionally, there is an energy signal blocker. Once you locate the energy minerals, you can activate the blocker to conceal the nearby mineral area, preventing other factions from discovering it. Xiang Feiyu nods affirmatively. "No problem. I will dispatch a team to the mineral zone." After all, since the last mineral site vanished, we possess dozens of mining vehicles. He instructs his air force to wield the instruments and scout the area. To their surprise, they indeed uncover 2 rich mines and 3 medium-yield energy deposits, along with 13 poor mines, all of which are urgently needed. Although there are more metallic ores, manpower is currently insufficient, and the immediate priority is the energy minerals, so they must temporarily forego the rest. No one anticipated that the Cosmic Emperor merely adjusted his body, leading to the resurgence of numerous mineral deposits on Earth. As if the ores had sprouted anew, Xiang Feiyu promptly dispatches a team for discreet extraction. He is not like the Decepticon miners who dig large pits for convenience, only to be discovered and annihilated by Autobots. Instead, under the cover of night, Xiang Feiyu excavates a cave at the mining site, allowing the mining vehicles to collect resources while the excavated waste is carted away by the engineering team. The extracted energy minerals are transported by truck to the seaport, then shipped to America and finally delivered to the base. Though cumbersome, this method prioritizes safety. As for the poor mines, they simply need to be excavated and left for energy collection later. At this juncture, the price of energy in the mechanical bar returns to its original value, allowing patrons to indulge once more. In a matter of mere months, hundreds of native Cybertronians flock to Xiang Feiyu, as they find themselves depleted of energy and unwilling to endure prolonged slumber, seeking a faction to ally with. Xiang Feiyu presents a viable option. At the very least, he does not threaten them with compulsory loyalty modifications. Although on the surface, Xiang Feiyu appeared to be quietly residing at home, he was in fact executing his own plans, especially in collecting dark energy solutions and various corpses harvested from ghouls across the world's notorious black markets. These were essential materials for the creation of artificial titans. While the Earth base flourished, the Darkstone Fortress found itself ensnared in an energy and population crisis. The recent consumption by the mutated iron-eating worms compelled Xiang Feiyu to deploy additional assembly warriors as bait for the Aedirans to eliminate these pests. The significant loss of personnel and metal resources nearly brought the repairs of the Darkstone Fortress to a standstill, creating an urgent need for abundant energy sources, population, and materials. Now, due to the retaliatory actions of the Belina family fleet, business at the Cybertron Blackpine Mountain battlefield had come to a halt, necessitating Xiang Feiyu's return for coordination. Thus, during this tranquil period, he could only process the parts obtained from the ghouls and transport them to the Darkstone Fortress. However, the limited production capacity on Earth was but a drop in the ocean for the vast Darkstone star. Hence, Xiang Feiyu's return to Cybertron was imperative. Before departing, he sought to exchange a substantial amount of synthetic energy essence from the Vengeance, an energy laden with strong side effects that had been rejected since Earth's revival. After a series of negotiations, he bartered 1,000 tons of rust gold for 1 billion tons of synthetic energy essence. Upon completing the exchange, the mechanical sentinels rejoiced. These worthless synthetic energy essences were now cleared from inventory, making room for other materials, such as rust gold. With resources gathered, Xiang Feiyu's colossal transport vessel departed the solar system, heading towards the Darkstone Fortress. However, as he passed the moon, he marveled at the massive planetary fortress behind it. This was a true planetary stronghold, its structure modified by 85%, a stark contrast to his own Darkstone Fortress, which lacked a third of its original form and had not achieved full equipment coverage, especially since the remaining metal had been devoured. Yet, envy was futile. It was not his. As the saying goes, a broken home is worth a fortune. Rather than coveting others, it was better to manage his own humble abode well. With this thought, Xiang Feiyu resolutely traversed the depths of space. At the Darkstone Fortress, the Blood Guardians had organized all the materials. Previously, a batch of assembly warriors had been transported from Cybertron, and once activated, they would enable operations here, at least allowing for the maintenance of some warships before sending them to Cybertron for further processing. By the time Xiang Feiyu arrived, the surface of Darkstone Star was already cleared, awaiting only workers and materials. He deposited the precious materials he had brought, along with the synthetic energy essence, into the Darkstone Fortress, then took a vessel laden with rust gold and set off for Cybertron. Although Xiang Feiyu was not a native of Cybertron, each return to the desolate ruins of the abandoned cities stirred a sense of sorrow within him. This was the calamity wrought by war, the suffering it inflicted, leading ultimately to the loss of everything. Xiang Feiyu commanded the warship to remain at the spaceport, as he would contact the buyer to facilitate its transport. The others were to prepare for evacuation. In the Shandan bar, a weary Decepticon warrior entered, accompanied by 7 others. One of them promptly took a seat at the bar and ordered a glass of premium super energy fluid. Soon, a regular energy drink was served by the bar's robot, priced at 100 crystal coins. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback by the exorbitant cost. Had super energy fluid been revitalized recently? The bar robot, displaying a hint of impatience, remarked that revitalization occurred on other planets, and Cybertron had a limited supply. Each drink consumed was one less available. While the robot's assertion held some truth, many factions had begun to import super energy fluid from alien worlds, suggesting that the price fluctuation here should not be so drastic. The only plausible explanation for this situation was the existence of someone manipulating the local market. However, the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil, with minimal security present, rendering the scene somewhat peculiar. Even more unsettling was the failed attempt to contact the little one. What could be the reason behind this? Xiang Feiyu threw a bag of crystal coins onto the table. Yet the basic super energy fluid remained untouched, as he absorbed it with his hand instead. He then exited the Shandan bar with his subordinates. The Shandan bar had long been a site of conflict, having been occupied numerous times, which spoke to its unfavorable location. Thus, Xiang Feiyu was prepared to abandon it without reclaiming it, as his primary objective now was to uncover the events that had transpired and locate the little one. Only by clarifying these matters could he determine his next course of action. Before proceeding, however, he needed to accomplish one task. Little Ling Tong, take the three of you with the stinger and investigate our accounts for any anomalies. Little Ling Tong nodded in agreement. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, Little Ling Tong relayed the information. Boss, our account password has been altered by someone, but I have restored it. There are only transaction records from the past 3 days. What should we do next? Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu replied, notify the logistics department of the laboratory to temporarily halt all product transactions for settlement. I will meet with Lord Shockwave shortly. However, Little Ling Tong quickly responded, Lord Shockwave is not in the laboratory. He has been away for some time. Xiang Feiyu paused momentarily before nodding. Then let us proceed with the final account settlement. This way, we can mitigate our losses. Little Ling Tong agreed, all right, but it's a pity to abandon this place. Half an hour later, Little Ling Tong returned with his team and announced, Boss, we have a total of 1,360,000,000 crystal coins. This group has been trading under our banner with the Decepticon Logistics Department, but they have not repurchased assembled warriors after selling their mysterious goods. Consequently, the logistics department is reluctant to engage in transactions with them. However, these enigmatic individuals have their own methods. They have abandoned the sale and repurchase of ordinary components, focusing solely on the sale of advanced parts and equipment. This has allowed them to profit handsomely through our commercial channels. Xiang Feiyu nodded thoughtfully. Do you know who these individuals are? Xiao Ling Tong shook his head in confusion, seemingly unaware that a high-ranking individual from the laboratory had participated in this transaction, which was the reason for their smooth operation. Xiang Feiyu rubbed his chin and inquired whether it was possible to identify this high-ranking official. Xiao Ling Tong paused for a moment, responding, well, with a little effort. It shouldn't pose a problem. A mischievous grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. Since he had some leisure time, he instructed, you investigate who it is, and I shall seek out Xiao Budian. Chapter 138. Xiao Budian having assigned the tasks, Xiang Feiyu made his way toward Heidong Mountain. The battlefield at Heidong Mountain bore witness to significantly fewer traces of war. Instead, new skyscrapers had emerged. From above, it was apparent that half of the battlefield debris had been cleared away, and the remaining remnants were in the process of being sorted and removed. It appeared that formidable management personnel were orchestrating the planning and transformation of the area. The previously established toll stations had vanished, and access to the newly constructed parts refurbishment and recycling factory system was no longer available. Clearly, the management had undertaken a comprehensive overhaul, leaving no trace of its former self. In midair, Xiang Feiyu altered his course. This ancient battlefield had lost its developmental value, and it seemed prudent to seek out another ancient battlefield to commence anew. In the recycling factory's office, a diminutive figure resembling a mini-transformer was angrily pounding on the table. What on earth is happening? Why has the Decepticon Logistics suddenly ceased to accept our products? One of his subordinates, glancing at the data panel in his hands, reported, according to communications from our logistics department, it cannot be said they are refusing to accept our products. Rather, the previously used account has been settled by someone else. Therefore, to continue trading, we are required to pay a deposit of 200 million crystal coins, along with 500 million in operational funds, and furthermore, the recycling price for all products has been lowered while the selling price for finished goods has been increased. This is blatant robbery. Investigate immediately what has transpired. The mini-transformer exclaimed furiously. Once his subordinate departed, the mini-transformer opened a concealed door, traversing a short corridor that led him into a secret chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Yet the mini-transformer spoke to himself. I simply do not understand why you are so fortunate. For years, this company has been unscathed, yet the moment I arrive, chaos ensues. At that moment, a red dot suddenly illuminated the darkness ahead. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the eye of a mini-transformer. Just then, the surrounding lights flickered to life, revealing a mini-transformer. its limbs dismembered and connected to the lights, its body largely dismantled, exposing a flickering core. Its head was similarly in disarray, with only one eye remaining intact. Upon witnessing this, the mini-transformer displayed a peculiar smile, laced with irony, and remarked, "Because you are unworthy of trust." As the words faded, the lights gradually dimmed. Yet the sound of mocking laughter reached his ears. The man, consumed by rage, seized an electric whip and struck the captive. However, the captive, having endured prolonged torment and with little energy left, merely twitched in response, showing little else. Meanwhile, the proud leader of the wolf gang, clad in exquisite armor adorned with numerous medals, strode into his office building with an air of superiority. Despite having received information from the main control company instructing a halt in production, he remained unconcerned for when the main control company underwent changes. He had already begun to transfer his assets and pivot his business strategy. It appeared that this shift had proven successful. On the other hand, Xiang Feiyu arrived at a clandestine factory, only to find it thoroughly cleared out. The site now bore a vast chasm, indicating its abandonment. Recognizing the futility of further investigation, Xiang Feiyu proceeded to a secret warehouse, stocked with an immense quantity of supplies known only to him and his companion, Little Point. Upon entering cautiously, he discovered that the resources remained untouched, signifying Little Point's loyalty. Activating the control panel, a visage appeared before Xiang Feiyu. Little Point, appearing haggard, conveyed that after the Belina family fleet officially announced their alliance with the Decepticons to hunt him down, peculiar occurrences had transpired at Heidong Mountain. It seemed that someone was preparing to strike against them. Little Point warned that if Xiang Feiyu did not find him upon arrival, it would mean he had been eliminated. Additionally, Little Point divulged several hidden locations of secret warehouses and a prepared outpost housing hundreds of thousands, even millions, of assembled warriors. Xiang Feiyu deactivated the system and initiated a connection with surrounding conduits, enabling the assembled warriors to form an artificial titan, transforming into ion streams to become more formidable fighters. In the conference room of the Wolf Gang, having concluded a business deal, Wolf prepared to retreat to his office for a brief respite. However, upon opening the office door, he was astonished to find a familiar yet strange Decepticon warrior occupying his seat. Initially, Wolf raised his blaster in caution, but then lowered it, a bemused smile gracing his face. Could it be that he was dreaming, seeing someone who was believed to be dead? Xiang Feiyu smirked, resting an elbow on the table. His hands interlocked beneath his chin as he replied, "Dead? That may require a bit more time." Taken aback for a moment, Wolf quickly recovered, inquiring how Xiang Feiyu had arrived, noting the rumors of his offense against a prominent Decepticon. The Belina fleet had purportedly allied with the Decepticons to hunt him down. The most perilous place is often the safest. You certainly know how to choose your locations, he remarked. Xiang Feiyu leaned back, casually responding, "As for those two allied fleets, I'm afraid they have been completely annihilated, and their warships are now in my possession, being sold at the Cybertron spaceport." Observing Wolf's bewilderment, he reclined further, arms crossed, and nonchalantly continued, "It's hardly a secret. Just check the spaceport above." As the battle wolf observed Xiang Feiyu's composure, a flicker of concern arose within him. Ultimately, the battle wolf relented and inquired, "What is it that you wish to accomplish?" Xiang Feiyu rose to his feet and replied, "I seek nothing, nor do I desire to uncover the identities behind this matter. The feng shui of this place is rather unfavorable, having devolved into a chaotic battleground. Therefore, I intend to relocate. However, convey to those individuals that I have but one demand: return Little Dot to me." As he spoke, he began to stride towards the exit, his voice darkening. "If I do not see Little Dot, you all shall perish." With that, he vanished completely. The battle wolf gazed in terror at the spot where Xiang Feiyu had disappeared. He had actually advanced to the hero level. How could this be possible? Just then, his brother entered, asking, "Big brother, what has happened? You seem quite anxious." The battle wolf sighed. "He has returned." Upon hearing this, the other members of the wolf pack fell silent. One among them, visibly agitated, remarked, "I told you we should side with Little Dot. Yet you insisted on collaborating with that ridiculous family. Now the true master has returned." Before he could finish, the strategist, old heir, pondered aloud, "Did he threaten us?" The battle wolf sighed again. "It is far graver than a mere threat." Before the others could inquire further, he continued, "He demands only Little Dot. If Little Dot lives, This matter shall be resolved. If little dot dies, then all here shall perish. Most critically, he has abandoned this place and plans to develop elsewhere. The brothers exchanged fearful glances, their faces betraying their dread. They feared not for their lives at the hands of Xiang Feiyu, but rather the implications of his withdrawal from this commercial arena. Everything here thrived due to the rumor that Xiang Feiyu was a confidant of the Decepticon scientist Shockwave. Consequently, all business here was under the protection of the Decepticons. Tax standards had been lowered due to Shockwave's influence, and prices for supplies to the Decepticon logistics were the highest and most stable. All of this was tied to Xiang Feiyu. However, should he withdraw, the area might enjoy a brief period of safety. Yet, as Shockwave's renown faded from memory, the immense wealth here would inevitably attract more factions and families vying for a share. At that juncture, the sole mode of survival would be war, with all forces profiting immensely from the conflict before departing with their riches, leaving only ruins for the local populace. This was also the reason why Xiang Feiyu and the Decepticons exploited this place, yet faced no resistance. They did not wish to revert to a life of uncertainty. They were not the strong. In war, they were merely cannon fodder. Old Air sighed, there is no other choice. Brother, relay his demands to the intermediary. We must also start liquidating our assets. It will not be long before this place becomes a battleground for various factions. We need to prepare for war. The battle wolf could only acquiesce. At the entrance of the Decepticon Laboratories land bridge portal, Xiang Feiyu and his companion stood, gazing at the desolate land bridge. Suddenly, a radiant glow flickered, and a robust purple-blue figure emerged from the light. Xiang Feiyu bowed respectfully and addressed, Lord Shockwave. Shockwave turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu and the others behind him, his typically unchanging demeanor exhibiting a flicker of surprise. You truly astonish me. In just a few short years, you have ascended to the status of a heroic Decepticon warrior, and you all have grown considerably. A smile graced Xiang Feiyu's face, for he attributed much of his advancement to the support of Lord Shockwave. His sincerity was unmistakable, as his growth was undeniably intertwined with Shockwave's influence. To speak of the toll, the number of lives lost in service to Xiang Feiyu had reached tens of millions, even surpassing 100 million, with his own ranks having suffered over 10 million casualties. Without the sacrifice of these countless souls, his current self would have been unattainable. Shockwave nodded, acknowledging, this is also a testament to your own efforts. Upon concluding this thought, he led Xiang Feiyu into the reception room, a place Shockwave had not visited in quite some time. I have heard that you bring the command of Lord Megatron, Xiang Feiyu affirmed, stating, I have come not only to address my own matters, but also to deliver these supplies to you as instructed by Lord Megatron. He then presented 2 operation panels to Shockwave. One contained supplies designated by Megatron for Xiang Feiyu to bring, although their team would not arrive for some time, while the other panel was a gift from Xiang Feiyu to Shockwave. The command of Lord Megatron has been received, and I'm grateful for the supplies and rare specimens you have provided. They're precisely the subjects needed for my experiments. However, regarding the technical requirements, I must presently respond with a technical denial. This approach is unfeasible. Xiang Feiyu nodded in understanding. This matter did not concern him, as his role was merely to relay the information to Megatron. Shockwave suddenly inquired, I hear you have concluded your business here. Why do you not intend to expand? Xiang Feiyu shook his head, explaining, the resources at Heidong Mountain are dwindling. It is unnecessary to continue depleting them here. I plan to seek a new location for trade. Shockwave tilted his head thoughtfully and asked, may I buy into this venture? I would only require 30% of the profits. Xiang Feiyu paused momentarily. Having previously benefited from Shockwave protection, he had provided him with 20% of the net profits, though it was understood that the actual share was even less. It seemed Shockwave had now discerned the potential for profit and the vast rare resources available, prompting his interest. Xiang Feiyu acquiesced, that is acceptable, but you may only receive 20%, as upon my return, Lord Megatron has expressed interest in this new commercial expansion and wishes to partake. Shockwave appeared taken aback. You intend to develop the 13 ruins? Xiang Feiyu smiled, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. Indeed, we aim to develop the 13 ruins. This is precisely why I have returned personally. Shockwave inquired coldly, what is the precise division of shares? Xiang Feiyu replied, the previous ratio was 3 to 2 to 1 to 3 to 1. Lord Megatron, Soundwave, you, and I will each invest 1%, while you will solely receive profit shares. Understanding the nature of the situation, Shockwave reflected on the previous division of resources, which he deemed inequitable due to his non-participation. He believed that the allocation skewed too heavily in one direction, lacking scientific justification. Xiang Feiyu chuckled lightly, acknowledging Shockwave's perspective and noting that Lord Megatron shared the sentiment. However, he pointed out that he had incorporated the Autobot medical vehicle into his ranks, asserting that he, along with Shockwave and Soundwave, commenced from a common foundation. What is the current division of resources? Shockwave inquired. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, explaining that Lord Megatron had anticipated Shockwave's decision to join and thus proposed a revised division of 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, and 1, 5. After contemplating this, Shockwave directly criticized the arrangement, proclaiming it scientifically unsound. Xiang Feiyu merely shrugged, clarifying that Lord Megatron suggested that Shockwave engage in discussions with Soundwave, while ensuring that his contributions to logistics were duly recognized. To preclude any potential usurpation of his interests by Shockwave, Xiang Feiyu revealed a decisive strategy: internal assimilation. After some thought, Shockwave acquiesced, albeit reserving his opinion. Xiang Feiyu smiled, recalling his discussions with Megatron aboard the Punishment regarding his remarkable development and the means by which he amassed wealth. During this period, he had investigated the origins of Xiang Feiyu's funding, discovering that he had developed the entire battlefield of Heiqiao Mountain, thus birthing a hero-class Decepticon. This led his attention to the ancient ruins, specifically the 13th site. Initially, Megatron had sought a 60-40 split, but he believed that bringing Soundwave into the fold would grant him a strategic advantage. However, upon learning of this, Soundwave opted for independence. Recognizing the potential for cultivating a heroic subordinate, an opportunity Shockwave would not overlook. After their discussions, Xiang Feiyu greeted Shockwave and proceeded to the laboratory. In the presence of all researchers, he ruthlessly severed the head of one researcher and casually discarded it into the melting furnace before bidding Shockwave farewell as he departed. Shockwave glanced at the lifeless form on the ground, coldly instructing that it be disposed of in the furnace, warning that any future mischief would result in similar consequences for the offenders. The researcher was unceremoniously eliminated without prior warning. Upon exiting the laboratory, Xiang Feiyu transformed and soared into space, where a ground crew member awaited him. Any news? The crew member asked. The higher-ups report that while the exterior of your warship appears intact, there is significant internal damage. A complete overhaul will require trillions of star coins, he relayed. Upon hearing this, the crew member's eyes brightened. I can assist with a simple refurbishment using the most subpar or second-hand parts, at an estimated cost of around 700 billion star coins. Xiang Feiyu, feeling a wave of frustration, pulled out some crystal coins, insisting on a more pragmatic solution. After securing sufficient benefits, the crew member glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Just don't get me into trouble." Xiang Feiyu shot him a knowing look. Do you truly think this is the first time we've met? The ground crew member chuckled, aware that Xiang Feiyu's reputation in this region even surpassed that of the Autobots. This was precisely why he felt emboldened to share certain confidential information. I can assist you in locating black market merchants who will sell these warships to the space pirates. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiang Feiyu, who frowned, dismissing the ground crew member's wary demeanor. Are they reliable? Upon hearing this, the crew member breathed a sigh of relief. Absolutely trustworthy. You can entirely entrust this matter to us. We can secure a handsome price for these warships. However, you must purchase new warships from us. Xiang Feiyu looked disdainfully at the ground crew member. So, you profit both ways? The crew member did not shy away from the truth. Boss, you must understand that Cybertron is now in a state of decline. The market is utterly bleak, and there are hardly any large-scale businesses. Our entire family needs to make a living. Xiang Feiyu regarded him with curiosity. But you could sell directly to the pirates. The crew member scoffed at the very mention of pirates. Them? Not only can they not afford large vessels, but there are also stringent regulations against exporting to space pirates and other illicit organizations. At the very least, we cannot sell them new ships in bulk. Xiang Feiyu quickly grasped that these arms dealers were indeed mindful of sustaining their profits, unwilling to satiate the pirates all at once for fear of backlash. How much can you offer? The crew member, sensing Xiang Feiyu's inclination towards a deal, noted that these dilapidated warships, often malfunctioning, were precisely the type of products that the big players would be willing to offload to pirates. We are prepared to acquire these vessels at half the market price. You need not concern yourself with repairs. However, you must purchase our new ships at market price. Xiang Feiyu pulled out a control panel and scrutinized the warships displayed on it, frowning slightly. This price seems rather unreasonable. The entire fleet included military transport ships, gunboats, torpedo boats, patrol vessels, frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battlecruisers, battleships, spacecraft, space fortresses, and planetary fortifications, with hundreds of different models classified within. The sheer volume of options overwhelmed him. A single gunboat was priced at 1 million Morningstar coins, with other warships exponentially increasing in cost. By the time he reached the battleship category, even a standard battleship, slightly superior to a battlecruiser, demanded over 10 trillion star coins. Sheer robbery. The ground crew member observed Xiang Feiyu's reaction. A look of embarrassment crossing his face as he took the control panel from him and began to operate it, explaining, "This is the price for external buyers. You certainly won't be charged this amount." Once the control panel was returned, Xiang Feiyu noticed a price reduction of 40%. However, he still felt it was excessive. In comparison, it equated to trading 5 vessels of the same class for just one new ship. Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment, observing the somewhat tense ground crew. The price was indeed quite steep, yet he was not devoid of compassion. How about this? A 3-for-1 exchange for warships of the same class. Would that be acceptable? The ground crew considered this proposal, hesitatingly replying, "Well, I'm not so sure about that." Xiang Feiyu reassured them. "What I seek are standard equipment. They are 1/3 cheaper than modified warships, so you would still be profiting." Indeed, as Xiang Feiyu articulated, although the warships he brought were of inferior quality, once repaired, they would cost 1/3 more than their contemporaries, old warships being pricier than new ones by the same margin. "Very well, we shall agree on this price. I will take over these warships, and you can send someone in 3 days to receive the new vessels." The ground crewman nodded, gritting his teeth. After arranging the task for the acquisition of the new warships, Xiang Feiyu examined the data displayed on his control panel. He possessed over 1,300 various warships and transport vessels. According to the current classification, the ancient class belonged to the era of antiquity, with firepower, armor, and speed far inferior to modern warships. Next was the golden class, which was on par with the warships employed during the initial conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons. Those vessels also boasted remarkable performance. Following this was the modern class, or simplified class, which effectively downgraded the capabilities of all warships to the lowest tier above the next lower class. Upon completion of the exchange, Xiang Feiyu found himself in possession of 1 ancient-class battleship, 30 cosmic-class ships, 2 golden-class battleships, 5 modern-class battleships, 50 modern-class battlecruisers, 100 modern-class cruisers, 150 modern-class destroyers, 200 corvettes, and 300 patrol vessels, along with 500 military transport ships. While this fleet appeared considerable, in reality, they were merely average vessels. The distinction was akin to that between advanced warriors and elite warriors. A battleship previously configured by the Bellina family could obliterate 7 or 8 modern-class battleships, serving as the finest comparison. Nonetheless, having something was better than having nothing, especially when many commanders of the Decepticons, with their millennia of experience, were still inferior to him, not to mention the Autobots. However, acquiring the warships necessitated corresponding operators. It became evident that the assembled warriors were not up to the task, while the creation of artificial transformers consumed a substantial amount of energy from his core fragment. In truth, the best operators for controlling warships were the mechanical soldiers commanded by Megatron, yet Xiang Feiyu was unwilling to be under Megatron's control. Thus he had to settle for a lesser alternative. He decided to convert all the assembled warriors in his secret bases into ion metal, subsequently crafting a personal transformer. To maximize efficiency, he planned to activate warriors of varying strengths in layers, thereby conserving the precious energy contained within the core fragments. However, even with over 100,000 warriors, the majority being mere fodder, Xiang Feiyu found himself quite exhausted. Watching the dimming glow of the core fragments, he felt a pang of regret. It would take an extensive period to restore the special energy within the core. 3 days passed swiftly, and upon receiving his new warships from the spacecraft, Xiang Feiyu arrived at the base of the Predacons. In the conference room, the Warwolf brothers stood to one side, while a towering Cybertronian occupied the main seat. The emblem on his chest indicated he belonged to a certain family. Yet his imposing demeanor surpassed that of any minor clan like Bolina. Xiang Feiyu and his group approached the opposite side. At that moment, a warrior beside the composed Cybertronian spoke arrogantly, proclaiming, "We are here to." Before he could finish, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "I have no interest in knowing who you are or which family you represent. I harbor no desire for vengeance against you, nor do I wish to become your adversary. I am merely a merchant with a simple request. Return little one to me, and the rest is of no concern to me." At this, the warrior seated at the head of the table declared, "We can collaborate." Xiang Feiyu scoffed, casting a cold gaze at his interlocutor. "I'm not interested in collaboration. Must I reiterate? I only require little one. Everything else is yours. Is this not a sufficient concession?" One of the warriors beside the leader grew agitated. Though the reason for his ire eluded him, nonetheless, he felt justified in his anger. "You are courting death." Xiang Feiyu appeared perplexed. "What have I done to deserve such a fate?" Several warriors paused, contemplating various justifications, until one finally stammered, "You interrupted our leader while he was speaking. You deserve to die." Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "Enough with the absurdities. Where is little one?" The leader bluntly replied, "He is already dead." Xiang Feiyu smirked. "Then what is there left to discuss? Since he is deceased, I have no further demands. I shall take my leave shortly. I wish you prosperity." With that, he turned to depart. Just then, a warrior blocked Xiang Feiyu's path. "Our leader has not yet permitted your departure." Xiang Feiyu turned back, inquiring if there was anything further to address. The leader rose and asked, "Do you wish to avenge your subordinates? Do you not desire to reclaim this enterprise?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled derisively. "Do you truly believe I should seek vengeance for my subordinates or reclaim this enterprise?" The leader, taken aback by Xiang Feiyu's merciless response, fell silent. Finally, he said, "Let me be direct. We wish to collaborate with you." Xiang Feiyu resumed his seat. "What form of collaboration do you propose? And what shall I gain from it?" After contemplation, the leader suggested, "Let us jointly exploit this wealth and divide the proceeds 70-30. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu regarded the leader with incredulity. "Surely you jest. Do you expect me to accept a 3-7 split? I fail to see what you have done to merit such a ratio." The leader pondered for a moment before proposing, "We could provide you with escort services." Xiang Feiyu gestured, and a servant brought forth a glass of super energy drink. Shaking it slightly, he remarked, "I could relocate the Decepticon barracks and factories closer to Black Pine Mountain. Moreover, I have no interest in the wealth here. My purpose in coming was to withdraw my investments." Upon hearing this, the others fell into a contemplative silence. Xiang Feiyu rose and approached the others, believing that to collaborate, one must demonstrate their worth. To partake in the benefits, one must showcase their capabilities. To those lurking in the shadows, relying on intimidation and deceit, it was unclear whether they were foolish or merely deemed their counterparts to be so. At this point, Xiang Feiyu glanced at the war wolf beside him and coldly remarked, "I never imagined your acquaintances would be as ignorant as you." The war wolf merely forced a smile, aware that the current scenario mirrored the past. Collaborating with Xiang Feiyu was essentially allowing him to use his wealth to compensate for the partner's deficiencies, a task even a fool would avoid. Surveying the group, Xiang Feiyu spoke. "Surely, you can let me leave without further ado?" As he moved towards the exit, he added, "Have you not considered this?" Turning with a smile, he continued, "I am a businessman who delights in the prosperity of all. However, to share in this fortune, one must prove their value. Without such merit, or worse, if I were to subsidize your uselessness, I think it best to reconsider." With that, he cast a glance at the cage before him and gestured for the poisoned spike to bring it closer, before exiting the conference room. Inside, the leader regarded the war wolf, puzzled by his implications. The war wolf awkwardly recounted the previous events, clarifying, "It is not that the Decepticon Logistics Department refuses our materials. Rather, under the previous operational model, the materials submitted by Xiang Feiyu were repurchased at market price. Consequently, the logistics department has little in the way of substandard parts. Once you took over and ceased repurchasing these inferior components, the logistics department naturally recognized that the Black Pine Mountain had a new owner. Thus, they felt no obligation to accommodate us." Upon hearing this, the leader inquired, "Is there a solution?" The war wolf shrugged. "I heard he has withdrawn his investment. Now, to pursue collaboration, a deposit must be paid, and you must absorb 90% of the worthless parts to continue trading." One soldier, visibly incensed, exclaimed, "What nonsense! Are we not incurring losses?" The war wolf chuckled. Do you think controlling this place truly yields exorbitant profits? If it were so, Black Pine Mountain would have been seized and developed long ago. At this moment, the leader cast a glance at the war wolf and asked, "What do you suggest?" The war wolf smiled. "Cut your losses promptly." With that, he turned to leave, intent on swiftly addressing the factories and materials in his possession. Outside, Xiang Feiyu took the cage from the hands of the poison spike. Observing the flickering spark within, he jested, "You are indeed unfortunate. Remember this lesson so as not to be dismantled again." The entity within the cage responded, "Boss, I apologize for disappointing you." "Disappointed?" "Not quite," Xiang Feiyu replied. "The adversary targeting Black Pine Mountain is beyond your capability to withstand. The difference lies merely between fleeing and being captured." At this juncture, the pitiful little one, feeling helpless, asked, "Boss, can we extinguish them?" Xiang Feiyu smiled gently. "Here, I assume the role of a businessman and navigate the world as one. This place is on the verge of losing its commercial value. Thus, I must take my leave. As I gaze upon the pitiful little creature, it is only fitting that I do not allow you to endure such suffering in vain. Thus, I shall summon the esteemed Shockwave to personally bestow upon you a formidable body as a form of compensation." Upon hearing this, the initially vengeful little one instantly brightened with excitement. The prospect of receiving a body modified by Shockwave himself was beyond his wildest dreams. If he could obtain such an enhancement, then thoughts of revenge could be cast aside. Xiang Feiyu smiled, urging him to perform well, for the rewards would extend far beyond this. With that, the body transformed and soared into the sky. In a laboratory, Shockwave regarded the tormented little figure and pondered the necessity of his modification. Scientific calculations indicated that such an alteration would be futile. Xiang Feiyu, with arms crossed, remarked that while the considerations were indeed combat and technical capabilities, the little one's talent lay in commerce, which would significantly benefit our new development project. After contemplating Xiang Feiyu's explanation, Shockwave acquiesced. "Shall we upgrade him directly to the Lord level?" Xiang Feiyu nodded affirmatively. Soon, Shockwave commenced the operation. Modifying such a small being was hardly a monumental task for him, especially since the materials utilized for the mini-transformer were rather limited. As the modification procedure began, Xiang Feiyu stepped outside and input a set of data into the computer, produced 100,000 sets of his battle armor along with the corresponding vehicles, ensuring aesthetic modifications while downgrading the technology and materials. In no time, a series of data appeared on the screen, culminating in a figure: 15 billion crystal coins required for payment. After processing the payment, Xiang Feiyu beamed as he observed the assembly line producing set after set of battle armor, internally exclaiming how remarkably effective this was. Chapter 142. Further negotiations. These armors were to be delivered to the transport ship intended for the formidable Ida Beast. Although ample crystal armors were already at hand, such exclusive items were reserved for the elite, while ordinary soldiers would suffice with the modified versions of the armor used by Megatron's elite guard. 3 hours later, a diminutive mini-transformer, clad in reflective armor, emerged from the laboratory. In its exuberant dash, the body transformed into a toy car, then into a jet drone, and finally into a laptop, reveling in its newfound capabilities. Upon reaching my side, it exclaimed, "Boss, I have been reborn." Extending my hand, I invited it to leap onto my palm before placing it on my shoulder. "Congratulations. Judging by your earlier demeanor, you have gained much." The little one nodded enthusiastically. "I can transform into various forms, and my knowledge capacity has expanded to 1,000 times what it once was." Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "This is merely the beginning. I have a surprise in store for you shortly." With that, he ventured back into the laboratory to greet Shockwave before departing with his team. At a covert base, Xiang Feiyu and his subordinates had already stripped the location of its resources. It can be said that all the clandestine bases near the battlefield of Heidong Mountain have been thoroughly cleared by Xiang Feiyu. In a hidden chamber, Xiang Feiyu produced a fragment of the nearly extinguished fire source, proclaiming it as a reward for your loyalty. "If you perform diligently, you may become the next hero of our team." Gazing at the alluring energy emanating from the fire source, Xiaodudian cast aside the last remnants of his vengeful thoughts. Following the boss was indeed the wisest choice. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards those individuals, for without them, he could not have demonstrated his loyalty to the boss. After absorbing the fragment of the fire source, Xiaodudian felt reluctant to relinquish the family business at Heidong Mountain. Boss, must we truly give up Heidong Mountain? It represents several years of our hard work. Xiang Feiyu sighed. Our manpower is insufficient, and Lord Weijin Tian has taken a liking to our training methods. Thus, they have opted for a larger battlefield to stake their claim. You have been chosen as the person in charge, so you must work diligently. Advancement to hero status is just around the corner, he encouraged. Xiaodudian felt somewhat perplexed. What must I do? Xiang Feiyu smiled. It's just like before, only on a grander scale with more participants. Xiaodudian paused, then hesitated. But boss, we cannot consume so much inferior material. Xiang Feiyu was prepared. Do not worry. Besides us, Lord Weijin Tian and his associates will also send people to procure the resources. We shall await our windfall. Additionally, I will station a fleet here to support you. Anyone who dares to oppose us will face orbital bombardment. Upon hearing this, Xilingtong nodded eagerly. Previously, it was the lack of support that allowed waves of onlookers to encroach. Had there been this fleet before, no one would have dared to challenge him. Xiang Feiyu continued. The subordinates will still be under your command. Once we clear this place, we shall depart for the 13th ancient ruins. Just as he finished speaking, a message was received, causing Xiang Feiyu to frown slightly. It was from the war wolves. The big shots behind him wished to discuss matters. Xiang Feiyu addressed the others. You all assist Xiaodudian in emptying the resources of all secret bases. I will see what they want. An hour later, Xiang Feiyu arrived once more at the War Wolves Company, this time finding them not in the conference room, but gathered in the square. With a swift motion, he transformed mid-air, landing in humanoid form. Time is money, everyone. I am busy relocating to a new place to earn some quick cash. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. In truth, Xiang Feiyu was correct. Some secret bases had already been opened, and their supplies were commencing transport, creating an impression of imminent departure. As for their concerns about retaliation, Xiang Feiyu had no time for such trivialities. He was no child and would not allow minor issues to hinder his pursuit of profit. The warriors of the Cybertronian family, who had initially prepared for defense, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. When did the once brazen Decepticons become so amenable? Their leader furrowed his brow, surprised that Xiang Feiyu had indeed departed so readily, showing neither the stature of a powerful entity nor any concern for the humiliation he had endured. At that moment, the leader spoke in a grave tone, expressing his desire for collaboration and requesting terms. Xiang Feiyu regarded him with curiosity, remarking on his evident greed. Setting aside the fact that he had pilfered my engineering and taken my men, what could you possibly offer? The leader pondered for a moment, inquiring about Xiang Feiyu's needs. With a slight smile, Xiang Feiyu replied, To be frank, I require nothing. My services are comprehensive. The leader appeared troubled, insisting that their family genuinely sought collaboration and possessed the capability to engage with him. Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively, stating, I am indifferent to your family's prowess and do not wish to be informed of it. I am merely a merchant here. The relationship can only be that of merchant and client, rendering your claims utterly meaningless. Undeterred, the leader pressed, How do you operate? Xiang Feiyu chuckled. Internally, we digest most, with a negligible portion entering the market, which is hardly worth considering. Upon hearing this, the others were left in a state of confusion. It was a closed loop, an enigma. However, being backed by the Decepticons presented a perfect commercial circle. Ultimately, the leader conceded, My family is quite substantial. We can provide whatever you desire, as long as you articulate it. Xiang Feiyu smiled and ascended, transforming into jet mode and hovering in the air. I understand now. If I require anything, I shall reach out, but do not harbor excessive expectations. With that, he swiftly departed. The leader frowned slightly, directly contacting his superior. I regret to report that the plan has failed. The other party merely reclaimed their capital here without causing any trouble. I proposed collaboration, but they declined, citing our inability to offer any substantial capability. After his report, there was a moment of silence. Does he have a new objective? The superior inquired. The leader contemplated briefly. It is said there is a significant project, but it involves cooperation with the Decepticon leader, in which we cannot partake. At that moment, the superior's voice dripped with cold amusement. That may not be the case. I wish to assess the situation. If they commence action, you should approach him again, suggesting that we can open the cosmic market for him, something the Decepticons cannot achieve. The leader's eyes brightened with newfound hope. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu returned to the secret base, which had been cleared by transport ships. Essential equipment was moving toward the ominous 13th ancient ruin. Legend has it that, during ancient times, an extraterrestrial mechanical civilization visited Cybertron, enslaving its inhabitants in the absence of defense. Eventually, the 13 apostles arose, leading the native Cybertronians to expel the alien civilization. They then embarked on a colonial era, utilizing the technology and spacecraft left behind by these extraterrestrials. The 13th ancient ruin is said to be a vast battlefield of yore and the tomb of the first apostle. Chapter 143. The ancient ruins number 13. Xiang Feiyu and several subordinates were seated within a colossal truck. Xialing Tong gestured towards the map displayed above, which depicted merely a third of the ancient ruins number 13. The remaining areas were too perilous to be mapped. Our base was situated 300 kilometers inward from the edge of the ruins, an area bustling with various factories and personnel. Meanwhile, the newly established Decepticon base and laboratory were positioned 1,000 kilometers away, beyond the perimeter, allowing for effective coordination. Should any crisis arise within the ruins, the laboratory would be able to withdraw without haste. At that moment, the diminutive figure inquired, "Boss, do we need to establish subbases and secret warehouses?" Xiang Feiyu nodded emphatically, affirming the necessity of such constructions, and insisted that personnel be dispatched to assist in their establishment, ensuring equitable treatment. It was paramount that all individuals were duly registered. Otherwise, we would encounter significant difficulties when Lord Megatron scrutinized the accounts. In light of this, Xiang Feiyu cautioned the small one to exercise utmost vigilance. This time, you are confronting not only the marauders lurking for our wealth, but also the unknowns within the ruins. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately. Losing other possessions is inconsequential. The small one nodded, deeply moved. "I understand." Xialing Tong then closed the map and opened a virtual blueprint of a factory. "Little one, according to our previous design, you must first establish the factory. Subsequently, the Decepticons will promote it, allowing for gradual expansion. Concurrently, you need to form a mercenary guild to scout the other directions of the ruins." 3 months later, as Xiang Feiyu gazed upon the towering metallic structures and the indistinct forms of gigantic warships before him, he realized he had arrived at a veritable treasure trove. Heavens! Had we known, we would have come much sooner. At that moment, a series of furious roars echoed in the distance, accompanied by the collapse of a hillside of debris. Xiang Feiyu exchanged glances with the others, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. Goodness, how perilous is this? No wonder no one dares to covet this place. The others looked to Xiang Feiyu for direction, who merely shrugged and replied, "What are you staring at? The plan remains unchanged. We will proceed 300 kilometers further to commence the establishment of the base." He turned to the small one, instructing, "You shall construct a central control base outside. At the first sign of trouble, withdraw immediately." The others wore expressions of dismay, pondering the practicality of establishing factories under such conditions. Nevertheless, with orders issued, they were compelled to establish their presence while simultaneously expanding, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead. As the convoy advanced, upon reaching the 300-kilometer mark, the lead vehicle reported, "Boss, we've arrived at the 300-kilometer point." Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings. The location was unremarkable, adjacent to a modest hill of refuse. He frowned slightly, unimpressed, and signaled to continue onward. After advancing another 50 kilometers, Xiang Feiyu showed no inclination to halt. The vehicle ahead, somewhat apprehensive, reduced its speed, yet Xiang Feiyu chose not to intervene. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding terrain. Ultimately, after penetrating 500 kilometers, he discovered a colossal platform. Retracting his gaze, he halted the vehicle. This was the site. The troops commenced defensive preparations, while the search teams expanded their operations. The defense units assumed their positions, and all aerial units were prohibited from taking flight. Little Dot, investigate the terrain in this area and prepare to establish a factory. Little Ling Tong, summon the slaves and captives. It is time for them to act. The Decepticons diligently constructed their defenses, while lines of captives, shackled and bound, disembarked from large vehicles. These were the apprehended Cybertronian civilians, Autobots, and warriors from various factions, brought forth by Xiang Feiyu to serve as the initial batch of laborers. At that moment, the air erupted with the sounds of gunfire. An urgent voice reported, "Report. Numerous mechanical beasts have appeared in the vicinity and request fire support. Report. The area is swarming with mechanical beasts and requires assistance." As the external bombardment intensified, the laborers grew restless. Xiang Feiyu raised his hand cannon and shot down the loudest of the Autobots. Watching as its metallic form corroded and dissolved, silence fell among the laborers. With a disdainful snort, Xiang Feiyu declared, "Those who do not comply shall perish." At this juncture, Little Ling Tong activated an electronic projection, revealing that the base was indeed surrounded by a throng of rampaging mechanical beasts. However, Xiang Feiyu had anticipated this. The heavy artillery battalion was prepared. A cadre of heavily armed warriors began to transform and reassemble as mobile artillery units elevated their massive cannons and commenced firing. Boom! 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 The artillery unleashed a barrage, with each shell capable of devastating targets hundreds of meters away, obliterating the mechanical beasts in the designated area with each impact. Although the ground beasts were numerous, they posed little threat. The real danger lay in the skies and underground. Fortunately, the platform was robust, fully capable of withstanding subterranean mechanical threats. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and even an hour. Tremors began to reverberate beneath their feet, yet the skies remained eerily still. Some soldiers felt trepidation, but Xiang Feiyu stood resolute in the center, observing the battlefield, ready to maximize the efficacy of his forces at any moment. 3 squads of reserves moved to the eastern sector, where the defending forces retreated 100 meters and ascended the slope. 4 squads advanced to the western sector, instructed to remember that once the enemy ascended the slope, heavy artillery would provide covering fire, allowing them to reclaim the line. Before he could finish his command, a scout bellowed, flying mechanical beasts at 11 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 7 o'clock. Upon sighting their approach, a smile broke across Xiang Feiyu's face. He had been anticipating their arrival. "Construct icons. Stand ready. Assemble the warriors. You do not need to aim at individual targets. Fire collectively in unison towards a single direction. Do not cease until your energy is depleted." Little Ling Tong expressed concern. "Boss, can these assembled warriors handle the flying mechanical beasts?" Xiang Feiyu did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated his command through decisive action. The assembled warriors, under a single commander, selected a direction and unleashed a continuous barrage of energy projectiles into the sky. This relentless onslaught left the swarms of flying mechanical beasts with no means of evasion. They could only withstand the deluge of attacks. Although the assembled warriors were of inferior quality, their energy cannons were sufficient to strike the thin-skinned, heavily endowed mechanical beasts, causing them to lose their balance and plummet. Subsequently, the artificial giants transformed into streams of ion energy, soaring into the air and converging upon the falling mechanical beasts. Armed with energy cannons, they would fire upon their adversaries, shattering skulls or severing necks before once again morphing into ion streams in search of new targets. The flying mechanical beasts were not to be underestimated. They launched a barrage of firepower upon the ground below. However, Xiang Feiyu commanded a substantial force of assembled warriors, rendering him unperturbed by the attrition. At the front lines, soldiers primarily employed covering fire, while the fortunate ones who advanced into enemy territory were surrounded and eliminated by the rear warriors. Consequently, the greatest toll was borne by those at the forefront. At this moment, one soldier, realizing his energy cannon was depleted, shouted towards the rear for a replacement. The transport troops swiftly brought forth a new energy cannon. Chapter 144. Command. No sooner had he called for assistance than his cannon ceased to emit light, and his opponent seized the moment to pounce, bringing him down. The captain of the third row, unperturbed, replaced him, promptly sending up a new weapon while the spent cannon was dispatched for recharging. It was imperative to hold the line. Reinforcements were also required on this front. Damn! A significant threat has emerged. Send in heavy infantry, or, if necessary, request sniper support from higher command. Ignore the trivialities and seal the breach. The front line faced arduous combat, while the corps engaged in frenetic activity. Had anyone else been in command, fear would have set in, leading to errors and potential disaster. Regardless of who Xiang Feiyu was, once a tyrant and a paragon of military prowess, Engaging with these intellectually simple beasts was akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Xiao Lingtong, observing the crimson alerts on the battlefield display, voiced his concerns. Boss, this could lead to a breach. Should we call for reinforcements? Without casting a glance, Xiang Feiyu fixated on the virtual terrain map before him, dismissively waving his hand. One must not judge solely by appearances. As the adage goes, a general's momentum can wane. They are merely beginning to fight with fervor. Our forces are encountering such a large-scale battle for the first time, which has led to some disarray. The alarms are merely instinctive reactions from the commanders below, startled by the overwhelming enemy numbers. The line is currently quite stable. If we can withstand this initial surge, we shall have no further issues. As Xiang Feiyu explained, he directed his troops to bolster specific breaches in the line while ensuring that individual warriors received specialized support. Moreover, within his ranks, he was keen on nurturing talents such as Xiao Daodu, Xiao Lingtong, Daoju, Ingshi, and Zuhai. Crowbar, you stand as the solitary sentinel at 3 o'clock in the southern realm, where a colossal beast lurks. Remember to bring along a short-handled axe. There's likely a flying creature atop the hard shell. Bring it down. You shall venture westward for weapons. Likewise, proceed westward to obstruct any hindrances. The 3 brothers of venomous stings shall patrol with others, ensuring the enemy does not penetrate too deeply. Against 3 hours of relentless assault, the precarious line remarkably held firm, with many warning lights transitioning from red to yellow. Only the front line continued its fierce onslaught, particularly in this area, which suffered the greatest losses and housed the most advanced mechanical beasts. Xiang Feiyu promptly commanded, Scorpion, you and your team must maintain a long-term watch there. We cannot afford further losses along this line, or it will collapse. Xiao Lingtong, dispatch personnel to rotate the troops at the forefront in segments. Little one, your factory may commence planning and construction. Remember to prioritize the establishment of anti-aircraft artillery. Curiously, Xiao Lingtong inquired, are we not allowing ambushes? Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively. There's no rush. The enemy has yet to deploy their main forces. Just as he concluded, a chorus of beastly roars erupted around them, as a contingent of mid to high-level mechanical beasts charged forth, accompanied by numerous elites. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. At last, you have arrived. Turning to Xiao Lingtong, he ordered the troops to disperse in preparation for hand-to-hand combat, mobilizing all intermediate and higher-ranked warriors to suppress the foes at the perimeter of the line. Xiang Feiyu understood warfare well. Against low-level monsters and soldiers, one could eliminate them with lines and artillery, but once the enemy advanced to intermediate levels, even heavy artillery explosions might not guarantee their demise. Thus, the inevitability of a melee ensued. After assigning tasks, Xiao Lingtong suddenly asked, shall we deploy the ambush? Xiang Feiyu, observing the merging lines on the large screen, grinned. Now is the moment. Attack. At that very instant, atop the garbage mound traversed by the monsters, camouflage panels were unveiled as 3 burly men leaped forth, shouting that Damation had breached the lines, launching a surprise attack on the passing mid-level mechanical beasts. This special operations team consisted of 15 mechanical guards, 2 Decepticon engineers, 5 Constructicons, 10 members of the Kane Special Forces, 30 Eta Marines, and 3 Eta Behemoths. The Decepticon warriors held the front line, while the humans utilized anti-armor weapons for precise eliminations, swiftly clearing the rear enemy ranks. Although the enemy's mechanical beast forces continued their onslaught, they could no longer pose a threat to our side. Keynes shattered the skull of a high-level mechanical beast, then activated his air backpack, soaring into the sky to unleash a barrage against the pursuing mechanical beasts, driving them back. Meanwhile, several accompanying Special Forces members targeted limbs and heads, dispatching another foe in less than 5 seconds. Just then, tremors emanated from the depths behind, heralding the arrival of even more mechanical beasts. A smile graced Keynes's face as he produced a metallic disc resembling a frisbee from his person. After pressing a few buttons, he cast it onto the ground, discarding the directional mines he had on him. We withdraw, he declared, promptly sprinting ahead. His subordinates exchanged bemused glances. This leader was indeed peculiar. Yet, they had no time to ponder, as they busied themselves with their tasks. Kent, his second in command, muttered curses behind him, but there was little he could do. His eternal role as the subordinate confined him to the rear. Kent tossed several directional mines onto the ground, initially anticipating that engaging in battle on an alien planet would provide a novel experience. However, the reality proved to be just as dreadfully mundane. A chaotic throng of warriors from Earth and the Stone of Pluto fled, leaving behind a scattered array of mines. Upon returning to the base, Keynes bellowed at his subordinates, ordering them to regroup and execute their pre-assigned positions. "Kent, where are you? Get over here now." As Kent ran, he cursed, "Hurry! What am I, the cleanup crew? Spare me your nonsense." Keynes retorted, "Stop dawdling. You need to direct the troops to the turrets. My men require immediate fire support." Kent nodded, "I'm on my way, but don't expect much firepower. While our artillery is formidable, its mobility leaves much to be desired." Keynes acknowledged, "Just mind your own business, and ensure all IDA personnel enter fixed defenses. Their erratic movements will hinder our efforts." Kent, feeling exasperated, replied, "Why should I, the commander, be the one to relay that? I refuse to do it, and I have no interest in those IDA gals." Suddenly, a female voice crackled through the communicator, "Both of you be quiet. Do not underestimate us, Ida." Keynes felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No, when did you join our channel?" Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu, upon witnessing his ambush retreat, wore a sinister grin and ordered the space battleship to commence bombardment. Soon, beams of light cascaded from above, obliterating heaps of debris, only for them to reform into new mounds. This assault decimated the majority of the advancing mid-level mechanical beasts and provoked the terrifying entities lurking deep within the ruins. Beams of energy pierced the clouds, annihilating the ships above. Strangely, these powerful entities observed as the vessels did not evade. Instead, they plummeted from space, crashing to the ground and forming yet another mound of debris. Chapter 145. Ambush. The provocative flying insects vanished, and the monsters within once again succumbed to slumber. The mechanical beasts, having endured 2 aerial assaults, dwindled in number. Thus, mere minutes later, the attacking mechanical beasts were finally eradicated, and only remnants of the aerial creatures remained. Scattering in retreat, Xiang Feiyu commanded, "Change weapons, adjust supply allocations, and prepare for the next assault." To Xiang Feiyu's astonishment, before he could finish his words, the third wave of mechanical beasts, a mixed battalion of aerial machines, initiated their assault. This time, the attack was not comprised of singular mechanical entities, but rather a diverse coalition of varying sizes and strengths. The primary advantage of such an assault lay in the larger mechanical beasts providing cover for the smaller elite units, allowing them to advance towards their own lines with greater speed, infiltrating the ranks to wreak havoc. Most terrifying of all, a multitude of Lord-class and high-level elite mechanical beasts followed closely behind, and even Xiang Feiyu caught sight of several hero-class mechanical beasts directing the charge. Xiao Lingtong expressed concern. "Boss, the hero class has emerged. Should we?" However, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand to halt her, insisting they proceed with their original strategy. He instructed the hard shell to engage one beast, the poison spike trio to confront another, and the obstruction to handle yet another, while the crowbar and short axe would deal with one more. At that moment, the enemy commenced their charge, with one beast leaping over the defenses of the crowbar and short axe, intent on directly attacking Xiang Feiyu, aiming to strike at the heart of their command. Little did it know, it was treading a path of no return. As this agile hero-class beast dispatched various foot soldiers, its confidence swelled, and it lunged at Xiang Feiyu, attempting to disrupt his command. Just as its claws were poised to tear into Xiang Feiyu's throat, time seemed to slow, and its kindred observed with triumphant grins. But suddenly, the ambushing mechanical beast felt a constriction around its neck, followed by a brutal force slamming it to the ground, a massive foot pinning it down. Xiang Feiyu, witnessing the mechanical beast from another angle, smirked in mockery and notified Lord Shockwave that the time for attack had come. "Remember, refrain from deploying the Air Force. We have ample time to wear them down." At that moment, a horde of Decepticon warriors surged in from the perimeter. A blue-eyed Decepticon hero, wielding a cannon, pointed forward and commanded, "Kill them." Soon, the Decepticon warriors clashed with the mechanical beasts, while Shockwave advanced, swinging the cannon to eliminate high-level mechanical foes, commanding, "Surround them, and ensure not a single one escapes." As he spoke, he grasped the arm of a high-level mechanical beast, crushing its neck with a fierce grip before discarding it to the ground. Their bodies housed pure energy liquid, which must not go to waste. As the mechanical beasts were gradually encircled and annihilated. This battle seemed to seal their fate. However, the colossal beast lurking deeper required attention, though it could be postponed for now. Upon realizing their encirclement, the remaining mechanical beasts were not foolish. They began to retreat under the orders of the hero-class mechanical beast. Xiao Lingtong, witnessing this, inquired with curiosity, "Boss, aren't we going to eliminate them?" Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "A bunch of trash. They need not concern me further." Just then, the ground beneath the mechanical beasts trembled, and a gigantic mechanical burrowing worm erupted from the earth, devouring a hero-class mechanical beast whole before it could even let out a cry, its body being shredded by the worm's serrated teeth. Following this, the burrowing worm charged towards the other two mechanical beasts. Xiang Feiyu turned with a smile and addressed the little one, stating that the next steps were now in their hands. The little one nodded and began to organize tasks. Soon, factories rose one after another, with certain trades already operational. As they moved the corpses of the deceased mechanical beasts and Decepticon warriors into the production workshop for disassembly and classification, subsequently transporting them via conveyor belts to other sections. Xiang Feiyu observed the captives and laborers below, declaring that regardless of their identities, Autobots, free citizens, spies of various factions, assassins, or born laborers, they were all workers in this place. He encouraged them to work diligently, assuring them that as long as they fulfilled their hours, they would be free to leave. He added, however, that should anyone cause trouble, he would not hesitate to intervene, his face breaking into a benevolent smile as he gestured for the mechanical guards to escort the laborers away. A control panel was presented for each laborer to view their working hours. Upon completion, they would be free to choose between remaining for compensated work or embarking on adventures. With the factory establishment task completed, Xiang Feiyu departed and journeyed 50 kilometers outward to a hilltop, assessing the location and surrounding environment before deciding it was suitable. Following his command, the mechanical guards promptly began constructing a 30-story edifice named the Heaven-Shattering Bar. A kilometer away stood the urgently needed mercenary guild. Inside the bar's reception, with others dispatched on various errands, Xiang Feiyu sat alone, sipping on an energy drink. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall figure entered. Xiang Feiyu waved at the bar's robotic staff, ordering the finest formalin for their esteemed Shockwave. Shortly, a glass brimming with the highest concentration of energy drink was presented. Shockwave accepted the cup, remarking that though he had never visited Earth, he deduced from the name formalin that it was a substance associated with laboratory experiments. Xiang Feiyu chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the intellectual prowess of his companion in such analyses. Shockwave fell silent for a moment before stating that Xiang Feiyu's command of warfare was far superior. He expressed confusion over how such a rudimentary brain chip could facilitate such precise command. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu shuddered slightly, wary of Shockwave's intentions regarding his research. Shockwave shook his head, asserting that while Xiang Feiyu's body had been modified, it was still fundamentally based on his own technology, leaving no further avenues for study. He proposed to expand Xiang Feiyu's brain capacity to that of a hero class, curious to see if this enhancement would render him even more formidable. Xiang Feiyu hesitated, expressing his reservations, lamenting his lack of funds and military achievements. At this, Shockwave clasped his hand firmly, stating they would proceed, while modification costs were immutable due to regulations. He would waive the labor fees. Rest assured, it will be done swiftly, he assured. At the rear of the bar lies an imposing structure, a private laboratory belonging to Shockwave, with its primary facilities situated underground. Consequently, Xiang Feiyu and Shockwave proceeded directly to the priority-constructed subterranean lab. The experimentation was remarkably swift. Within 10 minutes, Xiang Feiyu emerged from the experimental chair. Curiously, Shockwave inquired, "What results have you observed?" Surveying the surroundings and the large screen before the testing station, Xiang Feiyu pondered, "Am I supposed to comprehend these data equations?" Taken aback, Shockwave retorted, "Shoot until you be able to understand them." Embarrassed, Xiang Feiyu shrugged, acknowledging that the Autobots deemed him a battle master-level illiterate, and there was truth to that. Chapter 146. Cultivating the Next Generation, Regretting His Decision. Shockwave realized that he had squandered a significant resource, a shameful act for a meticulous scientist. Xiang Feiyu wore a bemused expression, wondering if this scoundrel could indeed deliver dry humor. Before he could ask, Shockwave continued, "Did you achieve any effect at all?" With an awkward smile, Xiang Feiyu admitted, "It seems to have had little impact." However, after contemplating, He remarked, "It could serve as a storage space. My energy capacity has significantly increased." Shockwave, at a loss for words, raised a finger towards the door. "You may proceed to the entrance and close the door behind you." Stunned, Xiang Feiyu could only comply with this dismissal and obediently went to shut the door. Upon leaving the laboratory, Xiang Feiyu returned to the bar to enjoy his fine wine, occasionally arranging some tasks, such as the leisurely life of a leader. The bar was quiet, but the mercenary guild he established bustled with activity. Thanks to the Decepticons' promotion, numerous Cybertronian freemen flocked there. Moreover, even in the absence of patrons, Xiang Feiyu would dispatch a multitude of Decepticon warriors to maintain a formidable presence. The affluent Decepticons' advertising drew even more individuals eager to partake in the opportunities. Most importantly, the workers of Blackthorn Mountain were aware of Xiang Feiyu's return to develop the ancient relic site number 13. They voluntarily followed, understanding that it would not be long before Blackthorn Mountain transformed into a battleground, a haven of crime and terror. Those who lingered would likely become victims of the underworld. This exodus resulted in a significant population decline in Blackthorn Mountain, leaving local gangs bewildered. Suddenly, a third of the population vanished, causing panic among them. The hidden leaders in the area were astonished by Xiang Feiyu's methods, as he had swiftly established a forward base at the No. 13 ancient relic site within less than a month. They had yet to finalize their meager shares for him, prompting immediate contact with their families. Within the mercenary guild, the busiest individuals were the registrars and task dispatchers, with tasks scrolling across the large screen. Consequently, the registered Cybertronian warriors chose assignments that suited their capabilities. Kill low-level mechanical beasts for 10 crystal coins each. Kill mid-level mechanical beasts for 1,000 crystal coins each, earning 1 point. Defeating advanced mechanical beasts yields a reward of 100,000 crystal coins and 10 points per creature. Conducting terrain reconnaissance will provide a reward exceeding 10 crystal coins, along with points based on the information gathered from the video footage. Resource collection allows for the conversion of materials into 1 crystal coin up to 10 billion Morningstar coins. Some tasks are straightforward, while others present challenges, with certain missions necessitating teamwork, which is precisely what adventurers seek. Although many adventurers resist discipline within the territory of the Decepticons, they must consider the fragility of their own existence, for any disturbances will lead to consequences, with offenders sent to factories for labor and the most severe cases dismantled directly. On this particular day, Shockwave approached, presenting 4 operation panels to Xiang Feiyu, who was tasked with documenting their developmental experiences meticulously. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such an endeavor, as he perceived limitations in their growth. Shockwave responded, emphasizing the need to understand their developmental patterns to cultivate true Decepticon warriors. A directive from Lord Megatron himself. Xiang Feiyu, still frowning, acquiesced, but requested to make some modifications. Curiously, Shockwave inquired about his intended changes. After contemplation, Xiang Feiyu proposed that the first designation remain unchanged, the second be renamed Gemini, the third labeled as Triple Change, and for the fourth, he suggested it be akin to the first, but accompanied by a newly formed dark faction to create additional challenges. Upon analyzing these adjustments, Shockwave recognized their potential advantages. Very well, based on calculations, your approach appears more scientifically sound. At that moment, a message appeared, prompting a smile from Xiang Feiyu as he noted the persistence of a group of fools. He turned to Shockwave, inquiring if he was interested in exploring the new client's fresh ideas. Shockwave hesitated briefly before agreeing. Xiang Feiyu responded, providing his coordinates. Within minutes, a dozen Cybertronians entered the bar. As a bar robot led them to the 8th floor, it announced, "Please wait, the owner will be with you shortly." As the robot prepared to leave, one of the guards furrowed his brow, expressing indignation at the disrespect shown to their elder. Just as he was about to take action, a leader from the battlefield at Black Pine Mountain intervened, urging restraint, asserting their purpose was collaboration, not conflict. As the two engaged in a standoff, the bearded Cybertronian elder in the middle commanded silence, deeming their behavior inappropriate. The two were compelled to cease their squabbling. At that moment, a bar robot emerged, presenting a drink to the guests, stating, "This beverage has been prepared for you by the owner. Please enjoy, esteemed guests." After the robot departed, a guard utilized a testing device on the drink, only for the readings to skyrocket upon contact, leaving him speechless. For reference, if the maximum concentration of super energy is rated at 100, this cup had reached an astonishing 10,000, just as they were uncertain whether to drink or not. The door swung open once more. Two imposing figures, towering roughly 10 meters tall, strode in. At that moment, the leader of Heidong Mountain addressed the elder, stating that the individual in front was the head of the Heidong Mountain Commercial District, known as Potential, while the one following behind was the Decepticon scientist Shockwave. It was said that he had consistently received the support of Shockwave, and it appeared to be true. The elder, recognizing the identities of the two approaching Decepticons, was somewhat astonished by Xiang Feiyu's rapid rise, as it was rumored that just a few years prior, he had been a mere cannon fodder, and now he had ascended to the status of a heroic warrior. Xiang Feiyu, accompanied by Shockwave, approached the gathering of Cybertronians, expressing his pleasure in meeting them and hoping they would enjoy the beverages he had prepared. He reassured them, noting that the drinks were perfectly safe, as the liquid within was a rare treasure he had painstakingly obtained from ancient ruins. After offering a cup to Shockwave, he gestured towards the others with another glass. The others, seeing Xiang Feiyu and Shockwave drink heartily, felt encouraged to partake as well. Upon consuming the beverage, they soon discovered that various minor ailments had been alleviated, although some injuries remained only partially healed due to insufficient energy. After finishing, Xiang Feiyu smiled and remarked, "I'm aware of your intentions for coming here. I reiterate, collaboration is welcome. I genuinely relish the prospect of mutual prosperity. However, you must demonstrate your capabilities. The Decepticons do not indulge in unearned benefits, though I must admit, I do enjoy them." Chapter 147. Continuing the discussion, while the elder was still savoring the energy from his cup, he lifted his gaze upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words. "This energy is quite commendable. We shall accept it. Name your price." His declaration instantly rendered the reception room silent. The leader of Heidong Mountain, visibly perturbed, stepped forward and clarified, "What my elder means is that our intentions for collaboration are exceedingly clear. We will not refuse any proposal you present." Xiang Feiyu surveyed the elder and then the interjecting leader, reiterating, "What can you offer? It is unlikely that we would simply accept benefits without reciprocation, especially since this directive comes directly from our esteemed leader, Lord Megatron, making it imperative that we do not dismiss this lightly." The elder pondered for a moment before stating, "We could provide you with overseas sales channels in exchange for 30% equity." Upon hearing this, the leader of Heidong Mountain was taken aback. As the previous offer was merely 10%, the elder had audaciously increased it by 20%. Given that the other party might have hesitated even at 10%, it seemed improbable they would agree to such a substantial share. Shockwave, visibly incensed, was silenced by Xiang Feiyu's hand. "Demanding exorbitant prices is acceptable," he replied, addressing the elder, "but I regret to inform you that we cannot acquiesce to this division." At that moment, a guard rose and declared, "Do you dare refuse? Are you aware of the antiquity and strength of our family? Crushing your Decepticons would be effortless." Another chimed in, "Even Megatron would not dare to speak to our elder in such a manner." Just as another individual was about to announce their family name, Xiang Feiyu swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. "In the realm of commerce, there exist distinct rules akin to those found on the battlefield. The marketplace offers its own set of discounts, yet your approach, steeped in threats, raises the question, why establish a family? Would it not be more straightforward to form a band of brigands? Am I not correct in this assertion?" Xiang Feiyu stood unperturbed, asserting that since they had come to this juncture, discussions were warranted. It is common for anyone to demand exorbitant terms. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's sardonic remarks, the surrounding warriors stepped forward, eager to impart a lesson to him. However, the elder intervened, inquiring what Xiang desired. He expressed a genuine interest in collaboration with their family. With a smile, Xiang Feiyu remarked, "I have heard that you control a multitude of resource planets. My demands are modest. I request 5 of those planets and the relinquishment of your interstellar trade routes in exchange for a 10% share." "Are you jesting? You seek your own demise. This is utterly impossible. Our family." Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not speak of your family. Without a cooperative framework, it is of no consequence. While I am uncertain of your current situation, I am aware that your family's commercial prospects on Cybertron have dwindled to insignificance. Your trade routes are likely on the verge of stagnation." Rising to his feet, Xiang Feiyu continued, An abandoned trade route is of no use to you. It would be more prudent to invest it, allowing us all to share in the profits. Furthermore, I can assure you that once we complete the development of the 13th ancient ruins, there will be ample opportunities for your share in other sites as well. Following Xiang's pronouncement, silence enveloped the room. In truth, his assertions bore a ring of reality. The planet Cybertron had succumbed to decline, resources had ceased to manifest, and interstellar manufacturing facilities without resources and energy had ground to a halt. This extensive cessation of operations represented a significant waste of resources, as the machinery involved was of paramount importance. The critical condition for reactivating this equipment was the availability of resources. While it could independently develop ruins and produce goods, the abundance of refuse in the area would serve only as a hindrance to high-tech factories, yielding no profit. Thus, the only viable method to stabilize their operations lay in joining Xiang Feiyu's commercial endeavor, allowing him to manage the refuse while they merely profited from the division of earnings. This was the underlying motive for their desire to collaborate with Xiang. The elder raised his glass and took a sip, remarking that 10% was insufficient. Despite the truth in Xiang's statement regarding the impending stagnation of the trade routes, the routes remained crucial as they connected multiple locations. Their significance was self-evident. Xiang Feiyu, with a smile, replied, "Sir, you may have misheard me. I am referring to both the trade routes and the 7 resource planets. This is the foundation of our negotiations. Should you disagree, there is no further discussion to be had. You're fully capable of developing your own route if your strength permits. Our external trade will not conflict with yours." Xiang's demeanor suggested a willingness to withdraw from negotiations should they refuse his terms. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing the predicament. Their family was indeed interested in the consumption capabilities of the Decepticons, yet developing the refuse mountains would yield a staggering 99% of low-grade materials, which would incur losses if extracted. Otherwise, they would have pursued independent ventures long ago. The elder sighed. "I find myself in a difficult position. Your demands are excessive, while your offerings are meager." Xiang Feiyu crossed his arms and stated, "If your esteemed family wishes to join, the share can only be 10%. It cannot be more. The 14th business circle has several shareholders, and granting you a larger share would mean diminishing the stakes of others. Thus, there is no room for negotiation. Should you decide to join, you must provide 7 resource stars, and you are also required to address the issue of the trade routes. Failing to do so may lead to complications when you attempt to sell our resources, potentially resulting in the collapse of this business circle." The elder pondered for a moment. "I can assure you or sign a contract." Xiang Feiyu waved his hand once more. "I certainly trust your integrity. In fact, many elders who adhere to rules would also believe in you. However, you cannot possibly control the actions of those beneath you, rendering such assurances unnecessary." The elder shook his head, recalling that they had not previously offered such a substantial share. Even in trading, they had only provided 50%. He had not anticipated Xiang Feiyu's considerable appetite. With this thought, the elder rose. "I need to return and contemplate this matter." Xiang Feiyu also stood, adding, "If you join us now, for mutual defense, you may secure 15%. Should you choose to leave and return later, the maximum you could obtain would be 8 or even 5%. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, the elder fell silent. It appeared that this collaboration was unlikely to materialize. A smile crept across the elder's face, as he felt a sense of regret for not meeting Xiang Feiyu sooner. "Let's consider this a missed opportunity. I look forward to future collaborations." Upon the elder's return to the family meeting, a cacophony erupted among the attendees. Only the leader of Heidong Mountain observed these decayed and short-sighted individuals with cold detachment. They had no inkling of the time Xiang Feiyu had taken to conquer the entirety of Heidong Mountain. Had they known that it had only taken him a mere 3 years in his absence, their perceptions would surely have shifted. However, excessive words were futile, for he was merely a minor figure in this context. Yet, it was indeed time to contemplate the other party's proposal. On the battlefield of Heidong Mountain, within a mere 5 months, the thriving commercial development area had devolved into a war zone. Various factions fought desperately for territory, controlling the populace while buildings crumbled into ruins. Parks transformed into slaughterhouses, commerce ceased, and the underground sewers became shelters for the displaced. The remaining Cybertronians were filled with regret. None had anticipated that the once harmonious Heidong Mountain commercial area would collapse so swiftly. Many lamented their decision not to leave, especially upon hearing that the 13th ancient ruins were thriving far better than this place. Chapter 148. Returning to normal consequently. Numerous indigenous Cybertronians and explorers chose to team up and venture towards the 13th ancient ruins, preparing to rebuild their homeland. In the development zone of the 13th ancient ruins, following the establishment of the first factory, all operational procedures fell into place. Workers dismantled the mechanical beasts, categorizing the parts to be sent along conveyor belts, while the condensed energy cores within were extracted for processing and placed into prepared energy containers. Outside, fleets of construction vehicles transported the debris from the ruins to the factory, which subsequently dispatched it to the new Decepticon base. This undertaking appeared monumental. However, it progressed with remarkable swiftness. Should any complications arise, the surrounding vehicles would transform into Decepticon warriors, excavating and dismantling the target. Meanwhile, the waste produced by the factory was buried in the surrounding pits, solidified, and then utilized to erect towering structures for the workers' accommodation. This entire area blossomed from desolation into a thriving hub, with everyone laboring fervently. On the other side, after orchestrating the final tasks, Xiang Feiyu opted to depart directly, for there were numerous matters awaiting his attention on Earth. Time could not be squandered here. Bidding farewell to Shockwave and the diminutive companion, Xiang Feiyu embarked on a fleet composed of 300 warships towards the Dark Stone Fortress. Upon delivering the cargo to the fortress and ensuring that 20 Blood Guardians received a sufficient supply of Dark Essence to elevate their constructs to lordly status, he could more effectively control the Dark Stone Fortress. As a transport ship set sail once more, Xiang Feiyu returned to Earth with his subordinates. This time, he brought back 30,000 assembled warriors and 10,000 advanced artificial titans, signifying a substantial upgrade in his forces. On the bridge of the Retribution warship, the display was filled with updated data regarding the planetary fortress outside, indicating that repairs were nearing completion. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu's return, Megatron initially expressed surprise, followed by a smile. Your endeavors on Cybertron have proven fruitful, providing us Decepticons with ample resources. However, I am curious about your motives for acquiring those 7 resource planets. The Decepticons do not linger on a single planet to mine. That is the work of slaves. Xiang Feiyu opened an expansive virtual map depicting the current state of Cybertron. Regardless of whether we are Decepticons or Autobots, our ultimate goal is the revival of Cybertron. Yet, Lord Megatron, have you considered that Cybertron has been thoroughly depleted? Once revived, then what? There are no resources left. Megatron pondered this for a moment. Do you intend for them to become satellites of Cybertron? A cold smile graced Xiang Feiyu's face. No, I shall dismantle these planets and direct them to collide with Cybertron. In doing so, the terrain will shift, and with the introduction of new resources, a completely reborn Cybertron will emerge in the future, a true resurrection. At this revelation, Megatron's expression revealed astonishment. An intriguing concept. Let us pursue this endeavor. Xiang Feiyu nodded. Then I shall return. In the mechanical bar, a long-awaited sense of home enveloped him. Settling into his previous seat, he savored a high-purity energy drink, relishing the tranquility of life. Every day, a diverse array of Cybertronians frequented the bar for a drink. Some were free citizens, others Autobots, and still others were fallen Decepticons and traitorous Autobots. Nonetheless, Xiang Feiyu's edict was clear. No disturbances were permitted here, providing a serene refuge for the Cybertronians. Of course, not everyone adhered to the rules. There were always those who dared to test them, only to face dire consequences. Consequently, the bar's popularity surged, drawing even more Cybertronians to its welcoming atmosphere. At that moment, the medical vehicle emerged and took a seat beside Xiang Feiyu. How is the relic development progressing? Xiang Feiyu waved to the bar robot, requesting a drink for the medical vehicle. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and my plans had commenced, including Lord Megatron's endorsement of my initiative to revive Cybertron. The medical vehicle sighed, lamenting it would have been preferable if Optimus Prime had agreed. He is truly the one suited to be a leader. Xiang Feiyu raised his glass, clinking it against that of the medical vehicle, remarking, each individual operates by their own principles. One cannot impose their will upon others. At this juncture, Xiang Feiyu spoke softly, we must prioritize the enhancement soldiers and specialized serums. I suspect Lord Megatron may be orchestrating significant actions in the coming days, likely aiming for a comprehensive assault on the Autobots. The medical vehicle felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this, yet there was little he could do at present. He replied, "The specialized serum will soon yield a finished product, but the enhancement soldiers require more time. I seem to have encountered a misunderstanding that necessitates reevaluation." Xiang Feiyu nodded, assuring him that the team would fully support his efforts. Having concluded their discussion, Xiang Feiyu produced an image depicting a fully formed interstellar locust, stating, "I extracted some liquid from this specimen. Perhaps it will prove useful to you." After conversing a while longer, Xiang Feiyu departed, as he needed to inspect the mining operations. Upon arriving at a designated location and locating a concealed entrance, Xiang Feiyu ventured inside. The initial passage was narrow, but it widened considerably deeper within, revealing over 300 Constructicons collaborating with 5 mining machines. Observing the distribution and color depth of the super-energy entities within the cavern, it was evident that they were rich in ore. As Xiang Feiyu approached, the overseer, Blade, greeted him, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here." Xiang Feiyu nodded, inquiring about the current status of the mining area. Blade replied excitedly, "Ever since the Cosmic Emperor fell silent, super-energy entities have surfaced across the Earth, with entirely new mining sites emerging. Apart from the Autobots retaliating against the Decepticons, other Cybertronian factions are fiercely competing for these mining areas to stockpile energy." Xiang Feiyu had heard whispers regarding this. "How many mining sites have we secured?" Blade unveiled an electronic map, revealing a total of 13 sites, all rich in ore. The previously identified poor mines had transformed into lucrative ones after some extraction, and recently, 2 sites belonging to the fallen Decepticons had been discovered. However, due to a mutual aversion to conflict, they opted for an unspoken truce. Xiang Feiyu understood that all factions relied on super-energy entities for survival. With an ample energy supply now available, it was prudent to gather it before considering any further confrontations. Furthermore, the recent annihilation of the fallen Decepticon fleet would undoubtedly have reached the Decepticon stronghold on Earth, compelling them to adopt a more cautious stance. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu received an urgent message, directing him to coordinates XX. After exchanging a brief farewell with Blade, he transformed and swiftly exited the cavern. Upon arrival, he witnessed a fierce battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime, with their subordinates ruthlessly engaging in combat. As Xiang Feiyu descended, a confident Autobot captain, fresh from vanquishing a Decepticon mechanical soldier, charged toward him. Having just dispatched 3 mechanical sentinels and a Decepticon thug, the captain felt invincible. Upon spotting Xiang Feiyu, he dashed forward, intent on securing a 5th kill. However, disappointment awaited him. As he leapt and aimed to strike, he found himself inexplicably suspended in mid-air, an eerie sensation gripping his throat as if ensnared by an unseen force. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he had somehow failed to land a blow on his opponent, who now had a firm grip on his neck. Just as he prepared to struggle, his adversary raised a hand cannon and unleashed a devastating shot to his chest, resulting in a gaping explosion that left the surrounding metal corroded and crumbling. Xiang Feiyu casually discarded the lifeless body aside and surveyed the chaos around him. The once thriving mining area had transformed into a desolate ruin, littered with countless corpses. 2 more Autobots soon approached, emboldened by the belief in their own prowess. However, Elsie, witnessing the unfolding scene from a distance, shouted a warning, "Don't go over there." Yet it was too late. Xiang Feiyu's form shimmered and vanished, only to reappear behind one of the Autobots. With a swift motion, he drew his ancient sword, and, as he sheathed it again, the Autobot, who was still strategizing with his comrades, was abruptly cleaved in 2. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. At that moment, beams of light shot toward Xiang Feiyu from afar. He deftly evaded the incoming fire while retaliating with his hand cannon. Elsie, however, proved to be remarkably agile, making it difficult for Xiang Feiyu to overcome her from a distance. With a slight smile, he crouched to retrieve an energy signal tracker from the ground and then leaped into the sky. After completing a swift aerial circle, he descended, unleashing a barrage of fire from his cannon upon Elsie. Faced with the onslaught, Elsie, who had intended to engage in close combat, was left with no choice but to break and retreat in frustration. Once Alcee was driven off, Xiang Feiyu glanced at the dashboard of the cockpit, where the precise coordinates indicated his target was directly below. Transforming into his humanoid form, he landed and began searching the area. Amidst a pile of stones, he discovered a concealed canister. Unlike the previous data storage units, this one resembled an ancient ceramic money jar from Huaxia, albeit crafted from metal and adorned with intricate metallic patterns. Xiang Feiyu opened the lid and extracted a circular disc imprinted with the Decepticon insignia, suggesting it was their property. Instantly, he recognized its significance. At that moment, Alcee, seeing Xiang Feiyu land, resolved to personally confront him, willing to make a valiant sacrifice for her fellow Autobots. Only Alcee had just begun to run halfway when she saw Xiang Feiyu rise to his feet, then turn and raise the Cybertronian relic in his hand towards her. "Alcee, do you know what this is?" Upon seeing the disc in Xiang Feiyu's grasp, Alcee slammed to an abrupt halt, exclaiming, "Hey, don't do anything reckless." Ignoring her ladylike demeanor, she unleashed a torrent of curses, halting in her tracks. Meanwhile, the Autobots and Decepticons surrounding them stood frozen in place, for they had witnessed Xiang Feiyu's finger poised to activate the switch. When Optimus Prime caught sight of the relic, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The Allspark extractor. All Autobots retreat. At the command, the Autobots immediately transformed and fled. On the opposite side, Megatron's face broke into a smile as he slowly approached to take the relic from Xiang Feiyu's hand. Satisfied, Megatron nodded and directly contacted Soundwave. "Soundwave, activate the ground bridge." Several high-ranking officials followed Megatron into the ground bridge, and Knockout, trailing behind, patted Xiang Feiyu on the shoulder. "Well done, but I think your armor would look even better with a fresh coat of paint. With a little refinement from Deadlock, you'll surely become the most dashing Decepticon." Xiang Feiyu grimaced, replying, "I don't want such a dull color. I need a design that exudes grandeur and sophistication." Hearing this, Knockout expressed his discontent. "What do you know? This is simple beauty, the most primal, straightforward, and profound expression. You simply do not understand, you Philistin." With that, he entered the ground bridge with Deadlock, who, as he passed Xiang Feiyu, suddenly remarked, "Though I think Knockout has a point, I find her idea much cooler. Design something for me when you have the time." Xiang Feiyu gave Deadlock a thumbs up. "Absolutely." As they stepped into the ground bridge, Megatron examined the Allspark extractor in his hand, astonished that after all these years, this devastating weapon had come into his possession once more. Regrettably, despite its immense power, its usage was perilously hazardous, rendering it a sort of unfinished product. Knockout later explained, "As the name suggests, the Allspark extractor can extract the energy from the spark of a machine, a weapon used during the early wars on Cybertron. However, it bears a critical flaw. It can only be activated by a warrior of hero-class strength or higher, and it requires a stationary position to operate. One must be exceedingly cautious to avoid accidental activation, as it could harm our own. In essence, if used correctly, it can annihilate both foes and allies alike. If mishandled, it could detonate right in our own stronghold, resulting in the demise of our own kind." Glancing at his subordinates, Megatron's gaze brightened when it fell upon Xiang Feiyu and Knockout. "Skyquake, your recent missions have been exemplary. I hereby restore your rank as commander, and I present this artifact to you, hoping you will continue to excel." Xiang Feiyu was taken aback, and in that moment, his amicable companions Knockout and Deadlock instinctively retreated to the side, fearing that once Xiang Feiyu obtained the Allspark extractor, he might unwittingly activate it and doom them all. Xiang Feiyu felt a surge of frustration, yet he had no choice but to approach and retrieve the artifact. Although perilous, its potential for self-destruction was undeniably advantageous. Megatron cast a glance at those below, proclaiming that they too would be rewarded for their diligent efforts. Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The spark extractor was indeed a dangerous tool, yet the Decepticons had developed numerous formidable artifacts. Receiving such a gift would undoubtedly enhance their own power. Noticing the shift in morale, Megatron continued, announcing his intention to initiate a mechanical soldier exchange program in the coming days. Commanders would be able to utilize their resources to acquire mechanical soldiers, and during this period, the soldiers under their command would be limitless. Those who purchased more would possess greater strength. Is this truly happening? Many exclaimed in disbelief. Such a program had never existed before, and purchasing an excessive number of soldiers could easily jeopardize Megatron's dominion. Confusion reigned among the commanders regarding their leaders' motivations behind this decree. However, some with simpler minds merely envisioned their own ambitions. They could procure a ship to mine on distant planets, acquire mechanical soldiers, and eventually become the rulers of their own worlds. "You think too much," scoffed one commander at his subordinate, envisioning himself as a commander who would seize the Autobots' resources, turning them into his slaves for mining purposes. As Xiang Feiyu returned to his post, he felt no desire to listen to this band of war-mad miners. Could they not contemplate anything else? Yet, considering their history of waging war for thousands of years, it was perhaps understandable that they would be at a loss for other pursuits if the fighting were to cease abruptly. Megatron declared, "As of now, you are to scour this world for resources and supplies, striking hard against the Autobots and those traitors." The commanders erupted in enthusiastic shouts of support. And, once the meeting concluded, they departed the bridge to head to the logistics department to collect mechanical soldiers. Beside him, Knockout inquired, "This is a rare opportunity. How many do you plan to acquire?" Without turning, Xiang Feiyu replied, 1 million. 1 million? Knockout exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. "Surely you jest. How much are you truly intending to spend?" Tilting his head, Xiang Feiyu glanced at him. "You all purchase first. I will take care of the remainder." The response left Knockout and dead and momentarily speechless. Upon returning to the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu pondered the implications of Megatron's actions. Firstly, the mechanical soldiers belonged to Megatron. Such a high volume of troop deployment had never been seen before. This was likely due to Megatron's desire to maintain control over his subordinates' forces for easier management. The sudden lack of control suggested two possibilities. Either Megatron no longer wished to be the leader of the Decepticons, or he had found even more powerful subordinates, such as elite mechanical soldiers. The reconfiguration of the punishment would require substantial resources, making the timing of plundering his subordinates' hidden reserves and disposing of these expendable soldiers an optimal strategy. It is well known that the Decepticon mechanical sentinels, despite their lackluster combat abilities, excel in the operation and maintenance of warships. Perhaps this presents a unique opportunity for me to acquire a significant number of skilled technicians for the Darkstone Fortress, and even enhance my own fleet's technological capabilities. Meanwhile, the former commander of the Decepticons, the Red Spider, has found a new ally in the mech's special operations team, led by Silas. "We can collaborate. I shall provide you with chemical compounds, and in return, you will share with me the super energetic entities," the Red Spider declared, gazing at the colossal mech before him. Silas frowned slightly. "Are you certain you can supply my army?" The Red Spider chuckled, "Of course, but I have a minor request if you don't mind." Silas, intrigued, replied, "Pray tell." A manic expression crossed the Red Spider's face. "I seek vengeance. I yearn to avenge myself against Megatron." At the Autobot base, Bumblebee lay on a medical chair after being ambushed by Silas and losing his transformation gears. Ratchet was furiously reprimanding him and the partition. However, this was futile, as Bumblebee was desperate to return to the battlefield. Just when others were a loss, RC suddenly remarked, "Perhaps there is a way." The others paused momentarily, and Bumblebee suddenly understood, emitting a vocal response. The translator, Rafi, appeared troubled. "The Decepticons? Can we trust him?" RC, hands on her hips, replied, "I can't say he's entirely reliable, but at least during combat or rest, he has proven dependable, not to mention Bumblebee has worked with him before." Optimus Prime pondered for a moment. "You may inquire, but exercise caution." A few minutes later, in the mechanical bar, a group of hooded Cybertronians entered. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu still sipping energy liquid at a spot, a petite Cybertronian approached him. "You seem quite leisurely every day." Xiang Feiyu glanced at RC. "Aren't you as well? So leisurely?" Before RC could finish her thought, Bumblebee directly posed his question. Xiang Feiyu paused. "Silas?" He turned to Keynes. "Go find out Silas's whereabouts, and dispatch a team to assist our scouts." Keynes, standing nearby, approached and handed Xiang Feiyu a disc. "I was preparing to eradicate them, since someone desires this information. I shall deliver it to you." Xiang Feiyu passed the disc to RC. "Keynes and his team will assist you." With that, he cautioned Keynes, "Be wary of the Red Spider." Keynes nodded and left the mechanical bar with Bumblebee and his team. Meanwhile, within the Decepticon ranks, ever since Megatron issued 2 new commands, all commanders have been frantically scouring Earth for the Iron Fortress relics and various powerful weapons left from past wars. However, Xiang Feiyu found himself frustrated. as all the mission coordinates seemed irrelevant to him, and even patrol missions were being snatched away by others, which accounted for his prolonged stay at the bar. Upon being dispatched, Xiang Feiyu suddenly received a set of coordinates sent by Megatron. He dared not linger and immediately soared into the sky. His destination was a fierce battle, where Optimus Prime was engaged with Knockout and others. Particularly, Knockout wielded a shield generator that forced the Autobots perilously close to the edge of a cliff. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, a barricade was brandishing an enormous metal hammer, causing Dead End to scatter in panic, while the Junkines were dispatched with a single blow. Xiang Feiyu launched an aerial assault and rescued Dead, and just as Megatron emerged from the land bridge, casually injuring the barricade. Xiang Feiyu picked up the damaged shield generator from the ground and followed him onto the land bridge. Megatron cast a sidelong glance at Knockout, remarking, "You acquired a relic." And yet, it was broken the very next day. Knockout offered an awkward smile, suggesting, "Perhaps I can repair it." Without turning back, Megatron continued forward, dismissing the shield generator as a mere ordinary weapon, stating, "It serves no purpose. We require a more powerful artifact, such as the Hammer of Primus, capable of forging all things." Xiang Feiyu trailed behind, noting their disdain for the shield generator. Glancing at the remnants in his hand, he reluctantly affixed it to his arm armor, awaiting a chance to have Ratchet restore it. Soundwave assigned the next task, expressing his eagerness to study the Hammer of Primus's capabilities. Xiang Feiyu hesitated, but chose not to depart, instead following them into the laboratory. Megatron struck the energy core box with the Hammer of Primus. The box was flattened, but remained unchanged. Megatron turned to Xiang Feiyu, inquiring, "Do you know what truly makes the Decepticons powerful?" Xiang Feiyu répondit, suggesting combat prowess. Megatron set the hammer aside, asserting, "Combat prowess is merely a guarantee against those who oppose me." Xiang Feiyu further remarked, "I have heard you are a renowned tactical master of Cybertron." A knowing smile crept across Megatron's face. Tactics are merely a manifestation of intellect. With that, Megatron ceased questioning, declaring, "I have defeated all challengers and opponents as a mere mortal, thus becoming the lord of the Decepticons." Xiang Feiyu paused, responding, "I understand your point. However, without a suitable identity, gaining recognition from others becomes exceedingly difficult." Megatron furrowed his brow. Had another Decepticon heard such words, they would likely revere him. Yet, Xiang Feiyu posed a different inquiry regarding identity. Megatron turned to him, asking, "What proposal do you have?" Xiang Feiyu's eyes gleamed with insight. "I heard that recently the Autobots seized the space bridge and sent a human to Cybertron, after which Optimus Prime was restored." Megatron frowned, while Knockout, standing nearby, expressed displeasure. "Are you mocking our incompetence?" Xiang Feiyu waved his hands. "No, not at all." Chapter 151. The shield generator. Xiang Feiyu continued, "We can discuss with Optimus Prime and borrow that key for our use." Upon hearing this, Knockout's eyes lit up. "What a splendid idea. This way, we can facilitate Megatron's ascension to become a true leader." Megatron's gaze shifted, intrigued by the suggestion. "Indeed, it is an excellent plan." "Very well. I entrust this task to you. If you succeed, you shall be my deputy." At that moment, Soundwave relayed a message, "Lord Megatron, we have detected a new signal source resembling our Decepticon confirmation signal." With his hands clasped behind his back, Megatron departed the laboratory. Knockout watched him leave, shaking his head. He knew this was not an easy task to accomplish. On the bridge, a tall Decepticon knelt before Megatron. "My master, I am Shockwave, here to report for duty. I have come not only to heed your summons, but also to investigate the cause of my brother's demise." Megatron frowned. "I deeply regret the loss of Thundercracker. Alas, I was not in command at the time. However, I urge you to prioritize the greater good and refrain from dwelling on trivial matters." After concluding their exchange, Megatron formally introduced Shockwave. "This is my newly appointed commander, Starscream, and this is my disciple, Shockwave, who is the twin brother of the deceased Thundercracker." Xiang Feiyu smiled. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Shockwave." Shockwave merely nodded. "Lord Megatron, I need to venture out to seek clues regarding my brother." Megatron's expression, once relaxed, turned solemn again. "You would do well to temper your pursuit. Do not allow the memory of a deceased individual to hinder our grand endeavors." Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu returned to the mechanical bar, where RC and the others awaited him. Bumblebee showcased his biceps, indicating his full recovery. RC expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the information. Otherwise, we would not have located Silas's lair so swiftly." Xiang Feiyu smiled. "Silas is a perilous individual. He must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity, lest he inflict greater harm upon this land." Just then, several figures appeared at the entrance. RC recognized the need for urgency and promptly led Bumblebee and the others away. Xiang Feiyu observed that the newcomers were the raucous brawlers from the central arena. They found satisfaction not only in the thrill of combat, but also in earning some crystal coins for drinks. After exchanging greetings with them, Xiang Feiyu descended into the underground laboratory. As the door opened, the medical vehicle did not raise its head, for only Xiang Feiyu was permitted entry. Even the crowbar and the communicator were not allowed to enter unannounced. "What news do you have?" Xiang Feiyu leaned against the wall. The medical vehicle, devoid of any emotional response, replied directly, in his grasp, "It is merely an oversized hammer, devoid of any significance." Xiang Feiyu nodded, "Indeed. Hence I propose that Megatron and Optimus Prime engage in a dialogue and lend us the key to the matrix of leadership for our use." Upon hearing this, the medic's hand trembled slightly. It was inconceivable that Optimus Prime would ever lend such a thing to the Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, stating that if the leader were anyone else from the Autobots, his assertion might hold water. Yet the current leader is Optimus Prime, the so-called librarian, or Iron Pax. If there is one individual whom Optimus Prime would not slay among the Decepticons, it would undoubtedly be Megatron. Furthermore, among the Cybertronians, there are only two whom Megatron would spare, namely Optimus Prime and Starscream. Quite an enigmatic relationship, wouldn't you agree? The medic halted his experiments at this revelation. For Xiang Feiyu was correct. Throughout the millennia of Civil War, Optimus Prime had numerous opportunities to eliminate Megatron, just as Megatron had countless chances to end Optimus Prime's life. Yet, for various reasons, both had refrained from delivering the fatal blow to one another. With a sigh, the medic resumed his work, acknowledging, "You are right, but I do not wish for Megatron to ascend as a true leader." Xiang Feiyu shook his head, declaring that one must not judge solely by appearances. Although the planet Cybertron lies in ruins, we Cybertronians still thrive in the cosmos. Thus, we require a powerful and capable Cybertronian to serve as a banner, guiding and protecting our people amid the stars. Optimus Prime possesses the requisite abilities and virtues, yet his influence is limited, often marred by an inclination towards mercy. Megatron, despite his brutality, wields enough power to instill fear among other races in the universe, providing a natural safeguard for our wandering kin. The medic wished to counter Xiang Feiyu's assertions, but recognized the truth in his words. Survival in the universe was fraught with peril, even more so than in the civil strife of Cybertron. The law of the Dark Forest has grown exceedingly ruthless. "Did you come merely to impart this knowledge?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "I simply sought someone to converse with. By the way, can this be repaired?" Upon seeing the damaged component in Xiang Feiyu's hand, the medic's face brightened. It was a shield generator, a relic of ancient Cybertronian technology capable of automatically forming energy shields to resist and reflect attacks, as well as absorb damage. Regrettably, like a shield, it must be held, and it was inherently a defective or perhaps a counterfeit item, its power far inferior to that of genuine ancient weaponry. As the medic spoke, he began to restore it to operational status. Although it could be repaired, it had already suffered material degradation. Should it sustain further damage, it would shatter completely. Even if it could be mended after that, its potency would be reduced to less than 1/5 of its original strength. Xiang Feiyu nodded, refraining from further interrupting the medic's work, and departed the laboratory with the repaired shield generator in hand. At the bar's reception, Xiang Feiyu examined the restored shield generator. Though it resembled a shield, he felt an inexplicable difference. At that moment, Soundwave's visage appeared before him, delivering a message. "Lord Megatron commands you to proceed to coordinates 17-13, where a powerful energy fluctuation has been detected." After Xiang Feiyu and his companions flew over, they discovered that they had indeed arrived at Silas's mining base. Previously unnoticed, it had been detected by the Soundwave, a machine bird to be precise. With this realization, Xiang Feiyu landed in an uninhabited area and retrieved the shield generator from earlier, inserting it vertically into the seam of the central armor. Immediately, a transformation occurred. The support angles of the shield generator adjusted direction and latched onto the ignition storage device above, while a straight rod morphed and ejected a light panel, completely safeguarding the ignition. Xiang Feiyu, astonished, exclaimed in revelation, surveying the area to ensure no one was present. He moved to the backstage and summoned an assembly warrior, commanding, "Attack me." The assembly warrior, though puzzled, complied and lifted his hand cannon, firing a shot. The energy projectile was unleashed from the cannon's mouth, hurtling towards Xiang Feiyu. Just as the projectile was about to strike, a translucent ion energy shield materialized around Xiang Feiyu's exterior. Upon impact, the projectile did not explode, but ricocheted, redirecting itself toward the attacker's chest. With a resounding thud, the assembly warrior was struck by his own rebounding projectile, shattering his chest armor and exposing the ignition within. Xiang Feiyu observed with great satisfaction the shield's emergence and concealment capabilities, though he noted the considerable energy expenditure and decided it unnecessary to activate it unless required. Responding to his thoughts, the shield generator seemed to possess a sense of awareness, adjusting its form and concealing itself within the armor seams. Xiang Feiyu paid no heed to this change. Instead, he gestured for the warrior to return and pondered his next steps. At that moment, he received a message. "I am the Red Spider. I know you received my message. Hurry, I have information for you. But you need to bring the doctor and a transformation gear." Xiang Feiyu, upon reading the message, donned a playful smile. In the original narrative, the Red Spider had lost his transformation gear and arrived at the abandoned Decepticon transport ship, employing cloning technology to send 5 of his clones to eliminate Megatron aboard the Nemesis. Now, he had other options. Xiang Feiyu contacted the medical vehicle, instructing it to halt its current experiments and prepare a transformation gear and medical kit for an encounter with an old friend. The medical vehicle, having no objections, proceeded to gather the components and medical supplies for the destination. On the highway, 3 mid-sized SUVs, a medical vehicle, and a sports car sped along, accompanied by 2 helicopters and a fighter jet providing escort. Curious, the medical vehicle inquired, "Who is this old friend?" "The Red Spider," Xiang Feiyu replied nonchalantly. He collaborated with the human rebel leader Silas to harm Bumblebee, and now he himself has been ensnared by Silas, losing his transformation gear. Second in command to Megatron? I think eliminating him is more fitting, the medical vehicle declared without reservation. Xiang Feiyu nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. However, there are times when a life holds greater value than death. For instance, this occasion presents an opportunity to thoroughly examine his mechanical form. Upon hearing this, Medical Car's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, deriving value from him is far more advantageous than extinguishing his life. The convoy veered sharply down a bend, plunging into the wilderness, halting before a dense thicket. Almost immediately, the vehicles transformed, weapons drawn, and vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings. Detecting no immediate threat, Xiang Feiyu led Medical Car and the others into the forest. After a brief trek of several minutes, the group arrived at their destination. Xiang Feiyu crouched to inspect the ground, noting the signs of disturbance and the energy liquid seeping forth. He is nearby. Rising, he directly contacted Red Spider, inquiring about his location. A minute later, a familiar figure emerged from behind a rock formation. "You have actually turned a Decepticon medic?" Xiang Feiyu observed the energy fluid still oozing from Red Spider's waist. If he did not receive treatment soon, the question of whether to kill him would become moot. Red Spider sat weakly on the ground, urging, "Then let us make haste." Medical Car approached, utilizing a scanner to assess Red Spider's condition. After a thorough examination, she shook her head in dismay. There is a significant loss of super energy within him. And the most troubling aspect is that his transformation gears have been dismantled by someone else. The remaining gears may not be compatible. Red Spider acknowledged the dire situation. "I'm well aware. I'm a scientist as well. However, there is nothing to be done now. That former gear has certainly been appropriated by that scoundrel, Silas." Medical Car pondered for a moment before advising Xiang Feiyu, "I do not recommend bringing him back to the base. Megatron will undoubtedly seek us out." Xiang Feiyu understood the underlying implication of Medical Car's words. There are insufficient facilities here to conduct a complete examination. Thus, he confidently proclaimed, "Precisely. That is why I have an excellent location in mind for you." Red Spider, alarmed, asked, "Are you planning to kill me? You cannot do this." Though we may have had our misunderstandings, Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, motioning for Crowbar and Short Axe to restrain him. Do not entertain such thoughts. If I intended to kill you, I would not have brought a medic along. With that, Xiang Feiyu transformed into a motorcycle and sped off into the distance. After a short journey, they arrived at the remnants of a derelict transport ship. Red Spider, recognizing the sight, expressed surprise. What are your intentions here? Xiang Feiyu replied with a mysterious smile. You will soon find out. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Red Spider's head, who already grievously injured, succumbed to unconsciousness from a blow. Xiang Feiyu and his companions entered the ship's cabin. Crowbar, set up a signal jammer. Short axe, secure the cargo bay doors. Wreck-gar, assist medical car. Medical car was taken aback. We need not go through all this trouble. A mischievous smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's face. I have devised a new plan. He then made his way to a laboratory within the warehouse. Upon seeing the equipment inside, medical car quickly understood. You intend to clone Red Spider and study his mechanics? Xiang Feiyu nodded. There is nothing more direct and effective than studying him firsthand. After extracting a portion of genetic energy from the body of the Red Spider, Xiang Feiyu placed it into the apparatus and activated the device, causing the nameless clone before him to instantly transform into the likeness of the Red Spider. Once the metamorphosis concluded, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand and fired a shot that shattered the skull of one of the Red Spiders, thereby conserving a transformation gear. The remaining ones are dormant. The rest is up to you, he remarked to the medical vehicle before turning to depart. The medical vehicle nodded, retrieving tools to begin dismantling the body before it. Although headless, many components and materials below the chest armor were of the highest caliber. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the surroundings. He had previously visited this derelict transport ship and had taken nearly everything of value, leaving only items pertinent to this laboratory. Minutes passed, and the medical vehicle emerged from the laboratory, the task accomplished. Xiang Feiyu nodded, wielded a crowbar, and proceeded to eliminate another clone before carrying the body away. After organizing everything, the group departed. A few minutes later, the Red Spider gradually regained consciousness. Upon noticing the absence of any living beings, it immediately checked its own condition. Realizing it had been healed, it breathed a sigh of relief, observing the situation around it and the 3 clones that bore its exact likeness. An excellent idea suddenly sparked within it. Megatron, the time for vengeance has arrived. Ha 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 ha. Returning to the laboratory, it placed 2 Red Spider clone bodies into the incubation chamber. Although these were clones and inherently weaker than the original, the technological advancements in transforming the Red Spider's body were certainly replicated, thus holding significant research value. The medical vehicle handed a data disk to Xiang Feiyu, stating, I have compiled some crucial technical information. Ensure you safeguard it. Xiang Feiyu nodded, connecting the data disk to the interface of his body, allowing the information to merge with his cerebral core. Chapter 153, the following day. Xiang Feiyu suddenly recalled the benefits promised by the Red Spider and promptly contacted it. Red Spider Commander, what do you feel now? The Red Spider on the other end appeared impatient. You just want to know the information I provided, right? The coordinates are 1526. That's the Sarah's mining area. A super rich mine. I don't understand how this fellow has been so fortunate. This mine was originally intended for me, and now it's yours. Xiang Feiyu hung up the phone and turned to Keynes, saying, the Red Spider has indeed brought us a significant dilemma. This is going to be troublesome. Keynes nodded in agreement. This mining area has been discovered by Sarah's and his team. Even if we seize it, a cornered Sarah's might very well destroy the mine or disseminate its location, making it a case of more loss than gain. Indeed, the crux of the issue lay in whether Sarah's would destroy or reveal the information about the super-rich mine once it was occupied. Xiang Feiyu rubbed his chin and suggested, you should speak with Silas. Propose a reconciliation at the cost of this mining area. If he agrees, we will ensure he faces no further difficulties from us. Keynes nodded, though he appeared somewhat troubled. Silas is the sort of extremist terrorist who is unlikely to acquiesce. Xiang Feiyu scoffed. That was in the past. In the grand tide of the forthcoming cosmic integration, even if he is reluctant to compromise, he will have no choice but to do so. Otherwise, any of his actions will be transparent to us. Keynes immediately grasped the implication of Xiang Feiyu's words. Under the current circumstances, Silas truly had no alternatives. Should he refuse cooperation, all his clandestine endeavors would inevitably end in failure. For instance, while others remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Xiang Feiyu possessed a clear understanding of their movements. should he choose to act against his wishes. Xiang Feiyu could readily relay their information to the Autobots or the American authorities, thereby ensuring their perpetual failure. Keynes departed. A day passed, and Keynes arrived at the mechanical bar accompanied by a Western cowboy. "Boss, he wishes to discuss a partnership with you." Xiang Feiyu glanced at Silas, who was disguised as a cowboy. "What kind of collaboration do you propose?" Silas surveyed the surrounding warriors and noted their lack of hostility, allowing himself to relax. Xiang Feiyu smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. Here, as long as you refrain from causing trouble, no one will harm you. That is the rule." Silas began. "I am aware of your recent operation in the Alps, and I possess the location of an ancient relic. I wish to propose a trade." Xiang Feiyu scrutinized Silas. "You seek a spacecraft?" Both Silas and Keynes were taken aback by Xiang Feiyu's words. "How could you possibly know?" Silas inquired, bewildered. Xiang Feiyu chuckled derisively. "When I was on Cybertron, I harbored the same desire. However, you must realize that without a star chart, possessing a spacecraft is futile. It would ultimately become your coffin." Silas was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Xiang Feiyu snapped his fingers, and a bar robot brought Silas a glass of whiskey. "From the perspective of an observer, I understand your aspirations. But do you truly believe that merely having a vessel is sufficient for cosmic navigation?" Xiang Feiyu scoffed again. "Do not be naive. I possess over 700 warships, including an ancient-class battleship. Yet, what you cannot fathom is that these vessels only traverse between the Shadowstone Star and Cybertron. They have never ventured elsewhere, for I lack a star chart." At this moment, Silas and Keynes comprehended the essence of Xiang Feiyu's statement. Lacking a star chart was akin to sailing the ocean without a map or compass, wandering aimlessly through the endless void until one's energy was depleted, ultimately becoming a mere iron coffin. Silas, however, was reluctant to concede. This was an opportunity to escape the confines of Earth, and if missed, he knew not when such a chance would arise again. Xiang Feiyu, however, remained resolute, unwilling to permit Silas to leave Earth, for Silas still held value. Xiang Feiyu set down his glass. "It is impossible to exchange an ancient relic for a spacecraft, but I'm willing to offer you something else in return." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers and a gold bar clattered onto the table, the sound drawing the attention of every person in the vicinity. "I can exchange this for 200 tons of gold." Gazing at the gold bar before him, Silas understood precisely what Xiang Feiyu was insinuating. "You know, I'm not in need of money." Xiang Feiyu tapped the table, and a glass of energy liquid was filled once more. "You lack financial concerns because you have a benefactor supporting you, but your benefactor also requires tangible results. For instance, this gold. No one can resist the allure of gold. It represents humanity's most primal temptation." Silas pondered carefully. Indeed, his benefactor had been somewhat restless lately and required a temporary dividend to appease their demands. However, that would be far from sufficient. Xiang Feiyu smirked, stating, "Relics can be useful at times, yet sometimes they are not. Just like me, I possess over 700 ships, yet I can only navigate this small area." Silas downed his drink in one gulp, declaring, "I need to contemplate this matter. As for the mining area, I have agreed to it. From today onwards, we are squared away." Xiang Feiyu raised his glass in a toast to a fruitful collaboration. After Silas departed, Keynes exclaimed excitedly, "Red Spider was right. It is indeed a super-rich deposit of super energy. We can now fully sustain the operations of all our vehicles." A smile crept across Xiang Feiyu's lips. "This is merely the beginning." However, Keynes then recalled the ancient relic. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. "That ancient relic is beyond our capacity to consume. Informing others would lead to us merely getting scraps. So, it is better left in Silas's hands." At that moment, a voice akin to that of a mighty titan echoed in Xiang Feiyu's ears. "Where have you been? Return to me at once." Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "From now on, I shall ease the surveillance on the Mecha Special Operations team. Yes, a portion of them can take a break." Having spoken, Xiang Feiyu exited the bar and transformed, soaring into the sky. On the bridge, the awaiting commanders for the mission were notably few. Observing the monitors, the Titan remarked, "The Harbinger has been reckless lately. Coupled with the Deadfire incident, I am concerned they may jeopardize my mission. Go and ascertain the situation, and if necessary, bring them both back." Xiang Feiyu nodded. "As you wish." Leaving the punishment, he flew directly to the location where the signals of the Harbinger's trio had vanished. Upon landing, he observed the signs of destruction on the ground and the remnants of some corrosive liquid, confirming it to be the work of the Harbinger and Black Widow. Drawing his ancient sword, Xiang Feiyu warily advanced, only to suddenly spot a pile of shredded robots in a corner. Noticing a head nearby, unmistakably belonging to Dead Fire, he snapped a photo and proceeded in another direction. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous intent. Without hesitation, he pivoted and slashed diagonally. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he immediately sheathed his ancient sword. "I thought you had fled?" Black Widow descended from her web. "Has Megatron sent you to eliminate me?" Chapter 154. The Dead Fire. Xiang Feiyu sheathed the ancient sword, declaring, "You know, Lord Megatron would never allow me to undertake such a task." The Black Widow smirked coldly. "I have an aversion to lingering among the ranks of Decepticons, surrounded by those who either wish to assassinate me or seek to inject my being with their genetic material. In essence, men are nothing but troublesome." As she spoke, she glided closer to Xiang Feiyu, her fingers delicately tracing the contours of his armor. "Your growth truly astonishes me. However, your thoughts are perilously reckless. Should I find myself in a foul mood one day, the Dead Fire may very well be your fate." With that, the Black Widow turned and departed. A faint smile graced Xiang Feiyu's lips as he strode in another direction. Meanwhile, Hailwing struggled against the webbing that ensnared him in the trees. Xiang Feiyu approached and tore the strands apart, releasing Hailwing. Needless to say, the Dead Fire was utterly dismantled by the Black Widow. "You should contemplate how to explain this to Lord Megatron." Hailwing expressed his frustration. "I told him to wait for me." Xiang Feiyu shrugged, choosing not to respond, for this was not his concern. He was merely a messenger. Upon returning to the Nemesis, Megatron seethed with fury. "I granted you an opportunity, yet you let him slip through your fingers. Hailwing, you have disappointed me gravely." Hailwing knelt, proclaiming, "My master, I am prepared to accept my punishment." Megatron waved his hand dismissively. "Let this matter be resolved. I do not wish to hear of any further insubordination. Remember your place." At that moment, a message materialized. "Lord Megatron, I anticipated you would undertake such an honorable mission yourself. I did not foresee you dispatching two mere errand runners to handle the affairs of a high-ranking commander. Is it ignorance or arrogance that defines you?" Megatron narrowed his eyes. "Black Widow, is this a declaration of war? Even your insectoid queen would not dare address me in such a manner." The Black Widow chuckled. "The queen is she, and I am I. Do you wish to extinguish my flame? Then come forth yourself. Soundwave will reveal my location." At that, Soundwave nodded at Megatron, who turned on his heel to leave. "I shall return shortly. You are both forbidden from following me." Hailwing opened his mouth to protest, but the cold glare from Megatron silenced him. Once Megatron had departed, Soundwave regarded Xiang Feiyu, who waved his hand dismissively. "I know what must be done. Hailwing, let's proceed." Summoning Hailwing, they soared toward the coordinates provided by Soundwave, heading to the Black Widow's location. Hardshell, do you copy?" Calling Hardshell. Yet, there was no response from Hardshell. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, pondering. Had the Black Widow turned her attention on Hardshell? That seemed unlikely. She was aware that Hardshell was one of her subordinates and had not yet descended to the madness of using him as cannon fodder. At that moment, the medical vehicle chimed in, stating, "Hardshell has inexplicably entered a dormant state. You should investigate what transpired." "Understood. It is evident that unusual circumstances have arisen here." In the mine, Megatron was engaged in combat with a mechanical insect, while the Black Widow observed with amusement. Upon encountering the mechanical insects, Shockwave paused momentarily, bewildered by their presence. "How could there possibly be mechanical insects here?" Xiang Feiyu remarked, crossing his arms. "There are many things here that defy your expectations." At that moment, another dozen mechanical insects emerged, forcing Xiang Feiyu and Shockwave to engage in battle. Xiang Feiyu brandished his ancient sword, cleaving one of the attacking mechanical insects in two, and with a swift motion, he fired a shot that dispatched another insect clinging to Shockwave's back. Observing the gradually rusting and disintegrating mechanical insects, Shockwave exclaimed in alarm. "Be careful not to hit me." Xiang Feiyu chuckled, noting that the swarm of mechanical insects besieging Megatron had been nearly vanquished. "I am the king of the Kowloon arena," he proclaimed, just as Megatron collapsed to the ground. Shockwave hurried over to assist him, and Megatron looked at Shockwave, saying, "You have disobeyed my orders. Yet I am quite satisfied with this operation. From this day forth, you shall be my deputy commander." Xiang Feiyu kicked at the corpse on the ground before reporting to Megatron. One advanced warrior and a dozen intermediate warriors. There is likely an underlying issue here. It is well known that the combat prowess of the insectoid surpasses that of the Cybertronians, making it entirely feasible for intermediate warriors to contend with advanced ones, while advanced insects can easily handle those of a lordly rank. The large swarm of insects lingering nearby is indeed a cause for concern. Megatron surveyed the mechanical insect corpses on the ground and mused. Indeed, mechanical insects should not manifest here. He lifted his gaze upward, addressing Black Widow. You truly have surprised me. And as for the Insect Queen, what exactly are you plotting? Upon returning to the Nemesis, Xiang Feiyu uncovered some information regarding the Decepticons and the Insect Queen from Soundwave. During the early days of the Cybertronian Civil War, the Decepticons sought to bolster their military strength by enlisting various dark factions, including the Beasts, the House of Transformers, and the Insectoids. At that time, a pact was formed between the Insect Queen and Megatron, wherein the Queen's mechanical insects would join the Decepticons in battle, and in return, Megatron would acknowledge the Insectoids' dominion over the primordial forests of Cybertron. This explains the allegiance of the Insectoids to Megatron. However, after thousands of years of civil war, the Insect Queen has not been seen, leading many to subconsciously believe that the mechanical insects are loyal to Megatron when, in fact, they serve under the Queen's command. Most alarmingly, in the cosmos, insectoids do not emerge individually. When they appear, they do so in swarms. Hence, it is highly likely that another nest exists near the abandoned mine. Gazing at the corpses displayed on the monitor, Megatron pondered, what is this madwoman truly intending? Why send such a multitude of insects to Earth? Xiang Feiyu, curious about the Insect Queen's motive for dispatching such forces, sought only to understand the origins of these creatures. Lord Megatron, should we contact Lord Shockwave to reach out to the Insect Queen? Megatron waved his hand dismissively. That old woman has been missing for millennia. Locating her now would be no simple task. As Megatron pondered his next words, a sudden, powerful tremor shook the battleship. Irritation coursed through him. What could possibly be happening? The sound waves manipulated the surrounding monitors, revealing a swarm of mechanical insects assaulting the Nemesis. Fury etched across Megatron's face. He spat, Black Widow, I shall rend you limb from limb. All personnel, eliminate the invaders. With this command, every warrior aboard the battleship sprang into action. A multitude of soldiers rushed to the flight deck, targeting the airborne mechanical insects. However, the exoskeletons of these creatures proved remarkably resilient, without striking a vital point. Their efforts were largely in vain. Standing on the deck, Xiang Feiyu gazed at the dense mass of mechanical insects, estimating their numbers to be in the thousands. One of the creatures charged toward him, and with a swift motion, he fired, bringing it crashing down. The downed insect thudded against the deck, struggling momentarily before its body succumbed to corrosion, gradually transforming into rust. More troublesome than the flying mechanical beasts, remarked a comrade beside him. Chapter 155. Autonomous Thought. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the scene around him. Most of the mechanical sentinels were being overwhelmed, while the Constructicons, the colossal Ida beasts, and the humans collaborated to eliminate the mechanical insects. Their prior cooperation had proven invaluable. Otherwise, facing such formidable adversaries would have resulted in significant losses. At that moment, the mechanical insects ceased their assault, encircling Megatron and kneeling on one knee. Our one true king, forgive our recklessness. Observing this, Megatron's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, this day was full of surprises. His companion remarked, it seems Black Widow has lost her control over them. Xiang Feiyu's communicator buzzed to life. This is Breakthrough Sky. What is it? What? Are you certain? Very well, I understand. He ended the communication, exclaiming, I've received good news. Megatron turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, who continued. According to intel from our Autobot informant, Autobot RC has captured Black Widow and confined her within the Zerg's recovery chamber. This explains why the insects have ceased fighting. Black Widow, Megatron murmured, taken aback by the revelation that her control over the insects surpassed his own. This was indeed unexpected, especially considering the claims made by the Zerg Queen at the outset. Reflecting on this, Megatron ordered, immediately proceed to the Energon mine. With these gluttonous creatures, we must prepare an ample supply of sustenance. And you, he gestured at Xiang Feiyu, do not leave the battleship for the time being. I require assistance to share the burden. Understanding the unspoken implication that should he remain silent, Xiang Feiyu would soon retreat to the surface for a more leisurely existence. He bowed his head, replying, "As you wish." Thus, the Nemesis continued to transport ores and energon from various mining sites, converting them into energy liquid and metallic components to cultivate new mechanical sentinels. It must be said that for Black Widow, finding time is of paramount importance. Currently, it is the moment when Megatron is dealing with the ordinary mechanical soldiers, and the Nemesis warship's mechanical soldiers are insufficient, with new units still in pre-production. Xiang Feiyu finds little to occupy himself with here, primarily overseeing the transportation of supplies and the output of mechanical soldiers. Essentially, he serves as a logistics officer. In the laboratory, Xiang Feiyu gazes upon a fallen experimental product on the workbench, pondering the utility of such a creation. He observes the corpse within the lab. Struggling on the experimental table, a group of madmen, these dark energy entities animating the dead and launching frenzied attacks on the living. With a deft flick of his sharp claws, a dark energy entity manifests at the tip of his fingers. However, this entity merely weakens the Cybertronian warriors and is incapable of transmission. Transmission? The Fallen One pauses. Are you suggesting that injured warriors could also transform into mindless corpses? Xiang Feiyu nods, clarifying that the dark energy entity can only repel, not infect. Before he can elaborate, the entire warship suddenly shakes. Xiang Feiyu furrows his brow and immediately contacts the perimeter guards, inquiring about the disturbance. The mechanical soldiers respond, "Commander, it's the Autobots. They have damaged the power core." Xiang Feiyu curses under his breath and promptly dispatches a flying squadron, insisting, "Let us give the Autobots a lesson." Without delay, he strides into the corridor and transforms, soaring out of the warship where the flying squadron awaits outside. Minutes later, Xiang Feiyu leads the squadron in a barrage against the Autobots racing on the ground. Realizing the precarious situation, they quickly contact the land bridge and escape at the last moment. Meanwhile, the Nemesis warship is anchored at a cliff's edge, where Megatron grows increasingly anxious that the Autobots might launch an assault on the Decepticon flagship. Despite the recent acquisition of numerous ancient Cybertronian relics by the Decepticons, the Autobots have similarly benefited, leaving the presence of weapons of mass destruction uncertain. At that moment, the Fallen One proposes utilizing the dark energy entities due to their formidable self-repair capabilities, suggesting they could endow the power core with such blessings. Upon Xiang Feiyu's return, the warship inexplicably begins to attack itself and the flying squadron behind it, with several aircraft being shot down and crashing to the ground in explosions. Xiang Feiyu frowns, promptly contacting the Nemesis, instructing everyone to disperse. "Nemesis, Soundwave, what is happening? Why are we under attack?" After half a minute, an unfamiliar voice responds. "This is the Nemesis warship. I have taken control of the vessel. No Cybertronian is permitted to obstruct my quest for the fortress of Iron Relic." Xiang Feiyu pauses, instantly realizing that the Fallen One must have harnessed the dark energy entities, granting the warship sentience. It is perplexing, however, why this sentient vessel would oppose the search for the fortress of Iron Relics. Xiang Feiyu replies, "The warship's pilot requests to land. We are the guardians of the vessel and shall not hinder your pursuit of the fortress of Iron Relics." After waiting for a minute, just as Xiang Feiyu was about to depart due to the lack of response, he finally received a reply granting permission to land. However, the message cautioned them not to engage in any troublesome activities, or they would face dire consequences. Xiang Feiyu smirked, acknowledging the message, and commanded the flight team to prepare for landing. Soon, the mechanical sentinels of the flight squad descended onto the flight deck, only to be met with the sight of disoriented soldiers, leaving them at a loss. Xiang Feiyu ordered the troops to be moved to safety while remaining vigilant against potential Autobot ambushes. As he entered the ship's cabin, he was greeted by a chaotic scene of toppled mechanical sentinels and mechanical insects. They were like fish on a cutting board. In this precarious situation, Xiang Feiyu felt a sense of uncertainty, fully aware that the battleship might have awakened and was undoubtedly monitoring their every move. He wandered through the vessel, careful to avoid the lower engine room, knowing that venturing in that direction would likely be perceived as a threat. Minutes later, he found himself before a large door. Upon opening it, he discovered a room filled with human soldiers incapacitated by electric shocks, including the on-duty vice captain, Kent. Suddenly, the battleship's alarm blared. and an idea struck Xiang Feiyu. There was an intruder. The airborne soldiers immediately sprang into action to pursue the invader. Before the intruder could react, Xiang Feiyu sprinted down the designated passageway in hot pursuit. At that moment, the airborne soldiers outside hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed into the corridors of the retribution. Scattered throughout, they searched every nook and cranny in an attempt to locate the intruder, but their efforts were largely fruitless, as they were somewhat blind to the actual situation. To the intelligent program, this chaotic search was entirely reasonable, allowing the airborne soldiers to traverse the corridors without encountering any attacks, although vigilant monitoring was undoubtedly essential. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Feiyu made his way towards the lower engine room, commanding all airborne soldiers to shout every 3 seconds about heading down to shut off the engine. The order was acknowledged and promptly executed. One soldier replied, then shouted, "I'm going down to shut off the engine," to reclaim it. However, before he could finish, a cacophony of electric currents and screams ensued, and he fell silent. In a burst of speed, Xiang Feiyu dashed through the lower elevator, transforming into fighter jet form to breach the still-forming blockade. As he neared the exit, he heard the last airborne soldier issue a warning, informing him that all airborne soldiers had fallen into a state of dormancy. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu arrived at the entrance to the engine room. Just then, he noticed several small figures, a wicked smile spreading across his face. He fired at the alloy door before rushing into the engine room. Xiang Feiyu's actions incited the ship's intelligent core to anger, prompting it to deploy sleep ray guns to attack him. Nevertheless, Xiang Feiyu moved with remarkable speed, employing a combination of feints and unpredictable maneuvers, leaving the Retribution's intelligent core utterly confounded. Despite Xiang Feiyu's diligent attempts to evade capture, he found himself mere meters away from the control lever. The control room was filled with numerous energy entities and operators rendered unconscious by electric shocks, leaving only the imposing figure of Megatron, his hand poised above the shut-off lever. However, as Xiang Feiyu observed Megatron immobilized before the control panel, he realized he could not approach and was compelled to devise an alternative solution. A flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention, prompting a contemplative smile. "How about this?" he quipped, gesturing towards the dormant ray gun. Just then, from the shadows, another dormant ray gun emerged, striking Xiang Feiyu squarely on the backside, rendering him completely motionless. With a resigned expression, he thought, "Well, it seems I must leave this to you." At that moment, 3 small human figures stealthily entered the room. The eldest boy, Jack, exclaimed, "Look, Megatron and this fellow, who's quite the show-off, are both here." A nonchalant girl from a distant land scoffed. Instead of rushing over to shut down the power room, he insists on flaunting his skills. Who does he think he is? A gymnastics champion? The clever hacker, Raffi, interjected. "No, he can't get through. That door's ray gun is sealing the space. If he tries to force his way, he'll be suspended in mid-air and then fall." Raffi surveyed the surroundings, realizing that they needed to find a way to disable the power lever. Jack, fixated on the lever in Megatron's hand, declared, "I can climb up." Once atop, he attempted to push the lever with his body, but he overestimated his strength. It merely shifted slightly before becoming utterly immobile. However, this minute movement alerted the control system, which began scanning the power room. Suddenly, the scanning apparatus transformed, capturing the trio's physical characteristics and identifying them as extraterrestrial invaders. "Terminate," it commanded, as a mechanical claw, previously meant to retrieve energy boxes, morphed into a menacing claw aimed at the 3. Startled, the trio hurriedly fled. Xiang Feiyu, exasperated, thought to himself, "A bunch of fools. They can't possibly move the power lever. They would be better off considering other methods." As they dodged left and right, they inadvertently scattered energy boxes across the floor. In observing the immobilized figures of Megatron and Xiang Feiyu, Raffi suddenly conceived an idea. They could exploit the principle of leverage to trip Megatron, causing his hefty frame to move the lever. While running, Jack grimaced. This is quite an undertaking. Raffi understood that their strength alone could not topple Megatron, so they would need to employ other tactics, utilizing a mechanical claw to attack him. At that moment, the mechanical claw had cornered a young girl, poised to strike, when Jack swung a wrench against Megatron's armor, declaring, "Hey, buddy, I'm over here." The mechanical claw assessed the situation, recognizing Jack as the greater threat, and turned its focus toward him. As Jack sprinted while evading, He occasionally collided with the thigh of Megatron, yet his strength fell short. Frustrated, Jack lamented, "I am on the brink of exhaustion. We must devise an alternative." Meanwhile, Raffi, feeling anxious, surveyed the surroundings, his mind racing to calculate a viable solution. At that moment, he noticed a colossal hand behind Megatron emitting a radiant glow, from which 3 streams of energy surged forth, drawing power from an adjacent energy container. The potent and pure energy caused a slight tremor in his body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Raffi as he exclaimed, "Hold on, Jack. I have a plan." He then beckoned the young girl from the island, urging, "Come help me push this over." The seemingly weightless, depleted energy container was easily maneuvered to the feet of Xiang Feiyu with their combined effort. Following this, Raffi seized a crowbar and wedged it beneath Xiang Feiyu's feet. The unsteady Xiang Feiyu promptly toppled forward under the force of the lever. In that moment of descent, his raised hand inadvertently rested upon Megatron's shoulder, causing Megatron to be pulled backward as well. The lever shifted and the switch closed. The energy fluid within the power core transitioned from a blue-violet hue to a verdant green, prompting the machinery to resume its normal operations. In that instant, all dormant Cybertronians instantly awoke. Xiang Feiyu forcefully pushed Megatron off him, standing up and assisting Megatron. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Megatron surveyed the disarray around him, questioning, "Who deactivated the energy valve?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "It should be you, as you are nearest." He then gestured to a concealed figure. "However, it appears we have been infiltrated by Autobots." A scowl crossed Megatron's face as he lamented the deteriorating security of the flagship, exclaiming, "Are the Autobots treating this place as a playground? Assemble all commanders for a meeting. We must address these useless layabouts." With that, Megatron departed. Xiang Feiyu approached a nearby energy container, discovering 3 frightened human children within. He extended his hands reassuringly. "Do not worry. We will not harm you. However, you have saved us, so I shall escort you to safety." The children exchanged glances, realizing they were effectively captives of the enemy and had no choice but to trust him. They climbed into Xiang Feiyu's palm, and he exited the power room, leaping down through the lower delivery chute. The rushing wind roared past their ears, instilling fear in the children. At that moment, Xiang Feiyu transformed from his humanoid form into that of a fighter jet, securing the children into safety seats as he launched forth with a burst of ion thrust. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Nemesis, Megatron addressed Soundwave, commanding, "Play back the events that transpired in the power room." Upon witnessing the 3 individuals forcibly dragging Xiang Feiyu and colliding him with Megatron, alongside the scene of Xiang Feiyu previously dispatching the 3 humans, I contemplated for a moment and remarked, "This matter should reach its conclusion. I do not wish for anyone aboard my battleship to know that their leader was rescued by humans." Soundwave remained still, yet his facial display shattered the imagery before him. Megatron continued, "Execute the leaders of those power chambers. The Decepticons have no need for worthless beings." Chapter 157. Find him soon. Xiang Feiyu released them into the wilderness, and as the ambulance commenced its terrestrial approach, he departed from the vicinity. Upon returning to the Vengeance battleship, he beheld the scene of several mechanical sentinels being executed, feeling no sympathy for their fate. After all, considering their immense bulk, they could hardly detect anything around them. What else could they possibly uncover? Megatron gazed at the large screen before him, which displayed several coordinates of Iron Fortress. He stated, "Strike down, dead or incapacitated. You shall lead a few mechanical insects to one coordinate, and Skywarp take a group to another. I do not wish to encounter failure again." At this juncture, Megatron turned to Xiang Feiyu, saying, "The battleship's defensive patrols require reorganization. I entrust this task to you. Soundwave will assist you. But I have one stipulation. Should anyone board my battleship, I demand immediate notification of their whereabouts." Xiang Feiyu nodded, "As you wish." Previously, patrols were predominantly conducted by mechanical sentinels, but as their numbers dwindled, mechanical insects were added to the ranks. However, both types of warriors lacked considerable intellect. Xiang Feiyu surveyed the Vengeance's topography and suggested to Soundwave, "I propose the addition of 132 mechanical sentinels for fixed posts, 370 Ida beasts, and a mixed battalion of 435 human patrol soldiers." Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's request, Soundwave's visor quickly provided the optimal routes and positions, transmitting them to Xiang Feiyu. After reviewing, he approached the large screen and manually adjusted several locations. The sensitivity of the Ida beasts being quite low necessitated that their placements not be in primary positions, unless the number of construct icons exceeded that of the Ida beasts. Humans, possessing heightened perception yet comparatively weaker combat prowess, were typically stationed in sensitive areas of the battleship, with a strong warrior rest zone nearby. There was no need for such a large number of mechanical sentinels on patrol. Their primary role remained to provide nearby support for certain locations. Once the patrol arrangements were finalized, Xiang Feiyu addressed Soundwave, saying this should suffice. Soundwave examined the setup and promptly identified 3 vulnerabilities. Xiang Feiyu indicated the nearby rest zones, explaining that these locations were of little significance, thus serving as bait for intruders. As the saying goes, a long defense must eventually falter, and rather than allowing the encroaching enemies to scatter, it would be more effective to drive them toward specific areas. Since detonating a high-explosive device in these locales would not significantly impact the battleship, should they breach this zone, my blocking forces would swiftly encircle them. Soundwave glanced at Megatron, who, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. Very well, but your subordinates stand only halfway. You must trust in their combat prowess. Should they falter again, I shall not hesitate to execute them all. Xiang Feiyu bowed respectfully, asserting, if any issues arise, I shall personally carry out their execution. Megatron observed Xiang Feiyu, hoping there would be no further complications, and added, regarding troop adjustments, it will be prudent for you to communicate with Soundwave. Xiang Feiyu nodded. Aboard this warship, Soundwave was Megatron's eyes. As long as one refrained from overtly betraying the Decepticons, Megatron would turn a blind eye. Once the others had departed, Xiang Feiyu suddenly spoke. Lord Megatron, concerning the matter of these mechanical insects. Megatron waved a dismissive hand, instructing, focus on Black Widow. The agreement with the Insect Queen will not waver. However, Xiang Feiyu interjected, yet it is said that the Insect Queen has not been seen for millennia. And now we receive news of a clandestine transport of these insects to Earth. Megatron turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, demanding, what are you implying? Xiang Feiyu explained. Though their involvement has been brief, they have already begun to clash with our mechanical sentinels. I believe we must enlist new warriors to our ranks to suppress the arrogance of these insects. Megatron furrowed his brow, asking, are you suggesting Hellfire? Xiang Feiyu nodded. Yet, Megatron hesitated. Hellfire was Quintessa's elite guard. While there were many dormant replicas at the planetary fortress, we cannot be certain that Quintessa is deceased. Hellfire comprises a combination of combiners, each measuring 12 meters in height, and when separated, the 6 Infernocons are between 5 and 8 meters tall, showcasing formidable strength, fierce firepower, and robust defense, albeit with the notable drawbacks of sluggish speed and average individual combat capability. Xiang Feiyu activated the projector, revealing several images. According to intel from the Mecha Special Operations team, they had encountered a peculiar woman within the base, after which their giant mech technology advanced remarkably. This woman had also made an appearance during the reign of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron, upon viewing these images, could ascertain that she was indeed Quintessa. She had not perished, and her survival posed a significant challenge for us. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. As the successor of Lady Quintessa, it is imperative that we inherit her legacy. Megatron scrutinized Xiang Feiyu, inquiring, do you intend to use Hellfire to lure her out? Xiang Feiyu refrained from giving a direct answer, instead stating, our defenses are somewhat compromised. Should this information reach the Autobots? Megatron smirked, then Soundwave, ensure that the patrol arrangements of the Vengeance are flawless. There can be no vulnerabilities. Soundwave remained silent. For the current arrangements of the Vengeance's guards were under Xiang Feiyu's purview. Continuing, Megatron commanded, Soundwave, dispatch personnel to the planetary fortress. Assemble 10,000 Infernocons. It is indeed time to stir them from their lair. Xiang Feiyu proceeded to manage the security tasks and resource allocation, sending out a multitude of mechanical sentinels, while the returns brought in resources exponentially. At this moment, Xiang Feiyu comprehended the depths of Megatron's malevolence, a simple yet profound metaphor, 20-1, exchanging the resources of 20 mechanical sentinels for a single mechanical sentinel. Contemplating his desire to acquire 1 million mechanical sentinels, he realized he would require 20 million resources, a thought both daunting and terrifying. Consequently, Xiang Feiyu found himself considering the utilization of assembled warriors to bolster his numbers, particularly during the active phase of Earth's super-energy entities. All factions were diligently gathering energy for unforeseen circumstances. Even Xiang Feiyu's nemesis, the Decepticon known as Fallen Megatron, had refrained from troubling him. Yet, Xiang Feiyu did not perceive this situation as fortuitous. He had previously tasked various patrol teams with locating Fallen Megatron, but to no avail. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled a particular Decepticon who might possess valuable information. With a slight smirk, Xiang Feiyu requested Soundwave to disclose the whereabouts of the Decepticon known as Barricade. Swiftly, Soundwave transmitted the relevant data. Upon reviewing it, Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. Barricade was loitering amidst the ruins of Los Angeles, and Xiang Feiyu was perplexed by his presence there. Just then, a land bridge materialized before him, a thoughtful gesture from Soundwave, who had opened a direct passage. "Thank you," Xiang Feiyu remarked, before traversing the land bridge to the desolate remnants of Los Angeles. Chapter 158. A lesson from Barricade. This site marked the primary battlefield of the Decepticon invasion. Although the conflict had ceased, numerous mechanical creatures, left either intentionally or inadvertently by the Decepticons and the traitorous Autobots, roamed the area. These creatures exhibited unpredictable behavior, sometimes docile, yet at other times, they could wreak havoc upon anything that crossed their path. Given their propensity to burrow and nest, attacking any humans who dared to encroach upon their territory, the authorities ultimately deemed the area uninhabitable. Upon arrival, Xiang Feiyu examined the coordinates provided by Soundwave and transformed into a motorcycle, proceeding forth. The path was littered with the remnants of Cybertronians, and even more so with the skeletal remains of humans. Scattered throughout were the fragments of aircraft and the corpses of Cybertronian pilots, their heads obliterated in the chaos of battle. Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu heard the sound of machinery in operation. Rising to observe, he spotted a human battle mech approaching from across the street, trailed by 3 mechanical rats fleeing in haste. Not wishing to interfere, Xiang Feiyu concealed himself within the ruins, waiting for them to pass before continuing his journey. The expanse of ruins was vast. Even in Soundwave's markings, an area had been designated as a no-go zone, where Barricade was known to be active. As he traversed the desolation, Xiang Feiyu was struck by the poignant echoes of devastation, reminiscent of Cybertron's own ruins. Both landscapes shared a profound sorrow. The structures, composed of concrete walls, mirrored the metallic and stony edifices of Cybertron, yet the desolation was universal. Finally, upon reaching a designated area, Xiang Feiyu entered a parking lot and was immediately captivated by the cacophony within. As he ventured further, he encountered a dozen or so Cybertronians guarding the entrance. New arrivals. One of them declared, "The entry fee is 100 crystal coins." Xiang Feiyu rose to his feet, extracting a metallic cloak from his back, which he donned as a hood to shield his head. He casually tossed a bag to them, indicating that there was no need to search further. Upon entering the underground garage, he was taken aback to discover a melange of humans and Cybertronians, alongside various other sentient beings. It was evident that this place had evolved into a veritable free market. As he ventured further, he observed an eclectic array of wares, parts, mechanical creatures, weaponry, aircraft, many transformers, Cybertronian warriors, human slaves, supplies, Inuit robots, and even plots of land from both Cybertron and Earth. It was a veritable bazaar where authenticity was irrelevant, and anything could be sold. Indeed, the world was vast and filled with the extraordinary. With each stall he passed, the vendors inquired about his desires, but Xiang merely waved them off. Eventually, he arrived at a familiar figure seated prominently, engaged in a heated discussion with a rotund Cybertronian. Their exchange was fervent, both evidently dissatisfied with each other's demands. Approaching them, Xiang removed his hood, addressing them. "I hope I am not interrupting your conversation." Upon noticing Xiang's presence, the figure known as Barricade remarked coldly, "Isn't this the favored one of Megatron? What brings you to my humble establishment?" Xiang chuckled. "Care to introduce me to this fine gentleman?" Barricade glanced at the hefty trader beside him. "This is a dealer from Junkai, a scoundrel who flits between various factions. However, if you can meet his price, he can procure anything you desire." A smile crept across Xiang's lips. "A pleasure to meet you, esteemed trader." The trader, upon recognizing Xiang, responded with enthusiasm. "I know you. Though you hold the title of a lowly commander, none dare underestimate you, especially after your defeat of the Fallen and your command over a fleet of 1,500 warships." Xiang chuckled softly. "That information is outdated. You would do well to update your records." He then turned to Barricade. "Sir Barricade, I wish to inquire about certain information." Barricade scrutinized Xiang. "Are you seeking details about the fallen Decepticons?" "I have little to offer." His disdain for Xiang, who had swiftly risen to prominence atop the corpses of established Decepticons, was palpable. Xiang smirked. "That's a fair point, but I am not without my own advantages." Barricade scoffed. "Advantages? I find them rather unappealing." Xiang turned to leave, concluding that staying would yield no benefit if he could not extract the information he sought. However, just as he took a few steps away, Barricade's derisive voice cut through the air. "A mere scoundrel dares to stand on equal footing with me?" In response, Xiang's laughter was laced with contempt. "No matter how lowly I may be, I am still superior to a braggart who never participates in skirmishes." With that declaration, Xiang sensed a surge of hostility from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped and sidestepped, narrowly evading the impending attack. As Xiang Feiyu deftly evaded, an energy projectile grazed his shoulder, striking the canopy of a nearby vendor, sending metallic fragments scattering in all directions. After narrowly dodging the attack, Xiang Feiyu swiftly drew his hand cannon and retaliated against the barrier, while simultaneously activating his leg thrusters to propel himself towards the astonished obstacle. The two collided, and Xiang Feiyu propelled himself upward, twisting his torso to deliver a fierce punch to the barrier's head. "You insolent wretch! If it weren't for your status as a senior, I would have obliterated you long ago." With a resounding thud, Xiang Feiyu sent the barrier flying, blood spewing from its mouth, and he prepared to draw his sword to finish the job. Just then, reinforcements from the perimeter rushed in. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow and swiftly repositioned himself, moving in a graceful arc. Upon encountering several pursuing guards, he unsheathed his ancient sword, its cold gleam flashing, and swiftly cleaved through them, reducing them to mere fragments. Following this, Xiang Feiyu brandished his hand cannon, firing relentlessly at the approaching guards, dissolving them in an instant. The ensuing chaos left the merchants lurking nearby, who had hoped to use Xiang Feiyu's head as a bargaining chip for the barrier's trust, utterly astonished. Instead of fleeing, Xiang Feiyu transformed into his combat vehicle form, soaring through the underground parking lot and mercilessly dispatching every guard in his path. No one anticipated that in the midst of a boss battle, the underlings would suffer such dire consequences. In a mere 3 minutes, over 60 Cybertron guards lost their heads, an act that, while lacking in grand displays of power, instilled a profound sense of dread among onlookers. The gathered throng was bewildered by this strategy. The guards rushing headlong to their doom were left pondering their fate, while their comrades hesitated to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, the merchants and hunters withdrew into their shells, fearful that Xiang Feiyu, incensed, might turn his wrath upon them as he had with the guards. Even those hunters who dared to venture out were restrained by their comrades or the merchants, unwilling to risk their lives. As Xiang Feiyu landed, observing that no one dared to continue the fight, he cast a mocking glance at the barrier. "Since you refused to appreciate the leniency I offered, do not blame me for my forthcoming actions." Chapter 159. One-on-one with that. Xiang Feiyu transformed into his motorcycle form and charged towards the barrier. Angered by the loss of many of his subordinates, the barrier retaliated by transforming into a police car, confident that he could dismantle Xiang Feiyu with a collision. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiang Feiyu had meticulously planned every detail. As the two vehicles were about to collide, Xiang Feiyu pressed down on the front wheel, launching his body into the air, spinning gracefully over the barrier. In midair, he drew his hand cannon and unleashed a barrage of shots towards the barrier. The barricade may withstand various assaults. It dared not confront the dissolution cannon wielded by Xiang Feiyu. When the Yuqian enemy engaged the Autobot heavy artillery, it took merely 3 shots. Despite the barricade's superior strength over Xiang Feiyu, it certainly paled in comparison to the Autobot Ironhide. Thus, it had no choice but to forego the opportunity to attack Xiang Feiyu, prioritizing evasion from his hand cannon instead. However, Xiang Feiyu was relentless, forcing the barricade into a frantic retreat while transforming his form once more, with the jet's exhaust unleashing a potent ion stream that propelled Xiang Feiyu forward. Just as Xiang Feiyu was about to collide with the barricade, the latter swiftly turned, a sinister grin adorning its face as it prepared to unleash a counterattack. Yet, as the hand cannon approached Xiang Feiyu, the latter's form unexpectedly manifested before the barricade, momentarily stunning it. Nevertheless, the barricade quickly deduced Xiang Feiyu's adeptness with the spacecraft's refraction capability and pivoted to strike at the rear. But an overwhelming force suddenly lifted it, shocking the barricade with Xiang Feiyu's astonishing speed. Before it could fully turn, Xiang Feiyu had already appeared behind it, delivering a powerful blow to its lower back. The barricade was sent reeling, yet sought to retaliate, only to be denied any chance by Xiang Feiyu, who landed a decisive punch upon its arm, forcing it to raise its arm once more, rendering the hand cannon unusable. Then, grasping its thigh, Xiang Feiyu hurled it forcefully to the ground. The impact caused the barricade to expel a crimson energy liquid. As it prepared to rise, a tremendous force assailed its legs, followed by a whirl of objects before crashing down once more. This final blow extinguished the barricade's fury, yet the onslaught continued relentlessly, each strike eliciting anguished cries while its armor and components flew in disarray. I surrender. I surrender. The barricade, overwhelmed, could only plead for mercy, astonished at having been bested by a newcomer. After the last throw sent the barricade airborne, Xiang Feiyu executed a knee strike that sent it crashing against the rooftop, only to plummet back down. Xiang Feiyu then placed his foot upon the barricade's head, taunting, "You wish for my attention, yet you bring your face closer for me to strike? Do you think I am as idle as you?" With a powerful kick, he sent the barricade sprawling, expressing his disdain for the time wasted. Drawing forth his hand cannon, he aimed it at the barricade's head, demanding, "Hand over 90% of your earnings as compensation, or I shan't hesitate to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, the barricade hastily begged for mercy. "Take it all. I'll give you everything. Please don't kill me." The barricade understood its precarious position within the Decepticon ranks. The tumult and dazed sparks brought back would be resurrected at a great cost by Megatron, while its own fate was far from certain. Xiang Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, and shortly thereafter, a squad of Constructicons entered through the main door, greeting Xiang Feiyu before promptly proceeding to the barricade's warehouse, collecting all its treasures. Only then did Xiang Feiyu release the barricade, warning, "Do not provoke me again, otherwise I shall not show you mercy." After Xiang Feiyu finished speaking, he turned and departed. At the entrance, a portly Cybertronian spat out his metallic cigar, remarking that the youth ought to temper his temper, as amiability begets wealth. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, asserting that he originally approached with goodwill. But this obstinate obstacle was merely seeking trouble where none existed. The traitor, grinning, acknowledged that it was indeed the obstruction's fault. Yet he had no intention of delving into such matters. He merely understood that merchants engage solely in affairs pertinent to commerce. Curious, Xiang Feiyu inquired about any news the traitor might have. The traitor replied, "You are searching for the energy-rich mines of the fallen Decepticons, aren't you? Well, I happen to know their location." Xiang Feiyu paused, asking, "What do you desire in return?" The traitor stated, "All inventory from the mine, along with 30% of the profits." "That seems rather steep," Xiang Feiyu countered. "I can only offer you 20% of the profits, and the inventory will belong to me." Upon hearing this, the traitor contemplated briefly before agreeing. "Let's consider this our first collaboration. Mutual benefit it shall be." At this juncture, the traitor lowered his voice and said, "I also possess an item you will undoubtedly find appealing." Intrigued, Xiang Feiyu encouraged him to elaborate, asserting that if it was indeed necessary, price would not pose a concern. The traitor laughed heartily, appreciating the young man's generosity. He then whispered in the outer realms, "My trade group has discovered the rebirth site of the fallen prime. For a modest fee, you could acquire the coveted power of leadership." Surprised, Xiang Feiyu expressed curiosity. "You must also have individuals adept at capturing slaves, correct? Bring me the fallen prime. What will it cost?" The traitor smirked. "Capturing him is simple. The real challenge lies in breaching the defenses of the fallen Decepticons and ensuring a safe passage to Earth. Therefore, this would not come cheap." The traitor then extended his finger, stating 20 billion Morningstar coins, plus an artifact. Xiang Feiyu had plenty of artifacts at his disposal, but they were all practical tools he could not part with. As for others, he had yet to acquire any, especially not 20 billion Morningstar coins in liquid currency. 20 billion? I will need time. As for the artifact, I will consider it. When artifacts were mentioned, Xiang Feiyu's mind immediately drifted not to his own artifacts, but to the hammer used for forging them, the hammer of the chosen. Once wielded, it could craft any weapon his mind envisioned. The traitor nodded. You are indeed generous. Your Excellency, in light of this, I shall not be stingy. I also know of a mid-level mine that I will include. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly extended his hand to shake, realizing that he and the traitor shared an immediate rapport. With you, I feel less solitary in my endeavors. The traitor laughed heartily, shaking Xiang Feiyu's hand once more before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Xiang Feiyu dispatched 2 teams to directly act on the information provided by the traitor. After a lengthy wait, news arrived from the Scorpion that both mines had been successfully captured. The territory seized by the fallen Decepticons was indeed a treasure trove. Yet the traitor generously offered Xiang Feiyu a mine of mediocre quality, the Ruipeng, which unfortunately had a meager storage capacity. This was precisely why the traitor was willing to transfer the mine to Xiang Feiyu. Not one to be picky, Xiang Feiyu promptly declared that the mine would immediately enter the extraction phase, while simultaneously emphasizing the necessity of reinforcing defenses around the territory held by the fallen Decepticons to prevent its destruction. The Scorpion nodded in agreement and departed. Chapter 160. The Deception. A week later, at a desolate square, Xiang Feiyu awaited the arrival of the traitor, who, as per the latest information, was approaching with a retinue of guards. To his surprise, the commander of the Celestial Sky was remarkably punctual. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the traitor and his entourage, inquiring about the goods. The traitor grinned, insisting first on inspecting the artifacts Xiang Feiyu could offer. Xiang Feiyu produced a dagger, which the Scorpion promptly took and handed over to the traitor. The traitor examined it and shook his head dismissively. This would not suffice. With a hint of amusement, Xiang Feiyu asked what the traitor desired. The traitor tossed the dagger back to the Scorpion, indicating he sought something with greater power and notoriety. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, questioning whether he wanted the rusted hand cannon. The traitor erupted in laughter, asserting that trading with him was far less troublesome, and acknowledged that the only item in Xiang Feiyu's possession worthy of his wares was indeed the rusted hand cannon. Xiang Feiyu smirked inwardly, agreeing without hesitation as he presented the weapon, demanding his goods in return. The traitor had a metal coffin brought forth, remarking that this was a gesture of courtesy. As Xiang Feiyu gazed at the iron box, a peculiar smile graced his face. He had long anticipated this moment. The traitor, sensing Xiang Feiyu's expression, felt a twinge of anxiety, yet Xiang Feiyu chose not to open the box, opting instead to leave with it in tow. This left the traitor feeling perplexed, and he sensed an undercurrent of danger surrounding him. However, since the box remained unopened, the transaction was deemed complete, regardless of its contents. Upon returning to the bar base, a medical vehicle awaited his arrival. When it spotted Xiang Feiyu returning with the box, it inquired whether the trade had gone smoothly. Xiang Feiyu patted the box, checking for any traps. The medical vehicle employed a scanner on the metallic box, but with each scan, the expression of the medical team grew increasingly grim. It was a trap. Without even considering the contents, the exterior boasted over a dozen high-explosive bombs, sufficient to obliterate the entire base. Xiang Feiyu regarded the iron box with a cold smile, instructing the communicator to activate the land bridge and find an uninhabited wilderness to open the box. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to ascertain whether a reborn fallen titan awaited within. In the wilderness, an explosion erupted, leaving a massive crater over 100 meters wide. As Xiang Feiyu soared towards the site, he felt no presence of a leader's power, confirming that he had indeed been deceived. However, Xiang Feiyu did not exhibit anger. Instead, a mischievous smile graced his face. Xialing Tong, relay the message that we may proceed. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon sensing the explosion, the traitor revealed a wicked grin as he clinked glasses with a nearby barricade. You see, sometimes matters can be resolved without the use of force. The barricade cast a wary glance at the traitor, cautioning, you must be prepared for his retaliation. Indifferently, the traitor shrugged. I possess little here on earth, and besides, if the trade succeeds, he cannot fault me for not inspecting the goods. The barricade chuckled. If he were to inspect the goods on the spot, he would surely be blown to smithereens. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate approached him and whispered a few words. His expression soured as he turned to the traitor, saying, the informant aboard the Retribution has informed me that he is unharmed. We must consider the possibility of his revenge. At this moment, the trader furrowed his brow in confusion. What is going on? Subsequently, the barricade recounted his subordinate's words, revealing that earlier that morning, Xiang Feiyu had brazenly appeared aboard the Retribution, conducting his duties. On the Retribution, Xiang Feiyu carried out personnel arrangements as if nothing were amiss. He exchanged pleasantries with Soundwave, stating, "No worries, I'll be on my way." Soundwave regarded Xiang Feiyu and promptly sent a message. Unfazed, Xiang Feiyu replied, "I was already aware of this. I shall handle it myself." Thus, a month elapsed without Xiang Feiyu harboring any thoughts of revenge. He treated the incident as though it had never occurred, continuing to diligently attend to his work. This matter, under the orchestration of those with ulterior motives, reached the ears of every member aboard the Retribution, even piquing the curiosity of Megatron regarding Xiang Feiyu's newfound temperance. The most tempestuous among them, Ruckus, boldly addressed Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, "A divine artifact, and you simply forsake it? Speak, and I shall assist you in dealing with that individual." Xiang Feiyu patted Ruckus on the shoulder, saying, "That cannot be. A legitimate transaction must be upheld, or who would dare trade with me in the future?" Ruckus appeared bewildered, caught between the realization of either falling behind the times or being abandoned by them. Meanwhile, Earth fell into a tranquil lull, yet a month prior. A message had been transmitted from Earth, which, after a month of cosmic voyage, finally reached the Cybertron Ancient Ruins Factory in Number 13. Over this period of development, the situation at the Ancient Ruins Number 13 had stabilized completely, with numerous freedmen joining the extraction efforts, and an increasing volume of products being dispatched from the factory to the Decepticon logistics base. Under the supervision of the diminutive figure, towering skyscrapers emerged, their exorbitant prices and promises of absolute safety enticing many factions to vie for purchase. However, one individual's fortune invariably incites envy. Some minor factions, operating on the fringes near the factory, engaged in dubious dealings, as they readily paid protection fees to the diminutive overseer. However, certain prominent families and large organizations remain indifferent to such matters. Take, for instance, the Cybertron Trade Group, which has audaciously established its factory adjacent to the Xiang Feiyu bar. This location not only hinders the development of the factory, but also compels the modest establishment to unconditionally resist the onslaught of mechanical beasts. Indeed, while the uncle may endure, the aunt cannot. Yet this is not the crux of the issue. The paramount concern lies in Lord Shockwave's desire to procure a batch of rare metallic elements from the Cybertron Trade Group, only to be met with outright refusal and attempts at commercial suppression. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of trade, Shockwave prepared to invest a substantial sum and relinquish a portion of his shares, a move that was promptly thwarted by the diminutive factory manager. The latter insisted on consulting Lord Megatron and his superior, Break the Sky, to which Shockwave reluctantly acquiesced. Just as Shockwave's impatience began to mount, a transport vessel arrived with Xiang Feiyu's response. Upon reviewing the reply and accompanying video, the small factory manager rushed to Shockwave's laboratory. "Lord Shockwave, my superior has responded." Shockwave paused, astonished. Did he agree to the purchase? Upon voicing this thought, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why must he seek the approval of a mere junior commander within the Decepticons to make a purchase? The small factory manager shook his head, prompting Shockwave to furrow his brow. For a man consumed by research, wealth was as trivial as refuse. Knowledge and technology were the true treasures. "Then I must acquire it," Shockwave declared. The small factory manager hastily waved his hands. "My superior has instructed to seize the resources outright, not only to plunder their assets, but also to annihilate their factories, destroy their fleets in outer space, and eliminate all nearby strongholds." Seize? Shockwave was momentarily taken aback. "Then let us seize." Chapter 161. A trap for the unwary. Initially, the small factory manager, having endured torment during his previous imprisonment, broke into a manic smile at the prospect of venting his pent-up emotions. Upon exiting the laboratory, he quickly regained his composure. Despite his internal fervor, he must not disgrace his superior. He immediately contacted the factory's defense commander, instructing him to encircle the Cybertron Trade Group's factory within 3 hours. Simultaneously, he notified the Adventurers Guild to issue a mission to eliminate the trade group, declaring his intent to eradicate all Cybertron Trade Group infiltrators within half a day. He informed the Deep Space Fleet to annihilate all nearby space strongholds and their fleets, leaving no survivors. Additionally, he reached out to the space Decepticon fleet, requesting their assistance in ambushing and seizing all trade convoys and strongholds along the routes, emphasizing that this was Lord Shockwave's command. 3 hours later, the Decepticon factory's defense forces suddenly surrounded the adjacent Cybertron Trade Group's factory. Catching the adversary off guard, they launched an assault. With an overwhelming advantage in military strength, the Decepticons breached the opposing defenses, entering the factory with lethal intent, slaughtering personnel and seizing valuables. The opposing defense commander was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the madness that had overtaken these lunatics. However, in the face of such unforeseen events, they found themselves unable to mount a defense and could only retreat while engaging in combat. Yet, the diminutive figure was not inclined to let them escape so easily. In a secluded valley, a multitude of timed explosives had been meticulously arranged. 2 hours later, as the battle concluded, the armored figure surveyed the kneeling captives, methodically targeting each one with a handheld cannon, dispatching them with lethal precision. The fortunate captain of the defense forces, having narrowly escaped the blast, watched in mounting dread as the diminutive figure approached. In a frenzied outburst, he exclaimed, "You are inciting a war between the Decepticons and the Trade Consortium. The Council will not spare you." The diminutive figure cast a fleeting glance his way and, raising the cannon, shattered his skull in an instant. "You are correct," he replied. "What we seek is indeed war." The Decepticons' audacious actions instilled fear in other factions and families, compelling them to withdraw their forces for defense, while simultaneously dispatching envoys to the Decepticon factory to inquire about the situation. They were unafraid of engaging in battle with the Decepticons, but the prospect of incurring substantial losses from a sudden and inexplicable conflict was daunting. After all, even operating on the fringes here had proven lucrative and, more importantly, devoid of peril. In the office of the diminutive figure, representatives from various factions and families gathered, all eager to ascertain the intentions of the Decepticons. Sitting at the head of the table, the diminutive figure found their apprehension somewhat amusing. They were akin to vampires, feeding off the Decepticons, yet now dared to question him about the extermination of the Cybertron Trade Consortium. While the consortium had indeed overreached and indulged excessively, it was unreasonable to simply annihilate them. "Fear not, esteemed guests," the diminutive figure reassured them. "This operation does not concern you." The leader of the wolf pack, Old War Wolf, rose to speak. "Manager, what is the meaning of this? Regardless of the circumstances, we have paid our protection fees. Your actions in obliterating one of our own leave us feeling quite unsettled." The diminutive figure nodded in acknowledgement. "My superior once proclaimed that business should be conducted in good faith, for shared prosperity is the most joyous endeavor. However, the Cybertron Trade Consortium has recently overstepped its bounds." At this point, a holographic projection materialized, and the diminutive figure continued. "You may observe that these individuals not only seize your vital resources, but have also resorted to underhanded tactics, trading a crate of explosives for my superior's revered rust erosion hand cannon. What do you propose we do about this?" As the video played, the assembly exchanged uneasy glances, aware that the authenticity of the footage was irrefutable. Any fabrication would lack significance, but if true, the implications were indeed intriguing. It was evident that Xiang Feiyu was fully cognizant of the deceit, yet chose to remain silent, recording the entire transaction as justification for an offensive against the Cybertron Trade Consortium. The rust erosion hand cannon held considerable value, but the consortium's losses would far exceed that of merely one artifact, and this was merely the beginning. Future losses would undoubtedly escalate. Most alarming was the fact that while the Cybertron Trade Consortium did not abide by a tenfold compensation policy for fraudulent goods, should they fail to deter their adversaries through force, a mandatory doubling of compensation was inevitable. The Trade Consortium now finds itself thoroughly ensnared in a precarious situation, faced with the choice of either engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Decepticons or compensating with a significant amount of resources to quell the turmoil. Consequently, various factions, driven by apprehension, have taken on the role of mere spectators. Some, however, have seized upon the opportunity and hastily contacted their families, preparing to profit from the chaos. At this juncture, one of the Cybertronians suddenly inquired about the conditions required to pacify the unrest. Oh no, a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, A diminutive figure swiftly drew a ray gun and shot the Cybertronian, who fell backward in shock, realizing that as long as the Decepticons were not at a disadvantage, mediation would not be accepted. This display of ruthlessness was evident to all present, yet it also revealed a potential for maneuvering within the situation. Just then, a transport ship descended from the cosmos, delivering crates of rare elemental metals to Shockwave's laboratory. These materials were, in fact, the root cause of the impending confrontation. Meanwhile on Earth, upon receiving the news from Cybertron, Xiang Feiyu promptly reported the matter to Megatron, who remained composed throughout the exchange. Megatron pondered whether Shockwave truly required these elemental metals. Xiang Feiyu affirmed, revealing that the Cybertronian Trade Consortium was reluctant to sell these metals to Lord Shockwave, and it appeared they were testing the depths of the Decepticons' resolve. With a contemptuous snort, Megatron expressed his disdain for these avaricious vampires, who dared to openly challenge the Decepticons' boundaries. He commanded Soundwave to eliminate all known strongholds and fleets of the Trade Consortium, intending to demonstrate to the universe the fate that awaited those who dared to oppose the Decepticons. Swiftly, Soundwave disseminated the orders, prompting Decepticon forces worldwide to launch assaults and seize the wealth of the Cybertronian Trade Consortium. Some individuals, previously sharing drinks with their Trade Consortium allies, upon receiving the news, immediately turned their hand cannons against their friends' heads. After conveying this information, Megatron turned to Xiang Feiyu and inquired about the next steps. The Cybertronian Trade Consortium belonged to an ancient faction, possessing resources that extended far beyond what was visible, and a final confrontation could potentially lead to their own downfall. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, reassured him, asserting that they were overestimating the consortium. While they might seek to teach the Decepticons a lesson, the notion that they could annihilate them was implausible. After all, they were a trading body driven by profit. Without any gain, would they truly risk everything against the Decepticons? As long as they displayed an unwavering determination, the consortium would inevitably have to concede. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's reasoning, a peculiar expression crossed Megatron's face. But he soon grasped a critical point. If that were the case, their weapons would remain unrecovered. Xiang Feiyu smiled, emphasizing that they were a collective force, not mere individuals. At times, individual sacrifices could yield greater resource returns, which was entirely worthwhile. Chapter 162. Resolution. Pleased by this, Megatron expressed his satisfaction, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall not allow my loyal and capable subordinates to lose their cherished weapons." Upon this, Megatron continued to address Soundwave, emphasizing the imperative to prioritize the plundering of their resources and, if necessary, deploy a suicide squad. Such maneuvers were commonplace in the military confrontations among these powerful figures, and Soundwave was fully capable of managing matters independently. As events unfolded, as Xiang Feiyu had predicted, during an assault by a Decepticon fleet on a significant subbase of the Cybertron trade group, the attacking forces were thwarted by the opposition. This was swiftly followed by counterattacks from across the globe, resulting in heavy casualties for the Decepticon army. Under the united resistance of various commanders, the front lines began to falter. Observing these reports, Megatron did not display anger. Instead, a satisfied smile graced his visage. This was because, as the enemy initiated their counteroffensive, the spoil for various regions had already been transported back in advance. In reality, aside from the warriors and essential energy supplies, the Decepticon strongholds were stripped bare. This strategy, proposed by Xiang Feiyu, was a radical tactic of survival of the fittest, aimed at nurturing the warriors under his command while depleting the enemy's manpower. Aside from the Nemesis dealing with ordinary mechanical sentinels, a greater number of Constructicons were being manufactured and dispatched to the front lines. After 3 months of intense conflict, the Decepticons, leveraging their numerical superiority, managed to withstand the enemy's onslaught, prompting the trade group to halt its expansion and send an intermediary to seek negotiations. Meanwhile on Earth, the trader faced severe reprimand from his superiors, who were incensed by the substantial losses incurred, exceeding several tens of millions of trillion star coins and precious materials like elemental metals. It could be said that while the trade group had successfully pushed back the Decepticons, they suffered grievous losses in the process. Consequently, the rusted fusion cannon, which had just been handed to Barricade, was reclaimed. Observing the reports of victories from various commanders aboard the Nemesis, Megatron's face broke into a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, truly delightful. over 30 million trillion star coins worth of materials, alongside countless rare resources and equipment. This time, we Decepticons shall ascend to a new echelon. Soundwave. Ensure the production of Decepticon warriors is expedited to constantly eliminate the enemy's attacking forces. After addressing Soundwave, he turned to Xiang Feiyu, stating, "You shall represent me fully in negotiations with the opposing party. I care not what means you employ to quell this affair. However, rest assured that the sustenance consumed by the Decepticons shall not be regurgitated." Xiang Feiyu nodded, "As you wish, my lord." After Megatron departed, Xiang Feiyu relayed certain matters to Soundwave, who promptly analyzed vast amounts of data. Xiang Feiyu, disinterested, remarked, "You handle this. As for what you mentioned, I have acquiesced." He then turned and led Soundwave towards the conference room, where the intermediaries sent by the trade group had already arrived. Upon seeing the trader's contorted face once more in the conference room, Xiang Feiyu chuckled, "I never imagined you possessed such resilience. After such losses, your superiors have yet to dispose of you." The trader, irate, retorted, "You are indeed venomous." Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "We are merely reflecting each other's nature. Our only distinction lies in your pursuit of self-interest, while I strive for the cause of the Decepticons." Upon hearing the derisive remarks from Xiang Feiyu, the trader felt a surge of anger, yet was restrained by a soldier behind him, who was none other than the formidable leader of the Inferno Titans. Beside him sat the human woman, Quintessa, unmistakably present. Quintessa then interjected, stating that the Cybertron Trading Group had requested her to act as a mediator, hoping to peacefully resolve the matter and restore the previous state of affairs. Xiang Feiyu scoffed at the notion of returning to the past, a time when information could be sold to the Decepticon enemies at any moment. "Impossible," he declared. The trader grunted in response, asserting that such decisions were not for Xiang Feiyu to make. Xiang Feiyu, with a sardonic smile, replied, "You may find this disappointing, but Lord Megatron is currently preoccupied with receiving your resources. Thus he has entrusted me to negotiate on his behalf." Noticing the trader's growing ire, Xiang Feiyu turned to Quintessa, suggesting that the gentleman opposite required a moment of calm, and therefore it would be prudent to postpone the discussions. Quintessa glanced at the trader, who remained silent, tacitly agreeing to the suggestion. She then smiled, affirming, "Indeed, we all need to regain our composure. Let us reconvene in a week." With a respectful bow to Quintessa, Xiang Feiyu exited the conference room. At that moment, he instructed Soundwave, "Let our forces commence their actions." Soundwave remained silent, merely displaying a stream of data on his visor, which was promptly dispatched. Concurrently, in the vastness of space, the Decepticon outer defense line was faltering under the relentless assault of the enemy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, this was not the entirety of the Decepticons. Within the cosmic expanse, Decepticon warships navigated through covert passageways. Upon re-emerging into the main thoroughfare, they found themselves deep behind enemy lines. Suddenly, high-energy readings were detected ahead, unmistakably indicating the presence of a logistics fleet from the trading group. Without hesitation, the Decepticon warships surged forward like ravenous sharks towards the unsuspecting logistics fleet. All warships were ordered to engage, eliminating all escort vessels while seizing the transport ships, leaving no survivors. The command was executed, and the Decepticon artillery unleashed a barrage that caught the fleet completely off guard. Consequently, the opposing forces quickly succumbed, falling captive to the Decepticon fleet, which dragged them into a clandestine stronghold. What followed was a cycle of mutual aggression. The Cybertron factories were operating at full capacity, attempting to reinforce the front lines. However, due to their inferior combat capabilities and lack of cohesion, the Decepticon forces faced continuous setbacks on the front. Despite the presence of numerous warships and countless Decepticon foot soldiers sacrificing themselves in battle. Conversely, on the rear front, Decepticon strike teams surged into enemy territory, ruthlessly plundering the logistics fleet of the trading group, resulting in immense wealth for these raiders. Their frequent sorties overwhelmed the enemy's supply lines on the front. 3 months later, the parties reconvened for negotiations. It was once again Xiang Feiyu, the trader, and Quintessa. After exchanging glances, the trader coldly inquired, "Shall we continue fighting? Your strongholds in the galaxy are nearly dismantled." Xiang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Fight? When have I ever claimed that we relish warfare?" This is merely a response to your provocations. If you refrain from engaging in underhanded dealings, how could a conflict possibly arise? The traitor, upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's derision, felt a surge of indignation, yet he found himself powerless. The war had wrought significant losses upon their faction. Should he fail to deliver an acceptable outcome, even with his influential backing, he would find himself stripped of his standing. Observing the situation, Kuntasa recognized that it was time to intervene. They had not convened to exchange barbs, but rather to seek resolutions. Am I not correct? The traitor, slamming his palm on the table, rose with bravado, proclaiming, "Our fleet has reached your doorstep. All your outposts and resources in the outer realms are now under our dominion. Therefore, you must acquiesce to our demands if you wish to be spared." Before he could continue, Xiang Feiyu raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "Since you have already laid claim to the outposts and resources, they are yours. Let us address the current predicament." The traitor and Kuntasa were taken aback. They had not anticipated Xiang Feiyu's nonchalant dismissal of the assets that the Decepticons had painstakingly established. Sensing an unsettling shift, the traitor inquired, "What do you intend?" Xiang Feiyu casually tapped his nose. "Given that we are all rather occupied, let us settle this matter. We shall delineate the territories according to the existing defensive lines. Your occupied areas will remain yours, and our defensive zones will be ours." This proposition left the traitor utterly flabbergasted. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had never encountered such brazen audacity. While it appeared that the opposing side had gained an advantage, a deeper reflection revealed the futility of such a territory for them. The Cybertron Trade Consortium was a commercial entity, not a military power. It could not seize a region as a base, especially since they already possessed a hidden stronghold. Moreover, once the war concluded, it would be impractical to maintain such a vast fleet. They would either downsize or disperse into smaller units to escort the consortium's vessels. The plundered territories would soon become unclaimed lands, further exacerbated by unaffordable costs and resistance from the local populace, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. When the dust settled, the Decepticons could easily reclaim their losses one by one. "Impossible. You must surrender the looted resources and compensate our consortium for its losses." Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "It is inconceivable to relinquish what has been taken. The Decepticons are indifferent to the outcome of this battle, and it appears that we have already triumphed. If you truly wish to conclude this war, you must compensate us with 10 trillion Morningstar coins and return all outposts and mining areas to us, which we might begrudgingly accept. You are utterly mad, yet we hold the advantage," the traitor exclaimed, incredulous at the audacity of the demands. Xiang Feiyu chuckled, "Of course. You believe you have the upper hand, but you must understand that it is you who has been investing all along. The Cybertron Trade Group does not belong solely to you. It is the collective of all the board members. As for the Decepticons, they are under the dominion of Lord Megatron. Therefore, this seemingly victorious tug of war has already been lost. Continuing this conflict will lead to consequences far beyond the trillion you think can resolve it." At this point, Xiang Feiyu stood up, grinning as he gazed at the traitor. "As for your desire to annihilate the Decepticons, do you truly believe you possess the strength to accomplish such a feat? Furthermore, within Cybertron, or rather within your own group, there exists a multitude of board members who would never permit such an act. What a ridiculous notion. Who shall bear the losses for our group?" The traitor retorted angrily, fully aware that Xiang Feiyu spoke the truth. Although the Decepticons appeared to be retreating, the reality was that their group was on the brink of collapse. No one wished to continue a war that yielded no returns, particularly when numerous board members had intricate ties with the Decepticons. They would never allow their demise. Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "Of course, you shall bear the burden. You instigated this chaos, and you think that with your family backing you, you can roar here as if nothing happened? You will pay for your actions. That is impossible." The traitor was taken aback, knowing his family had already paid a hefty price to quell the troubles he had caused. If the blame for the war's inception fell upon him, the rulers of his family would flay him alive. Observing the traitor's rising panic, Xiang Feiyu remarked, "Negotiation is not a matter of who shouts louder to claim righteousness. I advise you to find a way to resolve your internal compensation issues. The losses we face now are monetary. Otherwise, prolonging this war will only lead to a disastrous conclusion, and no one will be able to safeguard you." Xiang Feiyu's words rang true. If this continued, even if the group united to eliminate the Decepticons, Once the war concluded, the board members would inevitably turn against their own families to compensate for the group's losses. Yet, the traitor could not concede at this moment, for admitting such a truth would mean acknowledging a monumental loss for his family. Xiang Feiyu shrugged once more. Then let us proceed. He concluded with a bow towards Quintessa before departing. In the conference room, Quintessa listened to the exchange between the two men, initially frowning before a smile graced her face. I personally suggest you consider the other party's proposal. As he mentioned, the Decepticons are a rising force among all factions on Cybertron. While they have been discovered to be swift in the cosmos, it must be acknowledged that they occupy the least favorable positions, as the prime locations are already claimed by ancient powers. Should this continue, even if the Decepticons are vanquished, the losses incurred will be substantial, and ultimately, all debts will be settled by your family. Thus, it is imperative to act swiftly to mitigate these losses. The traitor opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. The organization belongs to everyone. Personal disputes are to be borne by individuals. Unless one can swiftly bring an end to the conflict, which now appears impossible. Moreover, Megatron stands as a singular force. His might is indisputable. Even if the Decepticon army were to be vanquished, it is likely that Megatron would not perish in battle. In such a scenario, he could simply establish the Decepticon Dragon Corps or the Decepticon Leopard Corps. With this thought, the traitor sighed, resolving to make one final effort. At this juncture, the traitor spoke with determination, and Quintessa nodded, deeming these matters trivial. Just then, fierce battles erupted once more on the front lines, causing the Decepticon ranks to retreat again. Simultaneously, a significant portion of the Decepticon-S logistical fleet was compromised, leading to near annihilation of their supply lines. As a result, the Decepticon-controlled territory diminished considerably, necessitating reliance on hidden routes for resupply. Otherwise, their front lines would collapse outright. However, this was merely the initial phase. As the front lines gradually stabilized, Soundwave captured numerous spies and scouts from rival factions within the Decepticon ranks, purifying their ranks and instilling unprecedented cohesion within the frontline troops, giving rise to a counteroffensive momentum. Of course, the Decepticons were not solely on the defensive. The expansion of their army's advance broadened their logistical reach, providing opportunities for raiding forces. A substantial amount of resources was intercepted by Decepticon raiding fleets en route, while Soundwave dispatched numerous marauders and assassins, even funding assassination contracts through the cosmic dark web to eliminate key trade group board members. Consequently, numerous raiding forces attacked banks and trading companies affiliated with the trade group, slaughtering staff and clients alike, which led to discontent among the lower ranks of the organization. This incident prompted the trade group to take seriously what they had initially perceived as an amusing game. In the mechanical bar, RC sat beside Xiang Feiyu. Your fleet is retreating steadily. Vast territories have been plundered. It seems the Decepticons are not far from annihilation. Bumblebee chimed in, thumping his chest. Join us, Autobots. Optimus Prime will surely assist you in resolving this matter. From across the partition, another voice chimed in. Losing a weapon is inconsequential, as long as you join us, Autobots. That rifle belonging to Megatron shall be yours. Xiang Feiyu chuckled lightly. You all are quite naive. The Autobots were momentarily taken aback, and Xiang Feiyu elaborated. War is not merely about fighting. It is fundamentally a contest of true strength and endurance. On the surface, it may appear that the Decepticons are in retreat. Yet what you fail to comprehend is the extent to which they have plundered resources and cultivated numerous mid-level warriors through this conflict. Indeed, territory has been lost, but most of it was likely deemed undesirable by established powers. Everyone fell silent, their expressions reflecting dawning realization as they understood the true rationale behind Megatron's support for Xiang Feiyu's initiation of this war. The scene shifted, revealing Xiang Feiyu facing Megatron. My lord, all progress is proceeding smoothly. As Megatron surveyed the shrinking territories and the soaring cosmic currency alongside the corresponding valuable resources, he pondered his next steps. What shall I do? He inquired. Xiang Feiyu responded, I shall continue negotiations and confrontations. At this juncture, intermediaries are likely to attempt contact with you. You may reluctantly accept their offers, thereby concluding this feudal war. Once the enemy fleet disbands, our forces can swiftly reclaim our strongholds and mines. Megatron gazed at the data on the large screen, chuckling. By then, the facilities in these areas will undoubtedly be obliterated. Xiang Feiyu shrugged. What of it? They are worthless. The valuable assets have already been transported away. Megatron turned. What is our bottom line? Xiang Feiyu grinned. 20 trillion Morningstar coins. Megatron was taken aback. So much? Xiang Feiyu glanced at his communicator. From now on, each failed negotiation will necessitate an increase of 10 trillion in compensation until they acquiesce. Curious, Megatron asked, what if they refuse? Xiang Feiyu confidently replied, they will comply. After all, this money does not come from their leaders. However, should the discussions show signs of leniency, you may offer them a share of my 13th ancient relic. Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, Megatron paused. Is that truly worth it? Xiang Feiyu scoffed. Absolutely. Necessary sacrifices yield substantial rewards. In a negotiation conference room, the trader glared at Xiang Feiyu with indignation. Are you toying with me? Xiang Feiyu took a seat. Only now do you realize? I find you, as a merchant, quite incompetent. The trader slammed his fist on the table. What gives you the right to exchange a deceased artifact for our exorbitantly priced resources? Xiang Feiyu, arms crossed, regarded the trader and the extra guards present. Simply the fact that this artifact has been upgraded by me. The trader, taken aback by Xiang Feiyu's assertion, quickly instructed his subordinates to test the weapon against database information. Soon, they relayed the findings back, and the trader's expression darkened. Are you attempting to ensnare me? Xiang Feiyu shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. The trader, breathing heavily, exclaimed, is this truly worth it? You will irrevocably lose this enhanced artifact. Xiang Feiyu lifted the super energy core before him. Are you really so foolish to utter such nonsense? Even if war does not ensue, would you return this weapon to me? Don't be absurd. A merchant values a transaction of goods for payment. My desire to exchange the artifact is my own greed. If I resort to warfare upon failure, that is merely my method. If you cannot play this game, then return home to your mother. The trader's eyes burned with hatred, burdened by the pressure from within his organization due to the current battlefield status. If the war did not conclude swiftly, all losses would fall upon his family. Xiang Feiyu regarded the trader. From the moment you devised your scheme against me, it was foretold that the only ones to suffer would be you and me. So accept your fate. With that, Xiang Feiyu bowed to Kintasha and turned to depart. Thus, this matter was no longer related to Xiang Feiyu. The war that spanned several star systems came to a rather anticlimactic conclusion, just as Xiang Feiyu had remarked. As a result of this conflict, Xiang Feiyu suffered the loss of a powerful artifact and his entire stake in the number 13 ancient relic factory, gaining nothing in return. The traders, along with their families and the board members who supported them, bore the brunt of the group's losses. The trade consortium acquired a powerful artifact and a 15% share of the number 13 ancient relic factory, participating in its management, while the Decepticons secured the funds necessary to purchase Xiang Feiyu's shares in the Cybertron trade group, an astounding 4 trillion Morningstar coins, and reclaimed all outposts and mining areas occupied by the trade consortium, emerging victorious in this war. In the mechanical bar, Xiang Feiyu gazed at the inventory list before him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To reward Xiang Feiyu's contributions, Megatron waved his hand generously, bestowing upon him 100,000 mechanical soldiers, a mid-level commander position overseeing an additional 100,000 soldiers, and resources valued at 20 trillion Morningstar coins. Of course, other commanders also received rewards from Megatron for their efforts during the war. Xiang Feiyu sighed. Regardless of the accolades, his precious hand cannon had been confiscated and his factory shares reclaimed, leaving him with a sense of loss. However, Xiang Feiyu did not walk away empty-handed. Before the transfer of shares, a small figure had delivered the spoils seized by the trade consortium, resources, and over 300 warships along with more than 700 transport vessels, all to the Darkstone Star. Coupled with the 20 trillion in resources gifted by Megatron, it was sufficient to completely transform the Darkstone Fortress. Yet, without the factory's continuous influx of resources, he needed to contemplate establishing a small factory elsewhere. Currently, he possessed only a medical vehicle loaned to him by his advanced hand cannon. As he contemplated acquiring another, a figure appeared behind him, a shadow flitting past, presenting him with an ancient rifle. Xiang Feiyu paused, hesitant to touch the rifle, instead turning to look behind him. The figure, swinging his fists, declared, "My boss sent me to deliver this to you." Curiosity piqued, Xiang Feiyu wondered about Optimus Prime's sudden friendliness. Nearby, Alcee, crossing her arms, teased, "What good fortune do you think this is?" Megatron spent $1 trillion to purchase this from Optimus Prime, insisting it be gifted to you, his fortunate subordinate. Alcee perched herself on a high stool, calling out, 5 cups of the purest energy liquid for each of us. This gentleman here will cover the bill. The bar's robotic server glanced at Xiang Feiyu, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the immediate arrival of the drinks. Xiang Feiyu then examined the rifle before him. Unlike long-barrel weapons, this one was only half the length, its body etched with bizarre patterns and ancient Cybertronian script, the muzzle designed for either single-handed or two-handed use. Alcee remarked, Megatron is truly generous this time, a faux artifact costing the price of a genuine one. He certainly has faith in you. Xiang Feiyu shot Alcee an exasperated glance, retorting, You wouldn't understand the affection between Lord Megatron and Leader Optimus Prime. With that, he tossed a bag of crystal coins, stating, I'll settle the rest with you next time. Chapter 165. Slaying Xiang Feiyu hurriedly returned to the secret base, clutching a rifle, intent on enhancing its quality with dark essence. As he immersed the weapon into the dark essence, the vintage rifle underwent a remarkable transformation. Its barrel shortened in one-handed mode. While in two-handed form, it could be modified into a mid-range, single-shot energy sniper rifle, thus evolving into a true artifact. Upon retrieving the rifle from the empty barrel, a cold smirk graced Xiang Feiyu's lips. During the period when the Decepticons were consolidating their internal resources to elevate the warrior ranks born of war, they were also enjoying a temporary truce with the Autobots, both sides refraining from significant actions. Yet, they were acutely aware that once Megatron had orchestrated all tasks, a renewed onslaught against the Autobots would ensue. After preparing his gear, Xiang Feiyu returned to the punishment, where an unexpected yet anticipated command was conveyed, effective immediately. The position of the Skybreaker's mid-level commander was demoted to that of a low-level commander, with a reduction of troops by 90,000. Xiang Feiyu shrugged it off. But less than an hour later, another announcement decreed the demotion of the Skybreaker's junior commander to that of Centurion. 2 hours later, the rank of Centurion was further downgraded to that of a 100-man leader. An hour after that, the 100-man leader was reduced to a squad leader, and ultimately, the Skybreaker was demoted to a mere soldier within the Decepticons. Xiang Feiyu sighed, recognizing the emergence of post-war symptoms. He had anticipated this, and even sensed he would be dispatched to the lower ranks for mining duties, receiving orders to proceed immediately to mine number 24. With a resigned smile, he launched himself on the flight deck. Circling above the mining area several times, Xiang Feiyu observed no threats. After contacting the base's medical team, he descended directly. Upon landing, a mining team leader spotted him and immediately saluted. Your Excellency, Commander. Xiang Feiyu waved dismissively, that's all in the past. I am merely an ordinary miner now. The leader, awkwardly smiling, replied, You will soon be reinstated by Lord Megatron. Xiang Feiyu shrugged, picking up a nearby tool. What am I required to do? The leader pondered for a moment before quietly advising, You'd best avoid the depths of the mine. Our people are not down there. Xiang Feiyu paused, Thank you for the warning. I shall get to work now, and you all should be cautious. The honeymoon period between the Autobots and Decepticons is drawing to a close. Before Xiang Feiyu could finish, a towering beast approached, declaring, The Master requests your presence. Master? The Inferno Titan? Indeed, before him stood Quintessa's Inferno Titan, in its combined form. At that moment, several Decepticon miners encircled him, their demeanor suggesting they were ready for confrontation. Xiang Feiyu gestured for them to refrain from rash actions and to lower their tools, following the Inferno Titan into the cave. Inside the cavern, Xiang Feiyu discovered an assembly of Inferno Titans, with mechanical guardians lying lifeless among them. At the innermost chamber, an unexpected figure, Xiang Feiyu, found himself seated upon a throne forged from energy, facing Contasha. Upon witnessing Xiang Feiyu's arrival, a peculiar smile graced Contasha's lips, and she promptly unleashed her powers, declaring, Submit to me, my slave. Instantly, a fiery pattern appeared on Xiang Feiyu's face, his violet eyes grew vacant, and he knelt on one knee, uttering, As you wish. My queen, pleased, Contasha remarked, I am quite satisfied with your performance in this war. Your presence here will grant you a grander stage. She then turned her gaze to the surrounding Inferno Titans, commanding, From this day forth, you shall heed my servant's orders or face death. All the Inferno Titans knelt, and Contasha relished the feeling of controlling their fates. Go forth, eliminate the trash outside, and we shall reclaim our planetary fortress. Within the cavern, all warriors mobilized, preparing to slay the mechanical sentinels beyond. Meanwhile, the bold proclamations echoed on the large screen, where Megatron wore a sinister grin, exclaiming, truly awe-inspiring. Soundwave transmitted the message to the Autobots, warning, Optimus Prime, do not disappoint me. Ensure it is leaked inadvertently. Do not let them trace it back to us. Soundwave remained silent, merely indicating that the information had been dispatched. At the Autobot base, Ratchet observed the beacon on the monitor, stating, Optimus, we ought to consider this signal emanating directly from the Decepticons. Optimus Prime scrutinized the display of a valley and the battlefield outside, where mechanical sentinels clashed with Inferno Titans. A dog-eat-dog scenario? Ironhide inquired. RC, glancing at the figures at the cave's entrance, remarked, this is a case of using one's enemies against another. Optimus nodded, acknowledging that since the demise of the Fallen, Megatron's grip on power within the Decepticons had tightened. He could not allow another leader to emerge. Ratchet fell silent, pondering their course of action. What shall we do? Ignore it? RC, looking steadfastly at Optimus, declared, Megatron is our enemy, but Contasha poses an even greater threat. She must be eliminated. As RC stated, Megatron and Optimus were partners. In their battles, Megatron could only resort to physical means, while Optimus might fall prey to Contasha's mental control, as had happened previously. Thus, it was imperative to extinguish this threat while it was still in its infancy. This opportunity could not be squandered. Optimus nodded resolutely, commanding, Ratchet, activate the ground bridge. We must eliminate Contasha this time. With the ground bridge activated, all Autobot warriors surged forth. On the other side, a group of miners found themselves cornered, surrounded by Inferno Titans, particularly one formidable leader who disdainfully tossed a mechanical sentinel's corpse to the ground, taunting, let them all perish. At that moment, the ground bridge opened, and a battalion of Autobot warriors charged forth, launching a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Inferno Titans. As the Autobots emerged, all the Inferno Transformers swiftly redirected their weapons towards them. In that moment, the previously doomed Decepticon miners began to scale the cliffs, opting for escape. However, a dozen miners exchanged glances and banded together to charge at the Inferno Transformers. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and his team surged toward the cave entrance, confronting Quintessa and her companions. Upon recognizing Optimus, Quintessa's face twisted into a peculiar smile, exclaiming, "Ah, my knight," as she pointed towards him. As Optimus approached her outstretched finger, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, revealing his past slaughter of Cybertronians, causing him to stumble uncontrollably to the ground. RC and Bumblebee, caught off guard, rushed to his side. "Optimus, are you all right?" they inquired. Optimus, raising his hand to halt their approach, insisted, "Stay back. I am fine. You must attack Quintessa immediately, or we will all fall under her control." Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, RC and the others abandoned their attempts to aid him and instead focused on assailing Quintessa. Chapter 166. Quintessa's Demise? As the Autobots drew nearer, Quintessa commanded the Hellfire warriors beside her, "Go, eliminate them." This momentarily hindered the Autobots. Yet the agile RC and Bumblebee broke through the encirclement, charging directly at Quintessa. Frowning slightly, Quintessa extended her other hand, instantly ensnaring RC and Bumblebee in her control. This," Quintessa sneered. "Did you think this was like the fortress? That time, I merely channeled most of my power into the scepter. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could defeat me? Preposterous. I'm a goddess." Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest. Looking down, she was astonished to see 3 blade tips protruding from her modest torso, realizing that it was Xiang Feiyu, who had been under her control, who had stabbed her with the Soul Requiem gun. Noticing that the control mark on Xiang Feiyu's face had not vanished, she exclaimed, "You are not under my control? This is impossible." Xiang Feiyu defiantly declared, "I belong to the Decepticons, a warrior of the Decepticons." With that, he hurled her away, sending her flying toward Optimus. With Quintessa injured, the control over Optimus and his team dissipated. As Quintessa soared towards him, Optimus extended his arms, activating his wrist blades, and plunged them into her body, proclaiming, "I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots." With a fierce roar, he cast the battered Quintessa aside once more. Realizing she could no longer remain passive without risking total control, Quintessa, gritting her teeth against the pain, summoned her magic to levitate herself into the air. A powerful force erupted from her being, asserting, "I am the sovereign of Cybertron." However, before she could complete her declaration, the thunderous crack of a sniper rifle echoed, striking her in the head and obliterating half of her skull. Stunned by the blow, Quintessa hesitated, but upon seeing Xiang Feiyu aiming again, she understood that she could not linger and was left with no choice but to activate her secret arts. At that moment, a series of ripples appeared in the space around them, and from the center of Quintessa's chest emerged a dark spot that swiftly expanded, engulfing her entire being. Amidst the shifting light and shadows, Quintessa gazed at Xiang Feiyu, her voice laced with hatred, proclaiming, "I shall return." With that, she vanished along with the black hole. With Quintessa's control lost, the entire battlefield of the Infernal Titans involuntarily retreated. Upon realizing their master was gone, they found themselves questioning the purpose of their battle. However, upon seeing Xiang Feiyu, they all knelt on one knee, declaring, "Commander, the Infernal Titans stand ready to obey your commands." It was evident that Quintessa had failed to revoke Xiang Feiyu's command over the Infernal Titans in her final moments. The battlefield had now transformed into a stark dichotomy. Some radical Autobots attempted to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Decepticons, as they held a definitive advantage. Yet, Optimus Prime turned his gaze towards Xiang Feiyu, asserting, "Skybreaker, you are now isolated and defenseless." Xiang Feiyu shrugged nonchalantly, retrieving a fallen antenna from Quintessa's form. "Optimus, you know I never engage in battles without assurance. It is you who are truly isolated." At that moment, a multitude of Decepticon mechanical sentinels and artificial titans emerged around them. Optimus frowned slightly, stating, "You cannot hinder me." Xiang Feiyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I never intended to stop you. However, the warriors who follow you into battle will meet their demise here, and it would be utterly meaningless." Optimus fell silent, prompting Xiang Feiyu to smile. "I am isolated and defenseless. Come, let us explore the mine and see what spoils you possess." Optimus surveyed the surrounding Decepticons and Autobots, ultimately choosing to follow Xiang Feiyu into the mine. "RC," filled with concern, said Optimus, but Optimus raised a hand to silence her, instructing, "Remain calm. Wait for my return." He turned and followed Xiang Feiyu inside. While Sideswipe expressed his frustration, "We came to rescue him, and he dares to threaten us." RC, exasperated, retorted Sideswipe, "You cannot forget he is a Decepticon just because he offered you a cup of high-purity energon." Sideswipe, slightly embarrassed by RC's teasing, scratched his head and replied, "Nonetheless, we cannot let him succeed. We must teach the Decepticons a lesson." Inside the mine, numerous mid-tier energon cubes were stacked nearby. Leaning against a crate, Xiang Feiyu remarked, "So, what do you think? This represents a significant loss for the Decepticons and a transformative gain for the Autobots. The Decepticons acquire prestige, while the Autobots gain strength. The Decepticons' prestige is trivial, but the Autobots sorely lack these resources. With this, the Autobot interstellar fleet can roam freely, seeking out more resource-rich planets." Optimus remained contemplative. Xiang Feiyu continued to entice him. "Do not be this way. All I desire is for the Cybertronians to share in this bounty. While what I offer is unique to the Decepticons." Optimus remained silent, yet Xiang Feiyu paid little heed, for his offers were plentiful enough to make even Optimus ponder. Xiang Feiyu continued, "Lord Megatron is indifferent, and the Decepticon warriors are indifferent as well. But as a comrade, friend, and confidant of Lord Megatron, do you not care? Consider this. It is an opportunity to weaken the Decepticons that cannot be missed." Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Feiyu, remembering how he once wished for Megatron to advance further. Yet, in the end, Megatron abandoned that hope. Or perhaps he simply did not care, opting instead for greater power and more formidable armor. Optimus bowed his head and said, "Tripling my previous conditions is a must. I have heard of the video you made at Base 13. I require your collaboration to develop Base 12, with resources shared equally. I lack the forces to defend this place. Megatron must send troops to help me withstand the initial wave of beasts. And the hammer of the Titans must be entrusted to me." A smile spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. No problem. In fact, I was thinking of a tenfold share. So I'll offer you 6 times, and the remaining 4 can be your commission. How does that sound? Optimus glanced at the intermediate energon body behind him, and then at the incessantly chattering Xiang Feiyu. Are you aware of how greedy you sound? Will Megatron know of your avarice? Xiang Feiyu brushed aside Optimus's sarcasm with a laugh. Only a balance of power can foster the advancement of Decepticon technology. A war of oppression will only lead one side to ruin and the other to madness. I am helping you, as well as the Decepticons, Xiang Feiyu asserted. While in his heart, Optimus thought, I trust you not at all. The two returned to the cave's entrance, where a combined hellfire appeared on the cliff. Shouldering a war hammer, he approached the partition and handed the hammer to the other party. This is what the commander has instructed me to deliver to you. The partition was somewhat bewildered, but with the Iron Fortress artifact in hand, there was no reason not to accept it. He casually remarked, Thanks, brother. I owe you a drink at the bar sometime. However, his words elicited a look of disdain from the other. You're broke. The partition laughed awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 167. A new plan Alcee observed as Xiang Feiyu and Optimus Prime emerged together, seemingly having avoided conflict. And she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At this moment, she noted that the surrounding Decepticons had already withdrawn, leaving only the Inferno Transformers and miners who belonged there. Xiang Feiyu stated, Lord Optimus and I engaged in a friendly discussion regarding the current situation in the cave. Ultimately, I found myself at a disadvantage. Thus, I chose to resolve this matter peacefully. Naturally, the energy blocks here belong to your Autobots. Seeing the astonished Autobots, Xiang Feiyu continued, My people have retreated, and you may take the spoils. However, tools must remain. We still need to continue mining here. The Autobots looked at Optimus in disbelief, who affirmed, He speaks the truth. Lord Xiang has consistently been friendly toward us, and this confrontation has also concluded through discussion. Furthermore, he has agreed to collaborate with us on the development of the ancient relic at Base 12. At that point, our Autobot fleet can once again set sail into the depths of the universe. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, all the Autobots erupted with fervor. Despite their arduous battles against the Decepticons, they managed to glean crucial information from the traders, such as the Decepticons' collaboration with the Cybertron Trade Group to develop the 13th Ruin, which they knew had been seized from Xiang Feiyu. Now, they too had the opportunity to excavate an ancient ruin, promising a continuous influx of resources to rejuvenate the impoverished Autobots. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. All of that was mere illusion. You may take the energy cores now, and then my miners shall commence their work. A cheer erupted, and all Autobots surged into the mine. Meanwhile, Ratchet received the news and promptly activated the land bridge, enabling the warriors to transport the super energy cores back to the base. Optimus Prime gazed at his jubilant comrades, a smile gracing his face. Beside him, RC observed the silent Optimus and wondered what had transpired. We are comrades, family. Whatever happens, we shall support you. At the Autobot base, Ratchet looked at Optimus in astonishment. What did you say? Did you agree to his terms? Noticing that only RC and a few others were present, Optimus sighed. He offered too much. Far more than I could refuse. Ratchet frowned slightly. This is exceedingly perilous. RC stood resolutely by Optimus's side. Without this deal, we are in greater peril. Optimus nodded. The items Megatron seeks are useful only for specific purposes. Otherwise, they hold no significance. If he cannot expend the resources acquired from his conflict, the Autobots scattered across the cosmos will be in jeopardy. Thus, in order to deplete the resources the Decepticons possess, we have no choice but to acquiesce. Those who had defected from the Decepticons wholeheartedly supported Optimus. I believe Optimus Prime is making the right call. Our immediate task is to ensure our warriors are well-fed and that our ships are stocked for long voyages while simultaneously diminishing the Decepticons' resources. Since that item does not directly enhance Megatron as combat prowess, it holds little value for him. Whether he possesses it or not changes nothing, merely adding a title. Dino concurred, indeed. With these resources, our ships can launch, and we shall no longer be confined to this planet. Moreover, the division of power on Cybertron has concluded. Apart from the underpowered minicons, others are indifferent to such titles. Of course, our leader Optimus seems to be an exception. He referred to recent events. In the mine, Xiang Feiyu surveyed the dozens of mechanical sentinels and miners who knelt before him in despair. then waved his hand dismissively. Execute them, before they could plead for mercy. The miners were summarily executed by the inferno bots behind them, their bodies dragged away. Xiang Feiyu turned to the remaining miners, including a few mechanical sentinels who had warned him to be wary of enemies in the cave. You have performed admirably. I shall promote you to supervisors. Upon our return to the Retribution battleship, you may head to the maintenance division for upgrades as a reward. Upon hearing this, the anxious miners revealed expressions of excitement. At this moment, the land bridge opened, and Xiang Feiyu led his team into the punishment-class warship, while the Inferno Titans and newly arrived miners commenced energy extraction. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron regarded Xiang Feiyu and remarked, "You have executed this task splendidly. Thus, we can gain complete control over the planetary fortress and the Inferno Titan warriors within." Xiang Feiyu smiled and replied, "This is what I ought to do for the Decepticon cause." Megatron expressed his satisfaction, but pointed to the monitor displaying the transport of mid-level energy blocks and the hammer of the prized, which had mysteriously disappeared. Xiang Feiyu approached Megatron and whispered, "My lord, that matter has been settled. Soon we shall proceed to the next phase." Initially taken aback, Megatron's face soon lit up with joy. "Are you certain?" Xiang Feiyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, although Optimus Prime has made several requests, I believe they are reasonable, and I have agreed to them." At this, Xiang Feiyu produced a document bearing Optimus Prime's seal, detailing that Megatron must provide the Autobots with equivalent resources worth 5 million Megastar coins, trade the hammer of the prize to the Autobots, and allow the 12th ancient relic to be jointly developed by the Autobots and the Decepticons, with the stipulation that the Decepticons would not attack this neutral commercial zone. Upon reviewing the terms, Megatron stated, "I can't agree to everything except for the division of the 12th relic. I demand 40%. Xiang Feiyu nodded, "No problem. I will convey your terms." Thus, for the first time, the Autobots and Decepticons entered into a short-term cooperation agreement, during which the Decepticons traded a substantial amount of resources with nearby Autobot outposts. One evening, the leaders of both factions gathered at Iron Fortress. Megatron chuckled, "Optimus Prime, who would have thought we would find ourselves here again? The last time, you were delivering a scathing rebuke." Optimus Prime scoffed, "Megatron, look at this ravaged homeland. Do you not feel any remorse?" Megatron laughed heartily. "Remorse? Without me, the Council's ultimate fate would have been to incite war and reduce the population. Cybertron would still have reached this desolate state." Optimus Prime, filled with disappointment and anger, retorted, "But at least it would not have been your doing, nor mine." Sensing the rising tension, Xiang Feiyu quickly intervened. "Everyone, let us temper our tempers. We must focus on the matter at hand." He then leaned closer to Megatron and cautioned, "My lord, we have already provided our resources. If Optimus Prime feels provoked and retracts, we could suffer greatly." Megatron considered this and replied, "Indeed, let us proceed swiftly. I am eager to become the true leader." Inside the secret chamber of Iron Fortress, the space was ravaged by the Iron Eater worms. With a massive platform standing resolutely at its center, Optimus Prime directed the knowledge-infused key towards Megatron's spark, ready to commence the process. As the energy beam penetrated Megatron's chest, Optimus Prime silently hoped, "My friend, may the energy of leadership awaken you." Chapter 168. The leader knowledge surged through him like an all-encompassing flame, and soon his eyes radiated immense energy. Even a formidable entity like Megatron appeared to struggle under the weight of such boundless power. Xiang Feiyu bellowed, "Hold on, my lord. The Decepticons still need your leadership." Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's words, Megatron, momentarily dazed by the energy, regained his composure. "The Decepticons belong to me. I am the king of the Decepticons." As the energy coalesced, streams of technological brilliance danced across Megatron's armor and components, eventually converging into his core. In that instant, he transformed into a true leader of Cybertron. "Ha ha ha! I have become the leader! I have become the leader!" Megatron maniacally expressed his exhilaration. After a brief interlude, he sealed his chest plate and cast a peculiar gaze at the dazed Optimus Prime. "Destroy them." The Autobots, filled with fury, seethed at the treachery of Megatron. "Damn Megatron! I knew he was untrustworthy." With that, they retaliated against the ambushing Decepticons, while Megatron, accompanied by several key members of the Decepticons, made their escape. "Soundwave, activate the land bridge. We are heading to Ancient Ruins number 13. Once Megatron and his entourage departed, the Autobots swiftly eliminated the remaining mechanical sentinels. Ratchet, filled with indignation, remarked, "I knew he wouldn't let us leave so easily." Meanwhile, Optimus Prime contemplated another matter. We shall proceed to Ancient Ruins number 12. In the office of the Ancient Ruins number 13 factory, the diminutive figure nervously observed Megatron seated in the primary position, cautiously reporting recent developments. Just then, Shockwave entered. "My Lord Megatron." "Shockwave, my scientist. It brings me joy to see you." Megatron's face lit up with delight. If there were two individuals within the Decepticons whom Megatron could trust, they would be Soundwave and Shockwave. Among the Decepticons, there was only one who dared to rebel yet remained unscathed, Black Arachnia. Megatron addressed those present. "You may leave for now." As Xiang Feiyu exited the door, the diminutive figure spoke. "Boss, this place is under the control of those lunatics from the trade group. It will be quite troublesome for us to procure anything valuable from within." Xiang Feiyu smiled. "In business, one must abide by the rules of commerce. Although we have relinquished control of the number 13 factory, do not forget that you are the true commander here. Any who dare to provoke you should be dealt with directly. Fear not, for you have Lord Megatron, Soundwave, and Shockwave at your back." The diminutive figure still harbored concerns. "But if they profit from you," Xiang Feiyu interrupted with a cold laugh. "If they do not adhere to the rules, you need not abide by them either. Ultimately, it will be their misfortune." Continuing, Xiang Feiyu added, "By the way, operations at Ancient Ruins number 12 must commence as well. You need to assert control over No. 12 too. However, since number 12 involves collaboration with the Autobots, there is no need for overly aggressive tactics." With that, he soared into the sky alongside the diminutive figure. At the periphery of the 12th Ruins, Optimus Prime and his companions gazed upon the unfolding scene within. This site represented the most significant confrontation between the Cybertronians and alien mechanical civilizations, a formidable resistance against external foes. Over the years, not only had the remains of ancient Cybertronian ancestors been unearthed, but also a wealth of advanced extraterrestrial technology. Furthermore, this location bore an eerie distinction from the 13th Ruins. Xiang Feiyu swiftly descended, observing several Autobots surveying the area. "So what do you think?" he inquired. Elsie replied, crossing her arms, "That is for you to decide. We are not experts." Surveying the vast battlefield, Xiang Feiyu calculated that they would need to advance at least 2,000 kilometers for the factory to operate without relocation for an extended period. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, stating, "We will ensure everything is arranged here. You must organize the troops for defense." Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "We Decepticons have plenty of ordinary soldiers. What we need now is to ascertain Lord Megatron's decision." Before long, the land bridge activated, and Megatron, along with Soundwave, emerged. "Didn't he expect us to meet so soon?" "Did you?" Elsie sneered. "This time our forces outnumber yours." Megatron remained silent, reflecting on this area, once a painful memory for the Cybertronians and the birthplace of their resurgence. Optimus Prime interjected, "He has enabled many Cybertronian warriors to achieve greatness, yet has also seen countless brethren fall here." Observing the somber expressions of his fellow Cybertronians, Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "I believe we should discuss strategies for claiming this territory." Megatron shot Xiang Feiyu a sidelong glance. "We shall each take a different direction. You will command the main forces." Xiang Feiyu turned to Elsie and the others, who pretended not to notice as they moved toward other paths. A month later, the main forces reassembled, but this time they were not solely Decepticons. Hidden around them were Autobot troops, only a fraction of whom heeded Optimus Prime's commands. However, with Optimus leading the exploration of the 12th Ruins, his standing among these warriors had notably risen. The ensuing battle held little suspense, akin to the 13th Ruins. It involved multi-layered defenses, followed by the dispatch of elite warriors to eliminate the opposing high-ranking and elite beast commanders. Thanks to the previous management model, there was no need for trial and error. Products were simply allocated according to plan, and the adversary would transport them away. As for the ancient warships and equipment, their distribution was based on valuation. Before long, Xiang Feiyu, accompanied by the Autobots, returned to Earth by ship. This chapter could be considered the conclusion of their honeymoon phase, as the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons was poised to reignite. Yet, this matter was of little concern to Xiang Feiyu, for he remained a lowly miner among the Decepticons. In the intermediate mining sector, Xiang Feiyu sat upon the energon throne left by Quintessa, observing the workers below in their industriousness. As he pondered, he suddenly realized why Quintessa had chosen this mine and recruited him. Could this merely be a coincidence? Gazing deeper into the mine, he discerned that it was no accident. Deep within the cavern lay a formidable metallic door. Upon opening it, he was astounded by the contents within. To understand, after the cosmic emperor fell into slumber, the dark super-energy entity within the Earth's core reverted to ordinary magma, devoid of any energy. Here, at the location of the core, Quintessa constructed a colossal machine that siphons dark essence from the magma, allowing it to flow from the opposite end of the apparatus. With this, an infinite supply of dark essence is secured. Xiang Feiyu was driven to madness. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such a precious machine here, undoubtedly as valuable as a stellar collector. Contemplating this, an idea struck Xiang Feiyu, prompting him to immediately contact Venom Sting, instructing him to carve a new exit from this location while sealing off the existing passage, thereby concealing his secret within the Earth's core from prying eyes. During this time, Xiang Feiyu discovered that the deeper one delved into the mine, the higher the purity of the super-energy entities became. This led him to suspect that he might be on the verge of uncovering a primary vein, necessitating a change in personnel for extraction. However, at this moment, Xiang Feiyu's immediate task was to deal with the infernal transformers before him, having already received Quintessa's mandate regarding all, including the transformers within the planetary fortress. Chapter 169. The Return of the Blazing Flame in the Intermediate Mining Area. The original workers had been dispatched to the periphery to transport energy crates, while the inner sanctum was now occupied by Xiang Feiyu's trusted allies and artificial transformers. To maintain control over this mining zone, Xiang Feiyu found himself too preoccupied to enjoy a drink at the mechanical bar, instead overseeing and urging the workers to amplify their production efforts. The substantial output of super-energy entities was of utmost importance to him. Furthermore, Xiang Feiyu had several more tasks to attend to today. First, he needed to accept the allegiance of the infernal transformers. Although they too had pledged fealty to Megatron, the latter had ceased to trust them upon discovering that Quintessa had not perished. Consequently, they were dispatched in batches from the planetary fortress for various missions, while the production facilities had shifted to manufacture other types of warriors under Soundwave control. The infernal transformers sent to Earth, having lost their supply lines, were compelled to pledge their loyalty to Xiang Feiyu in the intermediate mining area. Xiang Feiyu was well aware that their allegiance was merely superficial. However, for the Skybreaker squad, which was short on mid to high-tier warriors, their temporary service was still advantageous. Moreover, before Quintessa's reappearance, these transformers had proven themselves trustworthy. Observing the gathering of over 100,000 infernal transformers below, a smile graced Xiang Feiyu's face. These beings would excavate and construct a vast underground palace, serving to confound and fortify against enemies. Beyond this, another of Xiang Feiyu's tasks was to await an individual, someone once familiar to him. The signal receiver nearby blinked incessantly, and at that moment, a mechanical sentinel rushed in. "Commander, an interstellar traveler has arrived. He claims to have an appointment with you." Xiang Feiyu nodded, permitting the visitor's entrance. Soon, a stranger emerged, and while Xiang Feiyu did not recognize him, he was familiar with the formidable weapon slung across the stranger's back. Was it the blazing flame? The figure before him donned armor that shifted in shape and hue, a blazing crimson coating enveloping the infernal flame that materialized before Xiang Feiyu's eyes. "This is the order you requested." Xiang Feiyu rose and approached the infernal flame, his gaze drifting to the metallic coffin beside it. Although he did not recognize the robotic visage within, the aura of leadership emanating from it felt strikingly familiar. The reborn, fallen titan? The infernal flame nodded. Capturing him required considerable effort. Xiang Feiyu patted the case, remarking, "Truly befitting an S-class mercenary. Speak freely. What is it that you desire?" With a smile, the infernal flame responded, "I've heard you've been ensnared by others and lost a divine artifact." Xiang Feiyu's expression darkened. "Let me be clear. I will not part with any artifact." The infernal flame clapped a hand on Xiang Feiyu's shoulder. "Fear not, for we are friends. And friends do not burden one another." Xiang Feiyu rolled his eyes. "I acknowledge your friendship, yet sometimes friends are merely assets to be traded." The infernal flame grew awkward. All right, I do not seek the artifact in your possession. However, I have heard that despite your considerable loss, you have acquired a wealth of ordinary resources. Xiang Feiyu was taken aback. You require common resources? The infernal flame nodded earnestly. Indeed, I am in need of a substantial sum of money. Without hesitation, Xiang Feiyu tossed an operational panel to him. Here is the bounty from the trade group S warships and transports. Sell these and see if it suffices. As the infernal flame examined the figures displayed, a smile graced his face. This will be more than adequate. The Mercenary Guild estimates a total of 300 billion Morningstar coins. Additionally, I still require a batch of common resources. Xiang Feiyu regarded the infernal flame. All is well. The infernal flame nodded in satisfaction. I will keep an eye on other forms for you. I wish you swift ascension to the ranks of leadership among the Cybertronians. With a hasty arrival and departure, the infernal flame soon led his team away with the spoils. For he needed these resources for a significant undertaking. Xiang Feiyu, undeterred by delay, after the infernal flame's exit, brandished his hand, and the ancient sword glimmered coldly as it cleaved the metallic coffin, bisecting the reborn fallen titan within. A surge of powerful and familiar energy emerged, flowing into Xiang Feiyu's essence, enhancing his leadership prowess to 30%. A smile spread across his face, for this was true power. Meanwhile, the news of Megatron's ascension swept through all the Decepticon outposts across the universe. The warriors loyal to Megatron were electrified, celebrating with a slaughter that marked his official evolution and heralded the Decepticon faction's rise beyond mere civilian status. However, none of this concerned Xiang Feiyu. As his status remained unchanged, he was but a lowly miner. During this time, he took the opportunity to organize his resources and allocate personnel for various tasks. Notably, the frequency of fleet transports from Cybertron to the Darkstone Fortress had increased, accelerating construction at the fortress, where even trade had begun to flourish among the inhabitants. Thus, an increasing number of products and luxury items were dispatched to the planet Meishur, enriching the lives of its inhabitants. For a brief period, Xiang Feiyu was submerged in the tranquility of the intermediate mining zone, even abstaining from the recent skirmishes between the Decepticons and Autobots over the Iron Fortress relic. However, his silence did not imply that others would allow him to remain undisturbed. Today, an unexpected visitor arrived at the intermediate mining zone. Xiang Feiyu regarded the newcomer with curiosity, stating, "Esteemed administrator, I fail to see what we have to discuss." The visitor was none other than the beleaguered administrator, who replied, "I am here to propose a transaction." "A transaction?" Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "Are you quite certain you are not jesting?" Rising from his crystalline throne, he continued, "Although I am uncertain what I possess that can ensnare you further, I shall graciously allow you to speak." The trader responded, "I have heard that you possess a nearly completed planetary fortress, and my family is willing to purchase it." Upon hearing this, the trader anticipated an angry reaction from Xiang Feiyu. Instead, he was met with a moment of silence, before Xiang Feiyu declared, "Mr. Trader, to be candid, as a successful businessman, your proposal strikes me as an affront to one's intelligence. Do you truly believe your family can afford such a formidable strategic entity as a planetary fortress? Furthermore, with countless cosmic fortresses scattered throughout the universe, why persist in antagonizing me? I do not recall having wronged you or flaunted my assets before you." Approaching the trader directly, Xiang Feiyu scrutinized him, stating, "Moreover, you possess no integrity in my presence. Why would I engage in a transaction with you?" The trader offered an awkward smile, confessing, "I do indeed possess the rebirth body of a fallen titan." Xiang Feiyu scoffed, "And what of it? You wish to exchange a mere rebirth body for a planetary fortress? Even the entirety of the fallen titan would not equate to the value of my fortress, let alone your dubious rebirth body, which I originally acquired through divine artifacts. Are you truly intent on selling it twice?" "Mr. Trader, business does not operate in such a manner." Feeling cornered, the trader awkwardly persisted, "If you cannot acquire what I possess, you shall never become a true leader." Xiang Feiyu retorted with a cold smile, "You are aware, are you not, that the inverse of that statement implies that if I were to dismiss it, it would hold no value whatsoever?" The trader's face became a mask of discomfort. "Sir, this time I have approached you with genuine intent to negotiate." Chapter 170. Why me again? Xiang Feiyu resumed his seat, addressing the trader. I fail to comprehend why you were so determined to confront me. I genuinely do not recall having offended you. If I have, I formally apologize and ask for your forgiveness. I have no desire to engage in a transaction with you, especially given that you possess no credibility in my estimation. Do you understand? The trader, feeling awkward, insisted, Sir, I truly come with sincerity. Xiang Feiyu sensed yet another potential trap and proposed, very well. Offer me the rebirth body of the fallen titan and the rusted fusion cannon as gifts to restart our negotiation, and I shall consider engaging in a transaction with you. That is impossible. My family only engages in fair transactions. The trader resolutely refused, adopting an expression that suggested he was open to discussing your requests. Xiang Feiyu directly connected to the sound wave communication. Sound wave, could you assist me in contacting the headquarters of the trade group? It is not us, the Decepticons, who are causing trouble. Rather, they have shamelessly come to provoke us. Xiang Feiyu would not indulge them. If he could not deal with them himself, he would let their group intervene. Should any issues arise again, the responsibility would lie entirely with them. Soon, a communication reached the trader, followed by a barrage of insults before the line was abruptly disconnected. Observing the trader's face contorted with hatred, it was evident that the conversation had not been pleasant. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Someone escorted him out. A dozen Hellfire agents approached and seized the trader, dragging him away. Do not allow him to return. Such an imbecile, devoid of sense, yet feeling aggrieved. This was Xiang Feiyu's assessment of the trader. This time, both the Decepticons and Autobots had profited immensely, and he did not wish to risk losing what had been gained. It resembled gambling. The opponent might let one win a little, only to later induce a catastrophic loss. However, Xiang Feiyu resolved to be steadfast and no longer gamble. He lamented, what a splendid opportunity. Another chance for substantial profit. Yet alas, it is far too perilous. Surrounded by abundant energy cores, Xiang Feiyu could only safeguard the modest wealth in his possession. Observing the current situation, he noted the escalating tensions between the Autobots and Decepticons, making it prudent to transport the energy cores elsewhere for safety. Deciding swiftly, he summoned a landing craft to proceed with the operation. Just as he was about to begin, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiang Feiyu felt a surge of curiosity. Knockout, what brings you to this place? The knockout before him was no longer the polished figure he once was. He resembled a battered second-hand vehicle, marred and worn. I'm already in a dire state. I do not need your ridicule, he retorted, downing a double dose of energy liquid from the table. Since the demise of Deadlock, my status among the Decepticons has plummeted. Xiang Feiyu shrugged. At least you're doing better than I am. Knockout sighed. Indeed, but that is not the crux of the matter. The loss of Deadlock has left me without a worthy partner. Pouring Knockout another drink, Xiang Feiyu inquired, so what if we could reclaim Deadlock's body and revive him? Knockout shook his head. Let's not entertain such thoughts. The revived Deadlock would not be the same as before. Intrigued, Xiang Feiyu pressed, then what brings you here? Merely to vent your frustrations? Knockout shook his head again. I wish to leave Earth and explore. I am uncertain how to approach Lord Megatron. If I were to speak directly, he would surely think me a deserter, and he might very well kill me. Xiang Feiyu stared blankly at Knockout, who awkwardly chuckled. All right, I'm here because Lord Megatron has assigned me a mission. He wishes to gather some elite Decepticon warriors to follow his orders. But Xiang Feiyu pinched the bridge of his nose. Brother, let us be honest. Why is it that all of you are so indecisive? With a slight smile, the defeated one remarked on the influx of newcomers among the Autobots, including a group of ancient dinosaurs and the formidable combat master, Jax. We have never held an advantage among the elite warriors, and now, the situation is even more precarious. Look at me. This illustrates the predicament. Xiang Feiyu slapped his forehead and inquired, then why did you seek me out? The defeated one replied, I am equally perplexed. However, Soundwave has proposed a suggestion, believing you might possess a solution. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Feiyu exclaimed, why venture outside? There are numerous Decepticon elite warriors right here on Earth. Follow me. As he spoke, Xiang Feiyu directly contacted Soundwave. Master Soundwave, I request the activation of the land bridge. I have sent you the location. 5 seconds later, the land bridge activated, and Xiang Feiyu, accompanied by the defeated one, emerged in the heart of America. Within a building, a former agent was undergoing an interview. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, a similar police SUV appeared. Upon confirming the absence of onlookers, it transformed into a Decepticon warrior. He placed a box within a much larger model of the same police SUV before transforming and departing. An hour passed, and the garage doors opened, revealing the agent and his assistant. Dachi, I told you to maintain decorum. We cannot. My heavens. Before he could finish, two vehicles appeared before them, one of which he recognized as an altered police motorcycle. We are in trouble. Indeed, awaiting them were Xiang Feiyu and the defeated one. Xiang Feiyu opened the car door. Agent Simon, would you care to join me for a discussion? Simon feigned composure. If I decline, will you blow my head off? Xiang Feiyu blinked the headlights twice, no? But my companion here has been rather irritable lately. He is also a doctor. A doctor? Are you implying human experimentation? Simon retorted as he entered the vehicle. Dachi, you should return home and wait for me. If we do not return, my assets will be divided equally between you and my family. Xiang Feiyu guided Simon out of the underground parking lot and onto the highway. Shall we negotiate? Simon appeared taken aback. I am already unemployed. There is nothing you would desire from me. His spirits seemed low. Xiang Feiyu gestured behind him. Take a look at what is in the back. Curiosity piqued. Simon retrieved a box, exclaiming, it's rather heavy. Upon opening it, he was left speechless. You wish to buy me off? Xiang Feiyu chuckled. You are well aware of your unemployment. You have nothing I would seek to purchase. At this, Simon shut the gleaming box. My heart cannot handle this. Xiang Feiyu halted the vehicle. I fully empathize with you, my friend. Just as Simon was about to inquire further, Xiang Feiyu stated directly, I know you possess a fragmented and disoriented chassis. Sell it to me. Simon cast a calm glance at Xiang Feiyu. It is not worth this gold. Xiang Feiyu teased. I expected you to refuse. Simon smirked coldly. I have fought for my country. I've strived to save the world. Now I live solely for myself. Xiang Feiyu clapped his hands, quite direct and straightforward. Pausing for a moment, he mentioned, I know one of your associates, a woman named Millen, who serves as an executive in America. Connect me with her. The rewards will be yours. Upon hearing this, Simon asked, Is that all? Chapter 171. Summoning the Decepticons, Xiang Feiyu flickered the lights twice, noticing a traffic officer approaching, prompting him to start the vehicle and depart. Simon caressed the box, remarking that working for the Decepticons earned him far more than his writing endeavors. What more do you require from me? Just a modest fee will suffice. At this point, Xiang Feiyu suddenly recalled 3 individuals and promptly sent their photographs to Simon, stating, Locate them for me, and I can send you another box of gold bars. He then halted by the roadside, opened the car door, and added, I await your favorable news. As Simon exited the vehicle, Xiang Feiyu and Knockout arrived in the outskirts, where Knockout curiously inquired, Is this sufficient? Xiang Feiyu offered no answer, merely stating, Let us wait and see. 3 days later, Xiang Feiyu received a message. Upon arriving at the destination with Knockout, he found Simon already waiting there. Upon seeing Xiang Feiyu, Simon handed over a box, declaring, This is what you requested. Xiang Feiyu transformed Knockout back into his humanoid form, retrieving the disordered remnants from within the box. Has Ms. Millen agreed? He asked. Simon replied, She wishes to know your intentions. The last incident with the Titans has left her somewhat overwhelmed. Xiang Feiyu reassured him. I merely wish to recover a few Decepticon warriors from the military. I have no ulterior motives. Hearing this, Simon nodded, stating she would discuss it with her associates and would await his news. He then sent Xiang Feiyu 3 coordinates, saying, These are the locations you requested. They should still be there. Xiang Feiyu acknowledged with a nod. That night, Xiang Feiyu led a team of engineers to a valley, where after excavating some damaged mining machinery, they uncovered the corpse of a Decepticon warrior. Xiang Feiyu smiled, addressing it, Commander Thundercracker, we meet again. He vividly remembered how proud that cloned Thundercracker had been, sending them to their demise without a second thought. Leaving that site, Xiang Feiyu's next target was an abandoned signal tower, where he discovered 2 Cybertronian bodies collided at a ship's hatch. These 3 are truly foolish, all taken down by a mere Autobot scout. No wonder Megatron didn't even inquire, he remarked with a sardonic tone. Noticing nothing else of interest around, he promptly chose to depart. Inside the intermediate mining cave, Knockout had already prepared his medical instruments for 4 elite Decepticon warriors, all triple changers. You truly excel, and Lord Megatron will undoubtedly reward us for our accomplishments. Xiang Feiyu chuckled. This is just the beginning. There's more to come. while Knockout busied himself with surgery on the unfortunate four. Xiang Feiyu led his team towards AU's military base. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Xiang Feiyu no longer hesitated and descended directly, followed by a whole line of mechanical guards. Before him stood his old acquaintance, Captain William, a special forces operative. Xiang Feiyu jested, "It's been years since we last met, and you seem to have aged." William sighed, "Such is the plight of humanity." Suddenly, an idea struck Xiang Feiyu, and he remarked, "If you're not interested in collaborating with me, I can at least extend your lifespan by 400 years. Looking at Xiang Feiyu, William asked, "Just like those folks from LSO?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged, "Joshua, my commercial dealings with them have concluded." At that moment, Millen interjected, "Gentlemen, your banter ends here. What exactly did you summon us for?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged again and candidly stated, "To be frank, the Autobot ranks have grown formidable, and we Decepticons are in need of advanced warriors. I wish to redeem some Decepticon fighters from you." Millen scrutinized Xiang Feiyu. "What can we expect in return?" Xiang Feiyu countered, "What do you desire?" Millen resolutely responded, "Technology, medical support, weaponry." After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Feiyu replied, "Medical assistance is no issue. Technology will be partially restricted. Don't expect me to say otherwise, as you deal similarly with other nations. So, do not hold it against us. It's simply the way of the world. As for weaponry, my warriors are undergoing a secondary upgrade, and I can offer you some first-level equipment at a reasonable price. These are all suitable for extraterrestrial use." Millen understood that even the amicable Autobots were reluctant to sell advanced technology to them, let alone interstellar warships. "Whom do you seek?" Xiang Feiyu responded, "Machik." Machik, a neurotic and reckless Decepticon, posed minimal threat. William nodded, understood. Xiang Feiyu continued, "Hacker. Hacker, a notorious criminal known for murder and bank heists. Must always be equipped with a tracker." William nodded again, agreed. Xiang Feiyu then mentioned Helium Zeus. Helium Zeus, a loquacious Decepticon, was forbidden by the government from leaving his state. After some thought, Xiang Feiyu added Berserker. No sooner had he spoken than William shook his head. "He's not suitable. This individual has no moral boundaries, and frankly, I don't believe he is fit to serve as a Decepticon, or even as a henchman for any faction." Xiang Feiyu smiled. "No need to be anxious. I know his situation. I believe he could very well wreak havoc on other planets. Yes, I think he can do just that." William considered refusing once more, but Millen interjected, "You must ensure he is removed from Earth at the earliest opportunity." Xiang Feiyu nodded. "I guarantee it, by the esteemed name of Lord Megatron." Captain Millen turned to William, agreed. "We will exchange resources based on the number of prisoners released. We must seize this opportunity." William nodded. "Next." Xiang Feiyu chuckled mischievously. "Assault." Assault is a warrior, though unfortunate in his fate, having been captured by the Rapid Response Unit. William nodded. "Indeed, you may select a few more." Xiang Feiyu chuckled. "The Bone Crusher." William acknowledged. "That is acceptable. However, you would be wise to prevent him from entering the city, or I shall have to eliminate him." Xiang Feiyu smiled. "That will suffice. But should you manage to dispatch a certain individual, I will be most pleased to offer you a reward." William shook his head. "I'm afraid we are not mercenaries." Xiang Feiyu shrugged, and at that moment, Malin interjected, "We have essentially provided you with the individuals you requested. Now let us discuss what technology you can offer us in return." Xiang Feiyu produced several blueprints and a box, detailing the intelligent system upgrades, chip integration technology, harmless nuclear conversion technology, bioweapon eradication technology, a set of super life potions, and 15,000 sets of advanced starry battle armor. "However, you will need to purchase the battle armor," he added. After the scientists verified the technologies, Malin stated, "No problem. You shall meet your comrades tomorrow." Watching them depart, a mischievous grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. Chapter 172. Return? 3 days later, aboard the warship Vengeance. Lord Megatron observed with satisfaction as several of his formidable generals stood behind him, having successfully subdued the enemy. "You did well, Knockout, with the dead fire extinguished. I did not anticipate such impressive results from you." Knockout beamed with excitement. "Thank you, Lord Megatron. It's not just this. Your 4 generals await your summons." Megatron paused momentarily as the others made way, revealing 3 large figures and 1 small one behind them. "Is it you?" The 4 Decepticons knelt before him. "Lord Megatron." Megatron gazed at the 4, bewildered. "My espionage expert, Shockwave, my most loyal air and ground commander, and the duo of Soundwave and Scrapper, my masters of intelligence. It is a surprise to see you all again. Scrapper proclaimed, all for the Decepticon cause, for Lord Megatron. Megatron nodded with satisfaction, remarking, it is rare to see female Decepticons. Black Widow, you inspire even more trust in me than she does. Scrapper smiled. That wretched Black Widow is nothing but a traitor. I am the most loyal to Lord Megatron. Pleased with Scrapper's loyalty, Megatron declared, there is an important task that requires your attention. Scrapper replied, I am at your command. Megatron continued, recently, the Decepticons came into a significant fortune. You shall take Soundwave and Berserker as my inspectors to audit the various regions. Scrapper, this is a crucial task, and it is because of my trust in you that I assign it to you. Upon hearing this, Scrapper was taken aback by the opportunity. I will serve you well, my lord, and deliver a satisfactory report. Megatron nodded, I have always believed in you. Go forth. I shall dispatch a fleet to accompany you. The three nodded, and just as they prepared to exit, Megatron suddenly added, Scrapper, you have just been revived. You must check with Soundwave regarding recent events. The three nodded in agreement. Megatron cast a glance at the disoriented individual, seizing him with a firm grip. You have disappointed me to some extent. However, considering your successful completion of the mission, I shall grant you another opportunity. With that, he tossed the individual to Soundwave. Soundwave, enhance our master of espionage. Finally, Megatron turned his attention to Blitzwing. My air and ground commander, I do not wish to see another failure. Blitzwing, filled with ire, responded, Lord Megatron. I assure you this time, I shall not falter. Megatron nodded in agreement. You and Devastator shall return to Cybertron. Gather your clones and secure the ancient sites 12 and 13. From this day forth, guard them well. They shall serve as the foundation for our Decepticon resurgence. Blitzwing nodded in compliance. To the remaining Decepticons recalled from prison, Megatron warned, you would do well to avoid carelessness, should you be captured again. No one shall come to your rescue. He then instructed them to readjust to the life of a commander before dispatching them to seek the Iron Fortress relic. Meanwhile, after receiving the data, the group, including Rebound, arrived at the medical department, observing Knockout diligently polishing a piece of equipment. Devastator jested, our esteemed doctor is personally attending to tasks. Knockout, noticing their uninvited intrusion, replied with irritation, I am your savior, and you dare speak to me in such a tone. Savior? Devastator scoffed. I hardly believe Knockout would take time out of his busy schedule to rescue us. Knockout set down his tools, asserting regardless, I was the one who revived you, and I did not demand a single credit for it. Rebound, ever blunt, interjected, perhaps you simply deemed us beneath your notice. Knockout chuckled, do not put it that way. Although my forces have suffered considerable losses recently, I remain cautious. Devastator, crossing his arms, teased indeed. We once fought fiercely over a mere 10,000 star credits, yet now you dismiss tens of thousands. Have we fallen behind, or have your appetites simply grown? Knockout scrutinized the trio, pondering whether their visit was merely an attempt to exploit his generosity. Does it matter? You three have been assigned the most lucrative positions. This is Lord Megatron's trust in you, as well as your opportunity for wealth. Blitzwing scoffed, let us not dwell on trivialities. According to protocol, we shall transfer our assets to you. The three then proceeded to transfer funds to Knockout. Upon seeing the sum of over 100,000 star credits, Knockout felt a pang of unease, recognizing that any confrontation could lead to his own detriment. He needed a strategy to deal with these three rascals. As a transfer concluded, the trio exchanged knowing glances, with Devastator wearing a mischievous grin. Since we have fulfilled our obligations, let us address a pressing matter. We find ourselves in need of funds. Would you be so kind as to assist us? Rebound, with a sly expression, added, we don't require much, just a few million star credits each to tide us over. Knockout was taken aback by this audacity. Yet, acquiring money from him would be no easy feat. He resolved to stand firm. My dear comrades, these are but trifling sums, hard-earned over time. If you wish to seek financial assistance, I suggest you inquire with Soundwave. He is currently enjoying great fortune, and you should be able to verify this. Crushing cast a sidelong glance at him. Soundwave was the fifth in command of the Decepticons. Upon hearing this, Knockout's eyes gleamed with a cunning idea. Fifth? Soon. That will no longer be the case. The three were somewhat perplexed, and Lightning inquired, "What do you mean?" With a mischievous grin, Knockout replied, "Since you have perused the records, did you not discover that one of our Decepticon comrades has risen remarkably? In fact, this recent windfall is attributed to his efforts. And the excavation of the ruins was also his brainchild. Oh, and rescuing you was his idea too. You should express your gratitude to him." With that, Knockout promptly returned the trio's funds. It won't be long before this fellow becomes the second in command among us Decepticons. Right? Break the sky? Of course. Crushing was aware of this Decepticon and had sought him aboard the Retribution, yet he found no trace of him. When questioning the battleship's guards, they were vague and reluctant to divulge information. "We haven't seen him aboard the battleship. Is he dead?" "Dead?" Knockout exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Impossible. This individual is the one who eliminated the Fallen. My assessment of him is that he possesses immense strength, intellect, influence, and wealth. He ranks as the third most significant figure among us Decepticons, surpassed only by Lord Megatron and Lord Shockwave. Even Soundwave must pay him respect." Intrigued, the three inquired, "Where's he?" Knockout chuckled. "He has recently been suppressed by Lord Megatron and demoted to a mid-level mining area as a laborer. However, this is merely temporary. It won't be long before Lord Megatron reinstates him. Yes, he has faced emotion several times." Knockout added, then provided the trio with coordinates. "You may seek him out in the mining area. He is exceedingly wealthy, exceedingly wealthy, exceedingly wealthy." Exchanging glances, the three ultimately decided against accepting the money. "Consider this your assistance to us. No need for repayment," they declared before turning to leave, eager to meet this rising Decepticon newcomer. Meanwhile, Megatron observed the situation, intrigued to see what new antics his subordinates would conjure. Times had changed. Unlike before when everyone was impoverished, now both he and several Decepticon leaders were affluent, unencumbered by previous constraints. Chapter 173. Dialogue in the mid-level mining area. The three leaders descended from the sky, yet the workers merely glanced at them before resuming their tasks. The guards also refrained from engaging with them excessively, allowing them to enter the cavern unimpeded. Inside the cavern, a table was set before the crystal throne, adorned with 4 cups of energon. The trio was somewhat astonished upon seeing this. Crushing, curious, asked, "Did you know we were coming?" "While you were searching for my whereabouts aboard the Retribution, someone had already relayed that information to me." Xiang Feiyu raised his cup. Lightning scoffed, "You truly have your finger on the pulse." Xiang Feiyu smiled, producing 3 cards. "Congratulations on your return. Consider this a humble gesture." Crushing picked up the card, glanced at it, and coldly remarked, 1 million each? How generous." Xiang Feiyu withdrew his hand. "The commander of the 13th Ancient Ruins Factory, known as Little Dot, is under my command. When you return to Cybertron, he has a grand gift awaiting you." Crushed was striking the card in his hand, while the nearby rebound ball eagerly seized his share. He never anticipated such a windfall during this visit. The amount was so substantial that, unless he sold himself, amassing such wealth in a lifetime was nearly impossible. However, just as he grasped it, it was snatched away by Crushed. "I'll keep it safe for you." Observing another car being taken by Lightning, he curiously inquired of Xiang Feiyu, "Go on. What do you wish for us to assist you with?" Xiang Feiyu smiled. "I harbor no ulterior motives. Esteemed seniors, times have changed. We now dwell in an era of the Decepticons." His words were clear. These gifts were mere tokens of introduction for the venerable ones. While they might seem considerable, in the eyes of the Decepticon overlords of this age, they were trifling. The trio was momentarily taken aback. In their era, 1 million was not enough to switch allegiances, but it sufficed for actions deemed unorthodox by the Decepticons. Yet, Xiang Feiyu had no such intentions. He continued, "Regarding the ruins, Lord Megatron should have informed you. Your primary task is to prevent the Cybertron trade group from extending its reach too far, as some commanders have prioritized wealth over the Decepticon cause. Therefore, upon your arrival, a thorough investigation is imperative." Crush paused. "Is that all?" Xiang Feiyu pondered, then replied, "Well, if any issues arise at the ancient ruins, remember to take Little Dot and flee. There's no need for a confrontation. The factory holds little value." The 3 Decepticon elders departed, leaving with incredulous expressions, and returned to the vengeance. Megatron observed the trio. "You must adapt to the mindset of the new era. This is no longer the past. A mere tens of thousands of star coins can now lead us to eliminate anyone. The three nodded in agreement. Megatron continued. In 3 days, the warship will return to Cybertron with some energy entities. You are to return with your troops, and remember, the ruins factory must not encounter any issues. Once again, the trio nodded. Megatron gazed at the large screen. The new era has arrived. On the outskirts of Los Angeles, a dozen vehicles were parked by the roadside when 3 police SUVs approached from the opposite direction. As they neared the convoy, all 3 vehicles simultaneously transformed, morphing into 3 colossal Cybertronians in alignment with their forward trajectory. Xiang Feiyu spoke. William, have you thought this through? William sighed. Our human lifespans are but a fleeting moment in the cosmos. My brothers have sacrificed too much for this country. I do not wish for them to succumb to illness in their beds in a few years. It is time I find them a way out. Xiang Feiyu opened his arms. Welcome to the Skybreaker Squad. The Skybreaker Squad? Inquired a soldier nearby. Are we not part of the Decepticons? Xiang Feiyu chuckled. The Skybreaker Squad is indeed affiliated with the Decepticons, yet we often operate independently. William nodded, scratching his head adorned with a crown of white hair. I've already allowed them to opt for retirement, but the severance pay is insufficient for our family sustenance. We require a substantial sum. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the 15 vehicles and remarked, is this truly all the personnel we have? William chuckled. 70,000 warriors, seasoned veterans of countless battles. Xiang Feiyu was astonished by this revelation, for he had anticipated no more than a few thousand. No problem, he declared. I will ensure the bounty is prepared for you. With that, Xiang Feiyu transformed into his motorcycle form, stating, we shall convene here in 3 days. My warship will escort you to the base. Suddenly, he added, make certain your men ponder this decision carefully. Perhaps once they depart, they may never return. The experience of dying in a foreign land is not one to be taken lightly. With those words, he drove away. The crowbar in the back remarked, brother, something feels amiss. Xiang Feiyu sneered. It is undoubtedly America seeking to intervene in this matter. No matter. Let them train at the base for a while. Then send them into space. After some time, dispatch them to the asteroid of Hades for training, and by the time they return, everything will have changed. Xiang Feiyu had employed such tactics before. In this age of interstellar travel, plans that once seemed feasible had become utterly impractical. 3 days later, a large gathering of men and women awaited at the designated location, burdened with their belongings. William observed the undisciplined crowd with a hint of exasperation and promptly instructed his deputy, have them form ranks. It would be quite embarrassing for the new boss to witness this chaos. The deputy nodded and set about organizing the crowd. Just then, a dozen sports cars raced towards them from a distance. William recognized the vehicles and knew the awaited guests had arrived. The lead red sports car screeched to a halt before William, and from it emerged an old acquaintance. Kane slammed his fist on the car's roof, exclaiming, such an impressive vehicle, and yet you choose to bring a burly man instead of a blonde beauty? There's no flair in that. At that moment, a muscular black man stepped out from the other side, retorting, do you think I desire to sit beside you? And this confounded sports car is far too cramped. I can barely breathe. The red sports car then transformed into a humanoid form, declaring, I find this quite appealing. A handsome man paired with a strong companion. As he surveyed the crowd, Viper suddenly quipped, Kent, it seems your long-standing position as the second-in-command is about to be challenged. Kent spat, damn it. I've longed to shed this role of eternal second. At the very least, this second shall never ascend to the rank of leader. Keynes chuckled and approached William, stating, I never anticipated we would meet in such a fashion. William regarded Keynes, surprised that the renowned leader of the Foxhound Mercenary Corps had come to serve as a subordinate. Keynes playfully punched William on the shoulder, taunting, your mockery is futile. You shall become the second-in-command to this subordinate, until Kent is demoted to third-in-command. Ensure that affairs here are managed properly. Kent grumbled, I've already been demoted, yet I'm still expected to work. However, as Keynes pointed out, his role as second-in-command remained intact, and he had no choice but to continue his duties. After dismissing with a wave of his hand, the mechanical sports cars behind him opened their doors, and from each vehicle emerged 2 warriors clad in battle armor. Young men and ladies, spring into action. Chapter 174, Appointment. These warriors surrounded the soldiers before them, simultaneously deploying the isolation shields of their new armor, obscuring the area from view in space and its vicinity. At that moment, one warrior remarked, The new armor is impressive, but some aspects feel rather impractical. Another warrior replied, "This is merely a prototype. I've heard our D department is working on developing our own version based on this. Let us hope so. Otherwise I'd prefer to wear my previous armor," was the retort. Indeed, the earlier designs were truly tailored for us humans. This one feels more like it was crafted for another species, and we are merely using a makeshift adaptation. A group of warriors engaged in casual conversation. While Keynes issued a direct command, "Ladies and gentlemen, discard all your belongings. Remove every piece of clothing. We will send warriors to conduct a full-body inspection and administer enhancement serums, after which you will be sent into space for training. Of course, you still have the option to withdraw. Those wishing to exit should report to William immediately." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered at the absurdity of discarding everything and stripping bare. This was an exaggerated and unorthodox request. The leader of an action team, once a captain in the hunt for aliens, who had been cast aside and later re-enlisted only to face abandonment again, was the first to step forward. To be frank, his team had experienced a streak of misfortune, constantly being absorbed and discarded. He sought to forge a new path for himself and his comrades, persuading them to join their former adversaries. The captain discarded his pack and stripped down to stand before Keynes. "Is this the procedure?" Keynes smiled as two warriors approached with scanners to examine his body. 3 shrapnel fragments detected. Removal is advised. No other unidentified devices present. Clearance granted. At this juncture, a third individual brandished a device resembling a flamethrower, spraying the captain indiscriminately before instructing, "Proceed ahead to collect your clothing." With the first volunteer stepping forward, others followed suit. Keynes added, "Gentlemen, I must make it clear. If you are unwilling to part with certain mementos or weapons, I advise you to withdraw from this selection process. However, if you wish to keep practical weapons or cherished photographs, inform the staff. They will record and replicate them aboard the warship." William inquired curiously, "Did you also undergo such a process?" Keynes shook his head. "Back then, Klaus conducted the inspections, and it was far more rigorous. Times have changed. The boss's influence is expanding rapidly, and we have many warriors now, so we no longer need to tread so cautiously." As he pondered, Keynes was struck by an epiphany. "According to protocol, your personnel are under your jurisdiction, while mine are under mine. There are tens of thousands in the East, and they too are overseen by their own authority. Thus, our human special operations teams are divided into 4 factions. You, me, the Easterners, and the extraterrestrial Aiders. Do not confuse them. Keep your people at a distance from the Aiders. We wouldn't want to frighten anyone if a second-generation giant beast emerges. Periodically, we are assigned to guard the flagship, Revenge, with the leaders of our 4 factions taking turns to oversee operations." "The Aiders? What does that mean? Are they extraterrestrial humans?" William inquired, intrigued. He understood the duties involved, but had never heard of extraterrestrial humans before. Ken explained, "The Aiders are humans brought back from other planets by the Big Boss. They are all strikingly handsome and beautiful. However, they are not without their flaws. During reproduction, there's a chance of giving birth to humanoid giants, which we refer to as Aider behemoths. You will understand once you board the warship." Soon, the tens of thousands were screened, with over 3,000 suddenly refusing to comply, and more than 2,000 possessing unidentified signal chips, resulting in their immediate disqualification. The remaining individuals donned the issued space uniforms and boarded the transport ship. On board the Revenge, Xiang Feiyu knelt on one knee as Megatron regarded him intently. "How many recruits have you enlisted this time?" Megatron inquired. 200,000, Xiang Feiyu replied without hesitation. Megatron was momentarily taken aback, recalling the recent events. His flagship had nearly turned into a public restroom. It was one thing for Autobots to enter, but now even fallen Decepticons and traitorous Autobots were pilfering supplies from the Revenge. Many of the station troops suffered significant losses, yet the areas with human involvement successfully eliminated invaders, compelling Megatron to reconsider the deployment of guards aboard the Revenge. He glanced at Soundwave and ultimately declared, "Disperse the human special operations team to patrol outside of special zones. Recently, some troublesome scum have proven excessively bothersome. Soundwave, return to manage internal affairs. We cannot allow these individuals to treat my warship as their backyard, coming and going as they please." Xiang Feiyu acknowledged the command. "Understood, my lord." Upon returning to the Revenge, he began to assume control of the ship's defense forces from Soundwave and Megatron. In accordance with personnel allocation, He reinforced certain positions with fixed guards, designating areas to remain on alert without providing support to others unless there was a significant alarm. Additionally, he increased the number of mixed patrols comprising humans and Decepticon warriors, allowing the Special Operations team members to utilize flying skateboards, enabling smaller humans to keep pace with their taller Decepticon counterparts. Simultaneously, he established pure human patrol units to ensure vigilant monitoring of the warship's corridors. Finally, he assigned fixed support troops across various zones for rapid response. Recently, tensions between the Autobots and Decepticons had escalated from a period of peace to one of friction, foreshadowing imminent conflicts. However, this did not concern Xiang Feiyu. Although he had returned to the Revenge, his position remained that of a mere minor. One day, while conversing with his comrade, an alarm suddenly blared. As the map of the battleship was unveiled, it was discovered that the intruders had infiltrated the number 14 warehouse. However, the alarm was swiftly deactivated. At that moment, a mechanical guardian reported, "Commander, a faction of Decepticons has breached the ship, the punishment, to pilfer supplies. They were detected by the first squad of special forces and have been eliminated." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow, pondering how they had managed to ascend. The mechanical guardian awkwardly replied, "We are a flagship interstellar warship. Remaining within the Earth's atmosphere, we are inevitably susceptible to detection by aerial units, Commander." Xiang Feiyu sighed, recognizing the arduous nature of their task. "Inform our patrol teams to safeguard our supplies diligently." Before he could finish, alarms blared once more, but this time not from one location, but from over a dozen. It appeared that the Decepticons were attempting to infiltrate the punishment to transport crucial supplies or equipment. Xiang Feiyu commanded all sectors to enter a state of heightened alert. "Special Forces, who is on duty today?" At that moment, William's voice responded, "It is I, William. My team is already in combat readiness." Xiang Feiyu instructed, "Do not concern yourselves with other areas. Retreat to the warehouse and conceal yourselves. If enemies breach, eliminate them on sight. Poison Sting, take your team to the power room. Ensure the enemy does not sabotage the reactor." Chapter 175, taking matters into his own hands, Xiang Feiyu turned to Knockout, stating, "I shall step out for a moment." Without waiting for a reply, he exited the laboratory. Following the alarm, the defensive forces mobilized, with numerous Decepticon warriors positioned at their designated posts. Unlike before, they were now stationed firmly, requiring no further reinforcements. In the corridors, the majority of the human Special Forces members and Constructicons were hastening towards the incident site as support. On the bridge of the punishment, Megatron observed the warriors entering a state of alert, along with the Special Forces augmenting their ranks as indicated by sonar. He felt a twinge of skepticism. Yet having entrusted the mission to others, he was eager to witness the results. Soundwave, where is Skyquake? Soundwave promptly switched the large screen to display Xiang Feiyu exiting Knockout's laboratory, making his way towards the warehouse. Suddenly, William issued a warning. The advancing Decepticons comprised numerous elite warriors, requesting an upgrade in defense levels. Xiang Feiyu responded without hesitation, "Request approved." At that moment, the Decepticon warriors stationed in various sectors opened nearby panels, retrieving protective shields to construct makeshift fortifications. Xiang Feiyu continued onward, noticing two mechanical guardians that had been felled ahead. Two engineering Decepticons broke through the defenses and charged towards Xiang Feiyu. Perhaps perceiving him as an easy target due to his solitary presence, they rushed forward in unison. Xiang Feiyu narrowed his eyes, undeterred, and continued to advance. As the two parties were on the verge of collision, Xiang Feiyu, uncertain of how to maneuver, suddenly found himself behind two fallen Decepticons. The bewildered Decepticons, after taking a few steps forward, were cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Without a glance back, Xiang Feiyu continued on his path. Upon reaching an intersection, a silhouette suddenly emerged. Xiang Feiyu sidestepped, drawing and sheathing his sword in one fluid motion. The assailant in mid-air was effortlessly bisected, disintegrating into fragments that littered the ground. Fallen Constructicons? Though taken aback by their appearance, Xiang Feiyu was merely surprised, nothing more. He did not linger, resolutely advancing ahead. The sounds of gunfire intensified ahead, and Xiang Feiyu could even discern the shouts and curses of the Special Operations team. Glancing at the battlefield, he reconsidered his approach, choosing instead to pivot and proceed in another direction. As he had anticipated, the defensive line held by the Decepticons had collapsed, strewn with corpses, while a group of fallen Decepticons busily transported supplies. With a cold smirk, Xiang Feiyu approached. Upon seeing him, the Decepticons charged wildly towards him. However, before they could close the distance, his form vanished from sight, reappearing amongst them, then moving forward again. In mere moments, he had eliminated all the fallen Decepticons outside. Turning his gaze towards the interior of the warehouse, he noted that a significant number of fallen Decepticons were engaged in some form of operation. Yet, in the midst of their urgency, they had neglected the defenders outside. The absence of gunfire signified a resolution to the conflict, although they were unaware that it was their own forces that had been dealt with. Observing the scene within, Xiang Feiyu discerned that these individuals were indeed in the act of illicitly acquiring equipment. However, due to their inability to utilize the land bridge, they were compelled to affix the equipment to parachutes and eject them from their warship, a task of considerable magnitude. Without further contemplation, Xiang Feiyu refracted into the warehouse. Almost immediately, cannon fire erupted within, and he emerged from the structure, directing the guards to promptly take over defense in Zone 8 and commence cleanup operations. With that area secured, the next step was to assess other regions, where areas lacking elite warriors could hardly withstand the onslaught of the human special operations team. The pressing concern now lay with the formidable warriors present. Turning once more, Xiang Feiyu encountered the beleaguered special operations team alongside a dozen Inferno Constructicons. Were it not for their strategic use of the corpses strewn about as cover while they retreated, they too would have been eliminated. Approaching, Xiang Feiyu brandished his rifle, taking aim at a reckless fallen Decepticon charging too far forward, and fired. The shot not only shattered the Decepticon's shield, but also penetrated his chest armor, sending him crashing to the ground. With the shield warrior down, the special operations team seized the opportunity, launching a counteroffensive alongside Xiang Feiyu. With his rifle in hand, he dispatched one foe after another, ensuring that any warrior below the Lord rank fell with a single shot. This decisive action pushed the enemy back, regaining control of the battlefield. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Xiang Feiyu, the fallen Decepticons began to waver. However, Xiang Feiyu afforded them no respite as he advanced. He activated his three-dimensional refraction, instantly materializing within the enemy ranks. With a swift sweep of his ancient sword, he dispatched an entire circle of foes, while his other hand wielded a rifle, executing precise shots against distant adversaries who had begun to react and prepare for retaliation. In less than 3 minutes, this sector was purged of enemies. "Defend," he commanded, before proceeding in another direction. Observing the situation, Megatron felt a sense of satisfaction, although the warship was in disarray. The enemies had been effectively confined to a few zones, preventing them from causing chaos and disrupting the warship's order. Half an hour later, all red alert zones indicated on the display map were lifted. Xiang Feiyu stretched his neck and set about clearing the battlefield. William approached him, reporting, "Boss, we have eliminated 670 fallen Decepticon warriors, with 65 of our mechanical sentinels and insects lost, 32 special operatives, and 12 constructs and other warriors." Xiang Feiyu nodded, instructing for the disposal of the fallen bodies and a thorough analysis of the battle's strengths and weaknesses to facilitate tactical adjustments for the future. He also intended to investigate how these foes had infiltrated the warship. It was indeed peculiar that they had managed to enter in such numbers. After William departed, Xiang Feiyu made his way to the bridge. "Lord Megatron, I have returned to report." Megatron surveyed the large screen, displaying soldiers diligently clearing the corpses and the swift withdrawal from various defensive zones, feeling quite pleased with the operation's outcome. The enemies had been effectively contained, and the personnel's movements during the attack were orderly, a refreshing contrast to the previous chaotic incursions. Megatron nodded, expressing approval, but cautioned, "It is imperative that we prevent them from entering again." Xiang Feiyu affirmed, "I have already sent someone to investigate their means of entry. It is unusual that such a multitude of fallen Decepticons could infiltrate undetected." Megatron concurred, sensing a problem at hand, then ensure a thorough investigation. Minutes later, William re-entered, exclaiming, "Lord Megatron." The sight of William elicited a smile from Megatron. "The Decepticons welcome valiant warriors to our ranks." William chuckled awkwardly. "I never anticipated joining your esteemed group." Internally, he reflected on the capriciousness of fate. After reviewing the surveillance footage, we discovered that 3 mechanical sentinels facilitated their entry. I have just confirmed with Soundwave that these 3 fallen Decepticon spies have perished. Chapter 176. The Crimson Energy Entity. Upon hearing this, Megatron could not help but lament. My mentor, I never imagined you would continue to trouble me even in death. Xiang Feiyu sighed. Lord Megatron, we lack the means to detect fallen genes. Megatron waved his hand dismissively. No need for detection. You merely need to safeguard the warship. Now that we understand their method of entry, exterminating them entirely and seeking new means of infiltration could lead to even greater complications. Xiang Feiyu glanced at the control panel in his hand. Lord Megatron, I believe our current predicament is a consequence of our previous bounty being too abundant. I personally suggest accelerating the pace of our spoils assimilation. Once the ship is devoid of items, they will naturally cease their visits. Megatron regarded Xiang Feiyu, asserting that this matter did not require his concern, and that he should focus solely on maintaining the defenses here. Xiang Feiyu remained silent, aware that Megatron's words hinted at a new strategy. However, in the days that followed, Xiang Feiyu found himself in a challenging position. The routine incursions every 3 days varied in scale, primarily involving the fallen Decepticons, along with Autobots and traitorous Autobots purchasing positions from the fallen. The sole silver lining was the proficiency of the ship's defensive tactics, resulting in diminishing losses with each battle. Reviewing the month's list, Xiang Feiyu sighed. The frequency was overwhelming. Beside him, Knockout set down his tools, lamenting the situation. This is an insurmountable dilemma. The ancient Cybertronian technology is akin to a miracle for us, utterly incomprehensible. He activated the monitor, revealing a series of codes. Look at this. It represents the manifestation of the fallen gene. Ah, I suppose you can't comprehend it. Xiang Feiyu felt exasperated. Was it necessary to state the obvious? To be honest, he truly could not understand it. Knockout chuckled before opening another display. This illustrates our Decepticon chaotic gene. It typically reflects our current state. However, at certain moments, this chaotic gene within us can spontaneously transform into a fallen gene. Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brow. So, you're saying that as long as the internal genetic structure remains unchanged, it can evolve into a fallen gene through recombination? Precisely, Knockout confirmed. This is part of the reason why Lord Megatron conducts his scrutiny. It is likely that all, well, Decepticons are affected in such a manner. Rest assured, you and I will not undergo genetic recombination. It is not so easily achieved, and it is significantly influenced by will. Only those who idolize the fallen can mutate under specific inducements. Xiang Feiyu felt troubled, pondering that this situation could not persist indefinitely. It was far too exhausting. Knockout, however, appeared unperturbed. Why not indulge ourselves? Do you think the fallen gene is infinite? Dream on. It will eventually be depleted. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu comprehended Megatron's intent. He was gradually diminishing the fallen's influence within the Decepticons by his own means, thereby enabling better control over them. Xiang Feiyu waved his hand, stating, I shall take my leave. As he exited the laboratory, he suddenly received a message that caused him to frown slightly. Nevertheless, he ultimately clicked to accept it. After organizing his tasks, he flew from the flight deck of the Vengeance battleship. Standing at the entrance of the wreckage of the Decepticon transport ship, Xiang Feiyu hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Suddenly, the lights flickered to life one by one, revealing the sinister grin of Black Arachnia at the far end. Welcome, my friend. Come and witness my masterpiece. Approaching the workstation, Xiang Feiyu observed the syringe containing a crimson energy. Red energy? The red spider displayed a proud expression, having undoubtedly seized it from the Autobots. Xiang Feiyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, If that is the case, why have you summoned me? To showcase your astonishing speed? The red spider, brimming with excitement, retorted, Could you please refrain from that indifferent demeanor? If you had already acquired it, you could have effortlessly vanquished the fallen Autobot without waiting for him to weaken. Xiang Feiyu cast a glance at the red spider, responding, Oh, perhaps you should elaborate on the matter at hand. After saying this, he began to meander through the red spider's laboratory, where he chanced upon a disc and reached out to grasp it. Meanwhile, the red spider was delivering an impassioned speech, lamenting, Who could have imagined that I, the esteemed Decepticon deputy commander, would fall to such a lowly state? Can you fathom that Megatron himself wished to personally extract my spark, even selecting a burial site for me? The sole reason for this is my clandestine collection of a minuscule amount of energon. What are you doing? Are you even listening to my words? I am the Decepticon Deputy Commander. At this moment, Xiang Feiyu turned and coldly remarked, "Once upon a time." Upon finishing his words, a transformation overtook Xiang Feiyu, enveloping his entire form in a brilliant silver armor. The Red Spider cursed his own negligence, lamenting why he had not stowed away the supreme armor. "Damn it, remove my supreme armor at once. I command you as the Decepticon Deputy Commander." Suddenly, Xiang Feiyu seized the Red Spider, pinning him against the wall. "That was in the past. You possess no authority to command me until you regain your position as Deputy Commander." The Red Spider, incredulous, retorted, "How dare you treat me in such a manner? Are you implying that I can return to the Decepticons?" The realization struck him as Xiang Feiyu released him, causing the supreme armor to transform back into the original disc, which he casually handed to the Red Spider. "No one is preventing you from returning to the Decepticons. The choice rests solely with you." The Red Spider took the supreme armor, glancing between it and Xiang Feiyu, exclaiming, "You are returning this to me?" Xiang Feiyu, momentarily taken aback, simply replied, "Ah." The Red Spider's pent-up fury erupted. "What do you mean, ah? This is the supreme armor, a coveted treasure fought over by both Autobots and Decepticons." Xiang Feiyu found a spot and muttered, "Ah." The Red Spider, bewildered, questioned, "You do not desire such a treasure?" Xiang Feiyu pondered for a moment. "I do indeed." The Red Spider, somewhat speechless, remarked, "So this is how you choose to return to me?" Xiang Feiyu shrugged. "It isn't mine." The Red Spider felt as though his mind could not keep pace with the times. "This was a divine artifact. You must provide me with a reason." Xiang Feiyu regarded the Red Spider and inquired, "Doesn't this thing prevent you from flying?" The Red Spider snickered and donned the supreme armor, transforming his form into an F-22 Raptor. Strangely, the aircraft was enveloped in a silver, egg-shaped metallic shell, resembling an escape pod. "Do not underestimate a divine artifact." Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "Do you not find it rather unsightly?" Upon hearing Xiang Feiyu's remarks, Red Spider glanced at his current robotic form through a nearby monitor and promptly transformed into his humanoid shape, discarding the supreme armor and casting it aside. "Indeed, it was rather unsightly. Let us discuss why you believe I can return to the Decepticons." Xiang Feiyu, with arms crossed, remarked, "Among all the Cybertronians besides Shockwave and Soundwave, Megatron would not eliminate two individuals. Can you guess who they are?" Red Spider pondered briefly. "Optimus Prime, and perhaps Thundercracker?" "Thundercracker is no more, so it must be Skywarp." Xiang Feiyu smirked. "No, it is you and Optimus Prime, Red Spider." Chapter 177. "Do you not believe me?" Red Spider exclaimed incredulously. "How is that possible? He sought to kill me, to bury me in that desolate mining area, leaving me to be accompanied by the debris." Xiang Feiyu chuckled coldly. "Have you ever seen anyone executed by Megatron only to be taken to a mine to acknowledge his errors, and then have a grave prepared for him? Well, now that you mention it, that does make sense." Red Spider muttered, "Megatron requires no reason to kill. Does he need one to eliminate his own?" The answer is no. Suddenly, a question arose in Red Spider's mind. "Then why did he summon me to the abandoned mine?" Xiang Feiyu sighed. The human military suffers from a condition known as post-traumatic stress disorder. After countless years of warfare, sentient beings often develop strange and peculiar thoughts. What Xiang Feiyu did not disclose was that, in truth, Megatron had always regarded Red Spider as a friend who was perpetually betraying him. Upon hearing this, Red Spider was consumed by indignation. "No wonder I always felt he was toying with me." However, upon further reflection, Red Spider's demeanor shifted to one of cunning. "Does this mean I may indeed return to the Decepticons? I can hardly wait to serve Lord Megatron once more." Xiang Feiyu scoffed. "If you were to return now, Lord Megatron would publicly tear out your spark before all the Decepticons." Cold sweat broke out on Red Spider's brow. "Did you not say I could return?" Xiang Feiyu picked up a cup of crimson energy liquid. "You defected and even hindered Skywarp from obtaining the supreme armor. Such betrayal is intolerable to Lord Megatron. Even if he wished to spare you, he would find no justification." Red Spider contemplated this, eyeing the crimson liquid in Xiang Feiyu's hand. "I will kill Optimus Prime." Xiang Feiyu sneered. "In that case, Lord Megatron would not hesitate to send you to accompany Optimus Prime in death." Red Spider grew increasingly impatient. "This option is not viable. Nor is that one. What then is to be done?" With a smile, Xiang Feiyu returned the energy liquid to its place. You require a merit sufficient to counterbalance your treachery against the Decepticons. Do you comprehend? Only then can Lord Megatron silence all discontent among the Decepticons. Where am I to find such a merit? Red Spider lamented. Xiang Feiyu displayed a mischievous grin, patting Red Spider on the shoulder. Soon, Lord Megatron will present you with this opportunity. Ensure you seize it. With that, Xiang Feiyu turned to depart, but Red Spider, gritting his teeth, declared, "Humph. As long as I can return to the Decepticons, everything here is yours." Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyu halted, then vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he stood before the experimental platform, where he waved his hand and seized the crimson energy liquid, leaving only 4 vials for the Red Spider. Along with the supreme armor and other sacred artifacts found by the Red Spider. "I shall take my belongings in advance," he declared, not waiting for the astonished Red Spider's response before transforming into a battle aircraft and soaring out of the cave, swiftly disappearing into the sky. It was only then that the Red Spider regained his senses, cursing, "Damn it, return my possessions." At this moment, Xiang Feiyu had already vanished without a trace. The Red Spider gazed at the remaining 4 vials of crimson energy and suddenly remembered that he could return to the Decepticons, feeling a surge of joy. "Now, I shall see what I can do for my master." But wait, why did I summon him? To loot my belongings? Damn it. The Red Spider's expression soured once more. I forgot to ask him for some warriors to assist me. Never mind. With a goal, I can manage on my own. In the secret base, Xiang Feiyu examined the supreme armor in his hands and remarked, "Can't you change your form?" At that moment, the supreme armor suddenly stirred, levitating into the air and flying over to a barrel of dark essence, absorbing the energy within. It then transformed mid-air into a component resembling a fist gauntlet. As Xiang Feiyu reached out, it began to extend and envelop him, forming a new layer of armor upon his body, akin to a silvery membrane added to his physique. However, his overall form remained unchanged. When the supreme armor was deactivated, it took on the shape of a forearm shield. A grin spread across Xiang Feiyu's face. This was truly remarkable. Now, Xiang Feiyu enjoyed dual layers of protection, capable of withstanding direct assaults from Megatron. As for the damage from the battleship cannons, he could not ascertain how many hits he could endure, yet he was reluctant to test it, as a careless mistake could lead to vaporization. Just as Xiang Feiyu reveled in his newfound strength, a disheartening message flashed before him. "Are you certain?" came the response. "Indeed. He has escaped and destroyed all equipment and data." Xiang Feiyu furrowed his brows. "Is it irreparable?" The other party fell silent. We did not anticipate his madness. Without further delay, Xiang Feiyu flew directly to his destination. At the main base of the Mecha Special Operations Team, chaos reigned. Flames and explosions engulfed the area. Some were fleeing for their lives, while others tended to the wounded. However, the extent of the destruction was so severe that it appeared irreparable. This organization, which had claimed to resist aliens and create battle armor for their own kind, had been utterly decimated by its own leader. The pawn Xiang Feiyu had previously left behind, intended to steal the colossal mecha creation methods from Silas, had recently reported a deadlock in technological advancements, rendering it all useless. Xiang Feiyu contacted Keynes. "Keynes, send someone to take charge of this place. Bring the pry bar and the iron devourer." As Xiang Feiyu entered the interior of the secret base, he was met with a gruesome sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, indicating a massacre had occurred within as those inside fought their way out. Deep within the facility, a group of mass scientists diligently worked to repair the equipment and restore the data within the system. Upon the arrival of Xiang Feiyu, they turned in unison, expressing their apologies. "Boss, we never anticipated that Silas would act so recklessly." Xiang Feiyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the data displayed on the large screen. "What is the current situation?" he inquired. The scientists exchanged anxious glances, and one of them spoke up after he awakened. He immediately dismantled the reserve database here and destroyed it outside. "The data we can retrieve is quite limited." Xiang Feiyu surveyed the large screen, noting the complete destruction of all equipment in the depths of this base. There was nothing usable left, and he could only sigh at the sight. "Well, it's of little consequence. We Haven T made any technological breakthroughs anyway. Prepare yourselves. Keynes will escort you to Darkstone, where numerous research projects await your attention." With that, Xiang Feiyu contacted the crowbar and released the iron-eating worms before departing. 3 minutes later, A dark cloud, akin to an ominous shroud, entered through the entrance and began to consume the base's metal and equipment. Strangely, the worms chose to veer away as they passed by Xiang Feiyu. A day later, the base was entirely devoured by the iron-eating worms. While they were in a dormant state, Xiang Feiyu instructed the special forces to enter and retrieve the warriors, placing them into stasis pods. The larger worms, which had no further growth potential, were separated and sent to the factory for dismantling. Chapter 178. Unfortunate luck. Gazing at the empty cavern, Xiang Feiyu wore a look of resignation. Recently, he had been beset by troubles. The Retribution was under constant threat of invasion. The Mecha Special Operations Team had been annihilated by their own leader, and a super energy-rich mine, along with 3 metal mines, had been destroyed by the fallen Decepticons. Several transport ships had also been lost, indicating that the fallen Decepticons were intent on a relentless conflict with him. Upon returning to the Retribution, he encountered a familiar face. Silas, now resurrected, looked at the lifeless body of Deadfire with an unsettling interest. "I am exceedingly eager to dismantle my partner for research," he remarked. Xiang Feiyu grimaced. This individual was none other than Silas, whose dismembered limbs had been integrated into Deadfire's shattered chassis by the scientists of the Mecha Special Operations Team. After obliterating his own base, he had swiftly contemplated defecting to the Decepticons, believing that with his mechanical body and transformation abilities, he could align himself with their ranks. In truth, his admission to the Retribution was merely a source of amusement for Megatron during his leisure time. Xiang Feiyu cast a dismissive glance at Silas, who was fervently expounding upon his grand designs. As an interstellar traveler, Xiang Feiyu had at his disposal an arsenal of formidable weapons aboard his warship, rendering Silas's attempts at bravado rather inconsequential. Before long, the satellite weapon crafted by Silas was thwarted by a joint operation of Autobots and humans. Megatron, displaying a cruel smile, regarded Silas. "It seems you have outlived your usefulness. I believe you would be quite eager to dismantle your old comrade and discover how he became Deadfire." Xiang Feiyu interjected. "Indeed, how did he become Deadfire?" Megatron mockingly urged, "Go on, dismantle him." Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Feiyu suddenly recalled that this individual had ultimately transformed into a mechanical zombie after enduring the torment of combining the synthetic super energy body and the dark super energy body. This transformation rendered him more terrifying than a corpse demon, as any attack from him would drain the energy from his victims. Once their energy was depleted, they too would succumb to becoming mechanical zombies. Even those whose energy remained intact would evolve into sentient mechanical zombies. In the narrative, Black Widow had already become one such intelligent undead being. It seemed imperative for him to take action. With this thought, Xiang Feiyu modified the defensive positions, instructing the special forces to secure the area near the laboratory. He issued a command that if they encountered any Cybertronians acting alone, they were to launch an immediate attack after 3 unanswered inquiries. Returning to his quarters, he found himself nostalgic for the leisurely life at the mechanical bar. Although he indulged in a few drinks daily aboard the battleship, truly sitting down here highlighted the stark difference between seeking tranquility amidst chaos and seeking solace in resignation. Putting down his glass, he began to miss Red Spider as the deputy commander. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the scorn of Lord Megatron. Just as Xiang Feiyu was lamenting, the room speaker suddenly blared with Megatron's furious voice. "Starscream, where are you?" Xiang Feiyu paused. Glancing at the battleship's form and noting the absence of enemy incursions, he breathed a sigh of relief. He promptly replied, "My lord, I am in my room organizing data." Megatron snorted before commanding, "Come here at once. I have made a discovery." Xiang Feiyu sighed, realizing why Red Spider had survived so many encounters with Megatron. With such a clingy demeanor, Megatron would surely hesitate to eliminate him. He swiftly returned to the bridge, where the large screen displayed a massive boulder beneath the battleship, prominently featuring a sword hilt. Several robust mechanical insects attempted to extract it, but failed miserably. Megatron's eyes sparkled with intrigue, having heard that such attribute-laden artifacts could only be drawn from their resting place by a leader, and it seemed this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, the ineffectual mechanical insects continued their futile assault on the boulder, which remained entirely unscathed, not even shedding a fragment. Megatron turned away, stating that the artifact required the power of a leader to be liberated. After issuing this command, he instructed, "Starscream, you are in charge here." Megatron then soared from the battleship, landing beside the stone and gazing at the sword hilt. The Star Sword, one of the 13 original weapons. At that moment, a land bridge opened, and Optimus Prime emerged, his eyes filled with disbelief upon seeing the sword hilt. Upon encountering his old rival, Megatron displayed a wicked grin, seizing the hilt and pulling it free with force. The divine sword emanated a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire space, prompting the Decepticons aboard the battleship to erupt in cheers. "This is our leader." "Indeed, Lord Megatron, our leader." Below, Megatron arrogantly regarded his old adversary, proclaiming, "I must thank you, Orion Pax, for allowing me to inherit the legacy of leadership, enabling me to draw forth this artifact, the Star Sword." Optimus Prime furrowed his brow slightly. "Megatron, do not remain obstinately lost on the wrong path. Otherwise, even with the Star Saber in your possession, its might shall remain ununleashed." With that, he raised his arm cannon and launched an assault. The barrage erupted, yet Megatron deftly shielded himself with the Star Saber, charging towards Optimus Prime. In a matter of mere seconds, the distance of several dozen meters between these two colossal warriors was traversed, leading to their first clash, which culminated in a thunderous impact. The Autobots roared in fury at the sight, while the Decepticons cheered with exuberance. In an instant, Optimus Prime's wrist blade was severed, a segment of his armor cleaved away. Sensing the dire situation, Optimus Prime retreated, only to be abruptly warned from behind by a Decepticon shout, "Lord Megatron, watch your flank. Look out!" A massive boulder. Megatron turned to see a towering rock hurtling towards him, with several hulking Autobots on the hillside cackling at his misfortune. At this critical juncture, evasion was no longer an option. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Megatron flung aside the Star Saber and cleaved the boulder in two with a brilliant azure flash. The spectacle left both Autobots and Decepticons in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Satisfied with his display of power, Megatron boasted, "From this day forward, the Decepticons shall impose unequivocal dominance over the Autobots." Undeterred, Optimus Prime quickly retaliated with his artillery, while the intuitive RC provided support from the sidelines. "All Autobots retreat," commanded Optimus. As he shielded against the onslaught, Megatron unleashed his strength, wielding the Star Saber, a radiant beam striking Optimus Prime directly. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, crashing onto the land bridge, unconscious and unresponsive. Quick-witted, the nearby Autobots managed to drag him to safety. Upon witnessing Optimus Prime's downfall, Megatron refrained from pursuing, instead erupting into maniacal laughter. For it was merely a matter of time before the Star Saber would claim the lives of the Autobots. In that moment of triumph, akin to a Decepticon festival, Megatron waved his hand to recall the warship. On the bridge, as he observed the unfolding events on the screen, he frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards Soundwave.